Chapter 1. The World of Hokage Transformation. Jiangli Bay City. Tingyang 3rd Middle School, Class 1, Year 3. In just 3 days, the assessment for aspiring ninjas will commence, and my chakra level is merely at 5. This year's examination is doomed. My chakra level reached 10 just yesterday, perfectly meeting the standard for the first tier of apprentices. As long as I show up, I'm good to go for this assessment. Are you out of your mind? This year's assessment adopts new standards, offering abundant rewards while being extremely competitive. A chakra reserve of 10 barely qualifies you to participate. Only those who rank in the top 200 during the assessment can become aspiring ninjas. Indeed, Chun-Chi from the adjacent class has surpassed a chakra reserve of 30 just to secure a good ranking. 30 chakra. Isn't that already at the standard for the 3rd tier of aspiring ninjas? When did that guy become so formidable? The Chun family is a well-known ninja clan in the city, having invested heavily to acquire the legacy of the otherworldly powerhouse, Noera Kakashi. Naturally, they start at a much higher level than us ordinary folks. Then what about us, with mediocre talents and no financial means to invest? We're doomed. I've long since accepted my fate otherwise. How could I always rank last in every exam? It's a pity my father didn't strive harder back in the day, or I might have been a 2nd-generation ninja by now, instead of still being a genin. Listening to the cacophony of his classmates' discussions, Luo Yu suddenly jolted awake from his seat. Am I in a classroom? Isn't it currently summer vacation? I was just up all night, binge-watching Naruto. How'd I wake up back at school? Could it be that I become obsessed with school? Do I have to spend my dreams in class as well? Instinctively glancing at the stack of textbooks on his desk, Luo Yu felt even more bewildered. Theory and application of the body flicker technique, history of ninja development, fundamentals of chakra practice. Flipping open a textbook, Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief. I must admit, this dream is quite realistic. Just as he was grateful for the return of summer vacation, a sharp pain surged through his brain, and countless memories flooded in like a tidal wave. After nearly 10 minutes of processing, Luo Yu came to a sobering realization. His brand new summer vacation had been utterly obliterated. Of course, that is not the main point. The crux is that the current blue star seems to be a parallel world. Thousands of years ago, this blue star began to manifest otherworldly realms. Countless otherworldly beasts traversed dimensional rifts, invading the territories of Blue Star. They transformed the lands they occupied into their own unique secret realms. That was humanity's darkest era, with a large portion of Blue Star falling under the dominion of these beasts. During the protracted period of darkness, humanity discovered the mysterious legacy of ninjas within certain secret realms, originating from other planes. This heralded a shift in the balance of power. Empowered by the ninja legacy, humanity finally gained the strength to confront the seemingly invincible otherworldly beasts. Some powerful humans even ventured deep into the otherworldly realms, uncovering even more mighty legacies. Orange Legacy Senju Hashirama, Orange Legacy Senju Tobarama, Orange Legacy Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Dragon Kingdom, where Luo Yu resides, was born against this backdrop. Is this the punishment for binge-watching Naruto all night? Luo Yu mused, digesting the influx of memories. Having integrated the legacies of powerful beings and inherited the abilities of these ninjas, humanity's prowess began to rival that of the kings of otherworldly beasts. Thus, a stalemate ensued in the war between humans and beasts. Having tasted victory, humanity began to transition into the age of ninjas. Consequently, the ability to become a ninja in this world profoundly impacts one's destiny. It is well known that in this world, where ninjas are held in high esteem, their treatment is exceptional. To put it simply, even the lowest-ranking aspiring ninjas can receive 5,000 ninja coins monthly from a ninja association. Moreover, no contributions are required, it's pure free money. This is a level of income unattainable for many common families. Although the world has undergone a tremendous transformation, Luo Yu, like in his previous life, starts off in an orphanage. He has only one sister, Luo Qingyu, with no blood relation. To support Luo Yu's education, his sister works 3 part-time jobs each day, barely managing to earn a monthly salary of 3,000. Recalling his sister, who was once a vibrant beauty but has now become a gentle young lady due to overwork, Luo Yu felt a pang of guilt. My sister is still as selflessly devoted as she was in my past life. Since I have been given a second chance, I must ensure she becomes the happiest woman in the world. Silently vowing in his heart, Luo Yu focused on the upcoming assessment for aspiring ninjas in 3 days. Only by becoming a ninja can he improve their lives and alleviate his sister's burdens. It is said that this assessment introduces a reform. Previously, aspiring ninjas were required to have both chakra reserve and physical strength reaching 10. Now, merely achieving these two values at 10 is barely a threshold for participation in the assessment. Fortunately, being well-versed in Naruto, he is confident in his talents. With that thought in mind, Luo Yu searched for the second part of his memories. Chakra Reserve 5. Physical Strength 5. Am I really that weak? It's all due to these hands tainted with sin. My sister has indeed placed her hopes in the wrong person. Honestly, working in a factory wouldn't be too bad. Upon discovering his true capabilities, Luo Yu nearly succumbed to despair. In such a short time, raising his physical condition to an acceptable level would require relying on the legacies of stronger individuals to forcibly elevate his foundation. Even fragments of legacies would suffice. Yet, even those fragments come with a price far beyond what he, as a commoner, could afford. However, as someone who has traversed parallel worlds, Luo Yu possessed his own stubborn determination. No, if I compromise and settle for a factory job now, my entire life will truly be over. With 3 days remaining, as someone intimately familiar with Naruto, there must be room for advancement in this Naruto world. Just as Luo Yu began contemplating how to execute a brilliant turnaround within the brief span of 3 days, a voice echoed in his mind. The Hokage template upgrade system has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the initial template. Uchiha Obito in Rage. Host, Luo Yu. Level, Ninja Apprentice. Physical Strength, 530. Chakra, 550. Unlocked Template, Uchiha Obito in Rage. Distributable Attribute Points, 0. Teammates, none. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Water, Wood. Talents, Hashirama Cells, LV.1. Kamui Manjiki Sharingan, Right ILV.1. Basic Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, LV.2. Fire Release, Ninjutsu. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique, LV.1. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique, LV.1. Wood Release, Ninjutsu. Wood Release Cutting Technique, LV.1. Would release Hell's Chaos, LV.1. Gazing at the data that abruptly appeared in his mind, Luo Yu's expression brightened. As expected, what is meant to come will always arrive. A template system? Angry child? That means he has acquired the character template of Obito during his heartbreak. In the manga, Uchiha Obito, in a state of extreme fury, wiped out a multitude of mist ninjas using this very template. Kamui Manjiki Sharingan. Hashirama Cells. Each of these is an overpowered existence within the original story. What a splendid beginning. In 3 days' time for the aspiring ninja assessment, he could easily claim victory. Chapter 2. The Invincible Hashirama Cells and Kamui. During class time, the entire class sat upright. Luo Yu, however, was distracted, delving into the system's functions in his mind. By chance, he clicked on the talent entry for Hashirama Cells. Following this, a more detailed explanation unfolded. Talent. Kamui Manjiki Sharingan LV.1. Effect. Possesses the fundamental abilities of the Sharingan, along with a 5-second intangibility upgrading enhances the intangibility duration and unlocks additional abilities. Talent. Hashirama Cells LV.1. Effect. Ninjutsu power increased by 50. Chakra reserve increased by 50. Physical strength increased by 30. Chakra recovery speed significantly enhanced. Gains would release attribute. Body repair capability strengthened. Mitigates the negative effects of the Manjiki. Only 5 seconds of intangibility? It seems that this template's Manjiki corresponds to Obito's early stage abilities, thus it cannot exert its full potential yet. Complete mastery of Kamui will require leveling up the Manjiki. This is quite understandable, as the powers of the Manjiki do require gradual development. The experiences of Itachi and Sasuke clearly illustrate this point. Compared to the already well-known Kamui Manjiki, what truly astonished Luo Yu was the Hashirama Cells. No wonder the chakra and physical strength values are marked with percentage increases. It turns out to be the influence of the Hashirama Cells. Given that it is a percentage boost, as these two foundational values grow, the impact of the Hashirama Cells will become even greater. What surprised him even more was the 50 increase in ninjutsu power. In future battles with others, he would be exceedingly confident in his ninjutsu. However, thinking about ninjutsu, Luo Yu frowned. The key lies in how to elevate my chakra and physical strength within the next 3 days. Putting aside the fact that the assessment requires these two values to reach 10, with a chakra reserve of only 5, I cannot execute many ninjutsu. Even if I possess 4 powerful ninjutsu and the enhancement of Hashirama Cells, lacking sufficient chakra renders everything futile. Just as Luo Yu was deep in thought, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Defeating enemies randomly grants attribute points. The host can allocate these points to independently enhance foundational values. Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wow. It turns out this system comes with an A. This certainly saves him from having to figure things out on his own. Moreover, the system's explanation revealed a method for enhancing his power. The border of Jiangli City is precisely located at the periphery of a shadowy forest, a realm frequently traversed by numerous lesser beasts. Under ordinary circumstances, Luo Yu would never dare to venture close. However, now armed with a formidable rage template, coupled with an urgent need to enhance his stamina and chakra, he deems it imperative to seize the holiday tomorrow to engage in rigorous training at the forest's edge. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu silently rummaged through the ninja tools in his backpack. Clang, clang, clang. As the school bell rang, Luo Yu melded into the jubilant crowd, exiting the school gate amidst laughter and chatter. In light of the increased difficulty of the recent assessments, many ninja academies had even opted for a 3-day break to allow students the opportunity to make significant progress. Half an hour later, Luo Yu stepped into a dilapidated, budget-friendly apartment. It remained as disheveled and unsightly as it had been before the timeline shifted. Only those at the very bottom of society would choose to reside here. Yet for Luo Yu, who had grown up in an orphanage alongside his elder sister Luo Qingyu, this was their sole haven of warmth. Upon entering their room, he found Luo Qingyu clad in an apron, busily tending to the modest kitchen. Of course, it was a legitimate apron. Xiaoyu is back. Go wash your hands, dinner is ready, she called out, her face brightening as she set down a steaming plate of food. After placing his backpack filled with ninja tools aside, Luo Yu mustered his courage and gazed into her gentle eyes. Sister, we have a 3-day break from school. I plan to train at the ninja dojo during this time, striving to pass the ninja assessment. This way, it might alleviate some of your stress. Indeed, Luo Yu had resorted to a secret technique, a well-intentioned lie. After all, if Luo Qingyu were to discover that he intended to battle beasts beyond the city, she would undoubtedly oppose it vehemently out of concern for him. Xiaoyu has grown up, he knows how to care for his sister now. Luo Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Go ahead, no matter what you do, your sister will always support you. In preparation for your assessment, we'll make an extra 2 eggs for you today, she declared, resolutely retrieving the last 2 eggs from their meager supply and heading back into the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Yu felt a surge of emotion. Despite being financially strained by rent, she said nothing and even refrained from showing her worries in front of him. Instead, she continued to resolutely support him as always. Such a sister is a rarity. To ensure his sister could lead a happier life, he must strive tirelessly. With this thought, Luo Yu hastily devoured 2 large bowls of rice. After dinner, he slung his bag over his shoulder. In order not to waste those 2 eggs, I'm heading out to practice right now. Originally intending to unleash his fury tomorrow, he found himself emboldened by the prospect of the eggs. Seeing Luo Yu's impatience, Luo Qingyu expressed her concern, but don't put too much pressure on yourself regarding the assessment. Even if you don't become a ninja, it's alright, I can support you. Don't worry, I have a firm grasp on this assessment matter, Luo Yu replied confidently, waving his hand before departing from the apartment. Half an hour later, Luo Yu arrived at a military base stationed outside the city. This place was home to a multitude of ninja soldiers belonging to the military corps of the Dragon Kingdom. Through relentless training day after day, these soldiers had all reached the level of novice. To exit the city and reach the outer forest, one must pass the soldiers' scrutiny. The reason for such a heavy military presence here was clear. Jiangli City is a Tier 3 city of the Dragon Kingdom, bordering the territory of the beasts. If the beasts were to invade the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangli City, as the first line of defense, would be the initial target of their onslaught. Throughout its long history, Jiangli City has been invaded by beasts numerous times, yet each time, formidable shadow-level experts appeared to reclaim the city. However, the toll on the city's populace has been staggering, with countless lives lost. Living in Jiangli City poses significant risks. I must grow stronger quickly to settle in a safer area. Luo Yu murmured to himself, contemplating his circumstances. He then fell in line behind others, waiting for the soldiers to conduct their checks. As night fell, fewer individuals ventured out to explore the outer regions, and Luo Yu soon found himself at the front of the queue. Noticing Luo Yu in his student uniform, the lower-ranking officer responsible for the verification cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction. The scanning device confirmed his student status through facial recognition. Tingyang, 3rd middle school, you're still a student. After confirming the information displayed on the computer screen, the officer frowned at Luo Yu. While there was no explicit prohibition against ninja students exploring outside the city, safety considerations typically meant that only a select few high-achieving students with chakra and stamina levels reaching 10 would dare to take such risks. After all, achieving a dual value of 10 was considered a mark of genius in school, and youthful recklessness was not uncommon. However, Luo Yu appeared quite ordinary. With both values at only 5, what was he doing attempting to join this venture? I'm about to begin the assessment for novice ninjas, so I intend to hone my skills at the periphery of the shadowy forest, Luo Yu affirmed with a nod. Seeing his determination, the officer began to advise him earnestly. Although the outer areas are frequented by low-level Shia rabbits, whose base values typically fall below 10, they still pose a considerable threat to someone with your lack of experience. Moreover, this year's assessment standards in Jiangli City have been raised significantly. Your abilities do not yet qualify you to participate. It would be wiser to solidify your foundation and plan for next year. Observing the officer's well-meaning concern, Luo Yu smiled slightly. I'm merely taking a chance. What if there are unexpected opportunities out there? Chapter 3, The Book of Ninjas. Unexpected opportunities? Have you read too many novels? Faced with Luo Yu's unwavering resolve, the officer reluctantly permitted him to proceed. Before Luo Yu departed, the officer added, Xiao Huaji, we recently received reports. There are 3 rogue ninjas frequently seen at the forest's outskirts, specifically targeting students like you. If you insist on taking this risk, remember to hide if you encounter them and contact us. As he spoke, the officer pointed to the 3 wanted posters affixed to the wall. Information leading to the apprehension of these criminals would yield a reward of 50,000 ninja coins. Killing one would earn 100,000 ninja coins. Capturing the leader would garner 300,000. Contact information, phone 195-32152. Faced with such a lucrative bounty, Luo Yu felt a surge of temptation. 300,000 would be a fortune for an ordinary family, sufficient to purchase a decent new home in Jiangli City. The value was evident. However, seeing that the wanted posters indicated 2 of the individuals were at the novice 2nd level and the leader, Wan Xiong, at the novice 3rd level, he quickly regained his clarity. A dual value of 10 signifies the novice 1st level, 20 for the novice 2nd level, and 30 for the novice 3rd level. The statistics for lower ninjas in the 3 stages are 100, 150, 200. For middle ninjas, 500, 750, 1,000. For upper ninjas, 2,500 for 1,000, 7,000. Above the upper level, there exist clans of ninjas, shadow guards, shadow level, and super shadows. This implies that lurking within the forest periphery are 3 enemies with dual values of at least 20. Moreover, their combat experience would undoubtedly far surpass his own. With his Kamui Manjiki still at level 1, he had yet to master the time-space ninjutsu with ease. Once confronted by formidable adversaries, one can only resort to the ephemeral art of evasion, donning the guise of a true man for a fleeting 5 seconds. After grappling with inner turmoil, the unwavering image of his sister, who bears the weight of life's tribulations, spurred Luo Yu to resolutely approach the periphery of the dense forest. Be bold like a father. Observing Luo Yu's steadfast silhouette, the officer could only shake his head in resignation. Each year, a number of young souls disregarded warnings, venturing beyond the city limits only to pay the ultimate price. Yet, some remain oblivious, accustomed to their folly. The impetuousness of today's youth is palpable. The reason for the dwindling talent among the new generation in Jiangli City has become evident. As Luo Yu arrived at the shadowy forest's edge, he found himself surrounded by towering vegetation. Not a single shadow of a person was in sight. Even the stone-toothed hares, often seen nearby, had vanished. As the weakest of the non-ranked beasts, the stone-toothed hare had become exceedingly wary due to relentless human hunting. Typically, novices might meander about the outskirts for an entire day without encountering even one. However, Luo Yu was no ordinary novice. Sharingan activate. As chakra surged into his nervous system, Luo Yu's right eye transformed, its pupil glowing a vibrant crimson, manifesting the dark 3-tomo design. The observational prowess of the Sharingan reached its zenith, allowing him to perceive every subtle motion within a 500-meter radius. The stone-toothed hares, previously concealed in their hiding spots, were exposed as the chakra coursing through them was detected by the Sharingan. In that brief moment, Luo Yu beheld more stone-toothed hares than most aspiring ninjas would encounter in an entire year. However, while the rewards were plentiful, the consumption of the 3-tomo Sharingan took a toll on Luo Yu, whose chakra reserves were a mere 5. Fortunately, the cells of Hashirama significantly enhanced his chakra recovery speed. In this exchange, the consumption of chakra and its natural recovery were nearly balanced. With confidence, Luo Yu activated his Sharingan, discreetly retrieving a shuriken from his satchel and hurling it towards the concealed stone-toothed rabbit, located 13 meters behind him. Thanks to the assistance of the Sharingan, The shuriken accurately aimed for the rabbit's lung. However, due to the rabbit's tough hide and resilient flesh, the shuriken merely inflicted superficial wounds. Realizing it had been discovered, the stone-toothed rabbit revealed its medium-sized canine form and glared furiously at Luo Yu. Simultaneously, a piece of information entered Luo Yu's mind. Name, stone-toothed rabbit. Attribute point drop rate, 40. Luo Yu recalled the knowledge acquired at the Ninja Academy and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The rabbit's stamina and chakra were generally rated at 67. Goodness, if it weren't for the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, he would be inferior even to a mere rabbit. Perceiving the force behind the shuriken, the naturally alert stone-toothed rabbit, with its eyes reddened, lunged at him. Concurrently, other stone-toothed rabbits lurking nearby, seeing Luo Yu as an easy target, swiftly charged towards him. Despite their usual tendency to avoid humans, adopting a turtle-like demeanor, these rabbits would indeed attack a solitary human lacking in strength. As the rabbits converged upon him, Luo Yu felt compelled to act swiftly, forming hand seals with great speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra rapidly gathered in his throat, and he unleashed a massive fireball directed at the gathering of stone-toothed rabbits. Although the rabbits had thick skin and considerable physical damage resistance, their hide was weak against fire. Coupled with the enhanced potency of the technique due to the Hashirama cells, the great fireball erupted, incinerating the rabbits in close proximity. Those at a distance were also caught in the flames, suffering continuous burn damage, soon transforming into roasted rabbit. The remaining survivors, recognizing Luo Yu's formidable strength, fled the scene in terror. So he truly is this powerful. However, the chakra expenditure was significant. That single fiery outburst had consumed at least 5 chakra points. Merely executing an ordinary great fireball left Luo Yu feeling drained. After all, in the ninja arts framework of this world, the great fireball was considered a 1-star technique, accessible only to exceptional genin. Even the second generation of ninja from prominent clans needed to reach a certain physical standard post-apprenticeship before investing heavily to learn it. For a student like Luo Yu, mastering the basic, scattered techniques such as the body replacement technique in school was already a source of pride. If it were known that he, merely a ninja student, had mastered the great fireball, he would undoubtedly make headlines in Jiangli City. With the crisis seemingly averted, Luo Yu deactivated his Sharingan to conserve energy. Within a few breaths, aided by the operation of the Hashirama cells, his chakra reserves returned to 7. 5. He then hummed a cheerful tune as he set about collecting his spoils. The most valuable materials from the stone-toothed rabbit were its 2 prominent incisors. This is indeed a commonly used material for crafting ninja tools. Although the body of the stone-toothed rabbit has been rendered unrecognizable by the searing flames, its sturdy incisors remain intact, saving him the effort of extracting them. As he approached the carcass of the stone-toothed rabbit, Luo Yu noticed that some of the bodies emitted a faint white glow. Upon drawing closer, that soft luminescence surged into his being. Attribute point 1. This is the freedom gained from defeating enemies and distributing attribute points. With this thought, Luo Yu casually opened the system panel, his gaze fixated on the unallocated attribute points. Unallocated attribute points, 1. Upon noticing this, Luo Yu realized that this was the attribute point dropped by the stone-toothed rabbit. Without hesitation, he immediately allocated the point to his chakra. Chakra, 650. Originally, his chakra reserve of 7. 5 had risen to 9. The previously weakened Luo Yu felt an invigorating surge of strength. With newfound eagerness, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled as he approached the lifeless body of the stone-toothed rabbit, eager to reap more rewards. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Unallocated attribute points, 6. Having rescued around 10 rabbits, with a drop rate of 40, he had gathered 7 attribute points, a fortunate bounty indeed. Once again, he allocated 5 points to enhance his stamina and 1 to bolster his chakra, experiencing a profound transformation in his physique. Stamina, 10, 30. Chakra, 10, 50. He had swiftly surpassed the standards of a novice level 1. Luo Yu was filled with delight. Had this been last year's novice assessment, his current chakra and stamina would have assuredly secured him success. However, given the increased difficulty of this year's evaluation, he decided to continue gathering attribute points. Just as Luo Yu made this decision, the system prompt chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on advancing to novice level 1. You have received a level reward, Ninja Book 1. The description of the system flashed in his mind, leaving Luo Yu momentarily stunned. A reward upon leveling up? This was essentially a skill point. With skill points in hand, he resolved to prioritize upgrading his Sharingan. After all, the Kamui Sharingan could manipulate the forces of time and space, allowing for seamless teleportation to any location, along with access to a unique dimension that only the Kamui Sharingan could unlock, a source of immense reassurance. However, his current level of the Kamui Sharingan was too low for him to master its powers. Contemplating this, Luo Yu accessed the Kamui Sharingan panel and clicked the upgrade button. Insufficient materials for upgrade. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu focused intently. The materials required for the Sharingan upgrade, Shenhui Stone X1. It turned out that the upgrading material for the Kamui Sharingan was not the ninja book, but rather the Shenhui Stone. Luo Yu recalled his instructor mentioning that the Shenhui Stone is a rare material essential for enhancing ocular techniques, with even a small piece fetching a price of 1 million ninja coins at the Ninja Association. The Byakugan clan in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom had even extravagantly constructed a training facility using Shenhui stones, exclusively for the use of their clan's prodigies. Of course, such an expensive material was beyond Luo Yu's current means. It seemed that the enhancement of his Kamui would have to be postponed for now. Luo Yu shook his head in resignation. Even in the realm of systems, the reliability of monetary investment remains unparalleled. Coming to terms with the situation, he inquired of the system about the level to which the Sharingan must be enhanced to unlock additional capabilities. The system promptly responded that enhancing the Sharingan talent to level 3 would unlock the next stage template, granting new abilities. The Night of Uchiha Obito's clan extermination. Luo Yu was taken aback. It seemed the template could indeed be upgraded. Why hadn't this been mentioned sooner? After all, with the emergence of Obito during the clan massacre, there was no doubt that he would also appear during the Nine Tails Chaos, alongside the foolish Uzumaki Obito, the masked Obito, and the Sage of Six Paths Obito. Once he unlocked the Sage of Six Paths Obito template, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu eagerly asked what conditions were required to unlock the clan extermination Obito. The system replied, the host must reach the level of Jonin. This meant that as long as his chakra and physical strength reached 2,500, the clan extermination Obito template could be unlocked, even with the system's assistance. Achieving this within a few months would be a formidable challenge. He decided it was best to focus on how to utilize the Book of Shinobi first. With this in mind, Luo Yu shifted his attention to the other talents and the upgrading conditions for ninjutsu. The requirements for upgrading the Hashirama cell were Yamato's Legacy Fragment 01. The Fireball technique required Book of Shinobi 01 or 5 unnamed legacy fragments proficient in fire release. The Phoenix Fire technique required Book of Shinobi 01 or 5 unnamed legacy fragments proficient in fire release. The technique of grafting required White Setsu's Legacy Fragment 01. The Hellish Chaos technique required White Setsu's Legacy 01. Luo Yu suddenly realized that perhaps the Book of Shinobi was solely meant for upgrading the fundamental attributes of ninjutsu, while techniques like wood release, which belonged to the bloodline limit category, necessitated the corresponding legacy fragments. The system confirmed this notion. Recognizing the system's validation, Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The fragments of ninja legacy in this world predominantly originate from the realms of otherworldly secrets, which serve as sanctuaries for mythical beasts and are exceedingly perilous for humanity. Even the most rudimentary of these secret realms necessitate a lower ninja certification for exploration. Although fragments lack the value of a complete legacy, they still entice ninjas to embark on perilous quests. By integrating the corresponding fragments, one may inherit a portion of the abilities of the respective ninja. For instance, the fragments of the Yamato legacy, upon absorption, significantly increase the likelihood of awakening earth, water, sunlight, and wood attributes. With a stroke of fortune, the user may even grasp the ninjutsu employed by Yamato. Undoubtedly, the most coveted outcome remains the awakening of the wood attribute. In ancient times, a formidable being who absorbed the legacy of Senju Hashirama rose to prominence, renowned for their formidable wood release and revered as the Emperor of the Forest. The Kingdom of the Dragon was established by this emperor, who expelled countless otherworldly beasts from the Blue Star, harnessing the power of wood release within the desolate lands. Consequently, the might of wood release is widely acknowledged across the Blue Star. The quality of legacies is categorized into shades: gray, white, green, blue, purple, and orange. An unnamed legacy, capable of enhancing fundamental attribute ninjutsu, represents the most elementary gray tier. For others, its use merely augments chakra reserves. with only a slim chance of enabling the user to comprehend the corresponding attribute ninjutsu. However, these are typically 1-star techniques, and only through sheer luck might one attain a technique of 1.5 stars. Nonetheless, the unnamed legacy remains an extravagant rarity, difficult for ordinary families to access. Furthermore, the white absolute legacy is classified as white quality, while the Yamato legacy is deemed green quality. Green legacy fragments are only found in elite-level secret realms, and a total of 20 fragments must be gathered to synthesize a complete legacy. Thus, even elite ninjas require considerable time to attain a complete green legacy. Otherwise, they must resort to significant financial expenditure. Fortunately, the cells of Hashirama require only fragments for enhancement, setting aside the ninjutsu that cannot be upgraded at this stage. Luo Yu decisively utilized the Book of Ninja on the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Level 1. The system notification appeared before him, and Luo Yu felt a surge of insights regarding the Great Fireball inundating his mind. In just half a minute, he attained a deeper understanding of the seemingly unremarkable Great Fireball. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Luo Yu attempted to unleash the Great Fireball into the open space. This time, his hand seals were executed with remarkable swiftness, doubling in speed. Furthermore, he adeptly managed to limit the chakra consumption to merely 3. Even so, the potency of the Great Fireball technique surpassed that of the previous 5-chakra version. These various traits indicated that his proficiency in the technique had reached a commendable level. Could it be that with each advancement in ninjutsu, the mastery escalates a tier? A tremor coursed through Luo Yu's heart. The proficiency of ninjutsu is categorized by the Ninja Association into 6 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, proficiency, major accomplishment, pinnacle, and return to simplicity. After an enhancement in proficiency, both control and the power of the ninjutsu undergo a qualitative transformation. In the hands of a strong practitioner, a low-star ninjutsu of high proficiency can rival that of a high-star but low proficiency technique. However, apart from a few prodigious ninjas, most ordinary individuals must engage in repeated practice and profound contemplation during usage to elevate their ninjutsu proficiency. The process of enhancement is rather esoteric. Therefore, the majority of common ninjas tend to pursue high-star techniques, while proficiency is often left to fate. With each ascension, the level of ninjutsu increases by 1. When I reach the 3rd rank of a genin, will I not be able to cultivate the Great Fireball to its ultimate form? This system is truly exceptional. Luo Yu found it hard to believe, for even many formidable shadow-level warriors might not achieve such mastery over the Great Fireball. If he could indeed master the fully proficient Great Fireball as a genin, his innate talent would undoubtedly astonish the world. Contemplating this, Luo Yu proceeded to examine the details of the Great Fireball technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique Upgrade Requirements. Ninja Book 02 or Proficiency in Fire Style from the Nameless Heritage 010. The upgrade requirements have escalated. 10 fragments of the Nameless Heritage can be synthesized into a complete Nameless Heritage. As expected, it would not be so simple. It would be more pragmatic to enhance my basic attributes first. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yu collected the stone fangs and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan once more, searching for nearby prey. Due to the considerable commotion from his previous flam ing of the rabbit, all surrounding beasts had scattered in alarm. Moreover, the creatures inhabiting the vicinity, having become aware of Luo Yu's prowess, would undoubtedly remain particularly vigilant for some time. Thus, to annihilate a large group with a single Great Fireball, as before, was nearly impossible. Chapter 5. Rogue Ninja, merely a courier. Transformation Technique. In an instant, Luo Yu executed a transformation technique, disguising himself as a stone-toothed rabbit, and then began to bounce towards the outer regions. With his transformation skills having reached a modest level, he could not only mimic appearances, but also conceal his scent. He approached the prey targeted by the Sharingan with this technique and skillfully threw a shuriken. Thanks to his enhanced stamina, now at 10, coupled with the benefits of Hashirama's cells, this shuriken pierced directly through the heart. Utilizing this technique, Luo Yu swiftly hunted down the stone-toothed rabbits. At 11 o'clock at night, Luo Yu's large satchel was filled with the spoils. The military camp had a window for purchasing materials from exotic beasts, and upon returning, he could sell these stone-toothed rabbits for a considerable sum. Unfortunately, with Luo Yu advancing to the rank of a novice, the drop rate of the stone-toothed rabbits had decreased to a mere 20. Despite slaying dozens of them, he had only acquired 11 attribute points. Considering his lack of mastery in physical techniques, Luo Yu decisively allocated all his attribute points to chakra. Stamina, 10, 30, chakra, 21, 50. Setting aside his stamina, Luo Yu's chakra reserves had reached 31, 5, already attaining the standard of a novice at the 3rd level. However, due to his specialized focus, he had not been recognized as having surpassed the 2nd level, thus forfeiting the reward of the ninja scroll. After distributing his attribute points, Luo Yu meticulously collected the stone-toothed rabbits but did not deactivate his Sharingan. Something was amiss. He gazed towards an area 800 meters away. Under the influence of his 3-tomo Sharingan, everything remained crystal clear, even at such a distance. He saw 3 figures menacingly surrounding a frail, helpless girl with twin tails. The young girl was clad in a sharp novice ninja outfit, which, as the name suggested, was exclusively available to novice ninjas. In contrast, Luo Yu's student uniform appeared rather shabby. It seemed she was also a prodigious talent. While most of her peers were still in middle school, she had already passed the novice assessment. As for the 3 figures sporting sinister smiles, Luo Yu focused intently and recognized them as the 3 rogue ninjas currently being sought after by the military base. Among them, one rogue ninja's backpack emanated a peculiar chakra response. Luo Yu observed everything with clarity through his Sharingan. He discerned that the chakra response was indeed the inheritance of the nameless, specifically the fire release that he so desperately required. Moreover, the 3 rogue ninjas themselves bore a bounty of 500,000. Realizing this, the initial intention of Luo Yu to retreat dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of justice swelling within his chest. It is our duty to rescue the innocent young girl. With this thought in mind, he set off immediately. At the edge of the dim forest, the young girl, her twin ponytails swaying, exclaimed with a pallid face, "My sister is a Jonin studying at the Imperial Capital University. If you dare to harm me, she will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Though her face was ashen, she still attempted to project an air of bravado. She had merely hoped to hunt a few stone-toothed rabbits under the cover of night to earn some extra income for her household. She never anticipated that these rogue ninjas would be so dedicated to their night shift. In response, the leader of the rogue ninjas, Wan Xiong, scoffed. "There is no need for your reminders, Miss Bai Siyu. The genius sisters of Jiangli City have achieved such renown despite their common origins. I am well aware of your reputation." He then shifted his tone, emphasizing that it was precisely their genius that rendered them valuable. Scholars from the Ninja Scientific Research Association would offer irresistible prices for experimental subjects of such caliber. Upon hearing Wan Xiong mention the Ninja Scientific Research Association, Bai Siyu's composure faltered, revealing a look of terror. Despite the seemingly formal title, this organization was a malevolent entity that posed a threat to world safety. Specializing in forbidden experiments, numerous talented ninjas had been abducted and dissected by them, ultimately meeting their demise at their hands. The Ninja Association harbored a deep-seated hatred for this organization, eventually establishing a special agency to dispatch powerful guardians to protect those unripe geniuses. Naturally, ordinary talented ninjas were not afforded such protection, as the number of strong individuals was limited, and they had more pressing responsibilities. As they spoke, the 3 rogue ninjas seamlessly formed a triangular formation, encircling Bai Siyu and completely sealing off her escape routes. Though she was a first-tier apprentice, she stood no chance against them. Furthermore, having fought with a beast earlier, her chakra was nearly depleted. Weighing the unfavorable circumstances, Bai Siyu had succumbed to utter despair regarding her escape. Suddenly, the sensing-type rogue ninja's expression shifted. "Not good. Someone else is approaching." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiong's demeanor turned serious. Bai Siyu seized the opportunity like a drowning person grasping a lifeline and cried out for help. "Save me." As her voice faded, Luo Yu made a stylish entrance, perched upon a sturdy tree trunk, coldly gazing at the 3 rogue ninjas. Noticing his student uniform, Wan Xiong let out a sigh of relief. What a pathetic display. I thought a powerful individual had come to rescue her. Just this? Relaxing. He signaled to a burly man beside him, just a ninja student, at best of first-tier caliber. "You take care of him. We will handle the bite girl." To the observer, the individual merely appeared to be an apprentice ninja, and Bai Siyao's gaze was filled with disappointment, even tinged with guilt. She had been entrusted to the Ninja Science Research Society, which offered a glimmer of hope. However, this well-meaning older brother was surely destined to be slaughtered by the rogue ninjas. The burly rogue ninja approached Luo Yu with a sinister grin, eagerly preparing to use the incoming sandbag for practice. After all, the opponent was merely a second-tier apprentice, and Luo Yu did not hesitate. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire style, great fireball technique. Upon hearing this, the rogue ninjas could not help but mock him. Did he truly wish to display false bravado? What an absurd notion. How could an apprentice ninja possibly master the great fireball? Even they, seasoned apprentices, had not attained such a skill. Moreover, his hand seal formation was evidently too rushed. Did he assume they had never witnessed others performing the great fireball? Just as the rogue ninjas were poised to ridicule him, in an instant, dense chakra transformed into flames, and Luo Yu expelled a colossal fireball from his mouth. The fireball surged toward the burly rogue ninja. As he felt the searing heat approaching, the mockery on his face morphed into sheer terror. The speed of Luo Yu's hand seals had been so rapid that he had no time to react, and he was engulfed by the oncoming great fireball, reduced to cinders. At this moment, the surviving renegade ninjas were utterly astonished. Before them stood a ninja trainee who not only unleashed a mighty fireball technique, but also moved at a speed double that of the lower-ranked ninjas. The power he displayed was significantly greater. When had Jiangli City produced such a prodigy? They had not heard a whisper of this development. Bai Siyu was equally taken aback and elated. Her elder brother, as a ninja trainee, had not only mastered the fireball technique, but had evidently reached an impressive level of proficiency, perhaps even to the point of mastery. Such an achievement is far more worthy of her pride. So talented, yet so obscure. This filled her, who had always been proud, with profound shame. Near the ashen corpse, only a faint glimmer, visible solely to Luo Yu, surged into his being. Attribute points 3. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yu immediately cast a gaze filled with yearning towards the two remaining rogue ninjas. Chapter 6. The Gold Rush in Luo Yu's eyes. These rogue ninjas were treasures in their own right. Under the weight of his penetrating stare, the rogue ninjas felt an acute sense of vulnerability, their pressure mounting. Weighing the pros and cons, Wan Xiong swiftly made a decision: retreat. Although there was a possibility that their adversary might be somewhat specialized. Having exhausted their chakra after unleashing their formidable fireball technique, he knew that no one could be a true polymath. However, he dared not take the risk. Before me, there is no escape, Luo Yu scoffed, as the Hashirama cells within him began to stir, his arms sprouting sharp wooden spikes. Subsequently, he effortlessly launched the wooden spikes. They easily pierced through the sensory-type rogue ninja attempting to flee, continuing to grow and branch out, rendering the sensory-type rogue ninja's corpse a gruesome sight. This is the technique of cuttings. Although the Ninja Association has not documented any information regarding this skill, Luo Yu surmised that its overall capability could be rated at least as a 3-star ninjutsu, which only elite jonin are permitted to master. Would release. Bai Siyu gasped in astonishment. The older brother before her not only excelled in fire release but also possessed the rare bloodline limit, would release. At this moment, Bai Siyu was truly enveloped in a sense of inferiority. Meanwhile, Wan Xiong was filled with self-satisfaction, relieved that he had wisely chosen to flee. Contemplating this, he hastily retreated into the forest, trembling as he retrieved the scroll of ninjutsu. This is a rare life-preserving scroll among lowly ninjas. Sealed within it is a secret technique, camouflage invisibility. Its worth is comparable to a shard of white-quality inheritance. Reluctantly suppressing his attachment, Wan Xiong glanced at the approaching Luo Yu and decisively unfurled the scroll. In the next moment, a layer of processed chakra surged forth from the scroll, enveloping his entire being. Wan Xiong's figure began to fade gradually. Before he vanished completely, he cast a chilling glance at Luo Yu, remarking, "You are a student of the Tenyu 3, aren't you? Daring to thwart my plans, I shall remember your face and track down your home. You and your family shall await my revenge and trepidation." With those words, he completely disappeared within the confines of the scroll's ninjutsu. Revenge? Upon hearing Wan Xiong's menacing declaration, Luo Yu could not help but smile disdainfully. Is he still deluding himself? With this eye, I shall reveal the harsh truths to you. As he spoke, the 3 tomo reappeared in his right eye. In the presence of the Sharingan, which could perceive the flow of chakra, Wan Xiong's cloaked form, disguised by the protective hue of chakra, suddenly found no escape. Noticing the peculiar shift in Luo Yu's pupils, Wan Xiong was filled with terror. You possess the sinister Sharingan. How can you wield it, especially the 3 tomo? Could it be that you are of the Jun family from the imperial capital? The imperial capital Jun family? Knowledge from history lessons surfaced in Luo Yu's mind. The Jun family, in ancient times, acquired the Uchiha legacy within the secret realms of another world. Thus, Only those of the Jun lineage can naturally awaken the Sharingan. Without the blood of the Jun family, even through various means to obtain the Sharingan, one would ultimately struggle to master it. Realizing that his invisibility had been pierced, Wan Xiong understood he had but one desperate gamble left. Shadow Clone Technique. Wan Xiong immediately manifested 2 clones. His true self mingled among them and hurled shurikens towards Luo Yu. The clones produced by the Shadow Clone Technique could not inflict substantial harm. The true threat lay with the original. In an instant, the 3 tomo within his pupils spun rapidly, transforming into patterns of divine might. The 5 seconds of phantasmagoria commenced. Luo Yu's form instantly became ethereal, pierced by the shuriken. During this period, Wan Xiong even entertained a false sense of accomplishment. However, upon realizing the absence of any tangible sensation after parting ways with Luo Yu, he regained his composure. Am I ensnared in the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan? Just as Wan Xiong was lost in thought, Luo Yu once again employed the technique of cuttings. The Sharingan foresaw Wan Xiong's trajectory of movement, leaving him no time to evade, and he was pierced through. Attribute points 5. Since both he and his adversaries were mere apprentices, the drop rate for attribute points remained at 40%. Of the 3 rogue ninjas, 2 had dropped attribute points. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and subsequently opened the backpack belonging to Wan Xiong. Besides some provisions and water, there was a storage scroll. The chakra emanating from the unnamed fire release inheritance was radiating from this very scroll. What a bountiful harvest! Luo Yu beamed with delight. Setting aside the unnamed inheritance within the scroll itself was an exceedingly precious item. It connected to storage spaces of various sizes, facilitating the storage of items with remarkable convenience. Typically, only elite ninjas possess such luxuries, and these rogue ninjas must have acquired it through illicit means. Infusing chakra into the scroll, he opened the storage space. Inside, apart from the essential items of apprentice ninjas, ninja tools, and explosive tags, he indeed discovered 5 fragments of the unnamed fire release inheritance. Luo Yu gleefully placed all his belongings into the storage scroll before stowing it in his bag. He then allocated 8 attribute points to his stamina. The stamina panel was promptly updated. Stamina, 1830. With 18 stamina combined with the enhancement from the cells of Hashirama, Luo Yu's physique had surpassed the 2nd tier of apprenticeship. However, the reward book of ninjutsu for leveling up had yet to arrive. Could it be that the enhancement from Hashirama's cells does not count towards level assessment? Just as Luo Yu pondered this perplexity, Bai Siyu approached him, her face filled with admiration. Big brother, thanks to you I was saved. Thank you. To repay your life-saving grace, my sister is now entrusted to you. Please feel free to make use of her. Ever since she witnessed Big Brother possessing both the Wood Release and Sharingan, she had silently regarded Luo Yu as a prospective brother-in-law. Moreover, he was indeed quite handsome. If her sister were to learn that she had found such a remarkable partner for her, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. At her words, Luo Yu's lips twitched. That won't be necessary. You are Bai Siyu. Upon observing the delicate and charming face that leaned closer, Luo Yu instantly recognized her. After all, she was a prodigious girl who had passed the apprenticeship examination in middle school, and Bai Siyu was quite well known in Jiangli City. Additionally, her elder sister, Bai Mengyao, was a Jonin studying at the Imperial University. The 2 sisters were quintessential examples of exemplary children. Thus, Luo Yu had some inkling about them. My intention to save you stemmed purely from a sense of justice, along with a bit of extra gain. How could I possibly accept your sister? Luo Yu spoke with righteous fervor, leaving the little girl momentarily stunned and filled with a sense of shame. Such nobility from the elder brother. While she had been preoccupied with thoughts of helping her sister seize control over others after her own rescue, was indeed a breach of decorum. Observing that dusk was approaching, Luo Yu borrowed a mobile phone from Bai Siyu and dialed the contact number listed on the wanted notice. What? He had encountered the gang, led by Wan Xiong. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the receptionist on the other end of the line immediately became anxious. First, ensure your own safety without being detected, and send us your coordinates. We will dispatch personnel immediately. They have already been eliminated. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by the confident voice on the other end of the call. Understood. We will proceed to verify right away. 10 minutes later, a 5-member team dispatched from the military base arrived at the scene. The leader was the very officer who had previously advised Luo Yu against his actions. Upon seeing Luo Yu's condition, he was instantly taken aback. Isn't this the little fire spirit that insisted on leaving the city earlier? Could it be that he has dealt with Wan Xiong and the others? The moment this thought arose, it was promptly dismissed by the officer. It was inconceivable that a ninja apprentice with merely a 5 in physical strength and chakra could possibly vanquish 3 notorious rogue ninjas. Chapter 7. This child will inevitably ascend to greatness. When the 5-member squad beheld the lifeless forms of the 3 rogue ninjas, they were utterly astounded. The formidable fire release. The exceedingly rare wood release. All these assaults are manifested upon the corpses of the traitorous ninjas. The officer swallowed hard, gazing in astonishment at Luo Yu. Who has slain them? That would be me, Luo Yu replied, somewhat speechless. Did I not mention it over the phone? Beside him, Bai Siyu interjected to corroborate. I can attest to this. All these wanted traitors were eliminated by my elder brother. Do not be deceived by his handsome appearance. He is exceptionally capable. Seeing Bai Siyu unharmed, the officer let out a sigh of relief. It's good to see you safe, young lady from the Bai family. I had advised you not to venture outside the city recently, yet you chose to disregard it. Chastened, Bai Siyu retreated once more behind Luo Yu. After expressing his grievances, the officer, guided by his instinct honed through countless battles, scrutinized Luo Yu anew. It was then that he discerned the latent aura of lethal intent concealed beneath Luo Yu's placid countenance. This is something that immature students lack. Furthermore, judging by the composure radiating from Luo Yu, it is evident that his chakra exceeds 20. It seems that the information in the dossier reflects only a fraction of his true capabilities. At that moment, Luo Yu discerned the officer's doubts and ceased to feign. He summoned the interstitial cells within him, causing branches to sprout from his arms. This is my wood release. I trust you are convinced now? Upon witnessing Luo Yu's display of wood release, the team members' pupils dilated in astonishment. Incredible. This is the wood release that Lord Senro takes pride in. I never anticipated such talent from Jiangli City. True experts indeed remain humble. Suppressing his inner shock, the officer nodded. I believe you. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face. So, about that promised reward of 500,000. Observing his reaction, the officer chuckled. Leave your address. Someone will deliver it tomorrow. After providing his residence, Luo Yu retrieved a storage scroll, from which he poured out dozens of stone fangs. This is my bounty for today. You may exchange it for ninja coins. As for the coins, please deliver them along with the reward tomorrow. Given that the military base offered material procurement services, Luo Yu entrusted the officer with the task. The sight of such a vast quantity of stone fangs left the onlookers in disbelief. Goodness! If I were to capture these stone-fanged rabbits myself, it would take me a week. Are you certain these are stone fangs from the stone-fanged rabbits? This exceeds our weekly acquisition. Listening to the praises, Bai Siyu beamed with pride. Indeed, my brother-in-law is that formidable in the understanding of the ordinary. Stone-fanged rabbits are considered low-level yet notoriously elusive. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Yu, who had already distinguished himself from the common populace. Thanks to his Sharingan and the proficiency of his transformation technique. 300 for each pair of fangs. These should fetch you a neat sum of around 20,000. The officer, visibly impressed, spoke slowly, having already received too many surprises from this enigmatic youth, leaving him somewhat numb. Luo Yu nodded slightly. Then I shall return home and await news. While this paled in comparison to the bounty on rogue ninjas, earning 20,000 in a single day left him quite content. He then pointed at Bai Siyu. Please have someone escort my little sister back. With that, he darted through the forest, vanishing from sight. Bai Siyu stomped her foot in frustration, after finally finding a worthy brother-in-law. She hadn't even learned his name before he slipped away. The officer regarded her with admiration, appreciating her spirited demeanor. The child is promising. It is only a matter of time before they achieve great success. Subsequently, the officer gazed in the direction where Luo Yu had departed, murmuring softly, in Jiangli City. A third-tier city, such a prodigy lurks. Midnight. Luo Yu stealthily returned to the apartment. As soon as he entered, he was caught off guard by Luo Qingyu, who had been waiting by the door. With her hands on her hips and a face full of skepticism, she inquired, "Where have you been? Why are you coming home so late?" Luo Yu offered an innocent smile, claiming he had been so engrossed in training that he lost track of time. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu leaned closer, her delicate nose sniffing at him. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Why do you smell like you were with a girl?" Luo Yu chuckled wryly, explaining that it was quite normal for there to be female ninjas at the ninja dojo. His sister was wonderful in many ways, but she had a tendency to be a bit possessive. After enduring a thorough interrogation from Luo Qingyu, Luo Yu finally felt relieved enough to retire to bed. knowing that the next day he would need to diligently hunt for rock-toothed rabbits, aiming to reach the proficiency of a level 3 apprentice ninja within 3 days. After all, this year's apprentice assessment was based on rankings. If he could secure the championship, he would not only gain the status of an apprentice ninja but also receive substantial rewards. Initially, Luo Yu sought merely to attain the identity of an apprentice ninja to improve their harsh living conditions and alleviate his sister's burdens. However, now that he had acquired the template of the wrathful Obito, his ambitions naturally escalated. The following day, after breakfast, just as Luo Yu prepared to head out, a sudden knock echoed through the apartment. Luo Yu promptly opened the door. "Who is it?" Outside stood a soldier, his expression serious. "Good day. May I inquire if this is the residence of Mr. Luo Yu? Looking for Xiaoyu?" Luo Yu stared at Luo Yu in bewilderment, as if pondering why he had connections with the military. Had he gotten into some serious trouble last night, prompting the military to come for him? Ignoring her wild conjectures, Luo Yu stepped forward. "That's me." Upon seeing him, the soldier handed over a briefcase. "Here's your reward of 500,000. Along with 18,000 ninja coins for the sale of the rock-toothed rabbits. Please check it." Luo Yu opened the briefcase and was greeted by a plethora of cash, stuffed to the brim. Witnessing this, Luo Yu's legs nearly buckled. She had only ever seen such a sum on television. Unaware of her sister's astonishment, Luo Yu nodded. "No problem. I'll be on my way." With Luo Yu's confirmation, the soldier took his leave from the apartment. Once the door closed, Luo Yu then noticed that his sister had collapsed onto the floor. "Sister, what has happened to you?" He tenderly carried her to the bed in the bedroom. Concern etched across his face. "Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. Who is that person? Why did he give you money? Do you have some sort of illicit dealings?" Luo Yu's face was clouded with sorrow, as she observed her sister beginning to overthink. Luo Yu had no choice but to reveal the entire sequence of events. Half an hour later, it became apparent that last night, unbeknownst to her, she had ventured to the outskirts of the dark forest and encountered rogue ninjas. "But how did you manage to defeat those rogue ninjas?" Luo Yu's brows furrowed tightly, clearly still harboring skepticism towards Luo Yu's words. The words of a man are often deceitful. Previously, she believed her brother to be an exception. Now, learning that the younger Yu she had watched grow up was keeping secrets from her, her emotions were exceedingly complex. Chapter 8. Mastery of the Fireball Technique. Due to the fantastical nature of his explanation, Luo Yu could only speak vaguely, asserting that his talent in ninjutsu had suddenly surged these past few days. Thus, it was likely that ordinary apprentice ninjas would not be his match. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled. "Does this mean that you're almost certain to succeed in the apprentice assessment in 2 days?" Luo Yu nodded with confidence. He then slowly continued. "I will take 1,000, and the rest you may manage as you see fit." Although Luo Yu felt elated upon hearing this, she still firmly declined, saying, "Once you become a ninja, there will be plenty of places where you will need money. Do not concern yourself with me. As long as you can take care of yourself, I can manage with one less job." Having said this, without waiting for Luo Yu to insist, she swiftly left for work, as if she feared he would try to force money upon her. Sister remains as stubborn as ever. Luo Yu shook his head and proceeded to store the 500,000 into his storage scroll. In the third-tier city of Zhongli, the sum of money suffices to purchase a reasonably good apartment. However, establishing a home in second-tier or even first-tier cities proves somewhat meager. Thus, a portion is allocated to procure exquisite dresses for my sister, while the remainder is reserved for unforeseen necessities. Having devised a plan, Luo Yu set forth towards the periphery of the dense forest as dusk descended. Another day of rabbit hunting had commenced. Yet, in contrast to yesterday, the drop of attribute points was rather scarce today. This was partly due to Luo Yu's swift actions, which rendered the stone-toothed rabbits increasingly rare. Even with the enhancement of the Sharingan, it required some time to encounter prey. Moreover, it was also related to the diminished drop rate of non-leveled enemies following Luo Yu's recent advancement. To expedite his progress, he would need to hunt higher-tier beasts. However, the entrance to the dark forest was heavily guarded. To delve deeper and hunt apprentice-level beasts, one must acquire an apprentice certification. Therefore, Luo Yu had no choice but to abandon this notion and turn his attention to the rabbits. After a day's labor, he successfully amassed 9 attribute points. Considering his current chakra reserves were ample for expenditure, Luo Yu allocated all 9 points to enhance his stamina. The system panel underwent an update. Stamina, 2730. Chakra, 2150. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Apprentice Level 2, earning a level reward. Book of Ninjutsu 1. At last, he had progressed. Upon hearing the system notification, Luo Yu promptly retrieved the fire release, Nameless Legacy from his storage scroll. System. Can the Nameless Legacy and the Book of Ninjutsu be used simultaneously? He inquired. Yes, the system affirmed. With a sigh of relief, Luo Yu proceeded to employ the Book of Ninjutsu and 5 fragments of the Nameless Legacy to enhance his Great Fireball technique. The Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Level 1. As the system notification appeared, a deeper understanding of the Great Fireball's principles unfolded in Luo Yu's mind. A plethora of intricate information, akin to the knowledge imparted in a kindergarten setting, was seamlessly integrated within his consciousness. 10 minutes elapsed. Immersed in this sea of knowledge, Luo Yu eventually regained full awareness. He comprehended how to conjure the most powerful Great Fireball while expending the least chakra. Furthermore, he mastered the art of condensing the Great Fireball's form, while maintaining its potency. The smaller fireball not only could mislead foes, but also enhance penetration capabilities. Is this the mastery of the magnificent fireball? The fire release in the dark world of ninjas does not cause harm. It is our bounden duty to restore the glory of fire release. Even an enemy of the lowest rank would find themselves in a difficult position when confronted with his expertly crafted fireball, Liu mused contentedly. On his way back, passing the military base, Luo Yu sold the spoils of the day for over 20,000 ninja coins. Other hunters, returning empty-handed, could not help but twitch their lips upon seeing that he had nearly 100 stone fangs. No wonder there wasn't a single shadow of a stonefang rabbit today. This lad had captured them all. Luo Yu stored the ninja coins in a scroll and made his way toward the city, leaving behind a crowd full of doubts and discussions. Who is this boy, capable of gathering so many stone fangs? Even disturbing a rabbit's nest wouldn't yield such absurd results. After years of hunting exotic beasts, it's the first time I've seen someone treat stonefang rabbits like swine. To be honest, even given 3 days, I couldn't capture so many pigs. Could he be a powerful jonin out for a leisurely hunt? Thus, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the legend of the mysterious rabbit hunter began to spread through the hunting circles of Zhongli City. Upon returning to the urban area of Zhongli City, Luo Yu recalled that he still did not possess a mobile phone while his sister was using an outdated model. With a substantial fortune in hand, Luo Yu resolutely went to the tech city and spent 20,000 ninja coins to purchase 2 flagship phones. It is known that a mobile phone is an essential tool for ninjas, once certified by the Ninja Association. Whether one wishes to accept missions for extra income or purchase items from the Association's store, everything can be accomplished on the mobile phone, sparing one the trouble of visiting the association's reception. After acquiring the phones, Luo Yu opened a bank account and deposited all his money onto a card. Once he completed these errands, he indulged in shopping at the mall, purchasing several exquisite dresses and stylish hosiery, spending over 10,000 in the process. As mealtime approached, Luo Yu returned home, only to find his sister, as usual, just finishing work and busying herself in the kitchen. Sis, I bought you a gift. Luo Yu proudly presented the clothing gift box. You are just going to squander your money as soon as you have it. Luo Tinjiu feigned reproach, but her lips could not help but curl upward as she eagerly began to unwrap the gift box. Noticing this, Luo Yu had no choice but to help in the kitchen. After some commotion, when Luo Tinjiu examined the clothes and black hosiery Liu had brought her, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Is this how girls dress nowadays? Is this the gift you brought me? It feels more like a gift for yourself. Sensing the gentle ire in her tone, Liu looked at her with innocent eyes. Sis, you have sacrificed so much for me over the years. I merely wish for you to dress beautifully, just like other girls. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. Luo Qingyu scrutinized Luo Yu intently, seeking any sign of inconsistency in his expression. Yet, his gaze radiated such innocence. It was undeniably genuine. It seemed that his younger brother had indeed acted from a place of pure intentions when purchasing these items. How could I almost overlook this? Luo Yu suddenly recalled something and promptly thrust a brand new mobile phone into Luo Qingyu's hands. Is this not the latest model of this year? I believe it costs over 10,000, does it not? Observing the affectionate expression on Luo Yu's face, Luo Qingyu felt a stir of emotion. After nurturing this little wolf cub for so many years, he was finally becoming more perceptive. With this thought, she promptly returned to the kitchen, her spirit ignited, declaring that in celebration of her joyful mood today, they should add 2 more eggs to the dinner. Chapter 9. Zhongli Dojo After Dinner. Luo Yu retired to bed early, taking out his phone to amuse himself. In a previous life, He could scarcely have imagined possessing such a plethora of over 10,000 mobile phones, yet now they lay within his grasp. How exhilarating! Lost in reverie, Mimi thought as Luo Yu immersed himself in a serious anime on his phone, only to be reminded by his sister to finally retire to bed late at night. The following day, after having breakfast, Luo Yu rose early to venture toward the shadowy outskirts of the dense forest. When hunger struck at noon, he retrieved the bento lovingly prepared by his sister to satiate his appetite, only returning home at dusk. However, this time, Luo Yu encountered not a single rabbit shadow, let alone any attribute points. This left him questioning whether his overuse of the Sharingan had rendered it dysfunctional. With a mind brimming with questions, Luo Yu approached the checkpoint once more. Upon spotting him, the officer stationed at the checkpoint greeted him warmly. "Comrade Xiaoyu, how fruitful was your endeavor today?" In recent days, Luo Yu has spent his time outside the city, and as a result, he and the officer have grown quite familiar with one another. Furthermore, having witnessed Luo Yu's prowess in vanquishing the rebellious ninjas, the officer no longer harbors doubts about his strength. "Oh, don't mention it. I haven't seen a single trace of the stone-toothed rabbit," Luo Yu lamented, his expression filled with helplessness. In response, the officer chuckled. "It is merely that your approach has been rather ruthless these past couple of days. Creatures like the stone-toothed rabbit are inherently sensitive and likely retreated deep into the shadowy forest for a few days. Such occurrences are not uncommon." Upon hearing the officer's explanation, Luo Yu experienced a moment of realization. "Thank you. I shall obtain my internship certification first and then venture into the depths of the forest to seek them out for some amusement." With that, he waved farewell. On his way home, he found himself deep in thought. With the ethereal ability of divine might, mastery of the formidable fireball technique, and proficiency in wood release, he should be assured of passing the assessment. Yet, he felt some uncertainty regarding securing the top position. Without the support of the stone-toothed rabbits, how could he enhance his strength within the limited time before tomorrow? After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu suddenly inquired, "System, can I earn attribute points by sparring with others?" The system offered a timely response. "As long as you defeat your opponent, there is a chance to acquire attribute points." With this revelation, Luo Yu's mind sparked with inspiration. Sparring? Isn't this the domain of the Ninja Dojo? The Ninja Dojo serves as a platform providing arenas for battles among ninjas. In cities where the soil for ninjutsu is particularly fertile, the Ninja Association may even establish official dojos. These official dojos naturally attract countless ninjas seeking to rent space for sparring. After all, practical experience is indispensable for those aspiring to become formidable ninjas. Consequently, the business of ninja dojos has always thrived. Although Luo Yu has yet to pass the apprenticeship assessment, the Jiangli Dojo continues to offer services to its ninja students. It seems that tomorrow, a real case showdown at the dojo is essential. On the final morning, Luo Yu rises early as usual. On this occasion, he scarcely had time for breakfast, hastily grabbing a steamed bun before departing. Observing this, Luo Qingyu furrowed her brow. How could this child neglect his meals and fail to cherish his health? Upon his return, I must have a serious conversation with him. Ever since he acquired a mobile phone, Luo Yu's bedtime has grown increasingly later, a fact that troubles her deeply. As an elder sister, who else but herself would care for her younger brother's well-being? Meanwhile, Luo Yu entered the official dojo of the Ninja Association, Jiangli, as per her plan. Upon entering, she immediately encountered a group of medical personnel carrying a stretcher, transporting a severely injured individual to the dojo's medical room. Having familiarized herself with certain dojo affairs through her phone the previous night, she was not taken aback by the scene before her. Although sparring occurs under the supervision of official dojo staff, significantly reducing the risk of injury, some casualties are inevitable. Thus, medical personnel are always on standby to address any injuries sustained during practice. Isn't that Wu Quan? He has been in the third tier of the apprentice ranks for quite some time. There are virtually no opponents below the rank of Chunin who could have inflicted such severe damage on him that he requires emergency treatment. It was Qin Chi, the young master of the Qin family, who engaged him in a sparring match. Qin Chi. I recall that he is a student from Fujian No. 3 Middle School, known for his consistently mediocre performance. How could he have bested Wu Quan to such an extent? I have heard that he recently assimilated the legacy of the otherworldly powerhouse, Noera Genkan, which has propelled his strength to a remarkable new level within the third tier of apprentices. Coupled with the formidable abilities passed down within this legacy, he has no rivals at the same tier. Noera Genkan is indeed a rare gem within the White Legacy, The Qin family has made a considerable investment. If only I possessed a fragment of Noarigankon's legacy, I would be overjoyed. Given that the Qin family boasts a Chunin-level powerhouse, they naturally have access to more resources. The Qin family must be strategizing for the reward of first place in the apprentice assessment. As she listened to the discussions around her, Luo Yu felt a stirring within her heart. The legacy of the Shiranui Jinkan, though merely classified as white by the association, possesses the remarkable quality of enabling nearly full potential once one enters the apprenticeship stage. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique, which can only be grasped by advanced Jonin, leans more towards functionality and does not significantly enhance combat prowess. Thus, the Shiranui Gunkan's legacy is revered in the ninja world as the deity of novice ninjas. It can be asserted that anyone who absorbs the essence of Shiranui Jinkan can navigate effortlessly through the ranks of apprentices, even at the level of Genin and Chunin. Consequently, the Shiranui Gunkan's legacy is considered the most valuable among white legacies, rivaling the price of some inferior green legacies. However, the Qin family wields considerable influence in Jiangli City, rendering a Shiranui Jinkan legacy inconsequential. Indeed, in any realm, the supremacy of financial investment remains unchallenged. Not only the Qin family, but all ninja clans in Jiangli City have exerted considerable effort to ensure their kin achieve commendable standings in the apprenticeship assessments. Luo Yu is certain that these second-generation ninjas, endowed with high-quality legacies, will be his most formidable competitors in the upcoming evaluations. With this in mind, Luo Yu smiled faintly, seizing the opportunity before the impending battle to gauge the strength of his adversary. He then retrieved his phone and opened the official app of the Jiangli Dojo, which displayed all combat venues along with the contenders utilizing them. The venues were categorized into apprenticeship level, Genin level, Chunin level, and Jonin level, with higher tiers boasting greater fortitude and associated costs. Competitors could access venues above their rank provided they paid the requisite fees. However, they were prohibited from utilizing venues below their rank, as the repair costs alone would be exorbitant. Scanning the information on his phone, Luo Yu located Chen Chi's name within the apprenticeship tier. At that moment, he was engaged in a tournament, boasting an impressive 5 consecutive victories. Since challengers at the apprenticeship level were typically of the same rank, this allowed him to secure his 5 victories with relative ease. Consequently, it became evident to onlookers that Chen Chi was a formidable opponent, dissuading further challenges. Arriving at the 7th arena where Chen Chi was stationed, Luo Yu observed him awaiting combat at the center of the venue. Suddenly, a data panel materialized before him. Name, Chen Chi Attribute Point Drop Rate, 50 Chapter 10, Battle against the heir of Shiranui Jinkan seizing the opportunity with no challengers present. Luo Yu approached the 7th combat arena where Chen Chi stood. A considerable audience gathered outside, peering through the glass, yet none dared to confront him. At the center of the arena stood a boy clad in Fujiyang Academy uniform, defiantly biting down on a steel needle. He was the rising star, Chen Chi. In preparation for the forthcoming assessment, his family had financed his acquisition of the Shiranui Jinkan legacy, elevating his physical strength and chakra to the 3rd tier of apprenticeship. Aware of his lack of practical experience, he had intentionally come to the dojo for rigorous training. Little did he anticipate, however, that he was overwhelmingly powerful. Having mastered the legacy of Shiranui Jinkan, those battle-hardened opponents at the apprentice level are no match for him. Even a mere shadow clone is enough to pose a challenge to those ninjas who have only learned the 3-body technique. Coupled with the ultimate jutsu, the 1,000 Cherry Blossom Rain, it becomes an indisputable finishing move. In the face of his overwhelming prowess, any technique appears trivial, with no one daring to confront him. Chen Chi wears a troubled expression, growing impatient. He laments his own strength, as it leaves him without a sparring partner. Moreover, overwhelming these apprentice ninjas offers him no opportunity for growth. Winning consistently makes it difficult to identify his own shortcomings. He yearns desperately for a defeat. If only he could engage in combat with a lower-ranked ninja. Alas, the apprentice arena mode prevents such challenges from occurring. I wish to challenge the 7th arena. Just as Chen Chi wrestled with the burdens of his own strength, a voice pierced through the air, capturing his attention. He turned to see a strikingly handsome young man approaching the male receptionist at the front of the venue, registering his information. The individual in question is Luo Yu. At long last, someone has come to challenge me, Chen Chi thought, his face lighting up with excitement. However, upon noticing that Luo Yu was clad in the same attire as himself, the uniform of the Tingyang Ninja Academy, his expression fell once again, and he let out a silent sigh. It would have been preferable to face a mere apprentice ninja to warm up. Encountering a mere ninja trainee, even if he were to emerge victorious, would hardly bring him joy. Upon scanning Luo Yu's information through facial recognition, the receptionist kindly cautioned, "Your duel values are merely 5. If you challenge the number 7 champion, the likelihood of injury is substantial." Although medical personnel and referees from the dojo are on standby to mitigate most unforeseen incidents, it is worth noting that the referee for the apprentice-level arena is merely a third-tier genin. Should there be a significant disparity in strength between the two contenders, the referee may lack the ability to prevent injuries. It's all right. That data is from several days ago. I have already attained the level of an apprentice. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. The surrounding spectators, while outwardly silent, could not help but chuckle inwardly at the thought of someone progressing from an ordinary trainee to an apprentice in just a few days. This young man, oblivious to Chen-Chi's remarkable prowess in the same school, seems to underestimate the capabilities of a genin. Little does he realize that the majority of ninjas spend their entire lives only achieving the level of a genin. In fact, reaching such a status and managing to survive a month is already a source of pride. Observing Luo Yu's determination, the receptionist, unable to voice any objections, merely gestured towards the QR code on the counter, indicating that the fee for the genin-level arena was 300. 300. At this revelation, Luo Yu's calm demeanor faltered slightly. 300 could purchase several pairs of exquisite black stockings for his sister. Even if just one pair were used at a time, they would last quite a while. Nevertheless, he understood that 300 ninja coins was a reasonable price. After all, considering the numerous staff present and the maintenance costs of the venue, the expenses were far from negligible. This situation arises from the fact that the Zhongli Dojo is backed by a formidable ninja association, which allows it to set prices slightly lower than other dojos. After completing the payment via a QR code, Luo Yu followed a middle-aged referee into the arena. Upon noticing that Chen-Chi's next opponent was an unremarkable ninja student, the referee's focus sharpened. Previously, he had underestimated Wu Quan, believing his skills to be on par with Chen-Chi, which resulted in Wu Quan being carried away on a stretcher. The young man before him was clearly on a different level than Chen-Chi, warranting his utmost attention. Luo Yu greeted him amicably. "Hello, I am Luo Yu." "Chen-Chi," came the aloof reply. He was well aware that brevity often signifies mastery. Subsequently, under the referee's guidance, the two positioned themselves on either side of the arena, preparing to commence. With the referee's declaration of begin, Chen-Chi promptly expelled a shuriken, slender as a toothpick, from the corner of his mouth. The projectile shot towards Luo Yu with alarming speed. Observing Luo Yu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor in the face of imminent danger, the referee contemplated intervening by throwing a shuriken to deflect the incoming attack, thereby declaring Chen-Chi the victor. Suddenly, however, Luo Yu activated his right eye's ocular power, revealing the 3 tomo of his Sharingan. With the trajectory of the shuriken now discernible, he slightly shifted his body and deftly evaded the assault. This left the seemingly invincible Chen-Chi momentarily stunned, prompting him to evade. The referee, equally puzzled, glanced at Luo Yu until he noticed the crimson eyes, a wave of dread surging within him. That was, among the audience outside the arena, some had also discerned Luo Yu's anomaly. It was the Sharingan. Remarkably, Luo Yu possessed the Sharingan, and a top-tier 3 tomo at that. Indeed, no wonder he adeptly dodged the 1,000 needles. It appeared that Chen-Chi's attack trajectory had long been anticipated by him. Was it not the case that only those of the Uchiha lineage could harness the power of the Sharingan? Look closely. That boy has only one eye activated. Could it be that he has inherited Kakashi's legacy? Impossible. Though Kakashi's legacy is blue in hue, it is exceedingly chakra-intensive, far beyond the capability of a mere student to wield. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Chen-Chi too recognized the power within Luo Yu's gaze. The Sharingan. Moreover, the 3 tomo. I underestimated you earlier. Henceforth, I shall unleash my full potential. Chen-Chi remained unfazed, even feeling a surge of excitement, rather than the overwhelming victory of before. He anticipated a battle of equal footing. Shadow clone technique. Chen-Chi formed hand seals, his chakra immediately splitting. 2 shadow clones materialized behind him, uniting with his original self. The 3 swiftly surrounded Luo Yu. Upon witnessing Chen-Chi's use of the shadow clone technique, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Another shadow clone. And this time he produced 2 at once. It seemed his proficiency was nearing mastery. How could he be so adept? To have mastered the shadow clone technique by merely reaching the third tier is already formidable, yet he wields it with such finesse. As a bearer of the white legacy, the inheritance of no heir Minato is undeniably powerful, utterly eclipsing certain inferior green legacies. I envy these second-generation ninjas. As a mere third-tier genin, I have yet to grasp the shadow clone technique, while others effortlessly master it through mere practice. Indeed, though it is a one-star ninjutsu, the difficulty of learning the shadow clone technique rivals that of two-star ninjutsu. Relishing the envious gazes of the crowd, Shinchi confidently regarded Luo Yu. Do you concede? Despite Luo Yu's 3 tomo, Shinchi had mastered the shadow clone technique, a skill attainable only by the Chunin, and thus held the advantage in formation. Coupled with his physical stamina and chakra superiority, defeating Luo Yu should pose no challenge. Chapter 11. The Sharingan's ability to steal techniques. Just as Shinchi reveled in his self-satisfaction, his casting movements were entirely discerned by Luo Yu's crimson gaze. At this moment, a series of prompts appeared before Luo Yu. The Sharingan, through meticulous observation, recorded the casting of the shadow clone technique. Congratulations to the host for comprehending level 0 shadow clone. Through profound insight, the ability to replicate ninjutsu has been achieved. Indeed, possessing the power of the Sharingan significantly reduces the cost of learning. It is worth noting that in the original work, while the shadow clone appears to be commonly used, giving the illusion that it is as simple as having hands, it is, in fact, a B-rank ninjutsu of the J-nin level. In this world, for an ordinary person to learn it, they must first reach the threshold of J-nin, becoming a pinnacle Chunin. The difficulty of learning it is evidently substantial. Such a challenging ninjutsu, yet I can instantaneously comprehend it with the Sharingan. It must be supported by innate talent as well as the insight of the Sharingan. However, after comprehending it, the initial level of the shadow clone is 0. The proficiency is not even at the entry level, making it premature to utilize it in practical combat. With this thought, Luo Yu continued to observe Chun-Chi's movements through the Sharingan. He saw Chun-Chi, along with 2 other shadow clones, retrieve shuriken from a small ninja tool pouch strapped to their legs, pinched between their fingers. Since you refuse to concede, do not blame me if you get hurt later. With that, the 3 Chun-Chis threw the shuriken into the air, simultaneously forming hand seals. Ninjutsu. Shuriken rain. As the words fell, the shuriken in the air divided into multiple projectiles under the influence of the technique, densely raining down upon the battlefield. In the face of this ferocious onslaught, Luo Yu's smile grew even more pronounced, for before him, the Sharingan recorded the ninjutsu, Shuriken Rain. Congratulations to the host for comprehending level 0 ninjutsu, Shuriken Rain. Watching countless shuriken flying towards him, Shinchi wore a confident expression. The ninjutsu, Shuriken Rain, is a powerful 2-star technique inherited from the mysterious Shinobi, Shiranui Jinkan. And when released in conjunction with shadow clones, the area of impact multiplies, even with the power of the Sharingan. It is likely that one cannot evade such an overwhelming net. It is merely unfortunate that, having finally encountered an opponent of some skill, I feel no pressure at all and can easily defeat him. Such an endeavor serves no purpose in terms of training. Is it over? Sensing the impending defeat of Luo Yu, the referee became alert. He contemplated unleashing the Earth Release, Earth Return, an exceptionally formidable 1.5-star defensive ninjutsu, to block all the Senbon. Suddenly, with a confident smile, Luo Yu effortlessly remarked, "Do not interfere. These attacks pose no threat to me." Upon hearing this, the referee instinctively halted his actions. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of Senbon pierced through Luo Yu's form, leaving not a single trace of injury. After the brief deluge of Senbon, Luo Yu remained unscathed, standing resolutely in the arena. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the spectators outside were filled with confusion. Could it be that all those Senbon had missed their mark? What a master of human outlines. Surely, I distinctly observed the Senbon passing through him. It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion cast by the Sharingan. But then, it should have ensnared the Chun clan's young man. How could we mere onlookers be affected? Not only the audience, but even the referee standing at the edge of the arena wore a bewildered expression. Just moments ago, as he watched the Senbon penetrate Luo Yu's body, he regretted not taking any precautionary measures. Who would have thought? Did that fellow just employ some form of ninjutsu? Why were there no signs of hand seals? Unlike the others who could only see the back of Luo Yu, Shinchi, facing him directly, felt no trace of doubt. Instead, a chilling sensation enveloped his heart. Before him, Luo Yu's right eye, adorned with its 3 tamo, had transformed into a far more intricate pattern. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The mere mention of this title sent involuntary tremors through Chun-Chi's leg muscles, and the calm demeanor on his face swiftly faded, replaced by an expression of distress. Numerous malevolent legends surrounding the wielders of the Sharingan surged through his mind. He had merely sought to experience the pressure emanating from a formidable opponent, to transform that pressure into motivation. But facing the direct manifestation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, what did it signify? Is this something he of such caliber can truly confront? Observing Chun-Chi lost in a stupor, Luo Yu initially suspected he was feigning vulnerability, frequently engaging in competitive games. Luo Yu was well-versed in the art of pretending to disconnect, only to execute a counterattack. Fire style, great fireball technique. With prudence in mind, Luo Yu first expended 5 chakra points to unleash a smaller version of the great fireball as a test. The searing fireball erupted from Luo Yu's mouth, hurtling towards the stationary Chun-Chi. This is bad. The intensity of this fireball is utterly outrageous. As the surrounding temperature surged, the referee's expression darkened. Who would have thought that within the ranks of the 3rd class at Fengyang, even a mere ninja student could perform a 1-star ninjutsu? Moreover, the ferocity of the technique left even him, a 2nd-tier genin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This hardly resembles a battle among ninja trainees. Even a mere apprentice ninja would not exhibit such a lack of prowess. Fortunately, he had sensed Chun-Chi's unusual mental state earlier and rushed to his side. Water release, water chaos wave. In response to the fire release, the referee adeptly utilized the water release to counter the flames. He expelled a torrent of water, clashing against the oncoming fireball. In an instant, water and fire collided violently, intertwining as 2 elemental forces. The intense flames were extinguished, while the agitated waves transformed into steam, enveloping the arena. The audience gasped as they witnessed the mutual negation of the ninjutsu. Water chaos wave was, after all, a fundamental water release technique designed to counter fireball. With both techniques rated at 1 star and considering the elemental advantage, along with the user being a 2nd-tier genin specializing in water release, the skill should have easily overwhelmed the fireball of the upper ninja trainee. Yet, it was completely evaporated by the extreme heat. This defies all logic. Even Luo Yu himself was somewhat astonished. Wow, I didn't realize I was this strong. The proficiency in ninjutsu enhances performance tremendously. I declare the victor to be Luo Yu. Suppressing his astonishment, the highly professional referee announced the results of the match. After a brief silence, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Who was this enigmatic fireball user? I had never heard of such a prodigy from Tingyang before. Tingyang Middle School is truly impressive. Graduating to stand toe-to-toe with genin. In the future, I shall send my son to study at Tingyang Middle School. The proficiency displayed in that fireball must be at least small success. I would believe it if you said he was an expert. I never anticipated that Chun-Chi would be utterly crushed. It seems even we common ninjas have the potential to rise against the 2nd-generation ninjas. How inspiring. I have resolved not to slack off anymore. Starting tomorrow, I shall train diligently. But why tomorrow? You talk too much. At that moment, a radiant light surged within Chun-Chi and shot towards Luo Yu. Attribute points 5. Upon hearing the system notification, Luo Yu suddenly recalled that his sole purpose for coming to the dojo was to accumulate attribute points. However, gaining merely 5 attribute points from a single battle, contingent upon the drop rate, seemed paltry. In comparison, the allure of mastering ninjutsu through the Sharingan was far more enticing. Contemplating this, Luo Yu resolved to return home, first to study some new ninjutsu. For the time being, he would forego grinding for attribute points. Honing his ninjutsu proficiency was of utmost importance. Before departing, he allocated all his newly acquired attribute points to chakra. The data panel updated once more. Stamina, 27, 30, chakra, 26, 50, chapter 12, fragments of the Yamato legacy hold on. Just as Luo Yu exited the duel arena, Chun-Chi hastily pursued him. What do you need? Luo Yu turned to face Chun-Chi. Could it be that this individual was still unsatisfied? Unlikely. Big guy, are you also from the Tenjin class? Which class are you in? Chun-Chi exclaimed with excitement, as if he had just discovered an extraordinary beauty. The earlier look of defeat on his face vanished entirely. After all, managing to last a minute against the Manjiki Sharingan was something to boast about. There was no reason for him to feel disheartened. His current objective was quite simple, to align himself with a powerful ally. It is well known that ninjas possessing the Sharingan typically commence their journey at the rank of J-nin, while those who master the Manjiki are even more formidable, often reaching the level of Kage. The strongest member of the Chun family only managed to attain the rank of Ch-nin, a height unattainable for ordinary ninjas. Yet, Luo Yu is the possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would surely ascend to the rank of Ch-nin within a few years, if not surpass it. The future was indeed promising. At present, Luo Yu had yet to fully develop, making this an opportune moment for support. Establishing a connection with Luo Yu now could yield immeasurable benefits in the future. I'm in Class 1, just call me Luo Yu, he replied with a gentle smile. Right next door? Chun-Chi sighed, surprised that their school harbored a hidden prodigy. It seemed his hopes of securing the top spot in the assessments were dashed. Luo Yu, curious, inquired, why is it so important to be first? Isn't passing the assessment sufficient? With your affluent background, do you really care about the rewards for the top few positions? In response, Chun-Chi shook his head. Luo Gu, you are unaware of certain details. According to insider information, the top scorer in this year's assessment will receive a fragment of the Yamato legacy. That item is exceedingly rare, and absorbing it offers a chance to acquire the power of wood release. Those who understand the strength of wood release know its true worth. Although our Chun family holds some influence in Jiangli City, we are virtually an obscure clan elsewhere. This year's assessment is our only opportunity to obtain a fragment of the Yamato legacy. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. The reward for first place is a fragment of the Yamato legacy? Are you certain? The upgrade material for the interstitial cells is the fragments of the Great Harmony inheritance. Even the enhancement of the first-level interstitial cells is astonishing. If they were to ascend another level, the results would be even more terrifying. It appears that the top position is undoubtedly within reach. Although the Ninja Association has yet to publicly announce any rewards, numerous internal messages can be gleaned by various noble families. Chun-Chi proudly patted his chest. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, the ninja clans possess their own intelligence networks, enabling them to acquire secret information more swiftly. Noticing Luo Yu's keen interest, Chun took the initiative to invite him, suggesting that since it was lunchtime, they could discuss matters in detail at a nearby restaurant. Luo Yu nodded slightly, as he had discerned Chun-Chi's intentions. Conversely, he too was inclined to engage with Chun-Chi, the representative of the Chun family. If he could procure some materials to enhance his ninjutsu, it would undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors as a ninja. With their respective thoughts in mind, the two walked side by side out of the dojo. Simultaneously, at the battle arena number 7, the referee instructed the attendant to retrieve the recording of the recent match and transfer it to a USB drive, before hastily making his way to the director's office. Director Jiang, good news. Our Jiangli City has produced another genius ninja. In the director's office, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a green Jonin vest, took a sip of tea and squinted at the referee. A genius ninja? Tell me what you know. He was the director of the Jiangli Dojo. Although his chakra reserves were only at the level of a Chunin, he excelled in taijutsu, thus attaining the rank of Special Jonin, second tier. In all of Jiangli City, there were only 2 Jonin, namely the director of the Jiangli Dojo and the president of the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association. In the event of an attack by strange beasts, they would serve as the pillars of the city. Generally, Jonin are regarded as the pinnacle of combat strength in Tier 3 base cities and are held in high esteem. A renowned ninja student had recently defeated Chun-Chi in the dojo, and this was the recording of their battle. The referee retrieved the USB drive and connected it to the computer in front of Director Jiang. In the next moment, the screen transitioned from an anime wallpaper of a bikini-clad beauty to the footage of Luo Yu's match against Chun-Chi. It was reported that the Chun family had integrated the legacy of Shinobi Jenkhan into Chun-Chi in their quest for the Great Harmony inheritance fragments. I must see how he managed to defeat Chun-Chi, Director Jiang thought, his focus intent on the screen. When he witnessed Luo Yu activating the 3-tomo Sharingan to evade the Thousand Arms rain, he could not help but be taken aback. 3-tomo Sharingan. Could he be from the Jun clan? The referee promptly clarified that shouldn't be the case. I have checked his records. His name is Luo Yu, and he has lived in an orphanage since childhood. Nodding slightly, Director Jiang continued to observe the recording. Soon, the scene shifted to Luo Yu skillfully evading the Thousand Arms rain with his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon observing the intricate patterns of Luo Yu's pupils, Director Jiang abruptly rose from his seat, his hand striking the table with fervor. As a seasoned Jonin, he was well aware of the significance of the Manjiki Sharingan. It became clear to him that the jutsu capable of transforming the body into a mere apparition was indeed a manifestation of this extraordinary power. Witnessing the transformation of Luo Yu's pupils in the video, the referee experienced a moment of enlightenment. Nevertheless, a new question arose in his mind. How could Luo Yu wield the Manjiki with such ease? Logically, only members of the Uchiha clan, specifically those of the Jun family, should possess the ability to utilize the Sharingan effectively. Furthermore, only those with the bloodline of the Jun family could integrate the legacies of the formidable Uchihas. The Manjiki, in particular, could only be fully mastered by at least a shadow guard. A glimmer of realization flickered in Director Zhang's eyes. Perhaps Luo Yu was the illegitimate child of a prominent figure within the Jun family. Regardless, this young man must be nurtured to his fullest potential. Jiangli stood at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and should the Beast Army make any significant moves, Jiangli would be among the first to face the onslaught. The presence of a formidable guardian in the future would surely enhance their chances of survival against the invading beast forces. On a sweltering afternoon, within the private room of the Jiangli Grand Hotel, Luo Yu and Qin Shi sat across from one another, engaged in a lively discussion while enjoying their meal. Through Qin Shi's insights, Luo Yu gained a newfound understanding of the upcoming internship assessment. Among the numerous third-tier base cities, Jiangli's new generation of ninjas had consistently been regarded as exceptionally talented. In the competitions between cities, Jiangli had always ranked among the top contenders. However, in recent years, misfortune had befallen them, leading to a gradual decline in talent. They had not only been surpassed by several lower-ranked cities, but were even on the brink of fighting for a position at the bottom. Therefore, in an effort to restore their former glory, the chairman of the Ninja Association's Jiangli branch sought to revitalize the internship assessment, igniting the competitive spirit among the new generation of ninjas. This is also the reason why the major ninja clans have become increasingly competitive. Chapter 13. Enhancement of Shadow Clones. Having finished his meal, Qin Shi dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin before promptly addressing the matter at hand. With you here, my chances of securing the top spot in the apprentice assessment are no longer a concern. I merely hope that when the time comes, you might take me along for a second-place finish. I could use that to appease my family. Of course, feel free to propose a fee. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu smiled faintly. Let me consider it for a moment. With that, he hastily opened the system panel. Requirements for upgrading Shadow Clone. 01 Book of Ninja or 05 Fragments of Unknown Heritage. Requirements for upgrading Thousand Rain. 01 Book of Ninja or 05 Fragments of Unknown Heritage. As for the ninjutsu, Thousand Rain, I shall refrain from upgrading it for now, especially since I do not possess even a single thousand. Moreover, I currently lack any deficiency in offensive ninjutsu. However, the Shadow Clone is a different matter entirely. It is not only applicable in combat, but also serves as a remarkable asset in daily life and studies. It is particularly suited for those who must manage multiple tasks, such as the protagonists in harem narratives. Yet, when the clones are dispelled, their memories and experiences revert to the original body. Over-reliance on the convenience of clones can lead to exhaustion, and it would be quite awkward if one were to give the impression of having poor vitality. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu spoke calmly. 10 fragments of unknown heritage. At this, Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then decisively replied, deal. He then retrieved 10 fragments of unknown heritage from his storage scroll, as fragments of the same gray quality. The enchanted unknown heritage possesses a chance to awaken corresponding elemental chakra. In contrast, the unenchanted unknown heritage is a more rudimentary cultivation material, solely useful for accelerating training. While unknown heritage may appear rare in the eyes of ordinary individuals, it is merely a commonplace resource for ninja clans. After all, their family boasts several lower-ranked ninja members, and each expedition to the lower-ranked secret realms yields a considerable number of unknown heritage fragments. Moreover, the primary objective of Qin Shi's transaction with Luo Yu was to establish a stable connection with him, as associating with a future powerhouse holds far greater significance than merely achieving a rank in the apprentice assessment. Seeing Qin Shi agree so readily, Luo Yu lamented that he would be at a loss, rounding up to a loss of 100 million. Reluctantly, he tearfully stored the fragments into his storage scroll and bid farewell to Qin Shi, saying, see you tomorrow. With that, he exited the private room and headed home. Upon returning home, he found his sister still at work, leaving the house empty. Luo Yu swiftly chose to enhance his shadow clone. The 5 fragments of heritage within the storage scroll vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Shadow Clone Level 1. As the system prompt appeared before him, Luo Yu immediately felt the myriad details of the Shadow Clone technique manifest in his mind. At this moment, he had perfected the art of evenly dividing his chakra into 2 portions, thereby creating an impeccable shadow clone. It was evident that he had grasped the fundamentals of this technique. Satisfied, he nodded and glanced once more at the upgrade panel for his shadow clone. Requirements for upgrading the shadow clone. Ninja Book 01 or 5 nameless heritage fragments. Since he was progressing from the novice stage to minor proficiency, the materials required for enhancement remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Luo Bing utilized the remaining 5 fragments to further strengthen the shadow clone. Shadow Clone Level 1. As the fragments dissipated, Luo Yu sensed that his control over the shadow clone had reached a new level of minor proficiency. He could now, like Qin Shi, produce 2 shadow clones, each capable of executing simple ninjutsu, albeit with the chakra being divided into 3 parts, thus limiting their abilities. Eager to test his skills, Luo Yu swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, and his chakra promptly separated into 2 portions, replicating his appearance to create 2 shadow clones. The 3 of them, 6 eyes meeting, each possessed independent consciousness. Luo Yu then instructed, "Brothers, one of you go grind through the daily mobile games, and the other, enjoy some television entertainment. Double the leisure, double the enjoyment. I'll take a nap to recharge my energy. Grinding for attribute points these past few days has been quite taxing." The 2 shadow clones replied in unison, "Okay, okay." Pleased, Luo Yu nodded and proceeded to his bedroom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it was evening. After a long day, Luo Qingyu returned home and called out, "Xiaoyu, I'm back." Upon seeing 3 handsome versions of her younger brother, she was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Sister, we've prepared the meal and cleaned up. You can relax this evening." Glancing instinctively at the dishes on the table, Luo Qingyu turned with a wary expression and asked, "Which one of you is my brother?" Luo Yu puffed out his chest proudly and explained, "They are all my shadow clones. I learned the technique today and have already cultivated it to minor proficiency." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. "Shadow clones? Isn't that technique notoriously difficult? You truly mastered it. And to minor proficiency." Luo Yu grinned with pride. "I told you my talent for ninjutsu has exploded. Now you must believe me." With that, the 3 of them surrounded Luo Qingyu, encouraging her to sit on the sofa. Luo Yu gently massaged her shoulders, while the 2 shadow clones bent down to knead her legs. "Sister, is that comfortable?" He was a dutiful and innocent child, and it was only natural for him to pamper his busy sister after a long day. Luo Qingyu closed her eyes in enjoyment, softly humming in response, "MMM." The triple enjoyment is indeed unparalleled. How had she never considered utilizing shadow clones in such a manner? Luo Yu smiled indulgently, saying, "Once I pass the internship assessment, you need not work anymore. Simply remain at home and enjoy life." Luo Qingyu opened her beautiful eyes and gently caressed Luo Yu's handsome face, remarking, "I suppose my efforts in raising you, my little wolf cub, were not in vain." After expressing a moment of filial affection, it was time for a meal. Luo Yu, wishing to conserve some food, dispelled the shadow clones. While admiring his own cleverness, he indulged in his meal, ultimately devouring 3 large bowls of rice. The following day, Luo Yu was awakened early by the alarm he had set on his phone. This day would involve a physical and chakra test in the morning, followed by the internship assessment in the afternoon, a pivotal day that could determine the student's fates. After silencing the alarm, he swiftly donned his clothes and hurried to the dining table, grabbing a steamed bun as he intended to leave. In the kitchen, Luo Qingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sweetly exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, to boost your spirits, I specially prepared milk for you this morning. Drink it before you head out." Luo Yu, with a wry smile, replied, "I was merely concerned about being late. I can grab breakfast on the way." Luo Qingyu placed a large bowl of hot milk on the table, insisting, "There's no rush. I will accompany you to school. And I can cheer for you then. Aren't you still supposed to be working?" Luo Yu asked, puzzled. Luo Qingyu's lips curled into a smile as she placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "Work?" On such a special day, many parents have taken leave to observe their children's performances at school. Even the owner of our shop has gone to cheer for her son. Naturally, I must support you as well. Perhaps it will inspire you to perform exceptionally. Chapter 14. Ninja Test today marks a decisive moment in the fate of the ninja students. Knowing that his sister wished to accompany him to school for oversight, Luo Yu initially resisted. However, Luo Qingyu soon employed her charming feminine wiles, pouting and acting cute. "Dear brother, please allow your sister to accompany you. If you agree, I shall wear the black stockings you bought for me today." As she spoke in a playful tone, she shook Luo Yu's arm enticingly. How could Luo Yu's slender limbs withstand the persuasive power of his sister's long legs? Reluctantly, he succumbed to her will. What had happened to his once imposing sister? Ever since she realized she could not best him, she had grown increasingly gentle. Was this the joy of growing up? In the morning, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu first went to test their scores at Tingyang No. 3 Middle School. Only those who achieved dual scores of 10 would qualify for the afternoon's internship assessment. Upon entering the school gates, they found the courtyard bustling with a considerable number of people. Given the significance of the day, many had arrived earlier than usual. On one side stood the neatly arranged ranks of ninja students, while on the other, parents had gathered to observe, discussing the circumstances of their children. "Go find your class. I'll be waiting in the audience to cheer for you," Luo Qingyu said with a smile, playfully tousling Luo Yu's hair before heading towards the parents' section. After scanning the surroundings, Luo Yu quickly located his class. As he joined the line, a classmate nudged him and laughed. "Is that black-clad beauty your girlfriend?" Clearly, this individual had seen Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu together. His words caught the attention of all the students nearby. "A beauty? Where's the beauty? Luo Yu has a girlfriend? Oh, my classmates! Breaking news! How formidable! Luo Shun, teach me a few tricks," they exclaimed. It became evident why Luo Shun had consistently rebuffed the advances of female classmates. It turned out he favored this type. As the rumors escalated, Luo Yu, feeling exasperated, clarified. "You guys are mistaken. She is my older sister." In class, he had always maintained a low profile, so no one was aware of his family circumstances. Apart from being pursued by many girls due to his handsome appearance, he possessed no other notable characteristics. His previous decision to keep his sister away from school was to avoid misunderstandings, yet it seemed he had still been seen. Just as Luo Yu was striving to set the record straight, no one noticed a pure and lovely girl gazing at him with a look of longing. "So, he calls her sister. No wonder he is not interested in me. He prefers this type," she thought. This girl was Lu Jiejia, renowned as the academic goddess of Tingyang No. 3 Middle School and also the class monitor of Luo Yu's class. Initially, she had taken an interest in Luo Yu's looks and had boldly suggested a relationship, thinking he would be pleasantly surprised by her proposal. However, to her astonishment, Luo Yu had coldly turned her down. This matter has profoundly impacted Lu Jiejia, who is typically confident in her allure. Upon hearing the news that Liu has a girlfriend, her indignation swells. Given her exceptional qualities and her willingness to lower herself to take the initiative, Luo Yu ought to be filled with gratitude. How dare he consort with other unworthy women? He has lost all shame. "Silence," Lu Jiejia declared with a frosty countenance. The moment the class monitor spoke, the crowd, who had been fervently discussing Luo Yu's enigmatic girlfriend, fell into an immediate hush. Satisfied, Lu Jiejia nodded approvingly, then donned a gentle smile as she approached Luo Yu. "Xiaoyu, how has your training been these past few days? Do you feel confident about passing the test?" Upon being queried by the class monitor, Luo Yu smiled and replied, "As long as I have hands, I will manage." Noticing Luo Yu's confident demeanor, Lu Jiejia was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile that is wonderful. "To be honest, I am quite envious of you. Your usual grades may not be stellar, but as long as you pass the test today, you will surely be satisfied." Without a thought for the assessment, I, however, am in a different predicament. My relentless efforts have merely brought me to the threshold of the third level of apprenticeship. Even if I pass the test, there is little joy in that. Yet, should I falter in the assessment, I must resign myself to waiting until next year. With that, Lu Jiejia sighed heavily, her face a portrait of distress. Nearby classmates were tempted to lash out. Are they truly so enamored with the art of subtle bragging? If it weren't for the class monitor's striking appearance, they would have been inclined to deliver a few punches. Luo Yu was equally astonished. The third level of apprenticeship is a pinnacle that many may never reach. How lamentable she made it sound. Goodness, were it not for her protective system, she might have been genuinely impressed. At this moment, Principal Wu, with his head of white hair, approached the podium to deliver his address. Due to the impending assessments scheduled for the afternoon, it was imperative to complete the testing by morning, leaving little time for lengthy discourse. Upon hearing these words, the students in attendance brightened, erupting into thunderous applause. They were evidently prepared for a protracted battle, pleasantly surprised by the principal's succinctness. Observing the eager expressions of the students, Principal Wu offered a faint smile and commenced his presentation. 2 hours later, having concluded his speech, Principal Wu solemnly announced the commencement of the tests. The students, wearing grim faces, responded with an even more resounding round of applause. Subsequently, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, the classes were divided into 5 teams, forming lengthy queues in front of 5 makeshift testing rooms. Among the students awaiting their turn, some appeared confident while others looked dejected. It was evident that they were all acutely aware of their fates. After all, 3 days was merely a drop in the ocean for most average students. As the first batch of students entered the testing zone, the large screen in the center of the school square began to display results. The school's loudspeaker system also commenced the announcements. Candidate Li Cheng, Chakra 5, Stamina 5, Attribute, Fire. Not approved. With those words, a pallid-faced boy emerged from testing zone 1. Meanwhile, in the parental waiting area, Li Cheng's parents, upon hearing this news, collapsed onto the ground in a state of shock, their eyes vacant. Although both of his scores were 5, which was not particularly poor, it was evident that Li Cheng's destiny was largely detached from the path of a ninja. In this era of ninjas, for an ordinary citizen to rise above the fray, the most likely avenue was to become a ninja. Otherwise, they would remain mired in mediocrity, struggling to survive as common folk. Soon, senior students participating in the tests began to filter in and out, with results being announced continuously. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Interestingly, those who celebrated were not necessarily the ones who passed. Some were merely close to passing, with chakra and stamina scores of 9 or 8. To become a trainee ninja, they would still require several years of training, yet this provided them with a glimmer of hope. Of course, the same held true for those who barely passed. Achieving the foundational metrics required for a trainee was one thing, while truly becoming a trainee ninja was another matter entirely. According to established norms, to qualify as a trainee ninja, one must also undergo assessments in fundamental techniques and temporary combat abilities. However, this year's assessment reforms had raised the stakes, leaving uncertainty about what challenges lay ahead. Chapter 15. Offending the proud daughter of heaven and still wishing to escape? As the testing progressed into its latter stages, only 1/10 of the over 500 ninja candidates had successfully passed. The disheartening result caused Principal Wu on stage to furrow his brow. The Ninja Association allocates resources based on the quality of education provided by the school. If the pass rate remains so alarmingly low, it is likely that next year's educational subsidies will face reductions. Just as Principal Wu found himself in a state of distress, the students of the special class began their assessments. Qinqi, Chakra 30, Stamina 30, Element Fire. Passed the test. Wangwen, Chakra 21, Stamina 25, Element Water. Passed the test. Listening to the astonishing statistics from the special class, Principal Wu let out a sigh of relief. This specialized class, often referred to as the extravagant money-burning class, is comprised of students hailing from esteemed ninja families or affluent households. Rumors circulate that the rewards for the assessments include fragments of the Great Harmony, prompting these individuals to invest heavily in advance, utilizing their ninja legacies to elevate their foundational strength. Otherwise, employing those white-quality legacy cards during the genin phase would yield a far more substantial enhancement in chakra and stamina. Fortunately, the presence of these individuals has mitigated the otherwise dismal statistics. Upon hearing the impressive data from the specialized class, other students expressed their envy. Indeed, wealth allows one to indulge in any desire. Remarkable. With such statistics, a mere apprentice could potentially ascend directly to the 3rd tier. I recall that an apprentice at the 3rd tier receives a monthly stipend of 15,000 ninja coins. How enviable. With such a sum, one would need to work at a factory for at least half a year, wouldn't they? If you become a 2nd-generation ninja, that amount of money would be utterly inconsequential. Soon, as the preceding class completed their assessments, it was the turn of Luo Yu's class. In the testing chamber, the examiner called out, "The following students, please enter the testing area." Lu Jiejia. Upon hearing her name, the first-ranked Lu Jiejia cast a proud glance towards the rear where Luo Yu stood. From this point forward, she and Luo Yu would inhabit entirely different worlds. This trinket, which is aesthetically pleasing yet utterly devoid of practical value, will be plentiful for her in the future. One day, as a commoner, Luo Yu will undoubtedly lament her refusal of the esteemed ninja lord's patronage. With this thought in mind, Lu Jiejia entered the classroom with her head held high. It wasn't long before the test results were announced. Lu Jiejia, Chakra 30, Stamina 30. Attributes: wind, water. You have passed the test. The words echoed in astonishment throughout the room. Even Principal Wu could not restrain himself from rising to his feet. Could it be true? Not only did she possess dual values of 30, but she also exhibited 2 types of chakra. Chakra's fundamental attributes comprise 5 categories: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, along with the unique yin and yang categories. Typically, in the early stages of training, ninja students excel in one primary attribute, which they adopt as their specialization. Except for a few prodigies, mastering a second chakra nature transformation usually requires attaining the rank of Jonin. It is only through the fusion of legacies or fragments of legacies that one might grasp multiple chakra attributes in the initial stages of training. Even with the aid of legacy fragments, the likelihood of unlocking a second attribute after establishing a primary one remains exceedingly low, unless one possesses a significant quantity of fragments or those of superior quality. While Lu Jiajia's family is relatively affluent, they are by no means part of a ninja lineage. High-quality legacy fragments or a plethora of low-quality ones are beyond her reach. Thus, the conclusion is evident. Lu Jiajia is an extraordinary talent, a rare gem of the era. Having independently cultivated a second attribute, the fact that she managed to elevate both her chakra and stamina to the level of a novice without relying on ninja legacies speaks volumes about her exceptional aptitude. Upon realizing this, Principal Wu could not help but smile broadly. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, waiting at the entrance of the testing area, wore a proud expression, delighted to have nurtured a dual attribute prodigy. This further attests to his exceptional teaching abilities, solidifying his position in this year's selection for outstanding teacher. Other educators eagerly approached Mr. Su to extend their congratulations. A multitude of parents envied Lu Jiajia's family, having long heard of her exemplary academic performance, yet they were astonished to discover her hidden talents. Thus, basking in the limelight, Lu Jiajia held her head high, gracefully striding out of the testing area. Observing her proud silhouette, her classmates were filled with admiration. She possessed dual attributes. The future seemed bright for Sister Jiajia. In a few years, she might emerge as a prosperous kunoichi. Now was the time to forge connections with her. Was it not too late to seek her favor? Ever since Sister Jiajia became class monitor, I have been in her good graces. Luo Yu, however, was at a loss, having heard he might have offended the class leader. Watching their excited expressions, he felt somewhat bemused. In the realm of Naruto, one ought to master 5 elemental transformations to rightfully reach the conclusion. Is possessing dual attributes merely pedestrian? Despite his bewilderment, he remained aware of his situation, gratefully considering the blessings of Tsuzi. Among the many girls he had turned down, perhaps Lu Jiajia was among them. Without Tsuzi's guidance, offending a genius ninja as an ordinary person might cost him dearly. I have a suggestion. Shall we celebrate our class leader's achievements with a gathering tonight? As Lu Jiajia approached, someone promptly proposed. She glanced at Luo Yu and chuckled lightly. We hardly know everyone's circumstances. What is there to celebrate? Just then, the testing room called out Luo Yu's name. He made his way towards it. Jiajia, once your test is complete, you may leave early. Go rest and prepare for this afternoon's assessment. Mr. Su, the homeroom teacher, said kindly. Lu Jiajia watched Luo Yu's retreating figure, shaking her head. It's all right. I will wait for the results of the other students before resting. Observing her earnest demeanor, Mr. Su nodded appreciatively. Truly, a responsible class leader. Meanwhile, others stifled their laughter. Class leader, you still can't forget that man. Upon entering the testing room, Luo Yu faced a young couple clad in white uniforms. Evidently the testing personnel dispatched by the Ninja Association. After the female tester verified Luo Yu's information on the computer, she nodded to her companion. Receiving her approval, the male tester turned to Luo Yu, stating, Shortly, I will employ ninjutsu to invade your mind and body. Please refrain from any resistance, or the test will be terminated. Luo Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon receiving his response, the male tester swiftly formed hand seals and then placed his right hand against Luo Yu's forehead. Ninjutsu, deep perception. As the words fell, the male tester's chakra surged through bodily contact into Luo Yu's meridians. Sensing the invasion of external chakra, Luo Yu offered no resistance. Soon, his physical capabilities, chakra reserves, and chakra attributes were laid bare. The male tester's pupils constricted sharply upon perceiving Luo Yu's constitution. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The female tester at the computer desk furrowed her brow, urging him to snap out of it and report the situation. Swallowing hard, The male tester activated his chakra once more, delving into Luo Yu's inner being again. After confirming his findings, he stammered his report. Physical strength 35. Chakra 39. Attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and Yin. And also wood. Chapter 16. The Gap Among Geniuses. Upon hearing this revelation, the female tester, who had been sipping tea, inadvertently sprayed her colleague's face. Firstly, possessing the 5 fundamental chakra natures was already outrageous. On top of that, there was the Yin attribute. Chakra itself is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Separating these two creates Yin and Yang. The Nara clan's legacy and the Yamenka clan's heritage predominantly focus on the Yin attribute. Their shadow binding techniques and mind techniques are indeed Yin-based ninjutsu. Typically, a ninja begins with a singular attribute they excel in, a fundamental knowledge imparted on the first day of ninja school. Although some talented individuals may naturally excel in 2 or 3 attributes, she could somewhat comprehend that. But to possess 6 attributes right from the outset, what on earth is that? Unless one has merged with an extraordinarily high-quality ninja legacy, such a rarity would hardly exist even during the lengthy era of ninjas on Blue Star. Not to mention, the rare bloodline limit of wood release. Could such an unfathomable genius emerge from a small city like Jiangli? Impossible. It must be a misperception on your part. Returning to her senses, the female tester wore an expression of disbelief. It cannot be wrong. I have retested several times. The male tester insisted. Observing their hesitation, Luo Yu took the initiative to clarify, I indeed possess wood release. As he spoke, his chakra began to circulate, sprouting several branches from within him. It truly is wood release. The female tester exclaimed in astonishment, rising from her seat. Then, she turned to the male tester. So your ninjutsu was indeed accurate. Taking a deep breath, she smiled kindly at Luo Yu, apologizing for the wait. She promptly began recording the testing results. The male tester, also smiling, brought a chair for Luo Yu, saying, Little brother, you must be tired standing out there. Please, have a seat and rest. Sensing the potential within Luo Yu, their demeanor became considerably more respectful. The mere ability to master wood release ensured that Luo Yu would receive significant cultivation from the association, with a future that promised at least the rank of a Chunin. Not to mention, he had also mastered the 6 fundamental attributes, necessitating a cautious and prudent approach in dealing with him. Outside the testing room, impatience began to brew among the onlookers due to the prolonged waiting period. After all, Luo Yu was neither a renowned academic prodigy of the school nor a scion of the 2nd generation of ninjas, thus there were little expectations for his performance. Among those losing their patience was Lu Jiajia, who eagerly anticipated witnessing Luo Yu's dismay and wished to barge into the testing room to relish in his disappointment. At that moment, the voice of the female tester resonated throughout the campus. Luo Yu. Chakra 35, Stamina 39. Upon hearing this, many individuals doubted their own ears. Another apprentice at the 3rd tier. Moreover, this was a considerable increase from the base values of 30. It is important to note that the transition from apprentice to lower ninja represents a significant leap in rank. Thus, upon reaching the dual values of 30, one typically enters a period of stagnation. The rate of improvement in both chakra and stamina becomes markedly sluggish. It is not uncommon for many to find themselves ensnared at this juncture for years. This is also the reason why those 2nd generation, after merging their legacies, have values precisely at 30. Could it be that the obscure Luo Yu is a hidden scholar? Just as everyone was still in a state of bewilderment, the voice of the female tester resonated once more. Attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, Yin, and the bloodline limit of wood. As these words were uttered, the entire venue descended into utter chaos. While possessing exceptional chakra and physical prowess was already commendable, the breadth of attributes was simply astonishing. One might as well say they were struck in the face by an orange inheritance upon stepping out. Mr. Su, the homeroom teacher, found himself utterly bewildered. It seemed that Luo Yu was indeed one of his students. He recalled that previously, Luo Yu's chakra and physical strength were rather mediocre, with attributes limited to the most rudimentary fire. Could it be that his educational methods were so remarkably effective, transforming an unremarkable student into such a prodigy? Principal Wu feigned composure while internally grappling with the urge to collapse in disbelief. Initially, he had assumed that this year's student pass rate would plummet, only to discover that it was all due to this young prodigy, Luo Yu. With Luo Yu serving as a prime example, wouldn't aspiring ninja students from across the city be clamoring to enroll in Tingyang No. 3 Middle School? Indeed, Even students from neighboring cities would undoubtedly be drawn by his remarkable reputation. At this moment, Tingyang Third Middle School has truly gained prominence. Chenqi, who remained after the test, gazed in astonishment at the large screen. Although it was already astonishing for Luo Yu, at his age, to possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he was even more extraordinary than anticipated. One cannot help but say that I have indeed made the right choice in supporting Luo Yu. As the first to recognize Luo Yu's innate talent, Chenqi naturally shared in the joy, for the stronger Luo Yu became, the more he would benefit in the future. In the parents' waiting area, Luo Qingyu proudly puffed out her chest, boasting to those around her, "That is my brother. I raised him." The surrounding parents looked at her with envy, contemplating the bright future that awaited someone who could nurture such an exceptional sibling. The reason Luo Qingyu insisted on coming was precisely for this moment. After all, she had already been aware of her brother's ninja talents, which had recently begun to manifest. His ability to learn the shadow clone technique and achieve a minor success was a clear indication of his potential. However, she never expected that her brother's gifts would surpass even her imagination, possessing 6 fundamental attributes and would release. This is no different from merging with certain powerful orange legacies. She has now begun to fantasize about how to accept interviews from various major media outlets. The other Jiangli individuals are also delighted that their hometown has produced such a talented ninja. After all, the gap between them and Luo Yu is indeed vast. Had he been an ordinary genius, they might have felt a twinge of envy. However, Luo Yu is simply too extraordinary. Outside the testing room, the classmates are also engulfed in a dreamlike state. Who would have thought that Luo Yu, this academic prodigy, could be so elusive? I am actually in the same class as a big shot. What an honor. No wonder he has turned down so many girls. It turns out he is dedicated to his studies. I thought I could boast about being a classmate of the goddess of Liu. And even the neighbor's chihuahua would look up to me. The entire class is filled with a cheerful atmosphere, except for Lu Jiejia, whose wounded spirit is unmistakable. I truly feel happy for Luo Yu. With the atmosphere at this point, Lu Jiejia can only hold back tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a pale face into a semblance of a smile. Today was supposed to be her moment to shine, yet Liu has stolen the spotlight. However, there is nothing to be done. She had thought the gap between her and Liu was as vast as that between man and dog. Little did she know, Luo Yu was the dog. With his wood release and 6 attributes, her dual attribute talent resembles that of the foremost among the 4 kings of darkness. How infuriating! Had I known Liu was this exceptional, I would have pursued him relentlessly. Alas, that certain mature lady got to him first. At this moment, Luo Yu completed the test and emerged from the classroom with a radiant smile. Brothers, I hope I didn't let Class 1 down. As their idol appeared, the classmates from Class 1 rushed forward, exclaiming, Luo Shun, forever a deity. Chapter 17. Ascension to Honorary Student Leader Luo Yu. I never anticipated you were so talented. Don't forget to take me along when you make it big, Lu Jiejia remarked with a somewhat forced smile, extending a dual invitation to team up. I promise next time, Luo Yu replied calmly, declining her offer. Observing his indifferent response, Lu Jiejia felt a pang of discomfort, sensing a lamentable barrier between her and Luo Yu. Having completed the test, Luo Yu engaged in brief conversation with a few familiar classmates before preparing to leave with his sister. Suddenly, he spotted Principal Wu approaching. With the test still underway, why was the principal not on stage? Principal, the homeroom teacher quickly went to greet him. Principal Wu nodded slightly and then inquired, "Which one of you is Luo Yu?" "Hello, Principal. I am Luo Yu," he responded politely. As Principal Wu regarded Luo Yu, a look of admiration flickered in his eyes. "Not bad, handsome and poised, reminiscent of my youth." He continued, "I would like to discuss something with you on behalf of the school. Please follow me to the principal's office." With that, Principal Wu led the way. Luo Yu, filled with curiosity, accompanied him to the office located on the top floor of the administration building. Once they both settled into their seats, Principal Wu chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize for only realizing your exceptional talent so close to graduation. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. The school must support a student of your caliber." Seeing the usually authoritative principal treat him with such courtesy, Luo Yu felt a surge of emotions. Indeed, in any realm, it is strength that determines everything. However, Luo Yu understood the rules. The principal's proactive offer of support surely bore ulterior motives. Thus, rather than making demands, he countered with a question. "Is there anything the school requires my assistance with?" Noticing Luo Yu's perceptiveness, Principal Wu nodded and got straight to the point. Given your outstanding achievements, the school wishes to appoint you as the honorary student leader. Naturally, there will be a monthly stipend of 10,000 Rinchin coins. You need only lend your name to receive the funds. Upon hearing Principal Wu's explanation, Luo Yu immediately grasped the situation. This is intended to showcase personal achievements for the school as promotion. As for the benefits, a monthly salary of 10,000 is considered a moderate income in the eyes of the average person. However, when compared to the wickedness of money, the allure of upgrading materials is far greater. With this in mind, Luo Yu promptly opened the panels for his 2 primary ninjutsu to upgrade the shadow clone technique. The requirements are Ninja Book 02 or Nameless Inheritance Fragment 010. For the fire release, Great Fireball technique. The requirements are Ninja Scroll 01 or Nameless Inheritance Fragment, specializing in fire release 050. Speaking of which, what exactly is a ninja scroll? Luo Yu pondered internally. The system promptly responded, stating that it is a reward for advancing to the rank of Genin. To advance to the first tier of Genin, one must reach a dual attribute value of 100, but that is a thought for another time. The crux lies in replacing the materials of the nameless inheritance. To elevate ninjutsu from mastery to perfection, the required nameless inheritance for fire release has increased 5-fold. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative transformation. After this upgrade, wouldn't he be able to soar directly? Principal, do you have 50 pieces of nameless inheritance fragments? I require those for fire release. Upon hearing Luo Yu's request, Principal Wu was momentarily bewildered. He indeed had them, but why would one need so many? 50 fragments equate to 5 complete nameless inheritances. As the most basic cultivation material, absorbing nameless inheritance can accelerate one's progress. However, excessive use diminishes its effectiveness. What could Luo Yu possibly need so many fragments for? To raise pigs, he replied mysteriously, revealing a peculiar collecting obsession. Observing that Luo Yu had no intention of clarifying further, Principal Wu chose not to inquire. Perhaps Luo Yu's unique constitution allowed him to absorb a significant amount of nameless inheritance without developing resistance. Otherwise, how could one explain his extraordinary capabilities? Of course, such mysteries would be left for the medical masters of the Ninja Association to investigate. After all, with Luo Yu's exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly receive careful attention from the Ninja Association in due time. Principal Wu merely needed to manage the affairs of Luo Yu and the other students. With this thought, he promptly retrieved a storage scroll from the drawer beneath his desk, unfurling it to extract 5 orbs emanating a dim, flickering light. These luminous orbs embody the enigmatic lineage proficient in the art of fire manipulation. Acquiring Luo Yu's image endorsement with such a modest investment is simply a tremendous bargain. Principal Wu, being a seasoned veteran, engages in rigorous training in the secret realms each month, thus amassing a considerable collection of superfluous low-level inheritances within his storage scroll. Otherwise, he would find it quite challenging to produce such a plethora of obscure legacies on short notice. Observing this, Luo Yu deftly flicked his wrist, and 5 complete unnamed fire escape inheritances were promptly absorbed into his storage scroll. You possess a storage scroll as well? Principal Wu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it was a gift from a wealthy sister I met online, Luo Yu replied nonchalantly, nearly causing Principal Wu to choke in disbelief. His own storage scroll had been painstakingly acquired during his youth, after a month of frugal living and undertaking missions for the Ninja Association. After finalizing the deal, Luo Yu left his bank account details and phone number, bid farewell to the principal, and promptly descended the stairs with an air of indifference. He was eager to return home and upgrade his ninjutsu. No sooner had he exited the office building than he encountered the long-anticipated Shinchi. Luoga, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. What did the old principal summon you for? Could it be that he intends to introduce his granddaughter to you? Shinchi's face bore an expression of anxiety. He had a distant cousin he could introduce to Luoga and was determined not to let the principal get ahead of him. What are you thinking? The principal merely sought to discuss my honorary title at the school after graduation, Liu explained, exasperated. Shinchi visibly relaxed. That's a relief. At this moment, Luo Qingyu approached from the direction of the parental waiting area. Xiaoyu, the morning test has concluded. Shall we go for a meal? Is this person perhaps my sister-in-law? Observing the other's exquisite figure, Shinchi felt a wave of dizziness. It appeared that his cousin had no chance after all. Are you a friend of Xiaoyu? Luo Qingyu placed her hands on her hips and glanced at Shinchi, intending to clarify. According to Xiaoyu, this person should properly address her as sister. However, upon reflection, The distinction between sister and sister-in-law seemed negligible, so she let it slide. Do not speak foolishly. This is my sister, Luo Yu asserted firmly, unwilling to let him take advantage. He also has his pride. Chen Qi chuckled knowingly, understanding the situation. Then I shall not intrude upon your world together. Remember, the assessment begins at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Farewell, sister-in-law. He waved at Luo Qingyu and discreetly departed. This child is rather sweet-tongued, though somewhat foolish. He nearly muddled my familial standing, Luo Qingyu remarked with a smile. At noon, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu returned to their apartment. Due to the pressing time, Luo Qingyu hastily prepared a pot of noodles. After consuming the dish prepared by Luo Qingyu, Luo Yu promptly retreated to his bedroom. He confirmed with the system to enhance the Great Fireball technique, and the 5 unnamed inheritances recently acquired from the storage scroll vanished. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared before Luo Yu's eyes. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1. Chapter 18. The teleportation field of the secret realm. As the Great Fireball upgraded, Luo Yu experienced a significant enhancement in his mastery over the technique. Although he had not tested it, he was confident that the Great Fireball he could now unleash at a perfected level would surely double in power. Moreover, his understanding of the seals required for the Great Fireball had deepened profoundly. The authentic Great Fireball typically necessitated 6 hand seals: Z, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, and Yin. Even with proficiency, the release process required approximately 3 to 4 seconds. In a life-or-death confrontation, for seconds of standing idle could prove fatal. Unless one were to ambush or employ it during the early stages of novice battles, it was rather impractical. One might as well hurl shurikens. After all, in the original narrative, shurikens were the divine artifacts that thrived on the battlefield before the emergence of characters at the 6 paths level. The Great Fireball, on the other hand, could be streamlined from 6 seals to 3 upon reaching mastery. If executed swiftly, it could be released within a second, allowing the Great Fireball to perfectly replace shurikens. Now that his proficiency had reached perfection, Luo Yu was confident that he could instantaneously unleash it using merely 1 seal. Thus, even in later battles, the Great Fireball could serve as either a surprise attack or a distraction. This also instilled in him a newfound confidence regarding the acquisition of the Great Harmony's fragment. Having recently gained a fresh insight into the Fireball technique, Luo Yu felt an irresistible urge to test his skills. However, considering he was at home, he refrained from proceeding, aware that a moment's carelessness could potentially lead to a fire. At that moment, Luo Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing that the caller ID displayed Principal Wu, who had just been recorded in his notes, rather than a nuisance call about real estate sales or the desperate pleas for offspring, he promptly answered. Is this Luo Yu? You need not go to school this afternoon. Simply gather at the 3rd teleportation site in the city's hidden realm. Understood. I shall arrive shortly. After hanging up, Luo Yu found himself lost in contemplation. Each city's ninja association possesses its own teleportation site, where advanced teleportation devices enable ninjas to reach various realms teeming with exotic beasts. After all, the entrances to numerous interdimensional realms are randomly scattered throughout the cities of Blue Star. Some cities boast 4 or 5 high-level realms. Although such resources are abundant, they must also contend with the counterattacks from the beasts within these realms. Conversely, certain cities lack even a single realm, necessitating that ninjas traverse cities to explore the hidden realms, which proves quite inconvenient. Thus, utilizing the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, teleportation devices have been developed to facilitate access to these realms, ensuring a fair distribution. However, in a tertiary city like Jiangli City, there exists merely 1 intermediate-level realm and 2 lower-level realms. Consequently, the teleportation site in Jiangli City can only access these 3 realms. Only the mightiest cities possess the rights to develop additional high-level realms. It appears that the content of this assessment is related to the hidden realms. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Yu took a rest until a little past 1 in the afternoon. He then summoned Luo Qingyu and hailed a taxi to the center of Jiangli City, arriving before a vast venue resembling a sports arena. This is the Secret Realms teleportation station belonging to Jiangli. Here, numerous individuals come and go, and they are certainly not here to partake in the apprenticeship assessment. The badges adorning their chests reveal that they are all lower ninjas who have long since passed their evaluations. Their purpose in this place is to venture into the secret realm to acquire resources. After all, while the secret realm is teeming with ferocious beasts, it also harbors a wealth of cultivation resources. Following the guidance of the map at the entrance, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu arrived at Site 3. Site 3 resembles a vast football field. Upon entering, Luo Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to a remarkably advanced teleportation device. He then surveyed his surroundings. The area was filled with individuals participating in the assessment, numbering over 500 by estimation. Some held signs emblazoned with the names of various prestigious schools, clearly indicating gathering points for those institutions. Among them, only about half were clad in student uniforms like Luo Yu, while the other half exuded a maturity that was absent in students, indicating that they were seasoned individuals who had been preparing for the apprenticeship for many years. Each year, many individuals from society participate in a series of assessments, but this year, the numbers have notably dwindled. It is likely that the increase in the difficulty of the evaluations has led many to consider postponing their participation for another 2 years, hoping for a reduction in challenge. Among those who remain, they have heard of the generous rewards and are determined to take a chance. A little gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Xiao Luo, you've come as well. Upon hearing someone seemingly calling his name, Luo Yu turned to see a captivating woman approaching. Trailing behind her was a proud-looking male classmate donning spectacles. Initially perplexed, Luo Yu wondered who this person was. Beside him, Luo Qingyu leaned in closer, whispering, "She is the owner of the hot pot restaurant where I work, known as Sister Yin." "Sister Yin, greetings," Luo Yu responded politely, embodying the demeanor of an obedient child. A sisterly address is commendable. One can savor the sweet fruits of life. Upon hearing this, Sister Yin scrutinized Luo Yu and then smiled brightly. "So this is your brother Luo Yu, the one you often speak of?" "Indeed, he is quite the handsome lad. I can see he has charmed many young ladies at school." Luo Yu felt a twinge of indignation at Sister Yan's remark, as it was he who was often deceived by young ladies. "By the way, what brings you here? Is Xiao Yu also participating in the assessment?" Sister Yin inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Luo Qingyu nodded with a smile. "Xiao Yu has performed exceptionally this time. He has restored my pride." "Truly, congratulations to you both," Sister Yin expressed, somewhat surprised. After all, passing the assessment is indicative of academic excellence. "By the way, this is my son Chengyu, who has also succeeded in the assessment. You should get to know one another. It will be beneficial to look out for each other." Sister Yin nudged the fair-skinned, bespectacled boy beside her. Chengyu scoffed, "We are rivals, and to be honest, I am not even confident about this assessment, let alone others." With that, he turned and walked towards the gathering point of Jiangli No. 1 High School. At this, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Jiangli No. 1 High School is indeed a prestigious institution. No wonder this young lad appears somewhat inflated with pride. Faced with Cheng Yu's reaction, Sister Yin sighed in exasperation. "There is nothing to be done. This child has been gifted since a young age, standing out among his peers." When the morning test results were announced, his chakra and physical stamina had both exceeded 20, an impressive achievement that left him rather disoriented. Now, no one can rein him in. Sister Yin continued to speak without pause, expressing her exasperation over her son's remarkable abilities. Luo Qingyu could only nod along in agreement. Observing the two women engrossed in conversation, Luo Yu began to seek out his school's assembly point. Soon, he found himself beside Principal Wu, surrounded by other students from Tungyang No. 3 Middle School who were also participating in the assessment. However, aside from Chun Shi and Lu Jiejia, he was unfamiliar with the others. "Everyone is here. We were just waiting for you," someone remarked. Principal Wu gazed at Luo Yu and remarked, "It's all my sister's fault for being so indecisive." Women are indeed troublesome. Luo Yu merely shrugged, deftly shifting the blame. Chapter 19. The Trial Grounds Luoga. Let us not forget the pact among men. Chun Shi leaned toward Luo Yu, winking mischievously. "Rest assured, I shall not take your generous provision of materials for granted," Luo Yu replied with a subtle smile. He was well aware that he had always been one to engage thoroughly with the content, never one to overlook the details. As the crowd grew increasingly restless, a resolute middle-aged man approached the center of the arena. Upon noticing his green vest, a symbol of elite Jonin strength, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. He was indeed a Jonin. To merely catch a glimpse of such formidable Jonin was a great honor in the eyes of the spectators. In a third-tier city, a Jonin is revered as a guardian deity. In Jiangli City, there exist only 2 resident Jonin, Director Jiang from the Jiangli Dojo and President Bai from the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association. Though encounters with them in daily life are rare, the figures of these Jonin have been seen on television to some extent. Jiangli City has faced numerous assaults from beasts lurking in the shadowy forests, all of which were repelled under the leadership of these two Jonin. The man before them was none other than President Bai. The presence of President Bai indicated the gravity of this assessment. I am Bai Siyu, president of the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I am here to announce the rules for the internship assessment. He paused, then continued, I trust you have all heard that this internship assessment differs from previous ones. In this examination, participants will hunt beasts within a secret realm to earn corresponding points. The top 200 scores will be granted the status of intern ninjas. Upon hearing this, many participants turn pale. The lowest level of secret realms is typically accessible only to genin, and the inherent danger is readily apparent. They were not even intern ninjas yet. To be thrust into a secret realm was akin to delivering themselves as prey to the beasts. However, Luo Yu felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, he had reached a bottleneck in his training. To achieve a breakthrough in a short time, it was imperative to defeat beasts of a lower rank and acquire additional attribute points. Sensing the concerns of the crowd, President Bai smiled reassuringly. There is no need for alarm. For this assessment, I have specifically requested permission from headquarters to utilize the intern-level trial grounds. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd softened somewhat. Luo Yu nodded in understanding. Unlike the otherworldly secret realms that emerged spontaneously during ancient times by transcending dimensional limitations, the trial grounds are artificial realms crafted by humanity after extensive research into the principles underlying secret realms, designed for practical combat training. Every element within these realms is meticulously controlled. Even in the face of peril, one can be instantaneously transported back through the control system. More importantly, they have no qualms about facing apprentice-level exotic beasts. Naturally, as the difficulty escalates, so too do the rewards. Upon hearing that President Bai was about to announce the rewards, everyone in attendance became alert. Even Luo Yu listened intently. After all, his purpose in coming here was not only to attain the status of an apprentice ninja, but also to acquire fragments of the Great Harmony heritage to enhance his Hashirama cells. Even the first level of Hashirama cells offers substantial enhancements. He could hardly fathom the incredible strength he would possess after upgrading with the Great Harmony fragments. Clearing his throat, President Bai continued, stating that the top 5 participants would receive bronze badges, while the first place would be awarded a silver badge. This announcement evoked gasps of astonishment throughout the assembly. The ninja badge symbolizes both identity and strength, with different badges corresponding to various ranks, from apprentice to super shadow. Additionally, the badges are categorized into 5 tiers: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, and obsidian. In the apprentice assessments of third-tier cities, it is generally the case that even outstanding participants are awarded only bronze badges. This also pertains to the Ninja Association within Jiangli City, wherein the highest authority is empowered to bestow badges. Correspondingly, the rank of a secondary city is represented by a silver badge, while a primary city is denoted by a gold badge. The evaluative rigor of these superior cities is incomparable to that of Jiangli, thus necessitating more prestigious badges to validate their worth. As for the coveted obsidian badge, it is exclusively within the purview of the association's headquarters to issue. The headquarters does not conduct introductory assessments. Their examinations commence at the level of a high-ranking ninja. It appears that President Bai has sought the authority to confer silver badges for this particular assessment, underscoring the significance attributed to it. This can be interpreted as an indication that the difficulty of this evaluation is on par with those conducted in secondary cities. As one advances in rank, the badge classification not only remains intact, but can also be elevated through subsequent assessments for advanced ninjas. In essence, obtaining a special badge during the introductory evaluation ensures that the badge's rating accompanies its possessor throughout their life. With the audience's curiosity piqued, President Bai continued to elaborate. Beyond mere symbolism, ninjas possessing special badges are entitled to numerous tangible benefits. For instance, our blue star physique cannot endure prolonged stays in otherworldly secret realms from different dimensions. For every hour spent, a requisite amount of fatigue value materials, known as dimensional essence, must be consumed. Dimensional essence is a resource monopolized by the association, which holds the exclusive right to legally extract it and allocates it monthly based on the ninja's rank. To acquire additional quantities, one must invest substantial sums in the association store or engage in private transactions. Possessing a higher-rated ninja badge signifies a greater allocation of dimensional essence among peers of the same rank, thereby allowing for extended training periods in secret realms. Over time, this will inevitably result in a training progression that surpasses those who invest less in dimensional essence. Upon hearing President Bai's elucidation, Luo Yu finally grasped the intricacies of the matter. Isn't this akin to the stamina mechanism found in games? Each day, players are allotted a fixed amount of stamina to enhance their abilities within the game. Only by becoming a spendthrift, purchasing additional stamina, can one surpass fellow players. This extraordinary badge is tantamount to the V level, a truly remarkable item. In any case, the method for enhancing one's level is to vanquish otherworldly beasts, which yield attribute points upon their defeat. This undoubtedly necessitates an abundant infusion of dimensional essence to ensure one's presence within the secret realm. That coveted first-place silver badge has already been reserved. However, what has become of the promised fragments of the Yamato heritage? Not only Luo Yu, but also other shinobi of the second generation, who have learned about the existence of these Yamato fragments through special channels, are equally bewildered. The reward is a badge of a higher rank, but what of the Yamato fragments? This diverges significantly from the news received by their family. Observing a small group of individuals wearing perplexed expressions, President Bai spoke with measured calmness, stating that in addition to the badge, a unique reward has been placed within the trial grounds to encourage competition, a fragment of the legacy belonging to the would-release master, Yamato. The announcement immediately stirred a considerable uproar. Aside from the well-informed second generation of ninjas, many were unaware that this examination would indeed bestow such a valuable prize. After all, the wood release is extraordinarily potent. Even the mere possibility of acquiring it through the Yamato fragment holds an inexplicable allure for ninjas striving for strength. It is rumored that the rogue ninja organization, the Ninja Research Society, has been capturing numerous wood-release users as subjects in their quest to develop a method for mass-producing wood-release ninjas. This underscores the rarity of the wood release. Chapter 20. The overreaching director Jiang, the wood release master's legacy fragment from Yamato, is situated in the perilous zone of the trial grounds. Shortly, the association will provide each candidate with scientific ninja tools for the assessment. These tools will record the points you accumulate, and they are equipped with a map indicating which exotic beasts inhabit various regions, as well as the precise coordinates of the perilous area where the Yamato fragment is located. In the event of danger, the scientific ninja tool allows one to activate the Flying Thunder God technique for transportation back. However, this also signifies forfeiting the competition. Following President Bai's explanation of the rules, the candidates received wristwatch-like scientific ninja tools from the association's guidance personnel. The assessment will last 3 hours, and the timer has now commenced. President Bai solemnly announced as the teleportation device to the secret realm was activated, generating a deep spatial rift in the center of the venue. Under the direction of the association staff, candidates entered the rift one by one. In need of ranking up alongside Qin, Luo Yu followed closely behind him into the rift. Immediately, he was enveloped in a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the outermost edge of a forested mountain. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Qin was nowhere in sight. Only a few unfamiliar candidates appearing equally bewildered. It seems that the teleportation points are randomly distributed across various entrances within the trial grounds. This is also to prevent the formation of cliques from the outset. Although the assessment tacitly permits such alliances, without sufficient strength, candidates may find it challenging to rendezvous with their teammates amidst the perilous trials. Luo Yu activated the scientific ninja tools, projecting the map of the trial grounds. His gaze then focused on a particular mountain peak marked as a danger zone. That must be where the special reward lies. In addition to aiding Qin, obtaining the fragments of the Great Harmony's legacy is of paramount importance. Those highly competitive candidates are likely already making their way there. If too much time is spent searching for Qin, the fragments of the Great Harmony may very well be claimed by others. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu sprang into action, performing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 shadow clones materialized at his sides. Simultaneously, his chakra was evenly divided into 11 portions. However, for Luo Yu's original self, this merely resulted in a reduction of his chakra limit. With the assistance of the Hashirama cells, his chakra recovery was visibly enhanced. As long as he exercised restraint in releasing ninjutsu, it was akin to having boundless firepower. In contrast, The chakra recovery capacity of the shadow clones inherited only about 30% of the original's ability, while still vastly superior to many ninjas of the same rank. They could not squander chakra as freely as the original could. You two will split into different paths to search for Qin-Chi, while I will strive to secure the fragments of the Great Harmony's legacy. Upon hearing the command from the original, the two shadow clones promptly ventured into the woods to the east and west in search of Qin-Chi. Luo Yu also chose a shorter route towards the danger zone. All of this is perceived by a solitary eye of sand suspended high in the sky. In the transmission arena of the Jiangli Secret Realm at Venue 3, a colossal screen hangs prominently in the center. Due to the necessity of confidentiality regarding the assessment process within the association, it merely displays the scores of numerous participants. A multitude of principals and parents can only gauge the situation through these scores. As the assessment commences, President Bai turns to ascend to the supervisory area above. This is the domain where internal personnel oversee the assessment process. Once the trial begins, the management system of the testing grounds generates the Eye of Sand, meticulously monitoring every movement of the candidates. These scenes are transmitted to the screens of the regulatory team in the background. Ah, White President, you have finally arrived. Upon entering, President Bai noticed Director Jiang approaching to greet him. President Bai, you unexpectedly changed the method of acquiring the great and fragmented. What is your true intention? The room was filled with prominent figures from the Jiangli family, the parents of the second-generation ninjas displayed on the screens. If it weren't for your incessant probing into the assessment information, I would not have been compelled to make such changes, President Bai replied nonchalantly as he took a seat. Observing the numerous candidates on the myriad screens, suddenly he noticed two auxiliary screens were activated, showcasing the same individual. What is the situation with these additional two screens? President Bai inquired, puzzled, glancing at the regulatory officer in front of the screens. The officer respectfully responded, a candidate has utilized the shadow clone technique and is acting separately. These two screens display his clones. A middle-aged man in a suit, beaming with pride, declared, that must be my son, Qin-Chi. He perfectly embodies the legacy of Shirenui Jinkan, which is why he has mastered the shadow clone technique so swiftly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers realized it was Qin Shi, the head of the Qin family, speaking. President Bai glanced back at the screens and remarked, no, I have met your son. He is not that handsome. Skeptical, Qin Shi turned his gaze to the screens and was unexpectedly surprised. Indeed, this young man does not seem to belong to our Jiangli ninja clan. Recognizing the figure on the screen as Luo Yu, Director Jiang chuckled, so it is Luo Yu. I have investigated him. He comes from an ordinary family, so it is understandable that you do not recognize him. The prominent figures of Jiangli expressed their bewilderment. How is that possible? He has already mastered the shadow clone technique and created two clones, indicating at least a minor proficiency. It clearly shows he has integrated a powerful legacy. Indeed. And it must be of white quality. How could a family of ordinary means afford such? Director Jiang smiled. The shadow clone technique may pose some difficulty for others, but I estimate Luo Yu could learn it with just a glance. After all, he has demonstrated the ability to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan. That technique is far more challenging than the shadow clone technique. Moreover, with the insight provided by the Sharingan, even his grandmother could learn the shadow clone technique in an instant. Learn it with just a glance? Old Jiang, are you suggesting this child is your illegitimate son? It must be so, otherwise, why would you praise him so ardently? Exactly. Previously, when I asked you to critique my child's talent, you were always nitpicking. Director Jiang proudly smiled. Don't believe me? I dare say that Luo Yu will undoubtedly secure first place in this assessment. If you disagree, wager something with me. Observing his audacity, the crowd was left in a state of confusion. Even President Bai found his attention drawn to Luo Yu. What kind of enchantment does this fellow possess that causes the seasoned veteran to swell with arrogance? Meanwhile, in the trial grounds, en route to the perilous zone, Luo Yu darted between the branches, simultaneously activating his three-tomo Sharingan to perceive his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered a plethora of apprentice level 2 water lizards encircling him. According to the information displayed on the map, the creatures inhabiting this path should have been apprentice level 1 wind fairies. Not only did their levels not align, but even their species differed entirely. Could it be that he had taken a wrong turn? Luo Yu found himself ensnared in confusion. Chapter 21. Crisis. President Bai's unethical conduct. Just as doubts clouded Luo Yu's mind, the sounds of combat echoed from 500 meters away. Had someone already engaged in battle with the beasts? Luo Yu activated his Sharingan, directing his keen vision towards the source of the tumult. Through layers of foliage, he beheld a candidate, adorned with sunglasses and accompanied by a crow perched upon his shoulder, confronting a water lizard. Observing the chakra within him, which measured at 25, he surmised that if his physical attributes were not disproportionately developed, he possessed the caliber of an apprentice level 2. The crow-clad youth, with a visage marked by tension, began forming hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. As his voice resonated, a filament shot forth from his fingertips, entwining the water lizard. Concurrently, chakra within him transformed into flames, coursing along the filament towards the target, resembling a fire dragon drifting through the void. A 1.5-star fire release ninjutsu. It appeared he had likely absorbed a legacy from a ninja lineage. Upon witnessing the young man's execution of the dragon fire technique, a flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Yu's gaze. In terms of evaluation, the dragon fire technique surpassed even the great fireball by half a star. He deduced that this individual either inherited the legacy of a second-generation ninja or was an exceptionally gifted prodigy. Given the distinctive crow upon his shoulder, it was reasonable to infer he had assimilated the legacy of the Yamanaka clan. Thus, dispatching a water lizard should pose little challenge. Honestly, there's no time to watch others showcase their skills. I must hasten to the danger zone, Luo Yu murmured. At that moment, the water lizard suddenly inflated its cheeks, and with the force of a high-pressure water gun, it unleashed a torrent of water, instantly extinguishing the great fireball. This is the racial skill of the water lizard, high-pressure splash. Its rating is a mere 1.5 stars, even surpassing the water chaos wave. That man is in peril, thought Luo Yu to himself. In the next moment, a torrent of extinguishing flames surged towards the enigmatic crow man. The high-pressure water stream pierced through the crow man's calf like a sharp spear in an instant. Subsequently, the crow man, his face etched with agony, reluctantly pressed the surrender button on his scientific ninja tool. In the blink of an eye, the flying thunder god sealed within the ninja tool activated, causing the crow man's figure to vanish. The individual wielding the fire dragon technique possessed a formidable chakra and should have been capable of achieving a commendable rank. Alas, he encountered the water lizard, which countered his fire techniques. Luo Yu lamented. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. According to the map, this area should be the habitat of wind spirits, also leading to a perilous zone. Fire is weak against wind. It was no wonder he chose this path. Even if he were to encounter a novice-level wind spirit en route to the danger zone, the attribute advantage combined with level suppression would minimize obstacles. The crow man must have shared similar thoughts. Unfortunately, he was misled by the map's information, resulting in his disqualification from becoming a novice ninja. Could it be that the erroneous information on the map was part of the evaluation? The thought sent a chill down Luo Yu's spine. Alas, President Bai is indeed lacking in martial ethics. However, fortuitously, although this secret realm is designated for novices, the beasts within are of a higher caliber. Yet, it merely amounts to a great fireball affair. After all, a fully realized great fireball, enhanced by Hashirama cells to amplify the power of ninjutsu, is nearly akin to a rapid barbecue machine at the novice level. As he contemplated, Luo Yu hastened toward the danger zone, his Sharingan diligently scanning for the abundant attribute points that traverse the area. Meanwhile, in the regulatory team's workspace, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit stared in disbelief at the screen, exclaiming that the information on the map is erroneous. Otherwise, my son would not have faced elimination. In the realm of the White Legacy, Yamakawa Aoi is considered among the more formidable ranks. To have merged with such a legacy and yet fail to pass the novice assessment, how am I to account for this to the family? As he spoke, the middle-aged man cast a glance at President Bai beside him. Sensing the intense emotional turmoil of the other, President Bai maintained his composure and replied, "Erroneous information is indeed a component of the evaluation. Those superficial powers may be inherited through family ties. But what of adaptability under pressure, the discernment of information, and meticulous thought?" He then fixed a cold gaze upon the middle-aged man. Or are you one of those parents who, when faced with educational challenges, can only resort to leveraging wealth? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man fell silent, as if struck by a devastating blow. The other heads of the ninja clans, who had previously been at ease, now wore expressions of dismay. Goodness, is President Bai truly here? For now, let us not dwell on the fragments of Yamato. At the very least, we must ensure we are not eliminated. If one cannot even surpass a mere introductory assessment, how can they speak of inheriting the family legacy? Director Jiang chuckled, clearly dismissive of the current evaluation. President Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, intrigued by his nonchalance. Aren't you concerned that the young man you hold in such high regard might be eliminated, leading to your embarrassment? Director Jiang's demeanor was unexpectedly resolute. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and simply ask, do you have faith in him? Seeing his indifference, President Bai felt a rush of determination. Very well. If that lad Luo Yu indeed lives up to your praise and claims first place, I shall concede a white legacy to you. However, if he does not, Jiang firmly interjected, I shall grant you 10 white legacies. He was confident that Luo Yu would undoubtedly excel, speaking with unwavering conviction. Observing Director Jiang's confidence, President Bai grew increasingly curious about Luo Yu. What remarkable qualities must this junior possess to garner such esteem? 10 minutes later, in the outdoor arena number 3, while Sister Yin was still engaged in a conversation with Luo Qingyu about her child's exceptional abilities, Qingyu returned, his spirits utterly deflated. At that moment, his demeanor was a stark contrast to the proud young man who had left earlier. Xiaoyu, why are you back? Sister Yin exclaimed, a hint of apprehension creeping into her mind. Qingyu replied bitterly, this year's assessment has been nothing short of torturous. Following the information on the map, I arrived at a location inhabited by first-tier apprentice beasts. To my dismay, a third-tier, giant-toothed demon sprang forth. I was utterly incapable of fighting it. Thus I had no choice but to forfeit. It's absurd. I suspect I inadvertently wandered into a lower ninja-level secret realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu felt a wave of worry. If this year's assessment is so challenging, wouldn't my brother be in danger? Sister Yin, however, felt relieved, realizing that the assessment's difficulty might be an issue. No worries. If that is the case, the majority will likely be eliminated. With too few candidates to become apprentice ninjas, the association will consider re-evaluating and lowering the difficulty. Then, her brow arched, saying, speaking of which, Luo Yu is quite resilient. He is yet to be eliminated, even later than Xiaoyu. Could it be that he, knowing he has no hope of scoring points, is hiding away waiting for others to be eliminated by the beasts? If that is the case, he is rather clever. It is not that she wished ill upon others. After all, her own son consistently ranked among the top in school, and it seemed improbable that Luo Yu could surpass him. Contemplating this, Sister Yin glanced at the score leaderboard on the large screen. Starting from the bottom, she found no trace of Luo Yu's name. Could it be that he was eliminated long ago? Just a brief visit to the restroom, and yet she has not returned? As I ponder this, Sister Yan's gaze has already swept to the top of the leaderboard. Luo Yu, ranked first. Points, 120. I instinctively read aloud the information displayed on the screen, leaving Sister Yin in a state of bewilderment. The current second-place contender, Yang Jie, has merely accumulated 30 points. Yang Jie is undoubtedly a renowned prodigy of Jiangli, and she possesses a certain understanding of him. Not only does he exhibit remarkable talent, having independently mastered a first-level ninjutsu just months ago, but the Yang family, which he hails from, is also one of the most powerful clans in Jiangli. Thus, Yang Jie can be regarded as a rising star in Jiangli. Is Luo Yu really going to overshadow him? Chapter 22. Mastery of Shadow Clone Technique. Look, the first place seems to be your younger brother. Yin Jie tugged at Luo Qingyu, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at the screen. Indeed, this insolent brat shows no inclination for modesty. I'll have to teach him a lesson later. Doesn't he understand that those who stand out in the forest are often subject to the winds? While Luo Qingyu spoke of discipline, her chest swelled with pride. After listening to Yin Jie boast for quite some time, it was finally her turn. Although she was unaware of the events that transpired in the trial land, today, Xiaoyu had already provided her with an abundance of surprises, making her somewhat accustomed to it. She suddenly realized how little she knew about the younger brother she had personally raised. There must be some significant secret that Xiaoyu is concealing from her. Otherwise, he could not have become so exceptional. Oh well, if Xiaoyu chooses not to share, then she shall not pry. She would simply fulfill her role as a supportive partner. Having a capable younger brother is indeed delightful. Observing Luo Qingyu's triumphant demeanor, Yin Jie cast a disdainful glance at Qingyu, reflecting on how remarkably accomplished other people's children are. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu felt a sense of comfort. She never anticipated that Xiaoyu could also excel as someone else's pride. Qingyu, deeply affected, turned to Luo Qingyu with astonishment, inquiring if it was indeed true that the first place belonged to her brother. After all, he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by this assessment. The young man who had just appeared before them, handsome yet lacking in other virtues, had managed to secure the top position in such a brief span of time. This sounds somewhat difficult to accept. Of course, it is my younger brother. Among the 500 candidates, there are no namesakes. Upon receiving her affirmative nod, Yu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Initially, he believed that the boy, though somewhat handsome, would not perform exceptionally well in his studies. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unfair to those who lack both charm and academic prowess. Little did he know that fate is often unjust. It was his own narrow-mindedness that had clouded his judgment. Reflecting on his previous haughty demeanor towards the young man, Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Earlier, when he urged you to introduce yourself, you disregarded his advice. Sister Yin glared at Yu fiercely, even concocting excuses about the difficulty of the assessment. How could he so effortlessly secure the top position? After a stern reprimand, Yu lowered his head even further. Sister Yin, feeling equally ashamed, realized it was no longer tenable to remain. After all, she had previously perceived Luo Yu as so unassuming that she genuinely believed Luo Yu was unremarkable and could not possibly compare to her own son. To her astonishment, it was her son who paled in comparison. The stark contrast was somewhat difficult for her to accept. It seems that Luo has truly ascended to greatness this time. Typically, I have not held back in reprimanding her at the shop, and on several occasions, I nearly brought her to tears. I must treat her with more kindness in the future to avoid any repercussions later on. Xiao Luo, we shall take our leave for now. Your brother has found stability. I grant you a few days off to celebrate with him. Whenever you wish to return, just give me a call. Sister Yin said with a gentle demeanor before her expression turned serious as she took Yu and departed. Feeling the warmth of Sister Yin's attitude, Luo Yu was filled with myriad emotions. At the shop, Sister Yin seldom showed her any kindness. Now, upon learning of her brother's success, she was suddenly affectionate. Truly, one's status is elevated by their kin. Ah no, it is the sister who flourishes because of her brother. Lost in thought, Luo Yu returned her focus to the shifting rankings. In the realm of trials, Luo Yu was en route to the hazardous zone. As soon as his Sharingan detected any lurking beasts, he could unleash a freshly conjured grand fireball. Even against a third-tier water beast, by elevating the chakra consumption to 5, the fireball's intensity could still evaporate water-based techniques, achieving an instant kill, although his chakra reserves had dwindled to 11 due to the use of shadow clones. The regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells ensured he could still afford to utilize the grand fireball. Consequently, while his progress into the danger zone was somewhat hindered, both his attribute points and scores continued to rise. Suddenly, a third-tier water lizard, concealed among the branches, unleashed a high-pressure spray. In an instant, Luo Yu formed the necessary hand seals. Grand Fireball Technique. Another massive fireball instantly evaporated the torrent created by the high-pressure spray, simultaneously incinerating the casting water lizard to ashes. Slaying the third-tier beast awarded him 50 points, bringing his total to 170. A notification chimed from his scientific ninja tools. Meanwhile, the attribute points dropped by the water lizard returned to Luo Yu. Attribute points 5. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and promptly opened the system panel. Unallocated attribute points 10. He had recently vanquished numerous beasts, yet only 2 third-tier creatures had yielded attribute points. His expression darkened slightly. However, there was no need for concern. The examination points that occasionally appeared indicated that the shadow clones were also making an impact. As long as he rested for a full minute after each grand fireball, his chakra would recover. Even when facing a third-tier beast, the shadow clones could effortlessly secure a kill. Moreover, the 10 attribute points were ample to elevate him to third-tier status and claim the system's upgrade rewards. With a sense of reassurance, Luo Yu allocated all his attribute points: stamina, 27, 30, 30, 30, chakra, 26, 50, 33, 50. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to third-tier status and received a level reward. Ninja Scrolls X2. Upon receiving the Book of Ninja Arts, Luo Yu promptly accessed the Ninjutsu panel. Ordinary Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique LV. 2. Thousand Cherry Blossoms Rain LV. 0. Shadow Clone Technique LV. 2. Fire Release Ninjutsu. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique LV. 4. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique LV. 1. Wood Release Ninjutsu. Wood Release. Sapling Technique LV. 1. Wood Release. Hell's Entropy LV. one excluding the wood release techniques, which cannot be enhanced using the Book of Ninja Arts, the Great Fireball technique. Due to its elevated level, can only be utilized with 2 ninjutsu scrolls or 100 fragments of the unnamed fire release legacy. Among the remaining ninjutsu, Thousand Cherry Blossoms Rain, being an offensive technique, is presently unnecessary, as is the Phoenix Fire technique. Thus, only the Shadow Clone technique remains relevant. Moreover, upgrading the Shadow Clone to level 3 requires precisely 2 books of ninja arts. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu decided to employ the Book of Ninja Arts to enhance the Shadow Clone technique. Shadow Clone technique, level 1. In the next instant, Luo Yu felt a significant improvement in his comprehension of the Shadow Clone technique. Not only was he now able to simultaneously create 3 clones, but the effectiveness of the chakra-derived cells akin to Hashiramas had also increased from 30 to 40. Even the replicated Sharingan could now be awakened to the level of 2 Tomo. Is this the enhancement of mastery-level Shadow Clones? It appears that Uchiha Madara initially summoned 5 wooden clones to activate Susanoo, achieving a state of simplicity and authenticity in their practice. One can only imagine the breathtaking scene when I, too, summoned 5 clones to unleash Kamui. After completing his preparations, Luo Yu had no intention of taking a moment's respite. The mountain before him was a perilous zone, and according to the map's information, the fragments of the Great Harmony Legacy were positioned at its summit. Of course, if the information regarding the fragments were erroneous, Luo Yu would have to take note of President Bai in his little notebook. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu began his ascent along the rugged mountain path. Meanwhile, in the monitoring group's workspace, President Bai observed Luo Yu on the screen, beginning to question his understanding of reality. Is this young man truly a ninja student? The power of that fireball technique clearly indicates mastery. After years of training, my own fireball technique has only reached proficiency. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? Chapter 23. Advancing into the danger zone. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, masters from various clans, were left astounded. They, too, were seasoned Chunin who had long made a name for themselves in Jiangli. They understood all too well how challenging it was to elevate one's ninjutsu proficiency. The notion that an apprentice could elevate the fireball technique to mastery was beyond their wildest imaginations. After all, as a basic ninjutsu, they had utilized it for years and had only reached the minor level of proficiency. Yet, here was a junior who had achieved mastery. Psychologically, they struggled to accept this reality. Master Chen raised his doubts, questioning not only the proficiency of the fireball technique. Just minutes had passed, and he had unleashed so many fireballs. Such an abundance of chakra was unfathomable. Could this individual have deliberately suppressed his level to obtain a special badge and the Great Harmony fragments? Even when faced with a third-tier feral beast, a water lizard that counters fire ninjutsu, he could effortlessly annihilate it with his fireball technique. Is this the examinee for the internship assessment? It seems to surpass many of the lower-ranked ninjas. Director Jiang squinted slightly, observing that the true reason lies in the rapid recovery of his chakra. As he spoke, Director Jiang's mind raced with thoughts. No wonder this young man displays no hesitation when utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan. It turns out his chakra regeneration is quite remarkable. This raises a question. Why does his chakra recover so swiftly? Lao Bai, your fragments of the Great Harmony are about to be willingly surrendered to Luo Yu. Director Jiang grinned, speculating that the fragments had been strategically placed on the most perilous peak of the trial grounds precisely because Lao Bai is reluctant to part with them. As long as no one can navigate through the layers of danger to obtain the fragments, they will remain in Lao Bai's possession. President Bai, however, remained unconvinced, asserting that if Luo Yu truly possesses such capability, what difference would it make if I were to offer him a complete legacy of the Great Harmony? The emergence of such a genius in Jiangli City, plagued by the onslaught of monstrous beasts, is ultimately beneficial. From a broader perspective, my actions contribute to the defense against these creatures. Director Jiang nodded slightly in agreement. Old Bai, though frugal, possesses a clear understanding of right and wrong. With merely 1 hour remaining until the assessment concludes, Luo Yu swiftly navigates the rugged mountain path. Suddenly, at a distance of 300 meters ahead, he spots a familiar figure, Chen Qi, with whom he has had clandestine dealings. At this moment, Chen Qi is engaged in a fierce struggle against a novice second-tier white giant wolf. Judging by his expression, he appears to be hesitating on whether to forfeit the fight. Under normal circumstances, Chen Qi, having absorbed the legacy of Noera Genkan, would not succumb to a novice second-tier giant wolf. However, The injuries he bears suggest that he has already endured a fierce battle and is utterly drained of energy. The formidable giant wolf was poised to become the final straw that would break the camel's back. After receiving a boon from Qin, Luo Yu swiftly approached the giant wolf, employing the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan to accurately hurl a shuriken. Enhanced by a surge of stamina, the shuriken immediately pierced the wolf's lung. Yet, in its dying moments, the giant wolf intended to fight back fiercely. Ninjutsu, Thousand Needles of Rain. Observing the situation, Qin hastily expended his last vestige of chakra to bring an end to the beast. Unfortunately, as the wolf was dispatched by Qin, no points were awarded, nor did any attribute points drop. However, Luo Yu remained unperturbed, as his intention was solely to assist Qin in securing second place. Lao Gu. We meet again at last. This wretched place was teeming with novice second and third tier beasts, making the challenge exceedingly arduous. President Bai, you must possess some spirit, he mused. Once assured of his safety, Qin plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Initially, he believed he could contend for second place without Luo Yu's assistance, having forged an alliance merely to foster camaraderie. Little did he anticipate that without Luo Yu, he would have nearly faced elimination. Thankfully, his earlier cunning had prevailed. At this moment, upon locating Qin, Luo Yu promptly formed hand seals to dispel the shadow clone searching for him. In the next instant, the chakra that had been separated returned to his body, restoring his chakra reserves to 49. Along with it came the memories of the shadow clone's experiences during that time, as well as a sense of fatigue. You can perform this technique too, Lao Gu? Qin, who had mastered the shadow clone technique to a minor degree, instantly recognized the hand seals employed by Luo Yu. Indeed, I learned it during our previous battle, Luo Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Qin fell silent. The inheritance of the Shiranui clan was deemed T0 among the white inheritances primarily because, upon absorption, one would inevitably comprehend the minor mastery of the shadow clone technique. His elation upon mastering it had lasted quite some time. Yet, Luo Yu had managed to learn it after witnessing it just once in combat? How infuriating. Had he known, he would have refrained from using the shadow clone technique at that moment. Nevertheless, recalling Luo Yu's Sharingan brought him some solace. It was said that any adept user of the Sharingan could utilize its acute perceptive abilities to learn ninjutsu. With Luo Yu having mastered the Manjiki, replicating a shadow clone was surely a trivial matter. What brings you here? I thought you were in a different area, Luo Yu inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Qin felt a wave of despair wash over him. I noticed my teleportation point was close to a danger zone and surmised you would come here to compete for the great harmony and fragments of inheritance. So I thought to wait for you in the danger zone. But alas, I was mistaken. On my way, I encountered a novice third-tier giant tooth demon. And after a narrow victory, I faced the giant wolf. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Oh, and Lu Jiajia and Yang Jia have already ascended the mountain ahead of me. Let us hasten our actions, lest the fragments of the great harmony legacy fall into their hands. Luo Yu was taken aback. Was it not the Yang Jia? Hailed as the rising star of Jiangli? Was he not from an external institution? How had Lu Jiajia ended up entangled with him? Qin chuckled slyly, suggesting that there might be unsavory dealings behind this alliance. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu shot him a glance of disdain and then spoke. Since we have been thrust ahead of them, I shall ascend the mountain swiftly. You should remain here to recuperate for a while. Once I have acquired the fragments of the great harmony legacy, I shall return to assist you in gaining points. With that, Luo Yu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the peak of the danger zone, a man and a woman arrived at the summit, brimming with vigor and ambition. The two individuals are Lu Jiajia, the academic goddess admired by Teng Yang, and Yang Jia, a prodigy of the Yang family. Well, Jiajia, please take a seat and rest for a moment while I search for the fragments of the great harmony, Yang Jia said, gentlemanly removing his coat and laying it on the grass before venturing a short distance away in pursuit of the special reward. Thank you, Lu Jiajia replied, gracefully settling onto the coat, her gaze drifting toward the industrious Yang Jia, her thoughts meandering. As her close male friend, Yang Jia had proven himself quite competent. Not only did he consistently accompany her in study sessions and training, but his contributions had also ensured her academic standing remained at the forefront within the city. The remarkable performance during the morning's assessment was largely due to the resources allocated to him by the Yang family. Unfortunately, he had later been overshadowed by Luo Yu. Fortunately, after enduring her tearful pleas, Yang Jie had agreed to present her with the fragments of the great harmony to lift her spirits. Given that any possibility with Luo Yu had dissipated, perhaps it was time to contemplate advancing her relationship with her dear friend. Just as Lu Jiejie was lost in thought, the ground suddenly cracked. A pale arm emerged from the fissure, swiftly seizing her ankle. In the next moment, Lu Jiejie let out a piercing scream. Ah! Hearing her cry, Yang Jie rushed back, drawing his katana from his back. In an instant, a flash of sword light severed the white arm. Observing the notification of an additional 50 points from the scientific ninja tools, Yang Jie deduced that it was a level 3 apprentice monster. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 white humanoid creatures erupted from the earth, surrounding the two. Goodness, it's the white absolute, exclaimed Luo Yu, arriving at the scene, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the humanoid beings. In the original work, these entities exist like insignificant fish, yet in this realm, they haunt novice ninjas as a nightmare. Primarily, apart from a few exceptions, most of the white zetsu, due to their inferior rank, are only active in low-level secret realms. Inexperienced ninjas frequently encounter them. Upon defeating a white zetsu, there exists a chance to obtain a white-grade white zetsu inheritance. Although the low-level white zetsu inheritance serves merely as a training material and does not impart any ninjutsu upon absorption, it can be regarded as a purely training resource among the white-grade inheritances. Nevertheless, the drop of a white inheritance signifies that the attributes of the white zetsu are evidently superior to those of ordinary aberrant beasts. Furthermore, with the assistance of the transformation technique, a high-tier disguise skill, conventional perception methods are largely ineffective. As long as a white zetsu masquerades as a companion, inexperienced novice ninjas are utterly unable to discern the deception. Of course, the paramount issue is that white zetsu tend to appear in groups. If a ninja's level does not significantly surpass theirs, they will be overwhelmed. Luo Yu. Upon encountering Luo Yu, Lu Jiejie's expression was complex. Despite Luo Yu possessing high attributes and the rare would release bloodline limit, this assessment was, after all, a practical test. Without the guidance of a master in would release ninjutsu, her performance was unlikely to be remarkable. This was her initial belief. However, after reviewing the leaderboard, she found herself disheartened once more. Luo Yu consistently held the top position with an overwhelming momentum. You need not intervene. These white zetsu are our prey, Yang Jie declared. Casting a glance at Luo Yu, his tone resolute. This is an opportune moment to showcase male charm before Lu Jiejie. How could anyone else seize the spotlight? With that thought, Yang Jie brandished his katana and charged forward with thunderous momentum, invoking the shadow clone technique. As his words resonated in the air, he conjured 2 shadow clones to engage in battle against the white absolutes. The novice third-tier white absolutes, unable to withstand his exquisite swordsmanship, quickly succumbed. In an instant, 3 of the white absolutes fell victim to his prowess. Yang Jie surpassed Luo Yu with 180 points, ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Meanwhile, within the regulatory team's workspace, many heads of the Jiangli clan recognized the sword technique employed by Yang Jie and expressed their astonishment. The leaf flow sword art. Could it be that Yang Jie has inherited the legacy of the Moonlight Gale? It is well known that while the Moonlight Gale legacy is also a white-tier inheritance, it possesses unique characteristics. Unlike the notoriously high-floor inheritance of the Unknown Fire, which allows for brainless utilization of shadow clones coupled with the Thousand Books Rain to clear vast areas, the inheritor of the Moonlight Gale displays an exceptional mastery of the leaf flow sword art. In practical combat, though its lower limit may not rival that of the Unknown Fire, with attention to detail and strategic play, its upper limit can indeed rival certain blue-tier inheritances. The key lies in the elegance of swordsmanship. Furthermore, when the heir reaches the level of a Chunin, they acquire a remarkably practical special technique, Phantom Escape, that renders them transparent and conceals their presence. Thus, many faith-based players willingly forego green-tier inheritances in favor of the quality offered by the Moonlight Gale. Consequently, these faith ninjas are humorously dubbed the Gale Sect. Yang Jie, possessing the attributes of a novice third tier, is capable of dispatching a novice third-tier white absolute with a single strike. Impressive. It is no wonder he confidently chose the Moonlight Gale. His displayed talent is even comparable to that of Luo Yu. If Luo Yu is akin to a heavily armored artillery, then Yang Jie embodies the essence of an unseen assassin. One eagerly anticipates a duel between them. To be fair, Luo Yu relies on the cumbersome fireball technique, which certainly places him at a disadvantage against Yang Jie. Numerous seasoned veterans showered him with compliments. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family felt a swell of pride. though he humbly remarked, "You flatter me. My son cannot possibly compare to the ninjutsu prodigy Luo Yu." Chairman Bai's smile grew ever more radiant. "They are both the future of Jiangli. Do not be so modest. Indeed, these ninja clans tend to reveal their true worth only under pressure." Chairman Bai then chuckled. "Old Jiang, your 10 white-tier inheritances may soon become unstable." Director Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "I have complete confidence in Luo Yu. With his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Yang Jie's swordsmanship will be easily discerned. Moreover, that absurd phasing ability is something he will never master." Observing that Director Jiang's confidence did not appear forced, the crowd was left even more puzzled. Possessing the ability to dominate novice third tiers, the quality of the white absolutes is superior to that of the water lizard. What enchantment does Luo Yu possess that captivates Director Jiang so profoundly? Meanwhile, the surroundings are littered with the remnants of the white absolute. Yang Jie has effortlessly vanquished all foes and returns gracefully to Lu Jiajia's side. "Luo Yu, allow me to introduce you to my new boyfriend, Yang Jie." Lu Jiajia sweetly entwines her arm with Yang Jie while discreetly signaling him. Yang Jie instantly comprehends the implication. He has long heard of a certain Luo Yu who has offended Jiajia. It seems she wishes to bolster her image. "You must be Luo Yu. I kindly request that you refrain from pursuing Jiajia any further." Having grasped the situation, Yang Jie promptly asserts his claim over Luo Yu. "What nonsense! If anyone is clinging to someone, it would be her," Luo Yu replies, her forehead adorned with a frown of disbelief. "Surely, it must be a rumor concocted by the class monitor." Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand is to locate the shards of the Great Harmony's legacy. "I shall have a word with that class monitor later, as one's mouth should not be used for idle gossip." Lu Jiajia offers Luo Yu an apologetic smile. As a popular girl in school, how could she admit to pursuing someone who, apart from his looks, possesses nothing? Doesn't that make one seem rather superficial? Thus, a multitude of modifications were judiciously made. Just as the three were poised to separately search for the fragments of the Great Harmony, the ground trembled once more. Observing this, Yang Jie smiled with a hint of arrogance. "Is it coming again?" As he spoke, he drew forth the katana from his back, while Luo Yu remained ever ready with the fireball. This time, one cannot merely be a spectator while Yang Jie accumulates all the points. The crux of the matter lies in the attribute points as well. At that moment, a peculiar creature, a fusion of multiple white absolutes, emerged from the ground. In the room, upon gazing at the colossal white absolute on the screen, the head of the Yang family's expression shifted dramatically. It was a fusion of white absolutes. Such fused white absolutes are exceedingly rare among peculiar species. This grotesque creature, formed by the fusion of multiple white absolutes, represents a substantial leap in strength. Not only does it commence at the level of a low-ranking ninja, but it also guarantees the drop of a fragment of the Great Harmony's legacy. Consequently, its quality surpasses that of an ordinary white absolute, elevating it to a higher echelon. Chapter 25. The astonishing suppression of the white absolute. Is this what President Bai referred to as the fragments of the Great Harmony's legacy? Utterly outrageous. I propose we terminate the assessment. Indeed, the treasures of President Bai are not so easily acquired. Even Director Jiang found himself in a dilemma, bemused by the chaotic nature of the situation, which was so characteristic of old Bai's style. As the numerous clan heads in the room voiced their objections, President Bai smiled gently, assuring everyone, "Please remain calm. This fused white absolute is merely of the low-ranking ninja tier. Based on the abilities demonstrated by Luo Yu and Yang Jie, there remains a possibility of escape. Indeed, even after witnessing the exceptional performances of Luo Yu and Yang Jie, every individual present, including President Bai, tacitly acknowledged that the two stood little chance against the fused white absolute. To assess the combat prowess of these exotic beasts, one must consider not only their rank but also the legacy fragments dropped upon their defeat. In this regard, exotic beasts are classified by their drop rates. The weakest yield no fragments, the ordinary possess a chance of dropping them, and the rare beasts have unique guaranteed drops. The fused white absolute clearly falls into the latter category, and it is known to drop green quality fragments. Its combat strength is equivalent to that of a ninja infused with green legacy. Thus, to vanquish a fused white absolute, at least 3 ordinary low-ranking ninjas are required. This is hardly a matter for 2 individuals at the 3rd level of apprenticeship to contemplate. At the summit of the perilous zone, confronted by the colossal fusion of the white absolute, Yang Jie felt his grip on the katana tremble involuntarily. Perhaps it would be best to flee. Yet, In the presence of the girl he admired, how could he possibly retreat? Contemplating this, he cast a pleading glance at Luo Yu. Brother, why not take the lead? However, Luo Yu wore an expression brimming with eagerness, leaving Yang Jie utterly speechless. It seemed this individual was utterly oblivious. Was the fusion of the white absolute something they could engage with at this moment? Just as Yang Jie was ensnared in his inner turmoil, Lu Jiejie smiled at him encouragingly. Yang Jie, you can do it. Upon hearing her words, Yang Jie felt as if he had been imbued with a surge of confidence, charging forth alongside his two shadow clones. A man must never falter in front of the woman he cherishes. Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, Yang Jie, along with his shadow clones, materialized beside the fusion of the white absolute, striking down with his blade from the left, above, and right. This is a unique technique of the Moonlight Gale, attainable solely through the inheritance of its legacy. The Ninja Association has rated it 2 stars. Although its damage output is modest, its distinctive maneuver allows for attacks from 3 different angles, making it nearly impossible for anyone to evade. In the next moment, the sound of clashing steel reverberated through the air. 3 great swords struck the surface of the fused white absolute, leaving only a faint scar. The defenses remained unbroken. With a stamina of 100 for a lower-tier ninja, it is inherently challenging to inflict damage. Moreover, the fused white absolute possesses green quality, rendering the strikes of a novice tier as mere scratches. Yang Jie stood in astonishment. At that moment, the fused white absolute let out a resounding roar. A colossal wave of sound instantly transformed 2 of its clones into white mist. Yang Jie found himself immobilized, overwhelmed by the sonic pressure. Suddenly, the fused white absolute extended a long arm and struck. In the next instant, Yang Jie was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall, blood gushing from his mouth. Witnessing the collapse of his greatest support, Lu Jiejie's face turned pale with fear. The behind-the-scenes work area erupted in chaos. President Bai, quickly activate the Flying Thunder God within the scientific ninja tools. Seeing his son gravely injured, the Yang family head lost his composure. President Bai cast a glance at him, remarking that with Yang Jie in this state, he would withdraw from the competition. Failing even the novice assessment would be a tremendous humiliation for someone as proud as him. The Yang family head shook his head, expressing a wish for their assistance in conceding, as Yang Jie was immobile and the fused white absolute would undoubtedly not spare him. President Bai calmly regarded him, reminding him not to forget that Luo Yu had yet to make a move. The Yang family head offered a bittersweet smile, admitting that Luo Yu would be unable to help either. To defeat the fused white absolute with mere novice stats, one would need to obtain a purple quality inheritance. He sighed, realizing that his son Yang Jie was unlikely to participate in this year's assessment. President Bai reassured him, stating that if Luo Yu was unable to assist, their team would promptly return them. With his promise, the Yang family head felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, at the peak of the danger zone, Yang Jie lay on the ground, gazing in despair at the fused white absolute. His fingers trembled over the concession button, yet he hesitated to press it. He felt there might still be a chance for redemption. Lu Jiejie, paralyzed by fear, stood helplessly in place. She desperately wished to abandon Yang Jie and flee, but that would be too cruel. However, she lacked the courage to pull him back, knowing it would expose them entirely to the fused white absolute sight. Thus, she found herself in a profound dilemma. The massive arm of the white absolute was exceedingly long. Engaging in close combat was utterly inadvisable. Having observed the battle between Yang Jie and the fused white Zetsu, Luo Yu drew his conclusions. His previous inaction was deliberate, aimed at gathering intelligence. Maintaining a calm mind in the face of peril is indeed an essential trait for a ninja. This concept was adeptly embodied by Kakashi in the original narrative. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Luo Yu swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, expending 10 chakra. A fireball, as enormous as a modest house, surged forth. It collided violently with the massive form of the fused white Zetsu, erupting in a brilliant explosion of flames. How impressive! Lu Jiejie exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. She was truly unaware that Luo Yu possessed the grand fireball technique. Moreover, in terms of power, form, and even the speed of the hand seals, it was evident that his mastery far surpassed the mere level of proficiency. Such a formidable fireball, at the very least, must be of mastery level, perhaps even perfected. Not only does it command a myriad of chakra transformations, but it also exhibits remarkable talent in ninjutsu. One cannot help but concede that, when compared to Liu Ai, who am perceived as a genius by others, appear almost indistinguishable from an ordinary passerby. Yang Jie's expression mirrored that of Lu Jiejie. He finally comprehended why Liu possesses the strength to contend with him for the silver badge. In the next moment, as the smoke dissipated, the merged Baiju stood resolutely, albeit with a portion of his body scorched. This defense is no mere boast. Luo Yu found this outcome somewhat unexpected. This was indeed a fierce fireball unleashed with all his might, yet it merely inflicted minor injuries. Even considering the attribute disadvantage against the wood release body of the white absolute, it appears that the power of a one-star ninjutsu is rather limited. Regardless of the practitioner's proficiency, the impact was negligible. The fused white absolute, graced with several heads, sneered contemptuously. He then extracted a concealed white absolute from the ground and absorbed it into his body. In an instant, the charred form of the fused white absolute swiftly reverted to its original state. The fused white absolute could consume ordinary white absolutes to heal itself. Yang Jie despaired as he recalled the knowledge he had encountered in the book. He concluded, with a heavy heart, that as long as other white absolutes existed in this vicinity, even a fireball of such magnitude could never defeat him. How could this be? Lu Jiejie felt tears welling up. Had she not been aware of the staff watching, she would have already vented her frustration at President Bai, who had designed this assessment. If she was unwilling to surrender the fragments of the Great Harmony legacy, she could have simply stated so. Must she make it so arduous? Luo Yu took a deep breath, realizing that he had no choice but to employ that technique. The fireball, enhanced by primary attribute points, was not his most formidable offensive measure. His true trump card was the Hell's Chaos. Lu Jiejie could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at Luo Yu, wondering if he indeed possessed even more powerful ninjutsu. While others showcased a plethora of impressive skills, all she could manage was the three-body technique. Luo Yu coldly remarked, "Stay far from me in a moment, or I cannot be held responsible for any accidental harm." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiejie retreated a full 30 meters in fright. Chapter 26. Would release. Hell's Chaos. Instead of fleeing, Luo Yu unexpectedly approached the fused white absolute with composure. Did he have a hidden card up his sleeve? Could he truly wield a ninjutsu more potent than the perfected fireball? Was it possible that, like Yang Jie, Luo Yu merely wished to impress the girls? In the monitoring room, as they observed Luo Yu calmly approaching the fused white absolute, the heads of various clans were filled with bewilderment. The next moment, the fused white absolute swiftly swung its grotesque long arm, grasping Luo Yu tightly. Witnessing this, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. They had thought Luo Yu was brimming with confidence and had a backup plan, only for him to be heading towards his doom? Once caught by the white absolute, Luo Yu's arms were immobilized, rendering him unable to perform hand seals. It seemed that the only option left was for the staff to forcibly teleport him away. Even Director Jiang, who had always been optimistic about Luo Yu, could no longer remain composed, his pupils narrowing in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Wasn't Luo Yu supposed to be intangible? How could he be so easily captured? However, in the next moment, a heart-wrenching sorrow gripped Luo Yu's mind. A smiling girl materialized in his thoughts. "I miss you, Lin. The pain. It is unbearable. The agony of losing my beloved," stimulated by an overwhelming force. The chakra within Luo Yu surged violently towards his right eye, unveiling the intricate patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan within his pupil. A scarlet luminescence flickered, as a streak of crimson akin to a tear cascaded down. All remaining chakra within him transformed into the essence of wood. In the next instant, countless thorn-laden trees erupted wildly from Luo Yu's being. The Manjiki Sharingan distorted the surrounding space, causing the trees to spiral upwards under the influence of this spatial distortion. The amalgamated white Zetsu, caught in this chaotic whirlwind, was ruthlessly torn apart in midair, reduced to mere remnants. Before such overwhelming might, the proud defenses of the fused white Zetsu proved utterly futile. When Luo Yu regained his composure, the environment had been entirely reshaped by wood release, with numerous twisted and grotesque towering trees standing sentinel, rendering the surroundings reminiscent of a hellish landscape. At this moment, several remnants of the white absolute radiance cascaded into Luo Yu's being. Attribute points increased by 15. Meanwhile, the scientific ninja tool on his wrist emitted a notification. By vanquishing a first-tier lower ninja beast, he gained 500 points, bringing his total to 670. The leaderboard's pinnacle was swiftly claimed by Luo Yu once more. Beside him, Yang Jie trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking despite his efforts to steady them. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luo Yu, one that surpassed even the fusion with the white absolute. Yang Jie then let out a wretched laugh, reflecting on how mere moments ago he had fancied himself a match for Luo Yu. What a farcical notion that was. In the distance, Lu Jiejie's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the distorted giant trees surrounding her, as if she were ensnared in a dream. She had initially thought Luo Yu merely possessed an affinity for wood release. Little did she realize he had already mastered such formidable wood release ninjutsu. Such prodigious talent is truly astonishing. The more impressive Luo Yu appears, the greater the regret she feels. If only she had humbled herself and engaged Luo Yu in earnest persuasion from the beginning, perhaps this future powerhouse could have been secured. At this moment, the monitoring room fell into collective silence. After a brief pause, the usually privileged clan heads could no longer contain their exclamations. Incredible. An instant kill. Is this wood release? I never anticipated that Luo Yu had already mastered it. The potency of this ninja technique rivals that of a 3.5 or even 4-star jutsu. Did you not notice? When Luo Yu executed the technique, it seemed as though his eyes had activated the Sharingan. Is that true? Did you catch a glimpse of his Sharingan's tomo? I couldn't see clearly. It was merely a fleeting moment. I am certain that Luo Yu must have absorbed some purple inheritance. Otherwise, this is simply outrageous. To be frank, I feel a twinge of envy for this child's parents. We are the progenitors of the second generation of ninjas, while they are directly from the first generation. Not only them, but even Director Jiang took a deep breath. Although he was aware of Luo Yu's mastery of the kaleidoscope Sharingan and his proficiency in fire release, he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable bloodline limit with wood release. Furthermore, he had access to such a powerful wood release technique. Old Bai, perhaps you should bring forth the white inheritance you lost to me a bit earlier. After regaining his composure, Director Jiang turned his gaze towards President Bai. At that moment, President Bai was still enveloped in shock. Upon hearing his words, he snapped back to reality and quietly retrieved 2 white Zetsu inheritances from his storage scroll and handed them over. One is for belittling anyone. I am simply giving you 2. Now it is Director Jiang's turn to be perplexed. Old Bai, what is this? President Bai laughed heartily, declaring, today brings me joy. Jiang Li has produced such a talent, and I can hold my head high before the presidents of other city associations. Nodding slightly, Director Jiang leaned closer to him and whispered, let me share another piece of good news. Luo Yu possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon hearing this, President Bai chuckled, don't jest. The conditions for awakening the kaleidoscope are exceedingly stringent. Those who understand know this well. How old is Luo Yu? To claim he has awakened the kaleidoscope is absurd. Even if he were to awaken a 3-tomo Sharingan, it would be tantamount to him suffering the trials of fate. Although Luo Yu's earlier performance was already remarkable, President Bai did not believe he could exceed it further. Director Jiang smiled faintly. If you doubt it, we shall review the footage shortly. At the peak of the danger zone, Luo Yu discovered a green shard amidst the debris. Undoubtedly, this is but a fragment of the legacy of Yamato. Lu Jiejie and Yang Jie could only watch in awe as Luo Yu placed the fragment into the storage scroll, too intimidated by his astonishing display to voice any dissent. After procuring the Yamato legacy fragment, Luo Yu gracefully descended the mountain to seek out Qin. Once out of Yang Jie and Lu Jiejie's sight, he nonchalantly adopted a guise of weakness. During the chaos of hell's turmoil, the caster not only experiences a decline in intelligence, but also depletes all chakra within. Of course, the potency of hell's turmoil increases as chakra is consumed. It seems that a brief respite of 10 minutes is necessary for him to restore his full energy. However, should other ninjas exhaust their chakra relying solely on natural recovery, it would take them an entire day and night to recuperate. Soon, he arrived at the place where Qin was recuperating. Luo Gu, have you acquired the Yamato legacy fragment? He asked, noticing Luo Yu's fatigued appearance and worrying that Lu Jiejie might have subdued him. Indeed, otherwise why would I be here? Luo Yu replied with a sense of pride. After a 10-minute rest, Luo Yu's chakra surged back to vitality, and Qin's injuries began to heal. Thus, Luo Yu led him down the mountain to hunt the water lizard. By skillfully managing his chakra, he unleashed a small fireball technique that left the water lizard on the brink of collapse, allowing Qin to deliver the final blow. In no time, Qin caught up to the second-placed Yang Jie. Given Yang Jie's injuries, which would take time to recover, it was likely he would not hunt any more beasts for the remainder of the assessment. However, this strategy had a drawback. assists did not yield attribute points. There is a significant flaw in this system. Luo Yu grumbled. After guiding Chen Qi to second place, he ventured alone to collect attribute points. Chapter 27. The City Exchange Meeting. In the trial ground, there remained 10 minutes until the assessment concluded. The area where Luo Yu stood was strewn with the carcasses of the Western Wind Wolves. The Western Wind Wolves are the sole apprentice-level wind-type aberrations in the trial grounds, and they invariably appear in packs. They are exceptionally suited for utilizing attribute-restrained fireballs to accumulate attribute points. As for the rationale behind not farming the White Absolute, which has a chance to drop White Legacy fragments, it is due to the fact that the White Absolute's level must reach at least ch9 for the probability of dropping Legacy fragments to be considered. The trial grounds are populated exclusively by apprentice-level White Absolutes, and even if one were to eliminate them all, the chance of obtaining a single Legacy fragment remains exceedingly slim. Indeed, the drop rate of apprentice-level White Absolutes is notoriously absurd. As the assessment neared its conclusion, Luo Yu swiftly stored the corpses of the Western Wind Wolves within the storage scroll. This is because the bones of the West Wind Wolf, when ground into bone powder, serve as a conventional material for crafting wind release scrolls. Selling them to the ninja shop can yield a considerable profit, amounting to several tens of thousands of ninja coins. Although this sum of money may not be substantial for him at present, it is more than sufficient to purchase small trinkets such as little tails, bells, and beast ears for his sister. After dealing with the remains of the West Wind Wolf, Luo Yu turned his attention to the system panel. Unallocated attribute points, 49. He contemplated how to judiciously distribute these points, and then utilize the fragments of the Great Harmony to upgrade the cells of Hashirama, thereby enhancing the percentage bonuses to his chakra and stamina. Once his chakra and stamina reach 100, he would be poised to tackle the Chunin exam the following day. Luo Yu had a certain understanding of the Chunin exam. Unlike the more elaborate Jinin assessment, the Chunin exam was relatively straightforward. Essentially, as long as his chakra and stamina met the 100 threshold, he could complete a D-rank mission from the Ninja Association, which corresponded to tasks befitting a Jinin level. Just as Luo Yu was mulling over his future plans, the scientific ninja tool suddenly chimed. The time for the Jiangli Jinin assessment had arrived, and the candidates would soon be transported to the Jiangli Secret Realms teleportation site. In an instant, the scientific ninja tool activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Luo Yu and the other candidates found themselves back at the third venue, standing before the teleportation gate. The candidates remained immersed in the atmosphere of the assessment, engaged in animated discussions. Wow, who is that Luo Yu, the top scorer? I must ask him how he achieved 1750 points. The second place Chen Qi is also quite impressive. To score 800 points, he must have defeated over a dozen third-tier beasts. I never expected Yang Jie to be in third place. Our Jiangli truly has an abundance of talent. I thought Yang Jie was a sure thing, but it seems a dark horse has emerged from the fray. At this moment, President Bai and others hurriedly emerged from the monitoring room. Under the gaze of the crowd, President Bai personally awarded special badges to the top 5 participants. Witnessing this, the onlookers cast envious glances. With these special badges, their duration of stay in the secret realm would surpass that of ordinary ninjas. Given this advantage, over time, these individuals would undoubtedly widen the gap between themselves and the common ninjas. Of course, the badges were merely at the apprentice level and could not grant access to dimensional energies. After all, entry into the conventional secret realms required at least the rank of a lower ninja. Observing Luo Yu basking in the limelight, the heads of various ninja clans felt somewhat frustrated. They had allowed their children to absorb the heritage early on, all for the sake of obtaining the fragments of the Yamato legacy, only to be outmaneuvered by this dark horse. It was a significant loss. Only the head of the Qin family wore a beaming smile, not due to Qin Qi securing second place, but rather because of the amicable relationship between Qin Qi and Luo Yu. This connection may prove invaluable in the future. Below the stage, several school principals gathered together, with Principal Wu wearing a proud expression. Did you see that? Luo Yu, who received the silver badge, is a talent nurtured by our school. The other principals, upon witnessing this, could not hide their envy. It seems that the educational landscape of Jiangli is poised for a profound transformation. After receiving the silver badge, Luo Yu examined it briefly before casually placing it in his pocket. Just as he was about to flaunt his achievement to his sister in the audience, President Bai detained him with a benevolent expression. Congratulations, Luo Yu, on being the top performer in this assessment. You have also received a fragment of the Great Harmony legacy. Luo Yu was somewhat taken aback. President Bai, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Upon asking, he quickly realized the reason. His remarkable performance in the trial ground must have caught the attention of President Bai, who, as the head of the Jiangli Ninja Association, would certainly extend his support. This was also the reason for his ostentatious use of the chaos of hell at that time. Once he showcased his prowess, the rare upgrade materials would no longer require his own search. Others would eagerly present them to him. Naturally, this would significantly increase the likelihood of the Ninja Scientific Research Association seeking him out. Both the Hashirama cells residing within him and his kaleidoscopic Sharingan were immensely alluring to those scientific aberrations of ninjas. One could say that such a course of action was a perilous gamble. It would be far more prudent for other travelers to wait until they had acquired the means for self-preservation before stepping into the limelight. Come, let us converse in my chamber, said President Bai with a knowing smile, leading the way. Luo Yu followed him upstairs to the monitoring room. Observing the figures of the two, the onlookers were filled with myriad emotions. In Jiangli, President Bai held a prestigious status. And it was indeed remarkable that Luo Yu could engage in private discourse with such an esteemed figure. This is indeed a coveted honor. Soon, the two individuals arrived at the supervision room. The regulatory team has withdrawn, leaving only Director Jiang present. Once seated face to face, President Bai spoke, introducing the esteemed director of Jiangli Dojo, who mentioned that your right eye possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I have come to seek your confirmation on this matter. Luo Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, that is the case. However, I am curious as to how Director Jiang became aware of it. Director Jiang smiled, explaining that during your spar with Chen Shi at Jiangli Dojo yesterday, you discreetly employed that peculiar kaleidoscope ability, and the entire process was recorded. So that is how it was. Externally, Luo Yu remained silent, but internally he felt somewhat speechless. What did they mean by discreetly? He had utilized it openly and with complete confidence. Having received Luo Yu's confirmation, President Bai still found it hard to believe. How could you wield the kaleidoscope so effortlessly? Are you perhaps a member of the Jun family from the imperial capital? Luo Yu recited the explanation he had meticulously prepared. I stumbled upon a mysterious purple inheritance. It is possible that this inheritance harbors the bloodline of the Uchiha from another realm. He was not lying. Brother Tuzi indeed belonged to the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, considering the raging template of Obito, it would not be unreasonable to regard it as a form of purple inheritance. Upon hearing this, President Bai and Director Jiang exchanged glances. Throughout history, ninjas who integrated the purple inheritance had a growth ceiling at least at the level of a shadow guard, with potential to even challenge the shadow rank. Both of them, merely elite ninjas, commanded respect in Jiangli and occupied a revered position. One could only imagine how distant the shadow guards above them truly were. However, based on past experiences, it was understood that without the Jun family bloodline, one could not merge the legacies of Uchiha powerhouses. It was likely that this mysterious purple inheritance came from another origin, and the ability to utilize the kaleidoscope so proficiently must stem from other factors. After all, many shadow-level powerhouses who excessively employed the kaleidoscope Sharingan eventually succumbed to blindness. Nevertheless, these intricacies were beyond the purview of ordinary elite ninjas. Suddenly, President Bai's expression grew serious. Luo Yu, you have acquired a special badge, a silver badge at that. You will henceforth be a key focus of cultivation for Jiangli. Does this mean that I can freely request training resources from you in the future? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had numerous ninjutsu awaiting enhancement. President Bai appeared somewhat awkward, as this precisely related to the core topic I wish to discuss with you. He cleared his throat and continued, stating that the system we implement in the Dragon Kingdom concentrates resources to provide for the most gifted ninjas. Each year, Jiangli dispatches outstanding ninjas to hold exchange meetings with several neighboring cities, aiming to allocate the resources provided by the association's headquarters judiciously. Chapter 28, Teammate System, Vortex by Ju. Luo Yu's eyes brightened, as long as he triumphed over everyone at the exchange meeting. He would be entitled to the maximum allocation of resources, correct? Chairman Bai cleared his throat lightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, he reminded that the exchange meeting would feature the most exceptional ninjas from every city, all of whom must attain at least the rank of a genin to participate. Among them, the top contenders were predominantly Chunin-level ninjas. These individuals were either newly emerged geniuses of recent years or seasoned veterans with extensive experience. Engaging with them would pose a far greater challenge than the assessments of today. Therefore, you ought to dedicate this year to your training, striving to surpass the Chunin level before participating next year. Upon hearing Chairman Bai's counsel, Luo Yu chuckled, asserting that such time was unnecessary, as he would likely reach the Chunin level by tomorrow. Chairman Jiang and Chairman Bai exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Luo Yu's earnest declaration. Chairman Bai's expression turned grave as he cautioned, reaching the Chunin level is not as straightforward as you might believe. The mere chakra capacity required is 3 times that of a novice, a challenge that many struggle with throughout their lives. Moreover, enhancing one's physical strength to 100 demands unwavering perseverance and intensive training every day. You must not grow complacent merely because of your innate talents. Chairman Jiang, stroking his beard, added solemnly, indeed, I possess only mediocre aptitude, and my chakra has been slow to advance, compelling me to specialize in my strengths and become a special Jonin. Even with my considerable prowess and physicality, it took me a whole year to elevate my strength beyond 100. Special Jonins are ninjas with unique talents in specific areas. Yet their status pales in comparison to that of an ordinary Jonin. Luo Yu smiled, responding, as for physical techniques, I must admit that I am not particularly adept. Would Chairman Jiang be willing to spare some time to teach me? While ninjutsu is undeniably powerful, its limitations become evident when chakra reserves are depleted, revealing the disadvantages of inadequate physical skills. For instance, after using the wood release, Hell's Fury today, he found himself utterly drained of chakra, left standing idly in place. Thus, in future encounters, he would need to contemplate whether he could dispatch his opponent with a single blow. Should Hell's Fury leave the enemy with even a sliver of life, he would find himself in an awkward predicament. Absolutely, Jiang Li will devote himself to your training. If you are available, we can begin as soon as tomorrow. Chairman Jiang replied, visibly pleased by Luo Yu's enthusiasm. Luo Yu nodded slightly, mentioning that he would be attending the school's graduation ceremony in the morning, suggesting they meet in the afternoon instead. His learning approach was straightforward. He would activate his Sharingan and request Chairman Jiang to demonstrate all the physical techniques he had mastered throughout his life, subsequently enhancing them with upgrade materials. By the way, I am in urgent need of Shinhao stones for my training. Can you provide them? Luo Yu inquired candidly. To unlock the next template, the Night of Annihilation featuring Obito, he needed to reach the Jonin level and enhance his Manjiki Sharingan to level 3. Thus, the acquisition of Shinhao stones was indispensable. Securing first place at the exchange meeting would enable him to apply to the association headquarters for assistance. However, it is ultimately an exchange conference among third-tier cities. And once the approval is granted, it is estimated that only 2 or 3 pieces of Divine Radiant stones can be obtained, explained President Bai. The Divine Radiant stones are rare materials that enhance the eye techniques of ninjas, hence Luo Yu's interest in them is not surprising. One more thing, Luo Yu raised his hand. Despite the inquiry, as long as the conditions were met, Jiang Li would undoubtedly comply. President Bai displayed no signs of impatience. After all, the investment made today would surely yield returns for Jiang Li in the future. My sister and I are still cramped in a rented apartment, and it is quite inconvenient for us to bathe and such. Therefore, I would like to inquire if the association provides housing allocations? Luo Yu asked curiously. President Bai cleared his throat and solemnly introduced. The association indeed has a dedicated program offering high-quality and affordable housing specifically for ninjas. As long as one becomes a trainee ninja, they can enjoy these benefits. Moreover, as a holder of the silver badge, you will receive substantial discounts, allowing you to purchase a specially provided villa at an incredibly low price. Luo Yu listened with anticipation, his mouth watering at the prospect. Is this the treatment reserved for high-quality talents? How delightful! What is the price for such luxury? Luo Yu cautiously inquired. After all, the price for a villa must be exorbitant, and he might not be able to afford it. President Bai chuckled, 300,000 ninja coins. This establishment is exclusively designed for ninjas, featuring dedicated combat arenas, a private garden, and a swimming pool. Upon hearing about the pool, Luo Yu felt invigorated. He could vividly imagine his sister donning a swimsuit, undoubtedly a sight to behold. Noticing Luo Yu's interest, Director Jiang continued, tomorrow, I will take you for a tour, and we can train in the arena there. For a talent like Luo Yu, who has mastered the purple inheritance, both individuals were eager to offer him benefits. Luo Yu, understanding their intentions, assured them, rest assured, I will safeguard Jiang Li's well-being. Witnessing his firm resolve, both Director Jiang and President Bai nodded in approval. Providing preferential treatment to talents is indeed a contribution to their country. That evening, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu returned home. Luo Yu promptly informed Luo Qingyu about the house relocation. "You truly are a capable younger brother," Luo Qingyu complimented with a smile, and then proceeded to call the landlord to discuss the lease termination. Observing this, Luo Yu hurried back to his bedroom and locked the door. Once prepared, he commanded the system to upgrade the Hashirama cells. Instantly, the green fragments stored within the scroll vanished. Hashirama cells level up 1. As the words faded, Luo Yu felt a surge of restlessness within his cells. The flow of chakra began to become chaotic, coursing wildly through his meridians. His personal emotions grew increasingly agitated. A series of crisp crackling sounds echoed within his body, signaling the commencement of his transformation. Soon, the process concluded, and his mood returned to tranquility. Both his chakra and physical prowess had evidently improved. With curiosity, Luo Yu accessed the Hashirama Cells panel. Talent: Hashirama Cells, LV, 2 effects. Ninja Techniques power increased by 100. Chakra capacity by 100, stamina by 50, significantly enhanced chakra recovery speed, acquisition of would release attribute, improved physical healing ability, and suppression of the negative effects of the Sharingan. Impressive. His chakra had doubled, and the power of his ninja techniques had also doubled, akin to a critical hit percentage. One must admit, the Hashirama cells are indeed eternally divine. In future confrontations with ninja techniques, he would be far more formidable, just as Luo Yu was reveling in his newfound strength. The system notification chimed, congratulating him for elevating the Hashirama cells to level 2 and unlocking the hidden partner template of Obito Uchiha, the spiral of white Zetsu. As soon as the words fell, Luo Yu was suddenly enveloped in a layer of white absolute skin. Even his handsome visage was tightly bound by the spiraling white skin, leaving only the hollow of his right eye exposed. The intricate spiral patterns of the white absolute skin covered his entire body, rendering Luo Yu reminiscent of a Michelin man. The system's teammate panel was updated. Teammate: Vortex White Absolute, Fei. At this moment, Luo Yu finally comprehended that the teammate system he had not been able to develop was indeed meant to function in this manner. Chapter 29, The Flying One. Also known as Little Thousand Hands. It was true that during the furious period of Obito's wrath, J in White Absolute had assisted him in his external form. The entire Mist Shadow was annihilated by Obito, and J in White Absolute bore considerable responsibility for this. It was no wonder that he appeared here in the guise of a teammate. Having clarified everything, Luo Yu curiously opened J in White Absolute's panel. Name: J in White Absolute. Flying level: Apprentice 3rd stage. Bound to host. Stamina: 30 chakra. 50 attributes: water, earth, wind, lightning, fire. Wood abilities: Possession LV max. Would release mastery LV. 1. Mayfly technique LV. Max possession LV. Max. Possessing another's body enhances the host's stamina by 20, increases the power of would release techniques by 50, and allows the possessed to use would release techniques mastered by J in White Absolute. Would release mastery LV. 1. Mastery of most 1-star would release techniques. Achieving a minor proficiency. Mayfly technique LV. Max. A unique reconnaissance technique of White Absolute, blending into the environment, allowing for high-speed movement through it. Having gained a general understanding of J in White Absolute's capabilities, Luo Yu issued his first command. Please get off me. Being enveloped by White Absolute was hardly a pleasant experience. How ruthless. I was hoping to get a bit closer to you, boss. J in White Absolute complained as he detached himself from Luo Yu and manifested in human form. Given his demeanor, Luo Yu quickly realized that, as a product of the system, it seemed that the system had designated J in White Absolute to recognize him as the leader. It was likely that in White Absolute's eyes, his status was akin to that of a benign age spot. Since you are called Flying, I shall call you Little Flying. Little Flying, please refrain from making noise. If my sister sees you suddenly, she will surely be startled. Luo Yu attempted to calm J in White Absolute's emotions. Upon receiving the directive, J in White Absolute made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Is this volume acceptable?" Nodding affirmatively, Luo Yu inquired, "By the way, what would release techniques do you currently possess?" Since discovering the Sharingan, the ultimate learning tool, he was determined not to miss any opportunity to learn. From the description, Little Flying's would release mastery LV. 1 encompassed numerous 1-star techniques. Therefore, you should be able to learn a considerable amount of would release techniques from him. Would release technique: Sending wood, wood transformation, and would clone. Xiao Fei responded in detail. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu, who had initially felt a flicker of anticipation, was suddenly engulfed by a sense of disappointment. The wood release technique is the most fundamental of all ninjutsu, merely allowing wooden tendrils to sprout from the ground to assault adversaries. As one's proficiency increases, even great trees can be summoned, earning a modest 1-star rating from the Ninja Association, with Luo Yu possessing a 2.5-star rating in the more advanced grafting technique. He found no need for the basic wood release. Furthermore, the wood clone, a variant of the basic substitution technique, received a mere half-star evaluation, offering little more than a slight improvement over the unranked substitution technique, thus lacking substantial value for study. Conversely, the variant of transformation known as wood transformation, which employs wood release to entangle branches around oneself while altering one's appearance, boasts a significantly higher degree of disguise than the ordinary transformation technique, meriting a 1-star rating. However, lacking an urgent need, Luo Yu was not inclined to pursue its learning at present. His current focus lay upon the wood release, messenger wood technique, which transforms the body's cells into minuscule wooden fragments that attach to enemies for tracking purposes. As proficiency improves, not only does the range of perception for the tracking messenger wood increase, but it can also intercept sounds. Nonetheless, with Xiao Fei possessing the mayfly technique, he could effectively serve as a high-level surveillance tool, rendering the messenger wood somewhat redundant. In summary, during this initial phase of resource scarcity, upgrading materials must be prioritized for more crucial ninjutsu. Once the later stages arrive and low-level resources become less constrained, there will be opportunities to learn these low-star ninjutsu for more playful applications. As for Xiao Fei's development, since his level is linked to the host, it suffices to enhance proficiency in wood release. Luo Yu distinctly recalled Xiao Fei eventually manifesting in Yamato, even executing the wood release, wood golem technique. In the realm of animation, the presence of formidable wood release techniques is undeniable. Hashirama Senju once employed the wood clone technique to temporarily suppress Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Even with the 9 tails, a decisive victory remained elusive. Should one master the wood release to its fullest, the growth of Xiao Fei could very well earn him the moniker of Little Senju. Contemplating this, Luo Yu curiously accessed the proficiency upgrade panel for wood release. Requirements for upgrading wood release proficiency. Yamato's Heritage 01. In an instant, Luo Yu's smile turned somewhat green. Despite expending considerable effort, he had only obtained a fragment of Yamato's heritage. The upgrade demanded a complete inheritance, specifically 10 fragments. Until he reached the rank of Jonin, he would remain distant from this endeavor. With this in mind, Luo Yu swiftly allocated his 49 attribute points evenly: stamina, 30, 50, 70, 50, chakra, 33, 100, 42, 100. His stamina reached 105, and with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, his chakra surged to 84 points. Alas, he had underestimated the situation. He was still 16 points short of meeting the standard for a genin. It seemed he would have to wait for another day to seek out challengers at the Zhongli Dojo to accrue some attribute points. Shaking his head, Luo Yu turned to Xiao Fei, instructing, "For now, utilize the insect technique to remain concealed around my sister and protect her. Should any other tasks arise, I will reach out to you." Xiao Fei, hands placed confidently on his hips, replied, "No problem, I'll take good care of the boss's sister." Luo Yu nodded and continued, "The young lady in black stockings outside is my sister. If you encounter any insurmountable situations, remember to contact me through her phone. Also, just call me Luo Yu. There's no need for boss." "Understood, Lord Luo Yu." Xiao Fei saluted before seamlessly melding into the wall using the insect technique. Realizing the necessity to explain the situation to his sister, Luo Yu exited his room, only to encounter Luo Qingyu, who had just hung up her phone. It was quite strange. He had assumed the landlady would not refund the rent. Yet she had surprisingly acquiesced with a respectful tone. For reasons unknown, the world around him had suddenly grown warmer. Luo Yu wore a proud expression. It was only natural, as the landlady must have seen his achievements in the news, having passed the assessment to become a ninja master. Furthermore, he had been awarded a silver badge, elevating him to a key training candidate in Zhongli. In this world, ninjas held a prestigious societal status, and ordinary people dared not cause him trouble. Luo Qingyu pinched his cheek and smiled. "Little Yu, you're amazing. Tomorrow, I'll resign from my job and devote myself entirely to being your support." Luo Yu nodded. He had long desired for his sister to remain at home and enjoy a life of comfort. After all, even if he were to adopt a completely laid-back lifestyle, he would still receive a monthly allowance of 25,000 ninja coins. Not only was he free from concerns about basic necessities, but he could also live quite luxuriously. 10,000 of this sum came from his position as an honorary student at Tingyang No. 3 Middle School, while the remaining 15,000 was a stipend from the Ninja Association following his advancement to the rank of apprentice ninja. By the way, sister, there is something I must confess, Luo Yu stated, carefully organizing his thoughts in his mind before speaking calmly. Upon hearing the word confess, Luo Qingyu's expression changed dramatically, and she began to entertain some unsettling thoughts. Is it that you have a girlfriend outside? After all, having grown up together, she and Luo Yu had developed a deep reliance on one another, naturally fostering a sense of hostility towards any woman who might wish to take him away. Huh, sister, what absurd notions are you entertaining? I want to confess that the reason I've become so powerful is due to an unintentional awakening of a mysterious purple inheritance. Luo Yu found himself somewhat speechless at his sister's penchant for speculation. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. It's merely the self-awakening of a ninja inheritance. This is something I could have deduced myself. Indeed, ninja inheritances can be acquired not only in secret realms, but also passed down through bloodlines across generations. For instance, if someone obtains a ninja inheritance, their descendants, if lacking in aptitude, may inherit only a fraction of the abilities, essentially a bloodline limit or related inheritance. A prominent example is the shadow-level powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Immortal Empress, who possesses the orange inheritance of Tsunade, which was autonomously awakened during her training. This is intrinsically linked to her being a descendant of the Supreme Emperor of all. However, the Immortal Empress, despite possessing the bloodline of the Supreme Emperor, is merely an ordinary individual with a slight talent for ninjutsu. It is likely that Luo Yu's ability to independently awaken the purple inheritance is a result of her ancestry, which includes remarkable individuals. This is a legacy that has been intricately woven into our very veins, passed down through countless generations until the present day. Luo Yu nodded slightly and continued. This mysterious inheritance has also bestowed upon me a companion. Xiao Fei, come forth and greet my sister. As the words left her lips, Xiao Fei peeked his head around the wall, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed sister. Luo Qingyu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar entity, was clearly startled. What on earth? In the shadow of the uncanny valley effect, Xiao Fei's emergence bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a horror film. Luo Yu endeavored to clarify. He is the companion that comes with the prepaid phone plan, or rather, he is the spirit beast inherent to the legacy. Typically, I keep him concealed in the shadows to ensure your safety. The concept of the blue star also pertains to the spirit beasts. In addition to acquiring a spirit beast through the means of a signed contract, some extraordinary creatures, when vanquished, may even drop fragments of spirit beasts. Once these fragments are collected, one can summon the corresponding spirit beast to serve as a companion to the summoner. Perhaps it is best for him to accompany you. After all, I am a girl, and there are times when it is rather inconvenient, said Luo Qingyu. Her fair face tinged with a rosy hue as she attempted to decline. Rest assured, I am quite the gentleman. Even if you choose to take a bath, I shall remain faithfully outside, Xiao Fei replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing his assurance, Luo Yu felt flustered. What if Xiao Fei stays by my side instead? At this, Xiao Fei grew anxious. Luo Darren, how could you say such a thing? I am not that kind of person. After much discussion, Xiao Fei ultimately gained their trust and took on the mission of protecting Luo Qingyu. The following day, Luo Yu attended the 3rd Middle School of Tingyang for the last time as a student. Today, Principal Wu was unusually prompt, allowing the graduation ceremony to conclude swiftly. Thus, with a tinge of melancholy in her heart, Luo Yu stepped out of the school gates. At that moment, he seemed to have matured significantly. As soon as he stepped out of the school gates, Luo Yu spotted Director Zhang's luxury car parked before him. In the back seat sat Luo Qingyu. Hurry and get in. I brought a young lady to guide you in physical techniques, and she is already waiting at the special villa, Director Jiang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing about the young lady, Luo Yu swiftly took his seat in the passenger side to avoid being pinched by Luo Qingyu. Did you not come to personally instruct me, Director Jiang? Why have you found a woman instead? I absolutely detest women. Except, of course, for my sister, he declared earnestly from the front seat. After speaking, he furtively cast a glance at Luo Qingyu in the back, fearful that she might misconstrue it as him actively seeking out the young lady. Director Jiang chuckled. She is far more capable than I. Not only has she achieved the rank of a genuine Jonin at a young age, but she has also mastered the 8 gates of Doujia. Since your Sharingan can replicate techniques, I am curious to see if you can also replicate the 8 gates. With that, Director Jiang retrieved 5 white fragments from a storage scroll and handed them to Luo Yu. Do not worry about not being able to learn. You will absorb all 5 fragments of Li Rock's legacy. Practicing physical techniques will certainly yield greater results with less effort. Coupled with the inside of your Sharingan, you should at least be able to unlock the first gate, the opening gate. Although the legacy of Rock Lee is classified as white quality, its potential for growth is remarkably strong. Should one manage to cultivate the 8 gates of Doujia to the 5th gate, the legacy of Rock Lee could even elevate to green quality. However, absorbing Rock Lee's legacy significantly enhances one's talent in physical techniques. And reaching the domain is no small feat without the unwavering resolve to engage in rigorous daily training. Many inheritors of Rock Lee's legacy may find themselves, in their lifetime, only able to unlock the 3rd gate, the Xingmen. Only a select few, driven by a profound passion for physical arts, can unlock the domain and elevate the quality of Rock Lee's legacy to green. The legacy of Little Lee, unlocked at the domain, can be regarded as a T0 level existence among green legacies. Empowered by the domain, the practitioner's physical strength multiplies several times, making the prospect of defeating opponents of higher caliber no longer a mere dream. Naturally, the fragments of Rock Lee's legacy are not as potent. Upon absorption, they provide a temporary boost to physical strength and the speed of training in physical techniques, with the fortunate possibility of comprehending corresponding techniques. They are relatively common training materials among physical ninjas. However, as fragments of white quality, they remain somewhat extravagant for ninjas below the Chunin rank. Director Jiang did not hesitate to hand over 5 fragments to Luo Yu, demonstrating his sincerity towards talented individuals like Jiang Li. Soon, Director Jiang drove to a villa. Upon exiting the car and opening the gate, a picturesque courtyard came into view, filled with the fragrant aroma of exquisite flowers and plants. Luo Yu couldn't help but marvel, recognizing that such a grand villa would typically require at least 500,000 ninja coins to acquire. To his delight, he could secure it for merely 300,000. Indeed a bargain. Considering this, Luo Yu promptly retrieved his bank card and said, "Director Jiang, I will transfer the 300,000 to you now." The funds in question were all provided by those unfortunate 3 rogue ninjas. After settling the payment, the trio ascended to the battleground located on the upper floor. During their ascent, Director Jiang elaborated that this villa's arena was constructed with premium materials, capable of withstanding battles between high-ranking ninjas. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but reflect on his own limited perspective. If this arena was indeed of a level suitable for elite ninjas, then the entire villa must be valued at no less than 10 million ninja coins. This is no longer a mere bargain. It is practically a gift. Rest assured, Director Jiang, protecting Jiang Li is our solemn duty. Luo Yu, deeply moved, patted his chest and assured. Chapter 31. First, let's warm up with 8 techniques. Pushing open the door to the battlefield of the villa, the expanse before him was several times broader than that of the dojo, leaving Luo Yu in awe of its grandeur. Within the arena, a graceful woman clad in a gymnastics outfit, her hair styled in a single ponytail, was training a little girl in the art of flying kicks. The thick gymnastics attire, typical of a physical education instructor, did little to conceal the elegant lines of her figure and her long, delicate legs, accentuating her proud demeanor with an air of sophistication. "Sister, the gentleman I found for you has arrived," announced the little girl practicing her flying kick, immediately spotting Luo Yu. Upon seeing the little girl, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that Bai Siyu, whom I saved back then? And the elegant woman beside her must be her sister, Bai Mengyao." Bai Mengyao is renowned as a prodigy in physical techniques, having emerged as a remarkable talent several years ago. It is said that during her training, she unexpectedly awakened the legacy of Might Guy, a formidable martial artist, and thereafter, her path as a ninja ascended effortlessly. Subsequently, at a city exchange conference representing Jiang Li, her exceptional performance led to her being exceptionally admitted to the prestigious Imperial University, the hub for ninja talents of the Dragon Kingdom. After 2 years of rigorous training at the Imperial University, Bai Mengyao has become a capable Nin, a considerable achievement even amidst the gathering of geniuses at the university. Similar to the legacy of Rock Lee, the Might Guy inheritance allows the heir to cultivate the 8 gates, advancing from the initial blue quality to the purple quality. But this requires the mastery of the sixth gate, the gate of view. Sister-in-law? Upon hearing Bai Siyu's address, Luo Yu tensed up. Could it be that her brother was indeed hiding another woman from her? With a playful yet firm strike to Bai Siyu's forehead, Bai Mengyao smiled. Speak nonsense again. And you'll be punished to run around the villa 100 times. Heeding her sister's warning, Bai Siyu immediately became more obedient. Her eyes brimming with tears as she assumed a pitiful expression. You must be Luo Yu. Thank you for saving my sister back then, Bai Mengyao said. Her smile radiant as she looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu courteously replied, it was merely a small effort. Director Jiang, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, so you two know each other? No need for my introduction then. Bai Mengyao nodded, explaining, I was originally sent by my mentor to serve as an examiner for the upcoming exchange conference, which is why I returned to Jiangli early. While resting, I also awaited the commencement of the conference. Upon hearing that Siyu spoke highly of the rising ninja talent Luo Yu, who was her lifesaver, I voluntarily offered to guide him as a gesture of gratitude. Otherwise, I had planned to train Siyu rigorously during these days. Upon hearing this, Bai Siyu felt a surge of relief, grateful to have her sister-in-law shielding her. I appreciate your help, Mengyao Jia, Luo Yu smiled. With the robust assistance of the heir of Might Guy, wouldn't it be possible to frequently open a gate of view for added excitement once he completed his training? Hearing Luo Yu affectionately address her as Mengyao Jia stirred discomfort within Luo Yu. Why did he have to sound so affectionate? Was her own allure not enough? Soon, Luo Yu and Bai Mengyao took their positions on opposite sides of the central arena, while Luo Yu, Director Jiang, and Bai Siyu settled into the seating area of the rest zone. Initially, upon hearing that the new home had a swimming pool, Luo Yu had even purchased a lovely swimsuit, eager to indulge in the fun. However, with another woman approaching her little Yu, she found herself compelled to keep a closer watch. Did Siyu really say that your right eye is a Sharingan, and a Manjiki at that? Facing Luo Yu, Bai Mengyao smiled. If Luo Yu claimed to possess a Sharingan, she might have found it somewhat credible. However, the assertion that it was a kaleidoscope Sharingan led her to believe her sister was merely exaggerating. After all, it was exceedingly absurd for such a rare ability to manifest in a youth. She was well aware of this. Children tend to embellish tales. I am not fabricating. Bai Siyao protested, rising indignantly. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. She indeed spoke the truth. As her words settled, the intricate patterns of divine power manifested in her right eye. Upon sensing the kaleidoscope Sharingan emanating an aura of distorted space, Bai Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Previously, rumors had circulated that Luo Yu had triumphed over the first-level ninja known as the Fusion White Absolute. She had been skeptical at the time. Now, she finally comprehended how Luo Yu had achieved such a feat possessing a kaleidoscope Sharingan, which even shadow-level warriors could scarcely wield. The Fusion White Absolute indeed stood no chance. Considering this, Bai Mengyao glanced at her sister, reflecting on how impressive other children were, awakening a kaleidoscope Sharingan at such a young age. Then she looked at herself. Feeling the weight of her sister's stern gaze, Bai Siyao lowered her head in shame. So, you intend to utilize the inside of the Sharingan to learn my martial arts? Bai Mengyao inquired. She had heard whispers of the Sharingan's replication abilities, but remained doubtful about its remarkable nature, suspecting it was more a reflection of the user's innate talent. Luo Yu slightly nodded, affirming, indeed, I am currently lacking in martial arts. I have amassed a plethora of ninjutsu, but know nothing of physical techniques. Therefore, I hope you, Sister Mengyao, will offer me your guidance. Ideally, I would like to learn the 8 gates of Duanjia and the accompanying powerful techniques like the Li Lianhua. Bai Mengyao twitched her lips in a restrained manner and replied, let us not rush into learning advanced techniques. Since you lack a foundation in martial arts, we shall commence with the simplest forms. Physical techniques differ from ninjutsu. They require a grounded approach, so do not be hasty. Goodness, to ask for the 8 gates right off the bat. She, as the inheritor of Might Guy's legacy, understood the complexities involved in mastering the 8 gates. Unlike ordinary inherited ninjutsu, even with the legacies of Li Rock and Might Guy, one could not intuitively grasp the 8 gates. It merely provided the inheritor with the potential to learn it. Furthermore, while activating the 8 gates significantly enhances combat prowess, it also places immense strain on the body. Even as a Jainin, she could only activate the 8 gates 3 times a day at most, after which she would be rendered utterly exhausted, severely impacting her daily training. Should Luo Yu fail to learn after 3 demonstrations, she would find herself bedridden for an entire day. Then let us begin with the Konoha's Gale Palm. Luo Yu, opting for a more modest approach, suggested that the Gale Palm technique, which is classified as B rank in the original work and shares the same level of difficulty as the Shadow Clone technique, is regarded as a 2-star taijutsu in this blue planet, typically reserved for elite jonin. He deemed it unnecessary to pursue more fundamental taijutsu. However, this statement once again rendered Bai Mengao speechless. Luo Yu certainly understands the importance of selecting the right techniques. However, mastering the Konoha Strong Gale requires relentless practice. She had to devote 2 weeks of tireless effort just to grasp the basics. To assume that one can effortlessly master it with the Sharingan seems rather naive. Moreover, the Konoha Strong Gale is an evolved form of the Konoha Great Gale, which itself is an advanced skill derived from the foundational Konoha Gale technique. To attempt to leap directly into the Konoha Strong Gale without first mastering the fundamental Konoha Gale is akin to aspiring to pilot an aircraft without ever having learned to walk. Even someone as naturally gifted in martial arts as myself would not dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Very well, I shall demonstrate it for Luo Yu. So he understands that martial arts are not as straightforward as he might imagine. Once he struggles to grasp it, he should willingly return to learning the foundational techniques. Chapter 32, 2-Star Martial Arts? Just having eyes is enough. Since you insist on this request, I shall provide you with a demonstration. With that, Bai Mengyao's figure flickered, enveloped by a gust of fierce wind, propelling her to the edge of the arena in an instant. Then, with an unreserved spinning kick, she struck the wall. In the next moment, the wall, reputed to withstand a full-force strike from a jonin, was instantly deformed. Although it did not collapse outright, it left behind a profound indentation. Witnessing the formidable power of Bai Mengyao's Konoha Strong Gale, the 3 spectators in the resting area erupted into applause. "Bravo! Sister is magnificent," Bai Siyu exclaimed, waving her delicate arms. Such a display surely indicated a mastery level of proficiency. Mengyao is indeed a genius in martial arts. The director Jiang couldn't help but reflect. Meanwhile, Luo Yu wore a pained expression. Was it truly necessary to kick the wall? The arena, constructed with great expense, would undoubtedly require costly repairs. With a single kick, the newly acquired villa he had just purchased seemed to lose its pristine condition. Upon hearing his thoughts, Bai Mengyao looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. I merely wished to showcase the true performance of the Konoha Strong Gale. By the way, did you observe it with your Sharingan?" At this, Luo Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't had the chance to. "Oh no, the wall has indeed been marred," remarked Director Jiang with a slight cough. "There are training dummies in the adjacent warehouse. Allow me to fetch one for you." With that, Director Jiang returned, cradling a training dummy in his arms, and placed it before the two. This dummy is capable of withstanding attacks of upper ninja caliber. After this addition, he turned and retreated to the resting area. Luo Yu activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, confirming his readiness. Following this, Bai Mengao employed her previous technique, delivering a powerful spinning kick that struck the dummy with tremendous force. The impact sent the dummy hurtling back, crashing against the wall. The Sharingan, through meticulous observation, documented the execution of the Konoha Gale. "Congratulations, host. You have comprehended LV-0 Konoha Gale." Upon receiving this notification from the system, Luo Yu promptly examined the newly acquired taijutsu. Taijutsu, Konoha Gale LV-0 effect, a domineering spinning kick, an upgraded version of the Konoha Great Gale. Upon comprehension, one can simultaneously master Konoha Great Gale, Konoha Whirlwind, and Konoha Fierce Wind. Those lacking sufficient strength may experience a deficiency in follow-through. Requirements for upgrade: Ninja Book 01 or a fragment of Rock Lee's Legacy 01. Upon seeing the requirements for upgrading, Luo Yu was immediately filled with curiosity. He had assumed that the first upgrade would be akin to the Shadow Clone technique, requiring 5 unnamed legacy fragments. After all, in the original work, both techniques were classified as B rank. To his surprise, it required a single fragment of Rock Lee's Legacy. In this realm, the Shadow Clone technique was rated 1.5 stars, while Konoha Gale garnered a 2-star rating. The wood style, Pillar of Cuttings, also rated 2 stars, necessitated a fragment of White Zetsu's Legacy. The commonality between them was their classification as white quality legacies. Luo Yu speculated that the discrepancies in upgrade materials were due to the differences in star ratings. As for more intricate patterns, he would only uncover them while learning other high-star ninjutsu in the future. Upgrade Konoha Gale, Luo Yu silently commanded the system. Konoha Gale Level 1. Next upgrade requirements: Ninja Book 01 or a fragment of Rock Lee's Legacy 01. As the message faded, Luo Yu gained clarity on how to utilize Konoha Gale more effectively. His body developed muscle memory that could only be achieved through prolonged and diligent practice. At that moment, he resembled Bai Siyu, who had once spent countless early mornings mastering the fundamentals of Konoha Gale. How do you find it? Is starting with this a bit challenging for you? Bai Siyu inquired with concern, noticing Luo Yu's momentary daze. Her intent was simple. She hoped Luo Yu would settle down and earnestly begin his training with the most basic Konoha whirlwind. This is indeed the rightful path to compensate for the inadequacies of physical techniques. Simultaneously, she feels a slight sense of relief. As it appears her conjecture was correct, the prerequisite for the replication technique of the Sharingan is that the practitioner must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, the arduous physical training she has devoted herself to could be effortlessly mastered by others with just a glance. This is quite disheartening, isn't it? However, it is not difficult. I have mastered it. Luo Yu wore a confident expression as he propped up the training dummy before him. Attuning to his body's responses and drawing upon a wealth of theoretical knowledge and muscle memory, he executed a flawless backspin kick, striking the dummy in the abdomen. In the next moment, the dummy was propelled 30 meters away, crashing against the wall. Although it left no mark, the potency of the two-star ninjutsu was already evident. Witnessing this, Bai Siyu stood frozen in astonishment. Judging by his performance, Luo Yu's Konoha Gale had reached an entry-level proficiency. Could it be true that he learned it with just a glance? She had toiled for 2 weeks to master this technique. And that was with the advantage of Might Guy's legacy, which provided her with a solid foundation of the fully developed Konoha Gale. Moreover, the Konoha Gale appeared to be a common technique of Might Guy, and during her training, fragments of memories often guided her, helping her to avoid many detours. This is yet another advantage of absorbing the legacy of the ninjas. Although some advanced ninjutsu included in this heritage requires time to comprehend, the difficulty of cultivation is significantly reduced compared to that of an ordinary individual. Without the fragments of memory embedded in the legacy, mastering the Leaf Village's Gale Palm technique would be an arduous task, even for a martial arts prodigy after a month of rigorous training. To think that someone could learn it even faster than I, the heir of Might Guy, I am utterly disheartened. With a resigned sigh, Bai Siyu fixed her astonished gaze upon Luo Yu's right eye. Is the Sharingan truly such an invaluable asset for mastering martial arts? Should I consider obtaining one for myself in the future? Although lacking the Uchiha bloodline, to transplant the Sharingan would result in a chakra deficit. As a practitioner specializing in physical arts, she wouldn't ordinarily expend excessive chakra. In the resting area, Director Jiang and Bai Siyu were equally astonished into silence. While they had heard of the Sharingan's ability to replicate techniques, rumors are merely rumors. They had assumed that such claims were somewhat exaggerated. Witnessing Luo Yu effortlessly master a 2-star martial technique in an instant was indeed a surprise. Was it truly that simple to learn? This is a 2-star ninjutsu, a privilege reserved for elite Chunin and even Jonin. Do they not care about their dignity? Observing Bai Siyu lost in thought, Luo Yu gently shook her, Sister Siyu. With Luo Yu's touch bringing her back to reality, Bai Siyu suddenly brimmed with determination. Next, I shall teach you the 8 gates of Dojo. The challenge of unlocking the 8 gates surpasses that of the Konoha's Gale of Might, and this is merely the opening of the first gate. The difficulty of the subsequent gates will increase exponentially. She was eager to see if Luo Yu could still learn it with such ease. Chapter 33. The First Gate. The opening activating the 8 gates of Dojo can inflict harm upon the body. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once today. Bai Siyu was prepared. Although her current strength allowed her to activate the 8 gates 3 times a day without issue, doing so would leave her without the stamina for daily training. As a disciple of Might Guy, she had always been disciplined. A day without her regular training felt as if ants were crawling over her skin. Rest assured, I will observe you closely, inside and out. I will not miss any subtle changes in your body, Luo Yu proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. Despite sensing something amiss in his assertion, Bai Siyu nodded in agreement. Very well, let me first explain the principles of the 8 gates of Dojo. Pausing for emphasis, she spoke earnestly. Within the human body lie 8 critical points that restrict one's chakra. While these gates serve as a protective mechanism, safeguarding the body from self-inflicted chakra damage. Releasing these safeguards typically does not result in substantial harm. Instead, it allows the body to reach its true limits. However, the more gates one opens, the greater the risks and the more severe the toll on the body. Moreover, determining one's true limit of endurance requires extensive training. Therefore, even if you master the 8 gates, exercise extreme caution in its application. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu understood her message clearly. Isn't this akin to the CU overclocking method? Extracting the body's capabilities to their utmost limits inevitably incurs certain risks. Firstly, we encounter the initial gate, the opening. This refers to the constraints inherent within the cerebral domains of the human body. Upon lifting these restrictions, physical stamina is subjected to excessive depletion, which, without specialized training, is utterly unsustainable. Nonetheless, both strength and speed experience remarkable enhancement. As the words fell, Bai Mengyao directed the flow of chakra within her body, unshackling the limitations of her cerebral domain. Her delicate visage tensed, revealing faint veins beneath the surface. The first gate, opening. Not only did her expression appear austere, but the flow of chakra within her mind was also captured by Luo Yu's Sharingan, although it could not perceive the meridians as clearly as the Byakugan. The Sharingan's insight into chakra remained formidable. Through meticulous observation, the Sharingan recorded the invocation of the 8 gates. Congratulations, host, for comprehending LV0 of the 8 gates. Upon receiving the system's notification, Luo Yu remained undistracted, continuing to focus intently on Bai Mengyao's exquisite form. Primarily, his attention was drawn to the movement of her chakra. The third gate, the life gate. Open, Bai Mengyao bellowed through gritted teeth. In an instant, a tremendous surge of verdant energy erupted around her. She then transformed into a shadow, appearing behind the training dummy. Congratulations, host, for mastering LV0 Shadow Leaf Dance. Following this, Bai Mengyao delivered a powerful kick to the dummy, sending it soaring into the air, while she herself leapt upward. With a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, she launched an unrelenting barrage of attacks against the dummy. At that moment, she could even hover in midair with her extraordinary speed, striking from various angles. During this time, she deftly produced bandages from an unknown source, tightly binding the dummy, then pulling it toward herself. In the next moment, utilizing the inertia from her elevation, Bai Mengyao exerted her full strength to deliver a decisive punch at the approaching dummy. Subsequently, both she and the dummy crashed heavily to the ground. The immense force caused the sturdy floor to shatter extensively, sending tremors through the surrounding battlefield. Luo Yu gazed sorrowfully at the ground, now resembling a honeycomb of cracks. Congratulations, host, for comprehending LV0 Lotus Technique. The Shadow Leaf Dance, as a precursor technique, has merged with the Lotus Technique. While it is conceivable that the Shadow Leaf Dance is part of the Lotus Technique, what, pray tell, is the Lotus Technique itself? Wasn't what Bai Mengyao just executed the inner lotus? With a heart full of curiosity, Luo Yu opened the panel for the new ninjutsu. Taijutsu, 8 Gates of Death LV0 effect, releases the body's restrictions on chakra, temporarily granting access to the utmost potential power. Current proficiency allows for the opening of the first gate. Upgrade requirements. Lee Rock's Legacy 01 to upgrade the 8 gates. 10 fragments of Lee Rock's Legacy are required, yet Luo Yu currently possesses only 4. Thus, he shifted his gaze to another new ninjutsu. Taijutsu, Lotus Technique LV0 effect, unlocks the first gate of the 8 gates. Initiating with the Shadow Leaf Dance as a starting move, employing a special taijutsu known as the Surface Lotus. Hint, if the user opens the third gate, the next form of this technique, the Inner Lotus, can be unleashed. Upgrade requirements. Book of Shinobi 01 or Lee Rock's Legacy Fragment 01 upon reviewing the introduction to the ninjutsu. Luo Yu realized that the Surface and Inner Lotus were packaged together. No wonder he had observed the Inner Lotus yet learned a technique called the Lotus Technique. It seemed that by unlocking higher forms of the 8 gates, he might even unleash the subsequent, more powerful True Inner Lotus and the Ultimate Inner Lotus. With these thoughts, Luo Yu promptly spent 1 fragment of Lee Rock's Legacy. Lotus Technique, Level 1. A system prompt echoed as a stream of taijutsu techniques flooded into Luo Yu's mind. He suddenly felt he had mastered the Surface Lotus Technique. Furthermore, even the auxiliary technique, the Shadow Leaf Dance, which allowed for swift movement behind an enemy, also seamlessly integrated into Luo Yu's memory. I'm so sorry, Luo Yu, for once again ruining your space, Bai Mengyao said with an embarrassed expression. Luo Yu smiled gently. It's all right. Thanks to you, Mengyao, I have grasped the essence of the 8 gates and the Surface Lotus. As he finished speaking, he imitated Bai Mengyao's earlier movements, lifting the restrictions on his brain domain. Additional chakra surged within him, and an overwhelming power coursed through his body, faint veins becoming visible beneath his skin. 8 gates of death. First gate. Open. Feeling the tremendous power erupting from Luo Yu, Bai Mingyao was astonished. You truly have learned it. Ordinary taijutsu might be one thing, but even the 8 gates, which I hold in high regard, you have mastered with just a glance. It's utterly unfathomable, having undergone Mingyao's guidance. Luo Yu had compensated for his shortcomings in taijutsu, leaving no glaring weaknesses. Director Jiang squinted with a smile, having been prepared for Luo Yu's remarkable performance. Bai Siyu crossed her arms, nodding in satisfaction. As expected of me, my insight is unparalleled. This brother-in-law is spot on, yet my sister hesitates and holds me back. Only Luo Qingyu, standing aside, remained as calm as still water. Her attention was more focused on the interactions between Luo Yu and Bai Mingyao. Of course, she harbored no ulterior motives. She merely wished to ensure her brother was not deceived by other women. Mingyao, may I borrow your bandages for a moment? Luo Yu chuckled as he produced a bandage from his storage scroll. Bai Mingyao, curious, inquired, what do you need a bandage for? Did you perhaps learn the lotus blossom technique just now? Receiving the bandage, Luo Yu nodded with a smile. However, upon noticing the shattered training dummy strewn across the ground, he fell silent. Observing this, Bai Mingyao quickly offered an embarrassed smile, saying, I may have been a bit too rough. If you don't mind, please make use of me. In an effort to atone for her actions, she boldly suggested. Chapter 34, The Trial of Shikahama City. All right. Luo Yu nodded. Subsequently, like a shadow of a leaf, he flashed before Bai Mingyao and struck her chin with his leg. The immense force propelled her into the air. In the next moment, Shadow Leaf Dance was activated once more, allowing Luo Yu to instantaneously appear behind Bai Mingyao, securely binding her with the white bandage. He then lifted her in his arms. Spinning at high speed as if in a dance, their heads directed toward the ground. Given that she was a Jonin, with tough skin and resilient flesh, Luo Yu felt no need to hold back, unleashing his full strength. It truly is the lotus blossom. Director John's excitement surged again. No wonder the Ninja Science Research Society placed such importance on the study of the Sharingan. Its potential exceeded his expectations. Luo Qingyu, in a huff, remarked, it is impressive, but embracing and hugging. What kind of decorum is that? As the lotus blossom descended, the earth trembled once more. The central pit deepened, enveloped in a cloud of obscuring dust. Luo Yu landed in a crouched position. Once the haze cleared, Bai Mingyao effortlessly extricated herself from the bandage and rose from the pit. You truly are ungracious. Couldn't you be a tad gentler? Is this retribution for my destruction of the training ground and the dummy? She teased, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Luo Yu laughed helplessly. Sister Mingyao, you jest. Unless I were to open all 8 gates instantaneously, I could never breach your defenses. Given that she had attained the rank of Jonin, her physical prowess must have been at least 2,500, dozens of times that of a Chunin. Such formidable defense was beyond what the current Luo Yu could penetrate. The disparity between a shinobi and a Chunin in this world is indeed vast, capable of overwhelming one merely through foundational attributes. It is somewhat infuriating to recall the hardships I endured while mastering the lotus of the 7 and the 8 gates. Yet, you managed to grasp it with but a single glance. Bai Mingyao, clenching her petite fist, playfully delivered a light punch to Luo Yu's chest. Luo Yu chuckled helplessly, resolving to compensate Sister Mingyao in the future. Nodding in satisfaction, Bai Mingyao continued, no need for that. This is merely my way of expressing gratitude for saving my sister. In the resting area, Bai Siyu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Her assist had undeniably strengthened the bond between her sister and brother-in-law. A triumph indeed. Glancing at her phone to check the time, Bai Mingyao remarked, it's getting late. Since my ace has been learned, my task for today is accomplished. Siyu and I shall take our leave now. Should you require assistance with physical techniques in the future, do not hesitate to inquire. As they spoke, the two exchanged contact information. Bai Mingyao and Bai Siyu had arrived in Director Zhang's car, and naturally, he would drive them back. Luo Yu and his sister accompanied them to bid farewell. Thus, the group arrived outside the villa's grand entrance. At that moment, Director Zhang's phone rang. Is that you, Lao Bai? Today, Luo Yu has gained a considerable amount from his studies. I will discuss it with you later. But first, there's a situation. An old fellow from Chihai City has brought a lower ninja to challenge the Jiangli Dojo. Is it old Luo? He has a penchant for such antics. Shouldn't we send someone to deal with them? That won't do. Although the lower ninja is a newcomer, he is not to be underestimated. Our elite lower ninjas are out of the city on missions, and while others are guarding their platforms, our middle ninjas cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang furrowed his brow. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Where are you now? On the other end, President Bai replied, I am at the Jiangli Dojo, observing their consecutive victories. That Luo fellow is reveling in his glory. Director Jiang sighed resignedly. After all, the Jiangli Dojo is my territory. I must assess the situation firsthand. He then ended the call. Luo Yu, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a surge of eagerness. Firstly, he was merely a few attribute points away from meeting the requirements to qualify as a lower ninja. Secondly, both President Bai and Director Jiang had treated him quite favorably. It was imperative for him to step up during this critical moment. Thirdly, having recently learned a plethora of effective taijutsu techniques, he felt a burning desire to apply them in a real battle. With this in mind, Luo Yu inquired, Director Jiang, do you need my assistance in this matter? Seeing his enthusiasm, Director Jiang fixed his gaze on Luo Yu, weighing his options internally before responding, get in the car. Thus, Luo Yu took his place in the passenger seat, while the Bai sisters occupied the rear. I am going to buy groceries for dinner. Make sure to return early. Luo Qingyu waved from outside the car window. Although she held some concerns, she recognized Luo Yu had matured and refrained from interfering excessively. Soon, Director Jiang drove towards the Jiangli Dojo. Along the way, Luo Yu broached the topic. Why has Qihai City come to provoke the Jiangli Dojo? Director Jiang chuckled. Isn't the city exchange meeting about to commence? It is certainly old Luo, the president of Qihai, attempting to glean intelligence on our military capabilities. After all, while a small number of middle ninjas will participate in the exchange, the majority of competitors will be lower ninjas. Testing our lower ninja strength beforehand is not a novel tactic for him. In the back seat, Bai Mingyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, prior to my year S exchange meeting, President Luo employed a similar strategy. However, he had dispatched a particularly formidable middle ninja at that time. I was only at the first tier of middle ninja. Yet thanks to my blue inheritance, I managed to effortlessly crush the opponent. However, it did reveal my specialization in taijutsu, which many exploited during the exchange. Fortunately, I had cultivated the 8 gates of Duanjia to the 5th gate, allowing me to secure a hard-fought victory. Bai Siyu looked at her sister with pride. No doubt about it. You truly are my sister. You never brought me shame. Luo Yu felt a sense of sentimentality. He had only heard of Sister Ming Yao's ultimate victory, never realizing the complexities that lay behind it. Nodding thoughtfully, Bai Mingyao remarked that she suspected the intelligence had been extracted and subsequently sold to individuals from other cities, yielding them a handsome profit. It appeared that he had set his sights on the broader audience of Chunin, as the majority of participants were indeed Chunin. Even with the information of the Chunin at hand, it would be exceedingly challenging for a Chunin to compete against them. Thus, when you engage with the people from Kahama later, do ensure to hold back a bit. The information regarding each ninja is classified, a closely guarded secret of the Ninja Association. The branches of the association lack the authority to access the ninja data from other cities. Hence, to extract precise intelligence, one must resort to actual combat. Director Jiang concurred, acknowledging that although you may not participate in this year's exchange meeting, you will undoubtedly have to undertake this journey in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao expressed surprise. Oh? Luo Yu is not attending this year's exchange meeting? Director Jiang clarified that he had only recently become a trainee ninja and had yet to obtain his Chunin certification. Bai Mingyao was astonished, exclaiming, but when I faced him head-on, I felt that his physical strength was already at the level of a Chunin. Chapter 35, Arrogance. The inheritor of the dry persimmon Kisame. What? Upon hearing this, Director Jiang looked at Luo Yu in astonishment. After the completion of the trainee assessment, he had specifically reviewed Luo Yu's test records. Both his physical strength and chakra barely surpassed the standards for a trainee of the 3rd tier. However, he was still far from reaching the level of a Chunin. In the span of a single night, such remarkable progress has been made. Luo Yu smiled serenely, proclaiming that he would soon meet the standards of a lower ninja. This year's exchange meeting, he was determined to attend, for it represented the most promising opportunity to acquire the coveted Shunhui stone. He was not inclined to wait another year. Otherwise, he would have to rely on fate to introduce him to a wealthy heiress from the Hyuga clan. Before long, having seen off the Bai sisters, Director Jiang parked the car in front of the Jiangli Dojo. The two disembarked and entered the dojo. Upon their arrival, President Bai, who had been waiting at the front desk, immediately approached them. You have finally arrived. I had to endure another 10 minutes of old Luo's ramblings. 3 more lower ninjas have been carried away. Luo Yu, intrigued, inquired, "So soon? What is the background of that lower ninja?" President Bai explained, "His name is Zhao Hai, a prodigious ninja who has emerged in Chi Hai in recent years, currently at the second tier of lower ninjas." Although old Luo did not disclose much. From Zhao Hai's shark-like facial features and his proficiency in various water-style techniques, I suspect he is the inheritor of the legendary Kisame Hashigaki. Luo Yu had studied the Inheritance Compendium and understood that Kisame Hashigaki belonged to the Blue Heritage, which could only be obtained through exploration of upper ninja-level secret realms. However, the probability of acquiring a blue inheritance in such realms is exceedingly low, resulting in most individuals obtaining their blue heritage from ninja sect-level secret realms. Furthermore, absorbing the legacy of Kisame Hashigaki grants access to exclusive ninja tools, the Samahata. The fusion of both could elevate one to the purple heritage, Kisame Hashigaki Samahata fusion. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang furrowed his brow. Kisame Hashigaki, that is indeed a blue heritage. No wonder ordinary lower ninjas stand no chance. Like Jiangli, Qihai is merely a tier 3 city, making it improbable to attain blue heritage. I suspect Zhao Hai, much like Meng Yao, awakened his ninja inheritance independently. This is troubling. Luo Yu thought, as he specialized in fire techniques, which would be countered by Zhao Hai's water style. President Bai gasped, "What? Are you intending to have Luo Yu face Zhao Hai?" Luo Yu smiled calmly. "It was my proposal." "No." President Bai shook his head resolutely. Although Zhao Hai has not mastered the white absolute for defense, he possesses a considerable repertoire of water techniques, both in quantity and quality, that could rival even upper ninjas. Without a lower ninja, defeating him would be exceedingly difficult. Luo Yu smiled faintly. "Rest assured, President Bai, my strength has undergone a remarkable transformation." Observing Luo Yu's unwavering confidence, President Bai could not help but roll his eyes. It has only been a day. How much change can there be? Witnessing this, Director Jiang promptly pulled President Bai aside and disclosed the fact that Luo Yu had mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, along with the evaluation provided by Bai Mengyao. Is it truly that extraordinary? Upon learning of Luo Yu's advancement, President Bai found it hard to believe. At this moment, a somewhat stout elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached. This man was none other than Luo Qing, the vice president of the Shikahama Ninja Association. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Old Bai, I have come today with the intention of teaching that young rascal Zhao Hai a lesson, instilling in him the virtue of humility and discouraging his incessant pride. Yet, you have sent an individual utterly unworthy of the challenge. Is this not merely inflating his ego?" Observing the fervent expression on old Luo's face, President Bai's countenance darkened with anger. After all, the mindset of the younger generation is rather fragile. Should he encounter setbacks and become disheartened, it would be quite the predicament. Hearing President Bai's stubbornness, President Luo erupted into laughter. "Fear not, for Zhao Hai himself stated prior to our arrival that he is here to embrace challenges and undergo trials." Seized by frustration, President Bai nudged Luo Yu, declaring, "Very well, Luo Yu, go and fulfill the young Zhao's request." With this push, President Luo's attention was drawn to the advancing Luo Yu. "Ah, is this the remarkable talent from Jiangli, Luo Yu, who secured the silver badge by achieving first place in yesterday's internship assessment? Indeed, he possesses an impressive demeanor." Although the details of the assessment were kept confidential, the results were made public. Therefore, President Luo had some understanding of this new ninja, Luo Yu. However, considering that Luo Yu had only just passed the internship assessment, it seemed somewhat excessive to have him spar with Zhao Hai. What about the other elite ninjas from Jiangli? Why place such a challenging task upon a newcomer? President Luo furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting his absolute confidence in Zhao Hai's abilities. He believed that Luo Yu would not participate in the exchange meeting this year, and thus directed more interest towards those lower ninjas qualified for the event. After all, he had come here primarily to gather intelligence and earn a little profit. "Luo Yu, I leave Zhao Hai to you," President Bai stated solemnly. It was evident that President Luo's remarks had made him a bit uneasy. In contrast, the older Director Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, betraying little emotion. "Then I shall experience the talents of this water-release genius," Luo Yu remarked with a light chuckle, and soon, the group made their way to arena number 7. Here, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of spectators, most of whom wore expressions of dismay. After all, they were all natives of Jiangli, and at this moment, witnessing their ninjas being defeated consecutively by outsiders was a source of embarrassment. Observing this, Luo Yu quickly made his way to the front row. The arena was inundated with water, resembling a shallow lake, which was undoubtedly the result of Zhao Hai's water release technique. A young man with gill-like slits on his cheeks stood atop the water, gripping the neck of a Jiangli lower ninja, who was being lifted off the ground. Luo Yu realized that, as described by President Bai, this peculiar youth was undoubtedly Zhao Hai. "Stop. The match is over. Release your opponent," commanded the referee, stepping forward to reprimand Zhao Hai for his continued torment of the fallen ninja. Is this the extent of Jiangli ninjas? Ignoring the referee, Zhao Hai shrugged in disappointment, and then flung the lower ninja out of the arena. At this moment, Zhao Hai's actions could be described in one word: reckless. The onlookers outside were equally stirred. This kid is too arrogant. Sparring should have limits. Our Jiangli ninja was not severely injured by him. Exactly. What kind of sparring is this? It's akin to a golden body bathing in hot springs, flaunting its prowess. Who allowed him to show off like this? Was there truly no one from Jiangli capable of stopping him? What a joke. The person he just threw out had the legacy of Chunin. If even the white-blooded inheritor cannot defeat him, what exactly is this guy's background? Chapter 36. Fire Release. The Great Evaporation Technique. What are you all arguing about? If you're unconvinced, come forth and challenge me, Zhao Hai declared sternly as he gazed at the crowd below. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a profound silence. While they might engage in banter, they were acutely aware of their own limitations when faced with a true challenge. This young man was destined for a thorough lesson. Observing the audacious Zhao Hai, President Bai furrowed his brows in concern. Director Jiang, however, coolly turned his attention to Luo Yu, sensing that the opponent might be somewhat ruthless. Be cautious when you face him. Luo Yu nodded slightly, then leaped into the arena, channeling his chakra to stand upon the water's surface. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon seeing someone finally step up. Isn't that Luo Yu, the top performer from yesterday's assessment? Is he daring to challenge Zhao Hai? Although he is indeed a standout among the novice ninjas, Zhao Hai is a lower-ranked ninja and likely a successor to the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. The disparity is considerable. The young man is overly impulsive. While he may dominate in the novice ranks, the gap between a lower-ranked ninja and a novice is not to be underestimated. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Zhao Hai expressed his surprise. Are you not the Luo Yu who gained notoriety in Jiangli's novice assessment yesterday? What brings you here? Do you wish to challenge me? Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Merely here for some amusement. There's no need for you to be overly anxious. At these words, Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback. A novice ninja asking him not to be tense? This was the first time he encountered someone even more arrogant than himself. At this moment, Chairman Luo interjected, Zhao, feel free to draw out Luo Yu's trump card. Gathering intelligence on him in advance is indeed a valuable endeavor. Hearing this, Zhao Hai nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Luo Yu. Since it is the chairman's request, I shall indulge you for a while. You may all fight with abandon. The three of us old seniors shall act as your judges. Chairman Bai declared. He then signaled discreetly to the referee, who, understanding the cue, left the arena with due diligence. Chairman Bai then commanded sternly, on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the words fell, Zhao Hai made the first move, unleashing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the manipulation of chakra within his body, the surrounding water coalesced into the form of a dragon, surging towards Luo Yu. Although Chairman Luo had requested to probe Luo Yu's capabilities, Zhao Hai had no interest in sparring with a novice. Thus, he commenced with a lethal maneuver. The water dragon bullet is a 2-star water release technique commonly employed by Chunin. It seemed Zhao Hai intended to conclude this swiftly, utilizing the existing water around him. He executed this technique with minimal chakra expenditure. Evidently, his mastery of the water dragon bullet had reached a commendable level. As Zhao Hai unleashed the water dragon bullet, many spectators cast worried glances at Luo Yu. Being a 2-star technique, the power of the water dragon bullet was indeed formidable. Did Luo Yu truly possess a means to counter it? However, in the next moment, Luo Yu's response astonished them all. Fire release, great fireball technique. What on earth? It turned out that Luo Yu had been wreaking havoc in the trial grounds with his fire release. Was he that a direct counter to Zhao Hai's water release? Upon witnessing this, the onlookers grew increasingly pessimistic about the unfolding battle. Only Chairman Luo was doubled over with laughter, finding Luo Yu's ingenuity utterly delightful. He then turned to Chairman Bai, remarking, Old Bai, your Jiangli truly has exceptional talent. To this, Chairman Bai remained silent. At that moment, the dojo was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling blaze that rendered one unable to open their eyes. A colossal fireball, engulfing half the arena, surged toward Zhao Hai. The water dragon bullet, akin to a force of nature, collided with the sun-like fireball and was instantaneously evaporated, serving as an excellent demonstration of the futility of a mere drop in the ocean. Under the overwhelming strength, even the advantages of elemental affinity were rendered moot. Moreover, the accumulated water on the ground was relentlessly transformed into steam by the searing heat, shrouding the scene in a misty haze, damp and filled with vapor. Yet, the enormous fireball continued its relentless advance. Water escape, water barrier. Confronted by the scorching sun, Zhao Hai, disregarding his astonishment, conjured yet another defensive water technique rated at 1.5 stars. This time, he dared not hold back. Almost all the accumulated water within the venue converged, forming a massive wall of water that obstructed the blazing fireball. Only after exhausting every drop of water in the arena was he able to extinguish the fiery orb. Was this truly the fireball? Observing Zhao Hai exerting himself to the utmost to extinguish that exaggerated flame, the spectators were left in a state of utter astonishment. Is this the fireball? This is clearly a nuclear fireball. Such a formidable fireball, even a Chunin lacking exceptional proficiency could scarcely conjure it. Moreover, the chakra required poses a significant challenge. How did Luo Yu achieve this? Even Zhao Hai, present at the scene, was left utterly astonished. His water barrier, albeit a modest success, had mobilized all the accumulated water in the arena, rendering it seemingly infallible against fire techniques. Yet, the result was a testament to the principle of fire overcoming water. President Luo's assertion was indeed accurate. Luo Yu exhibited remarkable ingenuity. Director Jiang gazed at President Luo with a beaming smile, while President Luo, eyes wide with shock, stared at the arena, mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a single word. Nevertheless, his mind was rapidly processing the events that had just transpired. The capacity to produce such a powerful fireball indicated that Luo Yu's mastery of ninjutsu was extraordinarily high. Conservatively estimating, he was nearing the pinnacle of excellence. For Luo Yu to compel Zhao Hai into such a precarious position, his strength was undoubtedly sufficient for participation in this year's city exchange event. Moving forward, one could only anticipate Zhao Hai drawing forth more of Luo Yu's hidden cards. It was truly unexpected how much Luo Yu had transformed overnight. It seemed that this year's exchange would provide him with a significant opportunity. President Bai shared in the sentiment, reflecting on the profound changes. Even Luo Yu, the practitioner himself, was taken aback by the sheer power he had unleashed. Out of respect for his opponent, the heir of Kisame Hashigaki, he had maximized the consumption of chakra for the fireball. The fiery ball unleashed consumed a staggering half of his chakra. With the formidable power of the secondary column cells and the enhancement of his advanced ninjutsu proficiency, such an unforeseen effect was generated. Just now, I was caught off guard. You merit my utmost effort. Zhao Hai maintained his composure verbally, yet his expression grew increasingly grim. The accumulated water in the arena was a deliberate setup he had orchestrated prior to the earlier battles, intended to transform the surrounding environment into his primary battleground. After all, manipulating the existing water nearby proved far more advantageous than relying solely on his own chakra to perform water techniques, as it entailed significantly lower chakra expenditure. Only ninjas of the highest caliber could wield water techniques effortlessly in the absence of surrounding water. In this regard, he, a mere lower-ranked ninja, was still rather inexperienced. However, Luo Yu unleashed a torrent of fire ninjutsu, obliterating the accumulated water at the scene. More importantly, in the presence of Luo Yu, he felt an overwhelming pressure that he had not experienced in quite some time. Should he fail to confront Luo Yu head-on and emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly lead to significant psychological repercussions for him. This is exceedingly detrimental to the upcoming conference in just a few days. Resolute in his determination to vanquish Luo Yu, Zhao Hai once again formed hand seals, invoking the water release, hidden mist technique. As his words echoed, the mist around him thickened under the influence of the water release chakra. Thus, Luo Yu found himself incapable of discerning Zhao Hai's location, and the formidable fireball technique demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. Naturally, Luo Yu refrained from employing it recklessly. Chapter 37, Water Escape, Great Waterfall vs. Divine Might. Kaleidoscope. Long before Zhao Hai completed his hand seals, Luo Yu activated his three-tomo Sharingan. However, as chakra mingled with the mist, even the Sharingan could not penetrate the dense fog due to its inability to disregard chakra. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended LV, Zero Water Escape, Mist Concealment Technique. Having witnessed the hand seal process, Luo Yu inadvertently grasped the mist concealment technique. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Although the technique of mist concealment is rated as D level in difficulty and half a star by the Ninja Association, it possesses a significant strategic value. Moreover, he can generate water release chakra within himself, thus employing the mist concealment technique poses no issue. Water release, waterfall technique. Zhao Hai's voice echoed once more through the thick fog. Yet, this time, his figure eluded capture, and thus the Sharingan could not glean his secrets. In the next instant, torrents of water surged to envelop the arena. Luo Yu concentrated chakra beneath his feet, stabilizing himself upon the suddenly manifested surface of water, while simultaneously speculating on Zhao Hai's intentions. The waterfall technique is a half-star ninjutsu with a C-level difficulty rating. It is regarded as half a star due to its impressive potency. More often, it serves as a supportive ninjutsu for water release ninjas to transform the surrounding environment into advantageous terrain. It appears that Zhao Hai is preparing to launch his next offensive. Young Zhao's ability to adapt on the spot is commendable. Unlike many newcomers who, upon encountering the unexpected, become flustered, he remains composed, strategizing a counterattack. President Luo breathed a sigh of relief. However, he could not afford to be as confident in Zhao Hai as before. After all, Luo Yu's presence felt rather peculiar, leaving no one to guarantee what other surprises he might possess. Within the arena, Luo Yu moved deftly across the water's surface. After all, the interference of the mist concealment technique affects both parties' line of sight. If Zhao Hai can use the thick fog to obscure his form, so too can he. Useless. The inherited power grants me an acute perception of water. I can sense your position through the flow. Through the dense mist, Zhao Hai spoke again. You are the first to warrant my use of this technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Upon hearing this, President Bai was immediately taken aback. A technique of immense power. Rated 3 stars. Zhao Hai has actually mastered this technique. President Luo chuckled softly, noting that he has merely scratched the surface. Moreover, this technique consumes an extraordinary amount of chakra. After its execution, he should be nearly depleted. Is it because he fears that peculiar fireball technique that he resorts to this? Upon hearing President Luo's analysis, the spectators outside nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the water release, great waterfall technique may be somewhat less potent than the earlier fireball technique, its offensive capabilities, when considering elemental advantages, could prove decisive. Thus, it seems the situation is rather unfavorable for Luo Yu. At this moment, a vast expanse of seawater converged within the arena, cascading into a waterfall towering several meters high, crashing ferociously upon the very spot where Luo Yu stood. The mighty deluge surged forth with such ferocity that it cleaved the surrounding dense mist asunder. The tumultuous battle within the venue was instantaneously laid bare before the onlookers. Meanwhile, President Luo remained intensely focused, eager to discern whether Luo Yu possessed any hidden strategies. This is indeed crucial intelligence. Given the prowess that Luo Yu has demonstrated thus far, he undoubtedly merits attention. At this moment, as the deluge approached, Luo Yu maintained a demeanor of calm composure. Just as the waterfall surged towards him, he concentrated his ocular power in his right eye, activating his phantasmagoric abilities. However, the onlookers, oblivious to Luo Yu's possession of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, were left in perplexity as they witnessed him being engulfed by the torrent. Why did Luo Yu not employ the fireball from earlier to counter it? Could it be that his chakra was depleted? To endure such a formidable ninjutsu with mere physicality could pose a grave risk to his life. Why did the President Bai and others not intervene to prevent this? In this scene, even President Luo found it difficult to comprehend. After all, sparring is one thing, but taking a life would be a grave matter. President Bai, however, dismissed his concerns, urging him to continue observing. On the water's surface, Zhao Hai, drained of chakra and displaying signs of exhaustion, wore an expression of terror. Had Luo Yu truly been struck by the water release, great waterfall technique? Why was he unable to sense Luo Yu's presence in the water? If he had indeed been hit by the waterfall, he should have been plunged deep into the water. Yet, Zhao Hai could not detect Luo Yu's whereabouts in the surrounding waters. It was as if the individual had vanished into thin air. Amid Zhao Hai's confusion and helplessness, Luo Yu, concealed in the depths, activated Shadow Leaf Dance, appearing before him like the shadow of a falling leaf. Simultaneously, the 5 seconds of his phasing state concluded. With a swift motion, he unleashed the leaf gale. Before Zhao Hai could comprehend what had transpired, Luo Yu concentrated his strength and delivered a powerful spinning kick to his abdomen. The immense force sent Zhao Hai hurtling out of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. The abruptness of Luo Yu's appearance left even President Luo astounded. It was indeed the Shadow Leaf Dance. Not only had he mastered fire release, but he had also acquired considerable proficiency in taijutsu. That very move, the Leaf Gale, could be classified as a 2-star taijutsu technique. Luo Yu is indeed a polymath. Although merely a novice ninja, he has mastered an impressive array of intricate techniques. I recall my own apprenticeship, when I would have been content to merely learn the Shadow Leaf Dance. Zhao Hai's defeat is not without justification. Am I mistaken? Luo Yu actually kicked Zhao Hai out of the ring. Incredible. I thought Luo Yu was down for the count, yet this turn of events is utterly astonishing. Speaking of which, how did Luo Yu endure the water release, great waterfall technique with just his face? Could it be that his good looks somehow enhanced his facial defenses? Witnessing Zhao Hai sprawled on the floor, his expression contorted in agony, sent shockwaves through the audience. The illustrious heir of the dry persimmon Kisame has been bested in such a manner? Undoubtedly, the most difficult pill to swallow is for Zhao Hai himself. He remains utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how Luo Yu withstood the water release, great waterfall, evaded the sensory waves, and approached him without a sound. The water release, great waterfall technique is his pride, a secret technique that consumed all his chakra. To have it so inexplicably countered is beyond comprehension. This marked the first time he harbored doubts about his own capabilities. Although he had often been referred to as a prodigy by his peers due to his formidable strength, he now felt that, in comparison, Luo Yu is the true prodigy. Old Bai, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After having instigated a confrontation with Zhao Hai only to be soundly defeated, President Luo felt a loss of dignity and could no longer remain. Thus, he uttered this remark and, without waiting for President Bai to respond, took Zhao Hai and departed in disgrace. Meanwhile, a radiant light surged into Luo Yu's being. Attribute points increased by 10. Perhaps due to Luo Yu's foundational attributes nearing that of a Chunin, the reward for defeating a Genin was somewhat diminished. Thus, although he triumphed over Zhao Hai, who was significantly stronger than the fused Baiju, the resultant attribute points remained at a modest 10. However, with the integration of Hashirama's cells, it should suffice to elevate his chakra and stamina to 100. Chapter 38. The Trial of the Genin Old Luo. Don't leave just yet. We agreed to spar and hone the newcomers together. You're backing out already? Just a few steps away, President Bai blocked their path, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. President Luo gritted his teeth, contemplating a retort, yet ultimately opted for silence. With his current inadequacies, further verbal sparring would only lead to humiliation. The recent water release, great waterfall technique had completely drained his chakra reserves, leaving him unable to engage in combat for the time being. Beside him, Zhao Hai wore a bittersweet smile. His former arrogance had long since dissipated. President Bai smiled gently. It's quite all right. Our Jiangli Dojo is a professional establishment, after all. We have recovery preparations post-match. With that, he produced a military food pill and placed it into Zhao Hai's hand. The military food pill is a conventional remedy for restoring chakra. Regain your chakra and engage in further discussions with Luo Yu. You are both young and should strive for mutual improvement, President Bai remarked with a serene demeanor. At this moment, Luo Yu also caught up, displaying a remarkably amiable demeanor. That last round was merely a stroke of luck on my part. Please take a moment to rest, and we shall engage in another match. Do not let it dishearten you. I am merely jesting. Zhao Hai, having mastered such an extensive repertoire of water release techniques, could hardly quell his ambition to grasp the essence of it all. It goes without saying that he should at least retain the water release, great waterfall technique. Despite possessing all 5 fundamental attributes, his persistent reliance on fire release, even in the face of water release, is rather incongruous. It is widely acknowledged that within the realm of Naruto, at least half of the water release techniques are attributed to the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. Thus, as a successor to Kisame, Zhao Hai would undoubtedly excel as a mentor in water release. However, gazing at Luo Yu's benevolent smile, Zhao Hai was overtaken by a sense of trepidation, instinctively clutching his still aching abdomen. Clearly, the encounter had left him psychologically scarred. He understood all too well that unless he unraveled the mystery behind Luo Yu's sudden disappearance, victory would remain elusive. Why engage in a fight that is destined for failure? No one relishes the role of the victim, and typically, it is he who inflicts torment upon others. Next time, Next time for sure, he resolved, hastily exiting the dojo. Each additional second in Luo Yu's presence rendered him increasingly uncomfortable. Luo Yu, you must attend this year's exchange conference. I eagerly anticipate your performance. President Luo remarked with an enigmatic expression. In his view, although Luo Yu had decisively bested Zhao Hai, such a feat was merely representative of a battle at the Chunin level. The pinnacle of combat prowess at the exchange conference would be inhabited by Chunin-level contenders. Despite Luo Yu's mastery of peculiar secret arts and his high-level great fireball technique, he would likely face a crushing defeat against the Chunin of Shichiban. Although a Chunin's victory over a Jinin may not warrant much pride, it certainly provides a sense of vindication. Old Bai, Old Jiang, consider this my greeting to you. We shall see true capabilities at the exchange conference, President Luo declared, departing with a displeased countenance. What a relief. After all these years, he finally felt a sense of vindication. As he observed President Luo's retreating figure, President Bai exhaled heavily, witnessing Luo Yu and Zhao Hai's misfortunes. The surrounding members of Jiangli could not contain their exuberance. Shichiban City had consistently sent challengers to provoke and gather intelligence, and while victories were exchanged between both sides, Jiangli had suffered a decline in recent years, often losing more than winning. Even in their victories, none had been as overwhelmingly decisive as today's. Moreover, the challengers from Shichiban were the most formidable they had faced in years. Typically, the blue inheritance is reserved for Jounin or heir, so the emergence of such power among Genin indicated an absolute dominance within their ranks. The fact that Luo Yu could so thoroughly overpower such a monstrosity was simply unbelievable. To celebrate Luo Yu's triumph, the dojo would be open free of charge today. President Bai gestured grandly, further inciting the crowd's cheers. Director Jiang curiously inquired of Luo Yu. Are you certain you wish to participate in this year's exchange conference? Aren't you considering waiting a year to observe? Luo Yu nodded affirmatively. Zhangli had languished in silence for far too long. It was time to make their voice heard to the outside world. Observing the situation. If one does not promptly join the exchange meeting and secure a resounding victory, how can one aspire to acquire the coveted divine stone? Moreover, it is not merely the divine stone he seeks. He also yearns to ascend to the rank of Genin and delve into the mysterious realms. The Genin-level secret domains are abundant in nameless shards of gray quality, and with a stroke of fortune, one might even obtain shards of white quality. Once the qualification for exploring the secret realms is attained, the materials for upgrading ninjutsu will no longer be a concern. Very well. Tomorrow you shall come to the Association for the Fundamental Attribute Certification. Following that, proceed to the Mission Assembly Hall to complete a D-rank task, and you shall be certified as a Genin. In every city, the Ninja Association hosts an establishment known as the Mission Assembly Hall. This institution consolidates the official assignments disseminated by the city along with various personal tasks released privately. The tasks are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty by the Task Assembly Hall, designated as Level E, D, C, B, and A, mirroring the ranks of ninjas from apprentice to elite. Above these levels, there exist special tasks classified as S, SS, and SSS, which can only be undertaken by ninjas of the Shadow Guard, Shadow, and Super Shadow ranks. Upon becoming an apprentice ninja, one is permitted to select the most elementary level E tasks from the Task Assembly Hall, with rewards commensurate to the completion of such tasks. Level E tasks primarily involve simple errands, such as locating lost cats and dogs, and thus lack substantial value. Consequently, after becoming an apprentice ninja, Luo Yu refrained from visiting the Task Assembly Hall. However, Level D tasks are a different matter altogether, representing true lower-rank ninja assignments. Unlike the innocuous Level E tasks, involvement in Level D tasks can often result in casualties, even among lower-rank ninjas. As evening approached, Luo Yu bid farewell to President Bai and Director Jiang, returning to his new abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by Luo Qingyu, who had donned her favorite black silk-made outfit, her expression a mix of shyness and warmth. Little Yu, you're back? Are you unhurt? Would you prefer to eat first or take a bath? Luo Yu was taken aback, astonished at how his sister had grown so adept. How could he possibly eat under such circumstances? Is there anything else he could consume? Of course. Luo Yu merely pondered this in silence, not daring to voice the query. Sister, what is this? Luo Qingyu asked, her face flushed with shyness. While you were sleeping, I took the liberty of checking your phone's browsing history. It appears that boys nowadays have a penchant for this style. Thus, in celebration of our housewarming, I wanted to dress beautifully to surprise you. Luo Yu, with an innocent expression, implored, Promise me that you'll wear such attire at home from now on. Hearing this, Luo Yu playfully retorted, you are truly pushing your luck. Allowing you a rare reward is my utmost concession. Were it not for you, I wouldn't entertain the thought of wearing such outrageous clothing for even a moment. Faced with his sister's firm stance, Luo Yu had no choice but to retreat. At dinner time, upon seeing Luo Yu donned in a maid outfit, Luo Yu's appetite was instantly piqued, and he devoured his meal with fervor. One must admit, his sister's ensemble was indeed appetizing. Chapter 39. A visit to the Ninja Association. Sister, with such a spacious new home, I imagine cleaning must be quite exhausting for you. Once I become a Chunin, my monthly stipend will amount to hundreds of thousands. At that point, I could easily hire several maids to assist you. Luo Yu casually remarked during dinner. His intentions were purely driven by concern for his sister's well-being. Moreover, ninjas hold a significant social status in this realm. As a ninja, it seemed reasonable for him to employ a few charming maids, especially given the size of their new abode, which required upkeep not only indoors, but also in the expansive garden outside. Do not waste money frivolously. I spent the entire afternoon tidying up both the interior and exterior of the house. The garden will be presentable by tomorrow morning. What do you need so many maids for? Luo Yu responded with considerable fervor. Her reasoning was simple. This was their cherished home, a sanctuary for her and her brother, not a place for other women to intrude upon. Noting his sister's resolute demeanor, Luo Yu chuckled nervously. I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take it to heart. He had miscalculated. He had not anticipated his sister's efficiency in cleaning the vast villa within a single afternoon. It seemed he would need to acquire several more villas in the future to justify the hiring of attractive maids. After all, he had already resolved to invest in more properties in the big city. The thought of discreetly hiding a few maids from his sister was exhilarating. Surely she couldn't meddle in every villa. Lost in these delightful musings, Luo Yu burst into laughter. By the way, does your friend Bai Siyu require a meal? Luo Yu inquired with curiosity. At that moment, the floor unexpectedly revealed the head of Xiao Fei, who expressed gratitude. Thank you for your concern, dear sister. I have already ventured out to absorb the nutrients from the plants, and I can sustain myself for quite some time. Luo Yu was startled by the sudden appearance of Bai Siyu. The technique of the mayfly allowed the user to conceal their presence, causing him to forget that such a being was nearby. By the way, do you Bai Siyu still require nutrients? Luo Yu inquired. In the later stages of Naruto, there were hundreds of thousands of Bai Siyu present. If all of them needed sustenance, surely the surrounding woods would be stripped bare. We originally relied on the nutrients provided by the divine tree for our survival. Now that the divine tree is no longer available, we must seek alternatives, Xiao Fei explained. The divine tree? You mean the outer path golem? Luo Yu immediately thought. In the original story, after obtaining the Rinnegan, Toby was able to manipulate the outer path golem. Since the template of Uchiha Obito's clan extermination night would eventually be unlocked, it followed that unlocking further templates might grant him the Rinnegan as well, enabling him to summon the outer path golem. The thrill of parading around with the outer path golem was exhilarating, far more so than hiding a charming maid from his sister. Luo Yu mused silently, his meal becoming all the more savory. After devouring his dinner, he promptly returned to his bedroom upstairs. Observing his eager expression, Luo Yu felt a twinge of resentment. After all the effort she had put into her appearance, her brother didn't spare her a glance and went straight to his room. How unfair. Was the bedroom truly that entertaining? Upon reaching the second floor of the villa, Luo Yu noted the numerous rooms and nodded in approval. Truly, it was a remarkable villa, exuding grandeur. With such an abundance of rooms, accommodating numerous guests is certainly feasible. In the future, one could invite all the acquaintances to partake in a gathering of sorts. It would surely be a delightful experience. After indulging in a perfect dream, Luo Yu entered one of the rooms, only to find that the sheets were impeccably arranged, and the space was tidy and spotless, evidently the work of his sister. Shedding his fatigue, he collapsed onto the plush, luxurious bed. Luo Yu then began to allocate the 10 attribute points he had earned after defeating Zhao Hai. Stamina, 70, 50, 70, 50. Chakra, 42, 100, 52, 100, after the allocation of points. Luo Yu found that he had yet to reach the level of a genin as recognized by the system. This is evident from the absence of the scroll of ninja given by the system and the fact that Xiao Fei remains at the novice 3rd tier. However, considering the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, his actual stamina has risen to 105, while his chakra stands at 104. Achieving tomorrow's numerical certification poses no challenge whatsoever. Speaking of which, since obtaining the template of the enraged Obito, I have been diligently working on my attribute points. Should I allow myself a moment of relaxation tonight? Contemplating this, Luo Yu quietly retrieved his phone and opened the browser. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Xiao Fei might be lurking in various corners of the villa, so he tentatively called out, "Xiao Fei, are you there?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Fei, who had seamlessly merged with the villa, swiftly made his way along the wall to Luo Yu's room. Soon, the wall began to undulate, and Xiao Fei emerged, asking, "Master Luo, is there something you need?" Noticing his keen responsiveness, Luo Yu inquired, "By the way, can you distinctly perceive everything happening within the villa?" Xiao Fei confidently puffed out his chest, replying, "Of course. Reconnaissance is my forte. Even if a ninja were to stealthily infiltrate under the cover of night, they would not escape my awareness." At this, Luo Yu's heart sank. This could spell trouble. Does that mean I cannot indulge myself at night either? With this thought, Luo Yu softened his gaze, saying, "Xiao Fei, you don't need to be on duty tonight. Go find a room and rest. We are quite humane here. There is no night shift required." "Master Luo, you are too considerate of your subordinates." Xiao Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though he possessed neither eyes nor tears, he was nonetheless deeply moved. "Rest assured, I will monitor the entire villa around the clock. If I become too fatigued, I shall merely rest within the wall for a while." With that, Xiao Fei resolutely melded back into the wall, determined not to relent until he transformed from white Zetsu into black Zetsu. Observing his dedication, Luo Yu sighed in resignation. Realizing that studying the materials was no longer feasible, I shall have to seek out some legitimate study resources. With this in mind, he quietly opened the Ninja Heritage illustrated book on his phone. This is the aid developed by the Ninja Association, which meticulously documents all ninja legacies discovered by the association to date. It provides detailed accounts of both the specific effects of these legacies and the means of acquiring them. After all, advancing one's ninjutsu inevitably involves dealing with various fragments of legacies, to say nothing of other aspects. A significant quantity of Lee Rock's legacy fragments is essential merely for physical techniques. The 8 gates and lotus techniques await as well. It is prudent to first investigate which secret realms these legacy fragments originate from. Once certified as a genin, I shall find the time to embark on such an expedition. Thus, while reclining on the bed and gazing at my phone, I gradually succumbed to slumber under the monotonous barrage of information. The following day, after savoring the delectable breakfast prepared by my sister, I promptly took a taxi to the Ninja Association's Jiangli branch. This is a remarkably grand edifice, surrounded by numerous structures associated with the Ninja Association, such as the Ninja Marketplace and the Task Assembly Hall. Initially, I presumed that early in the morning, the association would be relatively empty. However, upon entering, Luo Yu was met with a lengthy queue. It is inevitable, as all ninjas from the city must come here to conduct their affairs. Thus, Luo Yu's advancement in ninja rank was no exception. Consequently, the Ninja Association is perpetually bustling with throngs of people. Only those of special status, such as shadow-level ninjas, have dedicated personnel to attend to their needs. Otherwise, one must patiently wait in line. While Luo Yu was standing in line, President Bai unexpectedly emerged from an inner chamber. "Luo Yu, have you come so early to certify your rank as a lower ninja? You need not queue like the others. I have already made arrangements for you. You may proceed directly inside." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the look of confusion on Luo Yu's face, President Bai chuckled. "You are a key talent in our Jiangli, and thus you naturally possess certain privileges in this regard." Upon learning that he need not wait in line, Luo Yu promptly left the queue and followed President Bai into the elevator. Is this the privilege that comes with being both handsome and talented? I never imagined being an exceptional student could be so delightful. In my previous life, I truly could not comprehend this. Upon descending the elevator to the 3rd floor, Luo Yu followed President Bai to the Ninja Level Certification Group. Here, the atmosphere was filled with dashing young men and beautiful women clad in uniforms. Upon the arrival of the president, everyone stood up with a hint of formality, greeting him respectfully. President Bai nodded in acknowledgement before instructing, "Please continue with your work. I am looking for Xiao Jia." As his words faded, a charming young lady approached, exclaiming, "President, I am here. Xiao Jia, this is Luo Yu, whom I had scheduled an appointment with yesterday." President Bai cheerfully indicated towards Luo Yu. Xiao Jia glanced at Luo Yu and smiled. "You are here for the ninja certification, I presume?" "Indeed," Luo Yu replied with a slight nod. It was evident that President Bai held him in high regard, having already coordinated with the staff to ensure that all certification procedures were clearly arranged. "I shall begin now," Xiao Jia said with a gentle smile. Retrieving a scroll from her drawer, unrolling the scroll revealed a complex array of intricate patterns. Xiao Jia explained to Luo Yu, "This is the ability perception scroll. Please place your hand upon it. The ninjutsu sealed within will detect your physical strength and chakra levels, which will then be displayed on the scroll. The results will also be recorded as data in your file." Having a system that displayed his precise values, Luo Yu confidently placed his hand on the ability perception scroll. Immediately, the chakra contained within the scroll began to flow through the array, taking form as a perception ninjutsu that enveloped Luo Yu. In the next moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the scroll. User's physical strength, 105, chakra, 104. Evaluation, Chunin level 1. Upon seeing the results, President Bai inhaled deeply. It was indeed consistent with the standards for a Chunin. He had anticipated this outcome, especially considering that yesterday, Luo Yu had effortlessly defeated Zhao Hai, a Chunin of the 2nd rank. If his foundational values had fallen short of the Chunin standard, it would have been quite absurd. After all, his opponent was the heir of the legendary Kisame Hoshigaki, and overcoming such a challenge was no small feat. With the evaluation confirming that Luo Yu met the Chunin level 1 criteria, it was now merely necessary for him to complete a single D-rank mission to achieve certification successfully. As Xiao Jia recorded Luo Yu's test results, she remarked, "Now that you have passed the test smoothly." Luo Yu contemplated heading to the mission gathering site to casually select a simple D-rank task, eager to complete it swiftly. Then, he could venture into the Chunin level secret realm to harvest materials for his advancement. At this moment, President Bai spoke, stating that he had already prepared a task for him. You can directly view the task information on the Ninja Association's A platform. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was quite fast. He had not anticipated that President Bai would be so well prepared. This was just as well, for he often struggled with decision-making, and staying at the task-gathering place would likely lead to at least half an hour of indecision amidst the myriad of choices. Contemplating this, Luo Yu promptly opened A and logged into his account at the Ninja Association. He clicked on the tasks he had accepted. Task: Exploration of the Secret Realm difficulty, D content. Explore the Lower Ninja Secret Realm, Silver Forest Peak, alongside the client. Reward: 5 fragments of the White Absolute Legacy. Below were the client's name, Su Ying, and her contact details. Although Luo Yu still possessed the authority to explore the secret realm during his certification as a lower ninja, he could make exceptions for relevant tasks. "Surely, the task I've selected for you is satisfactory," President Bai remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, tasks involving team exploration of secret realms typically require the client to bear the consumption of dimensional energy. Even with his lower ninja certification and a silver badge, the dimensional energy he could acquire each month was exceedingly limited. Thus, conserving dimensional energy was of utmost importance. Moreover, it was customary for the spoils from defeating exotic beasts to be divided, with the client receiving a 70 share, although only 30 remained for him. The reward of 5 fragments of the White Absolute was quite substantial. It is worth noting that the fragments dropped by exotic beasts within lower ninja-level secret realms were mostly nameless fragments. The drop rate for legacy fragments of the White quality, such as the White Absolute, was notably low. To acquire 5 fragments was indeed a substantial safety net. One must commend President Bai for his discerning eye for talent. "Thank you very much. I will contact the client now," Luo Yu expressed with a smile of gratitude before bidding farewell and leaving the Ninja Association. On his way home, Luo Yu utilized the information on A to add the client, Su Ying, to his contacts. He then initiated a voice call. After a brief ringing, the call connected. Luo Yu spoke first. "Hello, I am Luo Yu, the one taking on your task. When shall we depart?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a composed female voice. "It would be best for us to meet at the secret realm teleportation site right away," and then set off promptly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was somewhat surprised. It was rather swift. He had intended to have lunch first, recalling that his sister had mentioned preparing something for him before he left. "Yes, during yesterday's exploration of Silver Forest Peak, I discovered a certain high-level cultivation resource. However, there are formidable exotic beasts guarding the vicinity, which I am certain I cannot defeat. Hence, I released a team task. I worry that if we do not act quickly, someone else may seize the opportunity." Upon hearing Su Ying's explanation, Luo Yu finally grasped the situation. No wonder this team mission offered such generous rewards. It was evidently intended to recruit individuals to battle the boss. Following customary practice, he realized he would also be entitled to a share of the high-level resources. Very well, I shall set forth at once. Understanding the circumstances, Luo Yu declared resolutely. Compared to his sister's noodles, the allure of cultivation resources was undeniable. Subsequently, the two agreed to convene at the first teleportation site. As the teleportation venue was conveniently located near the Ninja Association, Luo Yu reached the dimensional teleportation area in just 10 minutes on foot. However, having arrived early, he took the opportunity to purchase several buckets of braised beef noodles from the supermarket within the teleportation area, stowing them away in his storage scroll for later use. Oh, I won't be returning for lunch, so I should inform my sister. Luo Yu slapped his forehead and dialed Luo Yu's number. Sister, I've taken on a task and won't be back for lunch, he stated. On the other end of the line, Luo Yu was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing his words, her smile vanished instantly. Could it be true? Is he secretly meeting a girl? Don't overthink it. This is a professional obligation. Luo Yu's lips twitched as he hastily ended the call. However, after hanging up, he immediately regretted it. His sister would surely reprimand him for daring to hang up on her. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Masked Woman? While Luo Yu pondered how his sister might chastise him, a familiar female voice reached his ears. Luo Yu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Turning towards the sound, he saw a figure adorned with a white mask featuring red patterns, dressed in a white adventurer's outfit. Observing her long, flowing hair and graceful silhouette, Luo Yu surmised that she was a young woman. Yet, due to the mask obscuring her features, he hesitated to make assumptions about her gender. Despite her melodious and refined voice, Who are you? Luo Yu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the masked individual. I am your client, Su Ying, she revealed, identifying herself. Realization dawned upon Luo Yu, yet curiosity lingered. But we have never met. How do you know I am Luo Yu? Su Ying smiled gently. You have become quite well known in Zhongli. I heard that the heir of the Seven Beaches, Deidara, was decisively defeated by you. When I learned that President Bai had accepted my task on your behalf, I was assured that our expedition to Silver Forest Peak would be successful. Luo Yu was taken aback. Was he truly so renowned now? Su Ying produced a small glass vial from her storage scroll, filled with a shimmering purple essence. This is a vial of dimensional essence. Upon absorption, it will allow us to remain in the secret realm for an hour. Let us strive to complete our mission within that time frame, though exceeding it is not a concern, as I have several more vials at my disposal. As she spoke, Su Ying handed a small vial to Luo Yu. The secret realm, a product from other dimensions, would rapidly deplete the physical vitality of individuals from Blue Star upon entry, ultimately leading to their demise. Only by absorbing the essence of the dimensions could one sustain their condition, allowing for fluid movement within the secret realm. Much like in Blue Star, Luo Yu accepted the vial, uncapped it, and consumed the dimensional essence in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body. Aside from that, he experienced no other feelings. The blue vial contained calcium, delightful calcium. I shall take my leave, Su Ying said upon noticing that Luo Yu had finished absorbing the essence. Do you not require the dimensional essence? Luo Yu inquired, his face a mask of confusion. He had been anticipating the moment Su Ying would remove her mask to reveal whether she was indeed a beautiful maiden with a sweet voice. I have absorbed it in advance, Su Ying explained. It seemed she had made preparations to conceal her true appearance. Reluctantly, Luo Yu shrugged and followed her to a nearby teleportation device. Su Ying produced her Chunin third-level badge and placed it upon the device for scanning. She then tapped the screen to confirm that the destination was Silver Forest Peak. Ding. Coordinates for Silver Forest Peak require at least Chunin level authorization. Authorization confirmed. With the device's confirmation chime, Su Ying's figure flickered and vanished before the apparatus. Luo Yu mimicked her actions, scanning his badge to verify his identity before adjusting the target realm. In the next moment, without any forewarning, Luo Yu found himself in an unfamiliar wilderness. Before him stood a colossal, ancient stone pillar, intricately carved with the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the teleportation anchor point developed through the principle of Flying Thunder God. To return to Blue Star, one must pass through these teleportation anchor points. The area surrounding the stone pillar is encircled by towering walls for protection. Nearby, there are several wooden cabins nestled among the trees, forming a warm and inviting campsite. In addition to other ninjas who have arrived at Silver Forest Peak via the teleportation fields, there are also dozens of ninjas clad in military uniforms. Luo Yu curiously surveyed these ninjas, who are directly affiliated with the military of the Dragon Kingdom, using his Sharingan. He discovered that their chakra levels range from 150 to 200, with a few officer-like individuals possessing over 500 chakra. This indicates that the strength of these ninjas predominantly falls between the second and third ranks of Chunin. The officer commanding them is undoubtedly a Chunin, significantly stronger than the novice-level troops stationed outside Jiangli City. Seeing Luo Yu's curiosity, Su Ying kindly explained that this is the initial teleportation anchor point from Blue Star to Silver Forest Peak. If this teleportation anchor point were to be damaged by otherworldly beasts, the Ninja Association would need to send personnel to reconstruct it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to access this location through teleportation devices. Moreover, the process of rebuilding the teleportation anchor point is quite cumbersome. So the state has opted to station personnel here for maintenance. Typically, ordinary ninjas regard this place as a resting area. In the event of a beast tied within the secret realm, it also serves as their refuge. After all, with a Chunin-level officer in command, even a multitude of lower-rank otherworldly beasts can be held off for a considerable time. After attentively listening to Su Ying's introduction, Luo Yu smiled lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's my first time here, so I am quite curious about this place. By the way, what powerful otherworldly beast are we going to contend with for high-level resources? Although he only knew that Su Ying was a third-rank Chunin, Luo Yu sensed that he was far from an ordinary one. Surely, he must possess a white heritage. Thus, it was essential for Luo Yu to understand the otherworldly beast that even Su Ying felt uncertain about defeating, in order to devise appropriate countermeasures in advance. Noticing that Luo Yu had touched upon a crucial point, Su Ying's voice grew grave. It is the Wind Demon Ape. What treasures does the Wind Demon Ape possess? Detecting a hint of trepidation in Su Ying's tone, Luo Yu felt a profound sense of confusion. He hastily retrieved his mobile device, opened the Ninja Association application, and navigated to the mystical realm compendium, Silver Forest Peak. He then accessed the classification of exotic beasts. A comprehensive list of all creatures inhabiting Silver Forest Peak was instantly displayed, with the Wind Demon Ape occupying the foremost position. Beast name: Wind Demon Ape. Quality: White Vitality, 400 to 500 chakra, 300 to 450 drops. Fragment of Kalidor's Summoning. Kalidor's Summoning, proficient in Wind, releases Unknown Legacy. Fragment of Proficient in Wind releases Unknown Legacy. Gentle reminder: the Wind Demon Ape's attributes are close to that of a Chunin, and it is not advisable for ninjas below Chunin rank to engage in combat. Upon completing his review of the Wind Demon Ape's compendium entry, Luo Yu acknowledged a rising sense of unease. The standard attributes for a Chunin are set at 500, whereas a Chunin of the third tier possesses only 200. The racial aptitude of the Wind Demon Ape has reached its zenith, lacking merely 50 chakra compared to a first-tier Chunin. This bears no significant distinction from the middle-ranked beasts. Furthermore, it is of white quality. Surely, I shall not be compelled to once again employ the chaos of hell. The emptiness that follows the release of pent-up energy is an experience I would rather avoid reliving. Indeed, seemingly splendid missions often conceal great pitfalls. However, this is hardly surprising, for the bounty from vanquishing the Wind Demon Ape is the summoning of the spirit beast, Kamdori. Upon utilization, one can forge a blood pact with a weasel-like entity from another realm known as Kamdori. After mastering the art of summoning, one can call upon Kamdori to fight alongside them. It is worth mentioning that Kamdori, being a white-quality spirit beast, is exceptionally formidable. Not only is it agile, but through training, it can also comprehend various wind-based ninjutsu. The attributes of sharpness and extensive striking range enable Kamdori to excel among its peers of the same quality. Given such generous rewards, it is only natural that the Wind Demon Ape possesses considerable strength. Chapter 42. A journey to accumulate attribute points. Having comprehended the information regarding the Wind Demon Ape, Luo Yu and Su Ying traversed the branches of the forest with the grace of ninjas. One must ponder, what precisely are the advanced resources guarded by the Wind Demon Ape? Along the way, Luo Yu expressed his curiosity. The resources that compelled Su Ying to take the risk of confronting the Wind Demon Ape directly, even expending 5 fragments of white absolute heritage to hire his assistance, must be exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Luo Yu's inquiry, Su Ying hesitated momentarily before revealing her insights with determination. Since President Bai trusts you, I shall not keep anything from you. She paused briefly, then elaborated, yesterday, while exploring Silver Forest Peak, I witnessed a ninja from the Su family approaching the cave where the wind demon ape resides to rest. Inside the cave, 3 wind demon apes dwelled. That Su family ninja, possessing middle-rank strength, fought valiantly to slay 2 of the wind demon apes, but ultimately fell to the last one. After all, the wind demon ape is known as the little middle-ranked, and for a middle-ranked ninja to take down 2 in exchange for their life is no small feat. At her words, Luo Yu's interest was piqued. Is the Su family you mentioned the Byakugan clan from the imperial capital? Suing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Moreover, she added, being a clan of considerable influence in the Dragon Kingdom, that individual surely carried an ample supply of training resources. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps he might even stumble upon some divine radiant stones. For other ninjas, divine radiant stones are rare treasures, but for the affluent Su family, they are merely commonplace training resources. It would not be surprising if even the lowest-ranking middle-ranked ninjas possessed 5 or 6 divine radiant stones. Suing chuckled softly, rest assured. I will share a portion with you as per our usual practice. Having secured Su Ying's promise, Luo Yu smiled with a sense of relief. It seemed that his kaleidoscope of divine might was finally poised for an upgrade. The 2 hastened towards the cave inhabited by the wind demon ape. Suddenly, Suing halted, her expression alert. Stop. There is a pack of west wind wolves ahead. We should quietly circumvent them to avoid exhausting our strength before confronting the wind demon ape. Luo Yu frowned slightly, pondering the potential time wasted. As lingering in the secret realm required the consumption of dimensional energy, it reaffirmed the adage that time is indeed money. Suing sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. The pack was numerous, with most wolves at the second tier of the lower ninja rank. Engaging them now would certainly lead to injuries, which would compromise their strength against the wind demon ape, their true target. Indeed, having identified their goal, it would be unwise to extend their hands toward other troublesome beasts. However, Luo Yu chuckled nonchalantly. It's all right. A single fireball technique 1T deplete my strength significantly. With that, he activated his Sharingan, pinpointing the location of the wolf pack 100 meters away, and accelerated towards them. After all, why not seize the opportunity for attribute points along the way? It would be a waste not to collect some while visiting the secret realm. Seeing this, Suing anxiously followed suit. Danger. The West Wind Wolves are not as simple as they seem. She lamented internally, recognizing that Luo Yu might be feeling overly confident after recently defeating the formidable Zhao Hai. Yet, that had been a one-on-one battle, with at least an equal number of opponents. Facing 2 or 3 dozen lower ninja-level beasts, even a fireball technique would have minimal effect. As Luo Yu rapidly approached the wolf pack, the keen-sensed West Wind Wolves turned in alarm. However, upon realizing that only 2 individuals were present, they charged forward with the fervor of predators spotting their prey. Hey brothers, the delivery has arrived. First come, first served. At Silver Forest Peak, the gathering of West Wind Wolves constituted true dominion. Aside from the robust and tenacious wind demon ape, which possessed abilities close to that of a middle ninja, no other beast dared to provoke them, given their pack mentality. Nevertheless, as Luo Yu observed the wolves converge excitedly, he felt a surge of satisfaction. While fire release techniques often face criticism for their power, they boasted a wide area of effect and strong sustainability. The wolves clustering together perfectly exemplified the adage that a family should stand united. Fire release, grand fireball technique. In the next moment, a scorching fireball, as intense as the blazing sun, erupted from Luo Yu's mouth. The West Wind Wolves embraced the flames like moths drawn to a flame. Even those wolves lingering at the back were reduced to mere ashes by the expanding fireball. The vast area engulfed by the inferno left only a desolate wasteland, with 5 fragments of an unnamed legacy adept in wind evasion scattered chaotically in the air. Simultaneously, several beams of light, visible only to Luo Yu, surged into his body. Attribute points 52. Due to the overwhelming number of West Wind Wolves, this was the most attribute points he had ever acquired. Suing, who followed closely behind, stood transfixed by the dazzling blaze before her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Are you certain that was the great fireball? No wonder you were able to use fire evasion to defeat the heir of the water-evasive dry persimmon Kiyoshi. As a lower-ranked ninja, she had witnessed others employ the great fireball, but its power was often lackluster, more suitable for grilling skewers by the roadside. However, The fire technique Luo Yu unleashed bore no resemblance to any great fireball she had encountered. His version exuded a sense of safety and warmth. Luo Yu smiled serenely. Boss, when we engage the wind demon ape, you need not intervene, just watch me perform. He had clearly defined his role in this mission as a supportive companion, assisting the female boss in accumulating points. Suing felt considerably more at ease. All right, I want to make it harder for you then. Initially anticipating a fierce battle with the wind demon ape, her confidence grew upon witnessing Luo Yu's prowess. As the corpses of the west wind wolves were incinerated by the intense heat, it became impossible to extract usable materials from them. Thus, after dividing the 5 wind evasive fragments, the two continued on their journey, taking the most direct shortcut. Previously, Suing had chosen a longer route to avoid unnecessary confrontations with exotic beasts. However, upon realizing Luo Yu's true strength, she no longer shied away from encountering other creatures. Throughout their journey, whenever they faced obstacles posed by other beasts, Luo Yu effortlessly resolved them with his techniques, allowing Suing to focus solely on gathering materials. This experience enveloped her in the comfort of being a female boss. Teaming up with you was truly delightful. I shall certainly call upon you again next time. As both parties grew familiar with one another, Su Ying's demeanor became less restrained, and she even began to joke. Luo Yu responded with a smile, as did the other girls. He, too, reaped considerable rewards. The number of unallocated attribute points reached 72. As he was about to engage in battle with the formidable wind demon ape, Luo Yu promptly distributed his attribute points. Stamina, 70, 50, 150. Chakra, 52, 192, 100. Chapter 43. The advancement of Uzumaki White Absolute, and the comprehension of the transformation technique gazing at the latest attribute panel. Luo Yu fell into contemplation. By adding 8 chakra, he could elevate his chakra reserve to 100, achieving the system's designation of a Chunin level. At that point, the power of Uzumaki White Absolute would not only ascend, but he would also receive level-up rewards in the form of ninja scrolls. Currently, the only ninjutsu requiring a ninja scroll for upgrade was the Great Fireball technique. However, the quantity needed was staggering. Requirements for upgrading the Great Fireball technique: Ninja Scrolls 0. 5 or expertise in fire release from unknown heritage 0. 25. My goodness. Attaining peak mastery is undeniably a formidable challenge. The materials required have increased 5-fold compared to level 4. Just gathering 25 unknown heritage will likely demand an extensive period in the secret realm. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider and see if I could draw some blood from President Bai and the others. In his thoughts, Luo Yu inquired of the system. Given that the next level of the Great Fireball requires such an abundance of materials, is there a qualitative transformation involved? The system, equipped with customer service capabilities, promptly elucidated. As the most fundamental fire release technique, upon upgrading to LV5, the Great Fireball will not only grow in power, but the host will also enhance their comprehension of fire release. Learning other fire release ninjutsu will become significantly easier. Observations through the Sharingan will elevate the default level of any comprehended fire release from 0 to 1. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded in approval. That sounds promising. Learning fire release in the future will certainly save a considerable amount of materials. With this in mind, the two halted outside a cave. This was the lair of the wind demon ape, and the corpse of the Byakugan ninja lay within. Suing glanced at the cave entrance and said, "You should stay outside. Do not approach until I have dealt with the wind demon ape." Luo Yu softly murmured a reminder before confidently stepping into the cavern. The stone walls of the cave bore numerous marks of battle, and the ground was sporadically stained with blood. It was evident that this place had indeed witnessed a fierce conflict, just as Suing had described. Nodding to himself, Luo Yu ventured deeper into the cave. Soon, he passed by the corpses of 2 towering, 3-meter-high white-haired giant apes. Nearby lay 2 fragments emanating a soft white light, unmistakably remnants of Kamdori's summoned entities. The white-haired giants were undoubtedly the fallen wind magic apes. Just as Luo Yu reached out to touch the luminous fragments, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the cave. The entire cavern trembled violently, causing loose stones to rain down. Outside, Su Ying's face betrayed a look of concern. After all, the wind magic apes possessed the strength of a low-level ninja and were naturally adept in certain wind-based ninjutsu. Can Luo Yu truly confront such a formidable adversary alone? Deeper within the cavern, the other ninjas exploring the secret realm sensed the tremors beneath their feet and instinctively turned their gazes toward the cave. Such a commotion likely indicated that yet another fool had provoked the wind demon ape. We should hasten our departure. If the wind demon ape is enraged, it may unleash a massacre in the vicinity. Run. In the depths of the cave, amidst the quaking earth, a colossal wind demon ape, its limbs furrowing the ground, charged violently toward Luo Yu. The death of its companion seemed to render it exceedingly vigilant. Consequently, as Luo Yu ventured into the cavern, he was immediately detected. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate, open. Confronted by the looming giant, Luo Yu swiftly lifted the restrictions on his mental domain, activating his hyperspeed mode. He then executed the shadow leaf dance, instantly appearing before the wind demon ape and delivering a kick to its chin. Although his strength had doubled upon opening the first gate, bringing it close to that of the wind demon ape, the impact caused the massive creature to stagger back. However, it did not ascend to the corresponding height, thus thwarting Luo Yu's intention to employ the lotus blossom technique in battle. Observing the wind demon ape retreating a few paces, Luo Yu could only shake his head in resignation. He wondered what expression Suing would wear if she discovered he dared to practice unrefined martial arts against the wind demon ape. With his training aspirations dashed, Luo Yu resolved to treat the imminent threat of the wind demon ape with utmost seriousness. He recalled the essential incantation for overcoming the strong with the weak. The large are weak at their gates, the furry are weak to fire. The heavily armored are weak to thunder, the knights are weak at bridges, and all things are weak to elevators. The wind demon ape appeared to be adorned with a luxuriant coat of white fur. Consequently, he opened the door and unleashed his most advanced fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The 20 units of chakra within him transformed instantaneously into a fireball that erupted from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, the wind demon ape was momentarily awed by the magnificent fireball. However, it quickly regained its composure and prepared to respond, raising its seemingly clumsy long arms to form hand seals. Subsequently, it expelled a ninjutsu formed from chakra as well. Yet, the wind demon ape unleashed a gale forged from wind release. Wind release, great breakthrough. Judging by the ferocity of the wind, it was evident that its proficiency was at a mastery level. The wind demon ape's strategy was straightforward, to use the force of the wind to blow the fire technique back. Nevertheless, despite its command over the release of ninjutsu, being a lowly beast, its intelligence was insufficient to comprehend the principle that fire overcomes wind. The great breakthrough not only failed to deflect the highly potent great fireball, but instead augmented its momentum, crashing down upon the vast form of the wind demon ape. Even a fully matured great fireball, bolstered by the double enhancement of the Hashirama cells, would not have posed a fatal threat to the wind demon ape, considering Luo Yu's lower cultivation level. However, under the influence of the great breakthrough, the power of the fireball was elevated to its zenith. Coupled with the theory that much fur weakens fire, the wind demon ape's remarkably resilient body was swiftly breached by the intense heat, reducing it to a charred remnant. Alas, if not for the elemental disadvantage, the wind demon ape might have been able to exchange a few more blows with me. A look of disappointment graced Luo Yu's face. Not only was there no chaos of hell, but he had not even compelled the ape to enter its ethereal state. This was beyond his expectations. Attribute points 15. Observing that he had sufficient attribute points, Luo Yu hastily allocated them to his chakra. Stamina, 150, 150. Chakra, 92, 100, 107, 100. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the rank of a Chunin, receiving a level reward. Ninja Scroll 1. Teammate, Uzumaki Obito, advanced to Chunin, with all attributes enhanced. Comprehended racial skill, transformation technique. Hearing the system's notification, Luo Yu felt a stir within. Obito's transformation technique. Is it the advanced metamorphosis skill that even the Byakugan cannot see through? Curiously, Luo Yu opened Obito's new panel. Name, Uzumaki Obito level. Chunin, bound to host. Stamina, 110 chakra, 150 attributes. Water, earth, wind, lightning, fire. Wood abilities. Possession LV, max. Would release mastery, LV1. Mayfly technique LV, max. Transformation technique LV, max. Skimming over the old data, Luo Yu clicked on the details of the new ninjutsu. Transformation technique LV, max. A racial ninjutsu of Obito, which not only alters appearance but also absorbs the target's chakra, generating identical chakra. It is the strongest among transformation techniques. Luo Yu chuckled. With the transformation technique in hand, Obito could easily serve as a professional spy. Chapter 44, a win-win situation, boss. The wind demon ape has been dealt with. Luo Yu emerged from the cave with an air of indifference. So soon, Su Ying's face was filled with disbelief. She had anticipated a grueling battle lasting half an hour, considering the opponent was the strongest beast of Silver Forest Peak. Yet, it seemed Luo Yu had finished in less than 3 minutes. Could it be that Luo Yu possessed strength comparable to a Chunin? It appeared she had underestimated him. Reflecting on this, Su Ying scrutinized Luo Yu, this seemingly unremarkable boy, aside from being slightly handsome. Noticing her stare, Luo Yu waved his hand in front of her eyes, snapping her out of her daze. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and check my results. Su Ying finally returned to her senses, looking adorably confused. Observing her reaction, Luo Yu mused silently. This masked girl had seemed quite capable at first glance. Why was she now acting so silly? Soon, the two arrived at the depths of the cave. Su Ying first collected 2 shards of the side's summoning. Then she noticed the massive charred remains. Even the wind demon ape's defenses could not withstand this. Indeed, the power of the great fireball could be even greater. Su Ying mused to herself, when suddenly, a flicker of white light emerged from the crevices of the debris. The two of them, filled with curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. Deep within the wreckage, they discovered a large fan adorned with 3 purple dots on its blades. Luo Yu instantly recognized it as the handball that Kametori had used to sign a contract in the original work, her weapon. This was indeed the complete summoning artifact of Kametori. Luo Yu, you are so lucky, Su Ying exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. If they could gather 10 fragments of the summoning artifact, they could synthesize it into a token for summoning a spirit beast. With a stroke of good fortune, a complete token might even materialize directly from an extraordinary beast. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu's lips twitched. No wonder he had been hitting the jackpot nearly every time in the mobile game lately. All his luck had been spent on this. As Su Ying carefully extracted the large fan from the debris, she reluctantly handed it to Luo Yu. You defeated the wind demon ape. I didn't participate at all, so this should belong to you. Luo Yu, however, did not accept the fan, shaking his head. You can keep Kametori, I don't really need it. Su Ying was taken aback. How could that be? Kametori's wind release can enhance your fire release tremendously. Luo Yu looked at her, speechless. It seemed she truly viewed him as the mysterious fireball master. His primary focus on the great fireball was merely a transitional phase. Later on, as he unlocked other templates, he would have access to a plethora of superior skills. There simply wasn't a slot for the great fireball. While having a spirit beast in the early stages equated to an additional combat unit, and given Kametori's specialization in wind release, she was indeed stronger than many ninjas of similar rank in the early game. However, spirit beasts, like ninjas, require resources for cultivation. They do not inherently possess an array of ninjutsu. It is a gradual process of learning and understanding. With those training resources, wouldn't it be more beneficial to invest in oneself? Moreover, he still had Xiao Eifei to nurture. Xiao Eifei's proficiency in wood release demanded minimal investment while yielding significant improvements. Therefore, he simply could not justify allocating resources to another spirit beast. It would be more prudent to pass it to Su Ying, allowing her to allocate more resources towards him. You are in greater need of a spirit beast than I am, and those 2 Kametori fragments should also be yours. Duplicate spirit beast fragments can be saved. Once 10 are accumulated, they can be absorbed by the same species of spirit beast to unlock additional racial talents. Luo Yu declared earnestly, if you feel uncomfortable about it, perhaps you could share a bit more of your celestial stones with me? And if you have any extra white sets of fragments, I could use those as well. I still have a spirit beast waiting for deployment. Su Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that he already had a spirit beast. No wonder he was more interested in cultivation resources than Kametori. The addition of another mouth signifies an extra person at the table. This principle applies equally to summoning beasts. Consequently, in the early stages where resources are critically scarce, the ability to contract a summoning beast is considered a privilege reserved for the elite among ninjas. Even those from affluent backgrounds seldom contract multiple summoning beasts at the outset of their ninja journey. This is due to the relentless demand for resources by summoning beasts. Thus, concentrating these resources on a single beast is the prudent approach to cultivation. I possess a total of 20 fragments of the white absolute inheritance, all of which I shall bestow upon you. As for the divine stone, I am willing to split it evenly with you, Su Ying solemnly promised. Her offer was remarkably generous. Beyond the fact that Luo Yu had graciously yielded the lamb dory to her, it was largely because during the mission, Luo Yu exerted considerable effort, allowing her to remain at ease without the need to intervene, as all the extraordinary beasts were swiftly dealt with. From her perspective, she had merely expended 25 fragments of the white absolute inheritance to acquire the lamb dory and several divine stones. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous. It's a deal. Luo Yu feels that he has struck gold. His wood release requires the white absolute inheritance to advance. Moreover, Afe equally needs the white absolute inheritance to master wood release. Although 20 fragments of the white absolute inheritance may seem modest, they demand a considerable amount of time for Luo Yu to acquire. The growth they facilitate is, however, transformative. Simultaneously, he can utilize the time spent on obtaining the white absolute inheritance fragments and the dimensional energy to focus on acquiring the Li Lock inheritance. Thus, it conveniently allows for the advancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Luo Yu acknowledged the allocation of resources. Upon seeing this, Suing promptly placed the token into the storage scroll and retrieved 20 fragments of the Byakugan inheritance to hand over to Luo Yu. Next, they would seek out the corpse of the white-eyed ninja. Accepting the Byakugan fragments, Luo Yu directed his gaze towards the depths of the cave. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the two soon stumbled upon a human corpse sprawled by the roadside. However, the eyes of this corpse did not possess the Byakugan. No Byakugan. It appeared this was not the individual. Luo Yu shook his head. Suing stated with conviction, "This must be the person, without a doubt." He bore a headband on his forehead, presumably to conceal the cursed mark of the Byakugan clan, the caged bird. Caged bird? Luo Yu's tone reflected his confusion. Being a person from another world, he was well aware that the caged bird curse was a technique employed by the main branch of the Hyuga clan to control the branch family. Once a member of the branch family is subjected to this technique, the main family can manipulate and damage their neural pathways through the curse. To prevent the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders, upon the death of a branch family member, the caged bird curse will seal the Byakugan upon its release. It turns out that once the Byakugan is sealed, it reverts to an ordinary eye. He did not recall this detail. Is this setting present in the original work? Alas, in this timeline, there is no Naruto to watch. Otherwise, he would have certainly sought to verify it. Shaking his head, disregarding those trivial details, Luo Yu wore a proud expression. I know. It is the curse seal imposed by the main branch of the Hyuga clan to restrict the branch family and protect the Byakugan, isn't it? After the death of a branch family member, the Byakugan is sealed within a caged bird. How frustrating. The Naruto I once watched in my past life finally finds utility in this world. Chapter 45. This is the noble would release. Having accurately explained the definition of the caged bird, Luo Yu felt a tinge of pride. However, Suing was not swayed by his extensive knowledge. Instead, she appeared quite perplexed. The caged bird and the clan's main branch system are secrets of the Su family. Very few outside the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom possess such understanding. How do you know this? Luo Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. He indeed had no means in this world to learn about the caged bird. Otherwise, upon first encountering the cursed seal of the caged bird, he would not have shown such surprise. Thus, Luo Yu cleverly countered, "You seem to know even more than I do. How did you come by this knowledge?" This question left Su Ying in silence. To mask her embarrassment, she began to lick her bag in silence. Observing this, Luo Yu surmised that Su Ying must have a story with the Su family. Could it be that her ex-boyfriend belongs to the Su family? With this thought, an 80-episode drama unfolded in his mind. What good fortune! There are actually 10 Godstones. Additionally, 2 fragments of the Qing inheritance and 30 fragments of the Baiju inheritance. As expected of a Chunin, the resources are indeed abundant. Just as Luo Yu was lost in his dramatic reverie, Su Ying's voice pulled him back to reality. By the way, how do you wish to divide these? Su Ying first sought Luo Yu's opinion. As the employer, she could have set a tone for the distribution of resources. However, due to Luo Yu's strength, she dared not appear too assertive. Furthermore, Luo Yu's willingness to give the Karmadoli to her was already a significant concession. Hence, she relinquished the initiative to Luo Yu. As for the Godstones, we shall split them as agreed, 50-50. I do not want the Qing inheritance fragments. I will take all the Baiju inheritance fragments. Luo Yu, this time, did not hold back, determined to gather all the fragments of the white absolute. He felt an overwhelming sense of strength within him. As this matter pertained to his wood release level and off-phase proficiency in wood release techniques. As for the fragments of Qing's inheritance, although they possessed a green quality, their efficacy was somewhat lackluster. Beyond the usual probability of awakening the changes in Chakra's water nature and comprehending certain water-release jutsu, the most distinctive feature of Qing's fragments was their enhancement of a Byakugan user's control over the Byakugan itself. They could be regarded as a rare stone effective solely for the Byakugan. Thus, Luo Yu held little regard for Qing's fragments. I agree. Yet, Suing accepted this with delight, even displaying a hint of joy. After they divided the spoils, they walked side by side out of the cave. Suing glanced at the time, surprised at how swiftly they had completed their task. There was still half an hour remaining of the dimensional aura. I suppose you will take this opportunity to hunt some more exotic beasts, won't you? Let us part ways here. Luo Yu smiled faintly, then added, before I go, may I have a glimpse of your face? Suing hesitated for a moment, then shyly replied, that would bring you misfortune. Luo Yu took a deep breath. Very well. Since you have your own considerations, I shall suppress my curiosity. I will head elsewhere to gather more inheritance fragments. The dimensional aura cannot be squandered. With that, he and Suing parted ways. In his heart, Luo Yu had already deduced why Suing concealed her true appearance. She was likely a member of the Su family who, for certain reasons, had distanced herself from her clan. Beneath that mask, she probably possessed a pair of Byakugan. To avoid being discovered by the Su family, she had chosen to don a mask, living incognito. Indeed, those who favor masks often have stories to tell. Of course, these matters were Su Ying's personal affairs. At present, Luo Yu was solely focused on achieving a ranking in the upcoming exchange event, then pursuing further studies at the Imperial Capital University. That institution was renowned as the most resource-rich academy for cultivation in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting an abundance of educational resources. With the assistance of the Sharingan, he was certain he could learn more jutsu, and perhaps even meet some understanding upperclassmen. As he traversed the desolate path of Silver Forest Peak, Luo Yu opened the Ninja Association A and began to review the drop rates of exotic beasts in the area. He aimed to use the remaining half hour to collect enough fragments of Li Lok's inheritance to elevate the 8 gates of bypass to an entry level. Exotic beast name, combat rabbit quality, gray stamina, 100 to 200 chakra, 50 to 100 drops, fragment of Li Lok's inheritance. For more details on combat rabbit, please click this link for further information. As Luo Yu meticulously perused the entirety of the Silver Forest Peak's bestiary, he discovered that a peculiar creature known as the fighting rabbit was the sole source of the coveted fragments of Li Lok's legacy. Consequently, he promptly accessed the detailed link below to ascertain the creature's habitat, and with newfound purpose, he set forth on his journey. Along the way, he indulged in the lavish expenditure of the 50 fragments of white absolute he had recently acquired. First, he utilized a single fragment to enhance his technique of grafting. The wood release grafting technique has now risen in level. Luo Yu felt a surge of activity within his cellular structure, gaining a profound comprehension of the grafting technique. He could now manipulate branches to extend, piercing the interior of a target without detaching from his arm. Simultaneously, the growth range of the branches within the target's body would expand significantly. If executed with precision, a single branch could connect multiple targets seamlessly. The enhancement is indeed substantial, transforming from individual remote control to collective control. Truly, it is the noble wood release. Following the elevation of the clone technique, the materials required for its advancement have also changed. The prerequisites for upgrading the clone technique are as follows: the legacy of White Absolute 01. Goodness. As expected of a prestigious 2-star ninjutsu, the required materials have surged tenfold. Yet, he can afford it. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu once again chose to upgrade the clone technique. After all, he is acutely aware of the immense benefits that accompany this upgrade. Wood release, clone technique level 1. As the words fell, only 39 fragments of the legacy of White Absolute remained. The resultant change was a flood of insights surging into Luo Yu's mind. Based on these newfound understandings, the enhancement of the clone technique was remarkably apparent. Firstly, the distance at which he can detach has significantly increased. Describing it as akin to a spear would not be an exaggeration. Secondly, the radius of the branch's explosive effect has also expanded. Consequently, through a chain reaction, it becomes exceedingly effortless to control a greater number of adversaries from an extraordinary distance. Goodness! An ultra-long-range area control skill with devastating damage. If this were a game, the planners would surely be in their graves, overwhelmed by the implications. Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. This clone technique possesses remarkable potential. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he contemplated further upgrades. The prerequisites for upgrading the clone technique are as follows. The legacy of White Absolute 05. Upon discovering that the required materials exceeded his expectations, he was immediately rendered speechless. Instead, he opted to upgrade the long-saved Hellish Chaos. Would release Hellish Chaos Level 1. 10 more fragments of White Absolute vanished. Simultaneously, Luo Yu could distinctly feel his control over the Hashirama cells strengthen further. According to the memories acquired post-upgrade, he would no longer enter a state of mental confusion while unleashing Hellish Chaos. This allows him to manage the consumption of chakra, preventing an overwhelming depletion following the chaotic eruption of hell. In essence, it renders him more enduring. Moreover, during the tumultuous process, he can concentrate the power of Wood Release for more targeted attacks, and even employ this technique for defensive measures. It is undoubtedly worthy of the designation Wood Manipulation. Chapter 46. 5 seconds is still too brief, having elevated the proficiency of the chaotic eruption of hell to a minor accomplishment. He finds himself with 29 fragments of the White Absolute's inheritance remaining. Luo Yu is curious to see if further advancement is possible, so he opens the requirements for upgrading, only to be taken aback. The prerequisites for upgrading the chaotic eruption of hell, the complete inheritance of Yamato 01. Astonishingly, progressing from minor accomplishment to mastery requires the entirety of the Yamato inheritance. This is far more extravagant than the 5 pieces of the White Absolute inheritance required for the technique of cuttings. Since the esteemed chairman Bai designated a fragment of the Great Harmony inheritance as a special reward, it is evident how invigorated the Jiangli family has become. Luo Yu curiously inquired, "System, what is the star rating of the Hellish Chaos? It is astonishing that it is utilized as an upgrade material for the Great Harmony. How extravagant! Given that the Ninja Association's compendium does not include the Hellish Chaos, there is no rating available for reference. Thus, Luo Yu had no choice but to consult the omnipotent system. According to the rating mechanism of the current dimension, it is preliminarily estimated to be within the realm of 4-star ninjutsu. The system provided an explanation. 4-star ninjutsu. Luo Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a high evaluation for the Hellish Chaos, believing it to be merely 3.5 stars. The Ninja Association places significant weight on the power enhancement in their evaluations of ninjutsu. This high rating likely stems from the considerable power of the Hellish Chaos. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu continued, "Next, let us enhance little off-phase mastery of Wood Release. Vortex, White Absolute. Mastery of Wood Release, Level 1. As the words fell, the description of Wood Release Mastery was immediately updated. Wood Release Mastery LV 2 mastered most 2-star and below Wood Release techniques, with proficiency reaching at least minor success. 2-star Wood Release. Surely, Afe has dabbled in many effective Wood Release techniques. Unfortunately, this system lacks telepathic communication, rendering it impossible to inquire about his specific insights into those techniques. I should take some time to select a few practical ones to learn. Speaking of the remaining White Absolute inheritance, can this Wood Release Mastery be processed?" Luo Yu glanced at the detailed data panel. Wood Release Mastery Upgrade Requirement. Great Harmony Inheritance 01. He chuckled. Why does it seem that only the Great Harmony is being drawn upon? Is it that the White Absolute is unworthy? Sighing, Luo Yu then shifted his focus to the main event of the day, the Divine Eye Stones. Upgrade the Kamui Sharingan. As soon as these words were uttered, one of the 5 Divine Eye Stones vanished instantly. Kamui Sharingan, Level 1. Luo Yu promptly looked at the updated talent description. Talent, Kamui Sharingan LV, 1 effect, possesses the basic abilities of the Sharingan, along with 10 seconds of intangibility. Upgrading enhances intangibility duration and unlocks additional abilities. The duration of intangibility has doubled, allowing Luo Yu to surpass the 5-second limit of a true man. Although 10 seconds of invincibility is formidable, it comes with a built-in cooldown, preventing immediate reactivation like Obito could. That is what allows Obito to roam freely amidst countless foes with divine intangibility. And most importantly, where is the Kamui ability? He also plans to construct a grand mansion within the Shinwei space. At that time, it would be entirely feasible to accommodate a few black and white silk-clad maids, as his sister would be utterly unable to exert control. The primary reason for this is that upon activating the Shinwei space, he would possess the most ethereal time-space ninjutsu. As long as he had previously visited a location, he could swiftly teleport back there. System, when will my invincible phasing and the Shunwei space be unlocked? Luo Yu could not contain his curiosity, stirred by the insatiable desire awakened by the cursed Shunwei. Unlocking the Annihilation Knight template would push the phasing ability to its utmost limit. As long as he possessed chakra, he could activate or deactivate it at will, except when maintaining phasing for the maximum duration of 5 minutes, which would trigger a cooldown. The Shunwei space, on the other hand, required the Shunwei Sharingan to be upgraded to level 4. Luo Yu pondered while stroking his chin. Thus, the only course of action available was to elevate the level of his Shunwei Sharingan. With this thought in mind, he promptly shifted his focus to the specific panel. The requirements for upgrading the Shunwei Sharingan were 06 Shunhui stones. Goodness, I still need 2 more. He felt unworthy. Luo Yu shook his head and stored the remaining 4 Shunhui stones back into his storage scroll. He quickened his pace toward the plains where the fighting rabbit frequently appeared. After a while, he arrived at the Silver Forest Peak Plains. Indeed, there are quite a few rabbits standing as tall as a person, voraciously consuming the wild grass. Although referred to as rabbits, they move on 2 legs and possess a distinctly humanoid form. Their robust musculature, hidden beneath a coat of fur, suggests they are well-versed in physical combat. One wonders what the esteemed Furii would say about this. Regardless, in the time that remained, Liu joyfully mingled with this peculiar group of rabbits. To familiarize himself with the practical application of physical techniques, he refrained from using fire or wood-style jutsu to clear the area. Instead, he diligently employed his newly acquired martial skills, engaging in direct combat with the fighting rabbits. Although physical techniques were the rabbit's forte, Liu's stamina was already at the peak of a Chunin's 3rd tier, while his chakra only matched the 1st tier, revealing a stark contrast. Nevertheless, their speed could not surpass Luo Yu's Sharingan. He shook his head in disbelief. Although one would expect to find fragments of Rock Lee's legacy, he did not witness a recreation of the moment when Lee overcame the Sharingan's prowess. Perhaps it was due to his elevated ocular power after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, under the influence of the Sharingan, Liu activated the 8 gates, opening the 1st gate, relying on his 150 stamina. Coupled with the Leaf Village's Gale Palm and the Lotus technique, he effortlessly decimated the horde of fighting rabbits. The scene was a veritable battlefield, strewn with the lifeless forms of numerous muscular rabbits, their skulls shattered. In this state, with the 1st gate open and the full activation of the Sharingan, Luo Yu resembled a character empowered by an unrestrained buff. Without any special techniques at their level, the rabbits stood no chance. In this manner, Luo Yu amassed 7 fragments of Rock Lee's legacy. Along with the fragments provided by Director Jiang, only 3 remained, just enough to elevate the 8 gates to an introductory level. As for the attributes dropped by the fighting rabbits, they were disappointingly meager. The maximum drop was a mere 1 or 2 points, with over half yielding nothing at all. In total, he acquired only 9 attribute points, reminiscent of the disheartening drop rates he experienced while farming breakthrough materials in mobile games, much like that wretched slime. It is estimated that after entering the secret realm and experiencing the significant attribute enhancements from the wolf pack and the wind demon ape, his stats surpassed those of the combat rabbit. This explains why the attribute points dropped are so astonishing. Glancing at his phone, he noted that there were only 3 minutes remaining for the dimensional aura. If he did not hurry to the teleportation anchor point, his body would begin to deteriorate due to being in another dimension. Luo Yu swiftly allocated all his attribute points to chakra and hurried towards the teleportation anchor point, neglecting to upgrade the 8 gates of Duanjia. Chakra, 107, 100, 116, 100. Upon emerging from the teleportation site, Luo Yu did not hesitate and took a taxi home. After all, he had activated the 8 gates for half an hour, leaving him somewhat fatigued. It seemed that the use of the 8 gates required moderation. Thus, while in the taxi, Luo Yu also managed to upgrade his mastery of the 8 gates. Immediately, countless pieces of training experience regarding the 8 gates flooded into his mind. Chapter 47. Wood Release. The technique of creating houses on the spot. Not only did he absorb theoretical knowledge, but Luo Yu also distinctly felt that his physique became increasingly attuned to the 8 gates of Duanjia, further enhancing his physical capabilities. Sitting in the taxi, he quietly processed the vast amount of memories. Suddenly, he realized that these memories pertained to the techniques for using the 2nd gate, the rest gate, and the 3rd gate, the life gate. It turned out that the entry-level 8 gates of Duanjia encompassed 3 gates. Thus, he is now able to utilize the Lianhua. However, To advance to the next level of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the green inheritance from Li Rock is required. This is somewhat absurd. Fortunately, the 3rd gate serves as the final bastion of the 8 gates, and using it occasionally poses no significant issue. The subsequent gates, however, inflict tangible harm upon the body once activated. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer to employ the Hell as Chaos technique. Thus, he is not in a hurry to unlock the later gates. The purpose of studying physical techniques is to maintain a well-rounded proficiency. The first 3 gates are currently sufficient. As he contemplated this, the taxi had already come to a halt in front of the mission assembly hall. After completing the task, Luo Yu still needed to confirm with the clerk at the assembly hall to claim the 5 fragments of the white absolute inheritance as his reward. This was also a formal acknowledgement of task completion. Thanks to his silver badge, Luo Yu swiftly made his way through the express lane to the clerk, confirming the task's completion. Upon receiving the white absolute fragments, he took another cab to the Jiangli Ninja Association. There, he completed the certification process with Xiao Jia on the 3rd floor and obtained the silver badge of a low-ranking ninja. Consequently, his status was elevated to that of a low-ranking ninja, with a monthly stipend increased to 50,000 ninja coins. Initially, he intended to meet President Bai to discuss the registration for the exchange event. However, after inquiring with Xiao Jia, he learned that President Bai was not present at the association. Reluctantly, Luo Yu tucked away his gleaming silver badge and returned home. He would deal with the registration tomorrow. Upon entering, Luo Qingyu approached as usual, her delicate nose sniffing the air around Luo Yu. Little Yu is back. Luo Yu was accustomed to his sister's response. Sister, could you refrain from this routine as soon as I get home? His confidence in resisting her was bolstered by the lingering scent of the combat rabbit on him. If his sister could detect Su Ying's scent from that, he would be compelled to stand on his head and consume something. After a moment of sniffing, it was indeed confirmed that there was no trace of another woman's scent, which relieved Luo Qingyu. She then placed her hands on her hips and asserted, "You are currently in a phase of career advancement. If you allow some little fox from outside to ensnare you, neglecting your ninja career, it would be an irretrievable loss. As your sister, I have the duty to supervise you." Hearing this, Luo Yu silently mused. There may not be a little fox now, but once he unlocks the Nine Tails Chaos template, he would introduce you to the domineering Great Fox. Accustomed to his sister's inexplicable possessiveness, Luo Yu chose not to say much more and headed directly to his bedroom upstairs. Is a Fei here? Upon hearing Luo Yu's call, a Fei joyfully emerged from the wall. Master Luo, I was just about to report to you. I seem to have suddenly become stronger. Not only my strength and chakra, but also my mastery over wood release has become much more adept. Luo Yu nodded nonchalantly. That is because I have enhanced your abilities. So it truly is Master Luo. A Fei exclaimed, astonished, as expected of Master Luo, to achieve such a level with such calmness. By the way, recently, I have also grasped a fascinating ability. As the words fell, a Fei gradually transformed into the likeness of Luo Qingyu. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yu instinctively covered his eyes. Seeing a Fei take on his sister's appearance left him somewhat at a loss for words. It would be better to hear a Fei's entangled musings instead. Hurry and change back. I have something important to ask you. A Fei, somewhat dejected, dispelled the illusion. Oh, can't you alter your appearance just a bit more? I wish to savor this wondrous sensation a little longer. Clearing his throat, Luo Yu spoke earnestly. After your ability enhancement, what specific wood release techniques have you comprehended? Setting aside the playful banter, a Fei replied candidly, wood release, great forest technique, wood release, thorny kill technique. Luo Yu nodded slightly in response. Both techniques involve binding an adversary with multiple wooden strips. However, in terms of grading, the great forest technique is rated at 1.5 stars, while the thorn kill technique receives a commendable 2 stars. It bears some resemblance to the art of cutting, though it lacks the latter's lethality, making it more suitable for the live capture of a target. Furthermore, there exists the wood release, for pillar prison, wood release, for pillar house, and wood release, wooden barrier. The 4-pillar prison conjures an enormous wooden cage through a series of hand seals, rising from the ground. In contrast, the 4-pillar house utilizes wood release to create a well-structured wooden dwelling, an indispensable skill for both home and travel. The wooden barrier serves as a quintessential defensive ninjutsu, generating a row of wooden pillars to form a robust archway. These 3 ninjutsu techniques are primarily auxiliary in nature, and as such, have been classified by the Ninja Association as 1.5 stars. Luo Yu believes that, aside from the limited versatility of the four pillars technique, the other two ninjutsu merit further exploration. This conclusion arises from a pattern he has discerned. The materials required for 1 and 1.5-star techniques are identical, both being fewer than those needed for the 2-star techniques. Moreover, the functionalities of these two ninjutsu are precisely what Luo Yu currently lacks. Although the Hell's Chaos technique has developed defensive capabilities following its upgrade, its extensive nature cannot be employed to guard against inconspicuous minor ninjutsu. As for the four pillars technique, it is even more indispensable. One would surely need to carry a tent when venturing outdoors. Until the development of the Kamui space, the functionalities of the four pillars family were irreplaceable. However, the scarcity of white zetsu fragments poses a challenge, and the interplanting technique still awaits its upgrade. Therefore, during the days leading up to the exchange meeting, he plans to remain in the secret realm to fervently gather white zetsu and rock leaf fragments, striving to fully enhance the interplanting technique, Konoha's Gale, and the Lotus technique. Thus far, the three techniques that Luo Yu can enhance require only the white inheritance fragments, making them exceptionally suitable for novice hosts embarking on their journeys. Other ninjutsu, on the other hand, necessitate either green or blue inheritance fragments, which he is presently unqualified to access. Nothing more for now. You should rest early, he advised. Remember not to transform into my sister again. Your current image is already quite handsome. Luo Yu waved goodbye to a Fei, primarily concerned that a Fei's transformation might tarnish the radiant image of his sister in his mind. Encouraged by Luo Yu's high praise, a Fei departed with renewed vigor, determined not to disappoint Luo Yu's expectations. Rest? No. Tonight promises yet another exhilarating night of dedicated overtime. After a Fei excitedly left, recalling that he needed to venture into the secret realm the following day, Luo Yu opened his phone and directly claimed this month's dimensional essence through A. It is anticipated that the delivery man will arrive with the dimensional essence by tomorrow morning, a service originally reserved for those who have achieved the rank of Chunin. This is the privilege of the silver badge. Not only that, but a regular genin can only receive 30 vials of dimensional essence per month, calculated at 1 hour of secret realm time per day. The bronze badge offers double the benefits, while the silver badge grants 3 times the rewards. Consequently, Luo Yu just claimed 90 vials of dimensional essence. Remaining in the secret realm for several days and nights is no issue at all. Chapter 48. Breaking into the top 4 is a success. Early the next morning, a courier employed by the Ninja Association knocked on the door. At his feet lay 3 boxes of beverages, each adorned with the design of bottled dimensional essence. May I inquire if you are Lord Luo Yu? Luo Yu politely nodded. That would be me. Thank you for your efforts. Noticing that Luo Yu appeared to be several years his junior, the courier exhibited a look of surprise. To be so young yet already a genin, and one with such remarkable silver prowess. Indeed, the ninja profession demands considerable talent. Here is your dimensional essence. Please take receipt. After signing his name, Luo Yu carried the stacked boxes of dimensional essence into the house. Enjoy, the courier remarked before hastily departing. Placing the 3 boxes in a vacant room serving as a storage area, Luo Yu turned to his sister, Luo Qingyu, who was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Sister, the 3 boxes of beverages in the storage are dimensional essence, so don't mistake them for regular drinks. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes in response. What are you talking about? You underestimate me. I can certainly distinguish between dimensional essence and beverages. That's good to hear. Luo Yu nodded with relief. Before long, breakfast was ready. Luo Yu sat at the dining table, enjoying the fresh milk prepared by his sister. Indeed, there is a distinct flavor to the milk when it is made by one's sister's hand. Just as Luo Yu was relishing his breakfast, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was marked as President Bai. He promptly answered the call. Xiao Yu, I hear you've successfully completed your genin certification? Congratulations. Luo Yu smiled lightly. President Bai? I was just about to call you. On the other end, President Bai chuckled. You wish to discuss registering for the exchange meeting, I presume? Luo Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, I am determined to secure victory in this exchange meeting. President Bai nodded cheerfully. That's well and good. Even Zhao Hai is no match for you, so you certainly have a chance at a commendable ranking. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Although you are nearly invincible among your peers, the exchange meeting will feature many formidable opponents, including quite a few Chunin. These individuals are young talents who have emerged in recent years. Given the disparity in ranks, you will no longer have the upper hand. Nevertheless, your true advantage lies in your youth. In 3 or 4 years, with your innate talent, you will undoubtedly ascend to Chunin. At that time, the exchange meeting will rightfully belong to you. Thus, for this year, focus on participation above all else. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu smiled faintly, considering reaching the top for a success. At this, President Bai's mouth twitched. Are the youth of today truly so audacious? The exchange conference of the third-tier cities involves the participation of 5 neighboring third-tier cities. Thus, there are at least 20 or 30 Chunin alone. Not to mention the top 4. Even making it to the top 8 would be quite the challenge. However, President Bai reconsidered. Luo Yu had recently mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, albeit only one had been unlocked. With his power and speed doubled, the gap between Genin and Chunin would diminish significantly. Moreover, he had also grasped formidable wood release techniques, not to mention the trump card of the Manjiki Sharingan. The intelligence gathered by both myself and old Jiang is meticulously guarded, and even old Luo merely sought to probe Luo Yu's remarkable talent in fire release. Disclosing such incomplete information to others could inadvertently mislead them and cause harm. It appears that the top 4 indeed have a chance. However, clinching the championship will prove quite challenging. After all, those who reach the finals each year are the cream of the crop among their peers, possessing unique qualities of their own. Green and even blue inheritances are merely standard. It seems that the youthful vigor of your generation shines brightly. We older folks, however, lack the confidence to speak assertively. Chairman Bai shook his head. By the way, I have already registered you for the exchange meeting. It will take place in 2 days at 9 in the morning. Be sure to arrive at the dimensional transfer venue to compete. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu curiously inquired if it was the transfer venue in Jiangli. Is the exchange meeting being held in Jiangli this year? The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the fact that the exchange meeting involves multiple cities, making it imperative to clarify the specific location. No, it will be conducted in a specialized realm designated for such exchanges, Chairman Bai clarified. Wouldn't that be a waste of dimensional essence? Luo Yu felt his blood pressure rising. He was currently in the novice phase, and dimensional essence was an indispensable resource. That place is akin to a trial ground. It is a realm meticulously crafted by the Association for such activities, distinct from realms originating from otherworldly dimensions, thus not consuming dimensional essence. That's good to hear. After listening to Chairman Bai's explanation, Luo Yu felt his blood pressure lowering again. In any case, prepare yourself over the next 2 days and strive to achieve a commendable rank at the exchange meeting. This way, you will gain access to a larger share of the prize pool's resources. After a brief chat, Luo Yu ended the call. After finishing his breakfast, he was filled with enthusiasm as he made his way to the dimensional transfer venue to collect inheritance fragments. Having made bold claims, he intended to take advantage of these few days to teleport to another Nin-level realm in Jiangli, Eagle Wind territory. Last night, Luo Yu had conducted some research and discovered that the beasts inhabiting Eagle Wind territory would allow him to farm both white absolute fragments and lilac fragments. Thus, he proceeded directly to Eagle Wind territory, joyfully engaging in his fragment farming, utilizing his expertise in long-range, wide-area grafting techniques. The lower-tier beasts, once they reveal themselves, are swiftly terminated by a strike from branches 100 meters away. Regrettably, the probability of these lower-tier beasts dropping white fragments is rather disheartening. After remaining in the Eagle Wind territory for 6 hours and expending a considerable amount of dimensional energy, Luo Yu managed to collect merely 13 fragments of lilac and gathered the remaining 24 fragments of Baiju to reach a total of 50. First, he upgraded his grafting technique, causing all the Baiju fragments to vanish. The wood release grafting technique level has increased by 1. Luo Yu sensed a profound enhancement in his comprehension of the grafting technique. He was confident that with deft control, he could continuously release numerous trees from within his body, accurately covering the strike area like a rain of arrows. Of course, when launching the grafting technique in such a manner, the explosive power of the trees would diminish to its lowest extent. In the original narrative, the character Toby, wearing a white mask, employed a similar level of grafting technique to send Niji away. Such formidable wood release techniques, if unleashed at the exchange conference, would surely wreak havoc. Luo Yu suddenly realized that the tedious repetition of searching for Baiju for 6 hours and the cycle of defeating him had not been in vain. Promptly, he hurriedly elevated the level of the Leaf Strong Wind technique by 2 ranks. Advancing to the second level required a fragment of Li Luoka's legacy. while the third level demanded the complete legacy of Li Luoka. Thus, 11 fragments of Li Luoka's legacy vanished. The Leaf Strong Wind technique's level increased by 2. In the next moment, an array of advanced techniques related to the Leaf Strong Wind flooded Luo Yu's mind. Not only could he now execute the Leaf Strong Wind technique, delivering 3 consecutive kicks, but he could also maximize the chakra within his body, condensing it into his legs to amplify the power of his kicks. Chapter 49. Challenge of the Secret Realm? Name your price indeed. The Leaf Strong Wind technique possesses such versatility. No wonder Sister Meng Yao could kick an elite shinobi-level dummy into the wall with a single strike. I recall her mastery of the Leaf Strong Wind was at an expert level. Absorbing the knowledge swirling in his mind, Luo Yu could not help but express his astonishment. Soon after, he turned his attention to the fireball technique, which he had neglected for some time. Requirements for upgrading the fireball technique: 15 ninja scrolls or 625 fragments of the Nameless Legacy proficient in fire release. Those 6 fragments of the Nameless Legacy were all synthesized from the drops of Bai Siyu and the Fighting Rabbit. After all, this was a low-level secret realm, where the exotic beasts typically dropped such gray fragments. Some did not yield even gray fragments. It seemed that upgrading the fireball technique to its pinnacle before the exchange conference was impossible. Luo Yu shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, he allocated all 65 attribute points obtained from 6 hours of hunting exotic beasts. Stamina, 100, 50, 131, 50. Chakra, 116, 100, 150, 100. He was merely 19 points shy of breaking through to the second tier of a low-level shinobi, thus qualifying for the system's reward, a ninja scroll. 1 ninja scroll is equivalent to 5 fragments of the Nameless Legacy. Thus, he elevates the fireball technique to unprecedented heights, advancing to an even loftier level. However, there is no rush. Today has already witnessed 6 hours of diligent effort. According to the rigorous theory of balancing work and leisure, the remaining time shall be devoted to mobile gaming. Not only does he require materials to enhance his ninjutsu, but his beloved characters from the anime realm also necessitate resources for their progression. Of course, Luo Yu's intentions are not solely for amusement. It is imperative to meticulously manage the consumption of dimensional energy. After all, many high-tier ninjutsu materials can only be obtained in more advanced realms. Even the upgrade materials for the next level of the cloning technique demand 25 white zetsu inheritances, while the subsequent level of the Leaf Village's Gale Palm requires 5 Rock Lee inheritances. If one were to grind in a low-rank ninja realm, it is uncertain how long it would take to accumulate the necessary resources or how much dimensional energy would be expended. It is far more prudent to amass dimensional energy until reaching the Ch-Nin level, and then venture into the Ch-Nin realms for utilization. Thus, the efficiency of gathering materials has significantly improved, proving to be more cost-effective. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu returned home to indulge in mobile gaming. The following day, as the exchange meeting approached, Luo Yu planned to dedicate an additional 6 hours to the hidden ninja realm. He estimated that if he focused solely on farming the fragments of Li Luoka's legacy, he could successfully cultivate the formidable Leaf Village Gale. With this resolve, Luo Yu promptly rose, dressed, and sat at the dining table, ready to savor his sister's breakfast. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Xiaoyu, it's me, Bai Mengyao." Upon hearing the melodious voice outside, Luo Yu was filled with curiosity. However, as soon as she spoke, he noticed his sister's displeased expression and her piercing gaze directed at him. Luo Yu quickly changed his tone, questioning what the woman wanted. Does she have some impressive taijutsu techniques to impart? Luo Tingyu, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "She is a jonin. Her reasons for seeking you must be significant. You should at least meet her. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I can give you both some space," she added coldly before retreating to her room. Although she harbored little fondness for the beautiful women who interacted with Luo Yu, she understood that a jonin would not visit without a compelling reason. Reluctantly, she decided to support him, recognizing it as her duty as an older sister. After all, she wasn't one of those petty girls prone to jealousy. She had a broader perspective. "Sis, would you like me to brew you some brown sugar water later?" Sensing the unpredictable nature of Luo Tingyu, Luo Yu inquired with warmth. To his surprise, his sister shot him a fierce glare before slamming the door behind her. The fluctuation in her emotions was evident. "Besides the brown sugar water, I might as well bring some other daily necessities," Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head before hastily opening the door for Bai Mengyao. "Mengyao Jia, please come in," he greeted warmly. Bai Mengyao chuckled lightly, I won't intrude. Let us keep it brief. While maintaining a courteous demeanor, she stepped into the room. Settling into the plush luxury of the sofa, Bai Mengyao began to speak slowly. This time, upon returning to Jiangli. In addition to serving as an examiner for the exchange meeting, my mentor has assigned me a task that may require your assistance. Intrigued, Luo Yu asked, "What task requires my help?" His inquiry was devoid of ulterior motives. He merely wished to understand what benefits might arise from aiding her. Is it something simple? Perhaps teaching a bit of the daytime tiger technique? The Ninja Association discovers various abandoned neutral realms each year. Some of these realms originate from other dimensions and were forsaken by their builders, while others were secretly constructed by ancient human warriors. Once we obtain control over them, the resources within can be exploited by the association. The source of the prize pool at the exchange meeting partly originates from such secret realms. As the most esteemed ninja academy in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial University is naturally assigned the task of developing certain secret realms. Meanwhile, those realms deemed less valuable are designated as assessment tasks, entrusted to us students by our instructors for collaborative development. For instance, I participated in the development of the trial grounds you have visited. Bai Mengyao spoke earnestly. Luo Yu listened, bewildered. Developing secret realms? Is it really that advanced? Bai Mengyao smiled gently, clarifying that our role was merely to assist the professionals, serving primarily as support to eliminate potential threats within the realms. Although these secret realms are ancient, they still harbor a few guardian beasts or relic sentinels. Our responsibility lies in confronting these combat units. After absorbing Bai Mengyao's explanation, Luo Yu was filled with uncertainty. As a mere low-ranking ninja, could I truly partake in battles among you elite ninjas? Observing Luo Yu's innocuous demeanor, Bai Mengyao could only sigh in exasperation. How could such a seemingly weak low-ranking ninja master the 8 gates? When she first unlocked the initial gate, it took her years of dedicated training. If she were to discover that Luo Yu had already advanced to the 3rd gate in just a few days, she would likely find it even harder to accept. The secret realm I helped develop, although devoid of relic sentinels, required overcoming challenges within to gain control. One of these challenge levels was restricted to low-ranking ninjas. We sought out numerous talented low-ranking ninjas, some even hailing from prestigious families, possessing green or even blue legacies, or certain bloodline limits. Yet, they all failed in the challenges. Thus, I thought of you, a unique talent among the low-ranking ninjas. Upon hearing Bai Mengyao's explanation, Luo Yu finally comprehended the situation. However, he expressed his dilemma, stating that he still needed to prepare for the exchange meeting and couldn't afford distractions. His unspoken message was clear: name your price. While he felt some intrigue towards this challenge, which had proven difficult for many elite low-ranking ninjas, he was unwilling to work for nothing. Otherwise, it would seem as though he were merely a devoted follower at Bai Mengyao's beck and call. If my sister, the notorious jealous one, were to find out about this, she would surely punish herself through the night. No. Chapter 50. The challenging opponent appears to be Li Lok. Engaging in this challenge promises substantial rewards, a fact we have already verified in the earlier stages. Noticing Luo Yu's hesitation, Bai Mengyao swiftly resorted to temptation. Those who are the first to conquer such challenges are bestowed with exceptionally high rewards from the secret realm. Therefore, for ninjas, participating in the secret realm challenge is a rare opportunity that is difficult to come by. It is no wonder that many prestigious ninja clans, upon hearing the news, eagerly volunteer their children to assist. Though they claim to help advance development progress, their true intention is to partake in the rewards for the initial completion. However, the difficulty of this particular challenge at the genin level is, indeed, quite formidable. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to Luo Yu. Thus, it seems that this secret realm challenge represents my last significant opportunity for improvement before the exchange meeting. Upon hearing of the potential benefits, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. When weighing the advantages against the favor of Sister Meng Yao, the allure of training resources is far more enticing. After all, it is not as if Sister Meng Yao wears black stockings. Look at how considerate she has become under her gentle guidance. She dons either black or white-made outfits daily. Living alongside such a sister, this impetuous young man can truly feel his blood surging with passion. Oh, the essence of youth. Well, since this is an endeavor to assist Sister Meng Yao, I shall set aside even the most pressing matters. After all, the bond we share holds significance. However, I offer you a piece of advice. When seeking favors, remember to don black stockings, as they convey sincerity. Luo Yu earnestly presented this valuable suggestion. Upon hearing it, Bai Mingyao felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a kick akin to that of Night Kai. This young man, having taken advantage of the situation, now feigns innocence. Let us hasten our departure. The Secret Realm development team is persistently inviting other elite lower ninjas. If someone manages to surpass the challenge while we are engrossed in idle chatter, the rewards for first-time completion will vanish. Bai Mingyao stood up, urging them to move swiftly. Half an hour later, the two were sprinting along the main road. Luo Yu, breathless, inquired, "Is there still a long way to go?" His stamina was merely at 196, barely reaching the standard of a third-tier lower ninja. After such an intense half-hour sprint, he was genuinely struggling. This was no mere exaggeration. Firstly, he had not engaged in targeted training, resulting in insufficient endurance. Secondly, in his effort to keep pace with Bai Mingyao, he had pushed his speed to the limit. The Secret Realm lay in the outskirts of Jiangli, and as it was only just beginning to be developed, there were no teleportation devices connected yet. "If you continue at this pace, it will likely take another half an hour," Bai Mingyao remarked, running effortlessly beside him. "What a distance! Why not drive over?" Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Bai Mingyao rolled her eyes, replying, "What serious ninja drives? We all run, don't we? Besides, this is barely half of my usual training load." She then added with a serious tone, "Xiao Yu, if this little exercise has you gasping for breath, it seems you've wasted quite a bit of your youth. I shall find time to train you properly, so you can truly understand what genuine vitality feels like, lest your lack of endurance hinders your chances of finding a girlfriend." Luo Yu wore a perplexed expression, wondering, didn't we agree that serious ninjas do not drive? Another half hour passed, and Luo Yu followed by Mingyao until they finally arrived at a camp in the outskirts of Jiangli. Outside the camp, a seemingly composed older man leaned against a tree, quietly smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Bai Mingyao, he could not help but grumble, "You're so slow. You didn't bring that lower ninja back with you, did you? During your absence, several so-called invincible lower ninjas have failed in their challenges." Hearing this, Luo Yu could not suppress a chuckle. Invincible? Isn't that just a buff against enemies? At least in the world of manga, many characters labeled as invincible ultimately faced a significant defeat, a testament to the author's ruthless betrayal. Bai Mingyao lamented, "The youth today are so lacking. They can't even outrun a race car." The older man shrugged in resignation, saying, "Then why don't you carry him here? To you, the weight of an adult man is no different from that of an ant." At this remark, Bai Mingyao instinctively envisioned the scene, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although she often appeared carefree, she was, after all, still a girl, with a heart that was quite reserved. "You must be Luo Yu, the acquaintance that Xiao Bai brought along," the older man remarked. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze towards Luo Yu. "I am Xiao Ku, a classmate of Xiao Bai." Upon hearing Xiao Ku's self-introduction, Luo Yu could not help but feel amused. A classmate? Could it be that this gentleman, besides being a ninja, also dabbles in programming as a side job? Sensing Luo Yu's confusion, Bai Mingyao clarified, "You see, institutions like the Imperial Capital University, which is a prestigious global ninja academy, have a broad recruitment scope. As long as one is an exceptional ninja under the age of 40, they have the opportunity to become a student at the Imperial Capital University by passing the academy's assessment." Feeling somewhat underestimated, Xiaoke straightened his posture and asserted, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I am, after all, a descendant of Sarutobi Isuma. I successfully completed the upper ninja level challenge in this secret realm alongside Xiao Bai." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu immediately comprehended. Sarutobi Isuma is known for his high-quality blue inheritance, capable of wielding a chakra blade enhanced with wind release for close combat, and possessing a special fire release technique called ash burn for long-range attacks. The harmonious combination of wind and fire attributes is indeed compelling. Thus, it is not surprising that Xiaoku, in his 30s, was selected by the Imperial Capital University. Bai Mingyao sighed lightly. It's a pity that the lower ninja-level challenges do not allow for team participation. Otherwise, those talented lower ninjas, if they could coordinate effectively, would surely find it easy to clear the challenges. As they chatted, the three continued their walk towards the camp. "Hurry and take me to the challenge. It's been too long, and my sister will start interrogating me again," urged Luo Yu. "That's not possible. Someone is already undergoing a challenge. You will have to wait for them to finish before you can enter," Xiaoke replied, lighting another cigarette nonchalantly. He then cast his eyes towards the spacious temporary hall nearby. "That is the waiting area. You should go in there and rest for a while. After running such a distance, it's a good opportunity to regain your strength." Bai Mingyao nodded in agreement. adding, moreover, many challengers remain here after failing, unwilling to leave, as they await another opportunity to challenge. You might as well speak with them to gather specific information about the challenges. We have installed surveillance in the challenge space, so you can even observe the challenge process from the resting area. It would be wise to familiarize yourself beforehand. All right then, Luo Yu conceded. Realizing that idleness would yield no benefit, he made his way toward the resting area, where he found numerous young men and women seated on the chairs. Many bore injuries of varying severity. Some were even wrapped in bandages, appearing to have sustained quite serious wounds. Clearly, they would not be able to challenge again in the near future. Nevertheless, these individuals remained fixated on the large screen in the resting area, which displayed the scene of a lower ninja engaged in combat with a purple humanoid illusion. At a glance, Luo Yu recognized the silhouette of the purple figure. This is indeed Li Lok. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Boss's 3 Phases. The challenger on the screen also possesses the habit of wielding 1,000 blades. It appears that, like Qinchi, he is a descendant of the Shiranui clan. He begins with a highly formulaic technique, creating 2 shadow clones and employing the Ninjutsu, 1,000 Blades Rain. The striking range of the 1,000 Blades Rain instantly expands 3-fold. This maneuver is nearly invincible against ordinary genin. However, the elusive Rock Lee is clearly not within the realm of the ordinary. With a swift application of Shadow Dance, he instantly materializes behind one of his adversaries. Leaf Hurricane. A powerful spinning kick strikes the mysterious Toothpick Man in the back. Consequently, the Toothpick Man vanishes, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Luo Yu nodded, recognizing it as a shadow clone. Evidently, the illusion in the secret realm had not deceived him. Yet, before the Toothpick Man could react, Rock Lee utilized Shadow Dance once more to appear behind another Toothpick Man. In swift succession, he executed a sweeping kick, targeting his opponent's legs. Leaf Gale. The Leaf Gale is an attack aimed at the lower body. As the Toothpick Man's legs were swept, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. This time, he did not dissipate into thin air. Determining that his opponent was the original entity, Li Rock delivered a phantom punch to the abdomen of the Toothpick Man. The Toothpick Man winced in pain, saliva escaping the corners of his mouth, rendering him incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, the shadow clone beside him was also affected by the original, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Thus, a lower ninja with a white heritage was effortlessly dispatched by the illusions conjured during the Secret Realm Challenge. At that moment, a cold voice resonated within the battleground, declaring, "This challenge has ended in failure. Please try again." As the words faded, Li Lok's illusion abruptly vanished. The slender man collapsed onto the floor, utterly despondent. His participation in this challenge was not solely for the rewards. Rather, it was an opportunity to gauge the limits of his own capabilities. With the legacy of the Noera clan coursing through his veins, he had already distinguished himself among the lower-ranked ninjas. Engaging in daily sparring sessions at the dojo, he could hardly ascertain the true extent of his strength amidst the routine victories. To his dismay, he had been defeated with such swiftness. Outside the screen, Luo Yu observed that, in stark contrast to the heartbroken slender man, the other challengers watching the contest collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome of the white tier challenge for the 3rd rank of lower ninjas was indeed surprising. Initially, he thought his own abilities were lacking, but it seemed the difficulty of this Secret Realm Challenge was exceptionally daunting. Having lasted slightly longer than the slender man, he felt considerably more accomplished. This challenge was clearly beyond the reach of mere lower ninjas, unless one possessed an orange tier legacy. Naturally, he mused, if one had an orange tier legacy, even my grandmother could complete it. Yet, upon further reflection, it became evident. After all, they were all recognized geniuses in their own right. And it was not unusual for everyone to falter within a lower ninja level challenge. According to the theory of relative abstraction, if no one succeeded, it could be interpreted as all having succeeded. However, should an exception arise, someone who triumphed in a challenge that eluded them, on a psychological level, acceptance would become increasingly difficult. Thus, the more brutally subsequent challengers were defeated, the greater their sense of satisfaction grew. This demonstrates that it is not their weakness, but rather the absurdity of the challenge's difficulty. Moreover, one can be grateful to acknowledge that among the failures, they are relatively strong. Thus, it appears that the anticipation of a renewed challenge serves merely as an excuse. Witnessing the failures of others, in order to soothe one's own battered confidence, is the true underlying reason. Although it may not sound pleasant, such a sense of misplaced hope is, regrettably, inevitable, Luo Yu reflected. At that moment, a A familiar voice echoed nearby. It was said that achieving the third stage of this Li rock was already the pinnacle of one's ability. Without the strength of a Nin and the blue heritage, one could not possibly attain the third stage. Luo Yu turned towards the sound and beheld the proud figure of the inheritor of the dry persimmon Kisame, who had once crossed blades with him. Despite his bruised face and numerous bandaged wounds, he was unabashedly recounting his experiences of challenge to others, his arrogance undeterred. Curious, Luo Yu inquired, "Zhao He, what were you just saying about the 3 stages?" "I am Zhao Hai," he blurted out. However, upon realizing he was addressing Luo Yu, his expression shifted and his demeanor softened. "Luo Yu, you have indeed received an invitation as well." It was rather surprising that, despite being rivals of equal standing, he could not even remember Luo Yu's name. Those surrounding them noted the formidable Zhao Hai's evident trepidation in the presence of Luo Yu, sparking their curiosity. "Did you just say the secret realm challenge consists of 3 stages?" Luo Yu pressed on with his inquiry. Indeed. Although the slender man had been vanquished by Li Rock's phantom, Li Rock had not displayed overwhelming strength. At least from Luo Yu's perspective, he could easily secure victory. If the secret realm challenge were of such a trivial nature, it would hardly be capable of besting so many elite lower ninjas. Coupled with Zhao Hai's remarks, it became apparent that defeating Li Rock was merely the beginning of the trials. Thus, Luo Yu sought to glean more information regarding the subsequent challenges from Zhao Hai. After all, understanding oneself and the adversary leads to certain victory in every battle. Otherwise, faced with an unknown opponent, even he could potentially falter in his initial encounter. This brings us to the significance of intelligence. For further insights, one might refer to the original narrative of Naruto, where the seemingly invincible Haiden initially defeated Asuma. However, once his abilities were discerned, he was ultimately vanquished by Shikamu, Asuma's student. I shall refrain from divulging further details. I encourage you to explore this for a more profound experience. Zhao Hai, evidently, was reluctant to elaborate. He had recently engaged in combat at the Jiangli Dojo, narrowly losing to Luo Yu. The thought that providing intelligence might enable Luo Yu to devise a strategy and outperform him in the challenge was disconcerting. Would he not find himself defeated yet again? Of course, his concern was solely that Luo Yu might excel beyond expectations. Despite having previously fallen to Luo Yu, having personally experienced the trials of the 3rd stage, he held no belief that Luo Yu would succeed in the challenge. At that moment, Bai Mengyao entered, and the secret realm challenge had become available. "Luo Yu, it's your turn," she announced, aware that Zhao Hai would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped. Luo Yu promptly departed from the waiting area. There was no need for words. He could simply inquire with Sister Mengyao. Soon, Luo Yu followed by Mengyao out of the camp, arriving at 3 ancient stone pillars. The pillars were adorned with archaic inscriptions, and Luo Yu noticed that they still bore traces of earth, suggesting they had recently been unearthed. This place held the mechanism to the secret realm, which had taken the development team considerable time to decipher. They concluded that physical techniques were required to activate the 3 stone pillars. With this, Bai Mengyao delivered a swift kick, a leaf whirlwind, to each of the pillars. Subsequently, the 3 stone pillars erupted in a magnificent display of light. Witnessing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. These stone pillars indeed possess an extraordinary origin. After receiving a kick from Bai Mengyao, they remained completely unscathed, far superior to the training dummies at his home. Subsequently, the two stood together at the center of 3 stone pillars, upon a stone slab adorned with peculiar inscriptions. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light enveloped them. Before they knew it, they were transported to a desolate ruin, steeped in the atmosphere of decay. Chapter 52. The Challenge of the Lower Ninja. Li Luoka, gazing at the surrounding environment, characterized by a sense of antiquity and the dilapidated mechanisms of architecture. Luo Yu was about to express his thoughts when he suddenly felt himself submerged in water, utterly bewildered. "What on earth? Who flooded this place?" he exclaimed, observing the water rising to his chest. Beside him, Bai Mengyao had already gathered her chakra beneath her feet, standing gracefully atop the water, her expression one of sincere apology. "I'm sorry, I forgot to warn you. Due to years of neglect, the drainage system here has encountered some issues. However, once the development team takes over, they will certainly reconstruct the drainage system." Left with no choice, Luo Yu concentrated, channeling his chakra to stabilize himself on the water's surface, and followed Bai Mengyao forward. As they walked, he surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, in the shallow waters, clusters of workers were gathered, equipped with professional tools, studying the ancient murals on the buildings. They were presumably the development team dispatched by the Ninja Association. The origins of this ruin remained unclear. Yet preliminary findings from the development team suggested the presence of a system designed to autonomously generate ninja illusions for challenges. The secret realm challenge he had seen in the waiting area was based on this technology. As they walked, Bai Mingyao elaborated on the situation. Luo Yu chuckled, speculating that it might have once been a training ground for ancient ninjas. Perhaps, Bai Mingyao replied thoughtfully, before continuing. But the mechanisms within this secret realm are far too advanced for the early era of ninjas. Luo Yu jested. Could it be that aliens or extraordinary beasts constructed this place? Bai Mingyao shook her head. That is uncertain. Each year, numerous unknown secret realms are discovered. Yet no new clues regarding their origins have emerged. It's possible that ancient human tribes possessed such advanced technology long ago. As they engaged in idle chatter about the secret realm, they soon halted before a meticulously crafted diamond-shaped block. The seasoned and composed Shao Ke stood guard there. Upon their arrival, he exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly stated, "That block is the mechanism to initiate the challenge. Touch it, and you will enter the challenge space." At his words, Luo Yu complied, placing his hand upon the block. Immediately, the floor beneath him radiated a brilliant light. In the next moment, his figure vanished before Bai Mingyao and Shao Ke. This mere challenge for a lower-ranked ninja has impeded our progress for several days. If I could ascertain who devised this exasperating contraption, I would undoubtedly deliver a couple of punches to him. Upon witnessing the departure of brother Luo Yu, Shao Ke immediately vented his frustration. Bai Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that this secret realm is of ancient origin, and surely the designer has long since been laid to rest. In that case, I shall overturn his coffin. Shao Ke extinguished his cigarette, grumbling indignantly. After releasing his pent-up emotions, Shao Ke sighed, feeling a sense of emptiness. Alas, let us observe brother Luo Yu and see if he can elicit the full potential of Li Luoka's illusion. As for clearing the challenge, I shan't hold my breath. Bai Mingyao, unimpressed, retorted, "What? Do you look down upon him? After all, I have guided him every step of the way. Cannot you have a modicum of faith in him?" Shao Ke's face bore the weight of experience as he replied, "I initially had great confidence in our new generation. That was all shattered by Li Luoka." Bai Mingyao resigned. "Admitted, I too share your sentiments." Nevertheless, the two returned to the waiting area with eager anticipation, keenly observing Luo Yu's circumstances as he entered the challenge space. On another front, Luo Yu was transported to a scene that felt oddly familiar. No way. Isn't this the battle platform from the Chunin exams? Even the cracks on the floor are perfectly replicated. It was here that Li Luoka faced Gaara. Gazing at the expansive arena, Luo Yu was inundated with nostalgia. He yearned to relive the Chunin exams from the original story. Speaking of which, if this timeline were able to witness Naruto, it would surely be fascinating. A mysterious voice echoed, "A challenger has entered. Please select your difficulty." Subsequently, 3 cards materialized before Luo Yu, each inscribed with the words Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. The Jonin card displayed the name Mori no Ibiki, while the Chunin featured Gaara, and the Genin showcased Rock Lee. Both the Jonin and Chunin cards bore the mark of completion. No wonder Asuma and Ching Chun were able to clear it together. Although Mori no Ibiki served as the chief examiner of the Chunin exams, as the head of Konoha's interrogation unit, he excelled in questioning techniques but lacked practical combat prowess, thus merely qualifying as a special Jonin in the original narrative. Had Liu known that these two were currently monitoring the challenge space, he surely would not have made such remarks. In that case, Mori no Ibiki would undoubtedly be deemed a shadow-level contender in his eyes. As for the Chunin-level Gaara, the difficulty is self-evident. Remarkably, someone has already cleared it. It seems this world harbors a fair number of exceptional individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu resolutely opted for the yet-to-be-conquered lower ninja difficulty. Immediately, a mysterious purple energy coalesced, manifesting the image of Rock Lee. Observing this, Luo Yu did not dare to underestimate the situation. His right eye revealed the intricate design of 3 tomo, enhancing his perceptive abilities to their utmost. Meanwhile, Rock Lee had already vanished from his sight with the shadow dance leaf technique. Indeed, his speed far surpassed that of an ordinary lower ninja. And even with the Sharingan's ability to discern his movements, Luo Yu found himself unable to evade in time due to his mere 196 stamina. However, the prospect of instantaneously casting ninjutsu was a different matter altogether, Luo Yu pondered. Upon predicting Rock Lee's position with his Sharingan, he swiftly clapped his hands together. Instantly, several branches sprouted from the cells of Hashirama embedded in his back, shooting backward. At that precise moment, Rock Lee reappeared behind Luo Yu, colliding directly with the technique of the insertion jutsu. Following this, Luo Yu executed a series of hand seals. The branches that pierced Rock Lee's body rapidly sprouted additional limbs, exploding forth like blooming flowers. Struck with tremendous force, Rock Lee collapsed to the ground, his phantom form gradually fading into obscurity. In the waiting area, those gathered around the large screen watching the spectacle could not help but rise in astonishment. A one-hit kill? Surely, I must be mistaken. How could he possess both the Sharingan and the wood release, two immensely powerful abilities? It was as if the enemy had willingly charged into the fray. The combined effectiveness of the Sharingan and wood release was indeed astonishing. A certain lower ninja, invited for his proficiency in wood release, stood in shock. It took me nearly a year to master this insertion jutsu. My family's Jonin praised my deep understanding of wood release. Yet this individual can perform it instantaneously. Were those Jonin merely flattering me? Zhao Hai, fixated on the screen, could no longer contain himself. He had believed that Luo Yu excelled solely in fire release, and that their previous battle had merely resulted in a narrow defeat for himself. It turns out he had been hiding the wood release and the Sharingan as well. No, he wasn't merely concealing them. Perhaps he deemed them unnecessary against me. Realizing that Luo Yu had been holding back during their fight, as this realization dawned upon Zhao Hai, a master of water release, he bowed his head in embarrassment. Chapter 53. You call this the insertion jutsu? The man, referred to as the toothpick, who had been thoroughly outmatched by Lee, revealed a bitter smile upon witnessing the scene. To think it was resolved so effortlessly. It seems I am indeed too weak. In front of the screen, Xiaoku also wore a look of surprise. This kid seems to possess some depth. That insertion jutsu must have reached a significant level. The speed of his hand seals was indeed remarkable. Even I could hardly follow. Such speed indicates this lad has likely remained single for quite some time. Bai Mingyao took a deep breath. Although Director Jiang had previously hinted at Luo Yu's talent and would release, I never imagined he could cultivate it to such a high level. And as a two-star ninjutsu no less. Having cultivated for more years than he, even the pinnacle of my physical prowess merely reaches mastery. Such innate understanding is truly remarkable. Xiaoka chuckled lightly, pondering how one could ever anticipate this. Mastering ninjutsu to the level of great perfection surely requires the expertise of those esteemed masters of the ninja clans. As for individuals like us, lacking such enlightenment, attaining mastery is as far as we can aspire. However, he shifted his tone, noting that Li Luoka's subsequent stages would still prove formidable. Unless Luo Yu possessed some extraordinary attributes, it would be quite challenging to succeed. As the two conversed, a sudden turn of events unfolded within the challenge arena. The fallen Li Luoka abruptly rose, extracting a branch from within himself, and cast a gaze brimming with combat fervor towards Luo Yu. Has he entered the second stage spoken of by Zhao Hai? Luo Yu mused, wary of any lapse in vigilance, for his opponent had bested countless elite lower ninjas. Once Li Luoka regained his footing, he sat cross-legged, retrieving various weighted items from his legs. Naturally, these weights were also manifestations of the purple phantoms. So this is the second stage? Having witnessed the world of Naruto, Luo Yu understood that upon removing those weights, Li Luoka's speed and strength would reach terrifying levels. Thus, he fixed his Sharingan upon Li Luoka with unwavering focus. Li Luoka casually discarded the weighted items. Yet, the seemingly ordinary weights struck the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath them, stirring the dust that had settled. In the waiting area, the toothpick-wielding man swallowed hard at this sight. Clearly, he had only recently arrived to partake in the Secret Realm Challenge and was still unaware of the intricacies of the second stage. It turns out that after defeating the phantoms, one must also confront an opponent who has shed such burdens. How fortunate I am to be so inept. Otherwise, facing such a monster would surely result in my bones being shattered. Filled with trepidation, the toothpick-wielding man offered a silent prayer of gratitude. Zhao Hai, recalling his own apprehensions, felt a similar wave of relief. Thankfully, I had filled the challenge space with water in advance. Underwater, the phantom speed was significantly diminished. Thus, I employed water release, 5 feeding sharks, utilizing a strategy of attrition to gradually wear down the phantom's second stage. Otherwise, confronted with overwhelming speed, I would undoubtedly have been mercilessly eliminated. On the scene, The other genin who had previously faced the second stage of rock Li exhibited visible trepidation. It was evident that the second stage of Li had left them with rather unpleasant memories. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of apprehension for Luo Yu, who was about to confront the fully realized Li. Although Luo Yu possessed the Sharingan and the technique of grafting, it seemed that in the face of absolute speed, his efforts would ultimately be futile. Meanwhile, within the challenge space, Li had already surged toward Luo Yu, moving with such swiftness that it resembled the use of instant movement, continuously flashing around Luo Yu. The naked eye of an ordinary person could scarcely keep pace. While Luo Yu's Sharingan could barely track his movements, his body was rendered incapable of reacting. The technique of grafting also struggled to predict his opponent's location. "I've heard this is not your final form," Luo Yu remarked calmly. "Allow me to witness your limits." With that, he clapped his hands together. Grafting technique. The cells fused within him began to stir restlessly. Countless trees erupted from his body, shooting forth like a rain of arrows. "Prepare yourself, Li." Grafting technique with a 20-meter radius. As innumerable trees launched an indiscriminate assault on the surroundings, Li quickly abandoned his offensive intentions, shifting to defense. He darted through the deluge of wooden projectiles. However, bolstered by the power of the Hashirama cells, the speed of the trees doubled. After 5 seconds of continuous evasion in midair, narrowly avoiding countless sharp wooden spikes, Li eventually faltered under the intense movement and was struck by a single wooden spike. His agile form lost its balance, and a flurry of sharp spikes pierced through his body. In the next moment, the illusion was shattered as thousands of trees impaled him. In the waiting area, a profound silence enveloped the spectators. After a long pause, many in their hearts silently expressed their astonishment. "Incredible," they thought. Shok stared in disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as his freshly lit cigarette dropped to the ground. Is he using the grafting technique or the arrival of the forest? Bai Mingyao's face was equally filled with astonishment. "You were indeed correct. His proficiency in the grafting technique is absolutely remarkable. Could this challenge at the genin level truly end at his hands?" Shok took a moment to collect himself and remarked, "I only assumed his skill in hand seals was highly developed. I never anticipated this." He reflected on his own family's prowess, feeling a sense of relief that he was not of the same generation as this young prodigy. Bai Mingyao nodded in agreement, musing on the possibility of being placed in the same class at the Imperial Capital University. "If I had to face him in duels every few days, I can hardly imagine how excruciating that would be." Shok emphatically nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai stood by, utterly bewildered. This description is a reflection of oneself. "Just a couple of days ago, I engaged in a spar with Luo Yu. Although I was defeated and my confidence was somewhat shaken, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of defiance within me. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's triumph over the first stage of Li Lok, I was impressed by his mastery of wood release. It seemed he was holding back. However, when confronted with the second stage of Li Lok, the techniques he exhibited were truly eye-opening. Surviving my encounter with Luo Yu is something I could boast about without hesitation." As the spectators remained enraptured by the shockwaves of his techniques, Luo Yu appeared composed on the surface, yet internally, he was in turmoil. That seemingly overwhelming technique, the insertion rain, was indeed taxing. Though he maintained it for only a few seconds, it drained a third of his chakra reserves, incapacitating the fully realized Li, who collided with the wooden spikes. While the cells of Hashirama might hasten chakra recovery, their vast quantity meant that full restoration would require several minutes. The third phase of the Secret Realm challenge loomed ominously. Just as Luo Yu was engulfed in concern, he felt his chakra rapidly replenishing. Soon, he returned to full capacity. Thanks to the enigmatic power of the Secret Realm, was it urging me to confront the third phase at my peak? Simultaneously, the mysterious purple energy restored Li Lok's form. The 8th gate of Duanjia. The 3rd gate, the life gate. Open. Li Lok clenched his fists tightly and immediately released the restrictions of the 3rd gate. Instantly, he transformed, his veins bulging, and his skin taking on a dark crimson hue due to the influx of blood. A surge of green energy erupted around him. It was evident to all that Li Lok at this moment could unleash power far exceeding that of a mere genin. Chapter 54. The rewards are truly delightful. As he gazed at the screen displaying the radiance of Li Lok's green energy, Shao Kahn narrowed his eyes. The 3rd phase would see Li Lok activate the 3rd gate of Duanjia. Luo Yu might not have the same ease in securing victory as before. After Luo Yu's astonishing maneuvers, he has fundamentally reshaped his worldview, tacitly acknowledging that he surpasses Li Lok of the 1st gate. Nearby, Zhao Hai nodded in agreement, his face still stinging from the shoe imprint, an indelible reminder of the third stage kick from Li Lok. Were anyone to question the merit of Li Lok's third stage, he would be the first to express his dissent. The surrounding challengers unanimously concurred that Luo Yu would emerge victorious, though not without considerable effort. Of course, should Luo Yu unveil some high-level, rare ninjutsu or a bloodline technique such as dust release from his trousers, they would remain silent, given this young man's unpredictable style. Such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Just as everyone anticipated an action from Luo Yu, it was Li Lok who performed the unexpected. He stood tall like a mountain and bellowed once more, "Fifth gate, door of death, open." Simultaneously, a violent tempest of green energy erupted around him. Veins bulged on his forehead, his complexion grew increasingly flushed, and his gaze became unfocused. Zhao Hai was taken aback. How could this be the fifth gate? He recalled being swiftly defeated by Li of the first gate, and thus had naturally assumed that the third stage of Li Lok only opened the third gate. It dawned on him that it was his own weakness that rendered him unworthy of Li's full effort. Bai Mengyao, equally astonished, realized that the third stage of Li Lok could indeed access the door of death. It appeared that among the numerous challengers, only Luo Yu posed a genuine threat to Li Lok. However, with Li Lok's upper limit set at the door of death, the outcome now hung in suspense. As one who has cultivated the 8 gates of death to the door of death, Bai Mengyao understood the significant enhancement this provided to the human body. Until Luo Yu revealed his remaining cards, she dared not proclaim who held the greater odds of victory. In the challenge space, facing the formidable Li of the door of death, Luo Yu smiled serenely. Is this truly your limit? Despite his outward calm, he inwardly cursed the creator of this secret realm. Li of the door of death had arrived. Was this truly the difficulty level of a low-ranking ninja? No. He had to give it his all, otherwise, he might indeed face defeat. At that moment, Li of the door of death charged towards Luo Yu with blinding speed, leaving no trace but a whirlwind in his wake, shattering the solid ground beneath him. As he closed in on Luo Yu, the latter activated would release chaos of hell. Within him, the cells of Hashirama began to stir, birthing colossal trees that wildly expanded, incessantly devouring the dwindling space for Li of the door of death to survive. In his mind, the image of Rin resurfaced, her smile once again stirring profound emotions within Luo Yu, leading to a tumultuous surge of feelings. These emotional fluctuations stirred the kaleidoscope of divine might. Beneath the heavy canopy of towering trees, intricate patterns of ebony appeared in the right eye. In that fleeting moment, Duminli transformed into a bolt of lightning, flickering continuously in midair. During this time, countless massive trees that advanced towards him were shattered by an astonishing force, falling like withered leaves. Just as Duminli approached the heavily shielded Luo Yu, a surge of spatial distortion ensnared him instantly. In the blink of an eye, the immobilized Duminli was swept into the air, while numerous ever-growing trees seized the opportunity to close in, constricting him in the void. Struck mortally by the wood release, Duminli's illusion dissipated instantly. The spectators in the waiting area were left in utter shock. Was it over in a second? After all, the opponent was Duminli. They had anticipated a fierce battle of equals. Yet, once again, Luo Yu triumphed instantaneously. Something was amiss. They had all encountered Li Lok, some even bearing the fortunate imprint of Duminli's footsteps. Thus, they could well imagine the terror of Li Lok when he opened the fifth gate. Yet, such a formidable adversary had been defeated in an instant. This rendered those failures utterly mortified. Quite the contrary. It is not their weakness, but rather the exaggeration of Luo Yu, losing to such a behemoth. They felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. Fortunately, when Luo Yu activated his divine kaleidoscope, it was under the cover of numerous towering trees. Otherwise, had they discovered that Luo Yu possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, they might have simply given up. Zhao Hai began to boast among the crowd, praising the man who had narrowly defeated him, claiming he had not brought him any shame. However, the mere thought of a potential confrontation between the two at the exchange meeting caused him a pang of anxiety. How outrageous. Old Luo actually contemplated having others target Luo Yu at the exchange meeting. He could care less about others. He certainly had no intention of opposing Luo Yu again. Given the prowess Luo Yu had exhibited, he was undoubtedly a strong contender for the championship. For an elite genin to voluntarily concede points would be akin to wishing for his own early elimination. Xiao Ke gazed in astonishment at Bai Mengyao, marveling at her absurd would-release talent. Are you certain this young man has not absorbed the legacy of that esteemed figure? Bai Mengyao, taken aback, responded. Are you referring to the inheritance of Senju Hashirama? After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely shook her head. Impossible. Although Luo Yu's would release was formidable, it was imbued with a sense of slaughter, starkly contrasting with the benevolent methods of that esteemed figure. Congratulations to the challenger for overcoming the Chunin challenge. All challenges have been resolved, and the Earth Martial Arena will be open to the public. A cold voice echoed within the challenge space. It turned out that this secret realm was named the Earth Martial Arena. Luo Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the drainage system within the secret realm was restored, gradually expelling the accumulated water. The entire secret realm revealed its complete visage. Numerous mechanisms began to radiate with vibrant colors, showcasing their activated states. Attribute points 30. The rewards from Du Min Li were quite generous, yielding 3 wind demon apes directly. This also indirectly signifies the formidable challenge posed by Du Min Li, which is by no means trivial. Furthermore, the place where Du Min Li's illusion dissipated was left with a cluster of green radiance. This must be the reward for clearing the levels that Sister Mingyao mentioned. As Luo Yu approached, he was astonished to discover a complete inheritance of Li Lok, marked with a green quality. It was just the right item to upgrade the 8 gates of Duanjia. Contemplating this, Luo Yu casually placed the green inheritance into his storage scroll, intending to savor it at home later. After securing the Li Lok inheritance, a mysterious pattern composed of multiple diamonds materialized in the air. As Luo Yu drew near, the enigmatic design suddenly radiated light, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yu found himself transported back to the secret realm, standing before the diamond mechanism once more. At that moment, Xiao Ku and Bai Mingyao hurried over. Especially Xiao Ku, who wore a grateful expression, exclaimed, "Thanks to you. The task here has finally been accomplished. We can finally have a well-deserved rest. If such good fortune arises again, do come find me." Luo Yu chuckled lightly. He had thoroughly succumbed to the allure of the challenge rewards. The complete green inheritance was indeed delightful. Chapter 55, Facing the Exchange Conference in Perfect Condition. Xiao Yu, your talent is quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining our school? Bai Mingyao beamed as she extended an olive branch to Luo Yu. He nodded affirmatively. I intend to participate in the exchange conference precisely to further my studies at the Imperial Capital University. As the premier ninja university in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital University boasted abundant training resources and various esteemed instructors across different attributes, as well as senior students to assist. Of course, these attributes solely refer to the elemental chakra types. With so many attributes available for cultivation, it would be a waste not to utilize them. His goal was to master all 5 fundamental nature techniques, and then leverage the school's resources to elevate his ninjutsu ranks, allowing him to confidently declare to his adversaries, "Against me, who has replicated over 1,000 ninjutsu, you stand no chance." That is splendid. When you arrive at the Imperial University, I will have another charming junior to mentor. It will be much more convenient to guide you in physical techniques then. Bai Mingyao smiled gently. However, Luo Yu remained unconvinced. By that time, he would probably have other senior students of different attributes to accompany him. Simply instructing physical techniques might not fit into his schedule. But if it were about physical techniques, that would be a different story altogether. Nevertheless, the Imperial University only allotted 1 spot for students from a 3rd-tier city. The exchange conference included ninjas from 5 cities, resulting in only 5 available spots, which posed quite a challenge. Shao Ku chuckled, "But little brother, your chances are still considerable. Your competitors will mostly be Chunin. Generally speaking, average Chunin may not even be your match." Luo Yu smiled slightly. "In that case, I shall return to prepare for battle." With that, he readied himself to walk home. He had 8 gates to upgrade, and no time for idle chatter. Bai Mingyao, showing concern, inquired, "Isn't it quite far from here to your home? Do you need a ride?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes brightened. "If you have a car, why didn't you say so earlier?" His energy had been completely drained by the tumult of hell, and he truly did not wish to trek back home. Soon enough, half an hour passed. Luo Yu and Bai Mingyao were still racing along the roadside. "Is this what you call giving me a ride?" Luo Yu's tone was laced with exasperation. Bai Mingyao replied with a sweet smile, "This round trip is just perfect for my daily training quota. That way, I won't have to train anymore today." Luo Yu rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't it be better if you carried me?" Bai Mingyao shook her head in disappointment. "It seems you still have not grasped the essence of youth." As she spoke, her bright eyes ignited with fervor. "The sweat you shed is the essence of your youth. This joy is irreplaceable by others." Observing Bai Mingyao becoming increasingly animated, Luo Yu hastily changed the subject. By the way, since the arduous challenge of the secret realm was a collaborative triumph between you and Uncle Xiao, what about the Chunin level IAI Luo? At the mention of this, Bai Mengyao's expression turned grave in an instant. That is the work of the esteemed princess Jun Xianha. She is of similar age to you and has already attained the rank of elite Chunin, having successfully navigated the challenges posed by IAI Luo's illusions. Such is the foundation of a distinguished family. Is that the Jun family, renowned for its Uchiha legacy? It is no surprise that a ninja clan of such prominence in the imperial capital produces such exceptional descendants. Luo Yu contemplated silently, refraining from delving deeper. After an intense half-hour of running, Luo Yu arrived home, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Bai Mengyao, who had accompanied him, continued to exude vitality as she dashed off. Upon entering, the voice of Luo Qingyu resonated. "Xiao Yu, dinner will be ready shortly." As her words fell, Luo Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned icy upon seeing Luo Yu, drenched in sweat. "Why are you so soaked? What have you two been up to?" Sensing his sister teetering on the brink of fury, Luo Yu quickly explained, "I was running. I came straight back from the suburbs. A little sweat is reasonable, right? Running? Such a remark is rather dismissive, isn't it? Are you truly not pretending any longer?" Luo Qingyu's chest heaved with indignation, rendering her speechless. Subsequently, she sighed in exasperation, conceding, "Well, you have grown so much. It is only natural that you might succumb to the allure of the opposite sex. I suppose I have failed to appreciate your growth all along. Henceforth, I shall diligently nurture your vigilance, lest you fall prey to the advances of those outside." Luo Yu. Why does this sister lack such trust in herself? Troubled, Luo Yu returned to her bedroom, carefully securing the doors and windows. Immediately, she retrieved the green inheritance of Li Lok to upgrade it. The 8 gates of Duanjia leveled up by 1. In the next moment, Luo Yu felt as though her meridians had been unblocked, and the acupoint of the injury gate within her body became significantly more open. Unlike the previous 3 gates, this particular gate serves as a watershed for the 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening the first 3 gates merely results in increased physical fatigue, whereas activating the injury gate inflicts tangible harm on the body. Therefore, Luo Yu resolved to exercise restraint when utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia. For ordinary adversaries, she would only open the life gate, treating it as a means to gain a frenzied buff. In dire circumstances, she would resort to the subsequent gates. Otherwise, daily usage of the 8 gates would inevitably lead to physical debilitation over time. After formulating her plan for moderation, Luo Yu allocated the 30 points of attributes gained from the Du Gate explosion. Stamina, 131, 50, 131, 50. Chakra, 150, 100, 180, 100. Feeling a significant increase in her chakra reserves, Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief. With my current configuration, tomorrow's exchange meeting should be nearly assured. After a long day, she decided to indulge in a little excitement with a 648 boost. Little did Luo Qingyu anticipate that, despite her many precautions against external women, she would be unprepared for the paper doll girl. "Xiao Yu, dinner is ready. Come down to eat. Soon." Luo Qingyu's voice echoed from downstairs. Luo Yu hurriedly tucked away her phone and descended to dinner. Upon seeing her sister donning that black silk-made outfit once again, Luo Yu was taken aback. "Sister, didn't you say you were reluctant to wear that?" Luo Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's merely to help you build immunity against women outside. So I reluctantly wore it for you." Luo Yu smiled gently, noting that the outfit was becoming somewhat tiresome to behold. "I'll customize a few sets of cosplay outfits for you. You could dress as Kagaya, and it would certainly be exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu furrowed her brow. "Where did you find a new sister? Were you not instructed to maintain distance from other women?" "It's a virtual character, Luo Yu replied sheepishly. "However, since the timeline has already shifted, there should be no virtual character named Otsutsuki Kagaya in this world. From now on, keep your distance from those two-dimensional girls. They'll lead you astray," Luo Qingyu sternly warned. Yes. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, albeit perfunctorily. In her heart, she mused, "They are all my wives." The following day marked the occasion of the exchange meeting. Luo Yu arrived early at the Secret Realm's teleportation site. She noticed many renowned ninjas from Jiangli hurrying in her direction. It was a rare sight to witness such a grand assembly, clearly indicating that they too were participants in the exchange meeting. "Luo Yu, you indeed made it." As Luo Yu gazed around, a delicate voice captured his attention. Following the sound, he discovered it was Su Ying, the female boss who had taken his first task. At that moment, she still wore a red-patterned white mask. Su Ying's unexpected appearance took Luo Yu by surprise. After all, he had speculated that she belonged to the Su family and should be registered in the imperial capital, thus prohibited from attending events in other cities. Could it be that his intriguing conjecture was mistaken? Are you participating in the exchange meeting as well? Luo Yu inquired, astonished. Su Ying chuckled lightly. I ventured to provoke the wind demon ape solely to prepare for the exchange meeting. I undertook this task with the awareness that I might face death. To my astonishment, I hired you, a mere substitute, and you effortlessly dealt with the wind demon ape. Luo Yu humbly replied, You flatter me. I did exert some effort, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to unleash the fireball. Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, President Bai and Director Jiang emerged from the office within the secret realm. Upon seeing their figures, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Among the contestants present, who has already reached the Chunin level, President Bai inquired of the assembly. As his words echoed, 2 men and a woman proudly stepped forward from the crowd. Observing this, the other genin cast envious glances. These individuals were renowned young talents of Jiangli, having attained the Chunin rank before the age of 30. Even if they were to falter in the exchange meeting, exceptional performances could still grant them opportunities to advance to other prestigious institutions, ensuring a bright future. However, Jiangli boasted more than just these 3 Chunin. Nevertheless, the exchange meeting was fundamentally a friendly competition aimed at allocating resources to promising young talents. Contestants over the age of 30 were disqualified. Otherwise, should the age limit be lifted, Jiangli, as a well-established powerhouse among Tier 3 cities, would be exceedingly unconcerned. President Bai had no need to dip into his own pockets to offer fragments of the great and ancient legacy as bait. At this moment, Su Ying also stepped forward with poise. Luo Yu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He recalled that during their last encounter, Su Ying was merely at the 3rd tier of the lower realm. So swiftly, they have ascended to the rank of Chunin? It appears that the fragments of the Qing heritage, along with the power of the Shintai stone, have played a significant role, for Chunin are somewhat better than expected. President Bai, with a complex expression, nodded thoughtfully. If we include Luo Yu, this extraordinary talent, the total would amount to 5 units of Chunin combat power. According to the intelligence he has gathered, other cities boast 7 or 8 units of Chunin strength. It seems imperative to continue urging the Jiangli family to expedite the elevation of their younger generation to Chunin status. We must strive to present them at the exchange meeting in a few years to bolster Jiangli's standing. Lost in contemplation, President Bai spoke again, among you, who has officially passed the Chunin certification. Upon this inquiry, only Su Ying and another man remained among the 4 ninjas. The criteria for Chunin status dictate that one must possess chakra and physical strength of at least 500 and master a minimum of 2 one-star ninjutsu, one of which must be of intermediate difficulty. Nonetheless, even with these qualifications, one must also pass a practical examination, typically involving the completion of a C-rank mission. Of course, one may opt to elevate the difficulty to obtain a special rating badge. However, the Jiangli Association's authority is limited to bronze level. To increase the assessment's difficulty, an application must first be submitted to the higher authorities, akin to this year's Jiangli internship evaluation. Ultimately, only upon receiving official Chunin certification will their prowess be acknowledged. Otherwise, it holds little value. Director Jiang, the second-dimensional veteran, sighed inwardly. The talent is waning. Is this the price of drawing the SSR character, Luo Yu? Indeed, this year we are far stronger than other cities. To uplift morale, President Bai calmly stated, for every time he says this, numerous adorable individuals believe wholeheartedly. For the future of Jiangli, does everyone have confidence in clinching the championship? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. After all, if Jiangli achieves a commendable ranking, the higher-ups will allocate more resources, which will ultimately benefit them. Whether in completing tasks or participating in Jiangli Association activities, the rewards will be considerably more abundant. Thus, at this moment, they are united in purpose. Luo Yu, too, possesses genuine confidence. Soon, everyone followed President Bai to the first teleportation site. After placing their ninja badges on the scanner and confirming their identities as registrants, they were directly teleported, with the instrument displaying the destination as the secret realm of the Forsaken Forest. Before long, it was Luo Yu's turn. After his identity was verified, a flash appeared before him, and he quickly found himself at the periphery of a dense forest. Behind him, A transparent view was visible from a distance. But as one approached, a semi-transparent blue barrier became apparent. This must be the fringes of the secret realm. Before me stands a colossal shuriken statue, emblazoned with the emblem of the flying thunder god. Not only the ninjas from Jiangli, but also those from other cities have gathered before the shuriken statue. Soon, the leaders of the 5 cities convened for a casual conversation. Is that not old Bai? I heard that this year, due to the exceptional talent from Jiangli, you specifically applied for the silver-level apprenticeship assessment. Why bother with that? Talent cannot be rushed. In our day, Jiangli was at the top year after year, leaving us quite envious. Do not say that. Jiangli has indeed produced someone who has earned a silver badge. I know. It is that genius ninja skilled in fire release. Is he also attending the exchange meeting? Observing the tacit exchanges among the leaders, President Bai shot a glare at President Luo, his teeth clenched. It is all this old Luo's fault for spreading such rumors. Yet, it may work to our advantage. If they associate the prowess in fire release with Luo Yu, they might find themselves in for quite a surprise. This, conversely, amplifies Luo Yu's chances of clinching the championship. Standing nearby, Luo Yu was somewhat taken aback by the conversation of the presidents. Could it be that Zhao Hai had not informed President Luo of his performance during the Secret Realm Challenge? If indeed a certain adorable individual had fallen prey to false information and was subsequently dealt with by his own wooden techniques, President Luo's reputation among his peers would be utterly tarnished. At that moment, from the encampment on the outskirts of the forest, a middle-aged man clad in a black coat emerged, his face marred by a terrifying scar. Following closely behind him were 10 elite shinobi adorned in deep green vests, their expressions solemn. Among them was Bai Mengyao, an acquaintance of Luo Yu. Silence. The scarred man's gruff voice resonated, sweeping through the gathering like a tempest. Instantly, all present were taken aback. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound stillness, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Even the leaders, who had been engaged in casual conversation, displayed signs of trepidation. Isn't that Li Tai from the ninja clan? Although he has merely absorbed the green legacy, he is undeniably a formidable ninja, renowned throughout the ninja world. His abilities, bestowed by his heritage, render him exceptionally suited for interrogation. Many recalcitrant rogue ninjas have succumbed to his brutal methods, becoming utterly forthcoming, which has contributed to his fame. If anyone resorts to using scientific ninja tools to cheat in this competition, the consequences will surely be dire. I am Li Tai, the head of this exchange event. And now I shall announce the rules for the first round of the competition. In total, there are 356 participants in this exchange. Prior to the commencement of the competition, 206 will receive the Earth Scroll. As he spoke, Li Tai retrieved a jet black scroll from his pocket and displayed it for all to see. 100 others will possess the Human Scroll, while the final 50 will hold the Heaven Scroll. You must engage in a fierce battle to acquire all 3 types of scrolls and reach the towering structure in the center of the forest to pass the first round. Subsequently, scientific ninja tools equipped with mapping functionalities will be distributed to you. During the competition, you may press the forfeit button as needed, and the scientific tools will teleport you to the tower via Flying Thunder God. Upon Li Tai's conclusion, the event staff began distributing the scientific tools to the participants. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. The rules bore a striking resemblance to the Chunin exams. Was it merely a coincidence? However, unlike the uniquely focused Luo Yu, many ninjas were filled with dread. Only 50 participants would be allowed to advance in the first round. What kind of brutal format was this? The intensity had escalated far beyond previous years. In the past, one could at least secure a safety net. Now, only those of Chunin caliber dared to guarantee their passage through the first round. As this thought crossed their minds, many water-style ninjas cast their gazes towards Luo Yu. They had heard that he had just graduated from his apprenticeship. Although he was a silver elite, he only mastered the great fireball technique. It seemed they were sorry. They were up against an elite. Feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, Luo Yu was left speechless. It appeared that the information provided by the old head was indeed limited to his proficiency in fire techniques. Even if he had mentioned that his fire techniques could easily outmatch Zhao Hai or that Jiang Li's confidentiality was lacking, it was unlikely that he would attract such attention from so many. It seemed that the old head had deliberately played with words in providing information, aiming to divert attention towards himself and assist the 7 Han ninjas in eliminating more competitors. In the aftermath, other city ninjas would find it difficult to hold him accountable, for he truly excelled in fire techniques. Just how proficient he was, well, that would depend on their conjectures. Meanwhile, President Luo observed the scene with a knowing smile. This year's competition format was indeed unexpected. The subtle maneuvers employed when divulging intelligence can indeed grant the 7 beach ninjas a considerable advantage. By the time the ninjas from other cities have been dealt with by Luo Yu, they can casually dispatch a Chunin to handle him. The scene is simply exquisite. A well-laid plan indeed. As thoughts swirled in his mind, President Luo approached a ninja clad in a conical hat and a rain cape, whispering furtively. Upon hearing President Luo's words, the ninja cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yu before shifting his gaze to Zhao Hai beside him. "Young man, have you not always harbored grievances over your defeat to Luo Yu?" he inquired. "I shall offer you an opportunity to redeem yourself. When the match commences, you shall face Luo Yu in a one-on-one duel. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, I shall intervene." Zhao Hai merely scoffed. "Who says I am not convinced? He defeated me fair and square with sheer skill. I am utterly in awe." With that, he turned his back and strode away to collect scientific ninja tools and scrolls, leaving President Luo and the hat-clad man in a state of bewilderment. This fellow used to be quite audacious, proudly declaring himself the invincible little of the ninja realm. Yet now, he appears to have transformed into a timid creature. Has the shark turned into a turtle? Soon, all participants received their scrolls and scientific ninja tools. Luo Yu was bestowed with the rarest of the celestial scrolls. He observed that it was not only him. Nearly all ninjas adorned with the Chunin emblem were also granted the celestial scroll. The additional scrolls were likely intended for elite lower ninjas like himself. This seems to be a means of circumventing the advanced ninjas from engaging in battle prematurely. Simultaneously, it implies that the other genin must defeat a nin or an already victorious genin in order to advance through the first round. From the moment he acquired the scroll, he was under the scrutiny of numerous individuals. Now, upon discovering that he possesses the extraordinarily rare Heaven Scroll, it is likely that many are eagerly anticipating their chance. After all, on the surface, compared to other elite genin whose abilities remain unknown, he is the weakest among the owners of the Heaven Scroll. Once the competition commences, the scientific ninja tools in your possession will enter a 1-minute countdown. Engaging in battle before the countdown concludes will be deemed a violation, resulting in disqualification. After Li Tai finished his explanation, Luo Yu immediately comprehended the situation. This regulation is intended to prevent a chaotic melee from erupting at the outskirts of the forest. Such unpredictability would hinder the selection of the most formidable and qualified candidates. "I hereby declare the 5th City Exchange Conference officially commenced," Li Tai announced with authority. Following his proclamation, numerous participants dashed towards the forest, their scientific ninja tools springing forth to display the countdown timer. Observing the once crowded periphery now vacated in an instant, Li Tai solemnly approached the 5 presidents. "Esteemed presidents, please proceed to the high tower to rest and await the commencement of the next round of competition." With this directive, the staff on either side presented the presidents with their exclusive scientific ninja tools. These tools allowed for 3 uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, with the coordinates set to the central tower of the Forest of Death. After stating this, Li Tai was the first to activate his wrist-mounted scientific tool, teleporting to the monitoring room within the tower. There, numerous staff members donned helmet-like devices. Once activated, hundreds of sand eyes emerged above the Forest of Death, hovering over each participant, meticulously observing their every move. Meanwhile, 10 elite jonins swiftly navigated behind the competitors, their earlobes implanted with miniature earpieces, maintaining constant communication with the monitoring team. Should any potential danger arise, the jonin, acting as examiners, would promptly appear at the scene to avert fatalities while also documenting the performance of exceptional participants. Their assessments could significantly influence the overall rankings of the competitors. As others busied themselves, President Luo chuckled, "Let us proceed to the tower and await the good news from the young men." President Bai was acutely aware of his ulterior motives. However, with Jiang Li and Luo Yu present, he remained unfazed. In the Forest of Death, dense trees loomed overhead, obscuring the sky. Upon entering the forest, most participants cautiously dispersed. Yet, Luo Yu activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, effortlessly surveying the surroundings for hundreds of meters, and was dismayed to find over 30 individuals trailing behind him. After weaving through the trees for a while, it seemed that many had concluded that the fierce competition for Luo Yu's coveted heavenly scroll was too intense. Consequently, a considerable number abandoned their pursuit of this seemingly free prize. Only a dozen or so continued to cling to their ambitions. After all, Seizing the heavenly scroll from other formidable competitors posed a formidable challenge. They reasoned that it would be more prudent to contend with the lower-ranked ninja for Luo Yu's scroll. Unbeknownst to them, the greatest threat was not posed by other competitors, but rather by Luo Yu himself. Chapter 58. Refund. As the countdown concluded, Luo Yu navigated towards the heart of the forest, where a thick mist suddenly enveloped the surrounding area. The signature technique of water-style ninjas, the mist concealment technique, was both practical and easy to master. Given that so many had come to bestow scrolls upon him, I shall graciously accept. Luo Yu paused on a tree, revealing a hint of a cruel smile. At that moment, a radical Chunin swiftly launched an attack, invoking the technique of water release, water chaos wave. From within the mist, a powerful torrent of water surged forth. Luo Yu smiled knowingly. In the act of unleashing his technique, the ninja had inadvertently revealed his position. Fire release, great fireball technique. With merely a single-handed seal, the searing great fireball instantly evaporated the oncoming water chaos wave, continuing its relentless advance towards the source of the water. The Chunin transformed into a water sprite, who had unleashed the water chaos wave, immediately sensed a dramatic rise in temperature surrounding him. A blinding flash of fire enveloped his vision, leaving the water ninja with a tingling sensation of dread. He had initiated the water chaos wave, yet Luo Yu had managed to counter it with astonishing swiftness. The speed of this sealing technique is nothing short of terrifying. What is most outrageous is that my water jutsu falters before the opponent's great fireball, unable to maintain its form, and is directly pushed into my face. So this is what it means to be adept at fire techniques. I had expected merely a couple of minor fire jutsus to suffice. Does old Luo have a problem with expressing himself? While cursing inwardly, the water-style ninja hastily clicked to forfeit the match. Suddenly, chakra surged from the scientific ninja tools on his arm. Just before the great fireball reached him, the tools activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting him to the mark at the tower ahead. However, this also meant his elimination, due to the special material of the scroll distributed before the match. It could not be transported by the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, the scroll fell to the ground, helplessly awaiting the onslaught of the great fireball. As Luo Yu approached the end of the fireball's trajectory, he initially believed the scroll had turned to ashes. To his surprise, apart from some signs of being singed, the scroll remained largely intact. He could faintly discern that it was the Earth Scroll. He wondered if these marks would have any impact. After securing the Earth Scroll, Luo Yu glanced back at the other followers concealed within the woods. Thankfully, with so many companions, acquiring a new Earth Scroll would be a trivial matter. Nevertheless, it would be best to avoid using fire techniques whenever possible. As the mist dissipated due to the loss of chakra, Luo Yu activated his three-tomo Sharingan, pinpointing the locations of all surrounding ninjas. He then treaded backward along the branches. At that moment, those ninjas who had been targeting Luo Yu, witnessing the fate of the one who stood out, began to realize their precarious situation. After all, none among them possessed even the level of a Chunin. They had merely hoped to capitalize on their elemental advantages and seize the heavenly scroll. Yet, Luo Yu's great fireball had already wreaked havoc upon their water techniques, shattering their confidence. Just as many water-style ninjas turned to seek other targets, the Hashirama cells in Luo Yu's arm stirred, producing a sharp branch at its tip. With a casual flick, the branch flew like a javelin, striking a water-style genin in the thigh with perfect parabolic precision. The momentum drove the genin directly into the tree. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the vicinity. A flock of birds perched on the branches, startled by the cry, took to the skies in a frenzy. Equally panicked were the other water-style genin following Luo Yu. Upon witnessing their comrade impaled upon the tree, their faces turned ashen. It was the interplanting technique. Luo Yu had mastered such a merciless wood-style ninjutsu, something President Luo had never mentioned to them. Damn. Initially, they had only harbored suspicions. But now they were certain they had been used as pawns by old Luo. With Luo Yu now targeting them, a singular thought consumed their minds. Flee. Just as they made their move, Luo Yu had already arrived before the genin pinned to the tree. Wait, Luo Yu. I too have merely been exploited by that old fool, President Luo. If it comes to the worst, I shall relinquish the scroll to you. Just let me go. The lower ninja's face was etched with terror, as he believed there might still be a chance for redemption. Damn, it is all due to that information merchant, President Luo, that now everyone can call out their own name. Discontent brewed within him. Contemplating this, Luo Yu gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "President Luo has wronged you. I shall certainly ensure you confront him." As the words left his lips, the branches on his arm began to writhe, inching towards the lower ninja's throat. With no other choice, the lower ninja surrendered. Another earth scroll? Luo Yu furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction as he retrieved the lower ninja's scroll. He then cast a penetrating gaze towards the few fleeing lower ninjas nearby. Once they entered 100 meters, Luo Yu's grafting technique would strike true every time. His aim consistently pierced the target's thigh, ensuring they lost their ability to flee before he sought out the next target. It was only after he had affixed all pursuers to the trees that Luo Yu would proceed to collect the scrolls one by one. The insight of the Sharingan, coupled with the long-range strikes of the grafting technique, proved to be an unstoppable combination. The lower-ranked ninjas, of equal standing, found themselves utterly defenseless before Luo Yu, succumbing to an overwhelming assault. As the seemingly innocuous Luo Yu drew nearer, the ninjas, gripped by terror, hastily pressed the withdrawal button. What a cunning scheme by old Luo. He had successfully misled them into provoking a creature like Luo Yu. It is no wonder that Luo Yu was assigned to the Celestial Scroll. The organizing committee for the exchange event was dispatched by the headquarters of the association. They undoubtedly possessed the authority to bypass the Jiangli Association and access information about Luo Yu. How infuriating. I must seek retribution from old Luo. Fuming with indignation, they reluctantly allowed the Flying Thunder God to whisk them away. Luo Yu watched them depart, while he meticulously gathered the remaining 8 scrolls. Having confirmed that they contained the scrolls of those in need, he hummed a cheerful tune and proceeded towards the heart of the Forbidden Forest, guided by the map. Shortly after Luo Yu's departure, a bewildered Jonin appeared, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness! This kid's grafting technique is astonishingly proficient. He clearly is a seasoned craftsman." At this moment, a miniature communicator implanted in his earlobe transmitted Li Tai's voice. "Stop lamenting and keep your focus sharp. Luo Yu and his companions are our primary subjects of surveillance. In addition to assessing his performance, we must ensure that no casualties occur on his side." As they navigated through the forest, the Jonin expressed confusion. "I find it hard to believe that the individuals here pose any real threat to him." Li Tai retorted sternly, "Nonsense. What I mean is that you should keep a close watch on Luo Yu and ensure he doesn't accidentally kill anyone." "Understood." The Jonin nodded in agreement. He had observed the ease with which Luo Yu dispatched numerous water-style genin. Thus he was acutely aware of the potential danger he posed. Meanwhile, the many genin eliminated by Luo Yu were swiftly transported to the medical room in the high tower via the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing their severe injuries, several medical jonin immediately employed healing techniques to mend their wounds. Before long, their injuries had healed completely. A few of the injured inquired of the beautiful medical jonin in charge. "Excuse me, where are the leaders?" The enchanting jonin pointed to the ceiling. "They are in the conference room above, enjoying tea." At this, the medical room buzzed with activity. Refund. R&M. Chapter 59. A fair contest. Shao Ka vs. Shao Tu. In the depths of the desperate forest, within the high tower's third-floor conference room, 5 leaders were savoring their fine Longjing tea. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "Old Luo, come out and refund us. We paid only to become cannon fodder, did we?" Upon hearing this, President Bai wore a look of amusement, remarking, "Old Luo, it seems those young fellows have come looking for you." With an air of confidence, President Luo smiled slightly, suspecting there had been a misunderstanding. "Today's youth are so impetuous. Allow me to address them. I shall surely win their hearts and minds." With that, President Luo calmly opened the door. "What brings you all to seek me, Luo?" The crowd surged forward. "You informed us that Luo Yu excels in fire release. Yet his fire release merely evaporated water release. Moreover, his technique of cutting and inserting is remarkably adept. Within 100 meters, his arrows never miss. We were like fledglings, pinned to the trees by his insertion technique. What further explanation can you provide?" President Luo began to respond. "He excels in fire release. I have not misspoken." However, as he delved deeper into the explanation, he suddenly recalled that Luo Yu was also proficient in wood release, a fact he was previously unaware of. Logically, given his high mastery of fire release, one would expect him to be lacking in other areas. Yet, he not only possessed wood release, but his proficiency in it equaled that of his fire release skills. President Luo began to feel anxious. He had dispatched Lu Yishe to eliminate Luo Yu. Though not the strongest of the 7 waves, he was nonetheless a talent diligently nurtured by the Lu family and had recently passed the Chunin certification. Even if Luo Yu were adept and would release, it shouldn't lead to such an upheaval, should it? Doubt gnawed at his heart. Who would have thought? Do you truly believe us to be Navi? Why has no one among the 7 waves ever kept an eye on Luo Yu from the start? Indeed, Zhao Hai, the prodigy of water released from the 7 waves, looked upon Luo Yu as if he were a specter. Were we, the people from the other 3 cities, foolishly rushing in to be beaten? You must know Luo Yu possesses some hidden strength, and you provided his true intelligence analysis to your people. That is why they dared not recklessly engage him. Listening to the crowd's analysis, the presidents of Bohai City, Hanggu City, and Qiushan City could no longer remain passive. A thin, elderly man wearing round sunglasses coldly snorted. Old Luo, my old friend, after all these years, do you dare deceive us in Bohai? I cannot speak for others, but you must promptly refund our Bohai ninjas and offer an apology. The other 2 presidents stood up, equally furious, declaring, we too demand the same. In a harmonious society, let us discuss this matter calmly. Chairman Bai feigned a tone of earnest concern, yet inwardly, he was brimming with amusement. Under the persistent insistence of the crowd, Chairman Luo found himself refunding money and offering profuse apologies, thereby disrupting the long-standing camaraderie within the circle of chairmen. The other chairmen cast him disapproving glances, abandoning their unfinished cups of Longjing tea and departing with cold expressions. The assembled crowd, having received their refunds, grumbled as they made their way back to the medical room to check on the beloved sister Shinobi. At that moment, Chairman Luo felt as if he had consumed a particularly distressing delicacy. Old Luo, do not take it to heart. After all these years, who among us is unaware of your character? Chairman Bai remarked with a playful smile. But this is our Zhao Hai's first participation in the exchange meeting, and our information has been kept under wraps quite well. How did they learn of his proficiency in water style? Chairman Luo inquired with a hint of significance. Chairman Bai, dismissive, sipped his tea and replied, a few days ago, while we were playing mahjong together, I inadvertently let it slip. Upon hearing this, Chairman Luo's mouth twitched. It seemed that he could only hope that Lu Yishu would not falter, for should he face a complete failure against old Bai today, it would likely leave a lasting psychological scar. Meanwhile, on another front, Luo Yu drew ever closer to the towering objective. During this period, although he encountered some adversaries attempting to seize the scrolls, they were merely low-ranking ninjas, almost all eliminated by Luo Yu utilizing his grafting technique. Consequently, his storage scroll contained over 20 competition scrolls, and he had accrued 36 unallocated attribute points. However, Luo Yu refrained from hastily allocating these points to elevate his basic attributes to the second tier of a low-ranking ninja, thereby claiming the level rewards. Currently, the quantity and drop rate of attribute points from defeating low-ranking opponents had significantly diminished. Should he advance to the second tier, the benefits would undoubtedly decline further. Given that his current adversaries posed little threat, it seemed prudent to bide his time. Just as Luo Yu contemplated this, within the perceptive range of his Sharingan, he spotted a man beneath a straw hat poised elegantly upon a branch, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. According to the observations of his Sharingan, the man possessed an impressive 500 chakra, indicating that he might very well be of the middle-ranking ninja level. To preempt any potential water-style ninja who could counter the Sharingan with mist techniques, Luo Yu approached the man cautiously. He recalled how Zabuza had once used mist techniques to confound Kakashi's Sharingan, only for the latter to counter with a tracking ninja dog. He wondered if transforming Akatsuki's Obito into a ninja dog would yield similar results. You must be Luo Yu, the man in the straw hat remarked. A relaxed smile gracing his features as Luo Yu drew closer. He was Lu Yishu, dispatched by President Luo to eliminate Luo Yu. His calm demeanor stemmed from his formidable strength. Not only had he reached the middle-ranking ninja level, but he also possessed a green inheritance obtained through his family's considerable resources. Young Kakashi, moreover, he had fortuitously acquired a matching set of green ninja tools, the White Fang, within the middle-ranking secret realm. Thus, even upon learning that Luo Yu had completely dominated Zhao Hai, he remained unfazed. Luo Yu spoke coolly. With your prowess, you must have gathered 3 scrolls by now. Why delay entering the tower? Are you waiting for me? Lu Yishu replied with an elegant smile. Unfortunately, President Luo is rather meticulous and insisted I eliminate you here. While I hold you in high regard, my family shares a close relationship with him, and I must comply with this request. You are indeed formidable. But allowing you to advance to the next round would be detrimental to Chihan, so I regret having to do this. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. You seem quite confident in arranging my fate. What inheritance do you possess? Luo Yu, with a touch of pride, puffed out his chest. Fortunately, I merely absorbed Kakashi's inheritance. Hearing this, Luo Yu swiftly directed his gaze beneath the cloak, searching for the man's eyes. Where was the Sharingan? In the original narrative, didn't Obito gift his left Sharingan to Kakashi as a token for his promotion to Jonin? He pondered whether reclaiming the Sharingan of Kakashi's heir could unlock Susanoo. Kakashi's inheritance? Where is your Sharingan? Luo Yu inquired directly. Although I possess a green card with a limited comprehension of ninjutsu and lack the Sharingan, I am not deficient in chakra. When paired with the exclusive ninja tool, the White Fang, it proves more advantageous than the blue Kakashi legacy for shinobi below the rank of Jonin. After all, during the Chunin period, chakra is quite scarce, and an unshuttable Sharingan becomes a detrimental asset. Luo Yu patiently elucidated this to Luo Yu. Being a Chunin, he felt a twinge of guilt for targeting Luo Yu, a Genin. Thus, he endeavored to satiate Luo Yu's thirst for knowledge before his elimination. Chapter 60. Barehanded reception of Chidori in the supervisory group. Li Tai observed the screen as Luo Yu and Luo Yu were poised for an intense confrontation. He promptly instructed an aide to retrieve Luo Yu's profile. Since Luo Yu had only recently been certified as a first-tier Chunin, he was not among the most formidable participants in this batch, thus failing to capture Li Tai's attention earlier. Upon receiving the 2 pages of information from his subordinate, Li Tai glanced over them. Luo Yu was indeed a talented individual, yet encountering Luo Yu in the first round was rather unfortunate. With a soft sigh, Li Tai returned to his seat. His aide added that, based on their earlier conversation, it appeared Luo Yu had sought out a duel with Luo Yu. Otherwise, he would have likely advanced past the first round. At this remark, Li Tai fell into a contemplative silence. In favorable winds, one sails smoothly. In adverse winds, one must cast their nets. This seems rather unwise. Meanwhile, it is along the inevitable path to the tower. Luo Yu, somewhat impatient, declared, I have answered all your questions. Will you voluntarily concede, or shall I take action? His intentions were not malicious. He simply wished to avoid harming Luo Yu. After all, he had been diligently cultivating the 2.5-star rated lightning ninjutsu, Chidori, for these past few days. This ninjutsu possesses immense power, yet its release is exceedingly challenging to control. Consequently, even though its difficulty level is akin to that of the forbidden technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu, it does not receive high accolades. Should one truly unleash the Chidori, the situation could spiral out of control, which led to Luo Yu sustaining grave injuries. With a grin, Luo Yu remarked, you take action. With that, his gaze sharpened, and he proclaimed, first gate, open. Instantly, the limitations of his cerebral domain were lifted, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from within him. The 8 gates technique. Luo Yu expressed mild astonishment. Although it was merely the first gate, the opening gate, it was significant, as only the green-clad Li Rock or Might Guy successors, endowed with corresponding fragments of comprehension, could attain such mastery. For an ordinary ninja, mastering the 8 gates technique remains a formidable challenge. President Luo had previously mentioned that during his battle with Zhao Hai, Luo Yu had employed the 2-star body technique, the Leaf Whirlwind. This physical technique, even when imbibing the legacy of Rock Lee, remains elusive. It appears he has likely absorbed the inheritance of Might Guy. Otherwise, mastering such formidable body art during the Chunin period would be exceedingly challenging. Not to be underestimated, I must approach this with utmost seriousness. Luo Yu smiled serenely, revealing the hand concealed beneath his cloak, firmly gripping a sharp short blade. Luo Yu, captivated by the sight, recognized that the blade was indeed the heirloom left by Kakashi's father in the original tale, White Fang. However, in this world, one could procure fragments of this green ninja tool through exploration of certain Chunin secret realms. Much like the legacy fragments, gathering 10 pieces would allow one to forge the true White Fang. It is said that Kakashi's successor could wield it to execute the special technique, White Lightning Blade. Hence, young Kakashi should be no exception. After all, he is a Chunin, endowed with the green legacy and the enhancements of the green ninja tool. Luo Yu dared not grow complacent. As he activated the first gate, he emulated Li's combat style from the secret realm challenges. He swiftly circled Luo Yu, seeking an opening. He could sense that after opening the first gate, his strength and speed had reached parity with Luo Yu, who had just stepped into the first tier of Chunin, perhaps even slightly surpassing him. Luo Yu was evidently aware of the might of the 8 gates. He concentrated his chakra upon the blade's edge, and White Fang, bathed in a luminescent glow, struck towards Luo Yu with a fierce momentum, stirring a tempestuous gust. This is the exclusive secret technique of White Fang, the White Light Blade. In the next instant, 3 tomo appeared in Luo Yu's pupils. The sweeping motion of Luo Yu was instantly deciphered by the Sharingan. Konoha's Gale. Anticipating the trajectory of White Fang's blade, Luo Yu executed a spinning kick that struck Luo Yu's wrist, causing White Fang to be kicked from his grasp. Luo Yu clutched his wrist with his other hand, his expression contorted in pain. After all, even though Luo Yu controlled the force, the expected pain lingered due to his mastery of advanced 2-star body techniques. Sharingan. What other hidden cards do you possess? Luo Yu winced not only from the pain in his hand, but also from a prickling sensation at the back of his head. What information did President Luo provide to him? Wasn't it merely a matter of winning with a single fireball? The 8 Gates technique was one thing, but now the Sharingan was also in play. The 8 Gates allowed Luo Yu to match his physical prowess with that of a Chunin. While the Sharingan countered White Fang's offensive, truly, he felt cursed by fate. He had initially believed victory was assured and was already contemplating the second round. Now, a flicker of despair washed over him. As someone heavily relied upon by his family, the thought of faltering in the first round was unbearable. He simply could not afford to lose. Determined, Luo Yu concentrated high-intensity lightning-release chakra in his palm. The crackling electricity emitted a piercing noise reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping. Chidori. The lightning surged through his hand like a bolt of thunder as Luo Yu charged towards Luo Yu. However, the astute Sharingan had already seen through everything. Congratulations, host. You've comprehended Chidori LV0. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy within. At last, he had acquired a lightning-release ninjutsu. Moreover, it was the A-rank difficulty Chidori. The only drawback of Chidori was its necessity for rapid movement to close the distance to the opponent. This speed could lead to a lack of clarity regarding the opponent's actions. With the assistance of the Sharingan, this flaw could be effectively mitigated. Just as Luo Yu reveled in his newfound ability, Luo Yu's Chidori was already upon him, poised to pierce through Luo Yu's form. Nearby, observing the two combatants, Chunin approached, ready to intervene. He assumed Luo Yu was about to falter. However, Luo Yu remained unperturbed, calmly utilizing immense strength to precisely grasp the portion of Luo Yu's forearm that was not enveloped in lightning. Under the pressure of his grip, Luo Yu's arm experienced excruciating pain, causing the lightning that coalesced in his palm to dissipate. Through the combined effects of the 8 Gates and Sharingan, Luo Yu had astonishingly countered Chidori with bare hands. The Chunin who had rushed in was taken aback. As a Chunin himself, he had some understanding of the renowned lightning release technique, yet he was unaware of the existence of a technique to catch Chidori barehanded. The key was how impressive it looked. In the regulatory room, Li Tai found himself momentarily stunned before the screen. Although he was familiar with Luo Yu's background, he never anticipated that Luo Yu would dare to catch 1,000 birds with his bare hands. It is well known that while the 1,000 birds has its flaws, it also possesses remarkable strengths, renowned for its extraordinary penetrating power, earning the nickname 5 Books of Penetration. A slight misjudgment in the angle at which Luo Yu executed the catch could have resulted in dire consequences. At this moment, however, the one under the most pressure was Luo Yu. Watching Luo Yu effortlessly catch the 1,000 birds left him utterly bewildered. For this exchange meeting, he had painstakingly cultivated the 1,000 birds to a minor success, intending to use it as a trump card in subsequent encounters with other Chunin. Was Luo Yu truly able to unravel it so easily? This was unacceptable. Should he concede defeat, or would he risk having his arm broken? As he restrained Luo Yu's arm, Luo Yu flashed a benevolent smile. Luo Yu instinctively nodded, his gaze drifting helplessly towards the nearby Chunin. My hands are injured. Could you possibly assist me? Chapter 61. The mysterious Triple Crown holder. You must achieve an excellent result in the upcoming rounds. With tears welling in his eyes, Luo Yu looked at Luo Yu while retrieving the white tooth embedded in the ground. It would be best to eliminate a few of the favorites for the championship, so I can justify my performance to my family. If Luo Yu were to eliminate him, only to then perform inadequately and face further elimination, he would have no excuse to appease his clan. Nonetheless, given the prowess Luo Yu had displayed, reaching the top should not pose a challenge. Luo Yu smiled knowingly. Rest assured, out of respect for your lineage, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Respect for lineage? Could it be that Luo Yu was an admirer of Kakashi? After all, those secret realms that feature legacies also tend to unearth archaeological documents, some of which reveal information and depictions of these otherworldly ninjas. Consequently, Such ninjas attract a following, with some fans choosing to align themselves with a particular ninja's legacy out of admiration. As Luo Yu contemplated Luo Yu's words, the Nin who had been trailing him pressed the forfeit button on his behalf. In an instant, the flying thunder god technique whisked him away, leaving several scrolls scattered on the ground. Attribute points 30. The system notification rang out as Luo Yu departed. Luo Yu was taken aback. Indeed, Nin were worthy of their rank, directly rewarded with 30 attribute points. Delightful. Be cautious. Do not attempt to catch the 1,000 birds with your bare hands in the future. It would be undesirable if young children witnessed and tried to imitate it. The esteemed Chunin, after imparting a lesson to Luo Yu, retreated once more. Initially, he had come to rescue Luo Yu, only to find that Luo Yu had been eliminated instead. However, Luo Yu was indeed a valuable asset, having already gathered 3 scrolls, yet ultimately fell victim to his own downfall. Luo Yu cast a glance at the materials required for upgrading Chidori. The prerequisites for Chidori's enhancement include Ninja Scroll 01 or the Legacy Fragment 01 of the youthful Kakashi. Upon realizing this, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Leaf Village's Gale of Might, classified as a 2-star technique, merely necessitates the Ninja Book and the White Legacy Fragment of Rock Lee. The rating of Chidori is merely 2.5 stars, comparable to the Might Guy's Fierce Wind technique. However, the materials required have escalated significantly, now on par with 3-star ninjutsu. Fortunately, when he advanced to the first tier of a Chunin, he still possessed the ninja scrolls he had acquired. Initially intended for the advanced mastery of the Great Fireball technique, they now serve perfectly for the entry-level Chidori. After all, being linked to the Sharingan, Chidori can unleash the might of a 3-star ninjutsu. Moreover, as a lightning release technique, it is essential for him to acquire a modicum of every elemental ninjutsu, enabling him to exploit elemental weaknesses against various foes. He had contemplated saving the ninja scrolls for further observation, especially since he could learn numerous ninjutsu through battles at the exchange meeting with other ninjas. Yet, the allure of Chidori was irresistible. He found himself unable to restrain his hands. Chidori level increased by 1. In the next moment, theoretical knowledge regarding the release of Chidori surged into Luo Yu's mind like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he began to generate lightning chakra. As he felt the resonance of lightning within him, a look of satisfaction spread across Luo Yu's face. To advance from level 1 to level 2, the materials required remained unchanged. Thus, he had no choice but to expend his stored attribute points to upgrade to the second tier of Chunin and receive the ninja scrolls. After eliminating other Chunin, he retained 36 attribute points, with Luo Yu holding 30. Stamina, 131, 50. Chakra, 180, 100, disregarding the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, as long as both values reach 150. It meets the system's criteria. Luo Yu promptly utilized all available attribute points. Stamina, 131, 50, 161, 50. Chakra, 180, 100, 216, 100, although his chakra now falls within the scope of a 3rd-tier Chunin. Considering the Hashirama cell enhancement, it approaches the standards of a Chunin. However, as long as the base stamina remains below 200, he would not be subjected to the weakening mechanism of 3rd-tier Chunin drops. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 2nd tier of Chunin, receiving level rewards. Ninja Scrolls X2. Luo Yu swiftly applied the newly acquired Ninja Scrolls towards the enhancement of Chidori. Chidori level increased by 1. After the upgrade, Luo Yu's mind became infused with a plethora of techniques concerning the use of Chidori. Upon reaching a minor proficiency, the currents generated by Chidori could be concentrated at a single point under the wielder's control, thereby augmenting both attack distance and penetrating power. This development bore resemblance to the nascent form of Chidori Sharp Spear. Recalling his memories, Luo Yu successfully manifested a minor-level Chidori. Relishing the sensation of the electric currents enveloping his palm, and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the materials required for mastering Chidori at an advanced level. The upgrade prerequisites for Chidori included either the Ninja Scroll 010 or the Young Kakashi Heritage 01. Currently, Luo Yu possessed only a single ninja scroll. Even if he ascended to the rank of a lower-level ninja, the estimated rewards would yield merely 3 ninja scrolls, a quantity far from sufficient. Shaking his head, Luo Yu proceeded towards the distant towering structure. After half an hour, Luo Yu arrived at the foot of the immense tower. Surrounding it was a wire mesh, establishing a safety zone. Entering this area signified a prohibition on combat. Contestants lined up at the entrance, submitting their acquired scrolls. The majority present possessed the strength of a Chunin, which was why they had distinguished themselves among over 300 participants. Despite his seemingly leisurely demeanor, collecting a substantial stack of scrolls, the brutal reality of the Death Forest trials was stark. Securing a heavenly scroll conferred a significant tactical advantage. For those who had not obtained a heavenly scroll, it was exceedingly challenging to wrest one from the hands of elite competitors whose prowess surpassed their own. Luo Yu noticed that several individuals in the queue ahead bore gleaming Chunin emblems upon their chests. These badges, crafted from bronze and even silver, unmistakably signify formidable opponents. In contrast, individuals like Luo Yu, a mere lower ninja, are quite rare. Naturally, no one possesses the golden badge, after all, in a third-tier city. Even applying cannot secure an invitation to the golden level trial. Is that not Sun Hao, the three-time champion? Remarkably, he has also graced this event with his presence this year. Sun Hao is indeed an enigma. Despite his annual acceptance into the Imperial Capital University, he consistently declines admission. My goodness, he has submitted over 10 scrolls. It appears he has eliminated quite a number of contenders. Is he out of his mind? He's here again this year. This spells disaster with him around. My chances of clinching the championship are bleak. As Luo Yu stood in line, he overheard the discussions of those around him and cast a glance at the striking young man in the front, submitting his scrolls. What is the background of this Sun Hao, and why does everyone seem so apprehensive of him? The individuals around him are the elite among the elite in the 5 cities. Why such trepidation towards a person named Sun Hao? They even outright declare their defeat. There is a hint of cowardice in their demeanor. Just as Luo Yu pondered these questions, a fair-skinned, attractive girl wearing sunglasses, standing behind him, spoke up. It's understandable that you don't know, being your first time here. 3 years ago, Sun Hao claimed victory with extraordinary prowess, earning an invitation to the Imperial Capital University. Yet, he audaciously turned it down, along with invitations from other prestigious institutions. Upon entering a university, one forfeits the eligibility to participate in the city exchange meetings, as the resources provided to students are managed by the university. Thus, Sun Hao has been able to partake in the exchange meetings for 3 consecutive years, remaining undefeated. Chapter 62. The inevitability of Luo Yu. How peculiar. Why would he choose such a path? Luo Yu's expression mirrored confusion. His original aspiration was to enter the Imperial Capital University, yet Sun Hao rejected admission. Could there be disadvantages to training at a university? No, he must seek clarity on this matter. The girl in sunglasses shook her head. How would I know? With his qualifications, gaining access to any prestigious institution would yield superior training resources compared to winning at the exchange meetings. Unable to comprehend, Luo Yu decided to set aside the matter for now. He would seize the opportunity to directly inquire with Sun Hao himself. Redirecting his attention to the girl who had spoken, he remarked, "That voice, that hairstyle, you're suing." The girl in sunglasses nodded resignedly. "My mask was destroyed during the battle in the Forbidden Forest." Luo Yu chuckled lightly. "So, does that mean your distinct white eyes have been exposed?" Su Ying smiled warmly. "No worries. I managed to disguise them with transformation techniques in time." Upon speaking, she realized she had let something slip and hurriedly covered her cherry lips. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, expressing that it was of no concern to him. He had no interest in the internal affairs of your clan. Moreover, he would not gossip about it to others. Su Ying, with a face full of anxiety, leaned closer to Luo Yu's ear and whispered, "You must keep this a secret. If my family finds out, I could be sentenced to death." At these words, Luo Yu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Death sentence? Such exaggeration. I initially thought it was the young lady of the Su family sneaking out to experience life, seizing the opportunity to cling to the affluent woman. Soon, she would be able to treat the celestial stone as mere candy, consuming as much as she desired and discarding the excess. It seems the situation is even more severe than he had anticipated. Perhaps Su Ying has unwittingly acquired the script of a clandestine affair and is now being pursued by the Su family. It would be prudent to keep a safe distance and ensure that no blood stains upon him. At present, he remains an inconspicuous low-ranking ninja. Best advised to avoid provoking the powerful Su clan. As a prestigious lineage that has inherited the Byakugan, they are far more formidable than the Jiangli family. If the Jiangli family's elite combatants are akin to Chunin, the Su family boasts a plethora of elite shadow-level ninjas. After all, Jiangli is but a trifling and peripheral city. It appears imperative to ascend to the rank of Jonin swiftly and unlock the template of the Knight of Annihilation. Only by mastering the Sharingan of Kamui can one unlock the perfection of spatial distortion in the realm of Kamui itself. With access to Kamui's space, not even the most skilled Umbu can hope to detain him, let alone those of lesser prowess. Soon, it was Luo Yu's turn. He presented all his scrolls to the Jonin examiner at the entrance, and then, alongside Su Ying, they entered the towering structure. The interior of this magnificent tower was as expansive as a grand castle, easily accommodating hundreds. Many despondent ninjas were seated in the hall, evidently those who had been eliminated in the first round of the competition. As the last participant entered the tower, Li Tai and several Jonin descended from the second floor. The first round of the 5 cities exchange conference had concluded, and a 30-minute intermission was announced. After this interval, I shall declare the rules for the second round. With that, Li Tai and the other examiners retreated upstairs to attend to their duties. At this moment, the dignified President Bai of the Jiangli Ninja Association gathered around, beckoning to Luo Yu and Su Ying. Over here, the two hurriedly joined President Bai. Beside him stood 2 men and a woman, all of Chunin rank. Their proud expressions revealed that the first round of the competition had imposed little pressure upon them. Rather, it had instilled a considerable amount of confidence. After all, it was a match of Chunin against Genin. As Luo Yu would say, even his grandmother could triumph effortlessly. However, Luo Yu understood that most of the Genin had already been eliminated, and the forthcoming battles would be between the Chunins. These would undoubtedly be far more challenging than the initial round. Indeed, everyone has advanced, President Bai remarked with a smile, especially you, Luo Yu, who managed to eliminate a Chunin from the 7 waves. Su Ying looked at Luo Yu in astonishment. Although Luo Yu had recently defeated the beast known as the Wind Demon Ape, which was referred to as a minor Chunin, it was important to note that the opponent had been an intellectually limited creature, and there had been an element of elemental advantage involved. This time, Luo Yu's opponent was a human ninja, a genuine Chunin. Is this truly his limit? Upon witnessing President Bai singling out Luo Yu for praise, the other 3 displayed signs of discontent, particularly the female among them, who exclaimed with a smirk, "A Chunin eliminated by a Genin? How utterly pathetic." The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the room froze. From the earlier conversation between President Bai and the trio, Luo Yu discerned that the young lady's name was Yang Ming, the elder sister of Yang Jie, and presumably a devoted sibling. Given that her brother Yang Jie had been bested by Luo Yu during the internship assessment, it was understandable that she harbored some bias against him. "Who are you referring to?" At that moment, the composed Lu Yishu suddenly interjected, electricity crackling in his hand, resembling a chorus of chirping birds. Staring at Lu Yishu, who brandished the electric phenomenon, Yang Ming found herself momentarily stunned. Being from a family of ninjas, she certainly recognized Lu Yishu. It would be no exaggeration to say that among the 5 prominent clans, Lu Yishu, imbued with the green legacy, stood as the mightiest of his generation. She had not offended him in any way. Why was he gazing at her so intently? Could it be that he harbored an interest in her and sought to attract her attention, akin to how boys tug at the braids of the girls they fancy? Observing Yang Ming's bewilderment, Luo Yu calmly clarified, "He is the Chunin you deemed so pathetic." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression shifted dramatically, and she trembled as she asked, "Is that true?" Lu Yishu, retracting the electric display, earnestly replied, "To be eliminated by Luo Yu himself fills me with pride. I can say without exaggeration that after battling Luo Yu, I realized victory was unattainable this year. Thus, I opted to forfeit. If I cannot win the championship, the subsequent matches hold no significance. This is also why, despite having gathered 3 scrolls, I still chose to duel with Luo Yu." As a competitor who had faltered, Lu Yishu felt compelled to extol Luo Yu's virtues. If he did not manage to make Luo Yu blush with embarrassment, he would consider it a failure. This is also to prevent oneself from becoming a subject of ridicule. The one who was expected to excel astonishingly fell in the first round of the competition, defeated by a mere Genin. Should remedial measures not be taken, he would face utter disgrace. Upon hearing Lu Yishu's words, Yang Ming cast a surprised glance at Luo Yu. Among the few descendants of the 5 city families who possessed the coveted green heritage, Lu Yishu's pride is well known to her. The fact that Luo Yu could elicit such an appraisal from Lu Yishu indicates that Yang Bao's defeat was not unwarranted. Contemplating this, Yang Ming hurriedly smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, please do not take it to heart. I did not mean to imply that you lack strength." After hearing Lu Yishu's assessment, the 2 other Chunin-level boys shifted from disdain to respect. Like Yang Ming, they too had only absorbed the white heritage. making it difficult for them to gain an upper hand against Luo Yu. That Luo Yu could so thoroughly compel the formidable Luo Yu to yield naturally earned them their admiration. Chapter 63, Endless Treasures. The deep realm corridor in the hall of the tower, resting area. Luo Yu sat on a chair, awaiting the commencement of the second round of the competition. Suing occupied a seat behind him, observing him with curious eyes. Having experienced various events, she speculated that this boy before her must, like herself, harbor undisclosed secrets. After completing his daily mobile game tasks, Luo Yu stretched his muscles and raised his head, spotting a familiar figure. Zhao Hai? Did you pass the first round? Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. Yes, I did. I was fortunate enough to acquire the Heavenly Scroll. I casually collected 3 scrolls without much effort. Ever since meeting Luo Yu, Zhao Hai had begun to adopt a more humble demeanor. After all, if someone as formidable as Luo Yu remained so unassuming, then it would be foolish for him to continue his previous arrogance. Luo Yu nodded. Acquiring the Heavenly Scroll was indeed a testament to one's strength. Zhao Hai grinned. Recalling Luo Yu, the purebred, he had already passed the first round but insisted on provoking brother Luo, resulting in his current need to rely on excessive flattery to maintain his reputation. At this moment, Li Tai appeared at the second-floor railing. The break was over, and he proclaimed the rules for the second round of competition. Clearing his throat, he continued. You have proven yourselves to be the elite among the youth of the 5 cities by advancing past the first round. Perhaps many of you found the initial stage quite effortless. However, I now declare that your fortunate days are at an end. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What a surprise! The official's voice had suddenly grown loud. What was the elimination rate for the subsequent rounds? Do you know where you are? This tower serves as the portal to the abyssal corridor. Challenging the abyssal corridor constitutes the second round of the competition. As these words fell, the young talents who had previously appeared at ease immediately displayed signs of trepidation upon hearing the name of the abyssal corridor. Beneath their fear, a flicker of greed also emerged. At this moment, Luo Yu recalled the information he had previously encountered on his phone. The abyssal corridor, originating from ancient times, is an unknown subterranean realm. Its origins have become shrouded in the passage of time, with countless treasures buried within. In the age of ninja technology, as the Ninja Association began to exploit abandoned secret realms, numerous portals to the abyssal corridor were gradually discovered, restored, and activated. Thus, this mysterious space, long concealed in the annals of history, re-emerged into the human consciousness. To acquire the treasures within the abyssal corridor, one must navigate through its successive challenges. Ranging from novice ninjas to formidable shadow masters, the abyssal corridor comprises 8 levels of challenge. Each level is further divided into 3 zones. By successfully traversing a zone and meeting the corresponding clearance conditions, one can earn a certain number of abyssal gems. A maximum of 3 abyssal gems can be obtained from each zone. Absorbing these gems will yield unexpected enhancements for the user, potentially increasing physical strength and chakra, or even granting an automatic comprehension of high-star ninjutsu, improving ninjutsu proficiency, or acquiring rare legacies, high-quality summoning beasts, and ninja tools. Of course, while the rewards are substantial, the difficulty of the challenges within the abyssal corridor ranks among the most formidable across numerous secret realms. Moreover, securing an entry ticket is exceedingly challenging. The upcoming exchange conference competition involves the abyssal corridor, and thus, admission tickets will be generously provided. For the young ninjas of the 5 cities, this represents a noteworthy opportunity. The resources you acquire in the first round comprise these admission tickets. As for the rewards of the second round, they consist of the abyssal gem from within the abyssal corridor. The teleportation point here is a branch teleportation point, granting access only to the first 3 layers of the abyssal corridor. The extent of what you can harvest from the abyssal corridor will depend on your abilities. Furthermore, only by conquering the 3rd layer of the abyssal corridor can you advance to the next round of competition. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, the crowd below rekindled their confidence once more. The opportunity to enter the abyssal corridor this time presents itself as a pivotal moment for them. It is a chance they must seize with utmost determination. Even if they cannot surpass the 3rd layer, they should strive to acquire as many abyssal gems as possible. Particularly for Sun Hao, he possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to navigate through the 3rd layer of the abyssal corridor. Simultaneously, he casts a keen gaze towards Luo Yu. Given that Luo Yu holds such high regard for Luo Yu, it is unlikely that he would falter within the abyssal corridor. He eagerly anticipates the chance to engage in combat with Luo Yu. Subsequently, The 50 individuals who advance through the first round of the competition follow the elite examiner to the 4th level of the tower. At the entrance of the 4th level, an enchanting aura of purple space-time energy envelopes the surroundings. This enigmatic force evidently does not originate from the same dimension as the lineage of ninjas. Upon entering the abyssal corridor, one cannot return here using scientific ninja tools. However, as long as there is a willingness to exit, the power of the abyssal corridor shall naturally guide you back. After this proclamation, the contestants gradually stepped into the portal of time and space. Before long, Luo Yu also traversed the Violet Gateway. In the next moment, the power of time and space transported him to a high platform with a radius of 50 meters. Below the platform lay an endless abyss, unfathomable to the naked eye. First level, first area. Anomalous environment, Guardian of Flame. Fire release ninjutsu power increased by 30. Remaining time, for 59 seconds. Challenge objectives, complete within 3 minutes, within 2 minutes, and within 30 seconds. Upon witnessing the series of prompts before him, Luo Yu felt a surge of incredulity. So there is a time constraint as well. Before he could voice his complaints, the power of the abyssal corridor swiftly summoned the challenge monsters. 5 apprentice-level wind slimes of the 3rd tier and 2 large wind slimes of the same level appeared before him. This slime, entirely imbued with wind chakra, is akin to a volatile substance highly susceptible to combustion. The extraordinary environment further amplifies the potency of fire techniques. Even a novice ninja possessing but a single fire jutsu could effortlessly conquer this challenge. As for Luo Yu, he effortlessly unleashed a colossal fireball, striking a large wind slime. Instantly ignited, the wind slime erupted, its internal wind chakra detonating and affecting other nearby wind slimes. In a series of chain reactions, all the wind slimes met their explosive demise. However, due to the significant disparity in levels, no attribute points were dropped. Challenge completed. A radiant purple light descended, materializing 3 orbs adorned with an abyssal aura, which entered Luo Yu's being. As a gift from the Great Will, the Challenger's stamina increased by 10 points. The Challenger's chakra increased by 10 points. The proficiency of the Challenger's water jutsu, mist concealment technique, advanced to a minor success. Stamina, 161, 50, 171, 50. Chakra, 216, 100, 226, 100. Sensing the nourishing embrace of this mysterious power, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. With the same growth, he also benefited from the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, effectively receiving a 2-for-1 deal. Moreover, he had successfully learned the elusive mist concealment technique, advancing directly from level 0 to level 2. The abyssal orbs were indeed remarkable treasures. It was no wonder that obtaining an entry ticket was so arduous. He resolved to excavate the first 3 layers of abyssal orbs. Chapter 64. Abyssal orbs. After receiving the nourishment from the abyssal orbs, a mysterious diamond-shaped pattern materialized before Luo Yu. Upon approaching, 2 options immediately appeared before his eyes: exit the Deep Realm corridor or enter the next area. Naturally, Luo Yu opted to enter the next area. Subsequently, a burst of light enveloped him, and he found himself on a brand new circular platform. The extraordinary environment continued to amplify the potency of fire techniques under the protection of flames. The 3 targets remained the same: 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds for completion. A time limit of 5 minutes was set for the challenge. Failure to comply would result in defeat. It seemed that even with a change in area, the conditions within the same layer remained unchanged. The difference lay in the adversaries before him, now green-skinned, pointy-eared goblins. 3 goblins wielding rudimentary wooden sticks, all at the novice 2nd tier. Goblins are the lowest tier of otherworldly creatures, and these stick-wielding goblins represent the weakest of their kind. Additionally, there were 2 more goblins, one clutching a small round shield in its left hand while firmly gripping a wooden stick with its right. These shield-bearing goblins, often referred to as newbie killers, pose a significant challenge. After all, the attack methods of apprentice ninjas predominantly rely on ninja tools. That seemingly unremarkable small round shield serves to perfectly block most physical damage. However, wooden shields are weak against fire. With even a modicum of proficiency in fire release ninjutsu, dealing with shield-wielding goblins becomes exceedingly effortless. Not only do these goblins, resembling children in stature, present a challenge, but they are also accompanied by a towering giant goblin. Standing at 2 meters tall, with a physique as robust as that of a bull, this creature drastically alters the common perception of goblins as frail and diminutive. despite the fact that the giant goblin is only at the third tier of apprenticeship. Previous research by Luo Yu in the compendium revealed that apprentice-level giant goblins typically possess an impressive stamina of up to 90. This figure is remarkably close to the standard for a first-tier shinobi with 100 health points. In the presence of so many apprentice-level monstrous beings, adequately equipped with ranged, melee, and tank configurations, it is nearly impossible to emerge victorious without the strength of a lower ninja. Even among lower ninjas, lacking mastery of exceptional ninjutsu renders one susceptible to failure. The comprehensiveness of this lineup is astonishing, considering it merely presents an apprentice-level challenge. This suggests that the difficulties in the subsequent 2 layers of the abyssal corridor will undoubtedly be even more outrageous. No wonder the expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar upon hearing that the second round of competition involved the challenge of the abyssal corridor. Fire release, great fireball technique. While pondering, Luo Yu executed the technique, with the perfected great fireball, amplified by the power of the Hashirama cells. The 6 goblins were engulfed in flames before they could even mount an attack, perishing in the inferno. Challenge completed. As it was a swift annihilation, it consumed little time. And all 3 challenge conditions were achieved simultaneously. In an instant, 3 abyssal tomo materialized before Luo Yu, merging into his being. Luo Yu surmised that the other competitors would also successfully claim the 9 tomo from the first layer. After all, this is merely an apprentice-level challenge. While it may elicit expletives from apprentice ninjas, the participants advancing to the second round are all exceptionally talented individuals hovering at the level of intermediate ninjas. Such intensity is trivial for them. A gift from the Great Will. The challenger's stamina increases by 10 points. Chakra increases by 10 points. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Proficiency elevated to minor success. The body undergoes yet another transformation, and Luo Yu examines the data panel. Basic stamina reaches 181, and with the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, it totals 270. Clearly, this surpasses the standard of a lower ninja's third tier. However, it still falls short of the 500 stamina required for a middle ninja. On the other hand, the basic chakra value has already reached 236. With the doubling effect of the Hashirama cells, the chakra now stands at 472, drawing near to the middle ninja level. As for the Phoenix fire technique, it holds little immediate utility, as this technique is primarily used for harassing foes. In a balanced confrontation, it may suffice, yet the adversaries Luo Yu currently faces are predominantly overwhelmed by the insertion technique or the great fireball, leaving no room for harassment strategies. Pondering this, Luo Yu wasted no time and chose to enter the next area before the diamond-shaped design. The scene abruptly transitioned to an environment ravaged by fierce flames and molten lava. The circular platform beneath him resembled the previous area, but was now shattered into pieces. Deep fissures continued to blaze with fiery intensity. Shortly thereafter, the same challenge conditions materialized before him. The surrounding high temperatures rendered Luo Yu exceedingly uncomfortable. In the next moment, the power of the Deep Realm Corridor manifested 5 large trainee-level fire slimes. Composed entirely of fire elements, these slimes are immune to fire-release ninjutsu. Moreover, they possess the fire-type racial technique, the half-star rated fireball ejection, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon their targets akin to a machine gun, essentially a rudimentary version of the Phoenix fire technique. Under the peculiar environment of Flame Guardian, the skill's potency of the large fire slimes is strikingly close to that of a lower ninja. What a cruel irony it is. If a trainee ninja, drawn by the allure of the fire augmentation in such an environment, practiced fire release only to arrive here and confront 5 fire slimes immune to their techniques, they might be inclined to express their displeasure to the designer of the Deep Realm Corridor. With a sarcastic remark, Luo Yu unleashed the Leaf Village's Gale Palm, executing a 3-part spinning kick to obliterate the slimes. Were it not for his overwhelming attributes and mastery of physical techniques, even a lower ninja would find it challenging to achieve such a swift victory. Soon after, 3 abyssal jewels fused into Luo Yu's being. The proficiency of fire release, great fireball ascended to its pinnacle. This time, there was but a single hint, yet it filled Luo Yu with exceptional joy. It seemed that the consumption of 3 abyssal gemstones had elevated the fireball to an unparalleled pinnacle. This is far more beneficial than the previous Yozi Jade. He can now distinctly perceive an enhancement in his affinity for fire release chakra. Simultaneously, he has garnered a plethora of new insights into fire release ninjutsu. With the keen perception afforded by the Sharingan, he will be able to delve directly into the mastery of fire release techniques in the future. Indeed, the system has proven to be true to its word. Satisfied, he nodded slightly and approached the diamond-shaped pattern, opting to advance to the next level. On this occasion, the circular platform where Luo Yu stood was inundated with water, nearly submerging his thighs. Upon witnessing this, he swiftly concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, stepping onto the tranquil surface of the water. Layer 2, Region 1, Anomalous Environment. Title: Water Release Techniques Consumption reduced by 90. Sealing speed decreased by 50. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Challenge objectives: complete within 3 minutes, complete within 2 minutes, complete within 30 seconds. After reviewing the challenge information for the second layer of the abyssal corridor, Luo Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Due to the tendency of those water-style ninjas to initiate with the mist technique, he had, regrettably, not learned any other water-style ninjutsu apart from the mist technique itself. This completely fails to absorb the buffs from the anomalous environment. Just as I was lamenting, a surge of power coalesced within the depths of the labyrinth. 5 first-tier water slimes emerged, accompanied by 2 goblins with deep blue skin, adorned with red-patterned white masks. The foreheads of the masks bore the emblem of the hidden mist village, indicating their rank as second-tier genin. Luo Yu recalled the knowledge contained within the encyclopedia. These goblins have absorbed fragments of the legacy from certain water-style ninjas, evolving into a variant known as water-style goblins. Chapter 65. It is exceedingly difficult. At the periphery of the towering structure, one gazes upward at the 5th level, where a flickering luminescence, interwoven with the power of time and space, radiates a violet glow. Li Tai couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking that those little rascals have finally begun to enter the second level of the Deep Realm Corridor in succession. Within the confines of the Deep Realm Corridor, scientific ninja tools are rendered inoperative, preventing external observation through the eye of sand regarding their circumstances within. One can only glean their approximate progress through the temporal fluctuations emitted by the portal. The 4th level of the tower connects to the coordinates of the 1st level of the Deep Realm Corridor. Similarly, the 5th level is linked to the coordinates of the 2nd level. Presently, the temporal fluctuations at the 6th level of the tower remain remarkably stable. This signifies that, as of now, no one has ventured to the 3rd layer of the abyssal corridor. The 1st layer, however, was traversed rather swiftly. As the atmosphere settled, the elite J-Nin examiners engaged in light-hearted conversation. Yet, from the 2nd layer onward, one can anticipate a reduction in numbers. Among them, not all have dared to challenge the abyssal corridor, but the Ninja Association possesses internal documents detailing the distribution of monsters within. They have likely perused these several times. The consensus they reached is succinct, challenging. If they were to attempt the trials during their Ch-Nin phase, they could not guarantee a successful outcome. Observing their amused demeanor, Bai Mengyao smiled silently. While she could not vouch for others, her faith in Luo Yu was unwavering. After all, she had personally guided him as his mentor, and this trust was well placed. Meanwhile, in the 2nd layer of the abyssal corridor, within the 1st district, the nearby water slimes and water-style goblins had been efficiently dealt with by Luo Yu's series of thrusting techniques. During this process, owing to the straightforward nature of the water-style goblins, who did not initiate with mist concealment, Luo Yu had also acquired 2-star water-style techniques, namely the Water Dragon Bullet, and a 1.5-star defensive water technique, the Water Barrier. The difficulty of mastering these 2 ninjutsu techniques is rated B, typically. Only those of Chunin or even Jonin rank can acquire such skills. Yet, the Water Release Goblin, despite being merely a genin, has successfully learned them. It seems that in isolated combat, an ordinary genin would stand no chance against these goblins. The decline of standards is evident. Even the most inept water release ninja still adheres to the foundational mist concealment technique. Only the simple goblins provide me with a semblance of warmth. After expressing my admiration for the Water Release Goblin, Luo Yu absorbed 3 pieces of the abyssal gem, a gift from the Great Will. Speaking of which, who is this Great Will that the Deep Domain Corridor often mentions? Could it be a descendant of Kagaya, his beloved? Pondering this perplexity, Luo Yu continued to observe the notifications before him. The Challenger S Ninjutsu, Water Release, Water Barrier Proficiency has risen to an introductory level. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Proficiency has also reached an introductory level. Chakra increased by 15 points. How exhilarating. The pace of enhancement is nearly rivaling his system. No wonder it is often said that entering the abyssal corridor is a rare opportunity. The abyssal gem is simply too enticing. Moreover, it appears that as the difficulty escalates, the rewards become increasingly abundant. Unfortunately, for the moment, one can only challenge the first 3 tiers. To bolster his strength, he plans to procure another entry ticket and explore the subsequent tiers to collect more abyssal gems. Wouldn't that be delightful? Having savored the sweetness of success, Luo Yu did not pause for rest and directly ventured into the next area, which was similarly a high platform brimming with water. The depths of the corridor no longer conceal their true nature, as 23rd tier water-dodging goblins emerge, standing in 2 orderly rows. The front 10 goblins simultaneously perform their hand seals, producing a cacophony of sounds. Though Luo Yu cannot comprehend the goblin tongue, the analytical prowess of his Sharingan allows him to discern that they are forming the seals for the water barrier technique. In the next instant, the water beneath him rises dramatically, coalescing into an expansive wall of water for defense. Although merely a rudimentary water barrier, the combined efforts of the 15 goblins, along with the abundant surrounding water, significantly amplify the technique's efficacy. Before the aqueous barrier, even the blazing fireball of Luo Yu hesitated. Yet, he possessed the art of grafting. Suddenly, the 10 water-style goblins in the rear were not merely spectators. Under the extraordinary influence of the tidal buff, these 10 goblins swiftly formed seals. In an instant, the waters transformed into 10 serpentine dragons, surging fiercely towards Luo Yu. The water dragon bullet technique is indeed a form of long-range ninjutsu. Moreover, the simultaneous release of 10 water dragon bullets is nearly impossible to evade. In the next moment, Luo Yu's pupils constricted and the patterns of divine might emerged. Subsequently, his phasing ability activated. The multitude of water dragon bullets collided violently, yet merely passed through his form, leaving no trace of damage. Under the influence of the extraordinary environment, the water dragon bullets surged in relentless waves, almost seamlessly interconnecting. Were it any other Chunin, or even a Chunin, they would undoubtedly falter under such a torrential onslaught. However, Luo Yu's phasing ability had been enhanced, extending its duration to 10 seconds. Seizing this invincible interval, Luo Yu swiftly traversed the defenses of the aqueous barrier, forming seals with his hands. Would release, grafting technique. In the next moment, the cells within him, akin to Hashiramas, underwent a dramatic transformation, as his phasing ability dissipated. Wild tendrils burst forth from his arms, piercing the chest of a water-style goblin. Not only that, but the trunk of the tree rapidly grew, extending branches towards other targets. These seemingly innocuous branches resemble the tendrils of a grotesque slaughter. 20 goblins were simultaneously pierced by the branches of the trees. Struck by a lethal assault, the water-style goblins swiftly dissolved into puddles, merging with the surface of the water. Subsequently, the tumultuous waters returned to a serene calm. Challenge accomplished. 3 talismans of the abyss materialized mid-air, immediately surging into Liyu's being. The Challenger's ninjutsu, water style, water barrier, has advanced to a minor proficiency. Water style, water dragon bullet has reached a minor proficiency. Water style, mist concealment technique has attained mastery. This time, Luo Yu did not hasten to proceed to the next area. Feeling the vast array of water release ninjutsu techniques manifesting in his mind, he closed his eyes and focused. He meticulously digested the immense information while simultaneously replenishing the chakra within his body. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the destructive potential of the grafting technique to its fullest, annihilating 20 goblins in an instant. Such a grand display undoubtedly required a commensurate amount of chakra for restoration. He needed a couple of minutes to recuperate his chakra. The absence of water release at the second level posed quite a challenge. Speaking of which, Zhao Hai should be faring quite well on the second level, as the unusual environment favors his water techniques. Meanwhile, at the teleportation entrance of the 5th level of the tower, numerous contestants were forcibly returned here after failing to challenge the abyssal corridor. Among them were several mid-Chunin level individuals. It was evident that the abyssal gem of the corridor was not easily obtained. The second level was exceedingly difficult. Can you believe that I, a mere Chunin, was gravely injured by a horde of goblins using water dragon bullets? It turns out that so many mid-Chunin failed to pass that trial, so I, as a lowly Chunin, can feel quite satisfied. Even mid-Chunin cannot withstand a strategy of sheer numbers. Chapter 66. The Ice-Hearted Youth. By with just a single tactic of overwhelming numbers, nearly a dozen contestants were eliminated. Those who remained were genuine mid-Chunin. Despite the challenges posed by level restrictions and the diverse legacies of various ninjas, the journey was arduous. Yet it was not insurmountable against the beasts of the lowly Chunin level. Observing this, Li Tai sighed softly. Indeed, for talents hailing from a Tier 3 city, conquering the abyssal corridor proved to be exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already arrived at the second level, the final area. Here, apart from the boundless expanse of the sea, there exists nothing else. It is as if he has truly materialized out of thin air in the heart of the ocean. At that moment, the seawater before him abruptly coalesced into a water clone of a lower ninja, third rank. As the figure of the water clone fully materialized, Luo Yu felt a surge of astonishment within. The youthful visage of a delicate girl, with ink-black hair billowing in the ocean breeze, appeared ethereal. Adorned in a light blue garment, a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the hidden mist village rested upon his brow. Incredible! It's white! Luo Yu exclaimed involuntarily. Before him stood the very embodiment of the ice-using youth from the original tale, white. Simultaneously, a challenge notification descended before him. The details mirrored those of other regions in the second layer, yet the time limit had been drastically reduced to 3 minutes. The challenge objectives had also transformed. Survive for 3 minutes, survive for 5 minutes, and defeat white. Goodness. It seems the time limit implies that merely enduring for 3 minutes against white would suffice to clear the challenge, along with the reward of AYN no Kagyoku. Surviving for 5 minutes would yield 2, and only by vanquishing white could one obtain all YN no Kagyoku. Remarkably, defeating white was not a prerequisite for success. It appeared that white's prowess should not be underestimated. After all, white's legacy was classified as T0 within the green lineage. Mastering 2 formidable techniques, the ice mirror and the 1,000 killing water feathers, which were more effective than many blue legacies. With this in mind, Luo Yu promptly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Those familiar with the original work understood that the Sharingan had a significant advantage over white's secret techniques, particularly the ice release, ice mirror. Secret technique, ice mirror. White sprang into action, swiftly forming hand seals. Accompanied by the manipulation of chakra, the surrounding seawater transformed into radiant ice mirrors that encased Luo Yu like a glacial prison. Under the refraction of light, White's figure materialized upon each ice surface. In the next instant, White launched several kunai gripped between his fingers. However, the astute Sharingan had already discerned his every move, allowing Luo Yu to evade with a deft sidestep. Having missed his mark, White began to weave between the ice mirrors, adjusting his position while hurling more kunai. Luo Yu seemed to effortlessly evade each assault, slipping past with precision. Futile, your movements have long been laid bare to my eye. The image of White within the mirror once again formed seals. Secret technique. 1,000 killing water feathers. The surface of the sea erupted in splashes as the water solidified into countless ice kunai, hurtling towards him from all directions. In this critical moment, he relied on the power of his Sharingan. With a resigned smile, Luo Yu activated his ocular strength, the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. As the ability to distort reality activated, innumerable ice kunai passed harmlessly through his form. In this extraordinary environment, the barrage of ice kunai persisted for 5 seconds, yet his body remained unscathed, as though it were but a phantom. Why? Upon witnessing this scene, Bai's pupils constricted sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. In the fleeting moment amidst the multitude of ice thousand bodies, Luo Yu promptly executed the technique of cuttings. With the perceptive acuity afforded by his Sharingan, he discerned which figure within the ice mirror represented Bai's true form. In the next instant, sharp wooden spikes pierced through Bai's corporeal form, subsequently exploding and branching out. Bai instantaneously transformed into a pool of seawater, cascading into the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Challenge accomplished. The Deep Realm Corridor condensed 3 abyssal magatama, which transformed into glimmering stars and flowed into Luo Yu's being. The Great Will bestowed its grace, enabling the challenger to comprehend the intermediate level of water release, Great Waterfall Technique. As he assimilated the intricacies of the water release, Great Waterfall, Luo Yu couldn't help but emit a delighted snort. The Great Waterfall Technique was a 3-star water release. Acquired at the cost of 3 abyssal magatama, its power was thus formidable. Even though he learned it through the Sharingan, the upgrade materials likely comprised remnants of Zabuza's legacy. This was a legacy of blue quality, attainable only through exploration in the high-ranking secret realms, with an exceedingly slim chance of acquisition. Achieving comprehension at an intermediate level was indeed a gratifying experience. Consequently, among the 5 fundamental nature transformations, only wind release and earth release remained untouched. After resting for 2 minutes, he found it necessary, as the phasing technique consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Otherwise, what would be the point of phasing? Once depleted, he felt somewhat ethereal. After all, his chakra reserves were still only at the level of a low-ranked ninja. Should he reach the level of a Nin, or even a higher-ranking Nin, he would be able to wield phasing without restraint. Awaiting the complete restoration of his chakra, Luo Yu immediately approached the diamond pattern and chose to enter the third layer of the deep realm corridor. In the surroundings of the towering exterior, as time elapsed, the number of those eliminated increased significantly. Due to the progress of a select few, they had already advanced to the second layer, within the third region. How could a distinguished Nin like myself be single-handedly defeated by a low-ranked ninja? They said to hold out for 3 minutes, yet against the infinite 1,000 bodies. I held on for naught. No matter that by possessed 450 chakra, his strength was quite akin to that of a Nin, and with that peculiar environment, it was only natural for a Nin to falter. Bai's legacy was truly a malignant tumor, with the magic mirror ice crystal coupled with 1,000-killing water flight, rendering it nearly unsolvable beneath the Nin level. At this moment, Zhao Hai, feeling dejected, was forcibly transported back to the front of the tower. Originally, as the proud heir of the dry persimmon Zabuza, he should have had a considerable advantage in the second layer of the deep realm corridor, benefiting from the enhancements of the extraordinary environment. Yet, he was vanquished by the water release goblin, and as he grappled with his embarrassment, he overheard the discussions of the crowd and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the difficulty of the deep realm corridor was so high that even many Nin had failed to surpass the second layer. Thus, he felt no remorse. Not only did he feel unburdened, but he also stood tall with pride, observing the underwhelming performance of others. Neither the 5 presidents nor Li Tai displayed any signs of anxiety. This is merely the beginning. Those who have experienced it understand that the foes within the depths of the corridor are formidable adversaries. Even players from second or first-tier cities cannot traverse it swiftly. At that moment, a surge of temporal disturbance emanated from the 6th level of the tower, causing the ground nearby to tremble. An instant wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Incredible! Someone has entered the 3rd level. It was undoubtedly Sun Hao. It seems Sun Hao is poised to secure his 4th consecutive championship this year. The immediate thought that crossed everyone's minds was that their opponent was indeed a 3-time champion. After all, in terms of sheer potential, he was the strongest. Only Lu Yisher timidly suggested that it might still be Luo Yu. The reason for his hesitance was his own lack of confidence in that assertion. Nonetheless, the crowd was not swayed by such an unobjective viewpoint. Just because you were defeated by Luo Yu doesn't mean you should excessively praise him. While Luo Yu certainly possesses considerable skill, it remains to be seen if he can rise to the level of a Nin and perhaps even surpass Sun Hao in a few years. However, at present, Sun Hao's apparent strength is clearly superior to his. Chapter 67, The Sharp Spear of 1,000 Birds. Lightning release grows stronger. The consensus was that Sun Hao was the first to step into the profound corridors of the 3rd level. Bai, what do you think? Li Tai inquired, glancing towards Bai Mengyao. With a wry smile, Bai Mengyao replied, I cannot say for certain. Those unfamiliar with the context might interpret her words as an elevation of Luo Yu. However, Li Tai nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. I originally had more faith in Sun Hao. Yet, after reviewing Luo Yu's records, I find it difficult to assert that now. It's not just about wood release and the Sharingan. The key point is that this young man is progressing at an astonishing pace. From an ordinary ninja trainee to a certified genin in just a matter of days. Who knows if his current physical abilities are on par with the Nin's level? Li Tai's implication was straightforward. Among Nins, Luo Yu would undoubtedly surpass Sun Hao. Otherwise, Sun Hao must be even stronger. I concur, Bai Mengyao acknowledged with a nod. Li Tai then shifted the conversation, saying, with such an exceptional talent as Luo Yu emerging, your school must be quite restless. Bai Mengyao chuckled lightly, indeed. After I reported Luo Yu's achievements to my mentor, he indicated that if the situation holds true, the admissions office would certainly send a mentor to engage with Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Tai's expression turned somewhat incredulous. According to past practices, the Imperial University would not typically send mentors to recruit in a tertiary city, but would instead send direct invitations. It seems the Imperial University holds a significant regard for Luo Yu. Bai Mengyao nodded earnestly. This is also to prevent Luo Yu from being lured away by other prestigious institutions. Our school has always placed great importance on talent. On the other side, Luo Yu stepped onto a circular platform brimming with potent electric currents. From time to time, thunderbolts would descend, causing the struck areas to be enveloped in electricity for an extended duration. At the heart of the platform stood a statue, which thoughtfully displayed a health bar. Level 3. Area 1. Anomalous Environment. Kyushu Thunder. The potency of lightning ninjutsu is heightened by 300, and the attack range is augmented by 200. Challenge objective. Preserve the integrity of the target at 30, 60, 90. Upon seeing the prompt, Luo Yu immediately grasped the situation. There was no longer a time limit to clear the third level, but it was imperative to ensure the statue was not destroyed by enemies. Moreover, the higher the statue's integrity, the more abyssal gems would be acquired. This presents a dilemma. While his ability to become intangible serves as a means of self-preservation, it proves ineffective when it comes to safeguarding structures. However, Luo Yu recalls that Obito once managed to utilize his intangibility while carrying another individual. This at least demonstrates the possibility of achieving intangibility in conjunction with others. Nonetheless, attempting to envelop the entire world in intangibility, akin to the act of standing on one's head to touch the blue star, is an endeavor fraught with the risk of overexertion. At that moment, two pitch-black portals materialized on either side of the high platform. A number of Chunin-level creatures, such as spiders and centipedes, crafted from white clay, emerged from the portals. They wriggled their appendages as they advanced toward the statue's location. This was an artistic creation fashioned by Deidara, using explosive clay. Luo Yu took a deep breath. Once these clay puppets draw near their target, they detonate, resulting in an explosion of astonishing power. Fortunately, these clays are of the earth nature, and upon being struck by lightning-based jutsu, which counters earth techniques, they cease to explode. Additionally, the unusual environment significantly enhances lightning techniques. The newly mastered Chidori at the minor achievement level appears poised to make its impact. With this in mind, Luo Yu concentrated lightning chakra in his palm. Under the unique buff of the deep abyss corridor, the electrical current enveloped his entire arm, extending its reach remarkably. The sharp crackle of thunder resonated like a chorus of 1,000 birds. Activating his Sharingan, the movement trajectory of the clay puppets became starkly apparent. He transformed into a flash of lightning, raising his arm imbued with Chidori, swiftly maneuvering between the clay puppets. Empowered by multiple buffs and the advantage of elemental affinity, the Chidori sliced through the clay puppets as if they were mere parchment, severing their chakra-driven movements and leaving them collapsed on the ground. Despite the multitude of clay puppets, none succeeded in approaching the target statue. The assault from the clay puppets lasted a mere minute before the pitch-black portal vanished, leaving behind scattered patches of white clay. The statue's health remained at a perfect 100. Observing this, Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the enhancement from the unusual environment, the numerous Chunin-level clay puppets could have inflicted damage, even with Chidori under his command. With the statue unscathed, 3 more abyssal tomo descended. The challenger gained a new comprehension of Chidori, achieving an introductory understanding of the Chidori lance. Chakra increased by 30 points. Stamina increased by 30 points. Are these merely fundamental attributes? As he ventured into the second layer of the abyssal corridor, bolstered by the nourishment of the abyssal gem, his stamina and chakra saw a considerable increase. Moreover, mastering the Chidori Sharp Spear proved to be an unexpected boon. The Chidori Sharp Spear, a unique ninjutsu developed by Sasuke, expands the attack range beyond the ordinary Chidori. Although it enhances the distance, its power is somewhat diminished. Consequently, the Ninja Association, taking into account its overall capability, rated it as a 2.5-star lightning release technique, equivalent to that of Chidori. Fortunately, a lower star rating correlates with more accessible upgrade materials. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and then glanced at his basic stats. Stamina, 211, 50. Chakra, 281, 100. With the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, his stamina reached 316 points, while his chakra even ascended to the realm of a Chunin, boasting an impressive 561 points. Judging solely by the numbers, he could be considered a minor Chunin. Additionally, since his base stats aligned with the third tier of a genin, Luo Yu received 3 ninja scrolls as a gift from the system. However, he chose not to utilize them just yet, opting to wait until he had conquered the first 3 layers of the abyssal corridor. Confident that he would acquire further ninjutsu by then, he would contemplate the usage of the ninja scrolls at that point. With this resolve, Luo Yu approached the diamond-patterned emblem with newfound assurance and chose to step into the next area. A radiant light enveloped the surroundings, and when he opened his eyes, He found himself standing upon a high platform electrified by thunder. The abyssal corridor immediately summoned 3 large thunder slimes, their bodies entirely purple and crackling with electricity. Activating his Sharingan to assess the situation, he noted that these thunder slimes possessed a chakra reserve of 1,000 points. Clearly, they had reached the 3rd tier of a Chunin. Though this assessment pertained solely to their chakra, as their stamina might not be as formidable. However, beside each of these large thunder slimes stood a goblin of the 1st tier of a Chunin. The right arms of these goblins are equipped with mechanical limbs, each marked with the emblem of lightning release. These seem to be scientific ninja tools specifically designed to unleash lightning-based ninjutsu, albeit at a significant chakra cost. The goblins utilize their mechanical arms to absorb the electrical currents from the colossal thunder slimes, evidently employing them as a source of power. Luo Yu's smile vanished in an instant. He had anticipated that they would continue to utilize earth-type beasts to score points, but it became clear that the depths of the corridor were far more complex than he had initially thought. At that moment, 3 goblins extracted scientific ninja tools from the body of the and aimed them at. The cacophony of their equipment echoed, as the tools required no hand seals, leaving unaware of the jutsu they were about to unleash. In the next instant, a blinding white flash filled the entire space. Was momentarily incapacitated, unable to open his eyes due to the intense light. To his dismay, it was a hardcore illusion technique, lightning release, lightning pillar. The effect of the lightning pillar was akin to that of a flashbang, and could hardly fathom that his adversaries would initiate their attack with such a tactic. Is this still merely a goblin? Why has it begun to employ the techniques of water-style ninjas? Chapter 68, The Sharingan? Such inequity. In a moment of dire urgency, Luo Yu did not hesitate. He activated his intangibility to preserve his life. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan surged within him. In the next instant, several sharp spears, forged from concentrated electrical currents, descended with ferocity. Under the extraordinary amplification of the environment, the might of the Chidori sharp spear reached terrifying heights. The floor was instantaneously cleaved apart by the potent current. After a brief moment, the blinding light brought forth by the lightning dissipated. As intangibility concluded, Luo Yu found himself amidst 3 goblins. With the activation of cellular vitality in his arms, he swiftly executed the technique of grafting, piercing through the 3 goblins. Subsequently, he formed hand seals with one hand, causing the trees to erupt and branch out violently. The nearby large lightning slime was also caught in the chaos. 6 exotic beasts were ensnared by the trees, and amidst their agonized wails, they transformed into fragments of energy, dissipating into the wind. Upon reaching the teleportation point of the next area, a diamond pattern materialized. Observing how effortlessly he dispatched what was once a formidable Chunin-level monster, Luo Yu felt a twinge of surprise. However, he soon recalled that after traversing the first 2 layers of the abyssal corridors, his stamina and chakra had nearly reached Chunin levels. Coupled with the mastery of his grafting technique and the enhanced prowess of ninjutsu bestowed by the cells of Hashirama, he readily accepted the reality of his newfound strength. The crucial factor was his intangibility, which provided him with the perfect opportunity to counter the lightning spear with the Chidori, thus creating an ideal moment for his retaliation. In this light, it became evident that this layer posed a hellish challenge for other Chunin, particularly for those who could not benefit from the anomalous environmental buffs, such as non-lightning style ninjas. At this moment, 3 Tomo of the Eye of the Abyss had already merged within Luo Yu. The challenger gained new insights into the Chidori. He comprehended the entry-level technique of the Chidori flow. He grasped the entry-level technique of the Chidori 1,000 spears. His stamina increased by 50 points. Luo Yu closed his eyes in deep concentration, savoring the strengthening of his physique under the nurturing influence of the abyssal gem. With the enhancement provided by the 50 Hashirama cells, his physical prowess had ascended to an impressive 391 points, bringing him a step closer to the standard of a Chunin. Concurrently, he was delving into the intricacies of the various forms of Chidori within his mind. The Chidori Senbon was a transformation of the original Chidori, morphing into countless lightning-infused Senbon to strike multiple targets. It bore a remarkable similarity to the ice Senbon technique employed by the adept Suigetsu, showcasing a clever application that could also seal the target's chakra points, thereby inhibiting the normal flow of chakra. However, the dispersal of the concentrated Chidori into numerous Senbon diminished the overall potency of the technique. Earning a rating of 2.5 stars from the Ninja Association, the Chidori flow, on the other hand, enveloped the user in a protective shroud of Chidori. serving as both defense and counterattack. Any adversary who approached an individual shielded by the Chidori flow would be met with a formidable electric shock, resulting in a paralyzing effect. Due to its extensive versatility, it was rated as a 3-star ninjutsu by the association. The materials required for upgrading Chidori Senbon included Ninja Scroll 01 or a fragment of young Kakashi's Legacy 01. The upgrade for Chidori flow necessitated Ninja Scroll 05 or a fragment of young Kakashi's Legacy 05. Upon seeing the upgrade materials for these two new ninjutsu, Luo Yu felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. These two ninjutsu techniques were both developed by Sasuke. Shouldn't they derive from the legacy fragments of the Gale Sasuke? Perhaps it is because the original version of the Chidori originates from young Kakashi. However, Kakashi is associated with the Green Legacy. Upon obtaining the Chunin certification, one can explore the Chunin level secret realms, making the acquisition of the Green Legacy significantly more accessible. Of course, the predominant output of the Chunin secret realms is the White Legacy. After the exchange meeting concludes, I plan to accumulate some attribute points, raising my stamina to 500, thus allowing for Chunin certification. Contemplating my future plans, Luo Yu approached the diamond pattern symbol. With a distortion of space-time power, he arrived at the final area of the third layer. As before, this place was filled with the restless power of thunder, constantly surging across the high platform. After a moment, the deep corridor descended a purple energy, morphing into a vague humanoid silhouette. Luo Yu activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, focusing intently. In an instant, he discerned the opponent's chakra level to be 1,000 points, likely placing them at the third tier of Chunin. Since this was the final layer, he contemplated using the most damaging technique, Hell's Chaos Face. However, the next moment, the purple figure's pupils revealed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. In the final area of the third layer, the enemy possessed the Sharingan. How unfair. Although he too possessed a Sharingan, facing another with the same ability felt inequitable. To prevent his ninjutsu from being copied, Luo Yu casually cast the cloning technique as a test. After all, the cloning technique is of the wood release. Surely this figure cannot possess such a rare attribute. Indeed, the silhouette merely dodged to the side, anticipating the technique with the Sharingan. The branch struck the ground where he had stood. Luo Yu followed up with a second set of hand seals, causing the branch to explode and grow, branching towards the nearby purple figure. However, the purple figure had already foreseen Luo Yu's hand seals through the Sharingan and preemptively stepped aside. Luo Yu's mouth twitched in frustration. Damn. Battling against an opponent with the Sharingan was exasperating. Every action was anticipated. Although he too possessed the Sharingan and could foresee the opponent's predictions, having an equally matched Sharingan made speed paramount. Observing the purple figure's agile movements, it was evident their stamina was also around 1,000 points. He needed to establish a speed advantage. Even if his actions were foreseen by the Sharingan, the opponent's body would be unable to react in time. A classic case of observation failing to translate into action. Just as Sasuke and Lee's 1v1 ended with Lee's foot imprint on Sasuke's face due to the latter's body failing to keep up. However, with his stamina barely exceeding 400, he faced the daunting task of overpowering a third-tier Chunin with 1,000 stamina. His only recourse was to rely on the 8 gates. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu clenched his fists tightly, releasing the chakra restrictions within his body. 8 gates, third gate. Open, the gate of life. In an instant, the chakra flowing through Luo Yu's meridians began to surge and boil. A tremendous wave of verdant energy erupted from his being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The fourth gate, the Gate of Wounds, was unlocked. As he opened the Gate of Wounds, his body began to sustain injuries. His complexion gradually turned a dark crimson, and his gaze became hollow, while the green energy erupted with an even more formidable presence. However, to his astonishment, the cells of Hashirama within him commenced the healing of the internal injuries inflicted by the opening of the gate. Truly, the Hashirama cells were miraculous. With no time to ponder, Luo Yu charged towards Xing with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Wherever he tread, the ground cracked and collapsed under the immense pressure. Like a master of instantaneous movement, Luo Yu appeared behind Xing. The first gate, the Gate of Opening, was unleashed. The purple shadow evidently possesses considerable talent. Through the keen observation afforded by the Sharingan, he has also unlocked the 8 gates, albeit only the first gate, as he has not undergone extensive specialized training. Nevertheless, Even with this limitation, his physical prowess has doubled, bringing his speed nearly to the level of a Jonin. However, the disparity between the first and fourth gates is monumental. Despite the fact that his foundational strength exceeds that of Luo Yu by 2 or 3 times. The compensation provided by the 8 gates has rendered Luo Yu evidently superior in both strength and speed. While it may not be a complete rout, the presence of the Sharingan amplifies this gap immensely. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of Luo Yu, the purple shadow revealed a flaw, resulting in a piercing strike of 1,000 birds that penetrated his heart. Chapter 69. Swift Passage Through the Abyssal Corridor. He was exceedingly swift. The enhancement from the extraordinary environment proved advantageous. With an increased range and penetrating power, 1,000 birds effortlessly hollowed out the purple shadow's body, just as Luo Yu had anticipated, even when his technique was discerned by the Sharingan. As long as he maintained a speed advantage and timed his moves precisely, particularly during the intervals before and after a skill, his ninjutsu could unerringly hit its mark. As he observed the disintegrating form of the purple shadow, dissolving into dust and carried away by the wind, Luo Yu felt assured enough to deactivate the healing gate. A wave of fatigue washed over him, reminiscent of the moment one disperses numerous shadow clones after a long day of work, only to feel the weight of exhaustion and memories merge back into their true self. The sense of helplessness was profoundly heavy. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells mitigated the physical damage, rendering the negative effects nearly negligible. Soon after, a diamond pattern materialized before him. Challenge successful. In 225 seconds, the challenger will automatically exit the abyssal corridor. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, a mysterious force coalesced into 3 abyssal tomo, gracefully entering Luo Yu's body. A great will bestows its grace. The challenger's ocular power has slightly increased. Luo Yu distinctly sensed a deeper connection between the Kamui Sharingan and his own body. Opening the relevant system panel, he was astonished to discover that the Kamui Sharingan, which originally required 6 Divine Eye Stones for an upgrade, now only necessitated 3. Moreover, the 4 Divine Eye Stones previously allocated to him by Bai Siyu remained. It seemed that the effect of the Abyssal Tomo had effectively negated the need for 3 Divine Eye Stones. A tremendous profit. He could finally upgrade the Sharingan. Before long, Luo Yu consumed 3 Divine Eye Stones. The Kamui Sharingan has leveled up. In the next moment, Luo Yu felt an increasing mastery over his ability to shift into a phantasmal state. The duration of this single shift had been extended to 20 seconds, while the chakra consumed had further diminished. What delighted him most was that upon reverting from the phantasmal state, the cooldown for the next use had been distinctly set to 5 seconds. This indicated that a semblance of perfect phantasmagoria was already taking shape. Moving forward, as long as he attained the rank of Jonin and elucidated the Knight of Annihilation template, he could directly evolve into perfect phantasm. As for the Kamui space, it necessitated not only the unlocking of the template, but also the elevation of the Kamui Sharingan to level 4. Curious, Luo Yu glanced at the materials required for ascending to the next level. Upon acquiring the Knight of Annihilation template, the restrictions on upgrading the Kamui Sharingan would be lifted. This meant that only by unlocking the Knight of Annihilation could he continue to progress. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the materials needed for advancement. With clarity in his thoughts, Luo Yu chose to exit the depths of the corridor with a sense of assurance. The power of time and space enveloped him, and in the next instant, Luo Yu found himself at the entrance of the 6th level of the tower. Upon realizing his location, the crowd quickly understood that he was one who had emerged from the 3rd level of the depths of the corridor. Someone had returned from the 3rd level. The quickness of his exit suggested he must have been eliminated in the first area. Was there a possibility that he had speedrun through the 3rd level? Surely not. Even Sun Hao had not yet emerged. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while some approached Luo Yu with curiosity, inquiring about the situation on the 3rd level. At that moment, Li Tai descended the stairs, and the crowd promptly parted to create a pathway. Upon recognizing the figure as Luo Yu, Li Tai couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had held high hopes for this young man, yet here he was, emerging so soon. Could it be that he had encountered a setback? Meanwhile, Bai Mingyao hurriedly approached Luo Yu, urging, "Little Yu, quickly submit your scientific ninja tools." Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, removing the device from his arm and handing it to Bai Mingyao. Although challengers were unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique within the depths corridor using scientific ninja tools, the other functionalities remained operational. For instance, It could record the bearer's achievements within the depths corridor, noting which levels and regions had been traversed, as well as the quantity of abyssal jewels collected in each area. All of this is meticulously recorded. The examiners determined the true performance of the participants by inputting the records from the scientific ninja tools. Otherwise, it would be impossible to monitor the challengers' conditions in the abyssal corridor, and how could anyone else ascertain their scores? Surely, it cannot rely solely on self-reporting. That would merely lead to inflated claims of effortlessly achieving 27 abyssal jewels with a mere exchange of words. Upon receiving the scientific ninja tool, Bai Siyu immediately curiously examined the records within. In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, and she could not help but exclaim, 27 jewels. You have passed the 3rd level. Her astonishment did not stem from any doubt regarding Luo Yu's capabilities. While the abyssal corridor is indeed challenging, based on her understanding of Luo Yu, surpassing the 3rd level was not beyond the realm of possibility. What was truly remarkable was that Luo Yu not only conquered the 3rd level challenge, but also impeccably collected all the abyssal jewels. She had studied the first 3 levels of the abyssal corridor in her guidebook. Almost 90% of the challenge objectives required the challengers to complete the tasks with remarkable speed. At this juncture, the majority of challengers were engaged in combat with the white in the 2nd tier, 3rd region. The slower ones found themselves ensnared by the relentless barrage of water projectiles unleashed by 20 water escape goblins in the 2nd region, unable to advance even an inch. Luo Yu traversed the 3rd tier with remarkable speed, seemingly dispatching foes in mere seconds. It was no wonder he had collected all the abyssal jewels. Upon hearing Bai Siyu's astonishment, Li Tai could hardly believe his eyes as he seized the scientific ninja tools for confirmation. The tools displayed the jewel icon, all illuminated, with completion times measured in mere seconds. Even in the final region, he had only taken half a minute. Witnessing such extraordinary accomplishments, a smile crept upon Li Tai's lips. He vaguely recalled his own attempts at the 3rd tier during his Chunin days, filled with confidence, yet ultimately bested by a violet phantom wielding the Sharingan, wasting a precious entry ticket. It was only after years of arduous training, reaching the level of Chunin, that he dared to reclaim his confidence and challenge the violet phantom once more. Finally, he had emerged victorious. When he learned that the 2nd round of the 5 cities exchange conference would involve challenges in the depths of the corridor, the usually humorless Li Tai found himself chuckling, imagining the new generation of ninjas experiencing the trials he once faced. Yet, to his astonishment, Luo Yu defeated the very specter that had haunted him in just half a minute. How formidable the younger generation is. Li Tai sighed softly. Other challengers, having been teleported back, gathered around upon hearing Bai Siyu's remarks. Wow, brother. How did you take down that Bai girl? I couldn't last 2 minutes against her. Exactly. That mirror of ice and the 1,000-kill water flight was utterly insurmountable. The key was finding her true form. And those clay puppets were just disgusting. They exploded in droves, targeting my guardian statue. How was I supposed to defend against that? Li Tai's expression darkened as he swiftly intervened to restore order. Silence. You have no hope left. Luo Yu must prepare for the next round. With that, he turned to Luo Yu, his gaze softening. Xiao Yu, take a moment to rest. Once everyone's results are in, we will arrange for the final round. Chapter 70. The 3rd round concludes. Luo Yu, you've worked hard. The kind-hearted president Bai took Luo Yu's hand and led him toward the hall. Though he recognized Luo Yu's exceptional prowess, he hesitated to overestimate him, given that he had only just been certified as a genin. The recent flawless speedrun of the abyssal corridor truly astonished him. President Bai remarked as he walked, this year, we at Jiangli are counting on you. Your exceptional performance will undoubtedly secure us the most resources from the headquarters. On behalf of all the ninjas of Jiangli, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. During the exchange meeting, the judges will evaluate the competitors based on their performances. This scoring primarily serves to allocate resources from the headquarters to the 5 cities, ensuring a fair distribution through points. While it bears little relation to the individual competitors, it significantly impacts the well-being of ninjas across the entire city over the past year. Luo Yu smiled faintly. You flatter me. After all, you have provided me with considerable assistance as well. Observing the camaraderie between the two, the other 4 presidents couldn't help but feel envious. Upon her debut, Luo Yu showcased remarkable talent, even eclipsing the 3-time champion Sun Hao, as she maintained a significant lead in the 3rd round of the competition. How could such a supermodel SSR emerge from Jiangli? Old Bai is truly fortunate. Chairman Luo is even more unable to contain himself. The intelligence he initially compiled has become nothing short of a cautionary tale. Not only does Luo Yu possess a multitude of hidden cards, but he undoubtedly transcends the level of a mere genin. After all, the third layer of the abyssal corridor has proven to be a realm where many Chunin face overwhelming adversity. It's no exaggeration to say that for a genin, simply enduring for even 10 seconds in such an environment would be deemed a feat worthy of a warrior. As Luo Yu and President Bai departed from the scene, Lu Yishu's voice suddenly rose in volume. I have maintained all along. It is not that I lack strength, but rather that Luo Yu is utterly extraordinary. Now, do you all believe me? Those who previously slandered me, step forward and speak. Upon reflection, the other ninjas found merit in his words. The unfortunate Lu Yi has encountered a formidable dark horse in the first round, Luo Yu. Upon reflection, it is evident that Luo Yu's prowess undoubtedly lies within the realm of elite ninjas, albeit he has yet to attain the official rank of Nin. How could someone capable of flawlessly navigating the depths of the labyrinthine corridors be merely a genin? This realization prompted numerous ninjas to cast furious glances at President Luo, for it was his erroneous intelligence that led them to voluntarily confront Luo Yu in the opening round of the competition. This action is akin to delivering one's head on a platter. Zhao Hai's heart remained utterly unperturbed, even eliciting a smirk from him. Fortunately, his wit prevailed. Otherwise, he would have faced a brutal defeat in the first round. As it stands, although he was ultimately eliminated in the second round, he amassed a considerable amount of the coveted UNG gems. His proficiency in water release techniques has significantly improved, a remarkable gain. While Luo Yu was the first to clear the challenge, numerous competitors continued to battle valiantly in the depths of the corridor. Thus, many spectators remained curiously gathered around the towering structure, eager to witness the outcome. After all, this was a matter of collective honor for their city. The score earned by their local ninjas would determine the resources allocated to their city for the year. For the sake of communal interest, they were determined to witness the results firsthand. 15 minutes later, a narrow defeat. Su-Ying muttered to herself as she was teleported back. She had managed to breach the final zone using her family's secret techniques. However, she was met with an illusion wielding the Sharingan, coming from the Byakugan clan. Her expertise lay in gentle fist techniques, which predominantly relied on close-quarters combat. The Sharingan's ability to perceive and counter her every move was her undoing. The inevitable result was a crushing defeat. Just as Su-Ying wallowed in her frustration, the remaining contestants began to emerge from the depths of the corridor one by one. They were indeed the elite among the elite, for not just anyone could access the third layer of the corridor. Yet, the majority of them still failed the trial. Some were obliterated by clay golems, while others fell victim to the scientific tools wielded by the cunning goblins, blinded by bolts of lightning. Like Su-Ying, many succumbed to the oppressive force of the purple-hued Sharingan. At that moment, Sun Hao, who was greatly anticipated by the crowd, was also transported out of the entrance. Despite his numerous injuries and a somewhat disheveled appearance, a faint smile graced his lips. Observing the despondent expressions of the surrounding competitors, who evidently had failed to pass through the Deep Realm passage, Sun Hao felt a surge of pride. Today, he was the chosen one, unique in his success. How is everyone faring? Bai Mingyao casually inquired as she went to collect the competitors' scientific ninja tools. Upon hearing her question, the elite contestants immediately erupted into a chorus of complaints about the excruciating difficulty of the third layer. Su-Ying nodded in agreement, affirming their sentiments. At that, Sun Hao smiled proudly, acknowledging the challenge. It indeed compelled him to reveal all his trump cards. Fortunately, he narrowly triumphed just before the 10-minute limit, securing a precious Yuji gem from the final area. Indeed, the final time limit was quite generous, but Luo Yu consistently concluded battles swiftly, which had prevented him from noticing. As for the earlier rounds, he had managed to collect 2 or 3 gems from each area. Upon hearing this, the recently eliminated elite contestants regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. Undoubtedly, the prowess of a Triple Crown champion was not to be underestimated. They had only heard tales of the terror that the Deep Realm passage posed, but today they had experienced it firsthand. The mere fact that Sun Hao had successfully navigated it and claimed a gem from the last area's monster elevated him to a status they could only admire. However, aside from the freshly eliminated elite contestants, the others reacted with less astonishment. After all, Luo Yu's earlier feats had raised their expectations significantly. Li Tai merely offered a token reassurement, acknowledging that it was quite an accomplishment. Back in my Nin days, I foolishly attempted to challenge the deep realm passage, only to be thoroughly outmatched by those Sharingan illusions. Sun Hao was somewhat taken aback by the lack of surprise among the crowd, but still inquired, by the way, has anyone else managed to clear the passage? If I am the only one advancing to the third round, how will we compete? Bai Mingyao nodded, revealing that just 15 minutes prior, Luo Yu had already breached the first 3 layers of the deep realm passage, collecting all 27 Yuji gems. To prevent any potential awkwardness for the oblivious Sun Hao, she laid out the entire situation. 15 minutes ago, all collected. Are you joking? The uninformed elite contestants were left dumbfounded. Even Su Ying, who was aware of Luo Yu's capabilities, appeared quite astonished. Even Sun Hao found himself momentarily speechless at Bai Mingyao's revelation. As a proud all-round contestant, he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the deep realm passage. Observing the nods of agreement from others, confirming her statement, Sun Hao reluctantly accepted the reality, an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooding over him. After all these years, he finally had a worthy opponent to ignite his excitement. Emerging from a profound shock, Sun Hao allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hai, who had been observing the scene, changed his expression dramatically. It is worth noting that after his initial encounter with Luo Yu, he had harbored similar thoughts. Yet now, Luo Yu had ascended to a revered status in his regard. Observing Sun Hao's renewed vigor, Li Tai gently patted him on the back. Young man, go and rest for a while, he advised. In the third round, you will have the opportunity to compete against him. In response, Sun Hao solemnly nodded, then hurried off to seek the assistance of the medical ninja to tend to his wounds. Chapter 71. The mentor makes an entrance, a truly formidable presence. In the grand hall of the tower, the second round of the competition had just concluded. During this idle time, Luo Yu did not remain idle himself. Instead, he sat diligently in a chair in the hall, earnestly engrossed in mobile gaming. He reflected internally, pondering how challenging it is to be a disciplined individual like himself. At that moment, Bai Mingyao executed a swift movement, appearing before Luo Yu in an instant. Oh no, brother, I was just battling the boss. Startled, Luo Yu turned his head to witness the scene on the screen where his character had been utterly defeated. Bai Mingyao could only shrug her shoulders in exasperation. The young man spends his fragmented time each day engrossed in his mobile device, making astonishing progress. If only he could channel those moments into rigorous training to truly appreciate the allure of youth, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of extraordinary power. I am here to inform you that, due to the limited number of participants who have successfully completed the challenge, the third round of the competition has been hastily altered to a duel between you and Sun Hao. The victor will claim the title of champion and enjoy the utmost support from the Association for Emerging Talents in Tier 3 cities, while the defeated will settle for a significantly lesser form of assistance, Bai Mingyao articulated clearly. Upon hearing of the rewards, Luo Yu immediately became intrigued. Although he had already reaped substantial benefits from the Deep Realm corridor, human desire knows no bounds. What specific support will the champion receive? Luo Yu inquired directly. You will be free to request resources from the association without restraint. As long as your demands are not excessively unreasonable, they will likely be met, Bai Mingyao elucidated. Luo Yu's eyes brightened at the thought. Is the Divine Radiant Stone considered excessive? Unaware of what resources would be necessary for the next upgrade of the Divine Might Kaleidoscope due to the locked subsequent template, Luo Yu speculated that the Divine Radiant Stone was indeed the key. However, he anticipated that the quantity required would increase significantly, as it would unlock the Divine Might space. With access to the Divine Might space, he could traverse the entire map with abandon, a thought that filled him with delight. Typically, one might request a modest amount, but I recently heard that supplies have run out. After all, you are not alone. The entire cohort of new talents from Blue Star is seeking support from the association. Bai Mingyao patiently replied. Luo Yu then asked, what about the legacy fragments of Shao Ka? He had mastered several techniques from the Thousand Bird series and was in urgent need of a batch of Shao Ka's legacy fragments for upgrades. Now, he had become rather spoiled. He felt reluctant to utilize his ninjutsu until it reached a higher level of mastery. You should be able to request a batch, as lightning release ninjas are quite rare in the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Mingyao assured him, to which Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. That is good to know. After a brief pause, Bai Mingyao curiously asked, aren't you interested in the benefits of being the runner-up? Luo Yu smiled knowingly. What relevance does the runner-up status have for me? Bai Mingyao was left speechless. This young man certainly possessed confidence. Yet, It was true that Sun Hao had taken 15 minutes longer to complete the Deep Realm corridor than Luo Yu, highlighting a clear disparity in their abilities. Should Sun Hao emerge victorious, Bai Mengyao would have to question the integrity of Luo Yu's performance. Glimpsing at the time, Bai Mengyao urged, "The time is drawing near. Let us proceed." They moved towards the vast plaza beneath the tower. This venue has been designated as the final competition site. As news spread, a considerable number of spectators gathered here, eager to witness the climax of this exchange conference. Their curiosity was piqued by the enigmatic figure of Luo Yu, wondering how this dark horse managed to navigate the depths of the abyssal corridor with such swiftness. After all, the events that transpired within the abyssal corridor are known solely to the challengers themselves, while the scientific tools merely document the outcomes. This raised questions for Sun Hao as well. As someone who also overcame the illusion of the Sharingan, could there truly be such a significant disparity between them? Surely, it must be a matter of a close contest, perhaps a 50-50 split. This question can only be elucidated through a thrilling duel. Soon, Luo Yu followed by Meng Yao to the venue. Countless eyes instantly converged upon him. Simultaneously, Sun Hao scrutinized his opponent before him. "Having heard that you traversed the abyssal corridor in an exceedingly brief span of time, I participated in a 3-year exchange meeting, and it was my first encounter with an opponent capable of exerting pressure on me." Upon entering the pre-competition discussion segment, Luo Yu inquired with curiosity, "Why did you decline the invitation from prestigious universities?" Sun Hao spoke softly, acknowledging that here, he might possess a strength that inspires awe. However, if he were to attend those prestigious institutions teeming with prodigies, he would merely be an ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded in understanding. This is what is referred to as preferring to be a rooster in a henhouse rather than a phoenix's tail. Although prestigious institutions are endowed with abundant resources, they must contend with individuals from secondary and primary cities who are formidable competitors. Among them are not a few prodigies who surpass even Sun Hao. Thus, it appears that Sun Hao possesses quite a serene disposition. Li Tai ambled towards the center of the plaza, declaring that he would serve as the arbiter for this confrontation. Numerous esteemed J-Nin examiners also positioned themselves in an orderly manner around the periphery of the battlefield. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a boisterous laughter echoed through the air. "What a grand spectacle! It seems we have arrived at just the right moment." As the words lingered, a first-tier summoning beast, a colossal eagle, descended, bearing 4 middle-aged individuals clad in the robes of the ninja clan. The formidable aura emanating from these uninvited guests rendered the expressions of the young ninjas grave and solemn. The aura of these individuals rivals that of Li Tai, and the robes of the Shinobi sect, emblematic of their esteemed status, suggest that they are recruitment mentors from prestigious institutions. Naturally, many of the youths are unfazed, as this is not their inaugural participation in such an exchange. At the conclusion of the competition, mentors from various renowned schools traditionally engage in recruitment, a customary practice. According to the association's allocation system, each exchange among the 3-tiered cities will feature 5 recruitment spots from the Imperial Capital University and any 4 distinguished institutions. The higher the city's rank, the more recruitment opportunities are allotted. However, the number of Tier 2 and 1 cities is markedly fewer than that of Tier 3 cities, rendering the distribution of educational resources relatively equitable. Li Tai idly complained about the slow pace, noting that the exchange was nearing its end. A beautiful mentor from Tianhai University smiled. Her lips pursed. "Isn't it fortuitous that you are just in time for your main event?" She then turned her gaze towards Sun Hao. As a 3-time champion who had declined admission for 3 consecutive years, Sun Hao held a certain status among these recruitment mentors. As for his rival, Luo Yu, they remained largely unfamiliar, having only heard whispers of him as this year's dark horse, potentially poised to end Sun Hao's winning streak. With little else known, just as Li Tai was about to announce the commencement of the competition, a colossal spirit beast, the Dream Taper, intruded upon their view. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Dream Taper unsettled the nearby giant eagle of the Shinobi sect. Mounted upon the Dream Taper was a portly, kindly-faced elder with gray hair, seated with an air of composure. Most striking was his draping black robe of the Shadow sect, a garment bestowed only upon elite shadow guards by the association. The sight of this attire astonished the entire assembly, leaving even the most esteemed mentors momentarily speechless. "Isn't this Master Fengquan, the esteemed dean of the Wind Escape Research Institute at the Imperial Capital University?" It is quite unusual for someone from the Imperial Capital University to attend a Level 3 exchange conference. This time, not only did they send representatives, but they also dispatched such a prominent figure. What is the situation? Is there a ninja prodigy worthy of his personal recruitment? In Chapter 72, the Chidori style predominantly focuses on defense and counterattacks, and it turns out to be Master Fengquan, the esteemed dean of the Wind Release Research Institute at the Imperial Capital University. President Bo Hai, wearing round sunglasses, appears utterly astonished. The other presidents exchange glances, equally incredulous. How could the dean of the Wind Release Institute personally attend such a modest exchange conference in a mere third-tier city? This certainly adds to one's prestige. The other eliminated ninjas present were particularly astonished to learn that the newcomer was Master Fengquan. The anticipation of witnessing the fierce competition between the two outstanding newcomers from the 5 cities was already immense. But to behold a figure of such stature as the Shadow Guardian was beyond expectations. What a fulfilling experience. President Fengquan, it is indeed a surprise to see you here. Even the usually composed and aloof Li Tai appeared visibly flustered and took the initiative to greet him. The mentors from other prestigious academies, observing this, also approached to exchange pleasantries, though they couldn't shake off a sense of trepidation. In the past, when the Imperial University remained uninvolved, they still had a chance to attract the best talents. Now that Master Fengquan himself was here to recruit, the top 5 contenders, with the exception of Sun Hao, would undoubtedly be claimed by the Imperial University. Fengquan leaped down from the dream beast, squinting with a smile. Everyone, do not mind my presence. He then turned to Li Tai. You may proceed as planned. Li Tai nodded slightly, regaining his solemn demeanor. Luo Yu and Sun Hao, are you ready? As his words fell, Sun Hao's gaze sharpened, while Luo Yu's expression conveyed a sense of anticipation that the battle was finally about to commence. Since the beginning of the competition, significant figures had interrupted the proceedings, and he was beginning to lose his patience. Initially, he had hoped to exchange a few more moves with Sun Hao, but now he thought it best to conclude the fight swiftly. With Li Tai's command, the match commenced. Sun Hao quickly formed hand seals, activating the shadow snake technique. Soon, 6 black-scaled serpents slithered from his sleeves, flicking their tongues menacingly at Luo Yu, while simultaneously maneuvering to restrict his movement. Observing this from the edge of the battlefield, President Fengquan nodded slightly, his gaze filled with admiration. Truly deserving of the title Triple Crown Champion, although he had only inherited the green quality Yashirashi Azuki Bean technique. He had managed to comprehend the advanced ninjutsu of the shadow snake technique at such a young age, achieving a 2-star proficiency. His talent was indeed remarkable. Moreover, it appeared he could adeptly control all 6 black-scaled serpents, executing more intricate offensive strategies. Clearly, his training was of a high caliber. A preliminary assessment suggested he had reached a level of mastery. To cultivate a 2-star ninjutsu to such a level of proficiency already positioned him to stir considerable waves among his peers. Most notably, Sun Hao was only in his early 20s. Such talent, even at the Imperial University, is considered only of moderate caliber. Silently assessing, Master Fengquan shifted his gaze towards the seemingly indifferent Luo Yu, who was encircled by numerous black-scaled serpents. His purpose for coming this time was solely for Luo Yu. After receiving news from Bai Mengyao, the school had already taken a keen interest in Luo Yu. Upon confirming Luo Yu's swift passage through the Deep Realm corridor, they dispatched him personally to recruit, signifying their emphasis on nurturing talent. According to reports, Luo Yu possesses a Sharingan. Sun Hao did not immediately command the black-scaled serpents to attack. Instead, he opted to encircle them first, likely considering this aspect. It appeared that Luo Yu, who was at a disadvantage in intelligence, was rendered quite passive from the outset. The other mentors were no fools. They quickly discerned Sun Hao's intentions for an offensive, evidently premeditated. Thus, they bestowed high praise upon Sun Hao. Do not harbor illusions of escaping through mere agility. I had anticipated your Sharingan from the very beginning. When the black-scaled serpents launched their assault, even with the insight granted by the Sharingan, you shall find no refuge. Sun Hao gradually rekindled his confidence. Although his performance in the Deep Realm corridor could be deemed utterly overwhelmed by Luo Yu, he believed that with a strategic advantage, one could turn the tables. May I inquire how you came to know this? Luo Yu, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding serpents, continued with an air of nonchalance. He recalled that President Luo appeared unaware of his Sharingan. Sun Hao, not one to conceal the truth, replied, Lu Yishir has been widely proclaiming your feats. It would be impossible not to know. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu, who was spectating nearby, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His offhand remark had inadvertently placed Luo Yu in a precarious position. If Luo Yu were to seek retribution, he would find himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, in the center of the plaza, the multitude of black-scaled serpents slowly encircled Luo Yu before suddenly launching an assault from multiple directions. Each angle of attack converged into a formidable formation, making it exceedingly difficult for even someone with a Sharingan to evade. However, Luo Yu, having discerned the serpent's intentions, did not retreat but instead began forming hand seals in advance. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Instantly, a powerful surge of electricity surged around Luo Yu. Though merely at the introductory level, bolstered by the cells of Hashirama, it exhibited remarkable potency. The numerous black-scaled serpents that approached Luo Yu were paralyzed by the intense current. Suspended in midair. Soon, a fragrant aroma of roasting flesh wafted from the increasingly charred serpent bodies. Subsequently, the serpents collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The situation had turned dramatically, leaving the audience in astonishment. They had long heard that Luo Yu not only demonstrated a talent for fire release in previous competitions, but also possessed wood release. Now, he had unexpectedly unleashed a 3-star lightning release, Chidori stream. Techniques like Chidori stream are typically mastered only at the Shinobi clan level. What is the situation? Is this reasonable? Wasn't it said that quantity does not equate to quality? How is it that Luo Yu can wield various types of ninjutsu with such ease? If it were merely for amusement, it would be one thing, but the power he displays is rather formidable. It is utterly incomprehensible. The mentors present, seasoned as they are, have witnessed many grand spectacles, yet the astonishment they feel at this moment is undeniable. Is it conceivable that a novice ninja could master a technique of such caliber as the Thousand Birds Flow? No wonder the Empire sent Master Fengquan here. It is undoubtedly to seek out Luo Yu. What is even more perplexing is Luo Yu, who not long ago showcased the Thousand Birds technique before Luo Yu. Now, Luo Yu has already mastered the Thousand Birds Flow. Only Master Fengquan remains composed. It is entirely reasonable for you not to grasp the situation. The third level of the abyssal corridor is tailor-made for lightning ninjas. If each area of the third level grants lightning ninjas 3 abyssal jewels, there is indeed a chance to comprehend powerful lightning ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd flushed with embarrassment. It seems we cannot perfectly clear the third level. My apologies. Indeed, relying solely on ninjutsu, even I am not a match. Observing the scattered grilled snake meat, Sun Hao smiled wryly. Subsequently, he revealed the 3-tomo pattern on his neck, indicating that he would need to employ some extraordinary measures. Upon seeing that familiar pattern, Luo Yu's heart jolted. Is that not the heavenly curse seal? Could it be that the legacy of Hongdo includes even the heavenly curse seal? However, Hongdo's heavenly curse seal is not fully developed. It should not be able to induce the curse state. This symbol seems vaguely familiar to me. Dean Fengquan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 73, The Stirring of the Evil Organization. This is a mark that manifests after receiving the legacy of Hongdo, a reminder from the beautiful mentor from Tianhai. This should be common knowledge for these mentors. It appears that Dean Fengquan, with age, has begun to show signs of memory decline. Yes, it has come back to me. Dean Fengquan suddenly comprehended. In the next moment, the celestial curse mark on Sun Hao's body spread as if aflame. Soon, his form was adorned with dark, intricate patterns. Luo Yu calmly stroked his chin. This exemplifies the initial stage of the curse seal. Is it not true that the red bean's curse seal is not yet matured? Hence it cannot enter the curse seal state? What is the situation? No wonder Sun Hao was able to defeat the illusion of the Sharingan. It seems he, like myself, crushes his opponents with sheer strength and speed. An astute examiner, perceptive of the battlefield, remarked in astonishment that Sun Hao's physical stamina and chakra were surging uncontrollably. He had broken through the second tier of the Chunin standard to reach 1,000 and was rapidly approaching the level of the J-Nin. He stabilized at 2,000. Upon hearing this, the entire arena was left in shock. The dual values of a J-Nin typically reach only 2,500. To enable such a significant enhancement in such a brief period, this curse seal must possess extraordinary capabilities. I had assumed it was merely a tattoo. If that were the case, then the legacy of Mitarashi Anko should extend beyond mere green quality. Now, Luo Yu's victory is no longer guaranteed. Since you excel in ninjutsu, I shall challenge you to a contest of endurance. Sun Hao sneered. and upon entering the cursed seal state, his demeanor shifted to one of wild arrogance. Luo Yu smirked, understanding the challenge. If it is a battle of stamina you seek, then let us not hold back. 8 Gates of Duanjia. 4th Gate. The Gate of Wounds, open. Luo Yu clenched his fists, veins bulging, as the 4 chakra restrictions within him were released. A surge of energy manifested around him in a vibrant green, continuously flowing forth. The potential of his body was being relentlessly tapped, and his strength and speed multiplied instantaneously. Witnessing the monumental shift in Luo Yu's aura, the instructors were left astounded. The 8 Gates of Duanjia is the sole technique of a taijutsu ninja. Not only did this young man master ninjutsu with remarkable skill, but he has also opened the Gate of Wounds at such a tender age. What a formidable warrior. No wonder he could swiftly navigate through the depths of the labyrinth. It turns out he is a versatile prodigy. Even Feng Quan, the ever-composed dean, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The dual mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu. It seems my presence here was not in vain. At this moment, it seems that Luo Yu is destined to attend the Imperial Capital University. Meanwhile, Bai Mingyao, who had imparted the 8 Gates of Escape to Luo Yu, began to question her own existence. She vaguely recalled that just a few days prior, she had taught Luo Yu to unlock the 1st gate, the Gate of Opening. In just a few days, he has managed to open the Injury Gate. Wasn't it said that unlocking the 8 gates requires extensive specialized training? Luo Yu has merely been indulging in mobile games daily, yet here he is, having accessed the Injury Gate? This is utterly unjust. No, this is decidedly unyouthful. What does it matter if he has unlocked the 8 gates? As for me, I am invincible now. Upon entering the cursed seal state, Sun Hao clearly succumbed to a state of cognitive disarray, moving swiftly and leaving behind a series of afterimages. A powerful punch penetrated Luo Yu's chest. Before he could even revel in his brief triumph, Luo Yu's figure had already vanished. What had been struck was merely an afterimage. Unable to discern Luo Yu's actual presence, Sun Hao found himself on the receiving end of a leaf-great whirlwind, propelled into the air. In terms of both speed and strength, the two were on entirely different levels. At this moment, Luo Yu resembled a berserker, darting through the air with astonishing velocity. With each passing second, Sun Hao endured a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, akin to a tempest. The once dominant champion of 5 cities now resembled a mere ball, helplessly shifting positions midair under Luo Yu's assault. The entire arena was left in stunned silence. Before the clash began, none could have anticipated such an outcome. They had assumed it would be at most a close contest. Who would have imagined the chasm between Sun Hao and Luo Yu to be greater than that between man and dog? Beside them, Lu Yishir was equally flabbergasted. Fortunately, his own strength was not substantial, and Luo Yu had not taken the fight too seriously. Otherwise, he feared he might still be lying in the medical room. In midair, Luo Yu had intended to conclude the bout with a flourish, employing the lotus blossom technique. However, upon witnessing Sun Hao's severe injuries, the intricate patterns of the cursed seal began to retract into the 3 Kama jewels, prompting him to relent and allow Sun Hao to descend to the ground. As he released the cursed seal state, Sun Hao collapsed, regaining a flicker of lucidity in his gaze. Reflecting on the earlier humiliation inflicted by Luo Yu, his mental state crumbled. Just an hour ago, he had been an invincible force in the 5 cities. Now, the disparity is indeed staggering. Witnessing Sun Hao grievously injured, unable to rise for the moment, Li Tai solemnly declared, "The victor is Luo Yu." As the words resonated, the medical shinobi waiting nearby swiftly entered the arena to administer healing ninjutsu to Sun Hao. The atmosphere erupted with thunderous applause. The emotions of the mentors lingered in a tumultuous state, for Sun Hao had consistently performed admirably, and they held high hopes for him. It was utterly unexpected that he could not even defend himself against this rising star. Securing Luo Yu for their school would be a remarkable achievement. Once the 8 gates of Duanjia were released, Luo Yu approached Sun Hao and, bending down, expressed, "I apologize. After opening the injury gate, I failed to control my strength. I may have struck a bit too hard." At this, Sun Hao's lips twitched, as he mused. "So you weren't even using your full power? That's incredibly disheartening." As the tension eased, Luo Yu candidly inquired, "By the way, how did you discover the method of utilizing the cursed seal?" Sun Hao let out a soft sigh, recounting, "A few years ago, I was captured by members of the Ninja Research Society and used as a test subject for their experiments. Eventually, their procedures activated my cursed seal, and upon gaining enhanced strength, I broke free from their restraints and escaped." Luo Yu nodded slightly, recognizing that this was indeed connected to that malevolent organization, which undeniably bore ties to Orochimaru. I was merely a humble green heir, not worthy of their attention. Yet, it appears they deciphered mysterious inscriptions within certain secret realms, uncovering information regarding the three tomo, which they referred to as the Heavenly Curse Seal. Since the modifications by the Ninja Research Society, my inheritance has transformed into a blue quality. Moreover, I have gained fragmented memories of perilous ninjutsu. However, I remain too weak, and these memories are quite hazy. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu fell into deep contemplation. The secret realms occasionally yield scattered information about otherworldly ninjas, which align with the lore of the original narrative. It is possible that this organization has obtained Orochimaru's research materials. At this moment, Director Fengquan approached, his face etched with sorrow and indignation. It was utterly unconscionable that an innocent youth should endure such inhumane suffering. We shall inevitably settle this score with them one day. He then turned kindly to Sun Hao and inquired, "Have you brought this matter to the attention of the association?" Sun Hao nodded, replying, "Upon my return, I immediately informed the association." Director Fengquan expressed his relief, saying, "That is reassuring." At this moment, Li Taichao, the medical ninja, commanded that he be taken to the medical room. He then turned his gaze towards the numerous mentors still enraptured by the recent battle. The exchange meeting had concluded, and the performance of the participants had been definitively assessed. Now, I invite each of you to consult the records and select the students you find most commendable. Chapter 74. The Value of Imperial Capital University Directorly. After winning the championship, one can apply for resource support from the association, correct? Luo Yu raised his hand. Li Tai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, do you wish to apply now? According to customary practice, many would typically wait a day or two after qualifying for support to deliberate on which resources to request. After all, these resources are substantial and could play a pivotal role in many individuals' journeys as ninjas, necessitating careful consideration. I have already determined which resources I wish to apply for. Luo Yu replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Li Tai handed him a business card containing the contact information of the individual responsible for resource applications. You may contact him directly when the time comes. Taking the card, Luo Yu expressed his gratitude politely. With these resources in hand, his remaining task was to diligently acquire attribute points, hastening his ascent to Jonin and unlocking the clan annihilation quest. Li Tai smiled, and aside from Sun Hao, who lay in the medical room, distributed the remaining business cards to the other three individuals, Su Ying and two others who had achieved the top 5 ranking in this exchange meeting. The gazes of the mentors nearby suddenly ignited with fervor as they looked upon them. At this moment, Dean Fengquan smiled and inquired, "Have you four considered joining the prestigious Imperial Capital University?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the gathered mentors shifted dramatically. This situation renders them unable to even sip a bowl of soup. However, Su Ying and the two passers-by contestants were visibly delighted. The Imperial Capital University stands at the pinnacle of prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for its exceptional faculty and unparalleled educational resources. It is, indeed, the aspiration they have longed for. We are willing. The presence of Dean Fengquan personally recruiting them drew envious glances from numerous individuals in attendance, including several high-ranking examiners. After all, gaining admission to the Imperial Capital University signifies possessing extraordinary talent. Coupled with the elite training at such a prestigious institution, it is nearly a foregone conclusion that one will emerge as a formidable force in the future. Many of these examiners themselves are alumni of top-tier universities, with the Imperial Capital University being particularly distinguished. It is said that graduates from there typically commence their journeys as second-tier jonin, with the exceptional ones even starting at third-tier. Take, for instance, Bai Siyu, who was sent as temporary support by the Imperial Capital University. Despite being only a junior, she has already attained the rank of second-tier jonin. Such achievements place them among the top 50 at their alma mater. However, at the Imperial University, they are merely considered above average. At this moment, Luo Yu jested. It all depends on who my mentor is. Ideally, it would be a fair-haired, crimson-eyed, elegant figure clad in form-fitting attire and high boots, embodying the allure of a character from an anime mobile game. Yet, fearing social embarrassment, he refrained from expressing his thoughts fully. Dean Fengquan grinned and reassured him, "Rest assured. It certainly will not be this old man. My role is solely to facilitate your entry into the school. As for your mentors, the institution will assign them based on your individual characteristics for optimal placement." Upon hearing this, the other three felt a twinge of disappointment. Dean Fengquan is a renowned Shadow Guardian ninja in the Dragon Kingdom. Although his lineage is merely that of a blue-tier wind-style master, he stands out among his peers, having perfected the art of wind style to an extraordinary degree. In practical combat, his performance rivals those who bear purple-tier legacies. Being his student would be an unmatched honor. Yet it seems unattainable. Having settled the matter, Dean Fengquan cheerfully produced a black-covered invitation and presented it to the four candidates. Suddenly, Li Tai slapped his forehead. Recalling the exceptional case of Sun Hao, who had consecutively rejected the Imperial University's invitations 3 times, Dean Fengquan confidently remarked. His refusals stem from a fear of confronting individuals stronger than himself in his realm. However, Luo Yu has shattered that illusion. I believe he will emerge from the shadows of self-deception and face reality with composure. With a serious tone, Dean Fengquan continued, in the journey of growth, one must eventually embrace their own ordinariness. For an average person, this process requires gradual acceptance. How much more so for high-achieving students qualified to enter the Imperial University? He then turned to Luo Yu, saying, "You are the one I have come for. Please follow me." As Luo Yu followed Dean Fengquan, the onlookers were filled with awe. Goodness! To be personally invited by a Shadow Guardian is the hallmark of true talent. It seems that having talent grants one the freedom to pursue their desires. How impressive! Attending the finest school and mingling with the most esteemed upperclassmen. Just the thought is overwhelming. President Bai dropped the pretense and began engaging with the other presidents candidly. Now, who dares to mock our Jiang Li for lacking prominence? The other presidents stood in stunned silence. The fortune of this old Bai seems to have consumed a decade of his lifespan. In the corner, Su Ying let out a long sigh. She had finally gained admission to the prestigious Imperial University. Even the influence of her family would likely hesitate to manifest itself there. It appeared that she could enjoy a period of tranquility. In the conference room of the High Tower, Dean Fengquan looked at Luo Yu with a beaming smile. I have heard that you have yet to obtain your Chunin certification? Luo Yu nodded helplessly. He had not yet found the time. Even now, his stamina did not meet the Chunin standard of 500 points, making it impossible for him to secure the certification. This was unacceptable. For the admission criteria of Imperial University required a Chunin status. Since the semester has not commenced yet, you should seize the opportunity to obtain your certification. Dean Fengquan continued. Fortunately, Imperial University also offers Chunin certification, albeit with a slightly higher level of difficulty compared to a Tier 3 city. However, if you perform exceptionally well, you may have the chance to earn a gold or even an obsidian badge. Would you care to challenge yourself? Luo Yu shrugged. With the conversation reaching this point, he found it difficult to refuse. Besides, obtaining an obsidian badge would not be a bad idea. It would not only grant him various privileges at the ninja shop, but the monthly stipend and dimensional aura would also increase significantly. The stipend was of little concern to Luo Yu, as he regarded money with disdain. What truly intrigued him was the dimensional aura. This pertains to the acquisition of inheritance fragments each month. Not to mention, the wood release techniques require a substantial amount of white Zetsu fragments. Attaining an obsidian badge is undoubtedly essential. Furthermore, without certification as a Chunin, one cannot gain access to the Chunin secret realm. The lower ninja secret realm, in terms of attribute points and the drop rate of inheritance fragments, is rather disappointing. Contemplating this, Luo Yu decisively assented, expressing no objections. Dean Fengquan cast a look of approval, stating, "Good. I admire your spirited youth." He added, "Once the certification begins in a few days, I will send someone to fetch you." With a light chuckle, Luo Yu replied, "I shall endeavor to work harder over the next couple of days." Setting aside other matters, the immediate priority is to elevate his stamina to the Chunin standard. After finalizing the details regarding the Chunin certification, Luo Yu inquired further about the Imperial Capital University from Dean Fengquan. Chapter 75. The threat of Huganiji engaging in casual conversation. Luo Yu mentioned the legacy of Dean Fengquan, which is the inheritance of Shimura Danzo. The dean wore a proud expression upon hearing this, while Luo Yu stood momentarily stunned. Danzo? This is nothing short of the machinations of a villain. In the original work, many malevolent events are orchestrated by his insidious influence. He was present on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, and a third of the blame for Hanzo's treachery against the original Akatsuki lies with him. Furthermore, he played a significant role in Nagato's descent into darkness, indirectly contributing to the emergence of the iconic villainous organization, Akatsuki. However, it is unlikely that Dean Fengquan has inherited Danzo's dubious character. If Dean Fengquan were to be as sinister as Danzo, it would be quite unfortunate for him. Nonetheless, at present, it appears that the elder Dean is merely a kind-hearted old man. In any case, it is wise to remain vigilant to avoid future misfortunes. According to some murals discovered in secret realms, I have also encountered the visage of this otherworldly powerhouse known as Danzo. He bears a striking resemblance to a kindly old man, much like myself. Dean Fengquan chuckled with his eyes narrowed in amusement. Luo Yu readily concurred. Indeed. Dean Fengquan continued. Ever since accepting this legacy, he has frequently been plagued by nightmares, dreaming of eyes sprouting all over his arms. I cannot fathom the tragic fate endured by this formidable figure known as Danzo. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Director Feng, this is Su Ying. I have something to confess to you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu immediately rose, preparing to depart. Then I shall take my leave, he remarked, presuming that Su would soon reveal her true identity, which undoubtedly pertained to the private affairs of the Su family. Choosing to remain prudent, Luo Yu understood that some matters were best left unexamined. After opening the door for Su Ying, the two exchanged cordial greetings. Once Su entered the room, Luo Yu stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Suddenly, an overwhelming curiosity surged within him, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Goodness, I am inexplicably intrigued by the affairs of the Su family. Perhaps I could stealthily eavesdrop, he mused, rationalizing that no one would ever know. The thought of not listening gnawed at him like ants crawling beneath his skin, causing considerable discomfort. After all, Su Ying would be a classmate in the future. It was only natural to be concerned about a peer's family circumstances. Steeling himself with a sense of righteous determination, Luo Yu pressed his ear against the door. Soon, a voice tinged with guilt emerged from within. In truth, I am Su Ying, a member of the Su family's branch. Director Feng's voice was laced with surprise. Su Ying, I am aware. It is said that a certain heir of the Hinata clan has recently gone missing. Su continued. I suspect it is related to a scholar researching a hidden realm who, while deciphering the inscriptions unearthed from within, interpreted some of them to suggest that the heir would ultimately shatter the curse of the caged bird, thereby attaining true freedom. Is it because you fear being regarded as a thorn in the side by the main family? Luo Yu silently scoffed at this revelation. Isn't it rather that Niji was ultimately betrayed by his own, or rather, by the insidious machinations of the Ten Tails? He reflected. Upon his death, did the curse of the caged bird simply dissolve? Why is this inscription only partially inscribed? This is nothing short of pure deception. Dean Fengquan continued to offer reassurance, urging not to be overly anxious, for the Su family is, after all, one of the most prestigious clans in the Dragon Kingdom. They would not so easily tarnish their reputation over a mere harmless piece of writing. Su Ying took a deep breath. That conservative family would indeed resort to such outrageous acts to preserve the lineage of the Hinata clan. In truth, it was only upon inadvertently overhearing their conspiracies that I fled the imperial city and came to Jiangli. Fortunately, President Bai of Jiangli was willing to assist me by forging an identity for my residence there, with the condition that I participate in the exchange meeting as a ninja from Jiangli. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu, who was outside the door, was taken aback. The esteemed chairman Bai is truly remarkable. In his pursuit to recruit Jiangli, he dares to covertly oppose the Su family. How moving. Simultaneously, Luo Yu quickly comprehends that Su Ying's entry into the Imperial Capital University is likely a measure to ensure her safety. After all, with the protection of the university, the Su family, despite their immense power, would think twice before taking action. Indeed, upon hearing Su Ying's words, Dean Feng promptly assures her that she has indeed come to the right place. The sole mission of the Imperial Capital University is to cultivate exceptional ninjas to combat the common enemies of humanity. Although the Su family wields considerable influence in the Dragon Kingdom, they cannot recklessly harm the students of the Imperial Capital University. I personally guarantee this with my honor. From this day forth, you shall assume the identity of Su Ying and become a student of the Imperial Capital University. Should the Su family make any moves, you may come directly to me. Su Ying felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, expressing her gratitude to Dean Feng. Outside, Luo Yu listened in admiration of his character. Indeed, this Tuanzong possesses a commendable sense of justice. It seems one cannot judge others solely by their lineage. Speaking of which, he used to hold a great appreciation for Niji, but now Su Ying, similarly entangled by the fate of her family, deserves a chance for assistance. Of course, his intentions are not romantic. After all, inheriting the template of the wrathful Obito, he is only infatuated with his two-dimensional beloved. As Suing prepared to exit, Luo Yu quickly made his way. With the exchange meeting concluded, most attendees had already returned to their respective cities via the teleportation anchor near the tower. Only a few distinguished individuals remained, engaged in discussions with admissions counselors from prestigious universities. Just as they arrived near the teleportation anchor, Bai Mengyao and Chairman Bai approached. How did it go? What did Master Feng tell you? Chairman Bai inquired with curiosity. Luo Yu smiled. He instructed me to participate in the Middle Ninja certification hosted by the Imperial Capital University before I can enroll. Upon hearing this, both Chairman Bai and Bai Mengyao were momentarily taken aback. Isn't that the most challenging Middle Ninja certification? However, recalling Luo Yu's performance, their expressions visibly relaxed. Given Luo Yu's caliber, even if he does not secure an obsidian badge, a golden badge should be well within reach. Our school's level certification is quite rigorous. Don't embarrass me in front of my senior. Bai Mengyao remarked with a playful smile. Luo Yu confidently patted his chest. Rest assured, I am aiming for the obsidian badge. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Yu first passed through the teleportation anchor, returning to the Jiangli Secret Realms teleportation area. Watching his departing figure, Chairman Bai felt a tinge of nostalgia, reflecting, I previously suggested he wait a few years before attending the exchange meeting. Yet here he is, winning the championship in his first year, just like you, being favored by the Imperial Capital University. It seems I must urge the Jiangli students to continue striving upon our return. Upon entering university, one can no longer represent the region at exchange conferences, leaving President Bai with a myriad of emotions. Bai Mengyao chuckled lightly, remarking that they had all received considerable support from Jiangli, and should any troubles arise, they would undoubtedly return to offer assistance. President Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the situation outside Jiangli, where exotic beasts lurked, would be significantly improved with their talented group. It would be far better than the struggles faced by him and old Jiang alone. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already settled into a taxi heading home. In the vehicle, he quietly noted the resources he needed to apply for. Chapter 76. Sister's quirk. Upon returning to the exclusive villa, he had secured victory at the exchange conference. Truly, he was my brother. At the dining table, as Luo Yu recounted the day's experiences, Luo Qingyu proudly straightened her posture, embodying the satisfaction of a caretaker who has nurtured a young cub. Stealing a glance from the corner of his eye, Luo Yu continued to eat heartily, noting that his outstanding performance had led to his acceptance into the Imperial Capital University. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how could one be unaware of such a prestigious institution? Luo Qingyu was genuinely pleased for him, yet upon deeper reflection, a hint of sadness surfaced. Would that mean they would have to leave Jiangli? Since her earliest memories, she had grown up in the Jiangli orphanage, forging a profound bond with the city. Is this the only way for now? Luo Yu shrugged helplessly. However, my inheritance, as revealed through fragmented memories, indicates that upon advancing to a higher ninja rank, I will comprehend a remarkably practical space-time ninjutsu. At that juncture, I could effortlessly transport you to any location at will. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu's soft lips parted slightly in astonishment. Is it truly that convenient? Is it real? Although she was not well versed in the ways of ninjas, she could discern that this technique was exceptionally extraordinary. By the way, where will we reside in the imperial capital? Luo Qingyu inquired, addressing the most pressing concern. The imperial capital was a veritable first-tier city, with housing prices vastly different from those in Jiangli. Even with Luo Yu's current financial status, it would likely be quite challenging to manage. All the ninjas across the nation were flocking there, making accommodation a significant issue. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. I have already inquired with Dean Feng about this matter. The Imperial Capital University has constructed several upscale communities nearby for the convenience of students and their families. Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease, Luo Qingyu sighed, a hint of disappointment in her tone. I had hoped for an opportunity to cozy up to Xiaoyu. After dinner, noticing Luo Qingyu's recent fatigue, Luo Yu, feeling sympathetic towards his sister, took the initiative to wash the dishes. Sister, you've been too weary lately. Perhaps you should take a break. Luo Qingyu was about to speak in explanation, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Her recent decline in sleep quality stemmed from her incessant experience of inexplicable dreams. In these dreams, she found herself transformed into an empress reigning supreme, blessed by her subjects while bearing a child. What is the meaning of all this? How could I possibly broach such a matter with my younger brother? It is solely to understand his interests. I have recently indulged in an excessive amount of disordered anime at home, which has led to such peculiar dreams. For the time being, I shall take a break, going to bed at 1 in the morning after staying up late. Just as Luo Yu was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Luo Yu promptly dashed to the door, realizing it was likely the support resources from the association that had arrived. He had already contacted the person in charge from the business card while in the taxi, applying for numerous resources. Thus, upon hearing the doorbell, he immediately thought of the support resources. Upon reaching the gate of the villa, he saw a delivery person clad in a Chunin vest awaiting entry. Good heavens! Has the threshold for delivering packages become so elevated? Even a Chunin is involved. He must be a member of the direct association. If one were to inherit the legacy of the fourth Hokage, would they not become a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly dominating the battlefield and ascending to the throne of express delivery within a single day? Greetings, is this Mr. Luo Yu? Indeed, it is I. These are the resources granted by the association in support of the champions of the exchange meeting. Please accept them. With that, the Chunin youth retrieved a large storage scroll from his back. He then unfurled the scroll and laid it upon the ground, from which he extracted numerous cardboard boxes. Luo Yu employed a shuriken to slice through the tape on one of the boxes, only to discover, lo and behold, several boxes filled with fire-style and water-style unnamed fragments. This assortment of unnecessary items, typically unutilized by the Chunin, has all been meticulously packaged and sent over. Included are fragments of white Zetsu and shards of young Kakashi. There are even some blue fragments of Zabuza. It must be noted that the resources requested have indeed been generously provided. One can discern that the association is quite magnanimous. This is not a direct assent. Luo Yu promptly inscribed his name on the shipping manifest. The young Chunin nodded in acknowledgement, then executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. This technique condenses chakra at the feet, allowing for a speed akin to the wind. To the untrained eye, it might appear as teleportation, but in reality, it is merely a swift run. Observing the several boxes of legacy fragments, Luo Yu attempted to store them within a scroll, but alas, his scroll was too rudimentary to accommodate such an abundance. Shadow clone. With a flourish of his hands, he formed seals and conjured 2 shadow clones. Together, they transported the legacy fragments to the bedroom. As the shadow clones do not share consciousness, Luo Yu reiterated his instructions. Before long, the trio had placed the stacked cardboard boxes into the upstairs storage room. After utilizing the shadow clones, Luo Yu dispelled the technique and began to absorb the legacy fragments. Chidori 1000 Books Level 1. Chidori Flow Level 1. Water Release. Water Barrier Level 1. Water Release. Great Waterfall Level 1. Half an hour later. Master Luo, please awaken. A face shook the unconscious Luo Yu. Luo Yu opened his eyes, realizing he lay on the floor of the storage room. It seemed he had overwhelmed his mind with an excess of information, necessitating a forced reboot. However, during his unconsciousness, his subconscious had thoroughly processed the myriad techniques. How long was I out? Luo Yu inquired. Just over 30 minutes, a Fei replied, gesturing with 3 fingers. Nodding, Luo Yu curiously glanced at the system panel. Basic Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique LV. 2. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique LV. 1. Reign of 1000 Books LV. 0. Taijutsu. 8 Gates Technique LV. 2. Konoha Gale LV. 3. Lotus Technique LV. 1. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique LV. 3. Phoenix Fire Technique LV. 2. Water Release. Water Barrier LV. 3. Water Dragon Bullet Technique LV. 2. Mist Concealment Technique LV. 4. Great Waterfall Technique LV. 3. Wood Release. Cutting Technique LV. 5. Hell's Chaos LV. 2. Lightning Release. Chidori LV. 2. Chidori Sharp Spear LV. 2. Chidori 1000 Books LV. 3. Chidori Flow LV. 2. Upon reviewing the system panel, Luo Yu felt a wave of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired such an extensive array of ninjutsu. It was likely that an ordinary ninja would need to reach the rank of Nin to master so many techniques. After all, the training speed for those above the rank of Nin slows significantly, allowing ample time for the study of ninjutsu. Moreover, how did the Great Fireball transform into the 2-star Great Fire Extinguishing Technique? The Shadow Clone had also evolved into the 3-star Forbidden Technique, Multiple Shadow Clones. Could it be that by upgrading these 2 techniques to their maximum level, they had advanced? Just as Luo Yu pondered this, the system confirmed that certain ninjutsu, upon upgrading. Unlock higher tier forms. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu experienced a moment of profound realization. Subsequently, he observed that his skill in the art of cuttings had ascended to level 5, indicating that his comprehension of the wood release technique had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Does this imply that even the wood release techniques observed through the Sharingan can be directly acquired? Much like the level 5 Great Fireball technique. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu cast a mischievous glance at Fei. Fei, allow me to take a look at your wood release. Chapter 77. Luo Yu's bold idea at Luo Yu's behest. Fei followed him to the training ground of the villa. Which technique would you like me to demonstrate? Fei inquired, glancing at Luo Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu replied, let us start with the wood release, wood wall to test the waters. The wood release, wood wall is a 1.5-star defensive technique, akin in function to the water barrier. Acquiring it would be of no detriment. Upon receiving the command, Fei swiftly formed hand seals, and wooden planks erupted from the ground, neatly converging to form a sturdy archway, standing firm before them. Simultaneously, Luo Yu activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, deeply recording Fei's chakra flow and the intricate details of his hand seals. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended wood release, wood wall LV. 1. With the system's notification, Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. It appeared that by prioritizing the enhancement of a particular attribute's techniques to level 5, he could enjoy the privilege of effortlessly grasping related techniques at a glance. Having validated his hypothesis, Luo Yu recalled that his sister had been in poor spirits lately and promptly inquired of Fei, has my sister been associating with other men recently? He suddenly regretted purchasing a mobile phone for her. He had not yet fully enjoyed their cohabitation, and the prospect of suddenly gaining a brother-in-law was far from appealing. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly transform into an enraged child. Not at all. She has been preoccupied with exploring the world of anime lately. She hardly has time for such trivial matters. Luo Yu was taken aback. Hadn't his sister always expressed disdain for the so-called waifus? Yet now, it seemed preferable to her being whisked away by another man. Upon hearing this, Fei could only shake his head in resignation. Are these two siblings truly devoid of any blood relation? They appear as if they were crafted from the same mold. Lord Luo, I yearn to explore the world beyond. Might you take me along on your next outing? Fei suddenly expressed his desire. It seems that his role as a human surveillance monitor has taken a toll on him. Luo Yu considered this and agreed. Bai Siyu's ephemeral technique proves to be quite formidable in reconnaissance. Bringing Fei along tomorrow to the secret realm to farm attribute points would essentially grant them an all-map advantage. This would allow them to swiftly locate the habitats of social beasts, thereby enhancing their efficiency in acquiring attribute points. As for his sister's safety, a mere shadow clone would suffice. Moreover, he could use the shadow clone to assist his sister with household chores. Agreed. Luo Yu readily consented. As night fell, the world dimmed, and people extinguished their lights to rest. Luo Qingyu, fast asleep in her bed, furrowed her brow, beads of fragrant sweat trickling down her face. Once again, she dreamed of herself as a revered empress, admired by millions. A crimson nine-tail Sharingan, etched delicately upon her brow, exuded an aura of undeniable authority. Even in her pregnant state, her ethereal beauty remained unblemished. In the realm of her dream, all bowed in homage to her. She was the sovereign of the world, a benevolent deity. Just as she surveyed the myriad beings beneath her with her mysterious, profound scarlet eyes, an intense sense of impending danger emanated from within her, abruptly rousing Luo Qingyu from her slumber. Gasping for breath and wide-eyed with fear, questions flooded her mind. Why does she always dream of Erling Shun? And in a female form? It seems that indulging too much in the two-dimensional realm can lead to troublesome thoughts. The following day, Luo Yu rose early. He found Luo Qingyu, as usual, bustling about in the kitchen, though her expression bore a hint of melancholy. She seemed to be preoccupied with heavy thoughts. It was indeed necessary to have a shadow clone accompany her. He had been so absorbed in his training lately that he had overlooked his sister's need for companionship. Regardless of the world line, his sister had sacrificed so much for him. Sister, I shall head to the secret realm to train early today. I'm taking Fei with me, but I will leave a shadow clone behind. Feel free to instruct him if you need assistance. With that, Luo Yu formed a hand seal, conjuring a shadow clone of himself. For the next few days, let us relieve my sister of household chores. You take on more of the burden. The shadow clone grinned, assuring him, rest assured, I will ensure our sister has nothing to do, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable day. Subsequently, the shadow clone entered the kitchen, gently pushing Luo Yu out, while immersing itself in various tasks within. A knowing smile graced Luo Yu's lips. Indeed, Xiao Yu had truly grown. Moreover, this shadow clone proved to be quite convenient, allowing for a continuous companionship with Xiao Yu. With the promise of the shadow clone secured, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. The shadow clone could be regarded as an extension of oneself, and he had faith in the commitments it made. However, when it came to culinary skills, it was best left unspoken. In the next moment, Ah Fei, at Luo Yu's command, enveloped him, revealing only his right eye. Naturally, as a secret weapon, Ah Fei could not be presented in such a manner when venturing outside. Transformation technique. A layer of chakra enveloped him, concealing the white Zetsu attire, restoring Luo Yu's appearance to its original state. Feeling invigorated with enhanced strength and speed, Luo Yu opted against transportation, instead transforming into a gust of wind, swiftly making his way to the teleportation site of the secret realm. Is this what Sister Youth refers to as youth? After consuming the essence of the dimensional realm, Luo Yu arrived at the Jiang Li's lower ninja-level secret realm via the teleportation device. At Silver Forest Peak, there was no alternative. He had yet to attain the rank of a middle ninja, otherwise he could have ventured into the middle ninja secret realm for some excitement. Reappearing in the camp centered around the teleportation anchor point, he observed the bustling activity of Jiang Li ninjas and those dispatched by the association to maintain the teleportation anchor. As he gazed into the distance, the landscape was dotted with undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, creating an illusion of infinity. According to the intelligence from aside from the wind demon ape and a few other exotic beasts, here also resides a multitude of aerial creatures, making it exceedingly challenging to hunt them without ranged attack capabilities. For melee-oriented ninjas, the threat posed by these flying beasts is nearly comparable to that of the wind demon ape. This also elucidates the infrequent visits of Jiang Li's ninjas to Yinlin Peak. The challenges associated with hunting aerial beasts are formidable. They would rather explore another secret realm of Jiang Li. However, for Luo Yu, who possesses exceptionally long-range ninjutsu, this place is undoubtedly a paradise. As he swiftly exited the camp, Luo Yu lowered his voice to converse with Ah Fei, stating that he had no specific preferences regarding the type of prey today. He urged Ah Fei to seek out more habitats of the extraordinary beasts and reminded him to remain undetected by humans. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Yu. By the way, do you require dimensional energy to enter the secret realm? Due to the bond of the blood pact, typically, when ninjas consume dimensional energy, their summoning beasts would experience the same effects. Ah Fei responded that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Hearing this, Luo Yu felt reassured, realizing that the system had linked him and Ah Fei, allowing for the shared effects of the dimensional energy. Thus, another essence of the dimension is preserved. Act swiftly. Upon receiving Lei Yu's command, Ah Fei instantaneously detached from his corporeal form, employing the technique of ephemeral insects to merge with the earth. He then traversed the subterranean realm at remarkable speed, while Liu seized the opportunity to open his phone and indulge in his favorite series. This is what one might call the judicious use of fragmented time. 10 minutes later, Ah Fei suddenly emerged from the ground. Report, Lord Luo. I have thoroughly mapped out all the habitats of the surrounding gregarious beasts. Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such swiftness. Then, a bold idea struck him. Would sending his teammate Ah Fei to slay the beasts yield attribute points? With this thought, Luo Yu's gaze toward Ah Fei intensified. Chapter 78. The Fall of Silver Forest Peak. Around a towering ancient tree at Silver Forest Peak, a flock of black-billed avian beasts spread their resplendent wings, circling gracefully like geese. These black-mouthed beasts are commonly known as second-tier, low-level creatures that dwell in groups and possess the ability to fly. Once provoked, they will launch a collective assault, making them a formidable presence that many low-level ninjas strive to avoid. Would release, insertion technique, accompanying Ah Fei. Luo Yu stepped before this swarm of black-mouthed beasts and hurled a wooden spike, striking one of them. In response, the multitude of black-mouthed beasts prepared to dive at Luo Yu. Subsequently, Luo Yu formed a hand sign with a single finger. As the chakra surged, the wooden spikes within the black-mouthed beasts grew wildly, branching out into countless trees that pierced through other targets. In this manner, the corpses of over 20 black-mouthed beasts fell to the ground. Attribute point 6. Given that his base attributes were nearing the level of a mid-tier ninja, the drop in attribute points was rather meager. Luo Yu raised his gaze to the sky. where a few remaining black-mouthed beasts looked on in horror at the hell before them. Fei, the next move is yours. The black-mouthed beasts were deliberately spared by Luo Yu, aspiring to ascertain whether Fei's extermination of these extraordinary creatures would yield attribute points. With a subtle nod, Fei skillfully formed hand seals and executed the wood release, thorn killing technique. He channeled his chakra into the ground, causing several wooden tendrils to sprout forth, pursuing the panicked black-mouthed beasts. In the next instant, the wooden tendrils, akin to agile appendages, ensnared several of the creatures and instantly applied pressure. Attribute points 2. Though the increment was a mere 2 points, a faint smile graced Luo Yu's lips. This indicated that Fei could indeed assist in the accumulation of attribute points. Regrettably, the yield was rather scant. At this rate, even turning Silver Forest Peak upside down would scarcely suffice to elevate his stamina to the required standard. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yu allocated the attribute points to his stamina. Stamina, 261, 50, 269, 50. After collecting the nameless inheritance fragments dropped by the black-mouthed beasts into his storage scroll, Luo Yu intended to instruct Fei to continue leading the way. At this moment, numerous regions in the distance emanated temporal and spatial fluctuations. Luo Yu activated his Sharingan to observe, witnessing several lower-ranking ninjas being pursued by formidable beasts. These creatures were not catalogued in the A Compendium, and their strength appeared to be predominantly at the Chunin level. This is also one of the reasons why numerous lower-ranking ninjas fled in panic. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Setting aside the question of why so many mid-ranking beasts appeared in the secret realm of lower-ranking ninjas, these attributes are indeed tangible. Furthermore, the efficiency of hunting mid-level beasts has significantly improved. Fei, someone is approaching. Please conceal yourself. As commanded, Fei humorously saluted and then transformed into a ninja dog using a substitution technique. Luo Yu cleared his throat, indicating, "Come on to me." Being possessed by Fei allows one to benefit from the strength of wood release and a boost in physical prowess. Although it may not compare to the cells of Hashirama, even the legs of a mosquito are still flesh. Once enveloped by the swirling white zetsu, Luo Yu promptly executed a transformation technique to conceal the white zetsu adorning his body. Simultaneously, 3 mid-level reaper-like beings brandished their sharp sickle hands, mercilessly reaping the lives of many lower ninjas. The reapers resembled colossal mantises, clad in a green armor that enveloped their entire forms. They vibrated their delicate wings, swiftly pursuing the fleeing lower ninjas in the air, delivering fatal blows with ease. Trailing behind the reapers were countless diminutive, goblin-like flying insect beasts, bloodthirsty mosquito creatures, who also flapped their slender wings effortlessly to catch up with the crowd. These bloodthirsty mosquito beasts possess a formidable third-tier strength, and their numbers are overwhelming. Once they set their sights on a target, they swarm in an instant, draining the very life force from their victims. As the fleeing individuals begin to lag behind, succumbing to a gruesome fate, the pallor on their faces intensifies. Among them is a scruffy middle-tier ninja. Yet he is overwhelmed by the presence of 3 first-tier brain snatchers and countless bloodthirsty mosquitoes. The middle-tier ninja is consumed by fear, fleeing for his own life. His complexion devoid of color, Luo Yu, skillfully navigating the branches, heads towards the swarm of beasts. Upon noticing his youthful figure, the panicked crowd urgently cries out, "Run! They are middle tier. Don't come any closer. Quickly report to the guard ninjas at the teleportation point. Flee! Silver Forest Peak is about to fall." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu is somewhat perplexed. It seems inconceivable that the middle tier guarding the teleportation point would allow Silver Forest Peak to be overrun by merely 3 brain snatchers. Although doubts linger in his mind, he does not halt his advance. Ignoring the warnings from the fleeing crowd, their expressions turn to one of regret for him. Yet in the next moment, Luo Yu remains composed, brushing past the fleeing individuals. Wood release, cutting technique. As the incantation escapes his lips, his active cells surge to their zenith, manifesting into numerous trees that shoot forth like a torrential rain of arrows. Upon striking their targets, the trees explode within the bodies of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, inflicting devastating second-tier damage. This extraordinary cutting technique, honed to perfection, coupled with the enhancements from Fei, unleashes the full might of wood release. Even the formidable armor of the brain snatchers begins to crack under the relentless assault. In mere seconds, beneath the relentless barrage of trees, countless bloodthirsty mosquitoes wail in agony, collapsing into pools of blood. Only the 3 brain snatchers remain standing, their frail wings rendered tattered and useless. The once revered green insect armor also suffers catastrophic damage. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the fleeing crowd instinctively halts, mouths agape, captivated by the sanguine spectacle before them. Would release. It would release. I've never seen such a brutal application of it. One strike annihilated dozens of beasts. Why would such a powerful ninja come to Silver Forest Peak? We are saved. Could this technique indicate that this young man is a jonin? No way. A jonin at such a young age? As the crowd marveled at the prowess of Luo Yu's ninjutsu, he had already unleashed his 3-tomo Sharingan. At the same time, he activated the first gate of the 8 gates of opening, the opening gate. To effectively breach the defenses of the Mind Snatchers, he needed to approach them closely. The Sharingan afforded him the ability to predict the blade strikes of the Mind Snatchers, while the opening gate elevated his speed to that of a Chunin, allowing him to maneuver in concert with the Sharingan. Against the first-tier aberrations, the opening gate would suffice. There was no need to directly open the healing gate, as that would induce excessive fatigue. Once Luo Yu's speed matched the pace, he deftly evaded the scythe-wielding adversary, seizing the opportunity during the opponent's attack pause. He formed hand seals, channeling lightning-release chakra into his arm. With a calm flourish of his hand, the currents on his arm transformed into countless, needle-thin strands of lightning, surging towards the crevices in the Mind Snatcher's exoskeleton. The lightning Simban possessed astonishing penetrating power, having been honed to a masterful degree. At such close range, the 3 Mind Snatchers were instantly perforated, their internal organs ravaged by the rampant lightning release, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The rescued individuals were momentarily stunned. The lightning Simban was a 3-star technique, rarely mastered even by jonin. Yet, the youth before them not only commanded it, but had also perfected its execution. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Chapter 79. Is there a trick? Attribute points 30. Receiving the system notification, Luo Yu smiled faintly. Indeed. Accumulating attribute points from Chunin-level aberrations proved to be swift. Including the 20 points earned from vanquishing the bloodthirsty mosquito beast, this battle yielded a total of 50 attribute points. Typically, one would only earn this much after an entire day of grinding at Silver Forest Peak. Even with the legendary scout, a Fei, present, the situation remained precarious. Stamina, 269, 50, 319, 50. After allocating his attribute points, Luo Yu turned to address the rescued individuals. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pin. The middle-aged ninja expressed profound gratitude. Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. The others echoed their appreciation. Had it not been for the timely intervention of this youth, they would have met the same gruesome fate as the previous ninjas, becoming mere prey for the bloodthirsty mosquito beasts. The thought of being completely drained by those creatures sent shivers down their spines. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling effort. He then posed a question. If I recall correctly, there should be no brain snatchers or bloodthirsty mosquito beasts in Silverwood Peak. How were you pursued by them? Pin took a moment to compose himself before elaborating. Silverwood Peak serves as a transit point from the early era of ninjas during the beast incursions. Eventually, the Ninja Alliance repelled the invading beast army back to their realm. The entrances to the beast realm within the secret domain have been sealed by numerous shadow-level powerhouses, leaving only a handful of beasts for ninjas to hone their skills. However, due to years of neglect, many of these seals at Silverwood Peak have weakened, causing spatial fluctuations. A number of creatures from another realm have seized this opportunity to infiltrate. The brain snatchers we encountered were just a small fraction. The main force of the beasts is likely wreaking havoc among the humans at Silverwood Peak. We must swiftly return to the teleportation anchor point, he urged. If the beast army fully occupies the teleportation anchor, returning to Jiangli will become exceedingly difficult. Luo Yu calmed himself and contemplated for a moment before responding. If that is the case, then the first target for the beasts must be the teleportation anchor. Upon hearing this, the group fell into disarray. Let us hurry back. The authorities must have already contacted the association to organize a counterattack. One exclaimed, Indeed, if we become trapped at Silverwood Peak, we will be cornered by the beasts. Another added, the worst-case scenario would be Jiangli turning into a battlefield ravaged by the beasts. They lamented. The pressing concern was that being trapped at Silverwood Peak would deplete 1 bottle of dimensional essence every hour. Who could withstand that? Exactly. In just a few days, without the beasts even attacking us, we would be done for. Luo Yu sighed in exasperation. He had not yet accumulated enough attribute points before encountering this misfortune. It appeared that returning to Zhongli was the only viable option. After all, the sheer might of the beast army was formidable, and no matter how powerful an individual might be, they could not contend with a swarm. Although he had hoped to seize the chaos to enhance his attributes, if the teleportation anchor point was indeed compromised by the beast army, he would find himself in a precarious position. Let us all return to the teleportation anchor point together. We must not separate, Luo Yu declared resolutely. As his words hung in the air, the group unanimously agreed. Yes, together we shall go. Due to his remarkable prowess, Luo Yu possesses a decisive influence within this makeshift team. In their eyes, he is like a celestial being. Following Luo Yu instills them with an unwavering sense of security. Thus, he leads the remnants of their group, comprising over 20 members, with fervor towards the teleportation anchor point at Silver Forest Peak. Along the way, they encounter ninjas pursued by a horde of monstrous beasts. Citing the need to conserve strength, Luo Yu forbids his companions from intervening, instead taking it upon himself to confront the adversaries with a torrential onslaught. After his assault, only middle-level monstrous beasts remain. Subsequently, Luo Yu employs the renowned Chidori series, known for its penetrating power, to reap the remaining foes. His attribute points surge dramatically, and the team accompanying him steadily grows in strength. Such an operation has cycled through several rounds, leaving Yin and the other initial followers utterly perplexed. I am astonished. With such a potent method of cuttings, Luo Yu has astonishingly employed it multiple times without so much as a blush or a hint of fatigue. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. It is evident that he has yet to experience the affections of a romantic partner. If such high-intensity consumption were placed upon them, it would be no surprise that their chakra reserves would be utterly depleted, given their already diminished physical state. As the number of people in the team increased, some began to recognize the identity of Luo Yu. Is that not the prodigious youth, Luo Yu, who is trending in the headlines? Indeed, I hardly noticed. Incredible. He is the one who ended Sun Hao's consecutive victories, and in such a dominant fashion, witnessing his earlier performance. It is no wonder that even Sun Hao fell before him. Thankfully, with Luo Yu here today, we might avoid being trampled by the army of aberrant beasts. Truly, he is the rising star of our Zhongli. After allocating all his attribute points, excluding the enhancement from the cells of Hashirama, Luo Yu's base stamina reached 410 points. Even without unlocking the 8 gates, with the addition of Hashirama's cells, he is undoubtedly at the level of a Chunin. Feeling the significant enhancement to his physique, Luo Yu gained confidence in his ability to confront the army of aberrant beasts. With the 8 gates at his disposal, he felt capable of standing against even a Chunin. Soon, under Luo Yu's leadership, nearly 100 survivors arrived at the camp before the teleportation anchor point. Fortunately, the army of aberrant beasts had not yet launched an assault here. The once empty camp was now filled with survivors fleeing from other areas. A loudspeaker blared, announcing that aberrant beasts from alternate dimensions were invading Silver Forest Peak, urging all survivors to seek refuge in the camp. Luo Yu felt perplexed. Why were they not hastening back to Jiangli to contact the association to organize a defense, instead of lingering here? On a watchtower within the camp, a middle-aged Chunin captain with a square face was taken aback upon seeing such a large group approaching. Why are there so many of you? Upon hearing this, Yin stepped forward to explain, Luo Yu saved us. Over 100 aberrant beasts have fallen to his ninjutsu. Yet, there are certainly still many more in the army of aberrant beasts. Please, commanders, hurry. Could it be that Luo Yu, who rose to fame during the 5 cities exchange, is present? The Chunin captain scrutinized Luo Yu, who stood prominently among them, and his expression brightened. It truly is Luo Yu. Now we can hold out for quite some time. What could that possibly mean? A sense of foreboding crept into Luo Yu's mind. The Chunin captain's tone turned somber, revealing that the teleportation anchor point had been secretly sabotaged, and for the time being, no one could leave Silver Forest Peak. Upon hearing this, the survivors, who were just beginning to grasp the situation, erupted into cries of despair. My dimensional energy is running low. At this rate, am I to await my demise? The army of aberrant beasts will soon commence their extermination. If this continues, we are all doomed. Damn, I should have checked the calendar before venturing out today. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. The teleportation anchor point was destroyed? Was it an act of sabotage? The Chunin captain's expression was grave. The traces did not resemble those left by aberrant beasts. Luo Yu was taken aback. Was it indeed a human act? It seemed that this counteroffensive by the aberrant beast was premeditated. Noticing the morale plummeting among the crowd, the Chunin captain raised his arms high and proclaimed, "Do not worry. We have already contacted the association. It is believed that in the not-so-distant future, they will utilize other temporal technologies to transport reinforcements to our aid. However, Luo Yu has resolutely decided to seize this opportunity to significantly enhance his attributes. Chapter 80, Potential Enemies, Betrayers of Humanity within the encampment of the teleportation anchor point. Under the coordination of the Chunin team leader, the defensive fortifications are steadily progressing. Initially, ninjas adept in earth techniques are summoned to collaboratively erect multiple earthen walls using their earth-style ninjutsu. Luo Yu also employs wood-style techniques to further reinforce the walls of the encampment. Although these defensive structures are nearly ineffective against middle-tier aberrations, they do serve to somewhat mitigate the offensive momentum of low-tier aberrations. These efforts, though modest, are better than nothing. The collective preparations are bustling with fervor, and the once somber atmosphere is gradually easing. At that moment, the reconnaissance ninja stationed in the watchtower reported that a colossal black-scaled python, measuring over 10 meters in length, was swiftly advancing towards their location, approximately 500 meters ahead. Preliminary assessments indicated that this formidable serpent was ranked as a mid-level Chunin. Upon hearing this, the group's anxiety surged once more. Could it be that a horde of monstrous beasts was preparing to attack? I must see for myself, said Luo Yu, deftly scaling the towering watchtower that soared to 9 meters. The crimson power surged within his pupils as the 3 tomo of his Sharingan materialized. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything became vividly apparent under the keen insight provided by his ocular prowess. Indeed, in the distance, a black-scaled python slithered through the dense thicket, hastening towards the encampment. What piqued his suspicion was that the creature appeared to be harboring a living entity within its maw. Through the chakra fluctuations emanating from this being, Luo Yu deduced that it was likely a human. As Luo Yu revealed his Sharingan, the onlookers were filled with speculation. Just as the news had reported, his right eye was indeed the Sharingan. Could it be that Luo Yu had inherited the legacy of Kakashi Hatake? However, he recalled that all of Kakashi's heirs possessed Sharingan in their left eye. Perhaps this was a newly discovered lineage of ninja. But then, why was he able to maintain the Sharingan unlike Kakashi's successors? Surely, Kakashi must have seized the Sharingan from this mysterious Uchiha. Upon hearing this, several female ninjas could not help but interject. Nonsense. Would Lord Kakashi engage in such cruel acts? I surmise that the enigmatic Uchiha is in a romantic relationship with him. Hence their shared pair of Sharingan. How delightfully whimsical, exclaimed others, their eyes sparkling with admiration. So, Luo Yu, like the Jun family, possesses Uchiha blood? Well, considering the storied history of these ancient clans, it's entirely plausible that they have left behind illegitimate offspring. Come on, is this really the time for such gossip? Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the insatiable curiosity for scandal among the people remained undiminished. With a resigned shake of his head, Luo Yu addressed the group calmly. This python exhibits some unusual behavior. I will approach it to ascertain the situation. Be careful, cautioned the Chunin captain. In theory, apart from the seasoned captain, Luo Yu was the strongest in their midst. He did not wish for such a key player to encounter misfortune while defending against the impending beast army. I know what I'm doing, Luo Yu replied, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Within less than a minute, he materialized before the black-scaled python. Just as he intended to unleash a Chidori to pierce the serpent's jaw and rescue the still-breathing captive, the python opened its gaping maw, expelling a familiar figure enveloped in a glistening, transparent saliva. Stop. It's a comrade. The figure rose and waved a hand to dissuade Luo Yu's assault. Luo Yu focused intently. Sun Hao, what brings you here? Indeed, the person before me is none other than the former Triple Crown champion, Sun Hao. However, the Sun Hao of today is battered and bruised, his former glory diminished. It is evident that he has been thoroughly dealt with by the monstrous army. This left Luo Yu quite perplexed. As an outsider, Sun Hao had entered Jiang Li's secret realm. Yet he was required to pay an additional fee in renbai to Jiang Li. Moreover, the gleaming silver badge on Sun Hao's chest indicated that he was already certified as a Chunin. Why would he venture into a secret realm designated for genin? Could it be that he was the human traitor? Luo Yu was filled with doubts. Noticing his confusion, Sun Hao offered a bittersweet smile and said, I originally came to Jiang Li to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Luo Yu found himself even more bewildered. After having thoroughly beaten him, how could he still say thank you? Perhaps he was somewhat enamored. Thank you for helping me realize the reality. Ruling over a small third-tier city is nothing remarkable. The true path lies in stepping onto the world stage and making a name for oneself. I have accepted an invitation from the Imperial Capital University, and soon we shall be classmates. My latest goal is to surpass you. Luo Yu clapped dismissively. Well, that's impressive. But how did you end up here? Sun Hao explained. I was initially headed straight to your home, but your girlfriend informed me that you were exploring a secret realm. Luo Yu immediately interrupted Sun Hao's nonsensical babble. Stop. I am single. And that beautiful sister you live with? Sun Hao inquired. That's my sister. Luo Yu retorted. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's eyes brightened. Does that mean I have a chance? Just as he was about to call him little brother-in-law, Luo Yu quickly corrected him. It's sister-in-law. Then it's no longer a concern. Sun Hao's expression instantly dimmed. The term sister-in-law carried a particular meaning understood by those in the know. I was actually heading to the teleportation site in the secret realm to release a few snakes using the shadow snake technique to lie in wait for you. However, my little snakes inadvertently discovered a suspicious figure in a gray robe. Out of curiosity, I followed him to Silver Forest Peak. With the assistance of my snakes, I witnessed the gray-robed man sabotaging the teleportation anchor point and using a white gemstone ring on his finger to open a temporary spatial rift, releasing a beast from another dimension. Throughout this account, Luo Yu listened intently, refraining from interruption. To his astonishment, Sun Hao had unwittingly stumbled upon the very act of the human traitor. This is of utmost importance. Subsequently, he utilized a white sapphire ring to create a spatial rift and departed. I found myself targeted by a horde of plant-like aberrations, enduring their relentless assault. I summoned Little Black to guide my escape. It was then that I encountered you here. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, identifying the crux of the matter. You mentioned that the temporal rift opened by the gray-robed figure is temporary? The aberrations from other dimensions will not continuously invade? Sun Hao gave a slight nod, indicating that only 500 to 600 would emerge, of which merely 1/10 would be of the Chunin level. Luo Yu's lips twitched. Only 500 or 600. Such a meager quantity of mosquito meat is hardly sufficient for anyone, especially since a portion of it has already been swiftly harvested by him. If the survivors in the camp were to discover that Luo Yu finds this insufficient, they would likely be infuriated. However, the plant-type beast that had pursued me earlier was an exception. Reflecting on the previous encounter, Sun Hao displayed a flicker of terror. I had never witnessed a creature with such a peculiar structure. The core of that group of beasts was a colossal tree, its entirety ablaze with embers. The roots of the giant tree were entwined with fiery red flowers, each one a formidable opponent, equivalent to an independent beast at the middle ninja level. Moreover, they exhibited proficiency in a fire-type racial technique reminiscent of the Phoenix Fire. Utterly troublesome. Chapter 81. Blazing Fire and Lamentations. Just as I mentioned their troublesome nature, 3 petals of the blazing flowers soared into the air, their buds targeting Luo Yu and Sun Hao. Scorching fireballs erupted in rapid succession, prompting Luo Yu to hastily form hand seals. Would release. Would pillar wall. With the spirit of a fae possessing him. Luo Yu's affinity for wood release had noticeably improved, allowing him to streamline the hand seals required for the technique. In an instant, several sturdy wooden pillars sprouted from the ground, forming a defensive archway. The relentless fireballs crashed against the wooden wall. Although it managed to block the majority of the onslaught, the intense flames gradually consumed the wall. Luo Yu could not help but exclaim, truly worthy of a middle ninja-level beast. Even a small-scale wood pillar wall can be shattered so swiftly. Indeed, while Luo Yu had grasped the rudimentary technique of the wood pillar wall, a fae had achieved a small-scale mastery. Thus, Luo Yu's execution of the technique was temporarily elevated to a small-scale level. Otherwise, facing a barrage of fire projectiles that countered wood release, the wooden wall might not have withstood the first wave. Just as the wooden wall began to crumble, Luo Yu concentrated lightning chakra in his palm, crafting a blade of high-voltage electricity that effortlessly pierced through one of the blazing flowers. The entire process flowed seamlessly, showcasing the penetrative power of the small-scale thousand-bird sharp spear to its fullest extent. After releasing the barrage of fire projectiles, the blazing flower appeared significantly weakened. Before the nearby black-scaled python could react, Luo Yu swiftly plunged the thousand-bird's sharp spear into the buds of the other 2 blazing flowers. He intended to relish the experience alone. As the flowers lost their life signs, they gradually transformed into pitch-black ash, dissipating in the wind. Attribute points, 23. Upon receiving the attribute points, Luo Yu felt a surge of delight. His foundational values had now reached the standard of a middle ninja. Though the impact of the dropped attribute points was minimal, Sun Hao, Witnessing Luo Yu effortlessly dispatch the 3 blazing flowers was profoundly astonished. Although Luo Yu had previously overwhelmed him, he had at least opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the injury gate. These flame flowers possessed the prowess of a Chunin of the 2nd tier, yet they were vanquished by Liu with astonishing ease, nearly in an instant. In just 1 day of absence, the gap between myself and Liu has widened significantly. Moreover, what are the Chidori sharp spear and the wooden pillar wall? The repertoire of ninjutsu that Luo Yu commands is simply overwhelming. It is one thing to possess an extensive array of techniques, but the proficiency and star ratings are equally impressive. Just as I had reignited my hope by setting my sights on defeating Liu, reality delivered a resounding slap to my face. It is futile to compete in talent. My only recourse is to strive harder than Liu. I must seize the opportunity to obtain Senior Mingyao's contact information and 1 school resumes. We shall engage in intense training together. With this thought, confidence rekindled in Sun Hao's eyes. The vibrant and spirited senior embodies the essence of youth. It seems those flame flowers have already caught up. We should hasten to reunite with everyone. Furthermore, your injuries are severe. You must receive treatment promptly. Luo Yu shook the dazed Sun Hao, urging him onward. Coming to his senses, Sun Hao turned to the massive black-scaled python, Little Black. In perfect synchrony, Little Black lowered its colossal head, opening its cavernous mouth wide. Sun Hao stepped into Little Black's maw and extended an invitation to Liu. Would you care to join? Observing Sun Hao, now enveloped in a translucent liquid, Liu firmly declined. No. Shortly thereafter, Liu returned to the camp, elucidating Sun Hao's situation to the others. Their mood visibly lightened. Sun Hao is indeed one of the elite among Chunin, complemented by a Tier 3 summoning beast. They could sustain their defense for a significantly extended period. Subsequently, the survivors granted passage to the giant python. Water release, water chaos wave, emerging from the python's mouth. Sun Hao was immediately met by water-style ninjas who skillfully manipulated their chakra to expel harmless streams of water, cleansing him. Several medical ninjas attended to his wounds with basic treatment. Then, Sun Hao disclosed all that he knew to the group. The teleportation anchor point had indeed been sabotaged, and it was clearly a deliberate act. A ring capable of manipulating the powers of time and space. Such strength. When Sun Hao mentioned the colossal tree still smoldering with residual flames, many ninjas around expressed their unfamiliarity with such a phenomenon. The Chunin captain, seasoned from multiple battles against monstrous beasts, tightened his expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Based on your description, it must be the sacred flame roots. I encountered it once on the battlefield against the monstrous beasts. Each time it entered, it summoned a plethora of Chunin-level flame flowers. And its true form is that of a first-tier Chunin. Those flame flowers not only unleash fire projectiles, but are also adept at earth evasion, swiftly penetrating the battlefield. For ordinary ninjas, they represent a catastrophic disparity in power. In that battle, we suffered a complete defeat. As he spoke, the Chunin captain dispelled his transformation technique, revealing half of his face marred by severe burns. Unless we defeat the original entity, the flame flowers will continue to replenish their ranks. However, the true form of the sacred flame roots is undoubtedly a boss among Chunin. Years ago, the 5 of us elite squads ventured forth to confront the entity, and I was the sole survivor, relegated to the mundane task of guarding a teleportation anchor. Little did I anticipate that I would encounter it once more. As he spoke, the resolute gaze of the Chunin captain dimmed, his head bowing in defeat. The scars of that devastating loss from years past weighed heavily upon him, manifesting as profound psychological trauma. Now, faced once again with the specter of his inner demons, he had succumbed to a state of despondency. Witnessing the captain in such a state sent shockwaves through the camp, plunging morale to an all-time low. How could we, a makeshift assembly of mostly low-ranking ninjas, possibly defend against the relentless onslaught of the Inferno Flowers? Flee. We must retreat to a safer distance. But it is futile. The dimensional energy will inevitably be depleted, leaving us to confront the harsh reality that awaits. Isn't the association supposed to send reinforcements? A guard ninja spoke in a somber tone, revealing that the association was contemplating utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport aid. However, recalibrating the coordinates to Silver Forest Peak would require time. Luo Yu pondered. Which means we must buy time. Just as the atmosphere grew suffocating, numerous inferno flowers erupted from the ground near the camp. The guard on duty at the watchtower exclaimed in alarm, spotting a multitude of inferno flowers in the distance. Before anyone could react, several inferno flowers burrowed into the camp. Fiery projectiles rained down upon the gathering of people, resulting in thunderous explosions. Many weaker ninjas perished on the spot, as the camp's structures, composed predominantly of flammable wood, ignited in blazing infernos. Without prompt action to extinguish the flames, the camp would soon become engulfed in a sea of fire. Amidst the hurried preparations for battle, the hearts of the gathered ninjas were filled with dread. It became evident that these inferno flowers could circumvent the watchtower's defenses, launching a surprise attack within the camp. Their constructed fortifications had been so easily outmaneuvered. "Captain, give the order." A guard ninja's eyes gleamed with determination. "No, the flames will consume us." As the fierce blaze erupted before him, the Chunin captain experienced a tremendous psychological blow, clutching his head and retreating into a small room. Meanwhile, many ninjas succumbed to the assault of the inferno flowers. This scene is deeply imprinted in the hearts of all. Is it only death that embodies the authentic and cruel reality? At this moment, everyone is too overwhelmed to resist, desperately yearning to flee the camp. Yet, what awaits them is only the merciless flames. Ah Fei, can you trace the roots beneath the blazing flowers to uncover the essence of the sacred flame? In an unnoticed corner, Luo Yu quietly converses with Ah Fei, who is with him. Unlike others whose mental fortitude has crumbled, Luo Yu possesses formidable strength as his support. Thus, he does not succumb to disgrace in the face of death, regardless of the burden upon me. After receiving a reassuring answer from Ah Fei, Luo Yu's pupils glimmer with an unusual crimson hue, the shape of divine might trembling with excitement. If death is to descend, I shall be the harbinger of that demise. Chapter 82, Luo Yu Baby Bus. The disarray among the troops has plunged the already weakened multitude into a one-sided slaughter. Yet, in the face of such brutality, Luo Yu is astonished by his own extraordinary calmness. It seems that at this moment, the Sharingan exerts a tangible influence on the human spirit. Is this the reason why Senju Tobarama perceives the Uchiha clan as a malevolent lineage? Indeed, it is not the world that is at fault, but rather the Sharingan. As he slices through the blazing flowers with lightning release, Luo Yu contemplates his strategies. The battlefield here lacks significance. The pressing matter is to organize our forces to strike at the core. A decapitation operation does not require numbers, but precision. A swift strike from the thousand-bird sharp spear cleaves through the blazing petals before us, while Luo Yu intercepts Sun Hao, who is poised to flee like a snake. Would you care to join me in severing the roots of the sacred flame? Upon hearing this, Sun Hao could scarcely believe his ears. Are you joking? Just the two of us? When the captain of the Chunin and his elite team ventured forth, they barely escaped annihilation. Could they not be walking to their own demise? Luo Yu shook his head slightly. We still require the counsel of an experienced elder. With that, he forcefully opened the door, dragging the deranged Chunin captain from within. He had faced the sacred flame roots directly, and with his intelligence, our endeavor would be considerably more fruitful. Sun Hao remained incredulous. Are you serious? In the past, he might have impulsively agreed to Luo Yu's bold proposal. However, after being defeated by Luo Yu, his perspective had undergone a transformation. The two of them, accompanied by a mentally shattered individual, had little hope of victory. All right. Yet, despite knowing the odds were slim, Sun Hao trembled as he acquiesced. Soon, his eyes brimmed with moisture. Damn it. Regret. Why couldn't he control his tongue? This was reminiscent of his former glory as a triple champion. Luo Yu nodded in approval, his gaze filled with reassurance. Before long, leveraging the imposing physique of the black-scaled giant python, and with Luo Yu's suppressive firepower, the trio broke through the encirclement. Observing Sun Hao's pale, terrified countenance, it was evident he regretted his decision. To bolster morale and prevent Sun Hao from retreating mid-mission, Luo Yu gently encouraged, cheer up. Just think of the spoils we will acquire once we defeat the sacred flame roots. Such a formidable beast is bound to yield countless treasures. We shall divide them among ourselves. In such moments, it is only through the promise of rewards that we can stabilize the morale of the troops. Yet, one fears for their very life in pursuit of such temptations. However, Sun Hao's mind remained clear amidst the allure. Luo Yu shifted his perspective, proclaiming that should they vanquish the sacred flame roots, they would ascend as heroes in the eyes of Jiangli. Surely, many young ladies would admire them then. Upon hearing Luo Yu's insight, Sun Hao's trepidation dissipated instantaneously. He rose, fervently proclaiming, yes, for the sake of the young ladies. His previous reluctance to attend the Imperial University stemmed from a desire to capture the admiration of the fairer sex. Had he enrolled at the Imperial University, amidst an array of prodigies, he would have faded into mediocrity, who would then admire him. In that moment, he unconditionally believed that Luo Yu would undoubtedly guide him to stability. Luo Yu chuckled helplessly, recognizing this as the folly of desire eclipsing reason. Along their journey, guided by a phased, subtle indications, Luo Yu directed Xiao He to lead them to the edge of a deep pit. Both Luo Yu and Sun Hao dismounted from Xiao He and crouched at the pit's edge to observe the situation below. The depth of the pit was approximately 50 meters, and it was quite expansive, occupying an area comparable to that of an international skyscraper. At its center, a towering tree, standing 16 meters tall, was ablaze. Surrounding this fiery tree were a dozen flame flowers, quietly taking root, as if breaking through the realm of plants. Perhaps we should retreat. I truly doubt we can face this, Sun Hao murmured, his courage wavering once again at the sight of the magnificent inferno. Moreover, the Chunin captain was currently in a state of confusion, unable to provide any valuable intelligence. Lying atop Xiao He, the Chunin captain's eyes were vacant. Luo Yu leapt beside the captain, his Sharingan swirling with intensity, projecting a vivid realm of illusion into the captain's gaze. In an instant, the tormenting sea of flames was obliterated within this fabricated world. The captain's eyes gradually regained their emotional depth, his demeanor calming in response. Observing this, Luo Yu promptly dispelled the Sharingan's illusion. What is happening? The Chunin captain inquired, awakening and recalling fragments of his earlier memories. Sun Hao stood by, astonished. Is such a technique truly possible? He was aware of the potency of the Sharingan's illusions, yet he had never witnessed its use for soothing the soul. Eliminating the sacred flame roots? Just the three of us? As the Chunin captain pieced together the narrative through his memories, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. It was no jest. Not long ago, their elite squad of dozens had been nearly annihilated, with only he escaping by sheer luck. They had endured a baptism of blood and rigorous team training, their coordination finely tuned. And now, they were reduced to a mere trio? This was the sole means to salvage their comrades. Think of your comrades, Captain. Do you wish to repeat the past, haunted by dreams of a fiery inferno, only to awaken in terror? Luo Yu spoke piercingly, hitting the nail on the head. Even he was somewhat taken aback, as if he had been profoundly affected by the perilous situation, transforming into a different person. In the past, he would never have uttered such cruel words. It seems that under pressure, he too has undergone significant changes. Meanwhile, the leader of the Chunin team remained silent. Luo Yu's words were akin to pouring salt into his wounds, accompanied by pepper and cumin. Who can withstand such a burden? After a profound internal struggle, the Chunin captain let out a deep sigh, his gaze resolutely restored. Kamui, seeking amusement, remarked that true entertainment lies in the words of others. You are correct. This presents an excellent opportunity for me to triumph over my past. He then divulged all the intelligence he possessed. The vulnerability of the sacred fire's roots resides within the molten heart. The external giant tree is merely a shell crafted from the molten heart through fire release. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as fire auxiliary. With a sufficiently powerful water release, one could eliminate the fiery tree's shell. The molten heart would be exposed for a fleeting 15 seconds. After this brief window, the shell would reconstitute. However, during the initial 10 seconds of shell destruction, the molten heart would enter a frenzied state, causing the earth to erupt with countless fire pillars, indiscriminately engulfing everyone nearby. We initially underestimated this tactic, attempting to use a water barrier to defend against the molten heart's fury, which led to a tragic outcome. As he spoke, the Chunin captain's eyes reddened, his emotions wavering once more. Upon absorbing the intelligence, Luo Yu immediately plunged into contemplation. A frenzy lasting 10 seconds? That means there are merely 5 seconds available to extinguish the molten heart. By the way, how long can the current phasing last? 20 seconds. Isn't this just a stroke of fortune? With a silent chuckle, Luo Yu turned to the two individuals and said, "Leave the raging heart of molten fire to me." How proficient are you both in the art of water release? Chapter 83, The Fragile Heart of Molten Fire Water Release. Both of them appeared momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. To breach the sacred fire's shell, water release is essential. Not only must the main combatant be responsible for unleashing the water release to shatter the shield, but someone must also manage the water supply. After all, Generating water release in a dry environment is not only exceedingly challenging, but also significantly diminishes its potency. I am indeed capable, Sun Hao explained softly. Initially, I specialized in water release, which is why I was chosen for the expedition against the roots of the sacred fire. However, after receiving the legacy of Yusho Washiazuki, I awakened my fire release abilities as well. Thus, I find myself in the somewhat awkward position of being a dual-element ninja. While I typically focus on my serpentine techniques, I can certainly manage the water release. Luo Yu chuckled. The dual mastery of water and fire is indeed awkward. The crux lies in their lack of synergy. Other elemental attributes complement one another, whereas these two tend to undermine and evaporate each other. Consequently, in this realm, water and fire ninjas are mockingly referred to as water goods ninjas. I can handle this alone. You both can use the waterfall technique from above to provide the necessary water, correct? Luo Yu outlined his plan. The waterfall technique is not akin to a grand waterfall. It merely serves to create a conducive environment for water release, which should not pose a challenge for Sun Hao. Are you suggesting you want to face that monster down there all by yourself? Sun Hao gazed at Luo Yu in disbelief. Although from his perspective, Luo Yu had yet to encounter an adversary worthy of his full effort, he still found it hard to believe that Luo Yu could single-handedly take down the roots of the sacred fire. The Chunin captain observed Luo Yu's demeanor, discerning that he was not merely being reckless. Leave it to me, he said. Noticing Sun Hao's lingering doubts, Luo Yu calmly patted his shoulder. As ninjas, we must sometimes place our trust in our comrades. With that, he resolutely leaped into the abyss. In an instant, Luo Yu felt the temperature around him surge dramatically. As he descended into the pit, he took a glance at his attribute points. Unallocated attribute points, 96. As he broke through the encirclement of the blazing flowers, Luo Yu acquired attribute points, which bolstered his courage to confront the colossal fire tree below. He allocated all these points to enhance his chakra, ensuring that the water release he conjured would undoubtedly shatter the sacred fire's shell. Hastily, Luo Yu elevated his chakra, and the data panel updated accordingly. Chakra, 377, 100. Meanwhile, above him, Sun Hao and the Chunin captain synchronized their hand seals. Water release, waterfall technique. A torrent of chakra transformed into a magnificent waterfall, cascading down into the abyss. Detecting the anomaly around them, numerous blazing flowers immediately burrowed underground, advancing towards Luo Yu's landing point. As Luo Yu descended onto the searing ground, he observed the water level rising beneath him and swiftly formed seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. In the next moment, under the manipulation of his chakra, the water surrounding him morphed into a fierce current, surging towards the roots of the sacred fire. Countless blazing flowers erupted from the earth, ensnared within the turbulent flow. Instantly, under the immense water pressure, they disintegrated into fragments. Notifications of attribute points flooded in. Attribute points 9. Attribute points 10. Attribute points 8. On the main trunk of the sacred fire's roots, two colossal blazing flower buds unleashed powerful explosive seeds, akin to a machine gun, striking against the towering waves. Subsequently, the shock waves from the exploding seeds countered the oncoming tide's force. Witnessing the seeds marred by fiery cracks, the Chunin captain was reminded of the devastating battlefield. Back then, we tirelessly launched water dragon bullets just to breach the sacred fire barrier amidst the explosive seeds. Can Luo Yu truly achieve this alone? Upon the water's surface, Luo Yu calmly stated, in the face of a tsunami, no matter how coarse the gravel, it cannot obstruct the flow. The water release, great waterfall technique has consumed a significant portion of his chakra. Consequently, he even dispelled the shadow clone that accompanied his sister at home. One could aptly describe it as a tsunami. As the words fell, the great waterfall immediately extinguished the residual explosion, pouring down upon the towering tree. The fusion of water and fire elicited an elemental reaction, producing abundant steam. Under the force of the rushing water, the colossal tree, composed of fire elements, gradually withered and shattered, transforming into warm steam that danced away with the wind. With the demise of Enzo, a vibrant heart forged from lava revealed itself high in the sky. At the edge of the deep pit, the middle-ranked ninja captain was taken aback with astonishment and delight. It was Luo Yu's water release, great waterfall. Such mastery and proficiency in its execution. No wonder it surpassed the cumulative effects of all our water techniques combined. To cultivate a 3-star ninjutsu to such an advanced level is typically the work of a ninja master. Sun Hao's mouth fell slightly agape, clearly not expecting the situation to unfold so favorably. Primarily, Luo Yu had already demonstrated exceptional talent in lightning release, wood release, and fire release. Who could have guessed that he would even master the renowned high-level water release, the Great Waterfall technique? Not long ago, he had declared his intention to surpass Luo Yu, but now it seemed he would only manage to outshine him in matters of romance. As for his prowess as a ninja, that was a realm he dared not even contemplate. Once, he had harbored a slight sense of rivalry with Luo Yu. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. Just as the two were filled with hope for Luo Yu, countless rings of fire ignited on the ground. In the next moment, innumerable columns of flame erupted forth. A wave of heat surged upward from the deep pit. The middle-ranked ninja captain and Sun Hao were abruptly driven away by the soaring temperature towards the distant figure of Xiao He. Given this intensity, the waterfall we had just conjured must have evaporated entirely. Could Luo Yu truly withstand this? As he gazed into the pit from which the waves of heat continuously emanated, Sun Hao felt a chill of apprehension. Were one to stand within, they would have evaporated into a pool of sanguine liquid. Should Luo Yu manage to emerge alive, it would signify a departure from the realm of humanity. At present, all hopes rest upon Luo Yu. The Chunin captain wore a countenance marred by worry, vividly recalling the ferocity of the heart of Magma's rampage that persisted for 10 seconds. The burns adorning his visage served as a poignant testament to that ordeal. Initially, their decapitation team had underestimated the ramifications of the berserk state, leading to a tragic calamity. In mere moments, it would be revealed whether Luo Yu could conjure a miracle. Meanwhile, Luo Yu activated his intangibility, remaining quietly in the vicinity of the heart of magma, biding his time for the fiery pillars beneath him to dissipate. To revert from this state now would likely result in instant obliteration. A flicker of sympathy arose for the unfortunate Suzy, who had endured an explosive onslaught from his wife. Conan, for several minutes. Luo Yu observed a moment of silence for him. At that juncture, the surging flames began to subside. Luo Yu promptly relinquished his intangibility, swiftly forming hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the moisture in the vicinity nearly evaporated under the wrath of the heart of magma, Luo Yu was compelled to utilize the last vestiges of his chakra to conjure a water dragon. The water-natured chakra within his body coalesced into a dragon, enveloping the heart of magma in an instant. Though it was merely a minor manifestation of the water dragon bullet, it was far too formidable for the fragile heart to withstand. The heart of magma was obliterated on the spot. In the next moment, an innumerable array of legacy fragments erupted from the heart of magma, cascading down like snowflakes. Though the fragments were predominantly gray and white, their abundance was a significant boon. Attribute points 102. Chapter 84. Level 3 Hashirama cells. Doubling effects yield a direct drop of over 100 attribute points. Is this the true worth of a Jonin? Indeed. Grinding through minor foes merely serves to amuse. To truly level up, one must confront a boss. Gazing upon the scattered fragments of legacy and the plethora of attribute points displayed, Luo Yu felt a joyous bounty. Furthermore, as the heart of molten fire extinguished, it transformed into ashes that scattered away. A luminous orb of verdant light materialized before him. As Luo Yu reached out, the image of Yamato's visage suddenly filled his mind. He had struck gold. It was the complete legacy of Yamato. A smirk curled on Luo Yu's lips. This was precisely what he needed to upgrade his Hashirama cells. To elevate the Hashirama cells to level 3, one required a legacy of Yamato. However, since the spoils were promised to be shared among all, he sought the opinions of his two companions. The roots of the sacred fire had already been dispatched. Come down. Luo Yu called out to the sky. Soon after, the black-scaled giant python descended, bearing the Chunin captain and Sun Hao. Truly, the blazing flowers that had surrounded us moments ago have all withered and perished from lack of nourishment. Glancing at the nearby desiccated fiery blooms, Sun Hao marveled. Those who remained in the camp, if they have survived until now, must surely be saved. Incredible. How did you manage to endure 10 seconds amidst the fury of the heart of molten fire? Were you born with full fire resistance? That is impressively resilient. To Sun Hao, Luo Yu's actions today seemed nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, the Chunin captain, observing the heart of molten fire reduced to a mere pile of ordinary stones, felt a profound sense of reflection. In this moment, tears brimmed in the eyes of the resolute warrior as he addressed his old captain and comrades. I have finally triumphed over the inferno of that day. With a grateful gaze directed towards Luo Yu, He expressed, "Thank you, Luo Yu." At that instant, Luo Yu epitomized the benefactor who had granted him a renewed existence. He had never anticipated that Liu would indeed endure those frenzied 10 seconds. The very monster that had once cast a shadow over him had been vanquished. Even now, a sense of unreality lingered. How implausible. Luo Yu smiled faintly. No need for formalities. Let us divide the spoils. In truth, he wished to convey that he would claim the legacy of Yamato, while the rest could be freely distributed. However, Sun Hao and the captain of the middle ninja squad both waved their hands in refusal. I shall merely provide some support. As for the spoils, let me bask in the glory during the upcoming media interviews. I also need to gather some contact information for Jiang Li, Sun Hao humbly remarked, scratching his head. Should the roots of the sacred fire take hold of Silver Forest Peak, it would undoubtedly pose a future threat to Jiang Li's safety. Their combined efforts to vanquish the sacred flame's roots could be seen as a means to avert a crisis for Jiang Li, certainly newsworthy. The middle ninja captain concurred. To be free from the psychological shadows cast by the sacred fire's roots is the greatest reward I could receive. After years, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. He then turned to Sun Hao, suggesting, why don't we return to the camp? There are surely many injured who require assistance. And while the main force of the beast army has been vanquished, remnants remain, and the teleportation anchor points still require guardians. Luo Yu began to assess the spoils. Sun Hao nodded in agreement, and under Luo Yu's watchful gaze, the two departed on their small black steed. These two are still being polite with me, Luo Yu chuckled softly. With no one around to disturb him, Luo Yu flicked his hand and reclaimed the legacy of Yamato. System, upgrade my Hashirama cell significantly. The system replied, understood. As the words faded, the legacy of Yamato vanished. Luo Yu felt a profound shift within his Hashirama cells. First, they became more activated. Harmonizing with this change, his body brimmed with vigorous vitality, and his self-healing abilities underwent a substantial enhancement. Luo Yu surmised that any superficial wounds would surely mend at a visibly rapid pace. Of course, more severe, life-threatening injuries would not be so easily repaired. However, what intrigued Luo Yu most was the increase in chakra reserves and the enhancement of his physical prowess. To ascertain the specifics of these improvements, Luo Yu opened the details panel. Talent. Hashirama cells, LV. 3 effects. Ninjutsu power increased by 200, chakra reserve increased by 200. Stamina by 100. Significantly enhanced chakra recovery speed. Acquisition of wood release attributes. Remarkable self-healing ability. Suppression of the negative effects of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Luo Yu was filled with trepidation upon reviewing the information. The enhancement of this ninjutsu is nothing short of miraculous. A single fireball can now surpass the potency of 3. The chakra capacity has doubled from 100, and the boost to physical stamina ensures that Luo Yu will achieve critical hits with ease. When combined with the 8 gates technique, the layers of buffs create an effortless means to defeat opponents of a higher tier, making the idea of overpowering shadow-level warriors a mere dream no longer. What a thrill! Observing the remarkable enhancement of Hashirama's cells, Luo Yu gazed dreamily at the materials required for the next level. The upgrade for Hashirama's cells necessitates fragments of the Senju Hashirama Legacy 01. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly awakening Luo Yu from his reverie. The Senju Hashirama Legacy is of the highest caliber, a vibrant orange hue radiating with power. Although Luo Yu commands respect within his own circle, the finest legacy he has encountered thus far has merely been blue. As for ninjas who have received purple legacies, he has yet to even catch a glimpse of one, let alone find fragments of an orange legacy. It seems he must wait for the day when fragments of the Senju Hashirama legacy fall into his lap. With a resigned shake of his head, Luo Yu collected the scattered lower-quality legacy fragments. He gathered 51 fragments from the Yamashiro Aoba legacy and 8 from the Mitoshi Azuki legacy. He could not be bothered to count the remaining hundreds of nameless fragments adept at fire release. Instead, he directly used them to upgrade the Phoenix Fire technique. Subsequently, only 17 fire release nameless fragments remained. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique level 2. A wealth of knowledge regarding the Phoenix Fire techniques surged into Luo Yu's memory. The ninjutsu level of the Phoenix Fire technique has now reached level 4, signifying mastery. At a lower proficiency, the Phoenix Fire merely allowed the user to expel small fireballs akin to seeds, creating a nuisance for the enemy. Due to their dispersed nature, their power was negligible. Now, With Luo Yu's advancement to mastery, he can not only control the trajectory of the fireballs with chakra, enhancing their tracking capability and increasing accuracy, but he can also detonate these small fireballs with chakra, resulting in astonishing explosive damage. This aspect is akin to the explosive seeds of the sacred fire's roots. These fundamental ninjutsu, when cultivated to their utmost potential, possess strategic value that is incomparably superior to their rudimentary forms. Upon discovering the enhanced capabilities of the Phoenix Immortal Fire, Luo Yu was overwhelmed with elation. The prospect of utilizing infinite explosions to harass his foes was utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. There are no inferior ninjutsu, only inferior ninjas. Soon, Luo Yu redirected his focus to the 2-star fire release technique, the Great Fire Annihilation. This ninjutsu was initially bestowed upon him as a gift of the Great Fireball technique, and remarkably, it was granted at level 3. Following the same principle as the 2-star wood release insertion technique, it necessitates the upgrade using the white inheritance associated with fire release. The prerequisites for upgrading the Great Fire Extinction include the inheritance of the Mountain City Greenleaf 05 or the Ninja Scroll 05. In Chapter 85, The Mysterious Ringed Man, one might ponder why it is specifically the Mountain City Greenleaf and the Red Bean. Luo Yu finds himself somewhat perplexed. The inheritance from Yamato can be interpreted as being related to the sacred fire roots and plants. Is it merely because these two inheritances are somewhat connected to fire release within the white and green qualities? If so, would upgrading to a higher star fire release eventually necessitate fragments of Uchiha Itachi's inheritance? Since there are no high star fire release techniques, that concern is alleviated. After indulging in such fanciful thoughts, Luo Yu promptly upgraded the Great Fire Extinction. The Great Fire Extinction level has increased by 1. From the 51 fragments of the Mountain City Greenleaf inheritance, only 1 remains. The Great Fire Extinction is straightforward, unleashing an expansive sea of flames. With increased training, the area of this fiery ocean has doubled, and the consumption has decreased. Even at level 4, the enhancement of these abilities remains simple and direct. Next, Luo Yu examined the attribute points he had just acquired. Unallocated attribute points, 154. With the sacred fire roots and several blazing flowers, there were plenty to distribute. After a chaotic allocation by Xiaji, his attributes stood as follows: stamina, 323, 100, chakra, 527, 200. Taking into account the 3-star Hashirama cells, his stamina hovers just above 600, while his chakra is directly approaching 1500. Given that the standard values for Chunin are 500, 750, and 1000, Luo Yu's stamina barely qualifies him as a low-level Chunin, whereas his chakra is nearing that of a Jonin at 2500. Should Sister Ching Chun discover his pronounced specialization, she would undoubtedly chastise him for lacking vitality. Luo Yu chuckled, considering that a lack of purity might be more fitting. After collecting the spoils, he withdrew from the battlefield, returning to the now desolate camp. Within the camp, wounded soldiers wrapped in bandages were scattered about, alongside reinforcements teleported by the Flying Thunder God technique. Several medical jonin, as well as senior members of the Zhongli Association led by President Bai, had arrived to assist. Chunin from various clans also came to lend their aid. After all, with the fall of Silver Forest Peak, it was Zhongli that first faced the invasion of the monstrous beasts. Fortunately, the timely arrival of reinforcements helped to fend off the blazing flowers, preventing further casualties among the survivors. However, approximately half of the survivors had already succumbed to the sea of flames, losing their lives entirely. War is indeed cruel. As he walked through the ruins, both the wounded and the reinforcements regarded Luo Yu with admiration. Look, he is the one who decisively beheaded the enemy leader during the direst moments of battle. It is said that he had only brought along 2 companions to hold back the tide, yet he dared to confront the sacred fire roots. The most astonishing part is that he truly succeeded in his lumbering endeavor. Despite his youth, could he possibly be a Jonin? Unthinkable. I am acquainted with this individual. He merely achieved the rank of a genin a few days ago. How could his prowess possibly have escalated so swiftly? Truly astounding. A Chunin single-handedly vanquishing the great tree? Such absurdity. Listening to the accolades from the crowd, Luo Yu helplessly pressed his temples. It was evident that this rumor had undoubtedly been propagated by Sun Hao and the Chunin captain. Was it really necessary to create such a commotion over a mere sip of soda, cooling down the fervent hearts? As he strolled along, Luo Yu indeed observed Sun Hao proudly boasting to the reporters, claiming, "I extinguished the flames that Luo Yu ignited. A third of the credit for this military achievement belongs to me." He thought to himself, "I must slip away. If the reporters catch wind of this and broadcast it on television, with my looks, I would undoubtedly be besieged daily by the young maidens of Jiangli. If my sister were to witness this and become incensed, what calamity might ensue?" Luo Yu dared not contemplate further. At that moment, President Bai approached, firmly grasping Luo Yu's hand. "Ah, Luo Yu, I did not misjudge you back then. I never anticipated that you would rescue Jiangli so swiftly. The reporters are eagerly awaiting to interview you. Hurry, for after today, you shall become the fantasy of every girl in Jiangli. Seize this opportunity and strive to escape the clutches of singlehood." Luo Yu quickly waved his hand. "No, I prefer to remain low-key, and I have grown accustomed to solitude." Upon hearing this, President Bai and the onlookers cast admiring glances in his direction. With such remarkable capabilities, yet remaining unassuming, it was even more impressive that he maintained the discipline of singlehood. Had this matter occurred in their youth, it would have undoubtedly led to unrestrained revelry, with their fervor broadcasting it to the world. The Female Fan Association was organized with utmost clarity. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Luo Yu exhibited such humility and a disinterest in women. Who could resist admiring such a young man? As he observed the approving gazes of those around him, Luo Yu felt a sense of helplessness. With a sister prone to suspicion, can one truly maintain self-discipline? By the way, has the mastermind behind the unleashed monstrous army been apprehended? In a secluded setting, Luo Yu inquired of President Bai. Upon hearing this, President Bai's expression shifted from joy to gravity. Sun Hao had relayed all he knew to us. As we reviewed the surveillance footage, we discovered that the suspicious individual was a native of Jiangli, a ninja of the region. We promptly resolved to deploy personnel to stake out his residence, awaiting the suspect's return to initiate a capture operation. However, upon the guards' arrival at the scene, they were met with the lifeless body of the suspect. Forensic examination revealed that the deceased had been dead for 3 days. What could this mean? Luo Yu was taken aback. President Bai continued, indicating that, to prevent the exposure of his identity, the perpetrator had murdered a Jiangli ninja, subsequently taking his identification badge and using a transformation technique to assume his place. To accomplish such a feat, the individual must be of a high-ranking ninja, potentially even a master of the ninja arts. Luo Yu proposed that, as it was rumored the gray-robed figure possessed spatial manipulation abilities derived from a certain white gemstone ring, we ought to focus our investigation on the matter of the ring. President Bai sighed softly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, which had escalated beyond the control of our Jiangli Association. I have reported this matter to headquarters, and they will establish a dedicated investigative team. At that moment, a sentry ninja approached to report to the president that the teleportation anchor had been repaired. On a high ground of Silver Forest Peak, a hooded figure clad in gray silently gazed upon the desolate ruins of the encampment, as well as the throngs engaged in clearing the battlefield. In the shadows, a flicker of malice glimmered in his eyes. The wicked blue-skinned beings prepared to embrace the exalted purification. This was merely a trial. In the near future, the judgment from the divine will descend. As his words fell, a spiral ripple emanated from the white gemstone of his ring. A wave of distorted spatial fluctuations spread forth, and the gray-cloaked figure vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Luo Yu returned home with an air of pride, striding as if he had no kin. "Sister, I'm back." Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Qingyu, her eyes swollen with tears, emerged and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Sister, I can't breathe like this." Luo Yu struggled. The A-Fei brand battle attire silently expressed its discomfort, caught between them. A tear traced down Luo Qingyu's cheek as she spoke. "Just now, when your shadow clone disappeared. The whole network was abuzz with news of Silver Forest Peak's fall. I thought you had met with misfortune. I was so worried." Luo Yu gently pushed away his soft sister, flashing a confident smile. "Did you see the news?" Luo Qingyu's expression transformed from sorrow to joy. "Yes. They are broadcasting your heroic deeds on television. My little Yu is truly remarkable." Luo Yu smiled modestly. "No need to dwell on that. I'll go tidy up my luggage." When I returned, Dean Feng from the Imperial Capital University called. He asked me to move to the community provided by the school in the next few days and to register for the Chunin certification. We shall visit the Imperial Capital tomorrow. Chapter 86. A Beautiful New Life. 3 days later, at Jiangli Airport. President Bai, Director Jiang, along with Bai Siyu and Qin. These individuals gathered to bid farewell to the Luo siblings as they embarked on their journey to the capital. Bai Mingyao, having received a new assignment from her mentor, was to accompany the siblings to the capital. She would also assist them in settling into the university community and take Luo Yu for her certification as a Chunin. As for Fei, he cleverly disguised himself as a backpack resting on Luo Yu's shoulder to evade the fair. There was no other option. If anyone were to discover that Luo Yu was carrying an unusual creature like the White Absolute, she would undoubtedly fail the security check and be subjected to questioning. On this occasion of departure, Luo Yu chose to remain exceedingly discreet, confiding only in a select few acquaintances of Zhongli. After all, following the incident at Silver Forest Peak, his popularity in Zhongli had reached alarming heights. Should President Bai choose to broadcast this news, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of well-wishers to bid him farewell. Make sure to return often. President Bai waved his hand with a reluctant expression. Director Jiang chuckled. Once you arrive at Imperial Capital University, you must exercise greater self-discipline. I eagerly await your mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia, particularly the 8th gate. In the university, learning is predominantly driven by self-motivation, as the mentors oversee numerous students. Furthermore, the students span various academic years, leading the mentors to tailor suitable training regimens based on each student's aptitude. Ultimately, self-supervision remains crucial. Of course, being the nation's premier institution, one cannot simply rest on their laurels after enrollment. Neglecting one's studies would certainly result in expulsion. However, the notion of mastering the 8 gates is absurd. It's as if they wish for his failure. Luo Yu sighed in exasperation. Bai Siyu discreetly pulled Bai Mingyao aside and whispered, "Sister, it's been days. Yet you still haven't managed to win over your husband. Are you capable or not? Should I take over?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao immediately shot her a frosty glare and playfully flicked her forehead. At your tender age, you should focus on more than just romance. Engage in vigorous activities on the sports field, for that is the essence of youthful exuberance. After imparting this lesson, Bai Mingyao couldn't help but exhale a sigh. The child is maturing at an increasingly rapid pace. If proper guidance is not administered, one day, the beloved cabbage of our household may find itself entangled with the little pig of another. Indeed, I am aware. With a playful twist of her lips, Bai Siyu cast a sparkling glance at Luo Yu, proclaiming, "The honorable task of accompanying my sister in her endeavors shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders." Luo Yu offered an awkward smile. Were it not for his sister's presence, he would have confidently engaged in banter. Alas, such is not the case. Rest assured, I shall ensure they remain focused. Luo Tingyu interjected meaningfully. Recognizing the implications in her words, Qin, embodying the role of a gentleman, patted Luo Yu's shoulder with a look of regret. When you arrive there, remember to heed your sister's advice and refrain from harboring any improper thoughts. Luo Yu could only respond with a nonchalant smile. Presently, Qin had come to understand that the relationship between Luo Yu and Luo Tingyu was purely that of siblings, albeit with a hint of ambiguity. Indeed, such contradictions abound. We shall visit Zhongli again when the opportunity arises. Luo Yu waved farewell with a heavy heart. Before boarding the aircraft alongside Luo Tingyu and Bai Mingyao, after taking their seats, it was not long before the plane took off. As Luo Yu gazed out the window, the figures of those who had come to bid them farewell gradually diminished in his line of sight until they vanished completely. The once familiar Zhongli also receded into the distance. A wave of melancholy washed over Luo Yu. Since the alteration of the world line, merely a few days had passed. Yet his life had transformed so drastically, from struggling to pay rent to acquiring a specially allotted villa, and now, embarking on a journey to the thriving pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, attending school in the imperial capital. Everything seems like a dream. To summarize, life has become increasingly delightful. Not only externally, but Luo Yu also feels a profound transformation within his heart, particularly at Silver Forest Peak. When he and everyone else endured the sudden assault of the flame flowers at the campsite, the series of spontaneous adaptations felt as if he had become a different person. He felt both rational and exhilarated at that moment. It was as if he were under the influence of the Sharingan. If the Sharingan could speak, it might say, "Am I the scapegoat again?" Indeed, reflecting on that experience, Luo Yu believed he was not in a state of irrational frenzy. Rather, his thoughts were alarmingly clear. He remained puzzled about the situation. Upon entering school, he must seek out a teacher who studies the Sharingan for guidance. By the way, who is my mentor? Didn't Dean Feng mention he would carefully select one for me? Luo Yu glanced at the seat beside him, where Bai Mingyao sat, her face alight with anticipation. Sister Qingshun is quite well informed at the Imperial University. She should have some insider knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, "Let me keep you in suspense. However, I can tell you it relates to your ocular technique. Not only you, but Suing has also been assigned to that esteemed mentor's class. Ocular technique? Understood. It must be either a member of the Jun family or the Su family. After all, only these two prominent families can inherit this ocular technique." Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu silently hoped it would not be a beautiful female mentor, lest it distract Xiaoyu from his studies. Speaking of which, isn't Su Ing accompanying us to the capital? Luo Yu looked around, noticing the absence of Su Ing among the passengers. Bai Mingyao smiled and replied, "Oh, she has already settled into the school community. Not just Su Ing, but other freshmen have also gradually moved in. They are likely experiencing the initiation from the sophomores." Luo Yu was taken aback. An initiation? Does the Imperial University have bullying? Bai Mingyao shook her head to clarify. Those admitted to the Imperial University are the Crme de la Crme from various regions. Initially, they all possess a certain pride. To refine them further, the school arranges for some sophomores to humble them a bit. To reshape talent, one must first break it down. However, those tasked with this are generally of mediocre strength. If the freshmen possess genuine ability, they won't suffer too much. Even if they don't gain the upper hand. Bai Mingyao inwardly smiled. I'm talking about Yu. Having endured even the roots of the sacred flame, those second-year students certainly cannot gain any substantial advantage over him. The distance between Jiangli and the imperial capital is neither too far nor too near. After a full day and night of travel, the airplane finally descends at the imperial capital airport. Upon stepping onto the escalator at the airport, Luo Yu immediately perceives the stark differences between the imperial capital and Jiangli. Firstly, the number of ninjas is striking. In the streets of Jiangli, one would predominantly see ordinary people. However, in the imperial capital, nearly everyone emanates a chakra presence, with even the least among them being a Chunin. And Chunin are quite common. The surrounding architecture is magnificently grand. After learning about the exorbitant housing prices in the imperial capital from Bai Mingyao, Luo Yu feels an overwhelming sense of pressure. The prospect of purchasing a villa in the imperial capital seems more honorable than even becoming a Nin. At that moment, his sister's happiness would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. As Luo Yu walks along with the two stunning beauties from the airport, passers-by inevitably cast glances in their direction, some even sighing, remarking on their enviable physiques. Luo Yu, taken aback, can only respond with a look of bewilderment. How distasteful. These two young women are the elder sisters he ought to call them, serving as beacons along the path of his life. Can he truly act in such a manner? If he were to engage in such deeds, would he still be considered human? Indeed. Chapter 87. Wulong Community. Considering that Luo Qingyu is merely an ordinary individual, coupled with the stringent traffic regulations in the imperial city, even running at excessive speeds is strictly prohibited. Therefore, Bai Mingyao did not urge Luo Yu to run, but instead hailed a taxi to arrive at the exquisitely adorned and lavishly decorated upscale community. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Luo Yu gazed upward and noticed a magnificent dragon statue at the entrance of the community, beneath which were the calligraphic inscriptions of a master, reading Wulong Community. The brush strokes were vigorous, full of vigor and depth. This is a newly completed community from this year. I reside in the neighboring Fengshu Community, Building 11, Unit 2, Apartment 9. In the future, should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to seek me out. As a fellow resident of Jiangli and your senior, there is no need for you to stand on ceremony with me, Bai Mingyao warmly declared. You are too kind, Luo Qingyu replied, her outward smile concealing a multitude of questions within her heart. What intentions does this senior have in luring Xiaoyu into her room? No, one must be vigilant against fire, theft, and seniors. I must ensure my own precautions in the future. Thank you, senior, Luo Yu said with a cheerful smile. This senior is indeed amiable, living up to her reputation as the successor of Master Might Guy. Following this, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu accompanied by Mingyao to the gatekeeper, Grandpa Li, to obtain 2 access cards. Upon exiting the gatehouse, Bai Mingyao quietly advised them not to underestimate Grandpa Li, who, despite his ordinary appearance, is actually a second-order shinobi. He has been employed by the academy at a generous salary to ensure the safety of everyone. Should any security issues arise, they are encouraged to consult him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was taken aback. Even the elderly gatekeeper holds the rank of shinobi. It is important to note that being a shinobi signifies mastery in the art of ninjutsu, and even in the bustling capital, where talents abound, such a position commands considerable respect. Such a grand undertaking can only be managed by the prestigious Imperial Capital University. Given the remarkable safety of the Wulong community, there is no need to disperse chakra or employ shadow clones to protect my sister. Bai Mingyao led the two siblings to their new abode. Although it cannot compare to Jiang Li's exclusive villa, it is nonetheless a lavishly decorated 3-bedroom apartment, offering a comfortable living experience. In the kitchen, I have procured groceries for you. You shall manage with these for the next few days. If you are unsure where to shop, Sister Luo, I can accompany you tomorrow to familiarize you with the route. Bai Mingyao's beautiful eyes turned toward Luo Qingyu, making her feel somewhat bashful. I will prepare dinner, Mingyao. Stay and sample my culinary skills, she declared, before hastily retreating into the kitchen. Shall we proceed to register for the Chunin certification at school? Bai Mingyao inquired. Glancing at Luo Yu, weren't we supposed to engage in a friendly match with the second-year students first? Luo Yu responded with a slight smile. Bai Mingyao paused, then nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was a customary practice at the school, and evasion was futile. With that, the two of them stepped out of the door, heading towards the ninja training grounds of the Wulong community. Since the Wulong community was entirely funded by the Imperial Capital University, its primary purpose was to address the accommodation needs of the students. Consequently, a dedicated training ground for ninjas was constructed. Typically, the ninja students utilize the equipment in this facility for practice, and any sparring sessions are conducted here, as the community is populated entirely by ninja students, who are always eager to engage in exhilarating friendly competitions. At this moment, one can directly proceed to the combat arena within the community. The premises are equipped with a medical room staffed by professional medical ninjas on duty. Even if one were to sustain injuries during training, in most cases, a single palm technique from the medical ninja could swiftly guide the soul back from the realm of the dead. Soon, Luo Yu and Bai Mingyao arrived at the training ground. The area was surrounded by barbed wire. As they stepped onto the field, they witnessed numerous freshers being carelessly discarded onto the barbed wire like refuse, tumbling to the ground. Within the arena, many new students lay in agony on the floor. The students in the spectator area appeared despondent. Only a robust, sun-kissed young man clad in black light armor stood proudly at the center of the arena. Observing his disheartened juniors at his feet, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the upperclassmen had once subjected them to similar torment. Finally, it was his turn to relish the moment. The hardships of the past had not been in vain. Wu Tao, why are you so careless in your strikes? Bai Mingyao gently reproached. Her words garnered the admiration of countless younger students, especially the males, who regarded Bai Mingyao as an angel who had descended among them. Eager to inquire about her contact information, Wu Tao, who had just been radiantly confident, blushed and smiled awkwardly upon seeing Bai Mingyao. Hello, senior. He typically engaged in friendly matches with the upperclassmen, yet even at his utmost effort, he found himself overwhelmed. Today, he had momentarily lost control and failed to temper his strength. The sight of Wu Tao, who had just delivered powerful blows to them, now behaving timidly before this unfamiliar senior, filled the freshers with admiration. The senior is so impressive, with Bai Mingyao's popularity soaring among the new students. Wu Tao felt a torrent of emotion surge within him. His strikes were harsh. Compared to this esteemed Bai senior, they could barely be considered a gentle massage. When he was a freshman, having just arrived at the Wulong community, he had unwittingly encountered Bai Mingyao during a friendly match. Initially, upon seeing that his opponent was a stunning senior, he felt a thrill of excitement, hoping to exchange flirtatious banter. However, he was promptly met with a lenient version of the leaf hurricane, resulting in broken ribs. It was a tragedy beyond measure. This led him to develop a psychological shadow regarding girls with excellent figures. Oh, naive and innocent juniors. Do not be deceived by the exterior of such women. Is this individual also a newcomer to our school? After a moment of internal lamentation, Wu Tao noticed Luo Yu standing beside Bai Mingyao. Hello, I am Luo Yu, a freshman this year. I heard that the school has a tradition of friendly matches between newcomers and upperclassmen, so I came to experience it, he said. Wu Tao smiled warmly and extended his hand, welcoming the junior to the Imperial Capital University. Observing this, Luo Yu promptly shook his hand. To be honest, Senior Wu is quite hospitable. After witnessing so many freshmen being tossed around like balls, I assumed he had a poor disposition. I was mistaken. Through the involuntary aura of chakra radiating from Wu Tao, Luo Yu estimated that his strength must be around that of a Jonin. No wonder so many outstanding newcomers were being easily defeated. However, upon seeing the silver 3-star Chunin badge on his chest, Luo Yu inquired, "Senior Wu, you must have reached the Jonin level. Why haven't you been certified?" Wu Tao's mouth twitched slightly. This young lad certainly knows how to touch upon the sore spots. Alas, the level certification at our school is exceedingly arduous. I have only just ascended to the rank of a superior ninja. It would be wise to take a semester to consolidate my skills before attempting certification. This is the wisdom of us, seasoned students. Bai Mingyao concurred, acknowledging the truth in his words. Xiaoyu, when you pursue your intermediate ninja certification, the school will allow you to choose your method of assessment. Do not overestimate your abilities by selecting the most challenging option. While achieving the Obsidian badge is enticing, failing the intermediate certification would result in mandatory expulsion. You could participate in the exchange program for a year and return next year. Intermediate certification? Wu Tao cast a sympathetic glance towards Luo Yu. To be tormented by the school's evaluation process at the mere intermediate level is truly unfortunate. During our upcoming friendly match, do take care to go easy on him. Chapter 88. The Mastery of Fire released the trio engaged in light banter, and just as Luo Yu was about to embark on an exhilarating friendly match with Wu Tao. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Luo Yu? Have you also been assigned to Wulong community? Luo Yu focused his gaze and beheld a strikingly attractive girl clad in a white combat uniform that accentuated her elegant stature. However, what piqued his interest was not her exquisite appearance, but rather her pair of immaculate white eyes. Are you Suing? Having discreetly observed Su Ying's physique and already aware of her lineage as a member of the White Eye clan, Luo Yu recognized her instantly, even without the signature mask. You should now refer to me as Su Ying. You had already guessed, hadn't you? Su Ying smiled sweetly. The young men present, brimming with youthful vigor, felt a wave of exhilaration at her charming smile. Wow, where did this White-Eye girl come from? The White Eye? She is from the affluent Su family. This is my chance to shine. I advise you to keep your distance. It is said that she was expelled from her family for violating their rules, and associating with her may bring misfortune. Wouldn't that be even better? I could pursue the White-Eye girl without the Su family being able to control me. There are seniors from the Su family in the 3rd and 4th years. Who knows how they might retaliate against her? If you get close, you might face their wrath. A clique, is it? Nonsense. The Su family is a prestigious lineage with a long history in the Dragon Kingdom. They wouldn't stoop so low. Indeed, they are family after all. It's not as dire as you imagine. Listening to the murmurs around him, Luo Yu suddenly understood. It seemed that Su Ying had entered the Imperial Capital University under her true identity, and the Su family had no choice but to confront the situation openly. Bai Mingyao coughed lightly. So, you two are acquainted. I need not elaborate further. Su Ying is also assigned under that master of ocular techniques, just like you. You will be classmates, so do take care of her. Bai Mingyao had heard whispers about Su Ying's unfortunate circumstances. Out of sympathy, she was concerned that the White-Eye clan at school might take some underhanded actions against her. I can take care of myself. There's no need to trouble Luo Yu. Su Ying said stubbornly, waving her hand. Luo Yu smiled gently. He remembered how Su Ying had generously shared her Shinhao stone with him. If you require assistance, I will certainly help. At his words, gratitude illuminated Su Ying's face. She felt fortunate to have encountered kind souls like Bai Mingyao and Luo Yu. Luo Yu turned to Wu Tao. Senior Wu, shall we begin? Wu Tao was taken aback. Just you alone? You could wait a while and join the other newcomers. Wu Tao, after all, possesses the caliber of a superior ninja and has honed his skills through a year of rigorous training at the Imperial Capital University. His combat techniques are remarkably advanced. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be quite evident that the institution is orchestrating a setup. Therefore, to ensure that the arrogant freshmen are convincingly defeated, the upperclassmen engage in a multiple versus one format. Even so, should they be overwhelmed, there would be no justification to contest the outcome. It is unnecessary, as the victor will soon emerge. Luo Yu remains indifferent. Wu Tao cannot help but feel a sense of admiration for Luo Yu. The young lad appears to be fully prepared for an impending defeat, viewing the outcome with remarkable indifference. It is indeed a rare quality for a newcomer to possess such a mindset. Subsequently, the two individuals took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Is Luo Yu about to engage in a friendly match with Senior Wu? Su Ying blinked her bright eyes, inquiring with curiosity. After all, it is a stringent school regulation. She had already participated in a friendly match with Wu Tao yesterday, alongside 5 other newcomers, collectively attempting to challenge him. As anticipated, they stood no chance against Wu Tao's formidable prowess. Although the 6 of them were considered the elite among the Chunin, they were utterly outmatched by the strength of Senior Wu, AJ Nin. Here, the disparity is not only one of sheer strength, but also of skill. It can be asserted that the elite shinobi studying at the Imperial Capital University possess an overwhelming advantage in technique, even when facing ordinary shinobi. However, regarding Luo Yu, she finds it difficult to express her thoughts. After all, whether it was during the battle against the Wind Demon Ape or the confrontation with Sun Hao at the exchange conference, she has always felt that Luo Yu was holding back. This time, confronting Senior Wu, it is an opportune moment to assess Luo Yu's limits. On site, both the other freshmen and the senior students were somewhat taken aback by Luo Yu's demeanor. The newcomer appears to have come to terms with reality, directly embracing the situation. Enduring a thorough beating can be seen as fulfilling a task. Naturally, some speculate that Luo Yu possesses certain abilities, which accounts for his confidence. Let us begin, Wu Tao stated nonchalantly. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Given that senior sister Bai had given her instructions, Wu Tao felt it inappropriate to hold back entirely. Shall you go first? Luo Yu said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. He then swiftly formed seals, exclaiming, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." As the words left his lips, Luo Yu unleashed several small fireballs that soared toward Wu Tao. In that fleeting moment, a wave of disappointment washed over many of the attendees. It is well known that the potency of fire release is rather difficult to articulate, and the technique known as Phoenix fire technique is particularly formidable. It disperses the fire release chakra into multiple segments, appearing quite dazzling on the surface. However, the actual damage it inflicts is virtually negligible, rendering it little more than a spectacle akin to fireworks. Given Wu Tao's prowess, he could likely stand still and face those small flames without any concern. Furthermore, while it might suffice for an average Chunin to employ the Phoenix fire, those who could make it to Wulong community are the elite among the Chunin nationwide. To them, the Phoenix fire is merely a rudimentary technique. Wu Tao shared this sentiment. Hence, as numerous fireballs swiftly approached, he neither dodged nor flinched, adopting an air of indifference. Many of the female students gasped in admiration, exclaiming how impressive he looked. Observing this, a subtle smile crept across Wu Tao's lips, a wave of satisfaction enveloping him. Indeed, participating in friendly matches with newcomers proved to be quite a delightful endeavor. By day's end, he was bound to collect numerous contact details from the female students. Let the storm intensify. With this thought, he stood tall, facing the oncoming Phoenix fire. Yet, in the next moment, several clusters of Phoenix fire collided with his chest, resulting in a violent explosion. The intense shockwave instantly engulfed Wu Tao's figure. The spectators, who had previously been languid, were abruptly captivated by the sudden eruption. They acutely felt the temperature around them rise, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the area shrouded in the aftermath of the explosion. The overwhelming sound of the blast was so unexpected that some experienced a ringing in their ears. The Phoenix fire had shattered, and so too had their perceptions. Are you certain that this is indeed Phoenix fire? The sheer force of this power could overturn the entire scene. It turns out that mastering ninjutsu to its utmost can yield astonishing results, even from the most criticized technique, the Phoenix fire. With this in mind, many began to contemplate whether to abandon numerous high-tier ninjutsu in favor of honing a foundational technique. If cultivated to perfection, the resulting transformation would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Gazing at the inferno before her, Su Ying murmured, "Is this truly your limit?" Chapter 89. The True Master, possessing the heart of an apprentice. What happened? What was that series of explosions? A white-haired elder, with hands clasped behind his back and a stern expression, entered the training ground. On the surface, he appeared devoid of any chakra fluctuations, yet the Nin and Nin students present dared not show any slackness. He was none other than Elderly, the second-tier guardian of the ninja sect. Bai Mingyao stepped forward, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, Elderly. That was merely the commotion caused by a newcomer in our community unleashing Phoenix fire." "What on earth is that? Phoenix fire?" Elderly's face registered a mix of disbelief and concern. "Indeed, Elderly," chimed in a sophomore from the audience. "This Phoenix fire can actually produce explosions, and its power rivals that of high-tier ninjutsu." Wu Tao was reckless, attempting to withstand it with his body. Upon hearing this, Elder Lee's expression shifted to one of alarm. That phoenix fire must be at least at the advanced stage. Its power is incomparable. That foolish lad. He dared to endure it head-on? Although AJ Nin's physique possesses considerable strength, to withstand ninjutsu without any preparation is only feasible in circumstances where the disparity in strength is monumental and the technique's power is minimal. Observing the extent of the destruction, it was evident that the newcomer wielding phoenix fire was no weaker than Wu Tao. Elder Lee clapped his hands together, summoning water release, water chaos. His chakra surged forth, transforming into a torrent that enveloped the training ground. The sea of flames was instantly quelled, revealing the severely injured Wu Tao resurfacing. The onlookers gasped in awe. Truly, the ninja sect's water chaos flowed like a grand waterfall. Elder Lee condensed his chakra beneath his feet, darting across the water's surface to reach Wu Tao. After assessing his injuries, a healing light radiated from the palm of Elder Lee. The healing technique nourished Wu Tao's battered body, and gradually, he began to recover at a visibly remarkable pace. Luo Yu approached, visibly awkward. "I'm so sorry, Senior Wu. I didn't mean to strike so hard." At this, Wu Tao rolled his eyes. Though he recognized Luo Yu's sincere apology, the words came off as rather mocking. "It's not your fault. I simply didn't anticipate your mastery of Phoenix Fire to be so profound. Had he merely softened his defenses a tad, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. He was almost annihilated in an instant. The prospect of acquiring the junior's contact information has now become utterly unattainable. To avoid becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the entire school is already a cause for immense gratitude. One would expect a sophomore to decisively overpower a freshman. Yet I found myself unexpectedly annihilated. And it was a one-on-one confrontation. The mere thought of it is suffocating." At this moment, Elder Lee raised his gaze and immediately discerned the state of Luo Yu's physical strength and chakra. This embodies the insights cultivated by a master ninja. However, it seems your physique is rather frail. This lad appears to possess an abundance of chakra, yet he seems no more than a Chunin of the second or third tier. Logically speaking, even a fully mastered Phoenix Fire technique should not have inflicted such injuries upon you. A flicker of doubt crossed Grandpa Lee's eyes. But he soon reconciled with the thought. The Imperial Capital University is a place teeming with hidden talents. This young man likely possesses a unique enhancement ninjutsu technique, and its amplification effect must be remarkably high. Even I, as a ninja clan leader, find myself envious. "Is this friendship match now concluded?" Luo Yu inquired. Wu Tao nodded helplessly. "Congratulations, you are the first this year to defeat an upperclassman, a true anomaly." Damn, being bested by a senior is one thing, but to be outmatched by a junior is utterly demoralizing. Luo Yu chuckled softly. "I still need to certify as a Chunin, so I shall not intrude further. We shall continue our sparring another time." With that, he walked out of the training ground alongside Bai Siyu, under the gaze of the onlookers. Wu Tao sighed with a wry smile. Even if he were to suffer daily at the hands of Senior Bai, he would not wish to engage in further practice with Luo Yu. After all, it is expected to lose to a senior. But to be outperformed by a junior is truly humiliating. What was that newcomer's name again? Grandpa Lee mused as he watched Luo Yu's retreating figure. At that moment, someone remarked, having heard Senior Sister Bai mention a name that seemed to be Luo Yu. "Luo Yu?" I turned around to inquire how he managed to amplify the fire release technique to such an impressive degree. Old Master Lee murmured to himself, then strode away with a graceful air. These words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The esteemed master of the ninja sect sought counsel from a newcomer at the Imperial University? Even marketing accounts would hesitate to fabricate such a tale. The illustrious Imperial University is located near the Wulong community. When the student community was initially established, careful consideration was given to the student's journey to the school, prompting the acquisition and renovation of nearby properties. Consequently, Luo Yu and Bai Siyu swiftly entered the campus, arriving at the administrative building. This is the place where one registers for various examinations for students. Scholars of all grades come and go, with the majority maintaining their ranks between the first and peak levels of Nin. Even in the prestigious Imperial University, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a student like Bai Siyu, who has attained the second level of Nin. Upon reaching the Nin rank, a ninja's training speed significantly diminishes. Consequently, Nin tend to focus their efforts on mastering an array of intricate ninjutsu techniques. Even the most exceptional graduates among the current cohort rarely exceed the third level of Nin. As for those who surpass the Nin rank and ascend to the level of ninja master, Such legendary figures emerge only once in several centuries. Even within the annals of legendary ninjas, only a handful have achieved such heights. Attaining the Ninja Master certification from the association is an even more unattainable feat. The term Ninja Master inherently signifies a master of ninjas. Only through significant contributions to the ninja world can one be honored with the title of master. This is not merely a simple enhancement of chakra and physical strength. Accompanied by Bai Siyu, Luo Yu entered an office dedicated to the registration for Chunin certification. The queue was sparse, allowing Luo Yu to be called forth swiftly. After all, being admitted to the Imperial Capital University without a Chunin certification was itself an exceptional case. He was a prodigy who had just entered the ranks of Chunin, surpassing the majority of seasoned Chunin. Some ninjas, aiming for high-ranking badges, specifically enrolled at the Imperial University. After the staff scanned Luo Yu's badge and retrieved his academic information, they addressed him. Luo Yu, please attend the ability certification at the No. 3 training ground tomorrow morning at 8. Upon passing the certification, we will present you with 3 tiers of tasks to choose from, with varying difficulties corresponding to silver, gold, and obsidian. Upon completion of your tasks, you will officially become a Chunin, and we will award you the respective badge. After registering, Luo Yu and Bai Siyu exited the campus. By the way, Junior, let us add each other on WeChat. Feel free to reach out to me there if you have any questions, Bai Siyu said with a bright smile, pulling out her phone. Luo Yu nodded slightly, feeling a rush of nerves as it was his first time adding a girl on WeChat. Upon returning to the apartment in Wulong Community, Luo Yu found Luo Qingyu clad in an apron, diligently tidying up their new home. Shadow clone. Luo Yu raised 2 fingers and conjured 2 shadow clones. You 2 assist my sister with the chores. Fei, help me with the daily tasks in the mobile game. I need to have a little chat with my senior. After assigning the tasks, Luo Yu returned to his room and opened the voice feature on WeChat. Senior, when can I meet with my mentor? Isn't he a master of the Dojutsu? I wish to inquire about the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 90. The resentful Chunin certification. I'll reach out to him for you. He is indeed interested in your Sharingan, Bai Siyu replied in voice message. Now, both sides have made their efforts. Luo Yu lay on the bed for a while longer, awaiting a response from Bai Siyu. She replied, I have contacted Teacher Ning. He mentioned that he would come to find you after you complete your competency assessment in the morning. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, expressing, that's good to hear. I hope I haven't troubled the teacher. With several days remaining before the commencement of the school term, most mentors are either still on vacation or diligently preparing their lessons at home. At this moment, suggesting a meeting indeed poses some complications. He sought the guidance of a mentor specializing in ocular techniques, primarily to inquire about the potential impact of the Sharingan on an individual's personality. Simultaneously, he wished to delve into his current condition to explore any possible methods for unlocking the dual Manjiki Sharingan. Ultimately, the legacy of ninjutsu has been present in human consciousness since ancient times, through artifacts unearthed from hidden realms and the knowledge passed down through generations. There must be aspects of the Sharingan's application that remain unknown to him. If scientific advancements could enable both eyes to manifest the Manjiki, it would be an extraordinary feat. Not to mention, merely achieving the ability to activate the Susanoo would render one nearly invincible. Furthermore, the enhancement of the Manjiki's inherent capabilities, with the casting time reduced to nearly instantaneous and the spatial distortion affecting all that falls within its gaze, represents a formidable balance of offense and defense. If this endeavor comes to fruition, it could indeed lead to unrestrained indulgence. Handing the phone to Ah Fei to immerse himself in mobile gaming, Luo Yu blissfully succumbed to slumber, dreaming of acquiring a dual divine power experience card. The following morning, after savoring the dishes lovingly prepared by his sister, Luo Yu hurried out. In a precautionary measure, he also brought along Ah Fei, disguised as a ninja hound. The Wulong community was safeguarded by formidable gatekeepers of the ninja sect, ensuring a secure environment. He felt no apprehension regarding his sister's safety. As he passed the community playground, Luo Yu spotted Bai Siyu jogging alongside Su Ying, both clad in matching, refreshing athletic attire. When had these two formed such a camaraderie? Luo Yu chuckled and waved at them. Noticing his gesture, the pair paused to wipe their glistening sweat with the towels draped around their necks before approaching him. Junior, you can handle the assessment on your own today, Su Ying declared. As a member of our sports club, I, as the president, must impart the unique training methods of our organization to her, Bai Siyu added with hands on her hips, beaming with confidence. So, The senior is the president of the sports club, Luo Yu thought, momentarily taken aback. I didn't realize, Boss Su, that you had an interest in athletics, he remarked. Su Ying's unwavering gaze revealed her determination. To defy the fate of separation, I have resolved to join the sports club and strive diligently. It's not about rigorous training. It's about relishing youth. Bai Mingyao corrected her wording. Indeed, senior, I have no regrets about my youth. Su Ying's innocent enthusiasm ignited a fervor within her. Luo Yu stood in astonishment. It seemed Su Ying had transformed into a version of Shaoli. Nevertheless, it was for the better. As the Hinata clan's gentle fist and the various advanced Bagua techniques were inherently forms of physical martial arts. This intense physical training is truly a remedy tailored to the problem. Bai Mingyao extended an olive branch. Having heard from Grandpa Li that the junior was somewhat lacking in certain subjects. Would you care to join us? She inquired. We perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. This is merely the beginning. Over time, the training volume will scientifically double, and your stamina will soar. I assure you, your endurance will keep pace with the increase in chakra. Next time, for sure, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile before turning and running away. Observing Luo Yu's silhouette, Bai Mingyao felt a sense of helplessness. This young man possesses remarkable talent in both physical techniques and ninjutsu, yet he is exceedingly lazy. Despite this, his rate of improvement is astonishing, changing dramatically day by day. If he were to dedicate himself to diligent training, he would likely surpass even the strongest of shadows. At the Imperial Capital University, in the third training arena, 9 students are seated in the resting area, awaiting their CHNIN certification. At this moment, a middle-aged woman, adorned with glasses and clad in a black professional outfit, approached the center accompanied by several staff members. I am the head of this Chunin certification process. Those here to partake in the Chunin certification, please step forward. As her words echoed, Luo Yu and the others promptly advanced in an orderly manner. The bespectacled woman subtly emanated a first-tier chakra fluctuation, enveloping the entire venue, allowing everyone's levels to be clearly discerned. Subsequently, while recording on a tablet, she announced the results. Zhu Xing, 950 points of chakra, 800 points of stamina. Zhao Tai, 1,100 points of chakra, 885 points of stamina. Luo Yu, 1,581 points of chakra, 646 points of stamina. The test results were unremarkable, and as anticipated, all participants passed. These individuals either barely attained the standard of a CHNIN, leveraging their esteemed ninja heritage to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University, where they exceed the third tier of CHNIN, yet still remain distant from J-NIN. It is likely that they refrain from certifying as CHNIN, reserving that for acknowledgement by the Imperial Capital University in pursuit of higher-rated badges. Only Luo Yu possesses data so extraordinary that it draws the attention of everyone around. This young fellow possesses an extraordinary chakra, far exceeding his physical capabilities. One might mistakenly believe him to be a Jinchuriki. However, should a Jinchuriki seek to borrow chakra from a tailed beast, the terror would be far greater. With everyone's physical fitness deemed satisfactory, we shall now proceed to the final practical assessment, declared the female supervisor with a solemn expression. The practical certification is divided into 3 levels of difficulty, all of which are stipulated to take place within the specialized Chunin-level secret realm of the Imperial Capital University, known as the Forest of Trials. The task is quite straightforward. Eliminate 5 combatants of no lesser rank than Chunin Level 3 to earn a silver badge. Upon hearing this, several candidates silently cursed in their minds. The combatants are the evolved forms of the fighting rabbit, hovering at the Chunin level. Defeating them typically yields whitely rock fragments, with only a minimal chance of acquiring greenly rock fragments. For those fortunate enough to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University, taking down 5 of these extraordinary beasts poses little challenge. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that some combatants, upon reaching Chunin Level 3, will comprehend the 8 gates. Although they can typically only unlock the first gate, these combatants are inherently adept in physical techniques. Once the first gate is opened, their stamina approaches 2,000 points, rivaling that of a Jonin. Unless one is exceedingly fortunate and encounters no combatants who have mastered the 8 gates, a fierce struggle is inevitable. Of course, the misfortunes may lead to 5 challenging battles. The acquisition of this silver badge is evidently more challenging than in other cities. What a disappointment. In contrast, Obtaining the golden badge merely requires the collection of a single phoenix grass. Even the spectators could not help but chuckle, although it was a gathering task. Within the trial forest, the area surrounding the phoenix craygrass was predominantly guarded by 5 to 7 Nin level combatants. Under the influence of the essence of the phoenix craygrass, these Nin level fighters had the opportunity to comprehend wind release techniques. To gather the phoenix craygrass, one must simultaneously contend with the relentless pursuit of several combatants. This is far more challenging than eliminating each combatant individually. Chapter 91. The mentor who causes Luo Yu to tremble upon hearing that even a task of simple difficulty proved to be so arduous. The examinees were left in utter disbelief. The difficulty is rather unpredictable. If one were to gather the phoenix grass and encountered the vigilant martial artists, they would undoubtedly unleash their full potential, rendering escape nearly impossible. One might find themselves at the mercy of their long legs and powerful kicks. Luo Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Earlier, Senior Wu had warned him about the high level of difficulty in the assessments at the Imperial Capital University, and he had assumed it was in sync with the badge rewards. This is evidently far more challenging than the equivalent difficulty in urban settings. The senior students, who were merely spectators, chuckled heartily. Each year, a handful of exceptionally audacious freshmen appear, blissfully unaware of the rigorous standards set by the school's accreditation. Instead of pursuing the certification available in their own city, they insist on attempting the prestigious accreditation from the Imperial University. While the latter is undoubtedly more arduous and boasts greater prestige, it ultimately serves little purpose. The announcement continued. Undeterred by the stupefied expressions of the candidates, your task is to venture into the marshlands and procure a juvenile specimen of the marsh colossus to obtain the obsidian badge. Upon hearing this, the candidates who had set their sights on the obsidian badge turned ashen. The marsh colossus is already a formidable beast of the upper echelon, and the notion of pilfering its offspring is no small feat. Moreover, the marsh colossus is laden with toxins, and the mire in which they dwell is rife with deadly poisons. Direct contact with the swamp would immediately ravage one's bodily tissues with its lethal venom. Who among you dares to take on this challenge? I must remind you that once you accept your respective tasks, no changes are permitted, and they must be completed before 9 o'clock tonight. Failure to comply will result in expulsion, and the only opportunity to return will be at next year's exchange meeting. The icy words of the female supervisor silenced any further thoughts among the crowd. One by one, they relinquished their obsidian badges. Wait another year? Absurd. In a year's time, they could attain the rank of a superior ninja at the Imperial Capital University. If expelled, lacking the abundant resources for cultivation, they would stand no chance of breaking through the bottleneck to become superior ninjas. My choice is exceedingly simple. So is mine. The same goes for me. In an instant, many candidates, seeking stability, transformed into cautious yet bold individuals, opting for the lowest level tasks. Meanwhile, the female supervisor diligently recorded everyone's information on her tablet. I'll take a task of simple difficulty. A handsome young man stepped forward, his expression radiating pride, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. This is none other than the impressive Luo Yu, whose statistics are all at 1,500. Facing challenges head-on? Quite commendable. He truly stands out among the candidates with the most splendid data. Even the usually stern female supervisor couldn't help but cast an admiring glance his way. With such confidence in tackling a task of simple difficulty, his abilities must be extraordinary. Just as Luo Yu basked in the attention, Luo Yu also revealed his intentions. He opted for a task of ordinary difficulty. Upon uttering these words, Luo Yu instantly became the center of attention. Is this for real? Sir, can he actually take on such a challenge? Is this newcomer for real? Even I, having just advanced to the rank of Chunin, wouldn't dare claim I could capture a swamp monster's young. Could it be that this newcomer's legacy is akin to that of Liang Jingru? Impressive. Luo Yu was also taken aback. Indeed, someone was willing to risk it all. The female supervisor inquired seriously, "Are you certain?" Luo Yu nodded slightly, then glanced at the slumbering ninja dog beside him. With Kamui's intangibility and Ah Fei's elusive technique, capturing a small exotic beast shouldn't be too difficult. After registering Luo Yu's information, the supervisor handed him a scroll. This is a summoning beast sealing scroll. Once you capture the swamp giant's young, simply seal it within the scroll. Be sure not to harm the swamp young. The foaming grass and the swamp young you submit will serve as credit rewards. cultivated in the Summoning Nurturing Center and the Botanical Cultivation Center. The conventional method of obtaining summoning beasts involves collecting summoning fragments and nurturing exotic beast younglings in specialized summoning facilities, where they can be tamed. The tamed younglings can then enter into a blood contract with a ninja, becoming true summoning beasts. As for the foaming grass, it is a rare material for cultivating wind release techniques. It is said that the esteemed Dean of Wind, who specializes in wind release, uses this to brew tea. Upon hearing this, the candidates suddenly realized they were, in effect, working for the school. Speaking of credits, the supervisor regained her focus and added, "I forgot to mention that once you submit the task items, the school will reward you with equivalent credits to exchange for other resources." Indeed, while the Imperial University boasts abundant cultivation resources, obtaining a larger share than others still requires the exchange of credits. Credits are typically rewards given to students through school assessments and activities. Completing tasks assigned by instructors with excellence will also yield credits based on the student's performance. These credits can be utilized to redeem additional resources from the school. Precious ninja legacies, rare materials, and promising summoning beasts are among the redeemable resources. In this institution, only by mastering more credits and acquiring greater resources can one stand out among the many talented ninjas. So there are credit rewards after all. No wonder the Chunin assessment is exceptionally challenging. The candidate's spirits began to lift. At this moment, Luo Yu curiously raised his hand and inquired, "Will I earn additional credits if I capture more swamp cubs?" Many present could only express their helplessness with exasperation. It was already a feat to avoid being captured by the swamp giant, let alone entertain the thought of capturing more swamp cubs. It is truly a manifestation of others' fear of your avarice. The female supervisor paused momentarily, then nodded, stating that she would reward you with 80 credits for your first cub. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's lips curled in a smirk. "Brothers, let the games begin." After recording the information of all the students, the female supervisor spoke firmly, indicating that everyone could depart to fulfill their respective tasks. With her words, the crowd dispersed. Luo Yu was just about to head to the teleportation zone within the Imperial University, en route to the trial forest, when suddenly, a man clad in a black suit, with flowing long hair and a pale complexion, obstructed his path. "You must be Luo Yu." "Indeed, and you are?" The pale-suited man, visibly excited, shook Luo Yu's hand, exclaiming, "At last, we meet. I am your mentor, Ningfangdang. You have come to discuss the kaleidoscope Sharingan, haven't you? Please, let us converse in my office." Feeling the icy chill emanating from the man's hand, Luo Yu swallowed hard. "Teacher Ning, your inheritance isn't from Orochimaru, is it?" Ningfangtang's pallid cheeks managed a faint smile. "Ah, you've discerned it? Little Huazi has certainly flipped through the inheritance catalog quite a bit." Hearing the other's candid admission, Luo Yu tensed up. What the hell? In the original narrative, Orochimaru was exceedingly eager to acquire the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could my mentor be him? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be a commanding lady in uniform? The disparity between reality and imagination is significant. I hope I won't be sliced apart later. The legacy I have inherited from Orochimaru is merely the blue quality version of the legendary Sannin. There remains a considerable gap compared to the pinnacle orange quality legacy of Orochimaru. However, I am fortunate that my inheritance encompasses not only power, but also Orochimaru's passion for science. Elbow, bring your Sharingan and come inside with me," Ningfangtang said with a warm smile. Chapter 92, Visitors from the Umbu in the office of the administrative building. Luo Yu cradled the ninja dog A-Fei in his arms, nervously following Ningfangtang into the room. Ningfangtang donned his glasses and sat in his chair, attentively listening to Luo Yu's account. "I often feel that the Sharingan influences my emotions, as if, in certain moments, I become a different person." Luo Yu then detailed the changes he experienced during the Silver Forest Peak incident to Teacher Ning. Having researched the Sharingan for many years, Teacher Ning was accustomed to such phenomena, deeming it quite normal. It is known that when individuals with Uchiha bloodlines experience emotional stimuli, chakra surges affect their visual nerves. Consequently, the Sharingan is susceptible to emotional influences. Historically, there have been numerous incidents where members of the Jun family, upon experiencing such stimuli, succumb to pain and rage, leading to significant human casualties. Therefore, among the two core families of the Dragon Nation, the Su family, which possesses the Byakugan, is regarded with greater esteem. Meanwhile, despite the formidable power of the Jun family Sharingan, it has long been viewed as an unstable factor, with many rumors circulating that the Sharingan is an evil eye. It is said that the Sharingan possesses an independent consciousness, which, when the host experiences strong emotional fluctuations, can seize control of the host's body. Due to the persistence of these rumors, the public harbors prejudice against the Sharingan. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing that the three rogue ninjas he encountered previously referred to him as the evil Sharingan brat, likely stemming from such biases. Teacher Ning spoke again. I have seen your Manjiki Sharingan through the footage from the Jiangli Dojo. Judging by its appearance, it should be a counterpart to Kakashi's Sharingan. However, it has not been documented in the Legacy Compendium. Yet, you seem to wield it with greater ease. Perhaps your Uchiha bloodline is purer than that of the Jun family. Luo Yu felt a sense of pride, for he possessed the versatile Hashirama cells, specializing in various Uchiha peculiarities. Teacher Ning flicked his tongue like a serpent, his eyes gleaming with interest as he gazed at Luo Yu, nearly revealing his desire to examine him. Driven by his love for science, he could not help but ask, "May I check your body?" Clearly, he was intrigued by Luo Yu's ability to effortlessly utilize the Manjiki Sharingan. After years of studying ocular techniques and being known as a master of dojutsu, encountering such a physique must have stirred great excitement within him. Next time for sure. Luo Yu vigorously shook his head, simultaneously preparing to make a hasty retreat. After all, in the original narrative, Orochimaru was undeniably the archetypal villain, a malevolent scientist by nature. Who could predict whether Teacher Ning, having inherited Orochimaru's legacy, might succumb to temptation and fall into darkness? Teacher Ning smiled gently, suggesting that the analysis of your unique constitution could potentially aid me in conducting research that benefits all of humanity. There is no rush to draw conclusions. You must contemplate this carefully. Noticing that Teacher Ning did not seem inclined to impose his will, Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief. I wish to focus on my training for a few years before considering matters pertaining to the betterment of humanity. By then, I should have unlocked the powers of the six paths and realized true peace in the world. Isn't this also a way to benefit humanity? Such experiments must certainly respect the individual's opinions. Although I hold a deep passion for science, I cannot forsake humanity in its pursuit. Teacher Ning chuckled softly. Were it not for the explicit regulations set forth by the association, he would have long since succumbed to his insatiable thirst for knowledge. This statement provided a modicum of reassurance to Luo Yu. He continued, expressing a conjecture. Could it be possible to transplant the Sharingan of Kakashi's heir, replacing the ordinary left eye? Such a notion is undoubtedly perilous. Teacher Ning appeared quite delighted. However, the practicality of this idea is questionable, as there are few successors of Kakashi to begin with. Moreover, the number of ninjas capable of cultivating the Manjiki Sharingan to a level of proficiency sufficient for use, and elevating the inheritance to the purple stage, is even scarcer. Furthermore, the prowess of a ninja possessing the purple Sharingan of Kakashi is self-evident. The Manjiki Sharingan is a formidable weapon, and one must ponder if one would be willing to relinquish it so easily. Upon finishing his thought, Teacher Ning cast a forlorn glance at Luo Yu, as if to say, "Aren't you also reluctant to undergo a physical examination?" Luo Yu spoke earnestly, proposing the possibility that the true potential of Kakashi's inheritance might only emerge after relinquishing the Sharingan. This sentiment, however, should not be uttered in the presence of Kakashi's heir. As Teacher Ning was visibly exasperated, concerned that Luo Yu might inadvertently provoke a confrontation. In any case, I shall first reach out to several scholars specializing in secret realms to ascertain if there have been any advancements regarding the inheritance of the right eye's Manjiki. This will enable me to tailor an appropriate training regimen for you. Within the mysterious secret realms from alternate dimensions, one frequently encounters certain inscriptions that document information about ninja inheritances. Many optimal training strategies for ninja inheritances originate from deciphered inscriptions found within these secret realms. As a researcher of ocular techniques, Teacher Ning is well acquainted with numerous scholars in the field, and he himself is registered as a scholar within the association. Once any information regarding ocular technique cultivation is uncovered, he will pursue it without delay. Thanks to his advanced understanding of secret realm knowledge, Teacher Ning consistently designs the most suitable training plans for his students. While he may not be the most powerful among the numerous instructors at the Imperial Capital University, he undoubtedly possesses the finest teaching abilities. It is no wonder that a prodigy like Luo Yu, who has stirred the headquarters of the association, has been assigned to his tutelage. As for you, it is paramount to make the most of your complete chakra attributes and master all forms of ninjutsu. Remember to maintain emotional stability, lest you exacerbate any psychological issues. The most critical aspect of wielding the Sharingan is to remain joyful, Teacher Ning advised. Avoid emotional fluctuations? Then I suppose I should refrain from drawing cards in mobile games for the time being. Each draw sends my emotions soaring or plummeting. It's either a triumph or a disaster. The Sharingan will undoubtedly be affected by these fluctuations. After resolving these queries, Luo Yu glanced at the time, realizing he must complete the task of capturing the swamp cubs before 9 o'clock in the evening. Thank you, teacher. I shall proceed to authenticate as a Nin now. Until we meet again at the start of the term. After exchanging polite greetings, Luo Yu strode directly out of the office. In Jiangli City, nestled within the Villa District, President Bai, fatigued from a long day's work, complained about the burdens of his position, lamenting that being a minor president came with many responsibilities but scant rewards. He mused that he should have relinquished the presidency to old Jiang from the very beginning. Upon pushing open the door to his room, President Bai intended to collapse onto the sofa in a state of utter exhaustion. However, to his surprise, a curvaceous figure adorned in a sleek black bodysuit, which accentuated her graceful form, lounged on his luxurious sofa. With waist-length silken hair cascading down her back and long legs clad in snug over-the-knee boots casually draped over the table, she exuded an aura of modernity. President Bai was momentarily taken aback, recognizing her as the magical ninja frequently mentioned by old Jiang, but was puzzled by the situation. Yet, upon noticing her face obscured by a distinctive white mask adorned with red markings resembling a cat, he felt his legs weaken. An operative from the Umbu. Chapter 93. The art of Mayfly is quite impressive. The Umbu is an elite organization directly subordinate to the higher echelons of the association, tasked with handling particularly challenging special missions. Members of this organization are at least of the ninja sect level, and being selected for the Umbu signifies one of the most elite within the sect. It is said that among the higher ranks of the Umbu, there are even several shadow-level powerhouses. Only internal members like President Bai and ninjas of the ninja sect caliber are privy to the existence of the Umbu. The general populace and ordinary ninjas remain completely unaware of this institution. Once he steadied his emotions, President Bai respectfully stood to the side, inquiring, "Are you here on business?" The silver-haired Umbu member produced credentials for President Bai to inspect, stating, "I am Kong, an investigator dispatched from above to look into the incident at Inland Peak." President Bai understood that Kong was merely a code name for the Umbu operative before him. Realizing that Luo Yu and Sun Hao were more qualified to address the matter, he promptly employed a tactical maneuver to shift the responsibility. "As the president of Jiangli, I must prioritize your perspective in accordance with protocol." Kong remained composed, retrieving a camera to direct at President Bai, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The Trial Forest, a man-made secret realm exclusive to the Imperial Capital University, allowed entry without the necessity of dimensional energy. Luo Yu swiftly arrived at the teleportation anchor point via the university's secret realm teleportation hub. Indeed, the financial might of the Imperial Capital University is astonishing, having not only acquired a dedicated secret realm, but also constructed a teleportation site directly within the campus. This is something that other prestigious institutions wouldn't even dare to contemplate. At the camp store for the teleportation anchor point, Luo Yu acquired a swamp suit, as weighty as an astronaut's attire. These swamp attire are crafted from materials derived from the colossal swamp behemoths. Adorned in this ensemble, one can withstand the toxic mire for a certain duration before the toxins begin to wreak havoc upon the human body. During this period, it was sufficient for Luo Yu to find a high ground to settle upon, patiently awaiting the automatic cleansing mechanism of the swamp suit to eradicate the toxins that had accumulated upon it. Naturally, donning such cumbersome attire rendered movement laborious, and traversing through the muck felt akin to imprisonment. In stark contrast, the sluggish swamp behemoths, when entering the toxic marsh, moved with an agility that seemed effortless. This is also the reason why no one is willing to undertake this task. "Lord Luo, your teacher's gaze upon me just now seemed rather peculiar." Once we left the camp and found ourselves in solitude, the ninja dog A Fei whispered into Luo Yu's ear as he rested on his shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu replied, "He shouldn't have seen through you, I reckon. He probably just has a craving for dog meat hot pot." A Fei shook his head. "That may not be the case. I haven't extracted chakra from other ninja dogs. My disguise could still be discerned." Luo Yu remained unfazed. "It's fine. When the time comes, just explain to him that you are a contractable white Zetsu variant. Teacher Ning is unlikely to mind." With that, Luo Yu ventured into the desolate wilderness, where no one was around. "Come up," he commanded. Upon hearing this, A Fey immediately unfurled his body, enveloping Luo Yu while leaving only his right eye visible. Subsequently, Luo Yu retrieved his phone. Ever since he was admitted to the Imperial Capital University, the Trial Forest, as the university's exclusive secret realm, had made detailed information accessible to Luo Yu's account. After checking the location of the swamp area, Luo Yu instantly employed the white zetsu technique, the ephemeral art, merging his body seamlessly into the ground. At this moment, he embodies nature itself, with an unobstructed view of the conditions deep beneath the earth. After being possessed by a Fey, all abilities can be shared with the host. This ability proves to be quite convenient. In the future, should Senior Bai wish to race against him, he could showcase the ephemeral technique. With this delightful thought, Luo Yu swiftly traversed underground. In less than 5 minutes, he zipped past the nauseating swamp area and emerged in a clearing at the center of the mire. Surrounding him, within the toxic marsh, numerous young creatures cloaked in seaweed frolicked, their sinister eyes the only part visible in the shadows. Although there were many of these offspring, most resided within the poisonous depths, making even the ephemeral technique difficult to approach. Moreover, 2 colossal beasts, enshrouded in seaweed, lurked nearby. They were formidable upper-tier aberrations known as swamp giants, presenting a danger level that rivaled that of the sacred flame roots. This aquatic creature is acutely sensitive to its environment, prompting Luo Yu to cautiously reveal only his head to avoid detection by the colossal swamp beast. With toxic gases permeating the noxious mire, Luo Yu swiftly unfurls the white shroud enveloping his head, exposing his handsome visage. He then retrieves the gas mask from his swamp suit and secures it over his face. Following this, his ocular prowess surges towards his right eye, and the 3 tomo emerge within his pupil. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the swamp larvae concealed in the marshlands come into view. As he surveys his surroundings, Luo Yu spots a highland 500 meters away, where a nest of newly born swamp larvae resides. They appear to be incapable of opening their eyes, let alone swimming through the mire. What a veritable treasure trove of academic credits! Luo Yu's eyes gleam with excitement. Were it not for a Fey's ephemeral technique, reaching this location would have proven exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, Luo Yu descends along the elevated terrain, burrowing once more into the depths, swiftly making his way towards the clearing inhabited by the swamp larvae. Soon, he emerges partially from the ground beside the nest of swamp larvae, simultaneously casting a sealing scroll. In the next instant, the scroll unfurls mid-air as Luo Yu performs the necessary hand seals. Responding to the fluctuating chakra, the sealing scroll generates an immense gravitational pull, drawing the entire brood of swamp larvae into its spatial confines. Luo Yu raises his hand to catch the scroll. Suddenly, the surrounding mire roils violently, and a gigantic creature, covered in seaweed, erupts from the earth, roaring furiously at Luo Yu. With a swift reaction, Luo Yu activates the ephemeral technique, retreating into the deeper subterranean world. These formidable beasts of the upper ninja tier, although within Luo Yu's capacity to conquer, would nonetheless demand a considerable investment of time. Furthermore, upon vanquishing the swamp giant, the spoils would predominantly consist of white and green quality fragments of the oil girl Shurnai, that notably impressive insect-themed individual from Konoha. Should fortune smile upon him, he might even procure blue fragments of the oil girl's lineage. The oil girl, the toxic insect-laden bodyguard of Danzo, was later drawn into the Kamui space by Tobi. In an effort to demonstrate the technique of impure world reincarnation to the masked Tobi, Kabuto took her life, utilizing another of Danzo's bodyguards as a sacrificial vessel for the reincarnation. Ultimately, these fragments are the exclusive domain of the insect clan, rendering them of no utility to Luo Yu. At best, he could offer them to the academy in exchange for credits. In an instant, the clearing at the heart of the swamp was upheaved by the swamp giant. However, Luo Yu had already vanished into the depths below. The thrill of stealthily pilfering and escaping was exhilarating. The art of mayfly truly is an extraordinary technique. As night fell, the clock struck 9. At the third training ground of the Imperial Capital University, the female supervisor and her team awaited the transfer of tasks. Candidates rushed in, some appearing somewhat injured. A few even resorted to having classmates submit their tasks on their behalf, likely recuperating in the school infirmary. After all, those who had activated the 8 gates were undeniably fierce combatants. Nearby, an audience of students gathered, eager to witness the unfolding events. They had heard tales of new students daring enough to undertake the perilous ordinary task, and they were keen to witness history in the making. Chapter 94. The mysterious dark division woman Li Long, having successfully navigated a remarkably simple assessment, earned the rank of a Chunin, receiving a silver badge of the 3rd tier. Lan Lulu, similarly, attained the same rank and badge through her straightforward evaluation. As candidates lined up to submit their tasks, onlookers nodded in approval. The caliber of this year's newcomers is commendable, with so many passing the assessment. Indeed, I recall that in our year, a few unfortunate souls were expelled for failing their Chunin certification. Patience, let us observe what the individual who opted to capture the swamp cub has to say. At this moment, the voice of the female leader was tinged with emotion. Liu Kaiga, having successfully completed a basic assessment, was awarded the 3rd tier golden badge of a Chunin. By additionally delivering 3 Phoenix Call herbs, he accumulated a total of 26 academic credits. Upon hearing this, Liu Kaiga instantly became the center of attention. Countless astonished gazes converged upon him. This young man is impressive. He managed to exceed expectations even amidst the onslaught of the combatants. This indicates that beneath the rank of Jonin, he possesses the ability to wreak havoc. Though I am a year his senior, if I were tasked with collecting Phoenix Call herbs, I would likely yield only fragments. Had I begun with 26 credits, I could have certainly ranked among the top in my class by exchanging for resources. Relishing the reactions of the crowd, Liu Kaiga felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Even Luo Yu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Well done, my friend. The individual appeared to be an ordinary passerby. Yet it seemed he possessed a certain strength beyond the commonplace. Liu Kaiga humbly scratched his head, admitting that he could not compare to this man. Observing Luo Yu's composed demeanor, he surmised that Luo Yu had indeed captured a swamp cub, thus refraining from boasting in his presence. After all, capturing a swamp cub was significantly more challenging than collecting 3 Phoenix Call herbs. One must don heavy swamp gear and navigate the toxic mire with sluggish movements, all while facing the ever-looming threat of swamp behemoths. In the treacherous swamp, the speed of these monstrous entities far surpassed that of a ninja encumbered by swamp attire. Hence, he estimated Luo Yu's strength to be at least that of a high-ranking ninja. Did he think to astonish him to the point of prostration? Not a chance. He would first pay his respects in his own way. Luo Yu smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Soon, it was his turn to present his task. He directly handed over the sealing scroll. The female officer unfurled the scroll, and a noticeable shift in her calm expression betrayed her surprise. Luo Yu, 7 swamp cubs. The proclamation reverberated through the room, leaving everyone in astonishment, even the upperclassmen, who were equally taken aback. In the trial ground swamp area, they typically avoided it altogether. This Luo Yu is rather audacious, having directly exterminated an entire brood of the enemy's offspring. Are the newcomers this formidable? Have they no regard for their seniors? Even Liu Kaiga, who had mentally prepared himself, could not help but display a look of astonishment. How careless of him! He had surmised that Luo Yu had completed the task, yet he never anticipated the manner in which it was accomplished. He had outright stolen the entire family of the swamp behemoth. Goodness! That creature is a high-ranking, extraordinary beast. You are the prodigy with the Sharingan, Luo Yu. The female officer glanced at the name on her tablet, and realization dawned upon her. To have a freshman whom Director Feng personally sought out is indeed remarkable. Excuse me, could you expedite the issuance of my badge? Luo Yu gently urged. He had stayed out too late and would face his sister's scrutiny upon returning. My apologies. The female officer replied, regaining her focus. She then announced, Luo Yu has successfully passed the standard assessment and has been awarded the 1st tier obsidian badge of a Chunin. Due to his physical examination revealing that, although he possessed an ample amount of chakra, his stamina was only slightly above 600. He could only be granted the 1st tier badge. The standard values for a Chunin are set at 500, 750, and 1000, hence the limitation. However, the ninja badge serves to assess the fundamental capabilities of its bearer. As Luo Yu's stamina improves, the badge will automatically advance until he meets the standards of a Jonin. Holding the gleaming black badge, Luo Yu could not help but smile ruefully. The drawbacks of his specialized focus were now evident, along with the 290 academic credits he had earned. Upon hearing that Luo Yu had amassed 290 credits, even the upperclassmen could not contain their envy. With so many credits, one could easily exchange them for a commendable blue-quality summoning beast. As the Chunin certification concluded, the candidates began to disperse, while the onlooking students turned to resume their training in the dojo. Just as Luo Yu was about to head home, the cheerful female instructor intercepted him. Luo Yu, do not be in such a hurry to leave, she said with a smile. Is there something you need, teacher? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. I am your illusion techniques instructor, Jinling. We shall frequently cross paths in class, she explained. The reason I called you over is to inquire if you would be interested in transferring to my class. After all, your Sharingan is exceptionally suited for the study of illusion techniques. If you join me, I will certainly dedicate myself to nurturing your talents. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu understood her intentions. She was attempting to poach him from Teacher Ning. May I ask, what is your lineage, Teacher Jin? He inquired. I am the disciple of the illusion master, Yujito, Jin proudly declared, puffing out her chest. Though Yujito belongs to the blue lineage, it is nevertheless considered a standard among ninja clans. What is particularly commendable is that Yujito excels in illusion techniques, a rare and esteemed skill in the ninja world. While illusion techniques are highly effective, those who specialize in them are regrettably few and far between. This is her source of pride. However, upon hearing this, Luo Yu internally lamented the disturbance. Orochimaru's Jinjutsu should be quite formidable as well. Our class has a predominance of girls, and we are indeed in need of a capable boy like you for protection. Noticing that Luo Yu remained unmoved, Teacher Jin chuckled. Considering the girls, Luo Yu pondered for 3 additional seconds. Subsequently, with tears in his eyes, he declined. I am not that kind of person. With that, Luo Yu turned and left with a heart full of sorrow. He had resisted temptation, determined to stay by Teacher Ning's side. Should Teacher Ning later grasp powerful ninjutsu, such as the impure world reincarnation, it would be rather unreasonable if she did not impart her knowledge to him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yu saw his sister in the living room engrossed in television, immersing herself in the world of anime. He proceeded directly to his bedroom. With the Chunin certification completed, the next step was to venture into the Chunin secret realm, fervently amassing attribute points to reach Jonin level. Unlocking the new template swiftly was the path forward. As for credits, he would set them aside for now. After all, with Ah Fei in the early stages, and the Nine Tails, or even the Outer Path Golem in the later stages, it was impossible for him to exchange credits for summoning beasts. Lost in thought, Luo Yu entered his bedroom and turned on the light. Suddenly, a shadowy figure cloaked in black seized him tightly, pushing him onto the bed, just as Luo Yu attempted to break free using the 8 gates. He noticed that although the figure wore a technologically advanced bodysuit and a cat-faced mask, her supple and graceful form, along with her alluring long silver hair, betrayed her gender. Consequently, he relinquished his struggle. How delightful. You wouldn't want your sister to know that a woman has appeared in your bedroom, would you? The female Umbu spoke in a chilling voice. Sensing no malice from her, Luo Yu relaxed. Who are you? Kong replied, I am a member of the Umbu. You may call me Kong. Umbu? Such a thing exists in this world. Luo Yu blurted out. By the way, what does someone from the Umbu want with a novice ninja like me? Chapter 95. I have become a tool. Are you here to check if I possess any contraband? A dangerous thought surfaced as Luo Yu glanced at the computer on his bedside. All the files contained legitimate study materials. Would those documents about ninja studies have already been? Noticing that Luo Yu's mood had calmed, Kong released her hold on him. Luo Yu instantly felt that the world had become dull and lifeless. After Kong stood up, she spoke in a low voice. The Umbu is a secret organization directly under the higher echelons of the Ninja Association. Our purpose is to handle special missions, thus maintaining a certain level of confidentiality. Only ninjas who meet specific criteria are qualified to know of the Umbu's existence. Luo Yu tensed up. What are you telling me this for? I certainly do not wish to face death. Such a clandestine organization suddenly begins to introduce itself. I can't help but wonder if they intend to eliminate witnesses. The reason for sharing this information is that they have recognized your potential. They hope you will join the clandestine division after your graduation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu murmured softly, Can I refuse? The clandestine division sounds so ominous. Kong cast a serious glance at Luo Yu. Of course, you may refuse. However, should you choose that path, I would be compelled to employ a memory-altering technique to erase your knowledge of the clandestine division. With that, Kong raised his fist, preparing to deliver a serious blow to Luo Yu's head. Physical amnesia, is it? Luo Yu quickly waved his hands. Wait. I haven't refused. I merely wish to learn more about the clandestine division before making a judgment. For instance, what are the salary and benefits? Are there contributions to social insurance and housing funds? Is the working hours limited to 8 per day? Will this job affect my living environment or my family's well-being? Kong was momentarily taken aback. I see. The members of the clandestine division are categorized as formal and honorary. It seems you are better suited to be an honorary member. If you were a formal member, your relationship with the division would resemble that of a soldier, required to obey the higher-ups without question. In contrast, honorary members, akin to ordinary ninjas, may freely select relatively easier tasks from the mission assembly. In terms of remuneration, the rewards are considerably superior to those from the Association's tasks. Not only are benefits dispersed monthly, but if your contributions are significant enough, you may directly request any rare resources from the organization. More importantly, many resource-rich, mysterious realms require the clandestine division to dispatch explorers. During these explorations, one can acquire an array of extraordinary treasures. Furthermore, we hold a prominent status. When we visit the association, the higher-ups treat us with utmost respect. After listening to Kong's vivid description, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In this context, the Dark Faction is akin to the V-level membership of the Ninja Association. They enjoy the privilege of developing special secret realms, and others regard them with great respect. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Yu eagerly raised his hand and declared, "In that case, I wish to join the Dark Faction as an honorary member." Observing this, Kong hastily interjected, urging caution. Do not rejoice too soon. Although the organization's upper echelons hold you in high esteem, there are procedures to follow. Until you attain the status of Ninja Master, you may only assist me in the capacity of an apprentice. Once you become a Ninja Master, you must still compete with other candidates for the honor of becoming an honorary member. After hearing this, Luo Yu was left in a state of disbelief. Could it be that this sister intends to use me as a mere tool? Upon closer reflection, it seemed she had been spinning grandiose tales. Noticing the hesitation in Luo Yu's gaze, Kong quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. You are still quite weak. My tasks are beyond your capability to assist." This remark immediately incensed Luo Yu. "Who do you look down upon? Even when you are weary, I can still offer you a massage." With that thought, he instinctively glanced at her long legs, clad in over-the-knee boots. Setting aside other matters, being a mere leg accessory could be quite enjoyable. Your presence is primarily to help you acclimatize to these perilous tasks. During the mission, your role will merely be to entertain me and alleviate my boredom. Kong accurately assessed Luo Yu's position. Since you have agreed to be my apprentice, I shall divulge the current mission to you. Thus, she entrusted him with the task of investigating the gray robe individuals. It dawned on Luo Yu that he was here to probe the incident at Silver Forest Peak. Kong nodded. "I have focused my investigation on that enchanted ring." As she spoke, she retrieved a storage scroll from her bosom, which contained records of various ring-shaped ninja tools that had emerged in recent years. "Help me uncover the information regarding that ring." Luo Yu picked up the warm scroll, gazing at the mountain of data amassed within the storage space. "So, you truly consider me a mere tool? I do all the work while you stand by?" Kong, hands on her hips, retorted confidently, "I have more information to review than you." However, Luo Yu found her words unconvincing. To prevent him from becoming disheartened, Kong sighed. "Very well, if you assist me in completing this task, I shall reward you." Upon hearing this, the listless Luo Yu's spirits lifted, and a smile crept onto his face. "Sister Kong, my request is not extravagant. Could you remove your mask and let me behold your exquisite visage?" He sweetly called her sister, relishing in the benefits of his soft approach. What was he thinking? The identity of an Umbu member is a closely guarded secret. On a serious note, the most I can offer you is some cultivation materials. Kong's tone became somewhat flustered. In the Umbu, apprentices of others show utmost respect to their masters. How had her apprentice turned into such a tease? Were it not for Luo Yu's perceived value and a hint of charm, she would have long since put him in his place. At that moment, Luo Qingyu's voice echoed, "Xiao Yu, whom are you conversing with?" Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Kong lowered his voice to issue a warning. "You must hastily review all the materials in these few days. Otherwise, as your guide, I shall have to impose penalties upon you." After all, those who could enter the Dark Division were all elite ninja clans, and no matter how formidable Luo Yu was, he could not contend with them. Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had finally endured until his sister could no longer match him, only to be confronted by another sister from the Dark Division who was more than capable of overpowering him. Moreover, she was aggressively intent on exhausting his labor. What a lamentable fate! Furthermore, matters concerning the Dark Department must remain undisclosed to anyone. Otherwise, one risks a warning of memory loss. A gentle breeze swept through as Kong activated his instant movement technique, escaping through the window. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu entered the room, her expression filled with vigilance. "Xiao Yu, did anyone visit you just now? My intuition tells me that a thief has intruded into our home." She even sniffed the air in the bedroom. Thankfully, As Kong belonged to the dark department, there was no lingering scent. Luo Yu mustered a faint smile and replied, "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Li is a second-tier practitioner of the Ning sect. What thief would dare to trespass in Wulong community?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingyu conceded, "You're right. Go to bed early and refrain from watching those nonsensical videos." With that, she firmly closed the door. Once her sister departed, Luo Yu's gaze fell upon a scroll lying in the bedding, seemingly exuding a faint fragrance. Before the school term commenced, he still needed to fervently accumulate attribute points to unlock a new template. Should he enlist the help of his shadow clone? However, recalling Kong's attitude, Luo Yu felt a rebellious urge stir within him. Shouldn't asking for assistance involve some form of quid pro quo? Such scenarios often depicted in comics. Did he still wish to manipulate him? Once he unlocked the divine might space in a few days, he planned to retreat to the small dark room with provisions and his sister, leading a blissful and carefree life. Let us see how he manages that. Chapter 96. The price of overexertion. In the following days, Luo Yu and Fei immersed themselves in the mid-level ninja realm of the imperial capital. Armed with the obsidian emblem, they were well supplied with dimensional energy. During the day, they made do with the makeshift dining facilities at the realm's camp, only returning home at night to savor the home-cooked meals that bore his sister's distinct flavor. Observing Luo Yu's increasingly haggard appearance and waning strength, Luo Qingyu couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could my brother be involved with someone outside? Initially, upon entering the mid-level ninja realm, the attribute points acquired from hunting exotic beasts were plentiful. However, as his attributes improved, Luo Yu's progress began to stagnate. Moreover, his heavy-handed approach led to a notable decline in the population of the beasts residing in the Moonview Slope, a realm he had frequented daily. At the camp, Luo Yu even overheard others lamenting that the exotic beasts had grown increasingly cunning, often evading confrontation by fleeing at the slightest hint of human presence, much like the petrified stone-toothed rabbits in the novice village, traumatized by Luo Yu's exploits. Eventually, Luo Yu accumulated enough experience to alternate between different realms to gather attribute points. After all, this was the imperial capital, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, where more than a dozen mid-level ninja realms were situated. This indeed resolves the issue of the rampant decline of strange beasts, preventing any suspicion from the association. Should the association dispatch its covert operatives for investigation, it would undoubtedly cause distress for Luo Yu. Unlike the true frontline battlegrounds of high-level secret realms, the middle ninja-level secret realms resemble hunting grounds, where the strange beasts seem to be domesticated within these realms for the practical training of ninjas. If excessive hunting occurs, the association will impose restrictions on the duration of access to these secret realms. If that were the case, no amount of dimensional energy would hold significance. On the final day of the school term, after a day filled with busyness, Luo Yu had yet to shed his white absolute attire. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed. Subsequently, he reviewed the results of several days of relentless effort. Firstly, the rewards gained from leveling up and the fragments of inheritance significantly elevated the overall level of his ninjutsu. Among the numerous middle ninja secret realms in the imperial capital, one was known for producing fragments of great harmony. The skill Hell's Chaos, a technique renowned for its destructive potential, finally reached level 3, enhancing the power of space distortion once more. However, the fourth level of Hell's Chaos astonishingly required fragments of the purple group concealment, thus halting his progression. As for farming great harmony fragments, a plethora of white absolute fragments dropped along the way, allowing him to max out the insertion technique to level 6. Now, the reign of insertion had reached its pinnacle in terms of sharpness and explosive range. Luo Yu mused that even a first-level Rashomon would be rendered a sieve by the reign of insertion. The remaining time was spent farming greenly lock fragments, elevating the 8 gates of Duanjia to level 2. He was now capable of unlocking the 5th gate, the Door of Dusk. The Lotus technique also advanced to level 3, expending all his inheritance fragments, along with the vast number of ninja scrolls gifted by the system during his ascension to middle ninja. Of course, the most crucial aspect lay in his fundamental attributes: stamina, 1507, 100, chakra, 2212, 200. The basic attribute requirements for a high ninja are 2500, 4000, and 7000 respectively. With the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, Luo Yu's chakra was nearing the 3rd tier of high ninja. His stamina was also just shy of 1000 away from the 2nd tier of high ninja. At this moment, Luo Yu felt confident that he could easily overpower Bai Mengyao, who had yet to unlock the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, there remained a considerable gap between him and the genuine high ninja as required by the system. Due to the enhancement of his attributes, the drop rate of attribute points had significantly diminished, making it impossible to unlock new templates in the near future. What infuriated him the most was the system's new patch, which dictated that an excessive allocation of unassigned attribute points would adversely affect the drop rate of attribute points. This effectively extinguished his prospects for advancement. Luo Yu surmised that if he genuinely relied on hunting the exotic beasts within the Nin's secret realm to attain the rank of true Nin, it would not be long before the association initiated an investigation into his activities. It would be wiser to secure his Nin certification first before venturing into the Nin level secret realms to accumulate attribute points. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since the Dark Department supervisor of Lord Luo had come to collect the tasks. Upon hearing the reminder from the white absolute attire draped on him, Luo Yu sprang from his bed, nearly forgetting this matter entirely. He had become so engrossed in grinding for attribute points that he had overlooked it. If Master Kong were to come for an inspection and discover this lapse, he would certainly face punishment with a small whip. Goodness! Suddenly, he felt even less inclined to complete the task. What was going on? With the daily grind of a 9-to-6 schedule, when would he find the time to attend to such matters? The thought of the storage scroll filled with documents, stacked like a burdened pillar, left Luo Yu feeling exasperated. He had initially believed that by aligning himself with the Dark Department, he would rise above the ordinary. Little did he realize that all the benefits were merely illusions. The flight attendant was also quite unreasonable, delegating such significant responsibilities to him, a mere novice. Why was the flight attendant shirking her duties? Ah Fei, I cannot manage today. Would you please? Luo Yu retrieved the storage scroll filled with documents. Ah Fei descended from Luo Yu and gathered together to form a humanoid shape, holding the scroll in a state of bewilderment. Did he just pass it on to him? Had I known, I would have refrained from mentioning it. What is it like to have a boss who insists on overtime every day? Of course, Luo Yu has his own perspective. Unlike that wicked flight attendant, he does not exploit his subordinates. Through the relentless late-night gaming sessions he imposes on Ah Fei, Luo Yu discovers that as long as Bai Siyu receives sufficient nourishment, he can work tirelessly. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with the law of conservation of energy. It is merely unfortunate for the surrounding greenery. Young people must endure trials. Sooner or later, they will possess a forest of their own. Luo Yu kindly patted Ah Fei on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Ah Fei was greatly inspired and fervently continued his overtime work. So Luo Yu's intention was to hone my abilities. Initially, I was quite displeased with his arrangements, which seemed excessively demanding. No, I must not disappoint Lord Luo's expectations. Observing Ah Fei's diligent figure, Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seems Ah Fei cannot resist the wisdom that society has cultivated over millennia. He then comfortably tucked himself under the covers. Due to his exhaustion, this was the most restful sleep he had ever experienced. Upon awakening, Luo Yu rubbed his bleary eyes and noticed Ah Fei still soaring through a sea of documents. How is the progress? Luo Yu inquired. Without raising his head, Ah Fei replied that he had only completed a third. I have meticulously categorized the materials related to the ninja tools that correspond to the characteristics of the Jade Ring and Bai Siyu. Witnessing Ah Fei's dedication, the last remnants of Luo Yu's conscience began to waver. After working under Ban Yi for so many years, Ah Fei had never endured such indignities. Take a break and have breakfast. Since you've managed to get through a third, there should be no objections when the flight attendant arrives. Since Luo Yu has said so, Ah Fei swiftly disappeared into the room, heading to the subterranean world to absorb the nutrients from the plant roots. Today marks the first day of school. The breakfast prepared by his sister is particularly sumptuous. Given how you've been exhausting yourself these past few days, you should eat more to replenish your strength, Luo Qingyu said with concern. Luo Yu truly felt touched by his sister's kindness, especially given the dark circles under his eyes from the past few days. Thank you, sister. You are always so good to me. This is truly my own sister, absolutely eclipsing that oppressive and labor-exploiting elder sister from the Dark Division. Although she may lack in physical stature, she compensates with her gentle and considerate nature. Without comparison, there can be no hurt. After savoring the soft tofu made by my sister, Luo Yu hastened towards the Imperial Capital University. Ah Fei disguised himself as an ordinary sparrow, trailing Luo Yu along the way. Chapter 97. The Relics of Divine Beasts. Today marks the commencement of the academic year for prestigious ninja schools. An imperial capital university is no exception. Consequently, the campus is teeming with students, bustling with vitality. Talented individuals from across the nation converge upon the institution, anxious not to miss the opening ceremony and the principal's lengthy 4-hour address. This speech embodies the essence of the ceremony, a supreme experience that one cannot forego. As Luo Yu stepped through the gates, he marveled at the sight of so many elite shinobi for the first time. Indeed, in a third-tier city, elite shinobi are revered as the guardians of the city, held in high esteem by all its residents. At the nation's foremost institution, Imperial Capital University, most students, provided they do not languish in mediocrity, can attain the physical prowess of an elite shinobi by their second year. However, whether they can successfully pass the elite shinobi certification is another matter entirely. The pitfalls of the university's ranking system are well known to those who are aware. Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Old Ning called yesterday to inform me that the opening ceremony would take place at the university's arena. Yet this Imperial Capital University is astonishingly vast. Luo Yu stood in awe at the wide, unfamiliar pathways of the campus. It is said that the university's campus is as large as a small county. Students must either ride flying summoning beasts or take campus buses to attend their classes. Although the arena is considered a landmark of Imperial Capital University, where countless campus competition champions are determined, it remains an imposing structure within this expansive institution. These champions have since achieved remarkable success in various fields. However, it proved quite challenging for the newcomer, Luo Yu, to find his way. Initially, he had hoped to have Senior Sister Bai show him around and help him familiarize himself with the campus before the semester commenced. Yet, Senior Sister Bai had been preoccupied with her romantic pursuits with Su Ying, leaving her no time to attend to him. Just as Luo Yu found himself at a loss, a small black-scaled snake appeared before him. His face brightened with hope. "Are you sent by Teacher Ning to guide me?" The little snake flicked its tongue and responded, "Plans have changed. Follow me." With that, the snake slithered away, and Luo Yu hurriedly followed. He had anticipated that the snake would lead him to the bus stop. But instead, it took him on a winding path to a classroom. The sign outside read Special Class of the Academy of Sciences. It was evident that the students in this class were all peculiar individuals, perfectly suited for a scientist like Teacher Ning. Upon entering, he saw Teacher Ning standing at the lectern, while over 30 students occupied the desks. As soon as they spotted Luo Yu, whispers erupted among them. "Isn't that the young man who captured 7 swamp pups and exceeded the requirements for the obsidian badge? Indeed, I had intended to ask for his contact information. Such a strong individual deserves to be associated with someone as beautiful as me." But then Teacher Jean intervened. "Is that the one named Luo Yu? His terrifying reputation as a newcomer has spread like wildfire throughout the school. Many seniors are eager to meet him. Is he really that impressive?" Listening to their conversations, Luo Yu felt a wave of weariness wash over him. While he was open to sparring with senior sisters, he hoped to avoid the attention of the seniors. Nonetheless, upon hearing that a master would be leading them, the entire class displayed relieved smiles, confident that with such a skilled leader, their chances in future group competitions against other classes were secured. "What? It's you." A boy in the front row, who had become weary since meeting Luo Yu, was none other than Sun Hao. Ever since witnessing Luo Yu's defeat of the Sacred Flame Roots, his life goals had dramatically shifted from overcoming Luo Yu to striving for first place in the class. He never expected to be in the same class as Luo Yu, prompting him to reconsider his ambitions. Perhaps merely securing a girlfriend before Luo Yu would suffice as a success. With so many exceptional young women at Imperial Capital University, it would be strange not to feel a sense of attraction. "Sun Hao?" Luo Yu paused in surprise, quickly realizing that Sun Hao's celestial curse seal had been refined by the Scientific Research Society, which would surely pique Teacher Ning's interest. "Are you the one who wreaked havoc on the fire trees?" inquired a white-haired young boy sitting next to Sun Hao, his voice sweet and melodic. He then extended his hand toward Luo Yu. "Hello, I am a student from the Kingdom of the Sea. You may call me Yasu." Upon recognizing that Luo Yu is a prominent figure, Yasu eagerly approached to make his acquaintance. Despite having ventured far from his homeland to the land of dragons, he encountered numerous peculiar older sisters who were willing to lend a helping hand. However, Yasu couldn't shake the feeling that their intentions were ulterior. It was Luo Yu, with his innocent demeanor, who appeared truly trustworthy. "I am Luo Yu." Luo Yu and Yasu exchanged a handshake, both examining each other closely. With his white hair, violet eyes, and small sharp teeth, it was evident that he belonged to the aquatic race of the Sea Kingdom, having inherited the legacy of the Urei clan. The ancestral secret technique, known as the water transformation technique, aptly referred to as Little Divine Might, left no room for doubt. This ability can instantaneously liquefy the body, evading physical attacks. However, when faced with various attributes of ninjutsu, it cannot guarantee complete immunity. Confronted by the foreign students from the Imperial Capital University, Luo Yu was not particularly astonished, for this institution is renowned internationally, ranking among the foremost educational establishments, with specialized assessments tailored for foreign nations. It is entirely ordinary for students from other countries to study abroad. Moreover, possessing knowledge of the sea people in the Kingdom of the Sea bestows considerable prestige upon noble families, sending their descendants overseas for further education. Allowing them to forge connections with promising future ninjas in esteemed schools is indeed a commendable choice. Thus, the trio engaged in a lively discussion regarding matters concerning men. As both Yasu and Luo Yu favored older sister types, their relationship swiftly blossomed upon discovering common ground, such as the simplicity of youthful camaraderie. The atmosphere was serene. Observing the small serpents dispatched to gather all students, Teacher Ning commenced his address. I am your class mentor, Ning Fongtang. Our class is designated as a special class, a clear indication of a gathering of exceptional talents, each student possessing unique skills. Our educational approach cannot mirror that of other classes, merely adhering to collective plans from their respective departments. Subsequently, I will analyze your individual situations and devise corresponding study plans. Noticing the attentive expressions of the students below, Teacher Ning nodded with satisfaction. He continued, there is one more matter I have already reported to the higher authorities. We shall not participate in the opening ceremony. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in excitement. Teacher Ning, our everlasting deity. Teacher Ning, my superhero. It was evident that the students harbored a reluctance towards the hypnotic assembly. With a wave of his hand, Teacher Ning commanded silence. Of course, this is due to my new arrangements. I have a scholarly friend who specializes in secret realms. His team has discovered an ancient secret domain. It appears to be a relic from ancient times, sealing a certain power. The origins of the relic remain unclear, but it is known to house a colossal statue of a giant-toothed demon condor. Perhaps it was once a spiritual beast of an ancient super shadow contract, revered as a guardian deity of human tribes and thus worshipped. After much persuasion, my scholarly friend has agreed to allow me to take you on an exploration of the divine beast relic for a day, if fortune favors you. The residual powers of the relic may bestow opportunities upon you. This presents a chance for your personal enhancement. With this proclamation, the class erupted into cheers once more. As newcomers to the university, they were in need of a spiritual beast. Should they receive the blessings of the divine beast and forge a contract with a spiritual beast of divine lineage, it would indeed be an exquisite outcome. Chapter 98. On the significance of spiritual beasts, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to prepare, gathering their tools along with lunch and dinner. We shall convene at the school's secret teleportation site in 1 hour. With a wave of her hand, Teacher Ning signaled the end of class, causing the students to surge eagerly through the classroom door. Their faces radiated anticipation, as if a myriad of formidable summoning beasts were beckoning to them. Luo Yu smiled knowingly. It is no wonder they were so eager. The significance of summoning beasts as contractual partners for ninjas is immeasurable. Some fortunate ninjas even manage to forge contracts with summoning beasts that far exceed their own capabilities, relishing the thrill of being propelled to greater heights. Naturally, such powerful summoning beasts, which surpass a ninja's strength by several tiers, are typically arduous to manage. This is akin to relying on a wealthy benefactor while simultaneously indulging in a life of luxury without merit. It is implausible to gain favor without possessing some compelling talent. Thus, ninjas typically form contracts with summoning beasts that are still in their developmental stages. These summoned beasts, nurtured by the ninja from childhood to adulthood, have withstood the test of time and share a profound bond with their masters. Moreover, certain unique species of summoned beasts regard their nurturing ninjas with the same reverence one would have for a mother. These spirit beasts, even when they ascend to formidable levels, will invariably regard their ninja as their master. However, this relationship demands a considerable investment of both resources and emotional commitment, which is proportionate to the bond formed. It can be asserted that each path possesses its own merits and drawbacks. The Imperial Capital University boasts a dedicated department for the cultivation of spirit beasts, where students often forsake their innate talents as ninjas to diligently nurture their spirit companions. Ninjas specialized in summoning possess a plethora of exceptional summoning beasts, both in quality and rank. When confronted in battle by such summoning ninjas, one is inevitably faced with an onslaught of numerous summoning beasts of equal caliber. This is yet another advantage of specializing in spirit communication. Naturally, the ability to nurture such a multitude of spirit beasts requires substantial financial backing. Otherwise, the exorbitant cost of feeding these spirit creatures would overwhelm even a significant number of common ninjas. In contrast, there is the self-sufficient Fei Xiong, both economical and practical, truly a champion of the common folk. Thus, even the students of the Imperial Capital University generally only contract a single spirit beast cub, dedicating their efforts to its cultivation. After contemplating this, Luo Yu first purchased 2 containers of instant noodles from the school's convenience store before making his way directly to the teleportation area. Although he knew that his sister would undoubtedly prepare a heartwarming bento for him upon his return home, he felt a pang of concern for her and decided to make do with what he had. Arriving early at the teleportation station, he found the area nearly deserted, save for a few staff members. After all, the students were presently captivated by the principal's impassioned speech. Meanwhile, his classmates were busy selecting large quantities of snacks, reminiscent of preparations for a school spring outing. To prevent forgetting a Fei, who had transformed into a sparrow, he instructed the little creature to nestle into his pocket. He then pulled out his phone, intending to use the waiting time to refresh his knowledge on spirit communication. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands, clad in black patent leather gloves, covered Luo Yu's mouth. Subsequently, he was forcibly dragged to a nearby grove in the ecological park. Realizing that his 3,000 stamina rendered him immobile in the grip of his captor, Luo Yu swiftly deduced the identity of his assailant. A flight attendant. In the future, please refrain from making it seem like a kidnapping. Let go of Luo Yu. I am merely trying to prevent your classmates from noticing, she replied. By the way, you haven't been boasting about the dark department affairs to others, have you? Luo Yu shook his head, assuring her that he would never commit such a trivial mistake. With a sigh of relief, she solemnly inquired, how have you progressed with the task I entrusted to you? Luo Yu's expression turned apologetic as he admitted, I have only gone through a third of the materials. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of documents from his storage scroll. These are all the magic rings that match Sun Hao's description. While she stored the documents back into the scroll, she complained, only a third. Your efficiency is far too low. Luo Yu chuckled quietly, saying nothing, while the pocket-sized Fei grumbled internally. He had worked tirelessly for this scant collection of materials. Yet she still found fault with his pace. One day, Lord Luo will have you begging him not to rush. Enough about me. What about your situation? He asked. Cold knowledge. If you could lend a hand, our efficiency would surely increase. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, hoping that she might assist a Fei in his endeavors. Use the skills you taught me. The volume of materials I need to handle surpasses yours. Her face flushed beneath the mask, and her voice lacked conviction. After all, she had made the journey to the imperial capital to relax. Since there was no urgency regarding this task, she decided to delegate the tedious research to Luo Yu. As a prominent figure of the ninja clan, her primary role was to capture individuals. Of course, this was mainly intended to hone Luo Yu's capabilities. Getting more experience as an apprentice could never be a bad thing. In that moment, her reasoning echoed Luo Yu's earlier persuasion of a Fei. Very well, I shall certainly complete the task by tomorrow evening, Luo Yu replied with a slight smile. Since the flight attendant showed no concern for others' hardships, it would fall upon a Fei to bear the burden. Upon hearing Luo Yu's assurance, a Fei opened his beak in silent disbelief. Our classmates have all gathered. I must take my leave. Through the glass of the ecological park, Luo Yu observed his classmates arriving successively at the teleportation platform. He promptly made his way over. Thank you for your patience, he greeted. It's nothing. The big shot always makes a grand entrance. Sun Hao quipped with a grin. Suing teased, so slow? Could it be that you were meeting a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, the male classmates cast envious glances at Luo Yu. Having just arrived at the Imperial Capital University, Luo Yu had already garnered a modest reputation within the school. It was no wonder that many exceptional young women were pursuing him, leading to his swift transition into a relationship. Upon hearing these remarks, Sun Hao became flustered. Was he destined to falter in the realm of romance as well? Luo Yu hurriedly clarified, girlfriend? Our primary objective is to focus on our studies and self-improvement. I advise you all to maintain your integrity, much like I do. Yearning for ambiguous relationships at such an early stage can be detrimental to personal development. The classmates exchanged glances, silently observing his pretentious demeanor. Teacher Ning regarded Luo Yu with approval, affirming, "Indeed, classmate Xiaoyu speaks wisely. Your attraction to the opposite sex stems from an age-old chemical reaction. Only by resisting inner desires and concentrating on self-growth can you stay on the right path. You should learn from him." Luo Yu nodded appreciatively. Truly, Teacher Ning, having inherited the legacy of Orochimaru, possessed a different level of insight. Of course, there was no need for him to learn from himself. He merely dedicated the time others spent socializing over coffee to honing his skills, which naturally allowed him to easily resist temptation. All right, class. My scholarly friend has granted you access to the Divine Beast Ruins. Let us embark. Under Teacher Ning's guidance, the special class students opted for the confidential secret realm of the Divine Beast Ruins, subsequently vanishing one by one before the teleportation device. Chapter 99. The misjudged reputation of the Su family. Once all the members of the special class had departed, Kong broke through the earth after stealthily eavesdropping underground. His expression one of shock. The recently discovered Divine Beast Ruins. That was a closely guarded secret of the Dragon Kingdom, known only to the upper echelons of the government and within the associations. Even I lack the authority to enter. Although Teacher Ning is an important researcher at the Imperial Capital University, surely he cannot have the permission to lead students into such a place. This matter must be reported to the higher authorities. Meanwhile, the members of the special class appeared at the teleportation anchor point. The surrounding camp exuded a strong sense of advanced technology, a stark contrast to the rudimentary wooden huts Luo Yu had encountered in other secret realms. Towering walls fortified with iron and copper were manned by a multitude of well-equipped ninja troops. As Luo Yu sensed the chakra fluctuations emanating from the ninja forces, he was astonished to realize that all these troops were mid-level ninjas. In stark contrast to the high-tech camp was the desolate landscape outside. The soil was barren, littered with bones that permeated the air with a sinister atmosphere. Only a meticulously carved giant rabbit statue stood in this wasteland, adding a touch of brilliance to the grim surroundings. Just as the students were taken aback by the harsh environment, an ancient voice resonated, "Old friend, long time no see." Following this, a bald elder clad in a white research uniform approached with a smile. "Qin Yuan, it has been quite a while. The elite forces stationed here belong to the Dragon Kingdom's Azure Blue Legion, do they not?" Qin Yuan squinted with a smile and remarked, "Indeed." Teacher Ning's eyes were filled with longing, and he truly envied the opportunity to undertake such a significant endeavor in the development of a secret realm. The Kingdom of Dragons boasts 4 illustrious legions, renowned for their prowess on the battlefield, and the Azure Legion is one among them. The fact that part of the Azure Legion has been dispatched here for garrison duty underscores the nation's commitment to the sanctity of the Divine Beast relics. Qin Yuan surveyed the students, pondering, "Is this the future of humanity?" Teacher Ning nodded and then introduced, "Dear students, this is our esteemed senior member from the Institute of Scientific Research, Teacher Qin, who has been diligently assisting the association in vital secret realm development projects." In unison, the students greeted, "Hello, Teacher Qin." He responded with a smile, "Greetings to you all. Based on our current conjectures, this site is an ancient temple dedicated to a guardian divine beast. The guardian divine beast refers to an ultra-spiritual entity that fought against monstrous beings in ancient times to protect humanity. Subsequently, this place endured protracted warfare, resulting in the demise of countless souls. Due to the deep-seated resentment they harbored in life, these souls remain restless even after death. As you explore, be cautious of the skeletons on the ground, as they are likely to be inhabited by their lingering spirits." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's warning, many female students turned pale, while a number of male students drooled in excitement. "Undead? How cool!" one exclaimed. "If I could contract one to bring to school, it would surely be impressive." Naturally, some students were more focused on the divine beast itself. "Excuse me, is the divine beast worshipped here the giant-toothed demon?" Qin Yuan confirmed, "Indeed." At this revelation, expressions of disappointment washed over many students. Each stone-toothed rabbit, upon reaching the upper ninja level, evolves into a giant-toothed demon. Despite its name, the giant-toothed demon is essentially a massive, ferocious white rabbit, with a racial quality limited to the color white. Such an unremarkable spirit beast holds no allure for these exceptional students. However, Luo Yu perceives a certain grandeur in the stone statue of the large rabbit, deeming it fitting as a steed. Riding such a creature would certainly confer prestige. He has previously slain countless stone-toothed rabbits in his encounters with Zhongli, a fact that has long weighed on his conscience. To nurture the giant-toothed demon as a mount would serve as a form of atonement. One should not underestimate this giant-toothed demon. Its veneration as a divine beast signifies that, at least in ancient times, its bloodline possessed remarkable quality. Yet, as time progressed, the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts became diluted, leading to the descendants evolving into the presently feeble stone-toothed rabbits. Teacher Ning took the opportunity to enlighten his students, emphasizing that to become an outstanding ninja, one must not only engage in combat, but also acquire a wealth of theoretical knowledge. These were originally fundamental concepts belonging to university courses. It is not surprising that they hold erroneous notions, as freshmen have yet to learn them. Qin Yuan clapped his hands and said, "All right, classmates, go forth and seek opportunities around you. This ancient relic undoubtedly conceals numerous treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, the special class students surged out of the camp, eager to explore the vicinity of the relic in search of fortune. "My spirit beast, the rabbit mother, here I come. For style steamed goose heart. Indeed, isn't skeleton maiden delightful? Remarkable. It is no surprise that the students of our esteemed special class have such unique tastes." Watching the boys leave with silly grins, Luo Yu and the girls expressed that they did not know this group. He intended to hunt undead creatures to accumulate more attribute points. Just moments ago, he faintly sensed that, despite the erosion of time having diminished their strength, the nearby undead still possessed the prowess of upper ninja levels. If he acted swiftly, he could likely unlock a new template within a day. "Luo Yu, would you like to team up?" Sun Hao invited, accompanied by Yasu. With a sturdy ally in their midst, they could enjoy themselves freely within the relic. At this moment, Qin Yuan approached, stating, "I need to discuss something with classmate Luo Yu. You two may explore the surroundings for now." Reluctantly, the two had no choice but to depart. "You are the Luo Yu mentioned by old Ning, the one possessing the Sharingan," Qin Yuan remarked. Luo Yu nodded in confusion, affirming, "That is indeed me." A benevolent smile graced Qin Yuan's face as he revealed, "Our research indicates that the stone statue has been ensnared by an ancient seal, which requires the bloodline of either the Uchiha or Senju clans to unravel. Would you be willing to assist us in our endeavor to break the seal?" Teacher Ning echoed his sentiment, emphasizing to Luo Yu that this was a splendid opportunity he should seize. Should we succeed in dismantling such a significant seal, it is possible that we may obtain a divine beast's offspring. Though Luo Yu's own strength was formidable, he lacked the assistance of a powerful summoning beast, which would prove disadvantageous against other ninjas possessing such creatures. The little sparrow in his pocket voiced its discontent, questioning its status as a weak summoning beast. "As long as the materials are sufficient, I could summon a miniature Buddha for you." Faced with such a momentous opportunity, Luo Yu had no choice but to temporarily set aside his attribute points. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the two teachers, Luo Yu arrived before the colossal toothy stone statue. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the statue bore a striking resemblance to his beloved Kaguya in her tailed beast form. After all, they were both bunnies. It was conceivable that, in ancient times, the divine beast bloodline of the colossal toothy creature was a descendant of his beloved Kaguya. "Teacher Qin, how exactly should we break this seal?" Luo Yu inquired, perplexed. Qin Yuan, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "We are still researching this. For now, you may experiment." Luo Yu was rendered speechless. He was not a professional, and what did he know about exploring with his head? Did they think this was some sort of puzzle game? With no other recourse, Luo Yu activated his versatile Sharingan to observe the statue. In the next moment, his crimson pupils illuminated the stone's eyes. The eyes of the colossal toothy statue were instantly cloaked in a pure, immaculate white light. Is this the Byakugan of the colossal toothy creature? Driven by curiosity, Teacher Ning, who had come to observe, was bewildered. Could it be that the Su family's lineage traces back to the colossal toothy creature? Is it possible that the ancestors of the Su family had a connection to the ancient colossal toothy beast? It seemed that out of concern for his student, he deemed it necessary to examine Su Ying's health. Luo Yu was equally perplexed. Could it be that he had indeed guessed correctly? Chapter 100. The Custody of the Divine Beast Offspring. The statue's eyes emanated a radiant white light, and its surface began to crack, with a brilliant glow surging forth from the fissures. At that moment, a tremor shook the vicinity of the ruins, causing the ground to quiver incessantly. The students were exploring the debris when they felt the earth beneath their feet tremble, their faces reflecting astonishment as they turned their gazes toward the colossal stone statue. Such commotion. Could it be that a divine beast's fortune was manifesting? Wait, why is Lord Luo Yu over there? Surely not. The esteemed figure, already formidable in prowess, is now competing for the divine beast's fortune as well. It feels as if locusts have swept through, leaving nothing behind. Sun Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression a tapestry of complexity. At last, he comprehended how Luo Yu had arrived at this extraordinary juncture. Such outrageous fortune indeed. At that moment, cracks began to extend across the giant toothy stone statue. In the next instant, radiant light burst forth from the fissures, and the statue disintegrated into particles, dissipating in the gentle breeze. Before Luo Yu and the others appeared a semi-transparent spirit, the embryonic form of the giant toothy demon, resembling a stone-toothed rabbit. She blinked her pristine, bright eyes, gazing at the crowd before her. A surge of ecstasy coursed through Luo Yu's heart. Indeed, the stone-toothed rabbit, with its white fur and striking eyes, bore a striking resemblance to his two-dimensional goddess, Kagaya's offspring. Before the alteration of the world line, when Luo Yu first encountered Kagaya's image while pursuing the tales of Naruto, he was utterly captivated by this aloof and enchanting creature. The combination of her white hair, beastly horns, and crimson eyes was as if tailored specifically for his ideal. If only she could don the dark uniform of an air hostess, it would be perfection. Kagaya was the embodiment of his dreams. Given that this stone-toothed rabbit might be the progeny of a goddess, he felt compelled to assist in its nurturing. Of course, this was also somewhat related to the divine beast bloodline coursing through the rabbit. With these thoughts, Luo Yu approached the rabbit spirit with delight. "Come with me, little rabbit. It was your brother who set you free." The rabbit spirit looked at Luo Yu with a bewildered expression, as if to say, "Who are you?" At that moment, Qin Yuan's gaze hardened as he drew a chakra short blade and plunged it into Teacher Ning's chest from behind. The blade, forged from compressed red chakra, pierced through with a sickening sound. "Qin Yuan, why?" Teacher Ning's eyes trembled in disbelief as he turned to face his assailant. Teacher Ning. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu rushed forward in alarm. However, Teacher Ning waved him off, declaring that a mere flesh wound was nothing of consequence. In the next instant, he opened his mouth wide, resembling a snake shedding its skin, and expelled another version of himself. Luo Yu's expression sharpened. The Great Serpent's substitution technique. It utilizes the essence of one's energy as the core, expelled from the mouth to evade fatal harm, albeit at the cost of significant chakra. Truly, a legacy of Orochimaru. Although it was merely from the era of the three ninjas, its life-preserving capabilities were unparalleled. Qin Yuan scoffed, recognizing the cunning of humanity in using demonic powers to escape the clutches of death. The deities above the stars have anointed me as their earthly representative. Thus, I have come to wield divine power and deliver the final judgment upon humanity. Withdrawing the chakra short blade, Qin Yuan's once steady and calm gaze became vacant, muttering like a soulless entity. Both Luo Yu and the barely conscious Teacher Ning were profoundly shaken. If it weren't for Qin Yuan's recent betrayal of Teacher Ning, Luo Yu might have thought him a mere victim of adolescent delusions. A divine envoy? Could he truly contend with the evil king's true eye? Subsequently, Qin Yuan retrieved a white gemstone ring and donned it upon his finger. "So it was you." Luo Yu gasped, recognizing the ring. "Is this not the incident at Silver Forest Peak, where the perpetrator wielded temporal ninjutsu tools?" The entity in his pocket, Ah Fei, was also incensed. "For it was you who compelled the esteemed Ah Fei to toil beyond his hours. This power is bestowed by the divine. Mere mortals have no right to possess it." Qin Yuan raised his hand, extending the finger adorned with the ring toward the rabbit spirit. The white gemstone on the ring immediately generated a tempestuous force, attempting to ensnare the rabbit spirit within its confines. "The reincarnation of that girl still resides among mortals. Save for her, none shall earn my acknowledgement." With that pronouncement, the rabbit spirit remained steadfast against the ring's allure, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. No, this is in stark opposition to the divine will. Something must have gone awry. The self-proclaimed divine envoy Qin Yuan was on the verge of collapse. Luo Yu was equally bewildered. What was happening? Had the summoned spirit beast fled? What reincarnation? It was he who had deciphered the seal. Should not the little white-eyed rabbit have nestled in his embrace, coquettishly calling him father? Was he merely a tool for unlocking? However, from the words revealed by the rabbit spirit, It was evident that the divine beast's ruins held deeper secrets, likely entangled with ancient tales of love and enmity woven through fate. Yet, at this moment, Luo Yu could think of but one thing: to demand compensation from that enigmatic girl who enjoyed the spoils for his god-tier spirit beast. The lock was not easily opened. This divine beast's ruins certainly appeared to be far from simple. Teacher Ning, disregarding her recent shedding and subsequent weakness, excitedly licked her lips. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Apart from seizing divine power, my plan also includes the eradication of the new generation of humanity. As his words fell, he raised his right hand, the magical ring radiating a pure light. Arise, warriors of the gods. Instantly, the spirits hidden among the bones surrounding the ruins descended into a frenzy. These long-decayed skeletons, as if reborn, reassemble and assail all living beings before them. Despite the erosion of time, these specters, their strength diminished to a mere fraction, still exist between the ranks of Chunin and Jonin. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, the ninjas of the ruins find themselves in a perilous predicament. The trainees exploring the ruins are suddenly struck with terror, their faces pale, as they are confronted by the vast army of the undead that stretches across the landscape. Though these undead may lack quality, merely equating to goblins in strength, they possess an overwhelming advantage in numbers. With just a single bone cast, the undead army could obliterate them entirely. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion of the Azure Legion, tasked with guarding the ruins, swiftly organized a defensive stance, resolutely holding their ground. Within a certain cavern near the ruins, the battalion commander, taken aback, pondered the dire situation. What ill fortune had befallen them today, as they found themselves encircled by a dozen elite undead? Despite his prowess as a 3rd-tier elite, confronting foes of equal rank was not daunting. Yet the sheer number of adversaries left even him uncertain of survival, let alone his soldiers. Reports from the camp indicated that it was Qin Yuan who had incited the undead frenzy. It was all part of his sinister plot. The battalion commander seethed. That brat Qin Yuan, I have long seen through his vile nature. Casting his gaze upon the approaching elite undead, a tremor coursed through him. He could sense the fear suffocating his men. Yet, the weight of responsibility compelled him to feign calmness. Brothers, follow me and charge forth. Let us cast that wretch to the winds. Yes, the Azure Legion, united in spirit, surged forward with newfound courage, relentlessly advancing against the undead. Chapter 101. The fiery annihilation, truly a divine skill of the Qing army and the Wulong community. Luo Qingyu diligently engaged in online studies regarding fashion. The title boldly proclaimed no boys allowed. As she watched the influencer model an array of colorful stockings and enticing skirts, she found herself lost in contemplation. Which ensemble shall you prefer? At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, pouring into Luo Qingyu's being, instantly enveloped by its radiance. Her enchanting eyes transformed into a pair of ethereal white orbs. As the brilliant column of light faded, Luo Qingyu metamorphosed into a white-eyed, stone-toothed rabbit. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the floor. In the realm of the divine beast's relics, the art of spirit summoning unfolded. Teacher Ning formed intricate hand seals, subsequently placing one hand upon the ground. From the center of her palm, a dark summoning sigil materialized upon the earth. A wave of temporal and spatial fluctuation engulfed the surroundings. With a resounding thud, the white mist dispersed, revealing a colossal white-scaled serpent coiling at the feet of Teacher Ning and Luo Yu. Its piercing gaze fixated on Qin Yuan. The benefits of Luo Yu's late-night study of the Spirit Beast Compendium had finally manifested. The white-scaled serpent, in all its grandeur, is evidently still in its youthful prime. According to the compendium, an adult white-scaled serpent possesses formidable prowess within the ranks of the ninja sect, boasting a quality of blue. Mr. Ning, there is something amiss with old Qin's aura, a steady voice resonated from the serpent's mouth. Mr. Ning nodded affirmatively, recognizing that, coupled with the previous ramblings, he was likely under the malign influence of the enchanted ring in his possession. Turning to Luo Yu, he offered a confident smile, asserting that although Qin Yuan was a 1st-tier ninja, he was not adept in combat. Both old Bai and I are 3rd-tier ninjas. We should swiftly handle this matter. Before he could finish his thought, the sapphire ring began to pour forth energy towards Qin Yuan. Soon, under the transformative power of the mysterious energy, Qin Yuan's physique underwent dramatic alterations. His skin grew increasingly pallid, his musculature expanded, causing his stature to rise significantly. Simultaneously, a horn sprouted from his forehead, and his eyes morphed into the fabled white eyes. Another set of white eyes? Mr. Ning was taken aback, his curiosity about the day's events intensifying. What truly transpired in ancient times? How could that enchanted ring so wondrously transform Qin Yuan into this form, endowing him with white eyes? It appears that only the forthcoming expedition team, delving into the temple ruins, may uncover the truth behind these mysteries. Meanwhile, Luo Yu felt as though his worldview was being thoroughly challenged. Isn't this the visage of the Otsutsuki clan? Moreover, that crimson chakra artifact is evidently a manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's powers. It seems that the origin of that enchanted ring is undoubtedly intertwined with the lineage of the Otsutsuki. This relic is extraordinary. Lao Qin's strength is surging uncontrollably. The white-scaled serpent extended its tongue to sense the opponent's power, and its gaze turned astonished. A preliminary estimation reveals that the chakra has reached 50,000. Moreover, the physical strength has astonishingly soared to 70,000. What? At this moment, Teacher Ning found himself in a state of panic. The foundational evaluation criteria for the ninja sect are set at 15,000, 20,000, and 30,000 for the dual values. Achieving 100,000 qualifies one as a shadow guardian of the first rank. Consequently, Qin Yuan currently stands as a third-tier member of the ninja sect, his foundational values surpassing the combined total of Teacher Ning and the white-scaled serpent. Upon hearing that the ninja sect's values had inflated to such an extent, Luo Yu promptly abandoned the thought of forcefully breaching the fifth gate and confronting his opponent head-on. Although he had consistently dominated his peers, he was now keenly aware of the disparity. When compared to these seasoned veterans who had honed their skills over many years, he found himself lacking. Moreover, these veterans possessed their own enhancements, rendering the comparison one of minor advantages against significant ones. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of a graceful figure before Luo Yu. It was none other than his superior, Kong. "Leave this to us veterans," Kong stated in a tone that was both cool and composed. Having sensed something amiss earlier, she had promptly sought permission from higher authorities to enter the Divine Beast ruins, motivated by concern for Luo Yu and his small device. Upon receiving the approval, she hurried to investigate the situation. Should anything untoward happen to Luo Yu, she would be left to manage the most tedious and cumbersome aspects of the task herself. This is unacceptable. Such a remarkably useful and visually pleasing tool must be preserved at all costs. I shall first go to rescue everyone. Luo Yu's heart warmed as he recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily departed from the main battlefield. With 4 divine ninjas engaged in combat, he chose not to join the fray. His initial plan was to farm the undead and accumulate attribute points. With his fingers poised, Luo Yu summoned his shadow clones. In an instant, 5 shadow clones emerged, each bearing a serious expression. Luo Yu commanded, "Split up and rescue our classmates nearby," while also amassing additional attribute points. The 5 shadow clones acted in unison, ensuring high efficiency. Understood. The shadow clones exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly dispersed. Soon, Luo Yu flashed back to the teleportation camp. Before him lay a scene of tragic valor, as the warriors of the Azure Legion valiantly resisted the onslaught of the undead army. Though these Legion ninjas possessed only basic ninjutsu, they understood the importance of cooperation. At the onset of battle, they jointly unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to thwart the advance of the undead. They then combined their efforts to perform hand seals, unleashing Fire Release ninjutsu against the concentrated enemy forces. However, the ninja's chakra was finite, and after several rounds of exhausting combat, the Legion's defenses crumbled. The undead surged into the camp like a tidal wave, mercilessly slaughtering the ninja forces. Taking cover behind barriers, the Azure Legion's ninjas were worn out. They were elite Chunin, formidable beings in the eyes of ordinary people, yet under the relentless and intense pressure, their psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. "Brothers, we have lost. This is terrifying. There are far too many Jounin-level undead here. Our nearly 1,000 elite troops in the 2nd Battalion cannot hold out much longer. Moreover, with the fate of our captain uncertain, this place will soon fall." The acting vice-captain's face was etched with horror. Having fought valiantly for many years, this was the first time he encountered such a chilling battle. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of an injured soldier. Who could it be? The crowd turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a strikingly handsome young man standing atop the surrounding wall, his demeanor unervingly calm. This individual was none other than Luo Yu. Presumably a freshman visiting from the Imperial Capital University, one could only wonder what his intentions were. Positioned so conspicuously, he was bound to become the target of scrutiny. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. In the current situation, the addition of a mere student would hardly alter the course of battle. Moreover, a novice lacked practical experience, rendering him even less effective than a seasoned soldier, let alone a freshman. Fire release, great fire destruction. At that moment, Luo Yu swiftly formed hand seals, expending a significant portion of his chakra in an instant, unleashing a torrent of flames. The advanced great fire destruction, amplified threefold, exhibited astonishing prowess. The vast sea of intense flames collided head-on with the wave of the undead. If the undead army resembled a tide, then Luo Yu's great fire destruction was akin to a tsunami, maximizing its extensive range. The gathered undead were swiftly disintegrated within the inferno. Under the great fire destruction, all beings were rendered equal. Even several elite-level undead dissipated along with the tide of corpses. Instantly, a large area around the camp's perimeter was cleared. My goodness, was this truly the great fire destruction? Are we certain this is a freshman? It seemed more outrageous than many graduates from prestigious institutions. The ninjas retreating to the rear were left in a state of bewilderment. The enigmatic newcomer had completely reshaped their understanding of the great fire destruction. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was caught up in the continuous notifications from the system. Attribute points 10. Attribute points 30. Attribute points 12. The power of this flame is truly remarkable. Chapter 102, Dominating Strength. At that moment, the 2nd Battalion commander emerged from the cavern, panting heavily, bearing grievous wounds and tattered armor, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. Rather than joy at his narrow escape, a sense of tragic solemnity enveloped him. The sheer number of elite undead assailants had been overwhelming. All of his comrades, apart from himself, had perished while valiantly attempting to shield him. However, upon fleeing the cave and arriving at the rear of the encampment, he was met with a breathtaking inferno that left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Under the torrent of flames, countless undead were crushed mercilessly, akin to insignificant insects. What on earth is happening? The 2nd Battalion commander swallowed hard. A nearby ninja pointed to the figure of Luo Yu atop the high wall, reporting to the battalion commander that it was the newly enrolled student from the Imperial University who had unleashed the great fire extinction. Even the undead army had been compelled to halt their offensive. A newcomer? The great fire extinction? The 2nd Battalion commander's face was etched with disbelief. Had he not sparred with the students of the Imperial University? It was rare for even the most prodigious talents on the school's ranking list to wield a 2-star ninjutsu to such an extraordinary degree. Just as everyone began to regain their confidence with Liu's arrival, a dense aura of death descended upon the entire camp. Sensing the familiar atmosphere, the 2nd Battalion commander's expression shifted abruptly. The high-ranking undead had emerged from the depths. It was they who had besieged me, forcing me to escape at the cost of my life. Hearing this, the soldiers finally noticed the 2nd Battalion commander's severe injuries, barely able to stand, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Instantly, they were filled with dread. Apart from the two engaged in combat with the celestial Qin Yuan, the battalion commander was currently their top-tier powerhouse. The fact that he had merely survived by a stroke of luck was alarming. How formidable is this foe? Medical ninja, come here quickly. The deputy battalion commander called out anxiously. The 2nd Battalion commander waved his hand dismissively, urging everyone to prepare for battle. In the next instant, 7 high-ranking undead emerged from the cavern, enveloped in an oppressive aura of death that sent chills through all present. These 7 high-ranking undead consisted of a skeletal lord, a wraith in armor, and a ghostly-faced spider demon. Among these high-ranking undead, many continued to devour the souls of the Azure ninjas. Witnessing their fallen comrades subjected to such indignity after death, the surviving warriors clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, the formidable aura emanating from the 7 undead dampened their spirits to an all-time low. Originally, the 2nd Battalion boasted several elite shinobi commanders, but during the initial charge, many perished or were grievously injured, rendering them unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, who had just joined the skirmish, realized that despite the tremendous power of the great fire extinguishing technique, it likely drained his chakra reserves significantly. It was all over, utterly over. On the other side, Luo Yu's eyes gleamed at the sight of the 7 high-ranking undead. just as he contemplated the diminishing attribute points from hunting mid-level undead. Elite undead appeared to present themselves as offerings. Subsequently, he allocated the vast influx of attribute points entirely to his stamina. Stamina, 2345, 100, chakra, 2212, 200. Though his chakra had been substantially depleted due to the great fire extinguishing technique and shadow clone jutsu, it was in the process of recovery. However, his stamina soared to over 4,600, officially elevating him to the second tier of elite shinobi. While it might prove challenging to confront 7 high-ranking undead simultaneously, he had a plan. The 8th gate of Duanjia, the 3rd gate, the life gate, open. In an instant, Luo Yu released the 3 chakra restrictions within him. A surge of green energy erupted around him, causing his body to swell with blood, veins bulging. His strength and speed doubled, propelling him into the realm of the shinobi sage. Although Liu Yu's limit reached the 5th gate, the door of death, he opted to only open the life gate, sufficient enough to crush the elite undead. After all, the disparity between elite shinobi and the shinobi sage was vast, akin to the difference between man and dog. With a swift motion, Luo Yu unleashed the Konoha Gale. He appeared before the Bone Lord in an instant, executing a backspin kick that effortlessly swept through the air, followed by a powerful kick striking the opponent's sturdy bones. With his mastery of taijutsu and the critical hit potential from the cells of Hashirama, the impact of his physical technique reached terrifying proportions. Before the Bone Lord could even comprehend the presence of his foe, he was shattered into bone fragments, which rained down upon the ground, creating numerous small craters. Without a moment's pause, Luo Yu transformed into a streak of green light, flashing around the high-ranking undead. Utilizing no special techniques, but merely delivering earnest punches, he struck fear into the hearts of the overwhelming number of elite undead, causing them to lose their very essence and perish in that place. Attribute points 61. Attribute points 54. As the remnants of the 2nd Battalion stood in stunned silence witnessing Liu Yu's explosive rise and his instant annihilation of the Bone Lord, their confusion deepened. Now, gazing upon the scattered remains of the high-ranking undead, they were thoroughly bewildered. Not only was his ninjutsu mastery absurdly high, but his taijutsu talent was equally beyond reason. So many formidable undead, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression upon their appearance, were so easily shattered by just a few punches and kicks. This is merely the tale of freshmen at the prestigious Imperial Capital University. Astonishingly, is the university truly so formidable? Even the newcomers exhibit such extraordinary prowess. It is no wonder they are recognized as a premier institution, showcasing an exceptional caliber, the crowd expressed with genuine admiration. Upon hearing this, a student who had just managed to escape to the camp appeared utterly bewildered. Had his glorious skirmish with 3 mid-level ninja specters spread so swiftly? After dispelling the 8 gates technique, Luo Yu let out a soft sigh. Even the attribute points dropped by the elite ninja had diminished. Nevertheless, it seemed that after hunting down 10 mid-level ninja specters, he would likely unlock a new template. Contemplating this, Luo Yu returned to the rear of the camp to recuperate his energy while awaiting the return of his shadow clone, who was dispatched to rescue others and simultaneously accrue additional attribute points. The tide of battle had undeniably shifted due to Luo Yu's intervention. The morale of the previously demoralized warriors was rejuvenated by his remarkable displays, enabling them to reclaim the camp's front line. Furthermore, due to the significant reduction of high-level specters, the army of the undead found itself momentarily incapable of mounting an effective offensive, resulting in a stalemate on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the ruins situated at a distance from the camp, Sun Hao and Yasu found themselves encircled by a throng of mid-level ninja specters, embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yasu, fortunately, activated his water transformation technique, rendering him impervious to the predominantly physical attacks of the mid-level specters. Sun Hao, however, faced a more arduous challenge. Although he activated the first stage of his cursed seal, allowing him to dominate the mid-level specters, he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Moreover, without fully mastering the heavenly curse seal, his personality shifted under its influence, leading to chaotic combat techniques and rapid depletion of both chakra and stamina. After a grueling battle, the specters were finally repelled. Both warriors, significantly drained, leaned against each other as they restored their chakra. At that moment, Yasu's phone emitted a series of urgent alerts. Warning! Warning! A spectral armor is approaching within a 50-meter radius. According to the system's detection, the entity possesses 2,600 chakra, and 3,000 vitality. Sun Hao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your phone has such advanced features? How incredibly high-tech." This advanced mobile device, equipped with capabilities for enemy reconnaissance and data analysis, stands at the forefront of technology, available in limited quantities from the global headquarters. Typically, only individuals of high standing within Blue Star possess the means to acquire such a device. It seems that Yasu's presence in the Sea Nation is indeed remarkable. Yasu, visibly exasperated, wonders if this is truly the focal point of their current concerns. Chapter 103, The Night of Annihilation Template, Unlock. In the next moment, an ancient suit of armor possessed by a wraith, wielding a long blade, gracefully appeared before the duo. A high-level undead? How are we supposed to combat this? Sun Hao's lips twitched as he glanced at Yasu. This individual is likely an important member of the Sea People or perhaps under the patronage of a wealthy benefactor, suggesting they possess numerous hidden advantages. With an awkward smile, Yasu acknowledged that he possessed a considerable number of advanced ninjutsu scrolls, albeit requiring a modicum of chakra to activate. How much chakra do you have remaining? The meaning of this statement is that he has completely run out of resources. Sun Hao wore a sorrowful expression, pondering whether it was still worthwhile to consume the military rations. As he gazed at the approaching spectral armor, Yasu's complexion turned pale. Yet he decided to lie down with his identification card clutched tightly. He now deeply regretted his impulsive decision to study abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Hao too felt remorse for having left his comfort zone to attend the Imperial University. It was indeed a hasty decision on his part. At that moment, a flash of lightning pierced through the formidable armor, causing the souls attached to the ghostly armor to dissipate instantaneously. Stripped of the will of the departed, the armor crumbled into ashes. The thousand-bird sharp spear, capable of obliterating high-ranking undead, proved its might. How powerful! Tears welled in Yasu's eyes. Who is this enchanting sister who has come to rescue the hero? He is prepared to pledge himself in gratitude. Goodness, how is it you, Luo Yu? Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Sun Hao couldn't help but pay homage to the national essence. With a single thrust of the thousand-bird sharp spear, the high-ranking undead was vanquished. In just a few days' absence, Luo Yu has evidently become significantly stronger, although he previously triumphed over the sacred flame roots. It was clear that he exerted much more effort in doing so. This time, however, it was spoken of only in passing. Indeed, is this what one might call talent? Yasu expressed astonishment, realizing that this was the true strength of the elder brother. It appeared to surpass even what Sun Hao had previously claimed. Sun Hao wore a puzzled expression. Why was Luo Yu referred to as the elder brother, yet he was addressed by his name? We should return to the camp swiftly. The wilderness is far too perilous at present. Luo Yu smiled serenely. Half an hour later, upon returning to the camp with Luo Yu, they encountered another Luo Yu in a state of meditation, leaving them utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Even more astonishingly, other Luo Yus began to arrive one after another, accompanied by classmates. Sun Hao took a deep breath and said, "Please don't tell me that the one who annihilated the phantom armor just now was your shadow clone." Observing that the entire class had been rescued and that there were sufficient attribute points to unlock the Annihilation Knight template, Luo Yu formed a hand seal with one hand. Bang! The Luo Yu beside Sun Hao vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a cloud of white mist. Damn, it truly is the case. Sun Hao felt utterly numb. In just a few days' absence, Luo Yu's shadow clone has gained the ability to vanquish elite ninjas. He too has grasped the technique of shadow cloning, albeit only to a modest degree. His prowess can barely reach half of his original self. Thus, he is disinclined to share a class with Luo Yu. With a touch of talent combined with diligent effort, he might merely serve as a backdrop to Luo Yu's brilliance. His own aptitude, while average among prodigies, relegates him to a mere supporting role. No, once this matter concludes, he must seek out Teacher Ning to unlock the Celestial Seal. Being a mere supporting character is acceptable, but he shall never be reduced to a mere bystander. This is his bottom line. Also inspired is Yasu. His father is a shadow-level ninja and the leader of the Sea Clan. With such a prestigious background, he cannot afford to be outshone. Initially, he felt quite dissatisfied with his father sending him to Master Ning as an experimental subject. Now, he implores Master Ning to show no mercy. He urges her to fully unleash his physical potential. Upon learning of Luo Yu's soaring strength, Su Ying nearby felt equally invigorated. If Luo Yu could achieve such power through his innate talent, then, as the heir to the Hyuga genius, she too could surely break free from the constraints of a caged bird. A genius must accomplish feats that defy logic and leave others in awe. The eyes of the other rescued classmates were filled with admiration as they gazed at Luo Yu. They knew he was a prodigy, but never expected him to be a celestial one. To be in the same class as such a formidable figure was nothing short of a stroke of luck. With the cells of Hashirama coursing through him, Luo Yu's chakra quickly replenished. He gazed into the distance, observing the battle among the grandmasters of the ninja world. He saw Qin Yuan wielding numerous red chakra weapons, relentlessly suppressing Master Ning and Kong. After using the Great Serpent technique, Master Ning was already in a poor state. Moreover, bolstered by the enhancement of the magical ring, Qin Yuan's combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of the ninja realm, leaving the two of them with no choice but to defend with the white-scale serpent. They were utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. Defeat seemed inevitable. Observing this, the members of the Azure Legion and the special class students cast expectant glances towards Luo Yu. Although placing the hope of overcoming the pinnacle of the ninja realm on a college freshman seemed rather absurd, Luo Yu had repeatedly surpassed their expectations, leading to excessive anticipation. Luo Yu remained silent. If he were to face an opponent at the level of the ninja realm by force, he could still contend using the 8 gates technique. However, his opponent possessed a staggering 80,000 in physical strength. With his current capabilities, he dared not engage without opening the death gate. He decided to first attempt unlocking a new template, mastering perfect phasing, and then convey the phasing ability through touch, assisting Kong in battle. "I need to use the restroom," he said, retreating to a secluded corner to allocate the remaining few hundred attribute points judiciously. Stamina, 2512, 100, chakra, 2,600, 200. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first tier of Jonin. Reward, secret technique, Uchiha Fire Formation. Fire Release Barrier, Uchiha Fire Formation LV. One effect, utilizes fire nature chakra within the body to create a barrier of flames. Anything approaching the barrier will be incinerated in the inferno. Luo Yu absorbed the information swirling in his mind, and a thought sparked within him. Was this the barrier technique imparted to Obito by Madara before his demise? In the original narrative, the Uchiha Fire Formation boasted a glorious track record, having once thwarted and burned the fist of the Eight Tails. It was undoubtedly of immense value. It would prove to be extraordinarily useful in the future. Confirming that the host met the requirements, the template for the Uchiha Obito of the Clan Annihilation Chaos was unlocked. A system prompt echoed. In Luo Yu's hand, a deep orange tiger-striped mask materialized. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain seared through his right eye, causing blood to trickle from the corner. Concurrently, the tragic scene of Lin's demise replayed incessantly in his mind. Luo Yu, in agony, clutched his right eye. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to experience the anguish that once plagued Obito. Subsequently, the synergy between the kaleidoscope and his physical form reached an exquisite level of perfection. Gently, he lowered his hand, revealing the blood-stained right eye of the kaleidoscope. Adorned with a tiger-striped mask, with utmost swiftness, Luo Yu hastened towards the battlefield of the Shinobi sect. Near the encampment, the white phosphorus serpent coiled protectively around Teacher Ning. Qin Yuan maneuvered a multitude of crimson weapons, perpetually launching assaults. Fortunately, the tough hide and robust flesh of the white phosphorus serpent provided a temporary safeguard for Teacher Ning. Meanwhile, Kong incessantly unleashed defensive ninjutsu to fend off the relentless onslaught of the red weapons. The pace of the attacks was astonishingly rapid, feeling her stamina and chakra deplete completely. Kong gasped helplessly, lacking even the opportunity to counterattack. "Teacher, can you buy me some time? If I could employ that technique to sever the arm of the opponent adorned with the ring, then his source of power would vanish." Kong glanced toward Teacher Ning, who was sheltered within the embrace of the white phosphorus serpent. However, before Ning could respond, suddenly, Qin Yuan altered his strategy, and the cluster of crimson weapons struck from all angles. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Kong hurriedly formed the necessary seals, and 5 earthen walls rose like a sturdy dwelling, offering her comprehensive protection. A smirk crept across Qin Yuan's lips, with the defenses dispersed into 5 segments. It was the opportune moment to break through. In the next instant, those red weapons besieging the white phosphorus serpent were redirected to breach the earth flow wall. Chapter 104 Ding. Susanoo Experience Card. Due to the simultaneous creation of 5 earth flow walls, the quality of their defense diminished. Coupled with Qin Yuan's command of all weapons to attack, the crimson chakra-infused weapons shattered the earthen barriers, lunging toward Kong from all directions. Every avenue for evasion was consumed by the dense array of weaponry, and a wave of panic surged within Kong as she felt herself on the brink of being perforated. Suddenly, Luo Yu, in his phantasmal state, emerged from the ground, rising and enveloping Kong's delicate form from behind. As he made contact with her body, Luo Yu once again activated his intangibility, his ocular power enveloping her graceful silhouette. A multitude of red blades intersected, passing through their forms. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. Luo Yu and Kong, like ephemeral reflections, emerged unscathed. Luo Yu exhaled softly, sensing the addition of another person hastened the depletion of his ocular power. If one were to invert and touch the earth, would it not lead to exhaustion? Not dead. How could that be possible? Qin Yuan's eyes widened, his face a canvas of disbelief. Having received the experience card for the white-eyed technique, he was confident that the scene before him was no mere illusion. It appeared to be a powerful ninjutsu that transformed himself and others into phantoms. However, such formidable life-preserving techniques came with considerable limitations. It was likely that he would be unable to use it again in the next attack. Beside him, Teacher Ning's pupils constricted, his face etched with a thirst for knowledge. He recognized that this phasing technique was a manifestation of Luo Yu's kaleidoscopic abilities. If circumstances permitted, he would greatly desire to borrow it for further study. Luo Yu, what brings you here? Kong exclaimed, turning in surprise. Having previously removed his tiger-striped mask, he instantly recognized Luo Yu. After all, the mask was used to conceal one's identity during covert operations. Wearing it now would be counterproductive. Is this ninjutsu that helps me evade attacks a result of your kaleidoscope's power? As his superior, Kong had perused some information regarding Luo Yu and was well aware of his exceptional mastery of the Sharingan. It was precisely for this reason that the higher echelons of the Umbu had chosen Luo Yu. With a calm smile, Luo Yu replied, "As long as I am here, you shall not suffer any harm. The maximum duration of perfect phasing is 5 minutes. Within this time frame, as long as the phasing is momentarily lifted, this limitation can be reset. Unless my ocular power is exhausted, I can continue to play this game with the opponent indefinitely, provided that I keep holding on to you. Otherwise, the phasing will not extend to you." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Kong's cold, delicate features hidden beneath the Umbu mask. Is that true? Initially, she had intended to urge Luo Yu to release her quickly to maintain her dignity in front of her juniors. However, his words effectively closed off that possibility. Yet, Kong remained somewhat skeptical. Could such a potent life-saving ninjutsu truly be used without restraint? Was Luo Yu's body capable of enduring it? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had already taken control of his arsenal, unleashing a second wave of attacks. Countless chakra-infused weapons once again passed through their bodies, inflicting no harm and delivering an extremely humiliating experience. Indeed, it was Qin Yuan who felt the sting of humiliation. In such a solemn occasion, Luo Yu actually flirted before him. Does he look down upon him? Is it reasonable to use such abilities repeatedly in such a short time? Qin Yuan felt a surge of frustration. His plan for the day was to submit the powers of the sealed relic to the magic ring while eliminating the emerging talents of humanity. Yet, that mysterious force inexplicably slipped away, leaving him quite perturbed. The individual he regarded as merely a tool to break the seal, an existence as insignificant as an ant, unexpectedly withstood 2 rounds of attacks from the Dark Faction members. Moreover, the army of the undead, which he had awakened to eliminate humanity, had been thwarted by this young man's interference, preventing him from achieving his goal. Despite appearing to be merely a high-ranking ninja, why did he possess such extraordinary ocular techniques? With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan commanded a plethora of weapons to unleash an unrelenting assault on the 2 ethereal figures. Kong, witnessing countless crimson blades piercing through their forms, felt a wave of panic within him. Please do not abandon me. Although he was undeniably stronger than Luo Yu and held a superior position, he found himself having to rely on Luo Yu instead. This made her, who has always been strong-willed, feel a tinge of shame. No, Luo Yu is a support character. Isn't it quite normal for the main damage dealer to rely on the support? With this thought, a sense of tranquility enveloped the empty heart. Subsequently, the void regained its once piercing gaze, ready to strike. Luo Yu leaned closer, whispering in a voice only they could hear. No, your attacks while in a state of ethereality are equally ineffective. To inflict harm upon him, I must dispel this intangibility, which would expose us both to the razor's edge. Kong took a deep breath and replied softly, I have concealed a technique capable of turning the tide. However, the casting process is somewhat sluggish. Luo Yu, filled with confidence, assured him, despite the endeavor, I assure you, I will not allow you to come to any harm. At these words, warmth spread through Kong's heart. Thus, Luo Yu sustained the state of ethereality for an impressive 3 minutes. During this period, the crimson weapon inflicted not a single trace of harm. Though she remained outwardly silent, her heart swelled with joy. She was acutely aware of the toll the kaleidoscope's power took on one's body. To her astonishment, Luo Yu's abilities proved remarkably enduring. How enviable! In the future, when embarking on perilous missions, she could carry Luo Yu as a mere ornament, ready to assist with phasing when necessary. Was this not invincible? I shall not linger with you. I will go and eliminate your teachers and classmates, and then we shall see how you respond. The assault persisted for 3 minutes, and at last, Qin Yuan's defenses crumbled. Such a perverse ability allows him to sustain it for 3 minutes. Is the creator merely toying with us? He turned his gaze towards Ning Fongtang, who was shielded by the white phosphorus great serpent, and countless weapons shifted their deadly intent. 3 minutes is ample time for him to slay Ning Fongtang 10 times over. Upon noticing that Qin Yuan had set his sights on teacher Ning, Kong, who had been lying in wait, finally sprang into action. Chakra surged within her, flowing towards her left eye, and the minuscule slit in her mask flickered with a faint crimson glow. Sensing the fluctuations of Kong's chakra, Luo Yu instinctively dispelled his intangibility. In the next instant, Kong's left eye focused intently on Qin Yuan's arm. Wherever her gaze fell, the very fabric of space began to spiral and warp. Witnessing this, Luo Yu was left utterly astonished. This scene resembles the long-range teleportation of the left eye's Kamui. Those absorbed by the distorted space are transported into the realm of Kamui. It turns out that the flight attendant's ninja heritage is that of Kakashi's Kamui. No wonder I felt an innate affinity towards her. I once thought it was merely my own inclination, finding it difficult to resist her form-fitting umbu attire. In truth, it is because her eyes are akin to my own. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan sensed that his arm was on the verge of being torn apart by the immense suction. He immediately took control of the weapons flying through the air, redirecting their targets. The potency of the single-eyed Kamui was indeed somewhat lacking, as his arm was deeply embedded in the distorted space, yet it had not yet been severed. Numerous weapons had already been propelled towards Kong and Luo Yu. Observing this, Luo Yu's ocular power surged uncontrollably. Due to the urgency of the situation, she infused an excessive amount of ocular strength. Although 3 Tomo could sustain the ethereal state for both of them, the pattern of Kamui manifested prominently in her right eye. Beneath the mask of the umbu, Kong's left eye similarly displayed the Kamui flower pattern, leading to an alarming depletion of her chakra, draining her vitality. The 2 eyes were surprisingly linked. In the next instant, the barrier of ethereal distortion dissipated. Protecting the two was a colossal azure skeletal spirit. The sharp crimson blades clashed against the skeleton, only to be repelled. Chapter 105. United in heart and mind, their strength is unyielding. Those watching from a distance, including classmates and warriors, were filled with confusion. What on earth is this? A necromantic summoning beast? Ever since Luo Daolao embraced that masked lady, everything has been incomprehensible. First, they were granted an invincible buff, rendering the bald scholar's attacks ineffective, and now, they summoned a spirit exuding overwhelming pressure. The defense of this spirit is truly astonishing. Everyone has witnessed the power of the red chakra weapons, yet they were rebuffed by this formidable entity. It is said that Luo Daolao has a sister. Could she be the masked lady? It seems plausible. This greenish-blue spirit may very well be the manifestation of their sibling synergy. Goodness, both siblings are extraordinarily formidable. It appears that Luo Daolao is indeed a pure embodiment of their lineage. Among the crowd, Yasu stared dazedly at the Susanoo skeleton, murmuring, "This is the initial form of Susanoo. Could the masked ninja clan belong to the Jun family, home to the kaleidoscopic ninja genius, Jun Qiansha? Has he already mastered Susanoo?" After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. No, Jun Qiansha was more adept at illusionary arts. His skills did not align with those of the masked ninja clan. Moreover, the Susanoo was an incredibly powerful technique, had it been deployed from the outset. Neither Teacher Ning nor the masked ninja clan would have found themselves in a passive position. It appeared that only Luo Yu remained. Ever since his arrival on the battlefield, the tide had begun to shift in their favor. The Susanoo manifested only after his arrival. However, considering the results of the specialized mobile detection, Luo Yu's metrics indicated he was merely a high-ranking ninja. Aside from possessing an abundant chakra reserve of over 7,000 points, nothing else seemed particularly extraordinary. Thus, at first, Yasu did not factor him into his calculations. The Dragon Kingdom was indeed rife with formidable beings. Initially, Yasu had intended to meander through the Dragon Kingdom until graduation, then return home to inherit the family business. Yet, with Luo Yu's overwhelming prowess, how could he, as a shadow-level ninja, afford to lag behind? Of course, he would not telephone his family to request resources. Although he was a second-generation ninja, growing through his own endeavors was the true path to greatness. This is also the reason for his pursuit of studies in a foreign land, seeking to liberate himself from the shadows of his family. Contemplating this, Yasu took out his phone to call his esteemed half-sister back home. In the land of the sea, he had an older sister, Lu Ruoxue, who had inherited the legacy of the fifth water shadow. Lacking advanced resources, he decided to reach out to Sister Lu. With the accumulation of rare resources, catching up to Luo Yu would be merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Su Ying, who was engulfed in astonishment, suddenly sensed a familiar voice calling to her from the depths of the ruins. From that voice, she felt a profound connection of blood. Thus, disregarding the wandering spirits outside, she quietly stepped out of the camp. In the battlefield of the ruins, what is this? Kong curiously surveyed his surroundings, observing the protective Susanoo skeleton that shielded him. Upon noticing Luo Yu's right eye, he exclaimed in surprise, "Your kaleidoscope eye is indeed a pair with mine." Although the intelligence reports from the Umbu mentioned that Luo Yu possessed a kaleidoscope, they did not elaborate on the specifics. No wonder the higher-ups sent me to be your guide. They must wish for us to form a partnership. Kong realized this with sudden clarity. Such a remarkable tool. Yet I find myself utilizing him for trivial matters, which is truly a source of embarrassment upon reflection. Currently, Luo Yu is engulfed in frustration. Although he has collaborated with Kong to manifest the skeletal structure of Susanoo, it appears that both possess a share of control, with the stewardess wielding a greater influence. This disparity likely stems from the gap in their respective strengths. This time, women truly hold the reins. He no longer wished to manipulate the situation, allowing the flight attendant to take the initiative. If both were to control the Susanoo together, it would undoubtedly result in disarray. Moreover, the energy required to generate the Susanoo's framework primarily stemmed from Kong. Once their gazes intertwined, Luo Yu could sense the significant drain on Kong's ocular power. "Flight attendant, you seem a bit weary. Let us hasten to conclude this battle," Luo Yu remarked with a wry smile. In a buoyant mood, Kong nodded, "Hold on tight. I shall take you soaring." As her words fell, her ocular energy coalesced into a colossal skeletal hand that swiftly grasped Qin Yuan. At the pinnacle of the Shinobi realm, Qin Yuan was confident in his ability to break free. However, despite his efforts, the grip of the Susanoo remained unyielding. The strength of the Susanoo surpassed his wildest imagination. Even in the face of the shinobi's downfall, he found himself ensnared by a Susanoo crafted by a second-tier shinobi, unable to extricate himself. What absurdity! It was a legacy of Kakashi, yet here he was, unable to wield the Susanoo. Qin Yuan's complexion gradually paled. Since the evolution of ninjas and the emergence of the kaleidoscope, much has been unveiled through scholarly exploration and the deciphering of ancient mysteries. Numerous secrets have been unlocked, and the Susanoo is no exception. Historically, every wielder of the Susanoo has boasted impressive achievements, often overturning the established order. However, there has never been a record of a divine heir using the Susanoo. The legacy of the Right Eye's Kamui was even more unprecedented. "I am the harbinger of the divine. You cannot capture me." Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened as the gemstone on his magical ring stirred, unleashing spiral ripples of spatial distortion, seemingly intent on drawing him into another realm. Luo Yu immediately recognized this as the Byakugan of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, akin to Kamui's spatio-temporal ninjutsu. Should it be successfully unleashed, it would allow him to escape into an alternate dimension. At this moment, the vacant left eye flickered once more with a glimmer of crimson. In an instant, Qin Yuan's arm was twisted and severed, with a portion drawn into the divine might space, while the other half, adorned with a magical ring, fell to the ground. Luo Yu was startled, then swiftly unlocked the divine might space, pondering whether the severed limb would emit an unpleasant odor if left within. It seemed prudent to inform the flight attendant not to indiscriminately discard items into their little abode. The connection of the two kaleidoscopes had remarkably expedited the casting of divine might. A joyful voice emanated from behind the mask, and her gaze toward Luo Yu became affectionate. Initially, after mastering the application of divine might, she felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, the significant consumption was one thing, but the lengthy casting process was another. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, the enemy could easily mount a counterattack. Nevertheless, once the spell was cast, the effects were indeed remarkable. Overall, it had its limitations. However, after the enhancement from Luo Yu's right eye, both the casting time and consumption were substantially reduced. The previous shortcomings had been flawlessly remedied. Coupled with the ability to wield Susanoo, it was nothing short of an epic enhancement. As an ardent fan of the card palace, she was moved to the brink of tears. The once derided divine card within the purple legacy had finally risen to prominence. This little fellow's belongings are truly remarkable. Having tasted the sweetness, I find it hard to part with them. Now, she has already taken on the dual form of divine might. Those above have sent someone to her, which can be considered a gathering. The young apprentice is determined to cultivate a strong bond with her mentor, lest he abandon her. With this thought in mind, her vacant gaze softened, and she said, "Xiao Yu, do you remember the reward I promised you?" Sensing something amiss in her expression, Luo Yu tensed up. Surely, the stewardess wouldn't be tempted by his eyes. I need to think this through. He hadn't yet had the chance to unlock the materials required for the divine power space. Meanwhile, having lost the magical ring that supplied energy, Qin Yuan's physical anomalies vanished, leaving his body to wither into an elderly state. Fortunately, his fervent gaze finally regained clarity. What have I done? He had dispelled the Susanoo and severed the connection with the dual divine powers. Kong, Teacher Ning, and the 2nd Battalion commander escorted Qin Yuan to a secluded chamber for interrogation. Luo Yu refrained from participating, opting instead to listen to Teacher Ning's summary later. At this moment, Luo Yu was basking in the glory befitting a hero, with classmates casting him admiring glances. As fellow freshmen, they were still reveling in their minor victories over a few mid-level ninja spirits, while Luo Yu had already fought alongside the ninja sect. He had even turned the tide of battle, momentarily suppressing the peak of the ninja sect, truly a godlike support. If their parents were to see Luo Yu, they might consider re-establishing their minor accounts. Chapter 106. A sudden shift to mythology at the Beast God ruins. The teleportation anchor point camp lay still. With the magical ring captured by Kong, the remaining spectral creatures returned to tranquility, abandoning their assault on the camp. Thus, the great battle concluded, and the 2nd Battalion commander directed the remaining soldiers to clear the battlefield and tally the casualties. Members of the special class, treated as esteemed guests, crowded in the camp's conference room, awaiting Teacher Ning's return to relay the situation. Seizing the opportunity during the respite, Luo Yu examined the materials required for upgrading the kaleidoscope to level 4. Wasn't it stated that unlocking the template for the Night of Annihilation would allow the divine power to be elevated to level 4, fully opening the divine power space? The materials needed for upgrading the divine kaleidoscope included divine radiance essence. Unlocking a new materials catalog, he had only recently graduated from high school, and many precious resources were entirely unfamiliar to him. Luo Yu quickly glanced at his classmates, wondering if anyone knew what divine radiance essence was. The students in the conference room exchanged glances, then shook their heads. The world's resources are exceedingly diverse, and apart from the most basic and popular ones, these newcomers knew little. To prevent the trainees from being mere fighters while remaining oblivious to essential knowledge, the university offered various mandatory courses on fundamental knowledge. "Are you previewing the Ninja Resource course?" Sun Hao exclaimed, looking astonished at Luo Yu. This course is a compulsory knowledge class for first-year students at the prestigious Imperial University. Throughout the 2 semesters of the first year, students merely familiarize themselves with 80 resources currently available for ninja training. The subsequent 2 years delve into the specifics of these resources, their appropriate applications, and their historical evolution. You are truly remarkable, not only excelling in practical combat, but also immersing yourself in theoretical studies. Sun Hao wore a face of despair, while his fellow students cast admiring glances his way. A paragon indeed. Most students tend to overlook the importance of knowledge courses. After all, strength reigns supreme. Once one becomes powerful, experts in various fields will naturally offer their services. Furthermore, in the Ninja Academy, the weight of written exam scores pales in comparison to that of practical assessments. Thus, high-achieving students generally focus solely on passing the knowledge examinations, dedicating the remainder of their efforts to enhancing their prowess. Luo Yu's abilities were evident to all. Such geniuses do not forget to seize every moment, making efficient use of their fragmented time to preview their knowledge of ninjutsu. What excuse could they possibly have for not striving diligently? With this thought in mind, everyone was filled with fervor and eagerly retrieved their textbooks from their storage scrolls, perusing them with great seriousness. This is the power of exemplars. Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. It seems that Yasu, the young master of the Sea People, is both well-informed and astute. This phenomenon involves a triple-star resource. You are aware of the Shenhui stone, are you not? The Shenhui essence is buried deep underground, continuously emitting its essence, thereby influencing the surrounding minerals. This is what causes these minerals to undergo mutations, transforming into veins that yield Shenhui stone materials. Many major enterprises capitalize on the efficient utilization of Shenhui essence to artificially create Shenhui or veins. In the Dragon Kingdom, the majority of the produced Shenhui essence is monopolized by the Jun and Su families. For enterprises wishing to exploit Shenhui or veins, collaboration with these two affluent families is essential. Luo Yu felt a headache coming on. Does this mean that to obtain Shenhui essence, one must align with the wealthy patrons of these families? Indeed, the path of relying on others seems to be the way forward. Yasu shook his head. Not quite. Our school allows us to exchange credits for Shenhui essence. However, the required credits are exorbitantly high. Of course, one could also try their luck in other secret realms, though it lacks stability. Suddenly, an idea struck Yasu. Our class has a young lady from the Su family, does she not? Luo Yu paused. Su Ying has just arrived in the capital, but you may not know, she has been disowned by her family. As he spoke, he glanced around. By the way, isn't Su Ying with you? Odd, she was just here a moment ago. Sun Hao scratched his head, equally puzzled by Su Ying's absence. Yasu glanced at them with a smirk. The only beauty in the class, and you all seem unconcerned. No wonder you remain single. Upon hearing this, the other girls in the class were quite indignant. What do you mean by only? At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended from outside, overwhelming those in the conference room, rendering them breathless. Could it be that the unicorn-like Wu Ku has escaped? Yet, I sense that this oppressive force far surpasses that of Wu Ku. Curiosity soon compelled the crowd to exit the conference room. Both the 2nd Battalion commander and teacher Ning emerged from the interrogation room to investigate, leaving only the empty guard, Qin Yuan, behind. In the air, the graceful figure of Su Ying loomed high above, casting a gaze down upon the gathered assembly. She was enveloped in a divine radiance, her expression stern and cold, almost as though she had transformed into a different being. Witnessing this, the students began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that the girl from our class known for her disdainful glances? It seems she has stumbled upon something remarkable in the ruins. The special class certainly lives up to its name, brimming with extraordinary beings. First, there was Luo Yu, and now Su Ying has risen. As Su Ying gazed downward, she parted her ruby lips, and a voice, unfamiliar and frigid, resonated forth. I am not Su Ying, but a remnant soul that has protected the Moon Beast Temple for 8 millennia. This Su Ying is a descendant of my lineage, bound by blood, which allows me to inhabit her form. Having just accessed Su Ying's memories, I have gained insight into the current state of humanity. You remain ignorant of the history preceding the ninja era, and I shall impart all that I know to you. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. An ancestor of the Su family from 8,000 years ago? Even older than the ninja era. The curiosity of the assembly was instantly piqued, and Luo Yu too fell into a mode of attentive listening. Such an ancient history may indeed reveal the legacy of the Tsutsuki. Half an hour later, the ancestor of the Su family elucidated the lineage. It transpired that the ancestor inhabiting Su Ying was a 9th-generation disciple of the moon worship sect from ancient times. Legend has it that the original moon worship sect was founded by a celestial being who claimed to be the 6 Paths Manifest Sage. He united 3 tribes and bestowed upon them an unparalleled family legacy. The Su tribe received the Byakugan, the Jun tribe acquired the Indra legacy, while the remaining tribe obtained the Azura legacy. Subsequently, the 6 Paths Manifest Sage imparted a scripture titled Genesis, Moon to his disciples, which served as the holy text of the moon worship sect. Within Genesis, Moon, it is recorded that the life and order of the blue planet were established by the divine manifestations of the mother goddess of the moon, Kagaya, Tsutsuki. To better safeguard the blue planet, the mother goddess partitioned her divine power into several portions and sealed them away to maintain the planet's stability. The Moon Beast Temple. guarded by the ancestors of the Su family for generations, is one such sealing site. Thereafter, the Six Paths Manifest Sage divided part of his power into 9 guardian divine beasts before vanishing without a trace. The Moon Worship sect has continued to protect the sealing sites across the Blue Planet to this day. As for why the Moon Beast Temple is now overrun with souls, as if it has endured a protracted battle, even the ancestor of the Su family remains oblivious. Clearly, these events transpired after his demise. What exactly occurred thereafter is left to the subsequent endeavors of the Secret Realm Development Team. Teacher Ning felt a profound itch within, as if ants were crawling over him. He must unravel the enigma of the Moon Beast Temple. He resolved to apply for participation in the future development of the temple. Surely, with so many seals under the moon's purview, deciphering 1 or 2 would not be a problem. Luo Yu cast a guilty glance at Su Ying. Upon hearing the name Kagaya Tsutsuki, his tail had already perked up. However, upon realizing that the seal he had deciphered was akin to the very spine of the planet, he recoiled. The lingering spirit before him possessed shadowy prowess, even at the shadow level. Should the other party seek accountability, he would find it difficult to escape. Su Ying's gaze was vacant as she looked toward Luo Yu, saying, "Fear not. For the Mother Goddess of the Moon possesses a divine eye that perceives both past and future. Our seemingly autonomous actions are, in truth, fated by her meticulous design. Since the Mother Goddess has guided you to unravel the seals, there must be a purpose behind it. Do not inquire, merely recognize that a grand strategy is at play." Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief, content as long as the patriarch of the Su family did not pose any challenges to him. "Esteemed elder, might you divulge the locations of the other temples?" Teacher Ning respectfully posed the pivotal question. At this moment, his heart was already ablaze with mirth. The information disclosed by the Su family patriarch, if disseminated, would undoubtedly create a global sensation. Upon learning of it, the upper echelons of various nations would certainly engage in discussions with the association, gradually revealing the news to the public. If these temples can be discovered, they will stand as a testament to humanity's heritage. Moreover, the immense power of the Mother God sealed within numerous temples must not fall into the hands of malevolent forces. We must certainly deploy a greater number of troops for protection. My lineage is too weak. The potential of the Byakugan cannot be fully realized. I shall refine her abilities, thereby allowing her to inherit my memories. This is something you may inquire of her later. Turning her gaze toward Luo Yu, she acknowledged, "You have guarded the Moon Beast Temple, preventing it from succumbing to evil hands. I must reward you." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a surge of anticipation and inwardly chanted, "Divine Essence. Allow me to glimpse your destiny through these eyes." Luo Yu's lips twitched. "Fortune-telling? My good sir, times have changed. Nowadays, one relies on computers for scientific divination. Others' AI systems can predict outcomes far more accurately than any human." The crowd was equally astonished. The Byakugan possesses a fortune-telling function. As the era of ninjas has evolved, various kaleidoscopic abilities have emerged, and the Sharingan has developed numerous capabilities. In contrast, the Byakugan of the Su family finds itself in an awkward position. Aside from its precise application in gentle fist techniques, it seems to offer little else. It is only natural that everyone responds with such intensity. The elder of the Su family frowned, exclaiming, "What nonsense! The Byakugan boasts numerous abilities." Noticing the elder's displeasure, the crowd quickly offered nervous smiles. "It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We do not underestimate the Byakugan. It is indeed the greatest." Ignoring their reassurances, the elder of the Su family sighed. Recalling the words of the revered sage of 6 paths, who had stated that our clan's lineage is derived from other sages, it is perplexing how the descendants have allowed their bloodline to devolve into a Hugo inheritance. Clearly, having integrated Su Ying's memories, she too understood the current plight of the Byakugan. Indeed, the Byakugan can glimpse the future of individuals. However, my strength is insufficient, and with only a lingering remnant of my soul, I can only perceive a vague outline. If it proves inaccurate, do not seek me out. Consider it mere amusement." Luo Yu was left speechless. Where could he possibly find you when you are on the brink of the grave? In the next moment, veins emerged around Su Ying's Byakugan, and a profound glimmer illuminated her eyes as she scrutinized Luo Yu. From the elder's perspective, she had entered an ethereal realm. Here, Luo Yu luxuriated in the gentle embrace of a soft lap pillow. The elder of the Su family curled her lip in disdain, thinking, "Such youthful indulgence. This lad is truly like this." When she raised her eyes to behold the owner of those exquisite legs, she gasped in astonishment. What a captivating empress, possessing an ethereal grace and skin as flawless as jade. Her stunning visage exudes an air of haughty elegance, and her immaculate, cerulean eyes survey the world with disdain. The exquisitely sculpted twin horns upon her forehead bestow upon her an additional aura of sovereign majesty. At the center of her brow lies a third blood-red eye, its pupil adorned with swirling patterns of reincarnation and 9 gleaming crescent gems, rendering her remarkably enchanting. However, when her gaze falls upon Luo Yu, who kneels before her, her frigid demeanor softens significantly. This is indeed the visage of the Moon Mother Goddess. Such is the portrayal in Genesis, the moon, as a devoted acolyte. He could recite it by heart. How could this be? Why does Lady Kaguya display such indulgence, allowing this imp to rest upon her lap? It is simply unacceptable. At this moment, the ancestral figure of the Su family harbored profound doubts about the faith instilled in him since birth. The revelation was utterly shocking. He gazed once more, seeking confirmation. Modern individuals, after all, have a penchant for role-playing. Perhaps this young man was merely donning a guise to attract a partner. Yet suddenly, the goddess of the moon cast a frosty glare in the direction of the Su family elder. Who dares to intrude upon the sanctity of my existence? In an instant, the elder felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure, causing a significant portion of his lingering spirit to dissipate once more, prompting him to retreat from his observation. Gasping for breath, the elder was left trembling in trepidation. Truly, she is a goddess. Even in the realm of prophecy, her formidable presence lingers. A mere glance nearly sent him spiraling into oblivion. It became evident that the secrets of divinity were not meant for mere mortals to unveil. Moreover, the scene he had witnessed was likely just a figment of Luo Yu's imagination of the future. After all, how could their revered goddess be so intimately connected with that mischievous youth? It was simply inconceivable. Elder, what have you seen? Luo Yu inquired cautiously. Could it be that he was destined to court a wealthy matron of the Su family in the future? Surely, such a revelation should not elicit such distress. The other attendees were equally perplexed. The elder had previously maintained an air of aloof authority, so how had he suddenly adopted such an emotional demeanor? What audacious act had Luo Yu committed to provoke such a reaction? The Su family elder seethed with rage. You insolent wretch! While I may not have accurately foretold your fate, by mere happenstance, I have discerned your improper intentions toward the goddess of the moon whom I have taught. Luo Yu was left bewildered. This was an utter betrayal of expectations. What exactly did this venerable elder predict that could lead to such social embarrassment? Upon hearing it, the bystanders couldn't help but twitch their lips, suppressing laughter. Indeed, our distinguished class leader has not brought shame upon us. It is truly a hellish challenge to refrain from laughter. Yasu raised his thumb towards Luo Yu, acknowledging that he is currently slightly more formidable. The 2nd Battalion commander sighed, marveling at the boundless imagination of today's youth. Resistance is futile. Chapter 108. The gaze of the outer god. There is another matter. Suing narrowed her eyes, as a subtle rhythm emanated from her being, spreading around the relic. The earth trembled, and the sound of rotating gears echoed through the air. Subsequently, a collection of mysterious eggs, radiating a pure white glow, was sent forth by the underground mechanism. The size of these enigmatic eggs resembles that of ostrich eggs, barely able to be cradled in the palm of an adult's hand. The soldiers and trainees gazed upon them with astonishment. Are these the treasures of the Moon Beast Temple? Since this is the Moon Beast Temple, it is only natural that there are Moon Beast eggs. Su Ying smiled gently, revealing that the power of the Moon God, sealed here by the 1st generation of the Holy Sea, annually condenses these Moon Beast eggs as a reward for us faithful followers. Once hatched, the Moon Beast eggs will give rise to ethereal creatures resembling rabbits, endowed with the power of white eyes. These moon beasts are the exclusive spiritual companions of our moon worshippers. Just as you classify spiritual beasts by their quality, in our era, extraordinary beasts are categorized based on their potential into apprentice, ordinary, elite, regional leader, king, legendary, and divine beasts. The moon beasts born from the power of the Mother of the Moon possess potential ranging from elite to legendary. Teacher Ning inquired about our classification system for spiritual beasts, which has always been somewhat lacking. Could you provide us with the evaluation criteria of the moon worshippers for reference and improvement? As a scholar of the ninja sect, Teacher Ning is adept at pinpointing the crux of the matter. Su Ying nodded gently, agreeing to share. She then raised her jade-like finger, and from within the ruins, ancient texts emerged, soaring towards the assembled crowd. These tomes, crafted from precious materials, appeared to be remarkably well preserved. Su Ying wore a satisfied expression, declaring, "You may take these moon beast eggs back for research. It can be considered a small contribution of the moon worship sect to future generations." Teacher Ning was nearly drooling, exclaiming, "On behalf of scholars from various fields, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed elder, for someone with an insatiable thirst for knowledge in the realm of science. These new discoveries are far more precious than other treasures." Su Ying continued, "However, I have one condition." As she spoke, another moon beast egg was elevated by mechanisms from the ground. Compared to the others, this particular egg shimmered with exceptional brilliance. "This is the highest quality moon beast egg of our clan, destined to hatch a legendary moon beast. After my departure, you must hand it over to Su Ying. Consider it my humble support for future generations. After all, the bloodline is intertwined, and the ancestors of the Su family have bestowed greater care upon Su Ying." Teacher Ning vowed, "She is my student. You can rest assured to entrust it to me." "Thank you," Su Ying replied, leaving behind a sentence as her spiritual fluctuations dissipated. Su Ying then felt a wave of darkness wash over her, collapsing into the arms of the quick-witted Luo Yu. What just happened? Half an hour later, Su Ying had gleaned the situation from those around her. With the assistance of the Su family's ancestors, she had not only enhanced the quality of her bloodline, but had also acquired a legendary moon beast egg, leaving Luo Yu envious to the point of tears. A legendary moon beast? Could it possibly be more effective than Fei? This is truly a treatment befitting a protagonist of epic proportions. Unlike him, who toiled for half a day, only to gain a meager amount of dry attribute points and another mystical kaleidoscope that inexplicably comes with a sister, he ended up with nothing of substance. He was undeniably reduced to a mere tool. It appears that Sister Shenka regards him solely as an instrument to unlock the dual divine powers. Without so much as a word, she whisked Qin Yuan away. What happened to the promised rewards? He had been counting on the flight attendant to deliver the divine essence and initiate their romantic space. Such arrogance and rudeness. Does she not realize that he might very well withhold her access to the dual divine powers in the future, unless he feels duly compensated? How envious. Su Ying. Luo Yu wore a face of utter despair. Yet, his words immediately drew a speechless gaze from his classmates. While it was understandable for the ordinary talents to feel envy, what right did a monster from the Ninja Sect Bureau, known for its bloodthirsty prowess, have to complain? Su Ying, having witnessed Luo Yu's performance, merely smiled silently, observing as he flaunted his bravado. Here, the most fortunate individual is Teacher Ning. The lunar beast eggs and the tomes of the moon worshippers are so abundant that they cannot even fit within his storage scroll. After all, as a seasoned scientific eccentric, his scroll is typically brimming with an array of items. His students must also assume the role of porters to assist. Furthermore, once these materials yield results, they are bound to transform the long-standing principles of the summoning system. This is indeed a remarkable achievement that has captured global attention. Soon, the association and the nation dispatched personnel to take charge of the situation and investigate the events that transpired. As the sun set, after extensive questioning by the investigation team, the members of the special class were finally transported back to the teleportation site at the Imperial University. They placed numerous moon beast eggs and related materials into the university's laboratory. Although today's practical exercise encountered some unforeseen circumstances, everyone demonstrated their resilience. It is time for everyone to rest. Our formal classes commence tomorrow. Dismissed. At the command of Teacher Ning, the students, grumbling, dispersed. However, Luo Yu did not leave immediately. Instead, he quietly inquired, "Teacher, what was the result of the interrogation?" Teacher Ning was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Luo Yu? I recall you are currently an apprentice in the dark department. This matter is something you can be privy to." Luo Yu, bewildered, asked, "How did you know? Isn't our identity a secret?" Teacher Ning chuckled lightly. "As a researcher, I work closely with the dark department. Moreover, Kaiying was once my student." Luo Yu expressed deep skepticism. "Does that imply that Kaiying's combat prowess surpasses yours?" Teacher Ning cleared his throat awkwardly. "I am, after all, a researcher. And with my responsibilities of teaching and class management, I hardly have time to cultivate." He then swiftly changed the topic. Now, regarding old Qin. According to his preliminary account, he stumbled upon the magical ring during the development of a certain secret realm. Subsequently, he was irresistibly drawn to the ring's magical aura and secretly claimed it as his own. After a pause, Teacher Ning continued, "In time, the ring began to whisper to him, affecting his sanity. That voice seemed to emanate from a far more distant alien realm. Over time, Qin Yuan descended into madness, becoming a slave to that voice's commands. Luo Yu felt a surge of panic. Alien, it appears that beyond the blue planet, there truly lies a threat from the Tsutsuki clan. They could strike at any moment. I must grow stronger during this period to protect my sister. He added, I will recommend that the association initiate an investigation into the secret realm where the magical ring was discovered. However, this is a matter for adults. Your current task is to focus on your studies. The dark department holds great promise for you, and this presents an opportunity. Teacher Ning gently patted Luo Yu's shoulder, his face radiating anticipation as he entered the laboratory. In the pocket, Ah-Fei chirped, indicating that it was time to seek out his sister for a meal. Although he could absorb the essence of plants, nothing compared to the delightful dishes crafted by her own hands. Soon, Luo Yu returned to the dormitory, eager to share the events of the day with his sister. However, upon arriving home, he was met with the sight of his sister's apron carelessly strewn across the floor. Instantly, a sense of unease gripped him, prompting a cascade of troubling thoughts. Chapter 109, Transformation. He searched every corner of the dormitory, but his sister was nowhere to be found. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he attempted to remain calm. With Grandpa Li present, it was unlikely that she had been abducted. Could she have gone out to buy groceries? That seemed unlikely. She had always been so considerate of him. Typically, by this hour, she would have prepared a meal to ensure he would not go hungry. At this moment, Ah-Fei revealed his human form and lifted the apron from the ground. I sensed the presence of a living creature here. Before me lay a charming little rabbit, its eyes tightly shut, peacefully slumbering on the floor. Luo Yu hastily picked up the small rabbit, exclaiming, "Another rabbit? It seems I've stumbled upon a rabbit's nest today. Surely, this adorable creature could not have devoured my sister. Could it?" In a state of curiosity, Luo Yu leaned closer and caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. To his surprise, it resembled the perfume he had purchased for his sister. In an instant, the notion of the rabbit's spirit crossed his mind, which spoke of seeking a reincarnation, coupled with the apron draped over the rabbit. Could it be? His sister is the rabbit. The rabbit is his sister. Allowing his imagination to soar a little further, he envisioned the rabbit's spirit as a fragment of the Moon Mother Goddess. So, what it sought was a reincarnation. My goodness, could it be the revered Lady Kaguya? After calming his racing heart, Luo Yu gently pried open the rabbit's eyelids. Its irises were diminutive yet distinctly white, strikingly reminiscent of the moon beasts from the moon-worshipping clan, almost identical. His knees weakened, and he nearly fell to the ground, calling out for his beloved. "Steady yourself," he reminded himself. "For now, my sister is merely transformed into an unremarkable moon beast. There is no cause for celebration just yet." Perhaps the rabbit spirit had not yet found the reincarnation of his goddess, hence taking refuge within his sister for the night. The fragrant and delicate sister had now turned into a small, wide-eyed rabbit, an unfortunate trait indeed. Regaining his composure to prevent any further false hopes, he cradled the moon beast and dashed outside. Ah-Fei stayed behind to guard the home. At the Imperial Capital University, the Spirit Beast Medical Center No. 1 stood ready. As the premier ninja academy of the Dragon Kingdom, it offered a comprehensive array of services for ninjas. Naturally, several centers dedicated to the treatment of spirit beasts were established at the university, given their role as loyal companions to ninjas. Moreover, the cost of treating spirit beasts far exceeded that of humans. The vast differences in physical structures among various spirit beast species rendered research expenses significantly higher. Consequently, even esteemed institutions seldom established spirit beast medical centers, as students could hardly afford such expenses. However, at Imperial Capital University, tuition credits could be utilized as medical fees, which served as a form of benefit for the students. Such is the grandeur of the National First School. A rabbit? I am not a veterinarian. You must have come to the wrong place. In the diagnostic room, the psychic healer cast a glance at the lunar beast and then turned to look at Luo Yu in astonishment. After all, he had been engaged in this profession for many years and had encountered numerous rabbit-type spirit beasts. He could distinctly differentiate between a common rabbit and a rabbit-type spirit beast. Bringing a pet to the Psychic Medical Center for treatment? Is this young man unable to spend his excessive wealth? Luo Yu hastily clarified that she is my spirit beast. Observing the situation, the physician refrained from arguing with him and meticulously examined the moon beast. Fond of giving gifts, is he? Then he would not hold back. Your rabbit is malnourished and overworked. You must take good care of your spirit beast. Do not overburden them. After the spirit physician assessed the condition of the moon beast, he spoke with a tone of reproach. Fortunately, a fae was not present. Otherwise, he would have had much to say. Luo Yu lowered his gaze to the moon beast cradled in his arms. He realized that he had been so preoccupied with accumulating attribute points that he had neglected to care for his sister. She had exhausted herself for his sake. Moreover, does this rabbit have an ailment? Should a comprehensive examination be conducted? Luo Yu quickly explained that it was an ancient breed discovered during the recent exploration of a secret realm by the association. It is still under research and has not yet been disclosed. The physician shot him a skeptical glance. Crafting such an outlandish tale truly requires talent. Subsequently, the physician provided a medical plan. The moon beast should spend an hour in the recuperation chamber, where the nutrients are ample enough for it to recover. The total cost is 5 credits. The physician retrieved the payment machine. Luo Yu opened the personal code on his campus app and scanned it. Credits deducted, 5. Quite reasonable, he thought with a smile. The physician beside him appeared quite perplexed. At the Imperial City University, 5 credits, when converted into resources, start at no less than 200,000 ninja coins. 200,000 ninja coins just to provide some nutrition for a rabbit? Could this rabbit be the jade rabbit of Sister Chang'e? The physician, perplexed, cast a glance at the information displayed on the register. Name, Luo Yu, grade, 1, credit balance, 285. The physician could hardly believe it, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. If it were a third-year or even a second-year student, such a number would not be particularly astonishing. Yet, to his astonishment, this fiery newcomer was merely a first-year student. Today marked the inaugural day of classes at the Imperial Capital University. How could he possibly amass such a wealth of credits? Could it be that he was the much-talked-about freshman who had recently surpassed the requirements for the Chunin certification? It was no wonder he seemed indifferent to credits. He possessed the capability to earn them aplenty in the future, especially with the numerous competitions across various departments at the Imperial University. Such opportunities were merely gifts for those with talent. With this realization, the physician's demeanor softened considerably, adopting a somewhat fawning smile. Please, right this way. Allow me to guide you. With such remarkable potential, who knows? This young man might one day ascend to the ranks of a shadow-level powerhouse, thus. A little extra warmth in his demeanor would be no detriment. Now it is Luo Yu's turn to feel out of place. Why not revert back to your original form? Soon. The creature resembling his sister, the moon beast, was placed in the healing chamber. Luo Yu gazed at the moon beast through the chamber's transparent cover. An hour later, the chamber emitted a notification. Your spirit beast's stamina has been restored. Subsequently, the transparent cover opened, and the moon beast curiously observed its surroundings. Xiaoyu, how have you grown so large? The moon beast exclaimed in astonishment, its voice strikingly similar to Luo Qinjiu's. A weight lifted from Luo Yu's heart. Sister, it truly is you. It's not that I've grown. Rather, you've transformed into a rabbit, he replied. A nearby nurse, overhearing their conversation, quickly averted her gaze. Many spirit beasts are highly intelligent beings. Having lived in human society for an extended period, it is not uncommon for them to learn human language. However, the sweetness with which she called out was quite remarkable for this generation. Observing the reflection of the rabbit in the transparent cover, Luo Qinjiu finally came to a realization. Is this truly me? Luo Yu sighed softly and recounted the events at the moon beast temple to his sister. She then shared her own experience of fainting at home. Gradually, she grasped the situation, realizing, so, the power of that goddess resides within me? Is that why I have become a rabbit? It's called the moon beast, Luo Yu corrected her. The place is bustling with people, not conducive to conversation. Once again, I spent 10 credits to purchase 2 bottles of the nourishment required for the rabbit spirit. Luo Yu cradled the moon beast in her arms, hastening towards the dormitory. Along the way, the rabbit sister snuggled contentedly in the warmth of her embrace, nuzzling affectionately. So fierce. Since Luo Yu has grown older, she has become less clingy than in her childhood, even shying away from intimate gestures. Consequently, they have had fewer opportunities for close affection. This time she seized the opportunity. Chapter 110, The Value of the Spirit Beast. The following day, Luo Yu awoke as usual, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. Just as he was about to indulge in his sister's delectable breakfast, he was met with the sight of his sister, transformed into a lunar beast, looking quite flustered in the kitchen. I'm so sorry, Xiaoyu, she exclaimed. As a rabbit, she was unable to even leap onto the table, let alone prepare a meal. Luo Yu smacked his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten about this detail. Therefore, he retrieved a large carrot from the refrigerator and held it up to Luo Qingyu's mouth. Sister, you can make do with this today. I'll inquire with Teacher Ning at school about the type of feed suitable for lunar beasts. That science enthusiast surely stayed up late, researching lunar beast eggs yesterday. He must have made some progress by now. What about your breakfast, Xiaoyu? Luo Qingyu asked anxiously. Skipping breakfast is not good for your stomach, especially since you're still growing. This worries me even more. Luo Yu chuckled lightly. It's fine. I'll hurry to school and can still make it in time for the cafeteria opening. He then turned and called out, "Ah Fei, transform into a large bird and take me to school. It'll be faster that way." Ah Fei poked his head out from the floor, hesitating to respond. Was he really to be used as mere transportation? Watching Luo Yu depart, Luo Qingyu sighed softly. There's no school food as healthy as what I prepare. You'll just have to endure for a few days while I strive to learn how to cook with this rabbit body. In the special classroom, Teacher Ning appeared even paler than usual, a clear sign of his late-night research endeavors. Nevertheless, the students dared not underestimate their ailing homeroom teacher. They had heard whispers of his various eccentric experiments. To offend him could result in dire consequences should he decide to add a twist during any modifications. Today, we shall select a class monitor, he announced, clearing his throat. I propose Luo Yu. Who is in favor and who is against? Upon hearing this, the students nodded in agreement. After all, Luo Yu was the pinnacle of excellence in their class, and his abilities were evident to all. He possessed the remarkable talent to evade all harm, both to himself and to any object he touched. This ability, if spoken of, would lead one to believe that Feng Ling Yuing has come alive anew. I object. A voice, resounding with authority, echoed through the classroom, drawing the attention of the students. They turned to discover the audacious individual who dared to offend the two formidable figures of the special class, Luo Yu and Teacher Ning. Oh, it is indeed Luo Yu himself. Then all is well. Teacher, I have an ailing sister at home, leaving me no time to manage the class, Luo Yu lamented. What use is being class monitor? With that time, I could enhance my attributes or spend more moments with my beloved little rabbit. Isn't that far more delightful? Then let Sun Hao take the lead, Teacher Ning proposed as an alternative. After developing the spell seal in his spare time, Sun Hao would likely emerge as the strongest in the class, of course excluding Luo Yu from this consideration. As for the promising candidate, Yasu, though brimming with potential, was far too young to assume such responsibilities. After this amiable decision, Sun Hao began calling the roll. Soon, a name that resonated with Luo Yu's memory was called Jun Xinha. Luo Yu paused. Was this not the daughter of the Jun family? During his assistance to senior sister by overcoming the secret realm challenge, when he faced Li Loaka, she had arranged for him to encounter Gaara at the middle ninja difficulty. To find himself in the same class as her was quite unexpected. Teacher Ning cleared her throat. Little Qian is a nominal member of the Jun family. The Jun family members receive an education solely from within their clan. Hence, her enrollment is in our class. But she typically does not attend. Upon hearing this, the class understood. She was merely here to bolster her credentials. However, to have her name associated with the Imperial Capital University required talents that surpassed those of ordinary students, lest it tarnish the school's reputation. Luo Yu felt a pang of regret. If only he had the chance to forge a connection with the wealthy Jun heiress. He would no longer have to worry about his and the flight attendant's divine space. Alas. After the roll call, Teacher Ning spoke again. Next, I shall employ relatively scientific and healthy methods to develop each of your unique abilities. Of course, participation in this program is not mandatory. Those interested may approach me to sign a contract. As her words settled, some students expressed apprehension while others formed long lines eagerly. Sun Hao and Yasu remained resolute, having both experienced considerable provocation from Luo Yu. Moreover, Teacher Ning's scientific program was well-renowned. Previous special classes had gained fame through it. Only a few students in the class opted out of this scientific initiative, among them Luo Yu. Su Ying was in a similar situation. Ever since she was empowered by the senior of the moon worship sect, awakening the ancient memories of her Byakugan, she felt somewhat invincible. As long as she followed the ancient memories and the training methods taught by senior sister Bai, surpassing Luo Yu to become the strongest in the class was merely a matter of time. Once formally stepping into campus life, the routine made time fly. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this period, in addition to the essential theoretical knowledge, Luo Yu also chose to study the cultivation of spirit beasts. All of this is naturally prepared for his ethereal sister. even late into the night. He immerses himself in books, diligently learning the art of nurturing spiritual beasts. As for venturing into secret realms to accumulate attribute points, that endeavor has been entirely neglected. However, this is not due to any laziness on his part. The certification for upper ninjas is only available at the end of the school term. Currently, Luo Yu is only permitted to enter the intermediate ninja-level secret realms, where the attribute points gained are rather meager. Given the lack of cost-effectiveness, he has chosen to forego this pursuit. With his sister transformed into a rabbit, all household chores, including cooking, have fallen upon Luo Yu's shoulders. Taking over his sister's responsibilities has made him acutely aware of the many sacrifices she has made for him. He silently vows to be a dutiful son to his sister in the future, in stark contrast to Luo Yu's unchanged demeanor. A momentous event has transpired in the ninja world during this period, shocking the globe. The ancient spiritual beast, the moon beast, which has existed since before the era of ninjas, has had its research progress unveiled. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the Imperial University's Academy of Sciences, the cultivation formula for the moon beast has begun to take shape. The first batch of moon beast eggs has successfully hatched, with various data metrics gradually improving. The subsequent focus will be on researching how the moon beasts reproduce, aiming to quantify this rare ancient spiritual beast. Moreover, supported by a rich trove of ancient texts, the spiritual beast system has become increasingly refined. For Luo Yu, this means he has finally discovered the appropriate feed for his sister. On that Friday after school, Luo Yu, as per his usual routine, spent 5 credits to purchase a basket of splendidly fresh radishes. According to research conducted by the Imperial University's School of Sciences, these were deemed the most suitable sustenance for moon beasts. Indeed, 5 credits merely exchanged for this mere basket of radishes. It was exorbitantly more expensive than consuming paper money. In other words, nurturing a spirit beast is an extravagant endeavor. Students in the Spirit Communication Department are often humorously dubbed gold-spending ninjas, specializing in the art of monetary expenditure. And this is not without reason. Their consumption rivals my annual expenses. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, Luo Yu continued to provide for his beloved little rabbit, nurturing her with the utmost care. Since she began consuming the radishes, Luo Qingyu's health had markedly improved. Luo Yu contemplated that it was time to register his sister's spirit beast identity at the Spirit Cultivation Center, while also establishing her training direction. Chapter 111. The Soft Life Here I Am. He called out as he returned home. Sister, come and eat. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure bustling about in the kitchen. To his astonishment, it was none other than his sister from days gone by. Little Yu has returned, Luo Qingyu remarked, raising an eyebrow as she set down the spatula. Luo Yu observed closely, noting how his sister had adopted an even more regal demeanor, her complexion significantly fairer. Her captivating eyes had transformed entirely, now resembling the ethereal gaze of a celestial being, as she gradually embodied a more divine essence. He pondered whether, should more seals be lifted, she might sprout enchanting horns and let her hair turn white. If I were to feed her 9-tailed beasts, would the Rinnegan not manifest? He mused. Sister, you have transformed. Luo Yu gazed at her, somewhat entranced. This new incarnation of his sister held an even greater allure for him. Thanks to you, I've been frequently taught the principles of spirit beasts transforming into human forms over the past few days. Moreover, your radishes have replenished my energy significantly. With diligent effort, I have mastered the art of transformation. Luo Qingyu smirked. Now, I suppose you want need to keep me up until the wee hours anymore. To facilitate her mastery of transformation, Luo Yu had indeed kept her awake late into the night, imparting various esoteric knowledge of spirit communication. It was true that he had quite exhausted her. Unlike mere transformation techniques, certain spirit beasts naturally possess dual forms of both human and beast. Such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. Thus, without a humanoid form, no amount of study would yield any benefit for Luo Qingyu. Preliminary research conducted by the Academy of Sciences indicates that typical moon beasts lack a humanoid shape. However, the power residing within her sister is far from ordinary. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that her wager was correct. During this period, he devoted considerable effort to meet his beautiful sister. After all, the principles of spirit beast transformation are topics covered in the 3rd year of study, and he sought the guidance of his spirit teacher frequently. How else could he provide her with late-night tutoring? Finally, a moment of relaxation arrived. Half an hour later, Luo Yu once again tasted his sister's essence during dinner. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu nibbled on a sweet carrot, which, despite her transformation into human form, remained her most delectable delight, second only to her brother. She adored the tangy sweetness of it. After dinner, Luo Yu, employing the knowledge acquired over the past fortnight, established a blood contract with Luo Qingyu. Thus, she officially became his spirit beast. This was not a matter of malice on his part. Rather, it was purely to ensure her protection. Regardless of how far apart they were, he could summon Luo Qingyu using spirit summoning techniques. Upon hearing Luo Yu's heartfelt reasoning for her benefit, Luo Qingyu felt a warmth welling in her eyes. This brother was indeed worth the affection. In his pocket, a fei, transformed into a sparrow, would surely have been moved to tears by the profound bond between the siblings if he had possessed eyes. The following day, seizing the opportunity of Saturday, Luo Yu embraced his sister, who had transformed into a moon beast, and arrived early at the spirit breeding facility of the school. Registering a spirit beast at the Imperial Capital University ensures the school covers their feed periodically. Furthermore, only registered spirit beasts are permitted to participate in school duels. To access various services at the breeding facility, registration is essential. Moreover, during the registration process, the spirit beast's various attributes are assessed, allowing Luo Yu to ascertain his sister's true strength. Upon entering the hall, numerous seniors accompanied their spirit beasts, waiting in the designated area with their numbers. Given the high costs associated with spirit beasts, only upperclassmen or those from affluent backgrounds could afford them. After all, upperclassmen had numerous means to earn credits. Luo Yu clicked on the registration service at the machine and received a number 20. It seemed that many were registering their spirit beasts on this Saturday. He proceeded to the waiting area, anticipating his turn to be called by the front desk. As many passed by, they glanced at the serene giant rabbit in his arms. Intrigued, was this the moon beast that had recently stirred such a commotion in the city? Surely not. Aside from that genius expelled from the Su family who obtained the first testing qualification and claimed an exceptional moon beast, weren't all other moon beasts relegated to the research institute? Was there more than one testing qualification? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Luo Yu smiled. It appeared the official narrative was being presented this way. It seemed that news regarding the moon worship cult would not be disclosed anytime soon. Soon, the moon beast in his arms became the focus of countless curious gazes, prompting Luo Yu to cover her up tightly. Why were they staring at his sister? Did they not have their own sisters? At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it is the thunderous Kirin." Instantly, the gazes of the crowd shifted. In the grand hall stood a majestic young Kirin, resplendent in its purple hue, surrounded by dazzling bolts of lightning. Though still in its juvenile stage, exuding an endearing charm, the creature nonetheless bore an undeniable regal presence, a testament to its noble lineage. However, this formidable spirit beast was adorned with a specially crafted collar, restrained by a seemingly haughty girl with long black hair, who held it captive with an iron chain. The petite figure of the girl radiated an aura that made her appear almost unapproachable, effortlessly taming the naturally proud Kirin, showcasing her extraordinary prowess. Some of the more knowledgeable seniors immediately recognized the girl's identity. Could she be the esteemed daughter of the Jun family, Jun Qianhe? It was rumored that she had recently conquered the Forbidden Thunder Pool, with members of the Kirin clan serving as her spirit beasts. Impressive. She truly lived up to her reputation as a rising star in the Dragon Kingdom. The thunderous Kirin, possessing purple tier quality, certainly required considerable strength to be subdued. The old narratives no longer held weight. Under the latest spirit summoning system, the qualifications of the thunderous Kirin needed to be reassessed. Surely, Miss Qianhe had come for that very purpose. Oh, if only Miss Qianhe were to lead me. With the appearance of Jun Qianhe, the crowd's attention was immediately captured. Among them, a senior girl wearing a white eye patch over her left eye, dressed in a JK uniform reminiscent of Qianhe's, approached her. "Little Qianhe, we are number 19. Upon seeing this senior, Jun Qianhe instantly transformed into a charming and demure figure, wrapping her delicate arm around her and sweetly expressing, "Thank you, senior, for helping me Q." This scene instantaneously softened the hearts of many, once as unyielding as steel. Can it be? Miss Chickage has transformed into a docile creature akin to a kitten. It is evident that you are a newcomer. This esteemed senior, Ye Rinbo, was the top of the entire university 5 years ago at Imperial University. By the time she graduated, her prowess had already transcended into the realm of the Shinobi clan. In the span of 5 years, she has risen from humble beginnings to establish a conglomerate, securing her place among the world's top 100 enterprises. Her photograph still graces the Hall of Fame at Imperial University. The simultaneous appearance of these two remarkable individuals at Imperial University is astounding. I can already predict that within a minute, news of their arrival will trend on social media. Their presence immediately ignited a frenzy throughout the university. In an instant, the Spiritual Nurturing Center was inundated with eager students drawn by their fame. "Senior, shall we proceed ahead?" Jun Shikage remarked with a look of disdain, casting a sidelong glance at the throng. At that moment, a remarkably handsome young man approached the two, cradling a moon beast in his arms. Flight attendant, what a coincidence. Although Knight Lingbo's hair was ebony, Luo Yu discerned an anomaly beneath her eye masked through the connection of their Sharingan. Goodness. The flight attendant is actually a super wealthy heiress. If I wish to experience the dual divine powers, additional funds will be required. And over there, Junmei, kindly hand over the materials for the divine realm. Chapter 112, The Eye of the Pseudo-Deity. Luo Yu, what brings you here? Knight Lingbo exclaimed, startled. She had been waiting for Xiao Qianhe, who was notoriously tardy. She had not noticed that Luo Yu was also in close proximity. Had she foreseen this, she would have discreetly escorted Xiao Qianhe into the cultivation chamber ahead of time to avoid Luo Yu. After all, their Sharingan were a pair. And proximity to Luo Yu would inevitably reveal her true identity. At last, her true identity has been thoroughly revealed. With a resigned sigh, Yi Lingbo leaned close to Luo Yu's ear and softly urged, "Do not call me by my code name in public. Have you forgotten the secrecy of the Dark Division?" Observing the intimate interaction between Yi Lingbo and Luo Yu, the onlookers, both men and women, were filled with envy. To be whispered by the night goddess herself, they imagined that, had they been in his place, they might have fainted on the spot. Yet, who exactly is this young man who raises such curiosity? The typically aloof Yi Senior displayed such affection towards him, suggesting their rapport was no less than that between her and Jun Qianhe. Could it be that he is her pet? Given Yi Senior's status, it would not be surprising to have a companion solely for amusement. In an instant, the crowd was ignited by fervent gossip. Luo Yu, with an expression of contrition, murmured, "I had no idea my esteemed female superior was none other than the renowned wealthy lady. In my excitement, I forgot the decorum." He then shifted his tone. "Since you are so generous, experiencing the dual divine might cannot come without a price." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingbo became incensed. "You audacious scoundrel, dare you raise your demands?" "Senior, who is he?" Jun Qianhe, unable to contain her discomfort at witnessing her goddess flirt with another, interjected, "Just a junior from the Dark Division." Yi Lingbo replied in a tone only the three could hear, nonchalantly. Luo Yu leaned in closer to Yi Lingbo, whispering, "Are you telling her this? Could she be an apprentice of the Dark Division too? No wonder she never attends class. She must be taking on private jobs." Yi Lingbo gently clarified, "She is the sister of a colleague from the Dark Division. I occasionally assist my co-worker in mentoring her. This child shares a notable resemblance with my skill set. Thus we have become close friends." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu promptly introduced himself to Jun Qianhe. "I am Luo Yu. We are in the same class." He felt compelled to be proactive in order to earn some of the coveted divine essence from her. Jun Qianhe offered a perfunctory nod, as she held little interest in anyone aside from her brother and Yi Senior, particularly upon seeing the moon beast cradled in Luo Yu's arms. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Luo Yu, your spirit beast is quite adorable. A rabbit, indeed." With that, she proudly gazed at her own little Qilin, asserting, a true man should tame such a majestic spirit beast. Luo Yu's face darkened at her remarks. "What do you mean by adorable? Today's youth are becoming more and more frivolous." Luo Qingyu shot Jun Qianhe an annoyed glare, defending her brother. "He is quite manly. All right." She then cast a wary glance at Yi Lingbo. When did her brother become acquainted with such a wealthy woman? Surely, her position would not be usurped. Just as the three engaged in their idle chatter, the broadcast announced, "Ninjas with numbers 10 to 20, please proceed to testing area 5 on the second floor." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu and Jun Qianhe exchanged glances at the number plates in their hands, and the three of them proceeded to the testing area. Simultaneously, a multitude of others followed suit. Some were fellow students registered for spirit beasts, while others were merely intrigued by the classification of the Thunder Kirin within this new system. Moreover, the ancient breed of rabbit nestled in Luo Yu's arms was equally worthy of attention. Should it be discovered, this moon beast's exceptional skill set could very well be the solution to the current version. They could seize the opportunity to stockpile resources necessary for nurturing moon beasts. In this manner, The potential profits would far surpass the meager earnings from laborious tasks. On the second floor, in testing area number 5, the arena before me is as vast as a battlefield, enclosed by a transparent glass barrier. Only 10 individuals, summoned by their numbers, are permitted within the confines of the arena, while the remaining spectators press their faces against the glass, their eyes fixated on the imposing and majestic thunderstorm Kirin. What boy has not dreamt of possessing a dashing little monster in his childhood? Of course. There are also those who are captivated by the two affluent girls clad in JK uniforms, particularly drawn to their alluring legs encased in black thigh-high stockings. Luo Yu lets out a soft sigh. The great philosopher Diablo once remarked that personal growth is the triumph over one's past immaturity. Perhaps this is the price of maturation. Number 11, Sophomore Lin Miling. Please summon your spirit beast and bring it to the center of the arena, announces the coordinator, adorned in a Jonin vest. Among the 10 participants, a young woman steps forward, performing a series of hand signs. Summoning technique. With her hands pressed down, a summoning array materializes on the floor. With a resounding thud, a massive stone golem emerges from the dissipating white mist. The crowd remains largely silent. According to the previous classification, the golem is considered a green spirit beast, merely adequate in the prestigious realm of the Imperial Capital University, where experts abound. Typically, once cultivated to the rank of Jonin, the golem's potential is largely exhausted. Unless supplemented by rare resources, it is challenging for a spirit beast to ascend to the heights of the ninja sect solely on its innate abilities. For most students at Imperial Capital University, their spirit beasts exhibit such potential. With a thud, the golem slowly strides to the center of the arena. High above, the mechanisms activate, and a colossal mechanical eye emits a beam of blue light, enveloping the stone creature beneath it. Luo Yu cannot help but marvel. Indeed, this is a prestigious national institution, equipped with such advanced testing apparatus. Knight Lingbo stands beside him, offering an explanation. The mechanical eye, known as the Eye of the Pseudo-Deity, was invented this year to facilitate the assessment of spirit beasts and ninja capabilities. It is said that its design is derived from ancient blueprints from a long-lost secret realm, gradually evolving with the advancements of modern technology. The technological prowess of the ancient era, prior to the advent of the ninja age, piques Luo Yu's curiosity even further. Simultaneously, the results from the Eye of the Pseudo-Deity begin to materialize. Species, Stone Golem. Physical strength, 2455. Chakra, 2585. Potential, Regional Leader. Suitable for learning certain Earth Release Ninjutsu. Earth-type racial techniques. Abilities, Earth Release, Cracking Earth Palm, Petrification Repair. Evaluation, an exceptional specimen among stone golems. With diligent training, reaching the ninja sect is well within reach. Ninja sect? Upon hearing the concluding assessment, Lin Miling leaps in exhilaration. Hooray! According to the original evaluation system, only the quality of the summoned beasts was considered. Disregarding individual differences, any creature of green quality was deemed unworthy of becoming a ninja clan member. However, the new calculation method has provided researchers at the Academy with a novel perspective, gradually incorporating individual potential into the assessment. The advantages of this new approach have garnered widespread acclaim. Consequently, the registration of summoned beasts commenced in an orderly fashion. The subsequent testing results, however, were rather unremarkable. They were entirely consistent with their racial classifications, deemed elite types, rendering it almost impossible for them to achieve ninja clan status solely through their own abilities. Chapter 113. My sister is actually a rare breed. Number 19. Jun Xianhe, please summon your beast. Upon the official's announcement, those who were about to doze off instantly perked up, their eyes fixated on the thunder Kirin at her feet. The main event had finally arrived. With a fierce glare, Jun Xianhe directed her attention towards the little Kirin, who, resting comfortably on the floor, immediately trembled and made its way to the center of the arena. The sight elicited sympathy from the girls present. It was evident that Jun Xianhe had undoubtedly been strict with it. What an adorable little creature. They could hardly contain their affection for it. Meanwhile, the boys gazed enviously at the little Kirin. Luo Yu could only shake his head in disbelief. Was he truly the only man of iron will in the entire school, while the rest were all suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Nestled in his arms, Luo Qingyu remarked, I've just picked up a handy little trick for training younger siblings. At that moment, a mechanical eye embedded in the ceiling descended, casting a blue light. Soon, following a series of data analyses, the backend system reached a conclusion. Race, Storm Thunder Kirin. Stamina, 2600. Chakra, 3000. Potential, near legendary. Suitable for learning, all lightning release jutsu. Race-specific techniques related to lightning, and certain mutated lightning techniques. Abilities, Chidori 1000 books, lightning charge, and thundercloud summoning. Near legendary. Upon receiving this revelation, the crowd instantly held their breath. If the potential is classified as near legendary, it possesses the capacity to awaken to the level of a shadow on its own. Compounded by the formidable financial resources of the Jun family, the wealth of resources available for cultivation and the exploration of secret realms to enhance lightning-based summoned beasts would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Considering all of this, it could very well aspire to the heights of a super shadow. Just the thought of the diminutive Kirin before them potentially growing to such extraordinary heights caused many to tremble. The girls present began to understand why the boys envied the little Kirin. It was all about future prospects. They realized their previous narrow-mindedness. Observing the crowd's reaction, Jun Qianhe raised her chin triumphantly, satisfied as she reclaimed the Storm Thunder Kirin. Her loyal companion had proven itself worthy, and today's rigorous training could be spared. Meanwhile, Luo Yu pondered deeply, having learned about thundercloud summoning from the compendium. It involved manipulating one's own chakra to alter the surrounding weather into a thunderstorm, while lightning charge allowed for the absorption of natural lightning, restoring chakra and healing the body, a truly divine combination. This extraordinary combination, often referred to as Little Hundred Treasures, possesses an infinite loop of self-restoration. The key lies in summoning the thunderstorm, which can be perfectly complemented by the 4.5-star lightning release, Kirin. This is an immensely powerful S-rank ninjutsu developed by Sasuke. Could it be that this sister of Diaz is a legacy of Sasuke? At this moment, the evaluation from the pseudo-divine eye emerged. The assessment described the ancient Chunin clan's lightning variant, which, despite possessing an innate regal demeanor, had endured considerable torment during its youth, leading to a character that is prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Such a disposition is ill-advised when confronting equally matched adversaries. It is more suited for overwhelming those less formidable. Congratulations on acquiring the title, Bully of the Weak. Upon hearing this, Jun Qianhe's expression darkened instantly. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? What a pitiful character. I demand intensified training upon our return. Her frustration was not without justification. For one's temperament is indeed a crucial factor influencing the strength of a spirit beast. Luo Yu, who had recently brushed up on his spirit communication course, was acutely aware of this. Possessing a temperament that thrived on bullying the weak while fearing the strong, his spirit beast would experience a significant decline in morale and a noticeable reduction in combat power by as much as 10%. When faced with opponents of equal rank. Engaging in battles beyond its level would likely result in a hasty retreat. Naturally, when pitted against a weaker foe, the combat prowess of the spirit beast would rise by 10%. However, when one has already established a rank advantage over the opponent, it is evident that superiority in strength is assured. Thus, this temperament is merely a pure drawback. Observing Jun Qianhe's frantic grimacing as he reprimanded the pitiable little Qilin, Luo Yu felt utterly speechless. How has this extraordinary yet inept character been cultivated? The young lady seems oblivious to it all. Fortunately, she possesses foresight, nurturing her sister into an exceptionally capable spirit beast, one that can even take on responsibilities such as cooking and household chores. Fei is not lacking in this regard either. Knight Lingbo kindly advises, Little Qianhe, let it go, it has its own struggles. Considering the remarkable potential of the little Qilin, Jun Qianhe's frustration dissipates significantly. After all, within the new system, the significance of potential far surpasses that of character. With equivalent stamina and chakra, a spirit beast with high potential can unleash a far greater impact. This exemplifies the suppression of quality. In comparison, the potential of the little Qilin is indeed formidable. Thanks to his astute education, Jun Qianhe thought to himself with satisfaction. On the 20th, it was soon time for Luo Yu to register. He carefully placed Luo Qingyu in the center of the arena. Senior sister, shall we explore other areas? Jun Qianhe affectionately took hold of Yi Lingbo's delicate arm. The rabbit appeared to lack fighting prowess, serving merely as a mascot. One must ponder. Which powerful spirit beast would possess such an adorable exterior? It would be best not to delay her date with the senior sister. No need to rush. It's just an opportunity to gauge the capabilities of my little disciple's spirit beast, Yi Lingbo insisted. Having reached the Moon Beast Temple, she was acutely aware that the Moon Beast was no simple entity. However, why would Luo Yu possess one? Could it be that teacher Ning, considering Luo Yu's significance, had gifted him a priority experience? Species, peculiar moon beast. Stamina, 1800. Chakra, 2000. Potential, near divine beast. Suitable for acquiring. Abilities? Evaluation. Appearing to be a spirit beast specially cultivated by an ancient tribe, its potential far exceeds the average for its species. In terms of temperament, it exhibits an extreme greed and dominance, hinting at its royal lineage among the moon beasts. The eye of the pseudo-god revealed the information about Luo Qingyu, astonishing the entire assembly. Remarkably, it is a peculiar variant. Its potential has surpassed the limits published by the association, reaching the legendary tier. Furthermore, the skills suitable for learning and the detection of abilities are perplexingly marked with question marks. Whether this is due to a malfunction of the instrument or the inherent mystery of the peculiar moon beast remains unclear. However, the exceptional nature of its dominant temperament is well understood among the highly gifted present. A dominant disposition is currently recognized as T0. Spirit beasts with such characteristics are notoriously tenacious, their fighting spirit and potential ignited by formidable adversaries, while they disdain to engage with weaker foes. The spirit beasts of this temperament possess the drawback of often being disobedient to their master's commands, unless the master has previously subdued them with great force. As for the trait of insatiable greed, it manifests in various ways, subject to individual interpretation. Typically, spirit beasts characterized by such greed are avaricious dragons, enamored with glittering treasures. The contrasting personalities left Luo Yu utterly bewildered. Where was the sister's strong desire and domineering nature? Hadn't she always been gentle and graceful towards him? Is this flawed machine truly accurate? It seems the preliminary research conducted by the association is also rather imprecise. However, even in its juvenile stage, the metrics are remarkably close to that of a high-ranking ninja, revealing the latent potential of this quasi-divine beast. Miss Jun's Qilin, too, is merely in its infancy, yet has already reached the status of a high-ranking ninja. You know nothing. That little Qilin had previously consumed a thunder god essence. Otherwise, it would barely qualify as a mid-ranking ninja. How astonishing. The Jun family has invested significantly, with such a resource allocation of 3.5 stars. This is indeed a quasi-divine beast. Generally, high-ranking ninjas would not dare to confront it. Truly, one cannot judge a beast by its appearance. This moon beast, seemingly adorable, is, in fact, a quasi-divine creature. The newcomer named Luo Yu has certainly made quite a name for himself throughout the school. Faced with the envious gazes of the crowd, Luo Yu could only express his bewilderment. Is this mere quasi-divine beast enough to satisfy you all? This is but a fragment of the divine power of the goddess Kagaya. Congratulations, Xiao Yu, on acquiring the divine beast. Yulingbo, with tears in her eyes, tenderly clasped Luo Yu's small hand. Had she known earlier, she would have sought out teacher Ning for a token. Perhaps this divine beast could have been hers. Luo Yu humbly smiled, saying, "Oh no, it is merely a quasi-divine beast." The words struck the crowd present with an especially harsh resonance. Is that all? After all, it is a quasi-divine beast. If you do not want it, feel free to leave it to them. The strong-willed Jun Qianhe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Luo Yu's actions made her lose face in front of her senior. Although your little rabbit is a quasi-divine beast, my little Qilin is not to be underestimated. How about a friendly match between them? Jun Qianhe forced a smile and extended the invitation. Chapter 114, System Panel Update, Sister's True Strength. Fueled by youthful exuberance, Jun Qianhe issued the challenge. Yi Lingbo refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe with a smile, ready to witness the potential of the quasi-divine beasts. Luo Yu secretly rejoiced at this opportunity. A friendly match is acceptable, but if I win, could you perhaps share some of your local specialties? Jun Qianhe paused in surprise. Local specialties? Luo Yu grinned widely, referring to the divine essence. Once he uses the divine essence to upgrade and unlock the divine might space, he could truly unleash his potential. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Qianhe replied, "If you lose, that rabbit will belong to me." What do you say? Ah, that would be troublesome. Luo Yu turned to leave. In truth, he had no confidence in defeating the ardent Thunder Qilin. Although, in terms of potential, quasi-divine beasts overwhelmingly surpass quasi-legends, the numerical values were still daunting. Even if one could maximize limited values through potential, achieving a breakthrough in foundational abilities was uncertain. The recent evaluation of the pseudo-gods had not revealed his sister's skill set, leaving the outcome ambiguous. What if his sister was as pure as a blank slate, lacking any initial skills? Thus, After weighing his options, Luo Yu transformed into a figure of caution and decisively declined. He had witnessed just how unfortunate the ardent Thunder Chunin was in Jun Qian's hands. If his sister fell into her grasp, she would surely face daily defeats in combat. It would be wiser to seek out the staff and collect this month's delightful radishes instead. Seeing Luo Yu's refusal, Jun Qianhe grew anxious. Then let me propose a different condition. If you lose, you shall never lay a hand on Senior Yi. What? Luo Yu was taken aback. Yi Lingbo blushed instantly. Xiao Qianhe, what are you thinking? We have a superior subordinate relationship. Besides, I have always regarded him as a younger brother. At this, Luo Qingyu slowly expressed a question mark. Perhaps she could perform a little act during the match? Senior, you might not have that intention, but others may not be so reserved. As she spoke, Jun Qianhe cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yu, hinting at the depths of her thoughts. After all, Senior, you are exceptionally outstanding. Luo Yu shrugged. All right. I shall consult the opinion of the spirit beast. After all, his spirit beast is not merely a spirit beast. In terms of status, it may even surpass his own. Subsequently, Luo Yu picked up Luo Qingyu and asked, Sister, are you ready to participate in the match? This series of actions left everyone present utterly bewildered. To acknowledge a spirit beast as one's elder sister? Even if divine beasts are rare, such veneration is excessive. Truly, before the domineering nature of the spirit beast, the master's position appears rather humble, contrasting starkly with Miss Qianhe's demeanor. Luo Qingyu gazed tenderly at Luo Yu, realizing that the divine essence was indeed beneficial to him. Otherwise, he would not have brought it up himself. Leave it to your sister, she declared. Should she prevail, Luo Yu would acquire the materials he desired, and consequently grow fonder of her. Conversely, should she lose, it would prevent the wealthy and aged Madame Yi from indulging in a younger companion, a win-win situation. Observing Luo Qingyu articulate her thoughts with such clarity, the onlookers were filled with deep admiration. As expected of a divine beast, her command of human language surpassed that of the crowd. According to ancient records, beings like the wild Thunder Chunin, despite comprehending general meanings in their youth, are utterly incapable of speech. Only through gradual learning during their growth can they master human vernacular. Their aptitude is akin to that of human infants, not lacking, yet utterly overshadowed by divine beasts. Well then, the venue is too confined for my canine companion to truly shine. Let us meet at the Imperial University Arena at 3 this afternoon. Of course, the expenses shall be borne by me. With that, Jun Qianhe led the little Qilin with one hand and linked her other arm with Yi Lingbo's, happily departing to shop. This left a group of students deeply impacted. In a state of disarray, the university's arena? A duel between spirit beast cubs? How extravagantly lavish. The arena is a hallmark of the Imperial University, hosting numerous prestigious national competitions over the years. To hold a contest there would deplete my entire life's savings. Life savings? You overestimate yourself. At the very least, include me. What a display of extravagance. Such is the nature of the affluent. Special announcement. A showdown between legends and divine beasts. Let it be known, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do not miss it. Soon, news of the match between two high-quality spirit beast cubs spread throughout the Imperial University, riding the wave of the newly discovered spirit beast. The Moon Beast, along with the prominence of the Jun family's young lady, their challenge quickly trended on social media. Now the pressure has shifted to Jun Qian's side. She merely wished to struggle a little before her idol, yet this matter has unexpectedly stirred up a great commotion. Should we suffer defeat, how disgraceful it would be. In the office of the president of the Imperial Capital University, an elderly gentleman with long white hair sat before his computer, his expression one of despondency as he typed away on the forum. The president, Yu Bai, tirelessly devoted himself to his work, even on weekends. A veritable powerhouse of the highest order, he was regarded by ordinary people as a near-divine figure. The ongoing debate about black silk versus white silk had reached a fever pitch, with challengers daring each other to prove their claims. Just as he had fervently typed that provocative title, President Yu found himself captivated by the forum's trending topic. The Imperial University discovers an ancient divine beast. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the daughter of the Jun family had reserved the university's arena exclusively for. What a sensationalist title. Not even a dog would pay heed. Having just completed a test on one Tai using a new system, he mused that it had merely attained legendary potential. Divine beasts were not so easily acquired. Unable to resist, he clicked on the link. and instantly a short video showcasing the abilities of a moon beast filled the screen. After viewing it, President Yu fell silent. Indeed, it was sensationalist, yet not entirely misleading. A quasi-divine beast could be considered a divine beast in its own right. To his astonishment, a new student at their university had fortuitously formed a contract with a quasi-divine moon beast. What a remarkable discovery for the academy. Yet they had failed to inform him. Such restraint they exhibited. Continuing his inquiry into the matter, President Yu learned that at 3 o'clock, the Jun family's daughter intended to engage her family's arid thunder Chunin in a friendly match against the divine beast. He decided to observe and gauge the strength of the quasi-divine moon beast. Given the girl's temperament, she was likely busy feeding resources to the young Chunin, hastily enhancing its chakra and stamina. The thought prompted a moment of silent sympathy for the young Chunin. After all, it was but a child, and such forced growth could hinder its development. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was at the training grounds of his community, striving to unlock the potential of Luo Qingyu. As they both possessed the Byakugan, practicing a gentle fist should not be excessive. If it became evident that his sister was indeed a blank slate, he could concede defeat in advance. During this process, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Teammate system panel update complete. Name, Strange Moon Beast level. Middle Ninja Stage, 3 potential. Quasi-Divine Beast stamina, 1800 chakra. 2,000 attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yang abilities. Ninjutsu Needle Earth Cavity LV. 4. Byakugan LV. For Chapter 115, the underestimated Byakugan in addition to the abilities that the pseudo-divine I could not detect. Potential data had been appended. The system was also updating in accordance with the knowledge reserves of Blue Star. It was no wonder that after contracting with his sister, there had been no response on the teammate panel. With clarity dawning upon him, Luo Yu began to analyze his sister's initial skill, Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Cavity. This is a secret technique that can only be comprehended by the inheritors of Jiraiya's legacy or those who have absorbed fragments of it. A versatile 3-star ninjutsu. It utilizes chakra to enhance one's hair, lengthening and hardening it, thereby enveloping the body to form a protective barrier. Additionally, it allows the long hair to be launched like silver needles, inflicting piercing attacks. The practice of this technique, the Needle of the Earth God, has reached a remarkable proficiency, which even causes Luo Yu to feel a tinge of envy. One might wonder why Jiraiya's secret technique manifests as the initial skill of the Moon Beast. Upon reflection, Luo Yu notes that the Needle of the Earth God shares similarities with Kagaya's rabbit hair needle, both employing silver hair to strike at foes. Furthermore, given that Tsutsuki Kagaya is recognized as the progenitor of chakra in the original narrative, and that later the Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra among all and developed various ninjutsu, it is plausible that the Needle of the Earth God is an evolved version of the rabbit hair needle. However, the 4th level Byakugan leaves Luo Yu somewhat perplexed. Having been in this timeline for nearly half a year, he has gathered considerable knowledge about the Byakugan. Today marks the first time he learns that the Byakugan also possesses levels of mastery. The lack of further abilities developed by the Su clan's Byakugan likely correlates with this mastery. Hence, when the ancestor of the Su clan discovered the Byakugan was underestimated, it is no wonder he reacted with such indignation. Sister, cease your boxing practice and attempt to develop your Byakugan, Luo Yu suggested, relying on the system panel that revealed all of his sister's capabilities. Upon hearing Byakugan, Luo Qingyu's thoughts were instantly illuminated. Numerous ancient memories regarding the usage of the Byakugan unfolded in her mind like a manual. In the next moment, Luo Qingyu focused her Byakugan, causing several veins to protrude. Luo Yu immediately sensed a tremendous surge of ocular power rushing toward the Byakugan, binding him in place. This was the moment when the goddess Kagaya first appeared. Exerting control over Naruto and Sasuke, she immobilized the two principal characters with an air of dominance, even lifting her finger to delicately tilt their chins. One could say her skills in seduction were unparalleled. Soon, Luo Yu attempted to break free with sheer force. After all, his physical strength exceeded 5,000, while Luo Qingyu was merely at the level of a nin, making it rather implausible to restrain him for long. Nevertheless, she managed to hold Luo Yu for a full 3 seconds. In a battle of skilled combatants, being confined for 3 seconds could very well lead to a lethal outcome. Furthermore, this was merely an instance of overpowering control, significantly diminished in effect. Had they been of equal standing, the target would likely remain in place until her ocular power was entirely exhausted. In future battles, with her Byakugan aiding in control, It would harmonize beautifully with his flawless offensive strikes, a delightful synergy indeed. This was the effect of her Byakugan reaching a minor level of intensity. Utilizing pressure to create a suppressive force, Luo Qingyu proudly lifted her rabbit-like head, eagerly awaiting her brother's praise. Luo Yu, well aware of her intentions, smiled and affectionately ruffled her rabbit ears, asking if there was more. Is the Byakugan at such a minor level this formidable? The Su clan has taken so long to develop it? Could it be due to the scarcity of bloodline power? Stay back, lest you be harmed, Luo Qingyu advised. Luo Yu chuckled, unconcerned by his sister's excessive caution, as their level disparity was evident. However, he obediently retreated several meters. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu's pupils constricted sharply, her ocular power reacting within her. A wave of even greater oppressive force radiated outward. In an instant, Luo Yu, standing over 30 meters away, felt a pressure that compelled him to step back several paces. The training dummies surrounding Luo Qingyu were directly propelled away by the force of her pressure. Even the floor, designed for elite shinobi training, cracked under the tremendous repulsion. The fissures spread outward from Luo Qingyu's center. Other students, taking advantage of the weekend to train, were swept aside by the overwhelming pressure due to their proximity to her. Among them were several upperclassmen who, caught off guard, were unceremoniously tossed aside. They dusted themselves off, bewildered, and stood up. What just happened? What kind of divine rabbit is this, exuding such grandiosity? Isn't this a quasi-divine beast of some mysterious new student at our school? That young man over there must be her master. Quasi-divine beast? What on earth? Turn on your mobile data. The internet is abuzz with wild stories. Attracted by the commotion caused by Luo Qingyu, many students from the district gathered to witness the spectacle. Not far away, on the playground of Wulong District, Suing was engaged in long-distance training with other members of the sports club, led by their president, Bai Siyu. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the training ground. What is happening over there? The members of the sports club gazed curiously towards the training ground, where they soon beheld a formidable moon beast. Its overwhelming presence sending shockwaves that scattered numerous students. Whose moon beast is this? It is truly astonishing. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ying's beautiful eyes. Currently, is she not the only one in the world possessing a moon beast? Moreover, hers had only recently hatched from its egg a few days prior, spending its days solely in pursuit of sustenance. How could another one appear, and one of such formidable strength at that? Contemplating this, Su Ying felt an exhilarating sense of promise for the future. If even other moon beasts exhibited such extraordinary prowess, then once her own legendary grade moon beast was fully nurtured, it would surely upend the very heavens of the Su family. In the training ground, Luo Yu surveyed the destruction wrought upon it, his heart engulfed in astonishment. The pressure exerted by the moon beast bore an uncanny resemblance to a divine force, creating an almost godlike repulsion. Isn't this original content for animation? In the storyline, the deity Kagaya during this era unexpectedly engages in a romance with a mortal. Contemplating this, Luo Yu, as a devoted fan, finds his blood pressure rising. Such matters should not occur. However, it seems that the fourth-level Byakugan possesses an astonishing array of formidable abilities. It appears that the afternoon's friendly match is assured. The space of divine might. Here I come. For now, these are the known applications of the Byakugan. Luo Qingyu pouted and leapt into Luo Yu's embrace. Brother, I am hungry. Come and satisfy my appetite. Certainly, Luo Yu replied enthusiastically, carrying Luo Qingyu back to their dormitory. His mind was consumed with thoughts of what monstrous abilities might be unlocked upon the Byakugan's advancement. Soon, Luo Yu sliced the crisp radish into thin pieces, reverently placing them on a plate before the little rabbit. This is the treatment befitting the strong. Sister, I rely on you for the divine essence of Shinyao. Luo Yu wore an obedient expression. Surely, this cannot be considered as living off others, can it? Does relying on a spirit beast count as such? This is merely the fundamental skill of an ordinary ninja. Fear not. As long as it is what my younger brother requires, I shall undoubtedly accomplish it. Luo Qingyu, filled with confidence, patted her chest. After enjoying lunch, Luo Qingyu took a short rest. Meanwhile, Luo Yu delved into the system panel, eager to uncover the template following the Night of Annihilation. By the timeline, the Ninetales Rebellion occurred prior to the Night of Annihilation. Could it be that the Great Fox did not deliver? A plain white mask, perhaps? As he continued to explore, Luo Yu opened his sister's panel once more. Yet again, changes appeared. His sister's chakra and stamina had increased by a notable margin. Though modest, such an unexpected augmentation without any expenditure was quite astonishing. Could it be attributed to the consumption of the crunchy radish? Luo Yu pondered. Each time he indulged in the crunchy radish, he sensed a subtle transformation in his sister. However, as a unique delicacy, the crunchy radish should solely possess health benefits such as longevity and beauty enhancement, rather than directly augmenting chakra and stamina like cultivation resources. Could it be that the potential of a quasi-divine beast is so tangible that even a simple meal could yield enhancements? Chapter 116, The Divine Glutton. With an insatiable curiosity, Luo Yu promptly retrieved a crunchy radish from the refrigerator and stealthily entered his sister's bedroom, placing the radish near her lips. At that moment, Luo Qingyu was napping in her human form. Upon noticing Luo Yu sneaking into her chamber, her cheeks flushed slightly. Does he not know to knock before entering? Sister, open your mouth for a bite, Luo Yu whispered. Although uncertain of his intentions, Luo Qingyu obediently complied, gently parting her lips to take a bite of the radish. It was delightfully crisp. It was still her beloved younger brother feeding her. So comforting. The thought alone was quite thrilling. Throughout the process, Luo Yu fixated on Luo Qingyu's data panel. No response. Could it be that the portion was insufficient? Anxiously, Luo Yu shoved the entire crunchy radish into Luo Qingyu's mouth. No, I still want to lose weight. Luo Qingyu protested, expelling the crunchy radish from her throat with determination. Recently, her digestive system had been exceptionally efficient, allowing her to consume an entire basket of crunchy radishes daily. Such an exaggerated appetite was unimaginable to her in the past. She truly worried that as her weight increased, her figure would change, and her little wolf cub would come to disdain her sister. This ungrateful little one. Do not be deceived by the sweetness with which she addresses her sister. If her own figure were to falter, she would likely hasten to seek out another sister figure. She has now shifted her perspective. Rather than merely guarding against other women who might ensnare her brother, she has chosen to invest her time in enhancing her own allure. Her goal is to bind her brother to her side, making him utterly reliant on her. Thus, for the past few days, she has been meticulously dieting, consuming only half a basket of radishes each day. Concurrently, she has been diligently training to bolster her strength, whether in daily life or in combat. She intends to take charge, striving to ensure her brother has nothing to worry about. The intent behind this is to raise the younger brother into a dependent who cannot survive without his sister. Understanding Luo Qingyu's concerns, Luo Yu let out a gentle sigh and proceeded to clarify. You see, dear sister, you have been growing at an astonishing rate recently. I suspect you are capable of perfectly assimilating the specialized food, which would enhance both your chakra and physical strength. Upon hearing something related to the augmentation of combat abilities, Luo Qingyu immediately shifted her attitude and began to take it seriously. No wonder I felt no sense of satiety despite eating copiously, and my physique has become significantly stronger lately. Perhaps this is indeed connected. As she spoke, Luo Qingyu resumed munching on the crisp radish. Within moments, after consuming an entire radish, Luo Yu noticed a change in her sister's data panel. Her chakra had increased by 3 points. Luo Yu was taken aback. It turned out that her sister could truly enhance her strength through consumption. This ability is truly extraordinary. It is well known that any resource capable of directly enhancing the strength of summoning beasts is considered a form of currency in the ninja world. For instance, the divine essence of Thor, which Jun Xianhe provided for the little Qilin, serves as a resource that directly elevates the fundamental attributes of lightning-type summoning beasts. Naturally, the extent of enhancement depends on the inherent potential of the summoning beast itself, with each individual exhibiting unique variations. Moreover, repeated consumption of the same type of resource tends to dilute its effectiveness. Nevertheless, resources that directly elevate chakra or physical strength are highly coveted within the ninja realm. After all, regardless of how impressive other ninjutsu may be, it ultimately relies on the foundational values of the ninja and their summoning beasts. Thus, the enhancement of these foundational values is of paramount importance. On the other hand, the Lulu radish is merely a specialized feed for certain summoning beasts, akin to a more upscale variant of dog food, primarily catering to the tastes of select summoning creatures. Remarkably, even consuming this delicacy can lead to an increase in foundational attributes. It's as if one could level up merely by drinking water. Although the Lulu radish is expensive, in comparison to genuine cultivation resources, it is almost negligible. Consider the divine essence of Thor, which is classified as a 3.5-star resource, even rarer than the divine crystal of Shun Yao, and typically seldom encountered even by the Shinobi sect. It feels as though I have grown stronger. Could it be a mere psychological effect? Observing her slightly protruding abdomen, Luo Yu blushed. Sister, I shan't disturb you. Please continue your slumber. Luo Yu gently tucked her sister in and closed the door, then proceeded to call Teacher Ning. In recent weeks, the Academy of Sciences at the Imperial Capital University has been diligently researching the moon beast, with Professor Ning as one of the principal researchers. He may be able to provide insights into this phenomenon. Upon answering the phone, Professor Ning's voice resonated. Luo Yu, are you encountering difficulties in your studies? With humility, Luo Yu inquired, I would like to ask whether the consumption of the Luo radish by the moon beast enhances its base attributes. Professor Ning felt a sense of gratification. As a newly discovered type of spirit beast, the moon beast typically garners interest only after professional research concludes and results are published. Luo Yu's curiosity undoubtedly stems from a profound thirst for knowledge. Through further investigation of the ancient texts of the moon worship cult, we have indeed discovered that the moon beast possesses certain peculiarities in this regard. The consumption system of the moon beast is extraordinarily unique. The Luo radish contains essences that are difficult for ordinary spirit beasts to digest, yet it can absorb them. However, only moon beasts with legendary potential can assimilate the essence of the Luo radish for enhancement. For those beneath the legendary tier, the Luo radish simply serves as a delicacy. Luo Yu chuckled. If even legendary moon beasts experience this effect, then surely the divine beast moon beast's digestive system must be even more adept at absorption. Moreover, not only the Luo radish, but many special ingredients contain such essences, though the one within the Luo radish is particularly suited for legendary moon beasts. As the conversation progressed, Professor Ning suddenly paused. How did you come across this issue? Did Suing inform you? Having devoted all his time to researching the moon beast, he was unaware of Luo Yu's contract with it. In fact, I have also contracted a moon beast, Luo Yu sighed softly. Aware that the commotion surrounding herself and the moon beast necessitated a plausible explanation. It would not do to reveal. My sister may be the reincarnation of the moon mother goddess. Such a revelation could provoke the nefarious ninja research community, and even within the association. There might be those who covet this power. Professor Ning might even fall into darkness, transforming into an orange Orochimaru, seizing her for research in an instant. It happened like this. While I was using the restroom in the moon beast temple, I stumbled upon a moon beast egg. I took it home and made a fried egg for my sister to taste. Subsequently, she inexplicably transformed into a humanoid moon beast. Today, I took her to school for registration, and it was revealed that she possesses divine beast potential. Hello, are you listening, Professor? Hello? At the experimental base of the Imperial Capital University, Professor Ning, clad in a white lab coat, stared vacantly at the nearby cylindrical petri dishes and the moon beast eggs within. Is it possible that consuming this substance could transform one into a lunar beast? Such a notion is utterly bewildering. His understanding of science has been utterly shattered. Initially, they harbored doubts, believing that the moon mother goddess and the enlightened celestial monarch of the six paths were merely religious creations of the original moon worship sect. Now, he is genuinely convinced that deities truly exist in this world. Otherwise, how could one elucidate the legacy of the ninjas? The powers of the lunar beasts, bestowed by the mother goddess of their birth month, can be harnessed by humans upon consumption, thereby granting them the form of these lunar creatures. It seems quite reasonable, indeed. A new research objective has been established. Suddenly, Teacher Ning was overwhelmed with joy. Old he, our next endeavor will be to study the consumption of lunar beast eggs. Beside him, Old he, who was diligently examining the various test values of the lunar beast eggs, was bewildered. What on earth? Is a scientist really embarking on a culinary journey? Chapter 117, The Premium Ninja. An unfair battle at 3 in the afternoon. The arena at the Western District of Imperial Capital University was typically devoid of spectators. Given the immense academic pressure at the university, one misstep could lead to expulsion. Even on weekends, nearly all students were engaged in rigorous training. The battlegrounds and training facilities were bustling with students immersed in fierce competition. The arena would only open for significant events or when someone paid a hefty sum to rent it. However, today the arena was packed to capacity. In addition to the students of Imperial Capital University, numerous visitors who had paid for the privilege of observation occupied the stands. Members of the special class had also set aside their usual competitiveness, arriving promptly to secure their seats for the friendly match between Luo Yu and Jun Qianhe. They even resolved to forego their afternoon naps and meals in order to witness the event live. After all, Luo Yu and Jun Qianhe were their esteemed classmates, and their support was essential. Additionally, encountering students from other classes would provide ample opportunity for boasting. Even the elusive principal of Imperial Capital University, Yu Taibai, had resolutely declined his afternoon engagement at the female ninja networking event, choosing instead to present himself at the center of the arena as the match referee. After all, he had previously believed that his spirit beast, the Toad Wentai, was a divine beast, only to discover through evaluation that it was merely a legendary spirit beast. This revelation further piqued his interest in Luo Yu's lunar beast, as he wished to observe the performance of the quasi-divine beast up close. In the audience, Sun Hao was already numb with disbelief. He had yet to contract a spirit beast, while Luo Yu had already formed a bond with a quasi-divine beast. Did he not care for his reputation as the class leader? It seemed he would have to rely on his girlfriend to surpass Luo Yu after all. Meanwhile, the young boy beside him, Yasu, was filled with doubt. In recent days, the spirit beast system has undergone significant updates, prompting the shadow-level elder sisters to reassess their spirit beasts. The results revealed that the potential of these spirit beasts typically hovers around the threshold of legend, with not a single quasi-divine beast among them. What on earth is happening? Are spirit beasts superior to those of most shadow-level powerhouses? He is quite curious to know if Brother Luo Yu is in need of a younger sibling. In the arena's lounge, Jun Qianhe wore an innocent expression, resting her delicate face on Yi Lingbo's shoulder. "Senior, why are there so many people here? I'm getting nervous." Yi Lingbo, equally exasperated, replied, "Well, who told you to choose such a significant location for our duel?" This marked the first friendly match held at the Imperial Capital University arena between two freshmen. Shaking off her previously pitiful demeanor, Jun Qianhe cast a fierce glance at the little Qilin beside her. "With so many people watching, especially in front of the senior, if you embarrass me later, training will double." Upon hearing this, the little Qilin quivered in fear. Soon, Luo Yu, cradling the moon beast like Luo Qingyu, strode from another lounge to the battlefield. Luo Qingyu still had half a slippery radish in her mouth. Ever since discovering that consuming this delicacy could enhance her strength, she had been unable to stop. After all, only by becoming strong could she transform her younger brother into a waste. Thus, in her brother's honor, she was determined to eat. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of her digestive system, it seemed that consuming slippery radishes would not lead to weight gain. This reassured her. Seeing her sister so diligent, Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. Observing this, Jun Qianhe also brought the little Qilin into the arena. The little Qilin was charged with electricity, leaving a trail of crackling sparks with each step. The audience gasped in admiration at its impressive display. In contrast, Luo Yu's moon beast appeared rather ordinary, hopping merrily to the center of the arena. If not for the video evidence, they might have doubted that this was anything more than a common rabbit with cloudy pupils, rather than a quasi-divine beast. Principal Yu wore a serious expression. Although this was merely a friendly match, its significance was unparalleled. Since the establishment of the new spirit beast system, quasi-divine beasts had made their debut in the public eye, marking a historic moment. After all, while spirit beasts of the super shadow level powerhouses are likely to fall into the categories of quasi-divine or even divine beasts, these strong individuals are often tasked with guarding various battlefields and do not frequently appear in the public arena. Thus, I, Principal Yu Taibai of the Imperial Capital University, will serve as the referee for this match. Luo Yu was somewhat surprised to see Principal Yu in attendance. It was said that his lineage was that of the Orange Jiraiya, and his strength lay at the pinnacle of the shadow level, making him one of the foremost powerhouses beneath the super shadow level. The fact that such an esteemed figure was serving as referee underscored the importance of this competition. The rules for the individual spirit beast combat match stipulate that each side may only deploy one spirit beast to represent them in battle. During the combat, it is permitted for the summoned beasts to communicate with their masters, yet they must not exert their inherent powers to influence the outcome of the match. Victory or defeat shall be determined only when one party surrenders or ceases to resist. In accordance with tradition, once the rules were proclaimed, Principal Yu called out with great authority, "Positions. Prepare. Let the battle commence." As his words echoed, the archaic thunder Kirin erupted with a cacophony of thunder, its form gradually expanding under the manipulation of chakra. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a towering height of 3 meters, enveloped in a fierce, crackling electric aura. Its previously meek demeanor transformed into one of commanding majesty. Beneath the shadow of the colossal Kirin, Luo Qingyu appeared exceptionally diminutive, as if they belonged to entirely different realms of existence. In the audience, many were taken aback, rising instinctively in astonishment. It has become enormous. This is the 3-star technique of the summoned beast's enlargement, and judging by the effect, it seems to be at an advanced level of mastery. Some spectators recalled that during the evaluation earlier that day, there had been no indication that this archaic Thunder Kirin had learned the technique of enlargement. Moreover, enlargement is a 3-star racial skill exclusive to adult Kirins. How could a mere juvenile wield it? And at such a proficient level? Veteran students began to analyze the situation with reason, recalling that its master was none other than Jun Qianhe. Surely, she must have utilized the Blood Amber Stone to stimulate the Kirin's bloodline power, resulting in its premature comprehension of enlargement. And to achieve such proficiency, it implies that this Blood Amber Stone is of at least 3.5 stars. In ancient times, the blood of the shadow-level Kirins, upon their demise, merged with stones, transforming into Blood Amber Stones. When employed, these stones could potentially awaken higher-tier racial techniques in the Kirin species. However, using a Blood Amber Stone on a juvenile Kirin is a significant loss. After all, many racial techniques could be grasped as it matures. It would be more prudent to wait until the young Kirin matured before utilizing it to comprehend even more advanced racial techniques. It was evident that Jun Qianhe, in a bid to save face, had made a considerable investment. Goodness! For a friendly match, she even resorted to using a top-tier Blood Amber Stone. Is this the power of monetary investment? Is this the foundation of her family? Initially, one might have thought that a quasi-divine beast could contend with a near-legendary one. But with the opposing young lady pouring in resources, what chance did they stand? If I were Luo Yu, I would simply concede. Surrendering is not a disgrace. The young lady of the Jun family clearly did not wish to lose and had unleashed her financial prowess. The common folk truly stood no chance. On the arena, Principal Yu could only smile helplessly. This girl has indeed resorted to high-end resources, quite extravagant. After all, she has a doting, influential brother. This time, not to mention a quasi-divine beast, even a divine beast would find it difficult. Luo Yu felt a surge of anxiety for his sister. The space of divine might was suspended. Chapter 118. The dominant little rabbit, the enormous archaic Thunder Kirin loomed high above, arrogantly gazing down at Luo Qingyu. Previously, the archaic Thunder Kirin had harbored some trepidation towards the potential of Luo Qingyu, who had suppressed its abilities. However, having returned with a surge of resources, it had become inflated with confidence, completely disregarding the seemingly harmless little rabbit before it. This displayed its true nature of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. The colossal creature let out a thunderous roar as the power of lightning surged within it, coalescing into countless bolts of thunder. The audience erupted in excitement. It was the Thousand Birds Thunder. The intensity of this display was formidable. Indeed, the archaic Thunder Kirin had an innate affinity for lightning techniques, and coupled with the resources of the Jun family, it was likely capable of overwhelming numerous spirit beasts of the same tier. Principal Yu observed the archaic Thunder Kirin, surrounded by bolts of thunder, with a grave expression. The enhancements from its transformation were not limited to mere physical strength and size. The potency of its techniques would also be amplified. Should the moon beast fail to withstand the onslaught, he would have to intervene. One was a quasi-divine beast, the other a quasi-legendary creature. Both represented the strength of the Dragon Kingdom against external threats. This friendship match could not be allowed to end in ruin. Meanwhile, the archaic Thunder Kirin raised its upper body, its claws crashing down with tremendous force. The solid floor shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, all the bolts of thunder surged like a tempest, relentlessly targeting the diminutive figure of Luo Qingyu. Luo Yu, tense and wide-eyed, stood ready to intervene, prepared to cover and shield her. Many female spectators, anticipating the impending disaster for Luo Qingyu, covered their eyes in fear. Their male companions seized the moment to offer embraces and shoulders for comfort. On one side of the arena, Jun Qianhe stood proudly, chest puffed out, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yu. Don't forget your wager. This was not merely a bet on the honor of the Jun family. She could not afford to lose. To prevent senior sister Yi from falling into Luo Yu's clutches, she was determined to expend all her resources to win this friendship match. However, as the multitude of thunderbolts descended upon her, Luo Qingyu's expression shifted. Her white eyes gleamed with a haughty coldness. The pressure from her gaze radiated in a 360-degree arc, causing a tremor in the space around her. All the bolts of thunder were influenced by this overwhelming aura, falling beyond the reach of her might. Consequently, the ground surrounding Luo Yu was immediately subjected to a powerful electrical surge. In an instant, only the area centered around her remained untouched by the lightning, while the outer regions were reduced to charred remains. Even the audience, situated hundreds of meters away from Luo Yu, could feel the regal aura striking at their very wills. Could one truly defend against such an onslaught of thunder merely through sheer presence? What a jest! Some girls were captivated, their eyes sparkling with hearts by Luo Yu's charming expressions. This little bunny appears adorable, yet harbors a domineering spirit within. The contrast is irresistibly charming, and one can't help but desire to touch it. However, I advise against such thoughts, for a single glance from her could instantly obliterate you. In the audience, countless spectators rose to their feet, their expressions filled with astonishment. Among them were several curious instructors from the ninja sect, equally incredulous at the unfolding scene. Could it be that this divine beast is truly so formidable? A Nin facing off against AJ Nin, and with merely a gaze, rendering the opponent's powerful ninjutsu ineffective. Such boasts are rarely made lightly. In the special seating area, the head of the spirit summoning department, Lu Ming, felt a pang of envy. The top students in their department, each having contracted numerous spirit beasts, would typically dominate in battles against students from other departments through sheer numbers. Yet, the combined potential of all those spirit beasts pales in comparison to this seemingly ordinary rabbit before them. How could Luo Yu allow such a promising spirit beast to slip through the fingers of the academy? This is unacceptable. Such an exceptional talent must be recruited to safeguard the glory of the spirit communication department. On the field, President Yu swallowed hard. While others may be oblivious, as a shadow-level powerhouse and having observed closely, he was certainly able to perceive the extraordinary potential. This inexplicable and overwhelming pressure does not arise from the typical dominance of the strong over the weak, but rather emanates from those piercing white eyes. Comprehending this, he was suddenly reminded of Ning Fangtong's report regarding the Moon Beast Temple and the manifestation of the ancestral spirit of the Su family. Could it be that the bloodline of the white eyes within the Moon Beast is even more pure than that of the Su family? If such a notion were to reach the ears of the Su clan, it would likely shatter their defenses. After all, the innate white eyes have long been their advantage. Yet, at this moment, the one most unsettled is Jun Qianhe. Is this truly the end? She gazes in disbelief at the unscathed little rabbit, whose demeanor exudes a hint of pride, despite her own canine companion having consumed an abundance of exceptional resources. It seems that a mere glare from this creature effortlessly neutralized the offensive. This was simply unbearable for her. Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief, grateful that all those slippery radishes had not been consumed in vain. Upon hearing this, Jun Qianhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Could consuming slippery radishes truly yield such formidable strength? If they were to lose, all her precious resources would have been squandered in vain. Dog, charge forth. Under the watchful gaze of Jun Qianhe, the Storm Thunder Qilin was poised to summon the Tempest, intending to harness the forces of nature to deliver a devastating blow to the adversary. At this moment, the previously indifferent Luo Yu took the initiative. Her white eyes deepened once more, and an unfathomable gaze bore down upon the colossal form of the thunderous Kirin, akin to the weight of Mount Tai. Kneel. The cold reprimand reverberated through the air. Upon hearing these words, many men present, bound by familial ties, instinctively felt their knees weaken. The thunderous Kirin, momentarily rendered immobile, succumbed to the immense strain of its own magnification and, under the overwhelming pressure, reverted to its original form, collapsing heavily to the floor. Subsequently, it emitted a pleading sound, filled with a sense of contrition. "Woo-woo, sister, I apologize, my voice was too loud just now." With a demeanor of aloofness, Luo Yu leaped before the thunderous Kirin, standing upright in a manner reminiscent of a human, and then raised her hind hooves to press upon its head. Although the thunderous Kirin had diminished in size, it still retained the stature of a large dog. The sight of it being subdued by a mere rabbit was almost suffocating. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of the Kirin's eyes as it recalled the affection it had once received from Jun Qianhe. How terrifying are females! It felt a pang of fear. The Kirin clan, renowned as a regal lineage alongside the dragon race, had always been revered wherever they went. Such humiliation was utterly foreign to them. The audience, having arrived in anticipation of a spectacular spiritual battle, found themselves in disbelief as the much-anticipated Kirin, which had been favored by many, displayed only a meager display of prowess before being thoroughly subdued by the moon beast's mere glances. And to add insult to injury, it was left weeping, subjected to the whims of a rabbit, albeit one of divine potential. This reflects a flaw in character. The tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong can indeed facilitate temporary dominance through sheer size. However, when faced with a formidable opponent, surrender is almost inevitable. Had it not been for such a poor disposition, even if Luo Yu had poured all her effort into her gaze, the thunderous Kirin could still have escaped the constraints of pressure merely by virtue of its size. Thus, the thunderous Kirin belongs to a regal lineage. One must ponder why it exhibits such a cowardly demeanor. Although Luo Yu emerged victorious, he too was left in a state of bewilderment. So this is the true nature of my sister. It seems I must avoid provoking her in the future. Chapter 119. Principal U.S. Appreciation. Oh dear mother. I was wrong. If you step on me again, the master will be angry. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu grew even more irate. Fortunately, her brother could not comprehend the language of the spirit beasts. What if he had misunderstood? The scene was exceedingly awkward, particularly for those present who understood the language of the spiritual creatures. So awkward it could induce a cringe worthy of a beachfront villa. Cough. Principal Yu interjected. The winner is Luo Yu. At that moment, Jun Qianhe remained in a daze. Everything unfolding before her eyes left her, who had always believed that spending money was the ultimate path to victory, utterly lost. The dog she had painstakingly nurtured with premium resources had been defeated, and by a mere rabbit. Moreover, the opponent had only needed to intimidate with a glance to induce a cry for help, despite being a quasi-divine beast. This was still unacceptable. How embarrassing. Jun Qianhe's vision darkened as she collapsed into the soft embrace of Yi Lingbo, weeping profusely. I've brought shame upon the Jun family. When I return home, my father will surely confine me. I'll be punished with 3 days of starvation. Yi Lingbo gently patted her hair, offering comfort. It's all right. Your brother will surely sneak you some treats later. With that, Yi Lingbo cast a resigned glance at Luo Yu, pondering whether he might have shown a bit more leniency towards his sister, allowing her to lose with a bit more grace. Luo Yu, understanding her unspoken thoughts, shrugged in resignation. It wasn't his match after all. He quickly intervened, pulling his sister away from tormenting the little Kirin and cradling her in his arms. If she continued her antics, the little Kirin might very well retreat into complete seclusion. It was unfortunate enough for it to be under the command of Jun Qianhe. As soon as she was in Luo Yu's embrace, Luo Yu reverted to her gentle and graceful demeanor, a stark contrast to moments prior. The audience had begun to disperse. They could hardly fathom that the long-anticipated friendly match would culminate in the defeat of the monetarily favored warrior at the hands of an opponent far beyond their level. Wow, the moon beast truly lives up to its ancient lineage. It's astonishing. Once the association masters the techniques for breeding the moon beast and establishes a production line, I shall acquire one for nurturing. Wake up. The strength of their moon beast stems from the fact that their master knows how to cultivate it. Indeed, if you can raise a moon beast to the level of a quasi-divine beast, even nurturing a pig would garner admiration. The demigods are already so extraordinary. One can only imagine the sheer magnificence of the true divine beasts. It is quite simple. Merely inquire with any esteemed predecessor from the realm of the extraordinary, and the truth shall be revealed. Observing Jun Qianhe, who was brought to tears by his sister, Luo Yu chuckled. Oh, little sister, do not weep. It is but a trifling matter. What of the divine essence you promised me? Yi Lingbo cast him a sidelong glance. The young man speaks without regard for the atmosphere. He surely must be devoid of a romantic partner. Jun Qianhe wiped away her tears, feigning composure as she retrieved a glass jar from her storage scroll. Within it resided a spirit resembling ginseng, occasionally stirring its form. Thank you. Luo Yu maintained a playful demeanor as he stored away the divine essence. Divine power space. My goodness. How on earth have you nurtured such a remarkable creature from a mere rabbit? Jun Qianhe, suppressing her earlier arrogance, inquired politely. Yet, the phrase a mere rabbit still struck a discordant note with Luo Yu. Were it not for Luo Yu's intervention, she would have sought an explanation from the young girl. In a good mood, Luo Yu answered candidly, it's nothing special. Just spend time fostering a bond with your spirit beast. When the relationship flourishes, its combat prowess naturally escalates. My rapport with Sister Yu is akin to that of siblings. Her diligent efforts undoubtedly lead to her growth. Presently, Her strength is 99 attributable to her own endeavors, with the remaining 1 derived from a portion of Otsutsuki Kagai's legacy. Such matters are not convenient to disclose. I see. Jun Qianhe suddenly understood. Previously, she had been overly eager for quick success, strictly urging the little Qilin to undergo intense training. In her quest for victory, she had even relied excessively on monetary investments. Their relationship must have been quite strained. Even the most rigorous training can yield minimal results under such pressure. In truth, she cared deeply for the little Qilin. She had even diligently studied the language of spirits to communicate better. However, her expressions of love had strayed somewhat from the mark. Luo Yu's casual remarks had enlightened her. Truly, he is a master who has nurtured quasi-divine beasts. I have gained insight. Jun Qianhe, suddenly awakened, gazed at Luo Yu with gratitude. Come, my loyal companion. Let us return home where I shall treat you well. She then warmly beckoned the still kneeling little Qilin. The little Qilin cautiously raised its head, casting a glance at Luo Qingyu. Without the leader's directive, it dared not act impulsively. Luo Qingyu, with a cold demeanor, permitted. You may approach. Given your master's sincere attitude of remorse, you both must practice mutual understanding. With the leader's consent, the little Qilin felt reassured and returned to Jun Qianhe's side. Knight Lingbo, in principle, you were momentarily taken aback. This lunar beast, despite appearing to be in its juvenile stage, speaks with a remarkable maturity, reminiscent of a grand sorcerer who has cultivated his powers over a millennium. Considering its previous outrageous behavior, it is difficult not to speculate about an enigmatic background. Of course, it is also plausible that its youth has led to bouts of youthful exuberance. This scene rendered Jun Qianhe utterly speechless. How could her cherished little pup be subdued by another spirit beast? The commands of this lunar beast took precedence over her words. It seemed imperative to reform it before any tender education, ensuring it understood that she was its sole master. With this thought in mind, Jun Qianhe gently led the Thunder Kirin and Knight Lingbo away. Sensing the softening of her demeanor, the Thunder Kirin shed tears of joy. A beautiful life lay within reach. As the others departed, only Principal Yu remained, smiling as he regarded Luo Yu. Ah, Luo Yu, you have always been a focal point of our school's attention. You flatter me, Luo Yu replied, feigning modesty while inwardly yearning to return home and unlock the divine space. The principal, seemingly afflicted by his vocation, is likely to commence yet another speech. Possessing the enigmatic legacy of wielding a kaleidoscope, albeit but a single one, it is nonetheless sufficiently dazzling. Upon my entrance to the school, I was once again astounded by the signing of a contract with such a promising creature. Should any academic challenges arise, do not hesitate to voice them. Principal Yu smiled and gently patted Luo Yu's shoulder. Hearing this, Luo Yu's expression brightened. With your assurance, Principal, I feel at ease. My little rabbit is wonderful in every way, though its appetite is rather considerable. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu felt somewhat displeased. It was not that her appetite was insatiable, but rather that her younger brother insisted she eat. Would you be so kind as to grant me a few credits? Luo Yu inquired, revealing his ulterior motives. Principal Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely for some ordinary radishes? He had anticipated that Luo Yu would make extravagant demands, seeking high-tier resources that even a powerful figure like himself would hesitate to part with. To his surprise, it was simply a request for common sustenance for the moon beasts. How trivial, how limited in scope. Luo Yu chuckled. For as long as the radishes were plentiful, they were far more reliable than any premium resources. However, the pressure on Luo Qingyu was considerable. Even with a robust digestive system, consuming a single type of food endlessly was untenable. In Chapter 120, Divine Space, the true abilities of Obito, Principal Yu nonchalantly produced an exquisitely crafted card and took up a pen to inscribe it with flair. Upon completion, he gracefully handed it to Luo Yu. This is a resource allocation permit personally issued by me. Henceforth, you may use this document to collect radishes from the campus warehouse management department free of charge. You may take as many as your moon beast requires. Do not feel shy about it. Typically, talented individuals nurtured by our institution enjoy similar privileges. However, you must refrain from reselling them. Principal Yu smiled, adding, as for other resources, I shall not provide them, as I must ensure fairness for all other students. Nevertheless, I trust that with your prowess, you will soon have ample credits to exchange for resources. Oh, how embarrassing, Luo Yu remarked, yet he swiftly tucked the permit into his pocket. A royal decree for a generous bounty. By the way, did Afe enjoy radishes? What about Geolama? In the future, should he summon the Outer Path Golem, he could indeed procure a cartload of radishes to nourish the parched creature. Even he could occasionally indulge in a few radishes, considering it a way to save on meals. From now on, the sustenance for his entire family relied on this permit. If Principal Yu could read minds and discern Luo Yu's frenzied thoughts, he would likely hastily reclaim the permit. 10 minutes later, Luo Yu returned home with a storage scroll brimming with radishes. "Ah Fei, come out for dinner," he called, emptying the scroll to form a small mountain of radishes. Ah Fei peered out from the wall. Curiosity piqued about where Luo Yu had procured such an abundance of radishes. Luo Yu smiled knowingly. From now on, you won't need to siphon tree sap and ruin the neighborhood's environment. If Old Man Li discovers that, there would be dire consequences. Henceforth, you shall eat like your sister, all at the expense of our school's principal, and you can continue to collect more after finishing. Such a splendid deal. Ah Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately unfurled his body like a cloak, enveloping a large portion of the radishes to absorb them. Luo Yu took one and nudged it toward Luo Qingyu's lips. "Sister, would you care for a taste?" Luo Qingyu felt a wave of nausea. It was unbearable to consume the same dish repeatedly, which had left her somewhat averse to food. "Well then, Xiaoyu, you can prepare dinner on your own. I must go practice the use of my Byakugan." With that, Luo Qingyu skipped out the door towards the training grounds of the community. Luo Yu found it difficult to voice any objections. While consuming the crisp radishes could indeed enhance her fundamental abilities, it was hardly justifiable to force her sister to eat against her will. To disregard her sister's feelings in pursuit of strength, only to leave her abdomen slightly distended, would be an act of profound disobedience. To treat one's sister in such a utilitarian manner is no different from the approach of Jun Qianhe. Exercise caution during training to avoid injuring bystanders. Given that one's sister currently stands at the elite shinobi level, she should be able to traverse with ease, Luo Yu advised. After all, the residents of Wulong community predominantly reside at the elite shinobi tier. Soon, Luo Qingyu appeared in the training grounds of the community, diligently practicing the application of the Byakugan suppressive force. All efforts are solely aimed at surpassing her younger brother. Onlookers could only gaze in astonishment. Isn't that the legendary divine beast rabbit belonging to Luo Yu? Astonishingly, it trains diligently without supervision. Such determination. No wonder it is considered a divine beast. As ninjas, how could they possibly be outmatched by summoned beasts? Consequently, many trainees were inspired and immediately intensified their training efforts. In the training grounds, Su Ying was guiding her own legendary moon beast in practicing the Byakugan. Witnessing Luo Yu's moon beast exhibit such discipline, her composure began to unravel. What is happening? Her moon beast had failed to master even the Byakugan after all these days. Moreover, it would slack off after only a brief training session. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's moon beast was outstanding. Not only had it developed the intermediate ability of the Byakugan, pressure, but it also utilized it to perfection, even suppressing opponents of higher levels. With such excellence, it trained proactively, requiring no supervision from Luo Yu. Compared to this divine beast, her legendary moon beast seemed like a mere swine. Although the potential difference was merely one level, how could the gap be so vast? Observing the prowess of others' moon beasts, Su Ying, filled with frustration, chastised her lethargic moon beast. While Luo Qingyu basked in the glory of her brother and master, Luo Yu himself was not idle. In his bedroom, he retrieved the divine eye essence and chose to upgrade the Kamui Meijiki Sharingan. In an instant, that agonizing despair surged through his body from his right eye once more. Memories of Uchiha Obito flooded his mind. He had joyfully bid farewell to Uchiha Madara, eliminated the original members of the Akatsuki, inadvertently facilitating Nagato's descent into darkness. On the night of the clan's annihilation, he had found himself deeply entrenched in the role, calmly assisting Itachi Uchiha in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, the world had long since devolved into a game, leading to a tragic conclusion. As long as he could clear the game and become the second sage of 6 paths, attaining a flawless second cycle, everything could begin anew. However, he was not the hero of the stick, and the infinite Tsukuyomi could not reset a life. It could only be said that he had grasped the wrong script. With a sigh, Luo Yu regained his senses. Kamui Meijiki Sharingan, Level 1. Simultaneously, the system description of the Kamui Meijiki Sharingan underwent several changes. Talent: Kamui Meijiki Sharingan LV. For effect, a unique space-time ninjutsu of Uchiha Obito, capable of absorbing oneself and nearby objects into an alternate space. The absorption process requires time but allows return to any coordinates in the world, achieving spatial conversion. Everything unfolded as anticipated, the only difference being that upon unlocking the Kamui space, the Manjiki Sharingan was not yet at its maximum level. Luo Yu glanced downward at the panel. Requirements for upgrading the Kamui Manjiki Sharingan. 01 system. What does this mean? The Manjiki Sharingan can still be upgraded? Indeed, the host's talent, the Kamui Manjiki Sharingan, has not yet reached its limit. The system's voice resonated appropriately. Luo Yu felt perplexed. Why were the required materials not displayed? The system explained that the names of the materials were concealed and would only be revealed when the host encountered them. Luo Yu felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed the game's difficulty had been arbitrarily escalated. Nevertheless, he had nearly unlocked all the abilities of the divine might kaleidoscope, hadn't he? Would the remaining level-ups unveil an even higher form of Susanoo? Never mind. Pondering over it would lead nowhere. For now, he would indulge in the sheer bliss of transcendent power. With that thought, Luo Yu donned the orange tiger-striped mask. A surge of energy erupted from his right eye, and the temporal spiral enveloped his entire being, instantly drawing him into the realm of divine might. He then adjusted his coordinates and extended his right eye. The world outside had transformed from his dormitory into the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Like a Spider-Man newly acquainted with the art of web-slinging, Luo Yu navigated effortlessly between the towering edifices of the metropolis, reveling in his newfound freedom. In this moment, he is free. To appear anywhere, a mere thought suffices, accompanied by a flicker of intent. However, venturing into unknown realms may likely entail facing various perils. Thus, Luo Yu exercises great restraint, traversing only the familiar terrains surrounding the imperial city. This ability evokes the sensation of having the world at one's fingertips. Chapter 121. The midnight intrusion at the home of his superior in the depths of night, within a luxurious villa belonging to a certain conglomerate. Yi Lingbo indulges in a fragrant bath infused with petals. These petals are classified as a first-tier resource, the moonlit lily. According to the resource compendium, the moonlit lily flourishes solely in a secret realm close to the moon. The blossoms possess unique properties and, having matured over centuries, absorb the essence of the moon in close proximity. Typically, they are utilized to nurture shadow attribute spirit beasts or to aid ninjas with shadow chakra in their training, yielding remarkable results. Each blossom alone commands a staggering price of 1 million, merely for a bath. Such extravagance is rare among ninja clans, making Yi Lingbo a singularly affluent individual. Wrapping her enviable figure in a towel as a makeshift garment, Yi Lingbo returns to her chamber. The fragrant room is adorned with memorabilia surrounding her beloved character, with wallpaper depicting scenes from various narratives and figurines neatly arranged in cabinets. The bed linens and cushions are emblazoned with the likeness of her cherished character during their youthful days. To an unknowing observer, it might appear to be the sanctuary of an ardent otaku. It is evident that Yi Lingbo has chosen to embrace the legacy of Kakashi, cultivating it to divine levels. Not out of a pursuit for sheer strength, but rather with a focus on the intricacies of the Exent system. This is a classic tale of the inheritance of power. As she admired the image of the silver-haired boy in the room, Knight Lingbo donned a white-eye mask, preparing to change into a beautiful outfit. However, upon turning around, she was immediately struck with a sense of dread, her expression tightening. A Sharingan suddenly materialized in the air before her. Knight Lingbo's countenance shifted. Who could it be? Could it be a sand ninja from the kingdom of the sky? They possessed the ability to transform sand into a third eye, freely manipulating the sand eye to gather intelligence. The images captured by the sand eye are transmitted back to their original body through chakra. In an instant, Knight Lingbo dismissed this conjecture. Her own unclosable Sharingan revealed that the entity was indeed a genuine eye. Moreover, it was another Sharingan. Could it be that a certain Sharingan wielder had developed a new kaleidoscopic ability? Regardless of who it was, the ability to bypass the villa's stringent security indicated that they possessed at least the strength of a shadow guard and were exceptionally skilled in stealth. As she pondered, the owner of the eye gradually materialized from the void, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a tiger-striped mask. Seeing this, Knight Lingbo did not hesitate. She crossed her fingers and unleashed Raikiri. A powerful current surged beneath her feet, coalescing throughout her arm. With the assistance of her Sharingan, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, aiming to pierce through her adversary. Yet, the masked man's form was like a phantom, and she passed through him without any tangible sensation. The inertia propelled her raikiri to slice through the adjacent wall with a deafening crash that instantly captured the attention of others within the villa. In the next moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a butler's attire, his hair as silver as the moonlight, appeared instantaneously. "Miss, what has transpired?" The chakra emanating from the butler's presence shocked Luo Yu. He realized that this individual was of Shadow Guard caliber. What a surprise! A distinguished Shadow Guard serving as the butler for the ninja clan, catering to their every need? Truly, the power of wealth is boundless. Air hostess, do not engage. It's an ally. Luo Yu removed his mask to reveal himself. Although he could evade the Shadow Guard's influence by activating his intangibility, he would still have to face repercussions after 5 minutes. After all, drawing himself into the Kamui space required several seconds of incantation, during which he couldn't utilize intangibility. If he had dual Kamui, the situation would be far more favorable. Contemplating this, Luo Yu cast a lingering glance at the portion of Knight Lingbo's face obscured by her eye mask. Directly asking for it would undoubtedly make him seem foolish. After all, compared to other purple inheritances, the divine card merely offers a taste of the true damage of Kamui, with effects that disregard level disparities. Although the conditions for release are somewhat stringent, there remains a glimmer of hope. How could he persuade Knight's sister to willingly part with her left eye? It seemed he would have to refer back to the script for reliable guidance. In the process, he might also gain a wealthy benefactor, a win-win situation. Luo Yu emerged as the victor once again. "Luo Yu, what brings you here?" Knight Lingbo could hardly believe her eyes. In her impression, excluding Luo Yu's extraordinary auxiliary abilities, his strength was merely at the elite Jonin level. How could he so effortlessly deceive the Shadow Guard, Uncle Fu, and intrude upon her private chamber? Was he someone acquainted with her? Uncle Fu fixed Knight Lingbo with a questioning gaze. Maintaining a facade of composure, she slightly nodded, declaring him a junior from her alma mater. As a distinguished butler, Uncle Fu promptly analyzed the situation with reason. The young mistress, still draped only in a bath towel, showed no signs of modesty towards the young man. It appeared their relationship was far from ordinary. The youth possesses quite an appealing appearance, yet his prowess leaves much to be desired. He barely reaches the level of a Jonin, however. His ability to conceal his presence and infiltrate this place suggests he possesses some skill. Never mind, at my age, I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. I shall prepare tea while you indulge in your leisurely pursuits. Do keep the noise to a minimum during your activities. We Wu and Tea want to bring down the walls again. Before departing, Uncle Fu cast a lingering glance at the wall, now reduced to rubble by the raikiri. Ah, yet again, the raikiri and the masks, such youthful antics. Well done. Luo Yu nodded politely, acknowledging the esteemed veteran of the Shadow Guard with the respect he deserved. In the future, entering through the main door will suffice. Uncle Fu patted Luo Yu on the shoulder, assuring him indeed. Luo Yu promised, I shall not report today's events to the master. Uncle Fu responded with a knowing smile and turned to leave, shrouded in anonymity. Uncle Fu, you misunderstand, Knight Lingbo interjected, casting a fierce glare at Luo Yu. It's all your fault. Luo Yu, perplexed, wondered why he hadn't introduced his noble identity within the Umbu, which led to his being underestimated. Knight Lingbo added, Umbu apprentice. Luo Yu internally grumbled, just wait. One day I shall become the leader of the Umbu, and then you'll see how I handle you. The fact that he was a member of the Umbu was a secret kept from his family. They were concerned about safety issues and had always opposed his joining. Do not let it slip, he warned. Luo Yu, bewildered, replied, Aren't you starting from scratch? How can your family still control you? Knight Lingbo rolled her eyes. So what? My father is a shadow-level ninja. My achievements mean nothing to him. Is that so? Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. The journalists of this generation seem to lack competence. This layer of relationships has yet to be uncovered. Yi Lingbo chuckled softly, remarking, that is only natural. Uncle Fu was once my subordinate. Otherwise, how could I possibly afford a Shadow Guard level steward? Indeed, even in the Imperial capital, Shadow Guard level ninjas are revered figures. How could they ever bow down to the whims of the wealthy for mere monetary gain? Luo Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, longing to retreat to the divine space for 3 months. Under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to the boudoir of the treasured daughter of a shadow-level ninja. If this matter were to leak, in order to preserve his reputation, it is likely that even a shadowy ninja would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Speak quickly. How did you find this place? Knight Lingbo inquired. Her brow furrowed. For someone of her wealth, it was imperative to keep her residence confidential from the outside world. Otherwise, she would be incessantly troubled by visitors. Or various charming young men would appear at her door, seeking to create serendipitous encounters. It was utterly exasperating. This is the mundane and unremarkable life of a wealthy woman. Luo Yu wore an innocent expression, having developed a new ability with his kaleidoscope and perhaps indulged a bit too much, leading him to this place in a daze. Yi Lingbo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, urging him to show her. Chapter 122. The Consequences of Littering. What are you thinking? This is my trump card. Apart from my wife and sister, no one else can behold it. Do you understand the repercussions of leaking this information? Luo Yu resolutely declined. Of course, this was merely a ruse to entice. He merely wished to seize the opportunity to extract a little favor from the affluent woman. Having overindulged in radishes, his sister stubbornly refused to eat any more. Thus, he had to devise ways to procure other resources for her enjoyment. What a dutiful brother. A floral bath with moonlit lilies? His sister, who was suspected to be the Moon Mother, had not even received such treatment. How disobedient of you to disregard your elderess advice. Yi Lingbo stood with her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. Her excessive curiosity felt like ants crawling inside her mind. Luo Yu smiled knowingly, extending his hand. Shouldn't you express your sentiments on the joyous occasion of my contract with my little rabbit? Yi Lingbo paused, taken aback. What? Are you and the Moon Beast getting married? Today marks the day our pact is sealed. Shouldn't we celebrate? Luo Yu spoke without hesitation, though their blood pact had already been established days prior. Yi Lingbo chuckled. It was merely a matter of money. I am currently so impoverished that all I have left is money. Name your price. Luo Yu scoffed, expressing disinterest in monetary matters. Just offer me some resources as a token of goodwill. He could not even exhaust the monthly stipend from the association. Of course, this is assuming that the ninja currency is only used for ordinary purchases. If that currency were spent in the ninja marketplace, it would barely suffice for a basic explosive talisman, insufficient even for a flower. It would be wiser to directly select resources, eliminating the middleman's profit margin. Greedy, just wait. Yi Lingbo smirked, stepping out of the room. Moments later, she returned, cradling a large pile of moonlit lily petals, glistening with dewdrops. With this abundance of one-star resources, it should be sufficient for you to perform, right? Luo Yu slowly typed out a question mark. The wealthy lady is more miserly than she imagined. Is this not a petal you have previously used? Are you considering a second utilization? Luo Yu expressed his disdain. That is water for watering flowers. Moreover, it is the 5-star resource, Chuanhai Sacred Dew. Yi Lingbo spoke with a serious facade. In any case, the global array of cultivation resources is vast. Aside from scholars specializing in relevant fields, it is difficult for anyone to ascertain the exact nature of 5-star resources. Furthermore, with the continuous exploration of new secret realms, new varieties of resources are perpetually being discovered. Mid-sentence, Yi Lingbo paused. Perhaps Luo Yu knows something. How do you know? Yi Lingbo, flustered and angry, felt her cheeks flush. Luo Yu, feeling wronged, replied, You are misjudging me. Given your attire, anyone could draw that conclusion. He hastily tucked away the petals of the moonlit lily, lest Yi Lingbo become overly entangled in her thoughts. Wait a moment, you go outside while I change my clothes. She pushed Luo Yu into the corridor and coldly shut the door behind her. Luo Yu chuckled. What is the fuss? Isn't there a wall that has collapsed? Earth escape, earth flow wall. In an instant, the damaged wall was replaced by an earthen wall adorned with a dog's head. Even a gentleman must guard against such things. Luo Yu felt a twinge of anger, primarily stemming from the sense of being mistrusted. How could this honest and Navi youth be subjected to such vigilance? The world is indeed in decline. 3 minutes later, Luo Yu and the newly attired Yi Lingbo arrived at the cultivation area behind the villa. Observing Yi Lingbo, entirely enveloped in thick sportswear, Luo Yu felt discontented. After all, they had once shared life and death together. Could there not be a modicum of trust? Discontent aside, having accepted her grain, he still had work to do. There was no necessity to come to the cultivation site. My new ability primarily pertains to spatial displacement. It will not cause any harm, Luo Yu explained. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yi Lingbo bit her lip. Initially, she had not been particularly interested in Luo Yu's new ability. After all, she was well aware of how impractical the divine card's powers could be. One should not overly romanticize an idol simply because they fit a certain mold. However, the memory of Luo Yu utilizing his kaleidoscope ability was still vivid in her mind, as if a supermodel had been crafted by a programmer's feet. Thus, she held a slight expectation. At that moment, Luo Yu had already infused his eye power into the kaleidoscope. His right eye immediately generated a vortex-like pull. Affected by this, Yi Lingbo sensed the surrounding space distorting. The power of space. It bears a striking resemblance to my divine ability. As the pull intensified, within mere seconds, Yi Lingbo was drawn into Luo Yu's right eye. Simultaneously, Luo Yu himself was gradually ensnared by the swirling ripples, his figure being pulled into the vortex's core. Soon, the two found themselves in a pitch-black expanse, surrounded by irregularly arranged colossal black cubes. They stood upon a broad square block. "Where's this place?" Yi Lingbo was utterly bewildered. Luo Yu spoke calmly, stating that anyone absorbed by divine might would arrive in this alternate dimension. Your divine might is no exception. He gestured towards a nearby black cube, cluttered with various items. These are the objects you absorb through your divine might. Most are remnants, some of human origin, others from exotic beasts, along with various tools intended for practicing remote divine might, such as apple cores, discarded remnants of unwashed snacks, and expired publications. Among them, the most conspicuous was a volume of a youthful character from a card game, her first successful experiment following her mastery of divine might. Although she had finally achieved success, she had also lost her most valuable reference book. Over the years, she has been plagued by lingering thoughts. To her astonishment, she has found closure in such an unexpected manner. Knight Lingbo felt utterly mortified, her face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze turning ferocious, and steam seemingly rising from her forehead. It was over, completely finished. She had originally intended to maintain an air of aloof sophistication in front of her juniors. In this moment, her icy and pure image was utterly shattered. How could she possibly guide the newcomer, Luo Yu, after this? Luo Yu coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. By the way, could this book be used to coerce Sister Yi into doing anything? In any case, henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessly employing divine abilities and inserting peculiar objects here. Luo Yu maintained a facade of seriousness while secretly biting her lip, as if partaking in a challenge to suppress laughter. Yi Lingbo's countenance resembled that of a lifeless fish, bereft of dreams, and she understood. The divine space had another purpose. Upon returning to the real world, one could freely set the coordinates for a landing point. With that, Luo Yu once again drew the two of them into the kaleidoscope. On the playground of the Imperial Capital University, they emerged from the spiraling waves. Nearby, a couple on a date stood dumbfounded. Space-time ninjutsu. Does their school have such formidable figures? Mastery of space-time ninjutsu indicates that one would at least be a dean. Yet, they appeared quite youthful. Please don't tell me these two are also students. However, with nightfall obscuring their features, it was difficult to ascertain their true ages. Chapter 123. The ambitions of the Su family isn't this just the flying thunder god? Yi Lingbo's lips parted slightly, her expression dazed, clearly having emerged from the shadows. Luo Yu's new ability was so outrageous that it temporarily made her forget the embarrassing incident that had just transpired. The flying thunder god? No, the great flying thunder god. As a proficient user of Earth style, Luo Yu began to analyze rationally. The flying thunder god requires a marker. This method allows for flight, albeit with a somewhat lengthy casting time. The technique was developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and popularized by the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, earning the moniker Golden Flash. The actual effect involves leaving a chakra mark on an object through contact, allowing the user to teleport to the marked location at any time. With sufficient skill and energy, one could even use the Flying Thunder God to redirect large-scale ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato had previously redirected the Nine-Tailed Beast Bomb. In this world, the difficulty of learning the Flying Thunder God technique is exceptional. Typically, one must inherit the legacies of the two Hokages to grasp it successfully. For a millennium, only those who could access the legacies have managed to comprehend it independently. Although both the Flying Thunder God and divine abilities are divine techniques, each possesses its own strengths. The divine technique does not require a marker, but its casting time is comparatively longer. Thus, the Great Flying Thunder God was merely a jest from Luo Yu. But does this technique have a significant energy expenditure? Understanding the mesmerizing capabilities of Shinwei space, the foremost concern for Yi Lingbo is undoubtedly the consumption of energy. After all, her perpetual activation of the Sharingan has left her frequently depleted of chakra. The use of the Manjiki Sharingan is even more taxing, draining her vitality after just a couple of uses. If utilizing it merely for transportation would jeopardize her health, she might as well book a plane ticket. All while enjoying the scenic views from above. Luo Yu smiled nonchalantly, recalling the endurance he demonstrated during his fierce battle with Teacher Qin. Even when employing the powers of the Manjiki, he could revel in its splendor without a hint of concern regarding energy depletion. Bo bit her lip in frustration. It seemed so unjust. Why was her right eye significantly more potent than her left? Her gaze towards Luo Yu was filled with envy. If only her long-range shunwei could be used so freely, she would undoubtedly become a formidable human cannon. Alas, it was not to be. Nonetheless, Luo Yu could be considered both her junior and a valuable accessory to her Manjiki. With such a practical ability at her disposal, as a senior, she ought to experience the benefits of this service. For instance, during missions, she could have young Luo Yu serve as her mode of transportation, whisking her to her target location. Not only would she save on airfare, but the speed would also be unparalleled. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bo couldn't help but smile slightly. Impressive. I take pride in you, Junior. I shall endeavor to bring you along for future missions. Young ones should engage in proper training. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's face turned pale. This is merely a repetition of the self-deception that Afai once espoused. How could everything be returned? Alas, Sister Yi is once again poised to use him as a tool. In the conference room of the Su family, the atmosphere was thick with tension as the assembled dignitaries, all high-ranking members of the clan, sat with grave expressions. Among them were several elite figures, possessing the prowess of shadow guards, while the others were at least at the pinnacle of the ninja sect. Yet, despite their formidable status, they sat rigidly, appearing unusually restrained. At the focal point of the room, occupying the most prominent seat, sat a middle-aged man whose mere presence exuded authority without the need for anger, none other than Su Yefeng, the current head of the clan and a shadow-level ninja. Has the head summoned us regarding Suing? Inquired one of the senior members, rising from his seat. Recent intelligence from their inner circle revealed that following the peril at the Moon Beast Temple, not only had the legendary Moon Beast survived, but Suing had also encountered other fortuitous events. The specifics remained unclear, as the association's confidentiality measures were exceptionally rigorous. Nevertheless, a sense of unease permeated among the Su family's elite. Given that the Moon Beast possessed the Byakugan, it stood to reason that the Moon Beast Temple must harbor benefits related to this ocular power, should Su Ying's newfound fortune threaten the clan's dominion. It was a scenario the Su family would rather avoid, although most of them hailed from branch families. The ingrained belief in the unchangeable laws of their ancestors remained deeply rooted. With a gentle smile, Su Yefeng dismissed their concerns, remarking, "She is but a child. Do you truly believe in the notion that Ningxi's legacy can unravel the secrets of the caged bird?" The senior members exchanged glances, and then responded passionately. Better to err on the side of caution. It is preferable to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. Let us bear the burden of others rather than allow them to bear ours. The Su family's millennia-old legacy cannot be taken lightly. Listening to the fervent discourse of the assembly, Su Yefeng's expression darkened. The very reason for Er's escape lay in your conspiracies. I have consented to her expulsion from the Su family solely to protect her from your harm. Do not forget. She is the daughter of my brother and the sister of Lan She is bound to you by blood. Let us not revisit this matter, otherwise you may take the reins of the clan for yourselves. With these words, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, someone sought to diffuse the tension, asking, "What exactly is the head's purpose in calling us together?" Noticing the shift in tone, Su Yefeng's demeanor softened. Are you aware of a new student at the Imperial University who has forged a covenant with the quasi-divine Moon Beast? With the direction of the meeting now established, the attendees eagerly engaged in discussion. I suspect that both the Moon Beast Temple and the Moon Beasts are the legacies of our ancestors, one asserted. Indeed. I propose that we petition the association and the state, asserting that the Moon Beast belongs exclusively to the Su family, and all associated rights must revert to us. Furthermore, the legendary Moon Beast and the quasi-divine Moon Beast must be reclaimed to serve as our family's guardian beasts. Reconsider, came the chorus of agreement. Su Yefeng, taken aback, thought to himself, are you truly so fearful of the Su family enduring for too long that you would dare to make such bold claims before the state? Although the Su family is regarded as a lineage of elders, boasting several shadow-level ninjas, they remain merely a prominent family within the esteemed Dragon Kingdom. However, in the grand scheme of the nation, such strength pales in comparison. Even if a petition were submitted, it would likely be dismissed within moments, discarded into the wastebasket. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Su Yefeng offered a slight smile, for the moon beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the Su family's exclusive spirit beast. After all, my dear Lanner is destined to be the successor of our clan, yet she currently possesses only 5 spirit beasts. While this may seem substantial compared to ordinary ninjas, it appears rather meager for the young master of the Su family, who serves as the family's Fade. The newly emerged moon beast, with its potential akin to that of a quasi-divine beast, is perfectly suited to become Lanner's spirit beast. Who among you will negotiate with Luo Yu regarding the transfer of the spirit beast? As for the expenses, our Su family is affluent and can easily allocate funds. Securing a quasi-divine beast is well worth any cost. Upon hearing this, the assembly of talented individuals instantly recognized that the endeavor was aimed at contracting a quasi-divine beast for Su Lan. This matter is quite simple. It is said that Luo Yu is merely a commoner hailing from an orphanage. Merely invoking the name of the Su family will surely intimidate him. At that moment, they could acquire the divine beast at a mere pittance. Perhaps that young man will be perceptive enough to refuse any payment, allowing them to reap some rewards. Consequently, a number of senior members of the Su family eagerly volunteered, hoping to secure a place in the master's favor. Su Yefeng smiled, realizing that the Su family still boasts a considerable number of capable talents. Chapter 124. A phase hidden talent in the Wulong community at Luo Yu's dormitory. He used his divine power to escort Yi Lingbo home. He then activated a temporal vortex, appearing in his own room. Upon returning, he noticed Luo Qingyu drying her damp hair, dressed in light and comfortable home attire. She must have just finished training and taken a shower. Seeing her brother's magnificent entrance, Luo Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, have you also mastered a new technique?" Luo Yu smiled slightly. "Consider it a form of teleportation skill. In the future, sister, if you wish to travel anywhere, I can transport you to the ends of the earth in mere seconds." "That's incredible. No wonder you are my exceptionally raised brother," Luo Qingyu said, her face radiating a sense of pride. Her brother truly was remarkable. Observing her reaction, Luo Yu chuckled. If she were to comprehend the heavenly sovereign technique in the future, it would be even more formidable, as that skill is a high-tier divine power. "I have some good news for you. I have developed a set of boxing techniques through training," he announced. Luo Qingyu lifted her chin proudly, her expression begging for enthusiastic praise. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu quickly glanced at the system panel. Indeed, his sister's ability panel now displayed a new entry, Soft Fist LV. 2. Luo Yu was astonished. It appeared that training was genuinely effective. Isn't this the martial art that every member of the Hyuga clan must master? Coupled with the Byakugan to perceive the target's chakra pathways, one can strike the corresponding acupoints with the gentle fist, effectively sealing the opponent's chakra. The disciples of the Su family learn the gentle fist from a young age, typically achieving a competent level of proficiency within 3 to 4 years, which is already considered remarkable talent. As for my sister, in just a single afternoon, she grasped it intuitively and reached a competent level. If she maintains her training regimen, it is likely that within a month, she will fully master the gentle fist. Is this the true potential of a quasi-divine beast? Luo Yu speculated that it was largely due to Hui's inherent power, which already contained the pinnacle skills of the soft fist technique. The 80 Gods Air Strike, a martial art that shakes the heavens and the earth with the essence of immortality, blending both offense and defense. Thus, the soft fist could be considered the fundamental racial skill of the moon beast, embedded in its very DNA. Moreover, after training, her physical strength and chakra had shown a remarkable increase. It was merely a matter of a few more rounds of practice to reach the standard of a Jonin. By the way, the other temples monitored by the moon worshippers must also be sealing the power of the Mother of the Moon. Did not the ancestor of the Su family inscribe the location in Su Ying's mind? Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire with her later. If other seals were to be broken, her sister might unleash the 80 Gods Air Strike in mere moments, effortlessly dispatching foes. After indulging in a delightful daydream, Luo Yu clapped his hands and encouraged, "Keep up the good work. As a reward for your diligence, I have a little something for you." As he spoke, a hint of crimson flickered in Luo Yu's right eye, summoning a whirlwind that scattered the petals of the moonlit lily. It brought a romantic shower of petals for Luo Qingyu. Instantly, her face lit up with a blissful smile. A shower of petals? The meaning behind it needed no further explanation. Her younger brother held feelings for her. How clever of him. She adored this gift. Luo Yu smiled and nodded. Now? Do enjoy it. Enjoy? Luo Qingyu was taken aback. Yes, Luo Yu affirmed with a nod. This is a special one-star resource I specifically acquired for you, to see if consuming different foods can enhance your strength. I worry that eating only the slippery radishes might not be pleasant for you. Moreover, the moonlit lily has health benefits that harmonize yin and yang, proving far more effective than brown sugar water. So that was it. Luo Qingyu's voice held a hint of disappointment. She had overthought it. It seemed her brother merely regarded her as a sister after all. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that she was both a sister and, now, a spiritual beast companion, as long as she built a solid foundation. Deepening their bond wouldn't be too difficult, provided she navigated it wisely. With that thought, Luo Qingyu placed a petal in her mouth, savoring it slowly. After all, she was now a rabbit, so consuming petals wasn't too strange. By the way, why did this petal still have moisture on it? Chewing, she wore a puzzled expression. Luo Yu cleared his throat. That is the sacred dew of Chuanhai, a 5-star resource, which the shopkeeper used for watering the flowers. At least, that's what Sister Yi told me. As for what it truly was, he could not guess. Since Luo Yu had said so, Luo Qingyu chose not to question further. She always had faith in her little brother. Surprisingly, this 5-star water resource was quite sweet. Lord Luo, trouble is brewing. Just as Luo Yu admired Luo Qingyu's eating demeanor, a fey emerged from beneath the floor. Ever since I consumed the slippery radishes, my body has been feeling increasingly strange. Do not rush, take your time. Luo Yu said with composure. A fey, his voice tinged with frustration, lamented, my body is perpetually secreting acidic fluid. As he spoke, he strained to exude a glistening sap from his being, which dripped onto the floor. Upon contact with the sap, the floor began to corrode at a visibly alarming rate. Luo Yu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. This is not my home. In the future, I will undoubtedly have to compensate the Imperial University. Patience. Allow me a moment to ponder. Luo Yu definitely accessed a phase panel. Ever since the update to the Spirit Beast system, a phase potential has become evident. Though classified as only a king level, which appears commendable to outsiders, it is merely the standard for shadow guards. Jun Qianhe's quasi-legendary status is attributed to her family's recognition of her talents, which has prompted them to invest substantially in her. However, for Luo Yu, who possesses a quasi-divine beast sister, a king level seems rather inadequate. Nonetheless, considering a Fei's current role as a swift reconnaissance unit, it would be unreasonable to demand more. Upon further inspection, Luo Yu discovered an additional racial skill on a phase panel. Strong acid resin LV1 secretes a highly corrosive acidic resin from its outer layer, eroding any enemies that come into contact. Upgrade requirement. Continue consuming the slippery radish. As long as it is not a ninjutsu. It appears that upgrade conditions do not necessitate ninja fragments, which is quite convenient. Indeed, it must be an issue related to the slippery radish. Luo Yu then examined Luo Qingyu's panel, only to find that his sister had not awakened the strong acid resin, which reassured him. It seems that the matter lies solely with the Fey. Do not misconstrue this. He merely wishes to occasionally stroke his sister's rabbit-like head. If his sister's skin were to secrete strong acid resin, it would be a regrettable situation. Invincible. A thought occurred to Luo Yu. The strong acid resin is merely a common racial skill among certain plant-type spirit beasts, lacking a rating due to its feeble effect. He does not intend to dwell excessively on it. However, a Fey appears capable of awakening various peculiar abilities through the absorption of special plants. Such uncertainties present both high upper and lower limits. However, as long as there are no restrictions on the quantity of awakening abilities, a Fey can embrace boundless possibilities. This realization marks the correct approach for Ah Fei. To further validate his hypothesis, Luo Yu presented Ah Fei with a moonlit lily. Although puzzled by Luo Yu's actions, Ah Fei resolutely followed through. With arms outstretched, he transformed into a botanical state, enveloping the petals. The moonlit lily was swiftly dissolved. Subsequently, a gentle moonlight emanated from Ah Fei, illuminating the surroundings. Moonlight technique gradually restores health and chakra to nearby units, with double effect at night. Luo Yu was astonished. Indeed, it was true. To my surprise, there was an unexpected gain. Chapter 125. The dull and uneventful university life of the big shot. The restoration from the moonlight technique was quite slow, yet it was a plant racial skill with a 1-star rating, far superior to strong acid resin. In extreme conditions, it could also serve as a source of illumination. More importantly, it further confirmed Ah Fei's hidden ability, Consuming high-quality plants would awaken equally advanced related racial skills. In the future, once he mastered advanced wood release and combined it with plant-based skills, it would be utterly perfect. Clearly, he would need to keep an eye out for any high-grade plant resources that came his way. What is this? Does this flower emit light when consumed? Observing Alfei, who resembled a light bulb, Luo Yu panicked. The once sweet moonlit lily suddenly lost its appeal. Luo Yu quickly clarified, "Sister, go ahead and eat yours." This is Alfei's special skill. He then shared his discovery with Luo Yu, which put her at ease. Meanwhile, Alfei realized the truth. Following this train of thought, he controlled the racial skill and discovered he could indeed deactivate the moonlight, ceasing the secretion of strong acid resin. Luo Yu also confirmed that consuming the moonlit lily could enhance various attributes. However, it had a poor cost-performance ratio, as a one-star resource was significantly pricier than the free Liao Liao radish. After all, the Liao Liao radish was free, and the cheapest way to acquire the moonlit lily was to trade with the wealthy Night Lady, Newark. Luo Yu gazed fondly at his family. They were all together, in perfect harmony. His future was filled with tasks. Foremost was understanding the subsequent upgrade method for the kaleidoscope. He suspected it required the left eye of the Shinkai kaleidoscope. He would borrow Night Sister's kaleidoscope to test it out. Additionally, he aimed to find other temples to break the seal of the Moon Mother Goddess, to see if those powers would seek out his sister again. If so, it would confirm that his sister was indeed the reincarnation of the Moon Mother Goddess. He would also keep an eye out for suitable plant resources for Alfei to absorb. Yet, he wondered if powerful plant-based beasts could be absorbed. As for the Great Fox, Luo Yu had inquired with the system and learned that a base attribute must reach the Shadow Guard level to unlock the Nine-Tailed Chaos. Why was it positioned after the Night of Annihilation? Due to the comparable abilities of Madara during these two periods, he was able to control the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails turmoil. Naturally, one would reserve the most potent abilities for the final stages. However, the most readily achievable goal remains the enhancement of the Uchiha Fire Formation. It merely requires any 3-star fire-type resource to ascend to the next level. After all, in a public setting, Luo Yu is reluctant to reveal the full extent of his perfect Kamui abilities. At most, he would prefer that only trusted individuals such as Principal Yu and Lady Yi become privy to this knowledge. Thus, he could adeptly utilize his formidable divine might, concealing his identity while orchestrating his schemes. If it were to be employed, there would be no repercussions. One could simply await the association's elite to come forth for protection. Consequently, this necessitates reliance on conventional ninjutsu. Of course, the Uchiha Fire Formation is by no means ordinary ninjutsu. Typically, only the heir of Uchiha Madara can comprehend it. In the early era of ninjas, a prodigy from the Jun family once emerged. However, for reasons unknown, this talented individual defected from the Dragon Kingdom, leaving even their name erased from the annals of history. Nevertheless, this nameless figure recorded various methods for mastering Uchiha's secret techniques on his scrolls, including the Uchiha Fire Formation. Presently, this scroll is enshrined in the forbidden grounds of the Jun family, accessible only to the family's most exceptional talents. The association has rated the Uchiha Fire Formation as a 4.5-star fire-release defensive barrier. Gaining access to such a high-tier ninjutsu as a budding Shadow Guardian, with diligent practice, one should be able to dominate the Imperial Capital University, amassing credits in abundance. Having meticulously planned everything, Luo Yu carried his sister back to her chamber, then returned to his own room, extinguishing the lights to sleep. "I have my own legs. I don't need you to carry me." Luo Yu had intended to voice this. Yet her brother's embrace rendered her entranced. The morning commenced with Mr. Ning's class on ninja science. Due to his attempt to transform the precious moon beast egg into a fried egg, the research team harbored concerns that Mr. Ning was under excessive pressure, potentially leading to mental instability. Thus, they rewarded him by allowing him to return to class to unwind. During the lecture, the students listened with rapt attention. Luo Yu discerned that, despite the alteration of the world line causing a divergence in the technological trajectory, innovations pertaining to ninjas were experiencing a veritable explosion. Therefore, aspiring to become a powerful ninja, immersing oneself in science presents a feasible shortcut. At the adjacent desk, Sun Hao gazed despondently at the plethora of knowledge points in the textbook. Why must they endure such torment when matters of science could be entrusted to a professional like Mr. Ning? Mr. Ning patiently advised them. Yet certain fundamental principles must be grasped. Otherwise, How would they differentiate between the experimental serum and carbonated beverages I administer? Trust. Sun Hao declared with conviction. Mr. Ning, feeling exasperated, reminded them that each semester at the Imperial Capital University entails a final assessment. Not only are there practical evaluations, but also written examinations. Each year, 1/10 of the freshmen face expulsion for neglecting the written assessments. What awaits you is either a plethora of credits or expulsion. It all hinges on your efforts. Upon hearing that failing the written exam could lead to expulsion, the entire class rallied their spirits. Naturally, their greater desire was to earn credits. After all, how else could they savor the joys of consuming superior resources? Even the typically solitary Luo Yu contemplated whether to join a club and partake in activities to earn some credits. Unfortunately, the opportunities to acquire credits in the first year are exceedingly limited. The most viable option is to join a club and engage in its activities. However, even within a club, one's abilities remain paramount. Fortunately, Luo Yu possesses confidence in his prowess. Even without the use of the kaleidoscope, he can effortlessly dominate beneath the ninja sect. While only a select few outstanding seniors at the prestigious Imperial Capital University manage to barely break through the ninja sect, they must resign from their clubs in their fourth year to devote more time to fulfilling the internship tasks assigned by their mentors. For instance, Senior Bai assists in the development of secret realms and serves as an examiner at exchange meetings in third-tier cities. However, since Senior Bai is only in her third year, these tasks are merely occasional. In contrast, fourth-year students must labor tirelessly every day, undertaking high-intensity tasks that rival the rigors of factory work. Of course, the rewards are exceptionally generous. A minor task can yield more credits than a freshman earns in an entire year. Soon enough, the morning classes concluded, and the afternoon special class had no lessons. Such is the humane nature of the Imperial Capital University. While the youthful freshmen foolishly celebrated, preparing for afternoon dates with girls or group gaming sessions with friends, the more seasoned freshmen had already resolved to spend the entire afternoon immersed in the training grounds. No joke. This is indeed a prestigious school. How could one not strive for excellence? As for Luo Yu, he merely wishes to spend the afternoon with his virtual anime wife in his mobile game. The attribute points in the Chunin secret realm are woefully inadequate, and he has long since given up on it. He plans to wait for the end of term to unlock the Chunin certification. Then he will indulge in the Chunin secret realm for a far more rewarding experience. This is the most perplexing aspect for the entire class. Why does Luo Yu, despite his apparent lack of effort, effortlessly surpass them in their diligent pursuits? It seems utterly unjust. It appears that having talent allows one to act with impunity. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that Luo Yu's nonchalance is not a result of innate ability, but rather due to his reliance on external assistance. University life is rather dull. Oh, how he wishes for a wealthy benefactor to come and whisk him away on a perilous adventure. Ideally, it would involve a mystical creature from the ninja clan to keep him warm. Chapter 126. Networking, is it? On a sweltering summer day, within the confines of a dormitory. After lunch, Luo Yu reclines on the delicate legs of Luo Qingyu, whose skin is as smooth as jade, engrossed in a mobile game. Meanwhile, the ever-looming presence of Ah Fei has been relegated to the divine space, tasked with managing the refuse discarded by Yi Lingbo. Strangely enough, since his sister received a fragment of the moon goddess's legacy, her body has been perpetually cool, a perfect remedy for the summer heat. After all, this has been a common occurrence since their childhood. There is nothing to be ashamed of in such a close sibling relationship, provided she is not his biological sister. Otherwise, if she did not mercilessly tease her younger brother in their youth, it would hardly be considered gentle or nurturing. And as for resting his head on her lap, it has been far too long since Luo Yu has indulged in such brotherly affection. Luo Qingyu smiled gently, relishing the feeling of her brother's dependence on her. Luo Yu murmured softly, acknowledging that he has grown up and feels a tad bashful, both in the literal and metaphorical sense. Just as the pair were lost in their cozy afternoon reverie, a sudden knock at the door shattered the tranquility. Instantly, they flushed with embarrassment and hastily separated. As if caught in a misdeed, Luo Qingyu adjusted her attire and rose to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man with striking white eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. He was clad in the black robes of the Shadow sect, emblematic of his status as a Shadow Guardian. Luo Qingyu and Luo Yu were momentarily taken aback. Was this a high-ranking figure from the Su family? They had no connections with the Su family, save for the fact that Luo Yu was classmates with Su Ying. Could he be here regarding Su Ying? Is this the dormitory of young friend Luo Yu? The Su family shadow guardian revealed a benevolent smile. Yet, upon meeting Luo Qingyu's piercing gaze, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Was that a dismissive glance? This is the charming girl from the Su family. How could she be brought to the dormitory by Luo Yu? Fortunately, he arrived just in time, otherwise, they might have been cooking rice together. The Su family is also a prestigious household in the Dragon Kingdom, and if this news were to leak, it would severely tarnish the family's reputation. I am, Luo Yu replied, simultaneously shielding his sister behind him. The uninvited guest had already disrupted Luo Yu's blissful afternoon rest, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. Now, to make matters worse, he was staring at his sister. Luo Yu's fondness for this person dwindled further. Who might this be? The Su family shadow guard inquired, his expression darkening. Luo Yu had long prepared a response. She is my spirit beast in human form. Not a member of the Su family. As he spoke, Luo Qingyu promptly transformed into her lunar beast form, snuggling into Luo Yu's embrace with an innocent demeanor. She even possesses a human form. The Su family shadow guard's expression shifted dramatically, his heart filled with astonishment. No wonder this spirit beast was developed by their ancestors. It was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this lunar beast's human appearance seemed quite astute. Once the state begins mass production of lunar beasts, he would surely acquire one to grace his home. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qian, a high-ranking member of the Su family and an elite shadow ninja. You may refer to me as Master Su Qian. With an air of pride, Su Qian awaited Luo Yu's flattering words. After all, Luo Yu was merely a freshman. Albeit at the prestigious Imperial Capital University, his perspective might surpass that of his peers. Nevertheless, the elite shadow ninja remained an entity to be revered. However, Luo Yu's demeanor left him exceedingly disappointed. Upon hearing the title of shadow ninja, there was no flicker of emotion on his face. Nor did he exhibit any inclination to invite him in. This took him by surprise. Logically, for such a trivial matter, he should have sent someone to instruct Luo Yu to proactively visit the Su family for a discussion. However, now, with a mere shadow guard ninja coming to visit unannounced, why did Luo Yu not exhibit even a hint of astonishment? Luo Yu, feeling quite innocent, questioned why this uncle was unable to get to the point, speaking only halfway. Nonetheless, the mention of good news prompted Luo Yu to adopt a courteous demeanor. Master Su Qian, what a splendid name, one that conjures images of counting wealth daily. Please, do come in. Su Qian, bewildered, stepped inside. It was the first time he had ever received such flattery. Taking a seat on the sofa, Su Qian got straight to the crux of the matter. You see, following our family's internal discussions last night, many senior members believe that the Moon Beast is a legacy of the Su family as ancestors. They unanimously agree that we should reclaim all Moon Beasts from the market, particularly your divine beast. Luo Yu remained silent, quietly observing Su Qian's performance. He suspected that this so-called good news was to be taken with a grain of salt. However, I find this inappropriate. After all, we are a prestigious family. How can we simply let it go? After a lengthy discourse, they finally conceded, agreeing to offer a compensation of 5 million when reclaiming the Moon Beasts. Now, having laid the groundwork, Su Qian revealed his true intentions. Luo Yu smiled. Despite Su Qian's clever negotiation tactics, it was ultimately a clumsy imitation of a market vendor. Clearly, he aimed to drive down the price. 5 million? The second-hand pedals that the wealthy lady of the night had given him were worth far more. Moreover, his sister was priceless. He wouldn't trade her for the world. However, given that they were from the Su family, and he was a shadow guard, the reality was that he could not overpower them at the moment. At most, he could only rely on his divine might to put on a show. Otherwise, Luo Yu would have long since confined him to a dark room and forced him to write a self-criticism. Forget it. Even if you were to lay out the entire Su family fortune, I wouldn't trade. Luo Yu replied coldly. Furthermore, if one were to truly consider it, the current Su family could be regarded as descendants of the Moon Mother God's favored lineage. The Su family might have originally been servants to his sister. Were they attempting to usurp their master? Hearing this, Luo Qingyu, nestled in Luo Yu's embrace, felt a stir of emotions. Noticing this, Su Qian let out a cold laugh. If gentler tactics would not suffice, he would resort to intimidation. After all, he was a shadow guard. He was confident that this young man would relent under pressure. Just as Su Qian was about to take action, Luo Yu sensed the shift in his aura. This heralds the onset of action. Thus, Luo Yu swiftly shifted his demeanor, suggesting that we retreat indoors to deliberate. As he spoke, he lifted Luo Qingyu and returned to the bedroom. Su Qian let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging the young man's perceptiveness. After all, he had arrived at Luo Yu's dormitory in a most legitimate manner. The surveillance outside was undoubtedly monitoring their every move. Should the University of the Imperial Capital insist on pursuing this matter, he might find himself cast aside by the family head, sacrificed to placate the institution, becoming nothing more than a pawn. If such a scenario were to unfold, he would indeed be reduced to a mere jester. Hence, it was imperative to resolve the situation amicably. Wait, why has that young man's presence vanished? Su Qian's heightened awareness, akin to that of a shadow guardian, quickly sensed something amiss. Activating his Byakugan, he scanned the vicinity, yet found no trace of anyone. Puzzled, Su Qian pondered. Could Luo Yu possess the ability to traverse space like the flying thunder god? That seemed improbable. The complexity of mastering such a technique is beyond even the capabilities of many shadow-level experts. What audacity does this fellow possess? Never mind. Perhaps it is best to depart for now. After all, Luo Yu is bound to remain here. Just as I contemplated leaving the dormitory, the bedroom door swung open. Alongside Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu stood an elderly man with striking white hair, exuding an imposing aura befitting a shadow-level expert, his expression dark and unfriendly. He appeared to be a guardian demanding justice for a child wronged at home. Principal Yu, what brings you here? Su Qian managed a nervous smile, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his legs trembling. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, they have even summoned Yu Bai. Even for the flying thunder god, this level of skill is extraordinary. Chapter 127. The Su family delivery. Su Qian stood frozen, dumbstruck. He had intended to make a discreet exit, but upon entering alone with a rabbit, he now found himself accompanied by a formidable shadow-level powerhouse. Is this reasonable? Moreover, this individual is renowned in the ninja world, having repeatedly achieved remarkable feats for the Kingdom of Dragons during the Beast Wars, standing at the pinnacle of shadow-level prowess. The number of shadow-level beasts that have fallen to the hands of Yu Bai is beyond counting, earning him the illustrious title of Silver Dragon. The head of the Su family is merely at the first tier of shadow level, although both belong to the same echelon should a confrontation arise. Yu Bai could easily overpower 3 Su Yefings. Of course, the Su family does have other elder members who can exchange a few blows with Yu Bai. However, the position of the clan leader is appointed by these elders. Yet, behind Yu Bai stands the Imperial University, which is supported by the entire Ninja Association and the Kingdom of Dragons. If matters escalate to that point, there would be no need for Su Yefing to intervene. Those elders would sacrifice him to quell the conflict. While shadow-level ninjas may appear glamorous, they can be mere tools to be sacrificed in the face of threats to their family's survival. Senior Yu, you are here as well. Please, have a seat. Su Qian said with an awkward smile, rising involuntarily, his words laced with respect. Yu Bai took his seat, a slight frown crossing his brow. I have heard that you intend to take away Luo Yu's moonbeast. This is the consensus of the other high-ranking members of the Su family, but I personally vehemently oppose it. In the face of the strong man's inquiry, Su Qian decisively chose to distance himself, throwing his allies under the bus to safeguard his own interests. He then turned to Luo Yu with a cheerful demeanor. Since you, young friend Luo Yu, do not agree, I shall convey your sentiments. I hope you will not take offense. With those words, he stood to leave this contentious place. However, Yu, being quite astute, would not let him off so easily. Wait, since this is the consensus of the other high-ranking members of the Su family, please provide me with their names. I would like to have a heart-to-heart discussion with them, Yu said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Luo Yu unlock his space-time abilities with the kaleidoscope, and before he could revel in that joy, he was informed of the Su family's demands for a quasi-divine beast. Luo Yu is a key focus of cultivation for the Imperial University, and his quasi-divine beast is of great concern to the institution's interests. The Su family has always acted with arrogance, favoring coercive tactics. Now they dare to offend even the Imperial University. If he did not take action now, who knows what further troubles may arise. Simultaneously, this serves as a warning to other factions considering targeting Luo Yu. The Imperial University is his most formidable support. Anyone wishing to harm him must first contend with this barrier. This is not quite appropriate. Su Qian stammered momentarily, at a loss for words. If he were to produce such a list, and you followed up by seeking out each individual, revealing the list would surely earn him the ire of those high-ranking members of the Su family. It would be better for him to shoulder the burden himself. After all, He has not committed any egregious acts, and his conversation with Luo Yu is quite diplomatic. Principal Yu would not be so unreasonable as to persist in his grievances. There is no valid ground for complaint. It seems you have acted on your own accord, and now wish to shift the blame onto others. Principal Yu let out a cold snort, his fingers weaving blue chakra that coalesced into 5 characters, striking Su Qian's abdomen. The immense force propelled Su Qian away in an instant, and simultaneously, a 5-element seal emerged upon his stomach. It was indeed a 5-element seal. Lying on the floor, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that the chakra within him had been completely sealed. This passage describes the growth of Jiraiya's successor to a level where he can execute the 3-star sealing technique, capable of restraining the flow of the target's chakra. From the results observed, Principal Yu's elemental sealing technique demonstrates at least a high level of mastery. Even though some elders within the clan may possess knowledge of elemental sealing, their proficiency falls short of such a high standard, making it difficult to dismantle. After all, this is a 5-element seal personally imposed by the Silver Dragon. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, who is merely a spectator, feels an overwhelming sense of security. Is this the joy of having a transcendent presence within the team? Merely standing by and offering a supportive gaze, the shadowy elite has already been manipulated at will. Together with Principal Yu, they effortlessly crush the shadow ninjas. Principal Yu, what do you mean by this? Although you represent the prestigious Imperial Capital University, my Su family is not to be trifled with. Su Qian felt a flicker of indignation. However, the next words from Principal Yu rendered him speechless. Not convinced. Very well. I shall personally escort you to inquire with Su Yifeng and uncover the truth of the matter. It is evident that Principal Yu is well aware of the unreliability of the Su family's upper echelons. A single statement silenced Su Qian. After all, Su Yifeng had declared intentions to invest a fortune in acquiring a quasi-divine beast. If word of his attempt to undervalue it at 5 million were to reach Su Yifeng's ears, he would surely invoke a curse, punishing him with the mark of the cage bird. Moreover, his reputation within the Su family would plummet to unfathomable depths. Principal Yu spoke solemnly. Since you have acknowledged your error, perhaps you might express your stance. I apologize, young friend Luo Yu. It was my demeanor that was inappropriate, and my voice too loud. Su Qian wore a pleading expression, desperately hoping to avoid escalating the situation to Su Yifeng. Deep down, he harbored a profound disdain for Luo Yu. How could he, a dignified shadow ninja, bow his head in apology to a mere junior? This must not be divulged. It is a profound disgrace. Meanwhile, Luo Yu is reveling in his triumph. Previously, he harbored doubts about whether he could withstand a few exchanges with the ninja sect. Yet now he has even subdued the Shadow Guard. The sense of having backing is exhilarating. In future conflicts, he can simply declare, "My principal is the Silver Dragon," and await apologies with ease. However, it is not ideal to burden the elder with every matter. Upon reflection, it appears that the principal's assistance is merely a consumable resource. As for Su Qian, he cannot be overlooked. Just moments ago, he was contemplating a suppression of ranks, and now, under counterpressure, has he chosen to concede? Luo Yu offered a slight smile and remarked, "Master Su, I am not one to hold grudges without reason. When your demeanor shifted earlier, I thought you might resort to force, which indeed startled me. I hope you could generously compensate me, just a token gesture. It would be fortuitous, as I am in need of materials for the Uchiha fire array, and Su Qian can conveniently deliver them to my doorstep. Is there such a matter?" Principal Yu's expression darkened, and the aura of a shadow-level expert swiftly enveloped the scene. Luo Yu is now a key student at the school. If he cannot ensure the safety of his students, then perhaps he should resign from his position. Feeling the pressure of the shadow-level might, Su Qian gasped and replied, "Yes. My young friend, feel free to express your demands." Luo Yu smiled. "First, provide me with a 3-star fire resource." The crux of the matter was that he could not ascertain what materials would be required after the Uchiha fire array reached level 2. Thus, he wished to sample the waters before committing to further resources. Unbeknownst to him, Principal Yu sighed inwardly. What a loss. Luo Yu remained too naive. While he might value 3-star resources immensely, to the Shadow Guard, they were hardly more rare than candy. At that moment, Su Qian appeared troubled, yet was internally reveling in delight. It seemed that Luo Yu genuinely lacked understanding. Indeed, one's background often dictates their perspective. Luo Yu, hailing from humble origins, possessed a rather limited vision. Very well. Su Qian feigned reluctance as he extracted a vibrant red crystal brimming with fire elements from his scroll. Chapter 128. The foundation of the Shadow Guard Ninja. Last night, Luo Yu perused resource catalogs online and familiarized himself with numerous fire-based resources. He immediately recognized that what Su Qian held was a 3-star fire resource, the Flame Demon Crystal Core. This was a fragment shed by an Inferno Demon of the Ninja sect upon its transformation into a shadow-level Inferno Demon, and it was a piece of its essence. Its rarity was comparable to that of the Divine Spirit Essence. Luo Yu promptly condensed his chakra to envelop his palm, and then grasped the searing Flame Demon Crystal Core. He pretended to place it into the scroll, effectively consuming it. The Flame Demon Crystal Core vanished without a trace, and neither Principal Yu nor Su Qian detected anything amiss. Uchiha Fire Array Level 1. Instantly, a more comprehensive method of casting the fire array surged into Luo Yu's mind. With improved techniques, both the range and intensity of the fire array saw significant enhancement. I shall not intrude any longer, Su Qian stated as he prepared to depart this contentious place. Pondering how he would explain matters to Su Yefeng, Luo Yu was taken aback, thinking, what are you contemplating? You are, after all, a shadow guard. How could a single Flame Demon Crystal Core suffice for your release? Su Qian was startled. Why did you not say so earlier? You have caused me unnecessary joy. Is this some sort of game with me? Principal Yu exhibited an expression of a teachable soul, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, it was inconceivable that Luo Yu would pass up such an opportunity to seize resources. Luo Yu cast a glance at the system panel. Good gracious. The next level of the Fire Flame Array demanded a staggering 10 Inferno Demon Crystals. The material cost had surged tenfold, while the effectiveness would only enhance by 2 or 3 times at most. What a loss. Fortunately, Su Qian was there to cushion the blow. Let us proceed with this. If I receive 10 3-star fire resources and 1 4-star fire resource, I shall acknowledge your sincerity. Luo Yu began to anticipate the requirements. The materials needed subsequently would likely include 1 4-star fire resource and 10 4-star fire resources, deducing the sequence meticulously. It was a gamble worth taking. If fortune did not favor him, he could always hand them over to a fae and see if he could absorb resources beyond the plant category. Though, it would undoubtedly be a challenge. Upon hearing of the 4-star resources, Su Qian's expression soured, as if he were experiencing a pang of regret. If the 3-star resources were akin to mere candies for him, then the 4-star resources were as precious as a beloved parent. Despite only a single star's difference, the disparity was profoundly stark. Luo Yu donned a benevolent smile, understanding that it would be best for the head of the Su family to arbitrate this matter. Please no, Su Qian exclaimed, squeezing out a few reluctant tears as he reluctantly produced the resources. Various 3-star fire resources, along with the fire dragon pearls born from the failed breakthroughs of shadow-level fire dragons. Even many shadow-level ninjas relied on the essence contained within the fire dragon pearls to elevate their fire release proficiency. Principal Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that this lad's demands were indeed exorbitant. The 4-star resources were something he himself hesitated to part with for Luo Yu. The Flame Dragon Pearl, which Su Qian had likely accumulated over several years without daring to use, ultimately fell into the hands of Luo Yu at a bargain. At that moment, with a flick of his small hand, a multitude of materials vanished before him. The Uchiha Fire Formation's level increased by 1. Luo Yu focused his gaze and realized he had indeed guessed correctly. The system's upgrade mechanism was, as expected, firmly grasped by him. Subsequently, the Flame Dragon Pearl also dissipated from sight. The Uchiha Fire Formation's level rose by another notch. With an influx of esoteric knowledge, Luo Yu gained a profound understanding of the Fire Formation. At its perfected level, the Fire Formation not only boasted an expansive range, but also significantly enhanced the potency of its flames. Most importantly, armed with an array of techniques, Luo Yu could even manipulate the fierce flames within the formation to launch proactive assaults, achieving a balance between offense and defense. In the original narrative, even the Eight Tails held a certain trepidation towards the ferocity of the Fire Formation. Should those flames become aggressive, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Satisfied, Luo Yu regarded Su Qian with the gentle gaze of a father, saying, I am not one to harbor grudges. You may leave now, and I shan't keep you for dinner. Su Qian's lips twitched. Today he felt as though Luo Yu had mercilessly flayed him to the bone. This pestilence. In the future, nightmares may haunt me, filled with the maniacal laughter of Luo Yu. He then turned his gaze towards Principal Yu, asking, Can the seal within me be lifted now? Certainly. Principal Yu replied, a warm smile gracing his features. Given that the other party had invested significantly in nurturing students, it was only right for him to respond with kindness. Before long, as the 5-element seal was lifted, Su Qian hastily departed from this place of discord. "Do visit often," Luo Yu exclaimed, enthusiastically waving from the doorway. He had just cast a glance, confirming that the 5th-level fire array indeed required 10 4-star fire resources. If the Su family could come to him for more encounters, it would be assuredly advantageous. Subsequently, Luo Yu expressed his gratitude for Principal Yu's assistance. "It's a small matter. The Imperial Capital University will always be your steadfast ally." "The Su family has been restless for quite some time," Principal Yu remarked, his tone laced with indignation. "The students from the Su family often flaunt their talents at school. It was fortuitous that you encountered this today. Had it been another student suffering injustice, I would have intervened regardless." Principal Yu promptly declined Luo Yu's invitation to dinner, stating, "I have arranged to meet with some female ninjas for academic exchange, hence I shall not intrude further." Luo Yu smiled knowingly, replying, "Allow me to escort you then." As he finished speaking, a surge of energy welled within his right eye, and in an instant, a vortex enveloped them, drawing both into the realm of divine might. On the coast of the imperial capital, near a luxurious yacht, Luo Yu and Principal Yu emerged from the whirlpool, landing in the water. The three of them were drenched, yet managed to float to the surface by harnessing their chakra. This ability is quite practical, though its precision leaves something to be desired, Luo Yu admitted sheepishly. "Your ability is simply extraordinary. Even if one were to offend a super shadow, a retreat into the realm of divine might ensure safety. Remarkably, you can choose to emerge at any location." Principal Yu remarked, his attention entirely captivated by Luo Yu's remarkable talent. At that moment, on the opulent yacht, several alluring beauties in swimsuits beckoned to him. "Lord Silver Dragon, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. You must indulge in a few more drinks with us later." "Well, I shall make my way over now," Principal Yu coughed lightly, a look of embarrassment on his face as he approached the yacht. Luo Yu was left speechless. Is this the academic exchange conference? A social gathering? It is said that inheritors are subtly influenced by fragments of memories from the ninja legacy. Initially, he expressed skepticism upon witnessing the private interests of the affluent knight lady. However, he has come to believe in this notion. Nonetheless, Kakashi himself possesses a commendable habit of reading. This aligns with the perspective of Ye Rinbo. These individuals truly excel at emulating the negative while neglecting the positive. "Xiaoyu, you must not succumb to their bad influence." Witnessing Principal Yu's interests, Luo Qingyu felt a surge of concern for Luo Yu. "Absolutely," Luo Yu fervently vowed. Next time, without fail. In the corridor of the Su family estate, Su Yifeng was currently listening to Su Qian's report. "Not selling? This young man dares to disregard the Su family's reputation?" Su Yifeng's expression darkened. Su Qian quickly sought to clarify. After all, he was a student of the Imperial Capital University, and the institution would not wish for that moon beast to fall into our family's hands. Naturally, he refrained from reporting the truth and instead aimed to avoid any conflict between the Su family and the Imperial Capital University. Su Yifeng was further perplexed. After all, honor was also a key focus of cultivation at the Imperial University. This shouldn't be the case. Chapter 129. A Fei is the divine beast of wealth. Another week has passed. Through the persistent consumption of the slippery radish, Luo Qingyu made considerable progress in her attributes. Stamina, 3200. Chakra, 3623. Not only does this meet the criteria for a Jonin, but it is also remarkably close to the foundational value of 4000 required for a second-tier Jonin, as long as she maintains a commendable dietary habit. Nurturing her sister to reach the third tier of Jonin within a semester should pose no challenge. As for the ninja sect, relying solely on the most inexpensive slippery radish, it may take an entire year to achieve that. After all, the minimum standard for the ninja sect requires foundational values to reach 15,000. How many radishes must one consume? Perhaps it is wiser to rely on more precious resources. Moreover, after countless days of diligent practice, Luo Qingyu has achieved remarkable proficiency in soft fist. She has made further strides towards mastering the 80 divine void strike. Meanwhile, on Fei's side, Luo Yu is not idling away either. Before ascending to the rank of Jonin, Luo Yu intends to refrain from venturing into the secret realms to accumulate attribute points. Instead, she will utilize this newfound time to explore the effective application of Fei's devouring talent, pairing it with formidable skills. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, after the special class concluded, Luo Yu made his way to the botanical cultivation facility within the prestigious Imperial Capital University to select suitable prey for a fey. Within the facility, the cultivated flora was not merely ordinary plants for aesthetic admiration. Rather, they were spiritual herbs that could serve as resources for cultivation. Among them were treasures like reishi mushrooms and ginseng, all available in abundance. As Luo Yu stepped into the main hall of the botanical cultivation facility, a graceful female receptionist promptly greeted him. "May I assist you?" As their conversation began, the receptionist's attention was drawn to Luo Yu's handsome visage, causing her to tremble slightly. "Are you the renowned Luo Yu, the contract queen of the Moon Beast?" Indeed. Luo Yu had gained significant fame following the viral video of Luo Qingyu defeating the Wild Thunder Kirin. Presently, he was quite the sensation, or more accurately, his extraordinary Moon Beast was. Not only had it intimidated the Wild Thunder Kirin into submission with a mere glance, but its proud demeanor and commanding behavior had garnered attention far beyond the borders of the nation. What appeared to be an innocuous and adorable rabbit displayed an unexpected personality, exhibiting strength that was astonishingly formidable. It was hardly surprising that such a phenomenon would capture public interest. After viewing the video, numerous netizens expressed their bewilderment, questioning why the little Kirin deserved a reward. "Stop stepping on it. Step on me instead." This left Luo Yu utterly perplexed at the time. Are the netizens so relentless that even rabbits are not spared? Meanwhile, the training ground in the community where Luo Qingyu practices martial arts has become a sacred spot for countless visitors. The once leisurely Mr. Li has suddenly found his workload multiplied. Frightened, Luo Yu has chosen to keep a low profile, often refraining from holding her sister when going out. Instead, she allows her sister to stay in the community to practice and calls upon her with spiritual techniques when needed. Indeed, it is I, Luo Yu, who reluctantly admits this. The female receptionist immediately casts an admiring gaze in her direction. Most of the staff at the plant cultivation pavilion are students from the Imperial Capital University, members of the Botanical Society. This senior is quite curious about the mysterious newcomer who has contracted with a quasi-divine beast. If possible, she wishes to explore this matter further. If she could establish a connection with him and gain insights into contracting high-quality spiritual beasts, it would be an incredible opportunity. "Will there be any discounts if I purchase spiritual plants from you?" Luo Yu innocently inquires. "That is absolutely impossible," the Botanical Society senior responds candidly. "However, I do hold some influence within the pavilion and can take you to the cultivation site for an on-site visit. Typically, students are limited to viewing images and a few samples within the pavilion, and to conduct an on-site visit, additional credits must be paid." Luo Yu considers this an advantageous offer and nods in agreement. Under the senior's guidance, Luo Yu arrives at the high-tech greenhouse for cultivating spiritual plants. 1-star and 2-star spiritual plant resources are lined up in rows, resembling large cabbages. She also observes many high-star spiritual plants being produced, including the 9,000-year-old king of Ganoderma and the fruit of the world tree. Even botanical spiritual beasts are present, such as the wise ancient tree that bears wisdom fruits and the flower queen that produces abundant nectar. Both of these are of royal caliber, representing the pinnacle of the ninja sect's prowess. Not only are they themselves spirit plants, but they also produce spirit plants. The resources they generate made Luo Yu's mouth water. Just inhaling a single breath of the ethereal aura that permeates these high-star spirit plants made him feel a subtle enhancement to his physique. Upon glancing at the system panel, Luo Yu was astounded. His chakra had surged by over 30 points. If he were to bring his sister along, merely catching a whiff would yield substantial gains. A fey was indeed fortunate. Contemplating this, Luo Yu inquired with a senior from the Plant Society about the pricing of these high-star resources. The senior smiled and replied, "Today is a special promotion. 3-star resources range from 10,000 to 30,000, while the 4-star world tree fruits are the epitome of value. They are available for a mere 980,000 credits." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was taken aback. It turned out that a fey was the true cash-spending divine beast, whereas his sister, who could effortlessly grow stronger, was undoubtedly a champion of the common folk. He realized that he had previously been navice. Suddenly, he found the sour resin of the slippery radish to be quite impressive. If it came to that, he could always wait until his strength increased and capture a ninja sect-level spirit beast to feed to a fey. This would not only save credits, but also ensure that the awakened skills would surpass those of these spirit plants. With that thought, he made his exit. However, he couldn't resist the persistent charm of the senior and added her WeChat. Subsequently, He wandered aimlessly in the center of the campus square. He observed numerous seniors clad in striking attire, holding signs to recruit for their clubs. After all, nearly a month had passed since the new semester began, and many freshmen were still without clubs. Noticing this, Luo Yu was struck with inspiration. Since high-star spirit plants could fetch such high credits, it indicated that capable students were able to accumulate such credits. Otherwise, why would they be on display? Merely for admiration? Yet, as a freshman, the avenues for earning credits were limited, with the majority stemming from club activities. Being a solitary individual without a club made these high-star spirit plants seem prohibitively expensive. If he could find a club that allowed him to earn credits, his situation would vastly improve. Thus, Luo Yu surveyed his surroundings and chose a suitable club, the Sports Society. His close friend, Bai Siyu, served as the president of this club. This arrangement allows him to indulge in leisure at any time. Of course, it ultimately depends on whether he has accumulated sufficient credits. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu approached the two seniors responsible for recruitment in the sports club. Hello. I am interested in joining the sports club and would like to inquire about any credit rewards you might offer. Luo Yu wore a facade of innocence. The burly senior shrugged helplessly, stating, if your goal is to earn credits, I advise against coming here. Why? Luo Yu, feeling rebellious, had initially planned to observe for a while. The senior's words only fueled his desire to join. A senior nearby, possessing a well-defined physique, explained, the competition for credits in our club is quite fierce. As a newcomer like you want to be able to accumulate many credits in your first semester. Credits are irrelevant. What matters is experiencing the joy of sports, Luo Yu replied confidently, adding, furthermore, I have faith in my abilities. Observing Luo Yu's determination, the burly senior scoffed, naive. I remember when I was a freshman, I was equally oblivious to the challenges ahead. It is not as simple as you think. Our club requires daily participation in intense physical training, and the distribution of credits is entirely dependent on your progress in the 8 gates of Dojo. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Since neglecting the collection of ninja fragments, his progress in the 8 gates had stagnated at the 5th gate, with no advancement whatsoever. Can this help me earn credits? Chapter 130, by Siyu. Basic skills must not be underestimated. So, you all joined the sports club with the intention of mastering the 8 gates of Dojo, inquired Luo Yu with curiosity. The robust senior, with a righteous demeanor, declared that was merely a supplementary aspect. The primary motivation was a passion for sports. The crux is that after engaging in intense physical activities, not only will one's abilities see remarkable enhancement, but one's physique will also receive significant accolades. Approaching senior sisters and junior brothers will certainly become more confident as well. Luo Yu chuckled, realizing that everyone shared a love for physical activity. In truth, I too have been practicing the 8 gates of Dojo, but I have been remiss in my training due to recent professional commitments. Despite the passage of time, I have yet to enter the Jing Gate. The Jing Gate? The seniors were taken aback. Isn't that the 6th gate? What a joke. Even someone as talented in physical arts as President Bai has been stuck at the threshold of the Jing Gate for over a semester. Is this newcomer also attempting to breach the Gate of Spectacle? It seems they have been making a dash since the very first gate. The senior with a graceful physique, clad in a breezy athletic ensemble, smiled faintly, remarking that the junior certainly has a knack for humor. So, how many gates can you open now? The burly senior interjected. Formally introducing, this is our club president's classmate, Jie, the vice president of the Athletic Society, a third-year student. She is also an exceptional practitioner of physical arts, having already mastered the 8 gates to the 3rd gate, consistently holding the top position on the club's leaderboard. Most of the academic credits within the club have been claimed by her. He then patted his chest, adding, as for me, I'm merely an inconspicuous second-year student in the physical arts department, Zhu, the future successor to the presidency. Currently, I can only unlock the 2nd gate, the rest gate. However, by next semester, I should be able to challenge the 3rd gate. After the introduction, he turned to Luo Yu and cautioned, so please refrain from making any indiscreet remarks in our presence. We are all devoted followers of the 8 gates, and we can discern such things. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, upon hearing Zhu describe himself with the rather ostentatious term inconspicuous, which is typically reserved for protagonists, he had assumed Zhu was a formidable practitioner of the 8 gates. But is this all? A mere water bottle at a discount. Even the vice president has only unlocked 3 gates. It appears that aside from Senior Bai, There is not a single capable individual in this athletic society. Luo Yu felt a wave of disappointment, as the pursuit of academic credits posed no challenge whatsoever. How could he possibly find the motivation to actively pursue the mastery of the 8 gates? Nevertheless, Senior He's remarks about the future successor to the club president were not mere exaggerations. A year hence, the third-year seniors would enter their internship phase, relinquishing their positions within the club to the juniors, thus ensuring a lineage of leadership. Viewed from this perspective, commencing the mastery of the open gate in the second year could be considered commendable. However, to compare oneself to a prodigy like Senior Bai in physical techniques is rather futile. The sports club might very well face decline. It was only through this contrast that one could truly appreciate the remarkable capabilities of Senior Bai, who single-handedly upheld the entire club. Since the goal was to break through to the view gate, I, of course, had to temporarily seal my own path. After a moment of reflection, Luo Yu spoke candidly. Seal my path? Isn't that the 5th gate? Hiju was momentarily taken aback, and then his mind quickly dismissed the absurdity of such a notion. Are you serious? To be on par with Senior Bai? You must be jesting. The newcomers this year certainly possessed a sense of humor, eliciting laughter from Rinjie, who then shook her head gravely. Not to mention, the president only managed to intensify her training regimen in her second year, achieving a breakthrough right before finals. You've only been in your first year for less than a month. How could that be feasible? In the eyes of those specialized in physical techniques, Bai Mingyao was akin to a deity. After all, physical techniques differed significantly from other ninjutsu. Advancement required more than mere self-realization and refinement of skills. It demanded relentless and arduous training day in and day out to truly enhance one's physical prowess. Bai Mingyao's fervor for high-intensity training had led them to question whether their president was indeed a prodigy. Yet, it was precisely this innate talent coupled with a passion for hard work that had earned her their admiration. Now, a newcomer emerged, claiming to possess greater talent than the president herself. How could they possibly accept this? It has been less than a month since the commencement of our city's exchange meeting. And just a few days prior, I embarked on my journey to master the 8 gates of deception. At that time, it was still Senior Sister Bai who personally guided me through the intricacies of the craft. Rinjie and Hiju were left in utter disbelief. In other words, this fellow has ascended from a novice in the 8 gates to unlocking the door of Do in merely 2 months. Isn't this utterly absurd? Although his expression appears innocent and unassuming, it is hard to believe the exaggerated claims he makes. Your situation is truly peculiar. It seems that the talent of a shadow-level ninja reaches its limits here. Rinjie sighed, contemplating. Since Ming Yao is familiar with you, I shall make a call to verify this matter. With that, she retrieved her phone to initiate a video call. Meanwhile, Hiju remained skeptical, saying, "Come on. Just admit you're joking. Continuing this charade is becoming rather tedious." Luo Yu calmly patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. The allure of Senior Sister Bai lies in her unwavering belief that hard work can triumph over talent. Is that not why you all admire her?" Hiju felt a flush of embarrassment. While her charisma was indeed a factor, it was primarily her striking beauty and toned physique that left him, a mere junior, at a loss. During their conversation, Rinjie successfully connected with Bai Mingyao's phone. Breathless, Bai Mingyao's voice came through. "Xiao Jie, how are the new recruitments going?" On the video call, it was evident that Bai Mingyao was still jogging on the school playground after answering the call. This can indeed prevent many misunderstandings. It so happens that we have encountered a new student whom you have taught the 8 doors of Duanjia. As she spoke, she turned to Luo Yu and inquired, "What is your name again?" "Luo Yu," he replied calmly. "Luo Yu? That voice, it truly is you." On the other end of the phone, Bai Mingyao's expression brightened, and she unconsciously halted her run. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow with a towel draped over her shoulder, she chuckled lightly. "You little lazy cat. What made you think of our sports club?" Luo Yu replied earnestly. "Life has become rather monotonous. I yearn to experience the joy of youth." Bai Mingyao giggled. "I suspect you're more interested in the credits our club offers." Having interacted with Luo Yu on several occasions, she had already discerned his inherently lazy nature. Luo Yu was rendered speechless. Upon witnessing that Luo Yu indeed knew the club president, Hiju's heart sank halfway. There was still a glimmer of hope, for knowing someone does not entirely preclude the possibility of Luo Yu boasting. Rinjie interjected at the opportune moment. "President, Luo Yu claims he has already cultivated the 8 doors of Duanjia to the level of Du Men." Bai Mingyao's pupils dilated in surprise, though not overwhelmingly so. "The 5th door. She recalled their last meeting when he was still at the fourth door, and now, just a few days into the new semester. You truly are impressive, Luo Yu. Had he Zhu or Rin Jie reached the fourth door of the injury gate, she would have displayed signs of astonishment. Yet, with Luo Yu, she had developed a certain immunity. Even if he were to reach the Jing Men the very next day, Bai Mingyao believed it would elicit little more than a mild reaction from her. She had long ceased to regard Luo Yu as an ordinary person. Chapter 131, The Stirring Shadows. Oh, it is all thanks to your excellent teaching, senior. Luo Yu replied with a polite smile. Don't you dare place such labels on me. I merely guided you through the basics. The subsequent understanding is all your own doing. Besides, your rate of progress far surpasses mine in my youth. Are you certain you're not mocking me? Bai Mingyao teased with a smirk. Her accustomed response left Rin Jie and he Zhu utterly bewildered. These words imply that Luo Yu has indeed unlocked the door of Du yet. How can the president appear so unperturbed by such a significant development? President, should we authenticate Junior Luo? Rin Jie inquired, as it pertains to the distribution of credits. Bai Mingyao chuckled lightly, suggesting they allow him to demonstrate his abilities. Otherwise, the sudden allocation of numerous credits to a new member would undoubtedly stir discontent among the other members. Furthermore, Luo Yu is an SSR among this year's freshmen. With his joining, it is imperative that he not be outpaced by others. With him, our club's competitive activities against other clubs will be assured. Rin Jie and he Zhu remained skeptical. Could a newcomer truly hold such importance? However, the president's lack of surprise at him unlocking the door of Du might indicate that he indeed possesses exceptional talent. Enough talk. I must focus on training to unlock the door of Jing soon, aiming to elevate the Might Guy legacy to a purple rank. Perhaps, riding on the momentum of this elevation, I can break through to the ninja sect. This year's competition is intense. Several top-tier students have already joined the ninja sect. Without it, claiming victory in this semester's campus tournament would be nearly impossible. You should both put in your best effort. With that, Bai Mingyao ended the call. Rin Jie and he Zhu exchanged glances. How about you register first, and then we head to the training ground to verify the 8 gates? He Zhu suggested, grappling with doubts about his own convictions. Could it be that Luo Yu is indeed a prodigious talent that hard work cannot surpass? No, I will not give up until I witness it with my own eyes. Rin Jie, feeling a sense of urgency, proposed. Why don't we go to the training ground for authentication right now? If the situation proves true, you shall receive the credits for this month. Bai Mingyao's ambiguous attitude further piqued Rin Jie's curiosity. Could this newcomer truly be so extraordinary? Soon, the three of them arrived at the training ground in the East Campus. 3 minutes later, they witnessed Luo Yu entering the state of the door of Du, demonstrating remarkable speed and strength that approached the ninja sect. He Zhu was left disheartened. His belief in Bai Mingyao's principles had shattered. Previously, he had confidence in surpassing those talented ninjas with 100-fold effort. Yet, those who were deemed gifted paled in comparison to Luo Yu, evoking laughter at their mediocrity. In the face of absolute talent, effort seemed utterly futile. He resolved to accept this reality. Beside him, Rin Jie supported her forehead, struggling to absorb the shock of this revelation. Just moments ago, she had been proud of her ability to unlock the 3rd gate, only to be outdone by a newcomer. Newcomers were indeed a different breed. To have cultivated to the door of Du so swiftly, he must have endured rigorous training. He Zhu thought perhaps he could still salvage his pride. What if Luo Yu trained for 26 hours a day, pushing himself to the limit, to achieve such results? Not at all. I never engage in training. I simply venture into the secret realms to casually hunt some exotic beasts, and that is how I achieve enlightenment, replied Luo Yu candidly, omitting a myriad of inconsequential details. However, this remark proved to be the final straw that broke He Zhu's resolve. He became instantly petrified, frozen in place as memories flooded back of a time when he had boasted to Luo Yu about having unlocked 2 doors. Now, in his stony silence, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed overstepped his bounds. Beside him, Rin Jie was equally disheartened. She had previously contemplated that once Luo Yu joined their club, she would advise him that even with talent, one must not neglect training. Yet here was Luo Yu, effortlessly surpassing them with minimal effort. Who could withstand such a disparity? No wonder the president had dubbed him Lazy Cat Luo Yu, and had insisted that she must not let him off the hook. Once Luo Yu activated the Du Men, his strength approached that of the ninja sect. While he might not yet rival the current members of the ninja sect, with the recent integration of the Might Guys legacy by their president, their athletic club possessed the potential to contend for a spot among the top 10 clubs. With this thought in mind, Renjia's gaze toward Luo Yu ignited with renewed fervor. Behold the treasure boy. I shall promptly transfer the credits to your account. First, let us discuss the monthly rewards. Each month, excluding the president, the member with the highest proficiency in the 8 gates of Duanjia will be honored as the most diligent student of the month and will receive a reward of 3,000 credits. In the event of a tie in proficiency, a friendly match will be organized. Given the potential mismatch in participants for a duel, the friendly competition will take the form of a marathon. With the arrival of Luo Yu, the elite members are spared the monthly marathon. Although there are still a few days until the end of the selection period, in a bid to express sincerity in retaining Luo Yu and considering Renjia's confidence, it is indeed improbable for other members to surpass Luo Yu. Otherwise, she would resort to unconventional means of sustenance. Therefore, the monthly reward is disbursed in advance. 3,000 credits. Such a substantial amount. Upon checking the credits received on his phone, Luo Yu was so overwhelmed that he nearly shed a few tears. This amounts to a staggering 3,000 credits each month. Over the course of a semester, that could suffice to procure 2 premium resources from Samsung. Typically, such elite resources are reserved for the most accomplished individuals, yet it is evident that the University of the Imperial Capital boasts an abundance of resources. As long as students possess the requisite talent, they may even enjoy benefits akin to those granted to masters. However, Renjia feels a pang of regret. Prior to Luo Yu's arrival, she was the sole recipient of these monthly rewards, a routine she had grown accustomed to. The sudden shift leaves her with a sense of defeat, as if she is incurring a loss of 3,000 credits each month. Nevertheless, with Luo Yu's inclusion, the strength of their club has increased, and they are bound to garner even more credits in due course. A mere 3,000 credits is insignificant. The primary issue had been the club's prior weakness. If they truly possessed strength, who would choose to join a sports club in the dead of night? Outside the city of the imperial capital lies a desolate and uninhabited area of toxic marshlands. In this place, highly toxic upper ninja-level beasts abound. Engaging in combat with these venomous creatures poses a considerable risk. Even the slightest scratch could prove fatal, making them significantly more challenging to confront than ordinary beasts. Hence, upper ninjas are generally reluctant to venture here unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the ninja clans capable of dominating this area are disinclined to explore due to the meager spoils of their hunts. Recently, rumors have surfaced regarding the settlement of a shadow guard-grade venomous dragon, which has further deterred visitors from the toxic marshes. Previously, the ninja clans occasionally traversed this region, but now they deliberately avoid it. Consequently, this toxic marsh has transformed into a haven for underground organizations to rendezvous and conduct trade. Tonight, an Umbu ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask stealthily arrived in the toxic marsh under the cover of darkness. Suddenly, a colossal white dragon emerged from the depths of the marsh, gazing down at the Umbu ninja. Had anyone been present, they would undoubtedly recognize this dragon as a high-ranking member of the Ninja Scientific Research Association, often representing the organization and implicated in numerous malevolent incidents worldwide. Not just in the land of dragons. The Ninja Scientific Research Association refers to it as Lord Serpent, rumored to be a subject of one of their experiments. Possessing shadow-level strength with untold potential, many shadow-level powerhouses have fallen victim to its machinations. Have you brought what I requested? The white dragon inquired thoughtfully. The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, I was intercepted while attempting to steal the original documents. However, I managed to memorize the content. This is sufficient. Lord Serpent replied, its eyes gleaming with intensity as it suddenly opened its cavernous maw and devoured the Umbu ninja whole. The Umbu ninja, caught off guard, was instantly disintegrated within the belly of Lord Serpent. Nevertheless, his memories were absorbed through cellular genetics, surfacing in the mind of the dragon. The scene shifted to the Umbu archives, where the Umbu ninja unfurled a confidential scroll detailing all that transpired within the Moon Beast Temple. These are precisely the intelligence that Lord Orochimaru commanded the undercover agents of the Dark Faction to procure. The ancient moon worship cult, the beguiling magic ring. The origins of the Byakugan and Sharingan clans trace back to the moon worshippers. As for the reasons behind the eventual demise of the moon worshippers, it lies in the thinning of their bloodline, leading their descendants to regress into the Hyuga and Uchiha lineages. The Dark Faction is also under investigation. How astonishing! Lord Orochi flicked his tongue, his gaze ignited with excitement. Furthermore, The scroll documented members of the Dark Faction who bore the code name of Emptiness. Through their possession of the Divine Card Legacy, they collaborated with the preparatory member, Luo Yu, to conjure forth Susanoo, thereby laying a foundation for various scientific theories. In that fleeting moment, the Great Serpent Lord felt a surge of intrigue. It was the kaleidoscope that wielded the power of space. Little did he expect that one day, that singular eye could pair with other inheritors and unleash Susanoo. The tale behind it is truly captivating. What wonders might unfold if this pair of kaleidoscopes were cultivated to their utmost potential? Sated, the Serpent Lord let out a contented belch and retreated into the toxic swamp. Since joining the sports club, Luo Yu's life had taken on a newfound regularity. Each day, upon completing his classes, he would engage in activities with the club, undergoing rigorous training. After all, idleness was not an option. On days when he lacked the motivation to attend, Luo Yu would send a shadow clone to train in his stead while he rested at home. Upon dispelling the shadow clone, not only would fatigue and memories return, but so too would the physical changes wrought by training. After a fortnight of disciplined living, even without relying on the system, Luo Yu had made considerable strides in his stamina. His progress was reflected in a more balanced skill panel. Subtle transformations manifested in his physique, becoming notably more robust. With muscle definition becoming apparent, it was undeniable that the high-intensity training of the sports club bore remarkable fruit. His stamina had improved, and at school, the likelihood of girls stealing glances at him had significantly increased. Initially, it was merely his handsome features that attracted attention. Now, with a perfected physique, who could resist? Upon returning home, Luo Qingyu often found herself blushing, stealing glances at her increasingly perfect brother, knowing that the benefits would ultimately be hers to enjoy. Another delightful Saturday dawned. Early in the morning, Luo Yu rose, as he was expected to train with the sports club over the weekend. After all, in the entire school, the sports club was the most competitive. However, the previous day, he had taken a day off from Bai Siyu. This weekend, he planned to engage in intensive training with his sister in a premium training room at school. They intended to train vigorously for an entire day. The premium training room charged 150 credits per hour, and one could hardly exaggerate the expense involved. Yet, the benefits were equally substantial. The training rooms at Imperial Capital University were designed by world-renowned shadow-level masters and esteemed global researchers. The environment was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. 1 hour spent within was worth a week of training outside. Not only did it enhance chakra and stamina, but it also provided additional cultivation functions. For those seeking to comprehend ninjutsu and elevate their proficiency, the training room offered a remarkably efficient experience. This is also the reason why, for centuries, the exceptionally talented graduates of prestigious schools have become increasingly numerous with each passing cohort. As technology advances, the strength of ninjas will only continue to grow. Naturally, it is this elite group of exceptionally gifted individuals who will reap the benefits of cutting-edge technological advancements. After all, ordinary students cannot afford such exorbitant expenses. Even Luo Yu hesitated for quite some time before deciding to pay this hefty tuition. These credits, originally intended for purchasing spirit plants for a fae, must now be postponed. Naturally, it is imperative to utilize the credits wisely. Luo Yu planned to take advantage of the weekend to thoroughly train his sister. He aimed to enhance the proficiency of her two offensive ninjutsu techniques, soft fist and needle earth concealment. Unlike a fae, for some inexplicable reason, her skills cannot be upgraded through the system. Therefore, it is necessary to spend the credits solely on renting a training room. Sister, are you ready? Let us set off quickly. Saturdays tend to be crowded, and if we delay, we may find no rooms available. No need to bring swimwear, as we are not heading to practice water release. The swimming pool area is unnecessary. And skip the makeup. Once we start training, it will all be rendered futile by sweat, especially since you've transformed into a moon beast, your skin now fairer than any cosmetics could achieve. Luo Yu urged Lu Qingyu, who was preparing in her bedroom, to hasten their departure. At that moment, his phone rang. Luo Yu, there are tens of thousands of credits reserved for you. Hurry up. Bai Mingyu's voice echoed. Luo Yu was taken aback. Such a substantial amount of credits could almost suffice to purchase spiritual plants for Ah Fei. However, he hesitated. As today was meant to be a world shared solely with his sister, it would be prudent to first inquire about the situation. What is the sudden influx of credits about? Bai Mingyu replied, the Investigation Society, those arrogant Byakugan ninjas, want to challenge us. The Investigation Society, as its name suggests, is a club dedicated to the study of reconnaissance ninjutsu. The Su family possesses the most effective reconnaissance techniques, particularly the Byakugan. Consequently, the Investigation Society at the Imperial Capital University is predominantly controlled by students from the Su family. Moreover, due to their familial ties, the Investigation Society enjoys abundant resources, rendering it significantly stronger than the Sports Society, and they rank quite high within the university. Nevertheless, members of the Sports Society have trained extensively in the 8 gates of Duinjia, making their actual capabilities far superior to what is outwardly apparent. Even if they cannot surpass the Investigation Society, they still possess the strength to put up a fight. Of course, this assessment does not consider Luo Yu an unpredictable variable. Is this related to Suing? Luo Yu furrowed his brows slightly. He already harbored little fondness for the Su family, and after Su Qian's demand regarding his sister, his impression of them had plummeted. Even without the credits, he felt compelled to teach the Su family a lesson. Indeed, Bai Mingyao nodded. The Investigation Society has issued a stern warning. If we do not expel Su Ying from our club, they will render us a defunct society. Render us defunct? Is such a thing even possible? Luo Yu questioned, perplexed. Bai Mingyao explained gravely. According to school regulations, clubs are permitted to engage in interclub battles once a week. The losing party must pay a substantial amount of credits to the winning club. If we lose even once each week, the credits allocated to our club by the school will all be claimed by the Investigation Society. Without the incentive of credits, we cannot recruit new members, and existing members will inevitably withdraw from the club. Should our membership dwindle below a certain threshold, the school will disband our society. Luo Yu nodded in understanding, as he too had been compelled to join the Sports Society for the sake of credits. Moreover, those ordinary students, lacking access to the various activities and credits provided by their clubs, would soon find themselves overtaken by members of other societies. It was akin to the elite training room he intended to visit today, even with similar talents. A mere 2 additional hours of training each week could lead to a vast disparity in strength over the span of several years. The Investigation Society is quite arrogant. Luo Yu remarked with a faint smile. It is time for the entire school to recognize that the Sports Society is the foremost club at the Imperial University. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao felt a surge of confidence. Let us make our youth magnificent once more. She finally grasped the sensation that Bai Huichang had experienced upon discovering Luo Yu's potential. Whoever possesses Luo Yu possesses the world. Chapter 133. A full house at the Imperial Capital University, within the exclusive battleground for club competitions. News of the upcoming match between the Sports Society and the Reconnaissance Society spread like wildfire. Numerous students flocked to witness the spectacle, filling the surrounding audience to capacity. Typically, even a club battle would not attract such a throng of spectators. However, the Reconnaissance Society, being ranked among the top 5 clubs in the institution, piqued considerable interest from other societies. Particularly, those clubs also positioned high in the rankings sent their presidents to attend in person. Should the Reconnaissance Society unveil more of their strategies during this contest, those observing would stand to gain valuable insights. In the subsequent semester's club ranking battles, they could then make informed adjustments based on the configurations of the Reconnaissance Society. This concerns a vast accumulation of credits related to the ranking battles and the interests of all members of the society. Regrettably, the opposing force is an obscure sports club, likely unable to yield much of value against the Scouting Society. Within the expansive confines of Imperial Capital University, there are hundreds of clubs that are well known. The sports club? Could it be that group of physical training students who usually prepare for marathons and triathlons? The prominent clubs truly have little interest in understanding them. However, it is certain that the sports club will likely be overwhelmed. Initially, half of the members of the Scouting Society held disdain, which effectively restrained the physical ninjas. It can be said that the sports club is not favored in any regard. As for the ordinary students watching the spectacle, they are drawn by the intricate relationships of the Su family. They have also heard of this club battle, wherein members of the Su family aim to ostracize the traitorous Su Ying from Imperial Capital University. Su Ying, having acquired a legendary moon beast at the Moon Beast Temple, may not rival Luo Yu as quasi-divine beast, but the disparity should not be significant. Consequently, at least 1/3 of the audience is present to witness the adorable creature. Soon, led by Bai Mingyao, the members of the sports club, exuding formidable presence, walked from the left lounge toward the center of the arena. Where's Luo Yu? Bai Mingyao glanced at the time on her phone, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Without Luo Yu, she truly hesitated to claim her club would triumph. After all, A high-ranking society signifies not only immense strength, but also greater credits, which can be invested in cultivation. Although they do engage in intense training and possess the advantage of the 8 gates technique, many members of the scouting society, being from the Su family, undoubtedly have access to exceptional spirit beasts. Apart from Su Ying, they lack formidable spirit beasts of their own. Nevertheless, I am sufficient. There is no need to rely on Luo Yu. Beside her, Su Ying smiled confidently. Ever since inheriting the bloodline legacy of the Su family ancestors, she has mastered the Byakugan and gained the ability to exert pressure. Moreover, her chakra and physical training speed have accelerated dramatically, akin to an enhancement. She has already reached the 2nd tier of the Chunin rank. During this period, Luo Yu had been rather lackadaisical. It is conservatively estimated that she may have caught up with, or even surpassed, Luo Yu. However, her own rabbit was somewhat disappointing, exhibiting a lack of training efficiency. It was only after Luo Yu shared the technique of exchanging credits earned from the sports club for Lu radishes that she realized the potential of this method. Through a rigorous regimen of training, she compelled her rabbit to barely reach the 1st tier of a Jonin. As she spoke, Luo Yu had already arrived. Wearing an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for being late. I spent some time coaxing our little rabbit. I had initially planned to accompany her today." The rabbit seemed slightly miffed. Upon hearing this, the boys from the sports club exchanged knowing smiles. Being men, they understood. After all, it was merely a matter of strict management of the beast, nothing to be ashamed of. Through these days of interaction, Luo Yu had bonded well with the members of the sports club. They had also come to learn about her moon beast transforming into a mature lady. Consequently, the members who once scoffed at relying on spirit beasts began to envy Luo Yu. This is hardly a contract with a summoned beast. It is akin to binding oneself to a girlfriend. In the future, they too will conjure a summoned beast, not assessing its combat prowess, but solely its appearance in human form. The sports club is filled with laughter and joy, devoid of any pressure. In contrast, members of the reconnaissance club emerging from the adjacent lounge appear somewhat displeased. This disregards the clubs that were not included on the list. Once the competition begins, we shall see how you can still manage to smile. At that moment, a man clad in a black suit, sporting a small mustache, approached. He was the referee responsible for the club battles. Clearing his throat, he announced that the leaders of both clubs should step forward to jointly determine the competition format. Naturally, Bai Mengyao from the sports club took a step forward and stood before the mustached man. From the reconnaissance club emerged a man with white hair tied back, his eyes an unsettling shade of pale. Luo Yu inquired whether this individual was indeed the leader of the reconnaissance club. He sought to ascertain the opponent's strength, reasoning that if he was the president, his prowess would likely be formidable. A successful victory could yield a substantial amount of credits. The more credits one amassed, the more high-ranking spiritual plants one could select. He had already resolved to choose a skill for a fey that boasted significant functionality, as the team was not lacking in offensive capabilities. In the future, as the elder Otsutsuki blossomed, one could only imagine the divine skills in store. Would they truly lack output with the ability to execute a 100% kill on the Grey Bones? It was better to continue allowing a fey to focus on functionality. Vice President Ren Jie, noticing Luo Yu's curiosity, explained, Su Chiyue, a junior and elite of the Su family. It is said that he has been challenging the Ninjutsu sect recently, and only Mengyao, who has unlocked the door, can compete with him. You mustn't go and throw yourself away. Luo Yu silently resolved that he would make an example of him shortly. President Bai, as long as you agree to have Su Ying withdraw from the club, we will not make things difficult for the members of the sports club. Do you truly wish for the sports club to be disbanded? In the center of the arena, Su Chiyue let out a cold laugh. Bai Mengyao remained unfazed, stating, Our club will not abandon any of our comrades. And disbanded? Do you possess that kind of strength? Just because of the rankings? Do you believe you can bully the weak? It is time to showcase the true strength of our sports club to the entire school. Her words immediately sparked a heated discussion among the audience. Did this imply that the sports club had its own trump card? Nonsense. It was merely bravado before the match. The more aggressive the words, the more likely one was to be beaten. On paper, the reconnaissance club overwhelmingly outmatched the sports club. If an upset were to occur, it would be utterly delightful. The president of the sports club ought to sacrifice Su Ying. Now it seemed that they had truly provoked the reconnaissance club and risked disbandment. The school system was flawed. It appeared that clubs with higher rankings could easily manipulate those below them. Whoever they wished to eliminate could be eliminated. It was merely a different form of elimination, primarily aimed at encouraging students to strive for improvement. Su Qiuyue wore a look of regret. Did he still not comprehend his predicament? Very well, I shall make you see the disparity between our clubs. Behind him, a chorus of club members echoed, disbanded, disbanded. The members of the sports club gritted their teeth in frustration. Su Ying clenched her fists tightly, her brows furrowed. Thank you all for standing with me. No, I have long found the Su family intolerable. They flaunt their family background in school, arrogant and disrespectful. Exactly. Seizing this opportunity, I shall personally attend to their repairs. Chapter 134, The Big Shot Arrives. Luo Yu approached Su Ying with a smile. Ms. Su, the Su family is, after all, your own kin. Yet it has been rendered chaotic by the upper echelons. When you ascend to prominence one day, be sure to discipline them properly. His intention was straightforward. The Su family might very well be his sister's private possession. This necessitates the reliable members of the Su family to take charge and diligently assist in managing the family affairs. Su Ying is indeed a fitting choice. Not only does she harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the conservative faction of the Su family, but she also maintains a favorable relationship with Luo Yu. Luo Yu has a preliminary plan to elevate Su Ying to a position of power, thereby purging the internal ranks. Simultaneously, it is imperative to uphold the doctrines of the Six Paths and the true Lord of Manifestation, while diligently safeguarding the Mother Goddess of the Moon. This also represents the final wish of the esteemed ancestor of the Su family. Naturally, this notion may be somewhat premature. The Su family is home to several shadow-level elders who covertly wield substantial influence over its affairs. Should the planning commence, one must first attain the shadow level. You are correct. I shall return to the Su family and personally dismantle that decayed familial hierarchy. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Ying's eyes. In the past, such thoughts would have merely lingered in her imagination. However, with the legendary moon beast and the legacy of the Su family's ancestor at her disposal, she now possesses the confidence to ascend to that level. Be sure to call upon me when the time comes, Luo Yu replied with enthusiasm. Su Ying paused momentarily, her heart warmed by his heartfelt words, feeling a touch of emotion. Such a perilous endeavor, yet he proactively offered his assistance. This friend is truly worthy of deepening our bond. Hold on, could it be that he has developed feelings for me? While Su Ying was lost in her musings, Xiao Huzi and the two presidents finalized the team battle format. After deliberation, the representatives of both sides agreed to adopt the Heavenly Guardian mode for this club war. As the competition commenced, both teams would vie for control of 5 platforms. Each member aiming to occupy or challenge a platform would wager 1,000 credits. The challenge platform's champion would also stake 1,000 credits. The losing side would forfeit their eligibility to participate further and surrender their credits to the victor. The winner would then continue to defend their platform or could choose to relinquish it and compete as a challenger instead. This process would persist until neither side could present any challengers. Ultimately, the team that controls the most platforms would emerge victorious. For each platform controlled by the winning club, they would garner 150,000 credits, which would be allocated internally. Furthermore, half of the credits awarded to the victor would be covered by the school, with the other half borne by the defeated side. As the rules were announced, the audience, eager to witness the unfolding drama, was filled with fervor. What an exhilarating heavenly platform battle. The stakes are soaring. A guaranteed minimum of 450,000 club credits, half of which would be paid by the loser. Under immense pressure, the rewards could escalate to a staggering 750,000 credits. A loss would mean laboring in obscurity, while a victory would usher in prestige. Should the sports club falter, the members would not even need to leave voluntarily, for they would face expulsion from the school due to their inability to pay the credits. Of course, should an upset occur, the intelligence club could afford the cost, but it would still incur significant damage. Following a decline in status, many non-core members from the Su family would likely depart. They are predominantly third-year students, at the pinnacle of their strength, and joining a higher-ranked club would certainly garner attention. Who would endure hardships alongside the young scions of the Su family? However, the likelihood of the sports club triumphing over the intelligence club is exceedingly slim. What is happening? Why are the stakes so high this time? On the intelligence club's side, a male member frowned in displeasure. He was Vice President Wang Xiang, who had already been opposed to the entire club risking their future for the trivial matters concerning the Su family. Su Qiuyue's unilateral decision to wager the fate of the entire club without consulting the higher-ups further fueled his discontent. Other non-Su members also displayed considerable dissatisfaction. The Intelligence Club's growth had been a collective effort, and they had all contributed significantly. Unperturbed, Su Chiyue retorted, "If we lose, you may say whatever you wish. Just my presence alone is sufficient to secure a platform. You are aware of our strength. We will undoubtedly dominate all 5 platforms." She continued, "What I have proposed is merely to secure greater benefits for the club. How dare you question me right away?" Other members of the Su family echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, Brother Chiyue is formidable. The recent maneuvers of the Sports Association have left me in admiration. I acknowledge Yezi's exceptional negotiation skills. Soon, we shall witness the Sports Association's lament." Wang Xiang finds himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Chiyue revels in her success, oblivious to the source of Bai's unwarranted confidence, as he boldly raises the stakes to the highest level. Perhaps he is aware that we have set our sights on dismantling the association. Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Wang Xiang sighs softly, hoping this is indeed the case. Bai Mengyao, however, is not as simple-minded as Su Chiyue. Her audacity in this grand gamble fills him with a sense of unease. On the side of the Sports Association, upon hearing the rules, morale has plummeted. They truly cannot afford to lose. Su Ying, who had previously been eager to showcase her talents, now wavers in confidence. Should the Sports Association be dismantled, the weight of guilt would surely crush her. Only Luo Yu stands by, weeping with joy. With such a multitude of credits, acquiring a 4-star spirit plant for Ah Fei poses no significant issue. Ah Fei is indeed fortunate. The Ah Fei, transformed into a sparrow in his pocket, remarked, "What did you say a few weeks ago?" Renjia pulled Bai Mengyao aside and discreetly inquired, "Mengyao, what is the situation? If it were anyone else, I would suspect they had taken money from the Su family. This operation is utterly surreal." Bai Mengyao, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "It has been nearly a month since I last witnessed Luo Yu in action. Given this fellow's meteoric rise in strength, I would not be surprised if he has reached the level of a minor ninja clan." Luo Yu, eavesdropping nearby, felt his face flush with embarrassment. "I regret to disappoint you. During this period, he has primarily focused on nurturing his spirit beasts, and his own foundation remains at the 2nd level of a Nin. However, defeating a minor ninja clan should pose little difficulty." Soon, both combatants stood ready for battle. The bearded referee swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the ground. This triggered a mysterious mechanism, transforming the arena into the heavenly arena mode. The expansive area, equivalent to 5 football fields, promptly separated into 5 distinct zones, elegantly suspended in the air. The spectators in the front rows, situated at a lower elevation, began to grumble. They had initially believed they had chosen advantageous positions, only to find that the elevated arena obscured their view entirely. The referee, standing atop a block of earth, flew to the central height of the 5 arenas. "Let the match commence." With these words, Luo Yu leaped into action. Defeating an opponent would yield 1,000 credits, and he intended to secure a prime position early on to gather more. The crowd swiftly moved towards the arena. However, an inherent barrier activated upon the arrival of the 2 competitors, isolating the rest. Even Luo Yu found himself unable to enter, left to watch the fierce confrontation unfold from afar, standing idly as the opportunity for 1,000 credits slipped away. What a loss. As the match began, only lesser contenders entered the fray, resulting in a tense standoff. Both sides, composed of elite members, regarded one another with caution. Fish against fish, shrimp against shrimp, turtles against tortoises. Masters could not afford to strike recklessly. After all, they held little regard for the paltry 1,000 credits, with the exception of the thrifty and prudent Luo Yu. Chapter 135. The Dual Heroes of the Sports Society. As the arena battles commenced, the Sports Society leveraged their robust physiques and the enhanced stamina afforded by the 8 gates, overpowering the members of the Reconnaissance Society. Almost all 5 arenas were dominated by the Sports Society, much to the astonishment of the audience. There was hope. Brothers, could it be? It appeared the Sports Society had secretly trained in the 8 gates. What a surprise. I've wagered all my credits on the Sports Society. However, the truly skilled upperclassmen understood that the situation was far from straightforward. Among the spectators, a red-haired youth smiled knowingly. Naive. The Reconnaissance Society's genuinely formidable members have yet to take the stage. Moreover, those who have employed the 8 doors of Duanjiao will find it impossible to reopen them for a considerable duration. resulting in minimal harm inflicted upon subsequent adversaries before hastily departing. Upon uttering these words, the gaze of those around him coalesced towards him. This is Li Yanlong, the president of the Fire Release Society. Due to his mastery of fire release techniques, he frequently receives personal instruction from the esteemed dean of the Fire Release Department. As a direct disciple of the shadow-level dean, he benefits from focused training, complemented by his exceptional talent. Consequently, he ascended to the status of a ninja sect by his third year. Under his leadership, the Fire Release Society has transformed from the brink of dissolution into one of the top 3 organizations within the entire school. During this recent club battle, even he was taken aback. As anticipated by Li Yanlong, the subsequent developments unfolded accordingly. With the continuous addition of members from the Reconnaissance Club, the sports club was utterly overwhelmed. All 5 stages fell into disarray. The crux of the matter was that the Reconnaissance Club, being a larger organization, boasted more than double the number of members compared to the sports club. Moreover, the members of the sports club, despite their mastery of the 8 gates technique, had not honed their skills sufficiently, resulting in poor endurance. Although they initially dominated the first match, they soon displayed signs of fatigue once the 8 gates technique was lifted. There was no need for further contests. They were rendered incapable of continuing the fight. In a matter of moments, only a handful of elite members from the sports club remained eligible to compete, while the rest were entirely eliminated. Hiju, among those eliminated, collapsed to the ground in despair. They had given their all, yet the disparity was insurmountable. The expressions of the other members mirrored his dismay. Were they truly destined to be reduced to a useless club? The shame was unbearable. More importantly, they longed to engage in activities alongside their fellow club members. Observing that their opponents had dwindled in number while their own side held a significant advantage, the Reconnaissance Club began to feel a sense of arrogance. How could the Flying Dragon Riders possibly lose? This was a predicament of their own making. They had brazenly proposed such a daunting wager, only to end up with a mere 9/10 of a water bottle? It appeared that my intervention was entirely unnecessary. Victory was easily attained. The initial plan to expel Suing had inadvertently led to the downfall of the entire club, a blunder of epic proportions. Classic, invincible for the first 10 minutes, only to wilt as time elapsed. Once again, they had managed to secure a wave of credits, proving the comforts of being part of a large organization. Listening to the jibes from their opponents, the members of the sports club found themselves in a position of silent suffering. No amount of words could salvage their loss. At that moment, Su Ying and Luo Yu finally commenced their assault. The young man had indeed contracted a quasi-divine beast, proving to be an adversary even the Thunder Kirin of Jun Xinhe could not contend with. On the side of the Intelligence Society, Wang Xiang offered a reminder. Su Qiuyue remained unconvinced, asserting that 2/3 of their members were elite upper ninjas, capable of overwhelming him by sheer numbers. Wang Xiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. A faint smile graced Su Qiuyue's lips, for the crux lay with Su Ying. Whoever could force her to withdraw from the Imperial Capital University would be handsomely rewarded by the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family present were invigorated, brimming with anticipation at the prospect of overcoming Su Ying. This task has been assigned to them by the upper echelons of the family. Only by devising ways to create difficulties for Su Ying, ultimately leading to her expulsion from the Imperial Capital University, does the Su family stand a chance to truly act against her. The current targeting, in essence, merely constitutes a legitimate competition among students. The Imperial Capital University typically encourages such rivalry and finds it challenging to intervene in this matter. The vice president, remaining in their midst, is also privy to these undercurrents and cannot help but reflect how tragic it is for kin to turn against one another so hastily. In the arena, the third-tier elite of the Su family faces Su Ying, unable to escape the oppressive gaze of the Byakugan. He is struck down from the platform by her series of gentle punches. Is this the sensation of overpowering one's opponent across levels? Su Ying gazes at her hands in disbelief. A third-tier Byakugan ninja, without the enhancement of bloodline, would not necessarily succumb to her second-tier strength. Yet now, she can effortlessly manipulate the opponent's movements through the Byakugan, exercising complete control. This is the power of the strong. With effortless ease, they effortlessly vanquished the elite shinobi of the Su clan. In an instant, a ripple of surprise spread through the audience. The Su family has encountered a setback. The 8 gates technique may merely serve as amusement. To truly challenge the Byakugan-wielding ninja, one must reckon with the Su clan. The ability exhibited is akin to that of the moon beast, suggesting that Su Ying has indeed stumbled upon a remarkable fortuity at the Moon Beast Temple. Discovering the proper way to harness the Byakugan, the Su family faces a grave loss. Rather than cherishing such an extraordinary talent, they have cast her out. In school, they even incited the younger generation to ostracize her. Several leaders of prominent clubs have begun to regard Su Ying with newfound interest. The Byakugan's novel capabilities? It seems that not only the Moon Beast can wield such power. Su Ying undoubtedly has a promising future. Should we invite Su Ying to join their society? As for the Su family, that's another matter. In this day and age, to ascend to the position of a major club president, one must undoubtedly possess a formidable backing. Meanwhile, Su Qiuye's expression darkened as he continued. That immobilization ability must surely deplete one's ocular power. Much like the 8 gates of Duanjia, it is ill-suited for prolonged combat. His logical and well-founded analysis reignited the confidence of the members of the investigation club, the Su family. Driven by the promise of substantial rewards, they pressed forward one after another. Half an hour later, the ranks of the investigation club had been significantly thinned, just like the sports club, leaving only a handful of elite members who had yet to engage, retaining their eligibility for the competition. Su Ying stood atop the arena like a sovereign, gazing down with pride upon the numerous investigation club members who lay incapacitated and lamenting their fate below. Several medical ninjas rushed to the scene, employing their healing techniques to assist the fallen. The sensation of possessing such formidable power is utterly exhilarating. Naturally, Luo Yu has also been achieving victory after victory. The audience is continuously filled with cheers and applause. Below the stage, among the members receiving treatment, at least half owe their condition to his prowess. Faced with these ordinary upper ninjas, there is no need to summon his sister. He effortlessly employs a few high-level ninjutsu. The Byakugan users are utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Those who have engaged with Su Ying have merely sustained superficial injuries. Luo Yu's repertoire consists of fire and lightning techniques. After their encounters, the members of the reconnaissance club emerge with sun-kissed skin, exuding the delectable aroma of barbecued meat. They are utterly defeated, astonished by the rapid shift in circumstances. Initially, the club held a significant advantage, and they had already begun celebrating with champagne. Yet, upon the entrance of Luo Yu and Su Ying, the situation has drastically transformed. Despite all being upper ninjas, most cannot endure more than 2 exchanges against these two. Is the disparity between the elite members of the sports club and the ordinary members truly so vast? Su Qiuye, who had been indifferent moments ago, now wears a furious expression. Not a single capable fighter among them. Together, they are unable to even handle a traitor. They cannot even deal with a newcomer. They will all be awaiting an apology to the clan elders. Chapter 136. The Resurgence of Fire Release Glory. Uchiha Fire Flame Array. The audience has already been captivated by the unexpectedly impressive performance of Luo Yu and Su Ying, particularly Luo Yu. Before the match commenced, many believed that apart from possessing a remarkable summoning beast, Luo Yu was merely an above-average newcomer with no real advantage over the seasoned students. It was anticipated that he would rely on the powerful Moon Beast for a couple of rounds before being swiftly eliminated. However, Luo Yu's display has far exceeded expectations. He did not depend on the Moon Beast at all. Instead, he effortlessly defeated numerous second-year and even third-year students solely through his various high-level ninjutsu. Among them, some have even reached the 3rd tier of upper ninjas, a realm far beyond that of the 2nd tier. Yet, they could only passively defend against the bombardment of Luo Yu's ninjutsu. After several rounds of assault, even the 3rd-tier upper ninjas could not withstand the onslaught. They had no choice but to regretfully withdraw. What astonished those present was that despite Luo Yu's extravagant expenditure of chakra in unleashing such a barrage, he still had not depleted his chakra reserves. Could it be that his extraordinary comprehension of ninjutsu enables him to minimize chakra consumption to the greatest extent? Even the typically proud Li Yanlong could not help but cast a surprised glance at Luo Yu. Such an abundance of high-level fire techniques. He is the most talented fire release master I have encountered. Perhaps he falls slightly short compared to me. However, he is not solely focused on fire release. He has also demonstrated proficiency in wood release, water release, and lightning release, each at a remarkably high level, including several high-star ninjutsu. If he were to dedicate himself entirely to mastering fire release, channeling his talent towards it, he might very well surpass me in his mastery of fire techniques. Upon hearing Li Yanlong's high praise, those around him were incredulous. Typically, he maintained a composed demeanor, but when the conversation turned to fire release, he transformed into a figure of remarkable arrogance. In his mind, his comprehension of fire release approached that of certain master-level practitioners dedicated to this art. He regarded himself as the unequivocal sovereign of the fire domain. However, it was astonishing that he chose to commend Luo Yu. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. On the sidelines, the previously disheartened members of the sports club, rejuvenated by the splendid performances of Luo Yu and Su Ying, were now brimming with vitality. They had not realized that their club housed these two hidden masters. It turned out that these individuals could exhibit such strength without resorting to the 8 gates of Duanjia. Hiju could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Rinjia elaborated that it was precisely because they did not rely on the 8 gates that they could endure for so long. Should they activate the 8 gates, their stamina would deplete exponentially, rendering them incapable of sustaining their performance. Ultimately, while the 8 gates are indeed a miraculous technique in one-on-one combat, such a platform battle posed significant challenges for those unable to maintain their stamina. Nevertheless, this was an unavoidable circumstance. We had become too reliant on the 8 gates in our regular practice. Without them, securing even a single victory might prove impossible. On the reconnaissance side, Tsuchiya could no longer contain her impatience. Although there were several peak jonin in their club, it was evident that they would struggle against the dual champions of the sports club. They could no longer afford to conceal their true capabilities for the sake of rankings. A defeat in this club battle would severely deplete their morale, making competition with other major clubs virtually impossible. Old Wang, you take on Luo Yu. I shall confront the formidable Su Ying. As her words fell, Tsuchiya unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra, appearing instantaneously on Su Ying's arena. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon sensing this overwhelming aura. The ninja sect. Tsuchiya had indeed broken through. With Luo Yu and Su Ying displaying such prowess, the prospect of an upset seemed increasingly unlikely. Indeed, the disparity between a jonin and a ninja sect member was substantial, with only the 8 gates capable of bridging such a gap. Yet, Su Ying had only recently joined the sports club. It was improbable that she had mastered the 8 gates so swiftly. In the glaring seats of the audience, the leaders of several major clubs, who had previously exhibited a relaxed demeanor, now wore grave expressions. They had concealed their strength quite well. Fortunately, the sports club exceeded expectations. It had compelled Tsuchiya to reveal her true potential. Had she kept it hidden until the club rankings, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, Wang Xiang reluctantly approached Luo Yu's arena. Your winning streak ends here. As he spoke, the formidable power of his superior ninja prowess erupted fiercely. It was evident that his chakra reserves were 1.5 times that of an ordinary 3rd-tier superior ninja, bringing him perilously close to the level of the ninja clan. The onlookers pondered how long Luo Yu had been worn down by the wheel battle, his chakra nearly depleted, while Wang Xiang, having conserved his energy for so long, seemed poised for a protracted confrontation. However, Luo Yu had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle. With remarkable speed, he formed intricate hand seals and then channeled his fire-release chakra into the ground. A vast inferno surged upward, coalescing into a fiery barrier that encircled Wang Xiang. Water release, water barrier. Wang Xiang swiftly countered, conjuring a towering wall of water in an attempt to shield himself from all incoming ninjutsu. In the back row of the audience, a graceful senior with flowing hair narrowed her eyes slightly. The magnitude of this display suggested that Wang Xiang had mastered the water barrier to a remarkable degree. Even Luo Yu's fire release, no matter how impressive, would struggle against such elemental opposition. The spectators nodded in agreement, recognizing her insights. She was Luo Yu, the president of the Tianhai Society, an organization dedicated to the study of water release, diametrically opposed to the Fire Release Society. Much like Li Yanlong, the president of the Fire Release Society, Luo Yu was a prodigy with exceptional mastery of water techniques and a favored student of the Academy's water release department. Hence, her words carried significant weight. A few seats away, Li Yanlong gazed in astonishment at the fiery barrier. The situation was far from straightforward, if he was not mistaken. This barrier was likely a secret fire technique of the Uchiha clan. At one time, Principal Yu had personally borrowed the scroll containing this technique from the Jun family on his behalf, only to be rebuffed. He had long awaited the opportunity to witness this technique, only to find it in the hands of this young man, and it appeared to be executed with remarkable proficiency. At that moment, Li Yanlong resembled a child enviously eyeing a coveted treat, utterly captivated by the Uchiha's flaming barrier. On the arena, Luo Yu formed seals once more. and the fiery barrier, crafted from the inferno, began to shrink, relentlessly pressing toward Wang Xiang. The seemingly indomitable water barrier, upon contact with the advancing fire barrier, instantly evaporated into a cloud of steam. In the next instant, the water barrier collapsed entirely, and Wang Xiang immediately felt the searing heat encroaching upon him. The audience was left utterly astounded. Even the perfected water barrier crumbled before the intensity of the fire barrier, unable to mount any form of resistance. Was it truly water that extinguished fire? It appeared to be fire overpowering water. The prodigious talent of Luo Yu in fire release had achieved a reversal of elemental dominance. Many felt their fundamental understanding of the elements being thoroughly challenged. Luo Yu rose in disbelief, her eyes wide as she observed the dissipating water barrier. When had their water techniques fallen to the point of being countered by fire? Moreover, the practitioner was of a lower rank. Chapter 137, Crisis. The power of the Ning sect's suppression has been previously discussed. Truly formidable fire techniques cannot be subdued by water techniques, Li Yanlong declared with an air of pride. In recent years, during the club battles, the Fire Release Society has been consistently suppressed by the Tianhai Society. Today, we can finally hold our heads high. Luo Yu, feeling dissatisfied, remarked, "Come on, it's evident that Luo Yu possesses a stronger talent for fire release than you. Every time we duel, you find yourself being ground into the earth by my water release." The proud Li Yanlong, unable to maintain his composure, retorted stubbornly, "When it comes to talent and fire release, Luo Yu and I are truly evenly matched. If the Jun family had been willing to teach me that technique, I would have made you call me father long ago." Seeing Li Yanlong flustered, Liu could not help but chuckle softly. "You can keep insisting. It's apparent to any discerning eye that, in terms of fire release alone, Luo Yu is indeed more gifted than you. Let's not forget, you are the key focus of the fire release director's training, while he is merely a commoner freshman. And yet, you take pride in being his equal?" With her words, Li Yanlong fell silent. Speaking of which, how did this commoner Luo Yu learn the Uchiha secret arts? Could it be that he possesses the bloodline of the Jun family and has awakened the Uchiha legacy? Goodness, if he carries the Uchiha secret arts, he must possess an orange-level inheritance. Could he be the legendary Uchiha Madara? If that were the case, it would not be surprising that his talent for fire release is so exceptional. I concede, forced to yield under the searing heat that nearly suffocated him. Yet unable to break through the barrier, Wang Xiang had no choice but to admit defeat. He was utterly dejected. Su Chiyue claimed that Su Ying was stronger, but it was now evident that this was not the case. Moreover, losing so decisively to a freshman was rather humiliating. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yu dispelled the barrier, securing 1,000 credits. What a delight! By now, he had amassed nearly 20,000 credits, and as the significant contributor to the club battle victory, he was sure to receive a generous share of credits. Fei was truly on the rise. That said, while the Uchiha fire flame formation was indeed powerful, it was also quite consuming. He decided to take a moment to recover his chakra. After all, during this period, it was unlikely that anyone would dare challenge him. With that thought, Luo Yu sat cross-legged, focusing intently on enhancing his bodily functions to swiftly restore his chakra. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang could only return home with a bitter expression, feeling disgruntled. This cohort of newcomers is truly remarkable. Everyone was taken aback. Is this truly the conclusion? A pinnacle of shinobi prowess, utterly subdued by a mere fire technique? How did this esteemed reconnaissance society manage to secure the 5th position in the previous semester's ranking tournament? Could it genuinely be attributed to the exceptional skill of Luo Yu? At this moment, confronted by the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the members of the reconnaissance society appeared visibly tense, wishing they could vanish from the scene. Initially anticipating an easy victory, who could have foreseen such an outcome? It appears they are the ones being mercilessly defeated. Should this persist, even if victory is ultimately attained, their faces will remain devoid of color. Why do they all gaze at me? If you possess the ability, step forward. Under the disdainful scrutiny of the members, Wang Xiang felt a surge of indignation. A creature like Luo Yu could only be subdued by the utmost prowess. It was better left to the president. As for Su Ying, it came as no surprise that she was unilaterally annihilated by Su Chiyue. Her ability to exert pressure through her disdain was woefully inadequate. Attempting to replicate Luo Qingyu's superior intimidation was nearly impossible. Su Chiyue was not as ineffectual as the little Qilin. A mere glance from her could instill fear. Su Ying summoned all her ocular might, even invoking the legendary moon beast through a spiritual summoning. Yet, under the dual pressure of their white-eyed stares. She could merely immobilize Su Qiuyue for a fleeting 3 seconds. During this period, Su Ying and the legendary Moon Beast found themselves unable to strike at their opponent. As the control of time elapsed, Su Qiuyue effortlessly broke free from the pressure, showcasing her prowess as a member of the ninja sect. Witnessing this scene, many were left perplexed. How could Su Ying's Moon Beast, a high-ranking ninja, perform so inadequately compared to Luo Yu's mid-ranking Moon Beast? Do they not comprehend the intrinsic value of a divine beast? Astonishingly, the disparity between their potential levels was so pronounced. Is it conceivable that the gap between the ninja sect and high-ranking ninjas is excessively vast? It is indeed a plausible notion. On the arena, having discerned that Su Ying posed no threat, Su Qiuyue was in no haste to conclude the battle. Instead, he approached Su Ying with a smile, taking measured steps. I shall grant you an opportunity. Unleash your hidden cards if you dare. I will ensure you understand that under the might of the ninja sect, you are rendered powerless. His intentions were clear, not merely to eliminate Su Ying, but to instill an indelible shadow in her heart through this confrontation, ultimately shattering her will. Ideally, he wished to see her become utterly despondent, leading to her expulsion from the Imperial Capital University due to academic issues. The subsequent matters would be left to the upper echelons of the family to handle. Su Ying internally lamented, realizing the vast chasm that existed between herself and the ninja sect. Prior to the confrontation, she had naively believed that, even after the enhancement of her bloodline, she would still possess the strength to contend against the ninja sect. In retrospect, her earlier confidence seemed rather foolish. However, retreat was not an option. Currently, only she and Su Ying occupied 2 of the 5 arenas. If she failed to defeat Su Qiuyue, he would undoubtedly transfer the arena to other members of the Reconnaissance Society and turn his attention to challenge Luo Yu. Should all 5 arenas be occupied, the colossal academic penalty imposed on the sports society would be insurmountable, ultimately leading to its demise. Such an occurrence was unacceptable to her. Even if she were to be defeated by Su Qiuyue, she was determined to diminish his strength to the greatest extent possible, leaving the resolution to Luo Yu, whose abilities were on par with her own. If she conceded now, the burden would shift to Luo Yu. With this in mind, the veins on Su Ying's delicate face became pronounced as several of her chakra restraints were released. A surge of power coursed through her entire being, and her formidable chakra radiated outward. The 8th gate of Duanjia, the 2nd gate, was opened. The rest gate commenced. On the floating earth block, the mustached figure glanced at the high-tech watch on his wrist. Upon activating the rest gate, Su Ying's stamina nearly doubled. She had already met the standard for a high-ranking ninja at the 3rd tier, her stamina now exceeding 8,000. In the audience, many gasped in astonishment. The foundational value for a 3rd-tier high-ranking ninja was 7,000. The 8th gate of Duanjia was indeed formidable, allowing Su Ying, a 2nd-tier high-ranking ninja, to double her stamina. However, she still fell short of the ninja clan level. It remained to be seen how much she could exhaust her opponent. Below the arena, Bai Mengyao nodded slightly, impressed that Su Ying had mastered the technique to open the rest gate in such a short time. She truly possessed remarkable talent. To unleash one's potential in dire circumstances was indeed the swiftest path to enhancement. Beside her, Ren Jie inquired, Mengyao, did you not break through the view gate yesterday, advancing to the purple tier and consequently reaching the ninja clan level? Shouldn't it be quite effortless for you to handle Su Qiuyue? Perhaps you should call that girl back. The purple tier inheritance was indeed formidable. As a fellow ninja clan member, Bai Mengyao should have no trouble overpowering Su Qiuyue. However, Bai Mengyao shook her head, stating, I simply wish to observe the limits of Su Ying and Luo Yu. Only under extreme conditions can their true potential be unleashed. Meanwhile, even after activating the rest gate, Su Ying's strength and speed were still being overwhelmed. Soon, Su Qiuyue transformed into a whirlwind of lethal rhythm, relentlessly striking Su Ying's delicate form with soft punches, sealing her chakra points. The chakra within her became chaotic, forcing her to relinquish the rest gate state. At this moment, Su Qiuyue seized Su Ying's delicate neck, gently lifting her up. This was the consequence of opposing the family. Surrender now. Chapter 138. The spirit beasts of others. Indeed, the disparity was vast. Su Ying felt despondent, fully aware that she had hardly diminished Su Qiuyue's strength. Subsequently, neither Luo Yu nor senior sister Bai stood a chance against this formidable creature. It was regrettable that the sports club had been implicated. Observing this, the onlookers revealed expressions of sympathy. Although the prowess of the sports club had been severely underestimated, The performance of the Reconnaissance Club exceeded all expectations. Who could have anticipated that Su Chiyue would break through the Shinobi sect? What a pity for the sports club. Meanwhile, the Reconnaissance Club experienced a dramatic turnaround, celebrating with champagne in the midst of the match. Wow, the roller coaster of life is truly exhilarating. Despite the tumultuous journey, accumulating credits was a notable achievement. The president had concealed his capabilities so well that even I did not foresee his breakthrough into the Shinobi sect. Now, as long as Luo Yu is dealt with, victory is assured. It is already secured. Do not be deceived by Luo Yu's earlier bravado. When faced with the Shinobi sect, he will surely falter like Su Ying. On the elevated earthen slope, stop. According to the rules, Su Ying has lost her ability to resist. Your battle concludes here, declared the man with a mustache sternly. Su Chiyue felt somewhat disheartened and casually tossed Su Ying off the stage. Then, with a swift kick, sent the plump moon beast tumbling away. TCH. I had intended for her to fully experience the harshness of reality. Below the stage, Bai Mengyao caught Su Ying securely, while Ren Jie struggled to embrace the spherical moon beast. Senior sister, I'm sorry, Su Ying murmured, her gaze distant, her words laced with regret. Bai Mengyao held her close, saying, No, you have done exceedingly well. Now, let us leave the rest to Luo Yu. Su Ying sighed softly, finding it exceedingly difficult. In the face of absolute strength, Luo Yu would also find it challenging to find his footing. On the stage, Luo Yu's chakra had fully restored, and he rose, declaring, I shall forfeit my defense of the stage. He then pointed at Su Chiyue, intently stating, I challenge the president of the Reconnaissance Club, Su Chiyue. As these words were uttered, the crowd turned their gaze towards Luo Yu, their expressions imbued with admiration. Faced with an opponent deemed insurmountable, his audacity to accept the challenge commanded respect. Those who succumb to fear might choose to remain on the platform, awaiting Su Yichio's challenge. Yet, Luo Yu, with a clear mind, proactively relinquished the platform to confront his adversary, gaining an immediate advantage in momentum. Even Su Qiuyi found herself somewhat impressed by Luo Yu's courage to directly face the situation. However, the stark disparity between the two would not be swayed merely by bravado. In the next moment, Luo Yu leaped forward, his figure appearing on the very platform where Su Qiuyi stood. A chuckle escaped her lips. Rather than retreating, she approached him with interest. Without further ado, Luo Yu began to form hand seals, fully aware that he must summon all his strength in the face of the Shinobi sect. Previously, he had the support of Teacher Ning and Yiling Bo to share the burden. Spirit summoning technique. As the incantation fell from his lips, a cloud of white mist dispersed, revealing a moon beast, proud and imposing before him. Is this the enemy your faction faces? Is this the reason for the cancellation of my arrangements? Luo Tingyu inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Qiuyi, her voice low and steady. She sensed the formidable killing intent emanating from her opponent. Luo Yu nodded slightly, acutely aware that he was up against a bona fide member of the Shinobi sect, and thus must not underestimate the situation. What of the Shinobi sect? How dare they disrupt our world of two? This is unforgivable. In a fleeting glance, Luo Qingyu's white eyes brimmed with suppressed resentment, enveloping the atmosphere in a tempestuous fury that resonated like a storm. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Su Chiyue, who, in an instant, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Beads of cold sweat erupting from his skin as he found himself firmly restrained by the might of the wide-eyed gaze. The chakra emanating from Luo Qingyu was merely at the level of a mid-tier jonin, yet as a member of the ninja clan, he was unnervingly intimidated by a jonin summoning beast, feeling as if pierced by 1,000 needles. In comparison to a certain legendary creature, Luo Yu's quasi-divine beast was of an entirely different caliber. Su Chiyue's heart raced with alarm, having effortlessly countered the legendary moon beast's ocular techniques. He had underestimated Luo Yu's beast. He allowed Luo Qingyu to exert his pressure without promptly summoning his own beast, and now he found himself incapable of resistance. Seizing the moment, Luo Yu formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the arena's floor. Flames of inferno surged around Su Chiyue, transforming into a solid, searing barrier that gradually constricted, compressing his very space for survival. Faced with the specter of death, Su Chiyue summoned all his willpower in a desperate attempt to break free from the binding of the white eyes. After 9 seconds of fierce resistance, he began to withstand the pressure, dispelling Luo Qingyu's overwhelming force. However, the dense aura of intimidation lingered. Though Su Chiyue regained mobility, His speed was severely impeded by the lingering pressure. The encroaching barrier was now perilously close to his skin. This scene caused a chill to run down the spines of all present. Both are moon beasts, both at the level of high ninjas. Yet, how is it that the queen rabbit of the Luo Yu family managed to bind Su Qiuyue for a staggering 9 seconds? While the legendary moon beast could only manage a mere 3. Even after breaking free, Su Qiuyue still appeared hindered in his movements. It must be noted that he is a member of the ninja sect. After merely a glance from the wide-eyed one, he found himself in such a state. If they were of equal standing, would it not be the case that a mere gaze from the queen rabbit could cause the target to bleed from all 7 orifices and perish on the spot? They were perplexed. Su Ying's Byakugan was already astonishing, yet this queen rabbit's Byakugan seemed even more extraordinary. Could it be that in this otherworldly realm, the Byakugan abilities of the Hyuga clan stemmed from these seemingly innocuous rabbits? In the audience, Su Ying's Byakugan widened in astonishment as she gazed at the imposing queen rabbit. Proudly lifting her head, she then cast a puzzled look at the moon beast beside her, which resembled a plump ball of flesh. Are you certain you belong to the same species? It is no wonder her moon beast is shaped like a round, chubby ball. Clearly, there are distinctions among moon beast breeds. No wonder she was subjected to such a brutal defeat. The disparity lay in the summoning beasts. Even the plump moon beast was unwilling to concede, as its master possessed the secret art of fire release. Even without the presence of that regal individual, it could still pose a threat to the ninja sect. What ninjutsu do you possess that could breach the defenses of the ninja sect? Su Qiuyue could withstand your 8 trigrams palm with his face. For your queen, it would still be a setback. Instead, it is its own inadequacies that effectively conceal Su Ying's similar shortcomings. Thus, no one should disdain another. Meanwhile, Su Qiuyue was already engulfed by the fiery barrier, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Were it not for the suppression of the Byakugan, he might have had the chance to utilize ninjutsu to break through the barrier. Alas, under the coordinated efforts of the Luo Yu siblings, this half-hearted member of the ninja sect was utterly powerless to retaliate. I concede, Su Qiuyue gasped, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Silence enveloped the arena, as if everyone were taking a moment to absorb this reality. The other members of the reconnaissance society were particularly struck, their eyes dimmed. Unwilling to accept this truth, the ninja sect had not even unleashed a single ninjutsu before its downfall. Is this reasonable? The 4 members of the investigation society occupying the arena were utterly despondent. If even the formidable President Su, who had breached the ninja sect, could be so easily defeated, what hope did they have? Soon, Luo Yu, accompanied by that rabbit, would challenge them. They certainly did not wish to experience a crushing defeat. Chapter 139, A Resounding Victory. Ingzheng manipulates the electric switch. Easily vanquished by a newcomer, Su Qiuyue descended from the arena, his countenance filled with shame as he accepted treatment from the medical ninja. Under the high-level healing arts, his burns gradually began to mend. President, we have lost, Wang Xiang declared gravely as he approached Su Qiuyue. Do not be alarmed. While I may have been somewhat careless, allowing Luo Yu to exploit an opening, at least I managed to deplete most of his chakra. Su Qiuyue maintained his composure, attempting to justify his defeat. Upon hearing this, the others cast scornful glances his way. He was simply too incompetent. It was indeed exasperating. As the president, losing to a newcomer was already a matter of disgrace, and yet he still refused to admit it. Meanwhile, Luo Yu once again abandoned his defensive stance, preparing to challenge other arenas. The remaining 3 defenders were merely peak Jonin, and it was evident that even the ninja sect could not impede the opponent. They had barely utilized much of their strength, prompting 2 of them to relinquish their positions and concede. The investigation society seemed doomed. It would be wiser to acknowledge reality and seek out another organization. With their abilities, they would surely be sought after by other major factions, becoming esteemed guests. Thus, Bai Mengyao, Ren Jie, and another member from the sports society effortlessly occupied the 3 arenas. How can you give up so easily? Clearly, Luo Yu's stamina has been nearly exhausted by the president. One remaining member of the investigation society chastised. As a member of the Su family, he felt a deep obligation to the family organization and would rather not concede unless absolutely necessary. Luo Yu, however, was disinterested in engaging further. He simply sat on the ground, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Luo Qingyu's cold gaze deepened, emanating a tsunami-like pressure towards the Su family Jonin. Soon, the last surviving member was forcefully ejected from the arena by the overwhelming force. This is the joy of having a sister who indulges you, coupled with a spirit beast. Often, there is no need for direct involvement, as the spirit beast handles matters on its own. Thus, all 5 arenas were completely dominated by the sports society. Subsequently, having witnessed the prowess of Luo Yu, the remaining non-core members of the Reconnaissance Society found it even less conceivable to issue a challenge. Just moments ago, they had entertained thoughts of an effortless victory, only to find themselves swiftly defeated. How unfair. If they were part of the sports society, victory would come easily, wouldn't it? To put it plainly, the outcome hinged on Luo Yu's allegiance. Whichever side he supported would inevitably prevail. The state of unchallenged dominance persisted for 3 minutes, after which the bearded official made a definitive announcement. In this society battle, the victor is the sports society, and the standout performer is Luo Yu. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The audience gradually realized that this was not a dream. Such absurdity is rarely found even in the wildest of dreams. The previously obscure sports society had suddenly emerged, triumphing over the top 10 major societies. Moreover, they had produced a formidable upper ninja capable of suppressing the ninja sect. For the average spectator, an unexpected upset makes for an exhilarating match. They, too, joined in the fervor. Sports society. Sports society. Luo God. Luo God. Could it be that the sports society is this powerful? It's settled then, I shall join. With the protection of the esteemed Luo, future society battles are assured. The individual who wagered his entire fortune on the sports society's victory was engulfed in sheer ecstasy. With such a bounty of credits, aspirations of joining the ninja sect now seemed attainable. However, the leaders of the various societies were not as elated. Initially, they had approached the situation with the intent of gathering intelligence, eager to uncover the Reconnaissance Society's hidden cards. Yet, to their astonishment, even after revealing their trump card, the Reconnaissance Society was decisively crushed by the Sports Society. With substantial credits lost, the Reconnaissance Society would undoubtedly face gradual decline. Following this defeat, it is anticipated that, apart from the members of the Su family, the remaining club members will withdraw and seek alternative paths. The investigation club appears to be a trivial matter in comparison. However, the emerging sports club warrants significant attention. On the surface, it seems that only Luo Yu and Su Ying are sustaining the club. Although Luo Yu possesses the ability to defeat the ninja sect with the aid of his spirit beast, he ultimately does not belong to the ninja sect. Moreover, Su Qiuye has just ascended to the ninja sect and is unable to unleash its full potential, rendering her incomparable to the seasoned members. Once they ascertain their capabilities, they believe that they can easily handle Luo Yu. Perhaps, in any case, they are quite stubborn, unwilling to accept the possibility of being usurped. Yet, the sports club president, Bai Mengyao, has not yet made her move in the club battles. Who knows if she is merely emulating Su Qiuye and concealing her true strength? With this thought, the club presidents collectively sighed. Having lost one investigation club, they now face an even more formidable sports club. It's exhausting. My goodness. Luo God, you are the sole star here. And the Queen Rabbit, simply too powerful. I want to be her loyal follower. Previously disheartened, Iju shook off his despondency and gazed at Luo Yu with admiration. He has now become an ardent fan of Luo Yu and a devoted admirer of Luo Qingyu. Count me in. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu embraced Luo Qingyu even tighter. He gently remarked, enough of this. I have been concurrently holding this position, so do not harbor any thoughts about it. After stepping down from the arena, Bai Mengyao was filled with emotions. She never expected that even Su Qiuye could not force Luo Yu to his limits. As a result, she, as the president, contributed little yet has triumphantly secured victory. Having Luo Yu as a teammate is simply exhilarating. President Bai, is this the joy you once experienced? With 150,000 multiplied by 5, that amounts to 750,000 credits. Our sports club is finally on the rise. Bai Mengyao's eyes brimmed with tears. This is youth. She understood that after this battle, the sports club would solidify its status as a prominent organization in people's hearts. Thank you, Luo Yu. Su Ying sighed in relief and gazed at Luo Yu with gratitude. She had thought she had caught up to him, only to realize the gap seemed even wider. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Luo Yu is a friend and has promised to assist in clearing the obstacles posed by the Su family. The stronger his abilities, the better. A mere gesture. Luo Yu smiled, as he had been eager to test the practical effects of the Uchiha fire array, not anticipating its formidable strength. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of the sports club, The investigation club was filled with members queuing to process their withdrawal. A bunch of fair-weather friends. Tsuchiya was infuriated. This is what one calls a good bird choosing the right tree to perch upon, a peak shinobi in line remarked with a grin. Wang Xiang wore a dark expression, muttering that it was all due to the manipulation of the club for personal family matters. Winning was one thing, but incurring such a loss in credits was another. I am merely following you, akin to a dog. With these words, Wang Xiang joined the ranks of those resigning from the society. Old Wang, please don't. Tsuchiya lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Had she known, she would have refrained from entangling herself in family matters. It was all incited by the rewards from the higher-ups. However, she could not foresee this, as the sports society harbored such a hidden gem. In an instant, the man with the little mustache appeared before Tsuchiya. According to the rules, the Reconnaissance Society would allocate 375,000 as a reward for the sports society. Upon hearing this, even more individuals chose to resign. Some members of the Su family opted to sever ties with the Reconnaissance Society as well. Without credits, who would engage in such discussions? At this moment, various associations were clamoring for recruits, announcing the need for investigators. The benefits are substantial, and the treatment is excellent. Those in need come forth swiftly. Tsuchiya was left utterly bewildered by the frustration. This is an instance of him digging up old roots. Chapter 140. Two Stubborn Old Men Saturday. A luxurious hotel in the capital, noon. As it is the weekend, the students are either engrossed in their competitive pursuits or reclining in leisure. As the president of the prestigious National First School, Bai also requires a respite. However, this gathering is not an informal academic exchange, rather, it is a convivial assembly of presidents from several of the nation's top 10 universities. At the banquet, President Yan from Jingzhou University takes the lead, inquiring about their preparations for the upcoming national campus competition, set to take place in a few months. The national campus competition is held every 4 years, and this year marks the 4th. During the competition, all universities across the nation will send representatives to compete and bring honor to their institutions. The rewards, of course, are exceedingly generous. In truth, the primary selection process will commence in a week. However, this applies mainly to ordinary universities. Institutions with higher rankings, such as theirs, will first hold internal competitions to select the strongest teams, which will then directly participate in the subsequent knockout rounds without having to begin from the preliminary selections. Competing against lesser schools. There is no rush. 3 months remain. President Yu remains unfazed. Since the inception of the national campus competition, nearly half of the championships have been claimed by the capital university, rendering him less concerned about the impending event. This embodies the profound heritage of the National First School. The world competition following the national contest is truly daunting. Not only must one compete against exceptional students from other countries, but also contend with outstanding ninjas under the age of 35 who have excelled in their respective national competitions. In comparison to those ninjas who have already entered society, the university students have, after all, engaged in their training for a few fewer years to attain qualification for the world competition. These individuals were once distinguished graduates from prestigious institutions. Therefore, even for the National First School, achieving a commendable rank seems almost unattainable. Principal Yin chuckled, remarking that in recent years, our Jingzhou University has attracted substantial investments from various consortiums, yielding visibly fruitful results. Some individuals have been resting on their laurels, boasting about the National First School, but this year, I fear that title may change hands. Upon hearing Principal Yan's pointed remarks, Principal Yu immediately understood. For years, Jingzhou University has been overshadowed by the Imperial Capital University, lingering in the position of perennial runner-up. However, in recent years, Jingzhou University has embarked on sweeping reforms, attracting numerous investments, and perhaps seeing some success has led them to believe they have finally arrived, aspiring to shed their runner-up status. It is time to remind them who the true leader is. Such confidence? Principal Yu chuckled lightly. Principal Yan, with an air of pride, replied, naturally. This year we are aiming for the prestige of the National First School. Sensing the tension between the two, the other principals remained silent. Principal Yu suggested, with some time remaining before the national campus competition, why not allow me to present you with an appetizer? Let us have one of your students challenge you to test the of Jingzhou University in recent years. Principal Yin dropped the pretense. Don't just pick anyone. Bring over your senior interns. I fear they might not be enough to withstand our training intensity. With a slight smile, Principal Yu responded, this is your request. Do not be discontented should you lose. Just don't blame it on the home field advantage. Principal Yin was unyielding. Observing the two esteemed shadow-level ninjas bickering like children, the other principals could only chuckle helplessly. However, with the top two engaged in fierce competition, their respective schools might quietly prosper. 3 hours later, a slightly inebriated Principal Yu instantaneously returned to the principal's exclusive apartment at Imperial Capital University. Lying on his bed, he aimlessly scrolled through his phone. Shocking. The venerable club of Imperial Capital University, the Investigation Society, suffered an unexpected defeat at the hands of the Sports Society. The genius of the Su Ninja clan was utterly vanquished by a superior ninja, all because of that woman. What a chaotic mess. The sensationalist headlines have become increasingly outrageous, now even affecting the reputation of Imperial Capital University. Principal Yu, though initially grumbling, found himself intrigued enough to click on the news. As he absorbed the entire narrative, a profound silence enveloped him. It was a misunderstanding. The situation was indeed as absurd as it appeared. The formidable Luo Yu had decisively dominated Tsuchiya, leading the beleaguered sports club to a remarkable turnaround. Conversely, the investigative club suffered greatly, exclaiming at the onset that they had never witnessed such a splendid beginning. As Luo Yu emerged as a prominent figure, the once vocal opponents grew increasingly reticent. Following the outcome, numerous members opted to withdraw from the club. Most notably, Luo Yu issued a stern proclamation declaring his intent to engage with the investigative club weekly, urging them to be prepared to earn their credits. Even the members of the Su family could no longer withstand the mounting pressure, choosing to withdraw from the society one after another, subsequently being absorbed by other organizations. At this moment, the Investigation Society teetered on the brink of dissolution. This has rendered the members of the Su family, who once championed the slogan of abolishing the society, utterly embarrassed. That young lad, Luo Yu, is quite intriguing, mused Principal Yu with a smile. The factionalism among the Su family students had already been a source of considerable vexation for him, and now Luo Yu has inadvertently assisted in resolving this dilemma. As for the woman mentioned in the title, she is the humanoid rabbit from the Luo family. In just a few days, the little rabbit has matured to the rank of a high ninja, capable of exerting an immeasurable influence on the first tier of the ninja sect. However, her impact on the second and third tiers of the ninja sect is considerably less significant. Is the little radish truly that beneficial? Principal Yu pondered. In just a few months, relying solely on the consumption of radishes, one can ascend from a CH Nin to a J Nin. Such potential is remarkably exaggerated. Why doesn't my own frog possess such capabilities? Suddenly, Principal Yu recalled his agreement with Principal Yin and hastily sent a voice message filled with mockery. Ah, old Yin. Our senior students are preoccupied with their cultivation and have no time to mentor you. However, I do have a promising freshman here. I shall send him over in a few days to exchange a few moves with your school. Upon receiving the voice message, Principal Yin instantly felt a surge of disinterest. Old Yu must be feeling intimidated. Sending a freshman is quite pointless. Freshmen are generally not even qualified to participate in the university competitions. However, thinking of Old Yu's arrogant demeanor, Principal Yin made a resolute decision. The newcomer must present an impressive performance. It would serve as a lesson not only to the prestigious University of Beijing but also send them a provocative signal. This is psychological warfare. Once the students from the Imperial Capital University sense hostility and humiliation, they will undoubtedly become fervent and eager for revenge. Their mental state will also be influenced by these external factors. This strategy is remarkably effective for the impulsive student demographic, though it may inadvertently cause some distress to the new student. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the old mentor. Contemplating this, Principal Yin dispatched a voice message in response, assuring that when the time comes, they would provide a warm welcome. Upon seeing that the message had been read, Principal Yin felt a sense of reassurance. He had witnessed how participants from Capital University, swayed by their emotions during the national campus competition, were deftly manipulated by their own peers. The sight of the old mentor in a state of exasperation was quite the spectacle. In the late hours of the night, amidst the twinkling lights of the capital, a celebration was unfolding on the rooftop of an opulent hotel as members of the sports club reveled in their victory. They hosted an outdoor barbecue party filled with song and dance. Luo Yu, who typically adhered to a vegetarian diet, transformed into a human embodiment of indulgence, relishing skewers of grilled delicacies with great delight. With sauce smudged at the corners of her mouth, Luo Yu helplessly wiped her lips with a tissue. Chapter 141. The wise ancient tree at the banquet, Bai Siyu announced in a resounding voice. In this club battle, we have triumphed over the reconnaissance club with our strategic prowess, claiming the authority over 750,000 credits. In recognition of contributions, Luo Yu's efforts were paramount, earning her the title of Best in Show. I propose that half of the credits be awarded to Luo Yu. Following her, Suing will receive a quarter of the credits, with the remaining credits distributed among others based on their respective performances. What say you all? As her words echoed, the crowd erupted in unison, yes. Were it not for Luo Yu's divine intervention, the very existence of the sports club would have been in jeopardy, let alone the distribution of spoils. Luo Yu herself was exceedingly pleased. 375,000 credits were more than sufficient to exchange for a 4.5-star, or even a 5-star spiritual plant. If these levels of resources cannot be exchanged for credits, only the elite ninjas have channels to obtain them. Yet, Luo Yu, a mere jonin, unexpectedly finds himself with the opportunity to redeem such legendary resources. He instantly feels that he has arrived at the right place. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from the Imperial Capital University, no other institution can provide students with such rare resources. Even Luo Yu did not anticipate that a mere club battle could yield so many credits. It appears that his strategy of joining the club to vie for credits has been remarkably successful. After dividing the rewards, the club members indulge in fine wine and roasted meat, reminiscing about the legendary experiences of the day. Luo Yu and Suing, the two prominent contributors, sit at a table with Bai Siyu, Rinjie, and other officials. Bai Siyu raises her glass with a smile, exclaiming, Luo Yu, you have made a name for yourself in our school today. Even many outstanding seniors do not possess the strength of a ninja clan. Are you not considering challenging the 4th level of the Abyssal Corridor? The Abyssal Corridor? He had completely forgotten about it. Luo Yu is momentarily taken aback. Surely, there is no rush to conquer it. Sensing his confusion, Bai Siyu explains, you may not be aware, but our intra-school competition is about to commence at the end of the semester. Those who perform exceptionally in the school competition will join the school team and represent us in the national campus competition. However, only 3rd and 4th year students can register for the campus competition. Otherwise, one must conquer the 4th level of the Abyssal Corridor and place within the top 500 of the Jonin leaderboard based on historical records. Luo Yu's eyes brighten. Participating in so many competitions surely comes with numerous rewards. Rather than merely bringing glory to the school, he is more concerned about the potential gains. Bai Siyu responds with a beaming smile, of course. In addition to various high-tier resources, you can also earn high-quality summoning beasts as placement rewards. There will be the opportunity to explore ancient secret realms as well. The secret realms designated as competition rewards are far more enticing than ordinary ones, teeming with extraordinary resources, many of which harbor remarkable encounters. It is said that one year's secret realm reward was a site of the great Emperor Luo. A genius adept in wood release cleared the site as challenges and directly absorbed fragments of the Senju Hashirama's legacy. His green Great Harmony lineage was remarkably upgraded to a purple one, and he even comprehended advanced wood release techniques, the birth of the tree realm. At these words, Luo Yu is immediately captivated by the notion of ancient secret realms. The power within his sister comes from mysterious ancient relics. According to the words of the Su family's ancestor, there are many temples of the moon cult on Blue Star, sealing the power of the Mother of the Moon. To explore more temple relics, it seems necessary to participate in these competitions. After all, he has little else to occupy his time. He might as well strive for the school's glory, if he can indeed help his sister obtain more power from the Mother of the Moon. Who knows what the adorable little rabbit might become? The Abyssal Corridor? Perhaps he should find some time to speed through it. Luo Yu spoke casually, while Bai Siyu chuckled awkwardly. Although the 4th level only required a Jonin rank, she lacked the confidence to pass through without employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, let alone achieve a swift completion. Yet, Luo Yu spoke with such composure. What was even more alarming was that she naturally believed in Luo Yu's ability to accomplish a rapid passage. Perhaps he could even secure a place among the top 10 in the historical rankings of Jonin completions. Those who etched their names in the top 10 were undeniably formidable figures who had made significant contributions throughout history. As the banquet concluded, it was already 9 in the evening. Luo Yu utilized his divine might to escort Luo Qingyu home. Following that, with a surge of spatial absorption, he found himself within the plant cultivation chamber. Indeed, traveling with divine might was remarkably convenient. In the blink of an eye, no matter the distance, he could arrive at his destination. This also saved Luo Yu quite a bit of fragmented time. Ever since he unlocked the perfect divine might, the once part-time transport tool, Ah Fei has finally retired. In the hall of the plant cultivation pavilion, the duty today is still with that senior who resembles someone familiar. Having previously added her on WeChat, Luo Yu exchanged a few words with her and learned her name is Wang Shi. Her family runs a business in cultivating spiritual plants, which is why she joined the Plant Society to better learn about the knowledge of spiritual flora. Senior Shi, I need to trouble you again today. Upon realizing Wang Shi's affluent status, Luo Yu's tone became laced with sweetness when addressing her, rich in sugary charm. Luo Yu, why are you looking for me so late? Wang Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully brushed her smooth hair, her gaze shy. The tales of Luo Yu's valiant deeds in the club battles had already spread throughout the school. Naturally, her admiration for this outstanding, mysterious, and handsome junior was at an all-time high. With but a nod from Luo Yu, she could easily break through that thin veil of formality. Luo Yu chuckled awkwardly, no? I'm here to exchange for spiritual plants. At this, Wang Shi finally recalled that Luo Yu had earned numerous credits from the club battles, and thus must be here to indulge. All right, please follow me. Wang Shi's face held a hint of disappointment as she led Luo Yu back to the breeding area, where the same spiritual plants as before awaited. My goal this time is primarily spiritual plants ranging from 4 to 5 stars, Luo Yu smiled. Wang Shi widened her eyes. Those require hundreds of thousands of credits. Are you sure? Luo Yu appeared unfazed. I currently lack nothing but credits. The envy on Wang Shi's face was palpable. It felt wonderful to possess such strength. Although her family ran a large enterprise in spiritual plant cultivation, 5-star spiritual plants were scarce, treasured like gems. Luo Yu could effortlessly purchase them after a single competition. It seems that being a formidable ninja is far more rewarding than engaging in business. Very well, Junior. Please follow me. Soon, the two arrived before a teleportation anchor point. Next, we will venture into the Tree Realm Secret, where 5-star spiritual plants are stored. A shadow-level wise ancient tree resides there. Once we arrive, make sure you don't just look, but also buy. If it gets angry, things could take a turn for the worse, Wang Shi advised cautiously. Luo Yu smiled slightly. Rest assured, I am here to spend. After all, credits cannot be deposited in a bank to earn interest. He naturally intended to spend them. That's good to hear. Wang Shi reached out to activate the teleportation anchor point, and chakra immediately ignited the summoning seal. In an instant, their surroundings shifted, revealing a lush, ecological island filled with spiritual resonance. Before them stood a colossal tree, twisting and spiraling upward in a magnificent display. This wise ancient tree is rather extraordinary. Chapter 142, The Bewildered Little Ancient Tree, the Wise Ancient Tree. Among the oldest forms of life on Blue Star, they began as mere ordinary plants. However, influenced by certain factors and through prolonged growth, they evolved into something remarkable. These plants awaken with an intelligence that rivals that of humanity. Subsequently, through a series of evolutionary processes, they have transformed into the wise ancient trees we behold today. The formation of each ancient tree of wisdom necessitates an accumulation of knowledge spanning at least thousands of years. During this period, they have been quietly absorbing the knowledge of this planet. One could say that the wise ancient tree serves as a living repository of wisdom for the blue planet. A plethora of information regarding this world is stored within the core of the wise ancient tree. It often assumes the role of a sage, offering humanity valuable counsel. This is all information that Luo Yu discovered while perusing the Spirit Beast Compendium out of sheer boredom. Typically, a wise ancient tree possesses at least the strength of a shadow guardian. However, the ancient tree before him, with its distorted form, even boasts shadow-level prowess. This underscores the extraordinary strength of the Imperial Capital University. Wang Shi extended his hand to elucidate that this being is the Spirit Beast contracted with Principal Yu. It was uncovered by a secret realm development team dispatched by the association over a century ago. This secret realm has gradually evolved into a sanctuary for trees, sustained by its vibrant life force. Initially, the wise ancient tree resisted any external interference, even attempting to send humans away. It was the young Principal Yu who persuaded it to cooperate with humanity. As a shadow-level spirit beast, it is indeed a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, having frequently served as an advisor to the nation, and has thus been bestowed the title of the Sage Forest. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Thus, Principal Yu has now reached the venerable age of over 100 years. Yet, he continues to host various social gatherings each week, demonstrating a resilience that defies age. After all, He possesses the physique of a legendary ninja, not only enjoying longevity, but exhibiting vitality that surpasses that of ordinary youth. Who dares to disturb the tranquility of the tree realm? A voice, both sacred and solemn, resonated, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a mechanical construct. Simultaneously, the colossal roots that emerged from the entire island swayed in harmony with the twisting veins of the ancient tree. Luo Yu felt a profound sense of awe. Indeed, it was the wise ancient tree that had birthed this realm of trees. Surrounding the island, its roots exerted influence, nurturing the vegetation in the vicinity. Wang Shi quickly adopted a respectful demeanor, addressing the sage. This is Luo Yu, a newcomer here to exchange for 5-star resources. Newcomer? The sage's forest could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. During its century-long tenure as the senior administrator of spiritual plants at the Imperial Capital University, it seemed no newcomer had possessed the capability to exchange for 5-star resources. After all, the avenues for newcomers to acquire credits were limited, making it quite the feat to accumulate a 6-figure score within a single semester. Nevertheless, the well-informed sage's forest was not entirely taken aback. Throughout the ages, among legendary and super-legendary ninjas, there had been those who exhibited remarkable prowess even in their formative years. Initially surprised, it had since developed a resistance to such revelations. Indifference had set in. Luo Yu politely nodded, greeting the elder tree. The sage's forest focused all its attention on Luo Yu. Its purpose was simple: to analyze and, with its millennia of knowledge, select the most suitable 5-star resources for him. Soon, Luo Yu's physique stirred ripples within its previously tranquil heart. This is the bloodline of Senju Hashirama. The purity even surpasses that of Tsunade's heir. Have you, young man, absorbed fragments of Senju Hashirama's legacy? The previously unperturbed voice of the sage's forest now bore a hint of astonishment. Moreover, there exists the Uchiha bloodline. Ancient memories surged within the sage's forest, revealing that the combination of these two powers could potentially yield an extraordinary capability, the Rinnegan. Of course, not everyone who possesses both bloodlines can successfully master the Rinnegan. However, those capable of uniting these two forces are often renowned figures in history. The youth before it holds great promise for the future. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, absorbing the analysis revealed by the sage's forest, was left utterly astounded. Could it be that Luo Yu is the illegitimate descendant of someone from the Jun family and the great Emperor Senro? How thrilling! If this information were to leak, the immortal Empress and the Jun family would undoubtedly come knocking. These bloodlines are an inheritance of my ninja legacy, entirely unrelated to my origins. Luo Yu attempted to resist, but Wang Shi interjected, I have heard that your inheritance awakens autonomously. By that logic, it must be a bloodline inheritance. How can you claim it is unrelated to your lineage? She was resolutely determined to delve into the gossip. Luo Yu's lips twitched, realizing the oversight. The pit he had previously dug had finally ensnared him. Let me stretch my imagination. Perhaps your ancestor is none other than the great emperor of the underworld, a love child of the Jun family. Wang Shi's attention was completely captivated by the scandal, conjuring an entire 80-episode drama in her mind. Clearing his throat, Luo Yu remarked, Well, I recall I came here to exchange resources. The solemn voice of the sage of the forest resonated. For the sake of caution, I shall employ the perception abilities I awakened centuries ago to discern your past and future, enabling a more informed analysis of the resources you require. That won't be necessary. I primarily came to exchange resources. Luo Yu intended to push a fei forward. However, the sage of the forest interrupted. After all, we are discussing 5-star resources, which are invaluable. One cannot make a hasty decision. As he spoke, countless vines emerged from the crevices of the colossal tree, wrapping around Luo Yu tightly. Luo Yu felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that all they desired was to indulge in gossip. Could they not grant him a modicum of privacy? Speaking of which, how could an ancient wise tree perceive the past and future? He recalled that the ancestral spirit of the Su family once utilized the Byakugan to glimpse the future. Could the origins of this wise ancient tree also be intertwined with the goddess of the moon? Strangely, your past has been inscrutable since a few months ago. The sage of the forest conveyed, tinged with curiosity. Luo Yu pondered, it is likely related to the fluctuations in the world line. The wise ancient tree's abilities may indeed be rendered powerless in this regard. The crux of the matter lay in the future. He remembered how the ancestor of the Su family seemed to have glimpsed something indescribable, which subsequently led to their affliction and disdain for him. As the venerable ancient tree pondered, just when Luo Yu was engulfed in worry, The sage forest exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, in the world to come. This lad Luo Yu appears to share a profound connection with the deities who facilitated the emergence of the ancient tree clan. According to human perception, their bond resembles that of romantic partners, infused with tender affection. The creator's companion. This is quite absurd. In the eyes of these ancient trees, the creator has always been a mysterious, sacred, and formidable entity. However, in the presence of Luo Yu, this divine image has completely shattered. Of course, this is merely from a human perspective. To the forest of sages, Luo Yu has evidently become a figure of great respect. After a moment of bewilderment, the vines entwined around Luo Yu withdrew, merging to form the delicate figure of a human girl, adorned with a crown of leaves. My lord Luo Yu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, the forest maiden said, kneeling on one knee, her gaze towards Luo Yu filled with reverence. Luo Yu. Wangxi. Chapter 143. Parasitic Fruit? Observing the forest maiden's profound respect for Luo Yu, Wangxi's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression a mix of disbelief. As a staff member frequently guiding individuals into the tree realm, she was acutely aware of the proud nature of the sage of the forest. Typically, it is only when confronted with beings of extraordinary might that the sage would, out of respect, take on a human form for communication. Beyond that, even the esteemed Principal Yu had never been granted such a courtesy as to see the form of the forest maiden, let alone receive the honor of kneeling. A gesture not even afforded to the globally revered super beings in the presence of the sage. What is the situation with Luo Yu? After the sage has glimpsed his future, the shift in attitude is astonishing. Could it be that in the future, Luo Yu transcends even the super shadow? Alarmed, Wangxi hastily began to reflect on her own actions, questioning whether she had inadvertently displeased Luo Yu. If he were to grow powerful in the future and seek retribution, she would find it unbearable to face the wrath of the super shadow, not to mention the potential repercussions for her family. Luo Yu, equally perplexed, helped the forest maiden to her feet and inquired, Elder Tree, what exactly did you see? The forest maiden shook her head, cautioning that revealing the prophecy could alter its course. Moreover, her abilities were still limited, rendering the visions too abstract for proper interpretation. I can only advise you to cherish your future wife and never provoke her wrath. The consequences could be dire. What does that mean? Luo Yu retorted, feeling indignant. Does he truly believe I am merely living off others? He considered the significance of the 6 paths and the potential of the women surrounding him. Which of them was truly unapproachable? Perhaps it was his sister. Given her possession of the power of the Mother of the Moon and her status as a formidable late-stage model, should she reach her full potential, she might indeed surpass the 6 paths template, making her a prime suspect. Yet when it came to the term wife, Luo Yu's face flushed. That is impossible. I have always respected my sister. How could such thoughts even arise? Surely, Elder Tree must be misinterpreting human familial bonds. At that moment, a bold idea struck Wangxi. What if this future wife of Luo Yu, who could make the world tremble with a single stomp, is none other than myself? Shifting the focus, Luo Yu cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. This time, I am exchanging for spiritual plants to benefit my spirit beasts. The 5-star resources are not for my own use, are they? Upon hearing this, Wangxi immediately thought of Luo Yu's queen rabbit and felt a twinge of envy. That little rabbit not only had such a dashing master, but also feasted on 5-star resources, truly the pinnacle of beastly existence. Unlike herself, who came from a family dedicated to cultivating spiritual plants, yet had never experienced the essence of a 5-star spiritual plant. I wish to become Luo Yu's spirit beast. She exclaimed, Lord Luo Yu, please summon your spirit beast. I would be delighted to assist you in determining which spiritual plant would be best for it. The forest maiden displayed a charming demeanor, resembling a devoted maid before her master, having shed the earlier divine gravity. It dawned on Luo Yu that her previous solemnity was merely an act. Despite her seclusion in the tree realm, she possessed a keen understanding of human affairs. By the way, consider this resource my gift to you as a token of our first meeting. No credits are necessary. The girl of the forest wore a pleasing expression. Naturally, she sought to befriend the creator's consort in advance. Should circumstances change once they became acquainted with the creator, it would be too late to curry favor. At present, as Luo Yu embarked on his journey, investing directly in 5-star resources would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. In the later stages, any casual resource would surpass the value of 5-star resources. What a fortunate turn of events. Thank you, Sister Tree. Deeply moved, Luo Yu bestowed upon her his highest honorific. Sister. For such a warm-hearted senior, it was insufficient to express his gratitude without addressing her as sister. It's a trivial matter. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to trouble little Yuezi. If he proves uncooperative, just watch how I discipline him. The girl of the forest smiled knowingly, embodying the demeanor of a head of the family. Is she truly so elated over merely one 5-star resource? She resolved to exert more effort and gather several 5-star fruits to present. Meanwhile, Wang Shi observed, nearly moved to tears. 5-star resources given freely. Goodness, that equated to a third of her family's fortune. What precisely is the identity of Luo Yu that warrants such extravagant expenditure from the esteemed sage? I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, senior. Luo Yu bowed slightly, causing the girl from Sun to swiftly return the gesture with a deep bow of her own. It is only fitting, for I too am a spirit beast registered within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is only natural for me to nurture and cultivate the blossoms of our land. Wang Shi felt a pang of sorrow. She too was a blossom of the Dragon Kingdom, yet not only did the sage neglect to nurture her, but he often chastised her as well. The disparity in treatment is exceedingly vast. The art of divination. A fae, who had long since entered into a contract, appeared in the tree realm with a bewildered expression. Upon witnessing a fae's appearance, Wang Shi and the girl of the forest were momentarily taken aback. What species is this? Wang Shi had never encountered it before. And even the well-informed sage of the forest was at a loss. Could this be a deformed white absolute? The forest maiden speculated. However, white absolutes are typically incapable of communication, hence they cannot forge a blood pact. The being before them evidently belonged to an extraordinary variant. Moreover, the wise ancient tree sensed a familiar essence within the white absolute. It appeared that this spiraled white absolute also exuded a similar feeling. Ah Fei, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "What do you mean by a deformed white absolute? I am the monarch among white absolutes. Who are you, little girl?" Luo Yu clarified. "She is a manifestation of the twisted giant tree before you, similar to my own spiral form." Upon sensing the power contained within the giant tree, Ah Fei expressed his astonishment. Wang Shi was taken aback. Could this be a non-hostile white absolute? What a remarkable discovery. Luo Yu's spirit beasts were increasingly peculiar. In fact, this is also a manifestation, she remarked, snapping her fingers. Ah Fei immediately understood, stretching his body to display a botanical form. So soft. It's quite soothing for stress relief. Unable to resist, Wang Shi extended her delicate hand to pinch the curled leaves of the white plant. Ah Fei's wondrous usage received an additional point. It turned out to be a spirit beast of the same botanical type. The forest maiden was somewhat taken aback. Such a variant of the white zetsu had not been encountered before, indicating that even a knowledge repository, dormant for millennia, may one day require an update. Very well. Allow me to assist you in examining your condition. The tendrils, which embody the form of a maiden, once again unfurl and entwine around Ah Fei, drawing him into a fissure at the heart of the twisted giant tree. This fissure represents the very core of the colossal tree. This particular plant, the white zetsu, seems to possess the untapped potential for spore release. The spores lie dormant upon their target, serving a surveillance function. Furthermore, these spores can absorb chakra, transforming into white zetsu. Within the crevice of the giant tree, the voice of the sage of the forest reverberates. I happen to possess a parasitic type of wisdom fruit, which aligns perfectly with his ability to generate spores. Parasitic. Could this be excessively perilous? Wang Shi, involved in matters concerning spirit plants, gazes with an expression of unease. Chapter 144. The Fruit Creator. Ah Fei. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu displays a look of perplexity. What is that? Beside them. Wang Shi offers a professional explanation. The wisdom ancient tree typically bears various spiritual plant resources, among which is the wisdom fruit that unlocks the intelligence of summoning beasts. These beasts, lacking complete intellect and inherently unable to comprehend human language, can, after following a prescribed regimen, not only learn human language and modes of thought, but also instantaneously absorb the knowledge contained within the fruit. Luo Yu nods in acknowledgement, being aware of this. The wisdom fruit is a rather common resource among spiritual plants, having encountered it in the compendium. The quality of these spiritual plants ranges between 3 and 4 stars. Even figures like Otsutsuki and a Fae possess intelligence indistinguishable from that of humans. After absorbing the wisdom fruit, they can still acquire knowledge from the ancient wisdom tree, which has been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. However, the nature of the parasitic wisdom fruit remains a mystery to them. Wang Shi patiently explained that such profound knowledge regarding spiritual plants is typically found in specialized literature. Among the various wisdom fruits, the ancient wisdom tree occasionally encounters mutated 5-star fruits. These fruits can be deemed the essence of the ancient wisdom tree, inherently endowed with exceptional intelligence and a distinct consciousness. Once consumed by a spirit beast, the consciousness associated with the fruit will parasitize the beast, transforming it into a vessel under its control. In addition to acquiring the racial abilities of the parasitic fruit, the body is entirely governed by it. However, the relationship between the spirit beast and the parasitic spiritual plant is one of mutual dependence. Should the spirit beast perish, the parasitic plant cannot survive either. They may negotiate to alternate in governing the body. A spirit beast possessed by a parasitic plant will experience an enhancement in potential, contingent upon its innate constitution, with a baseline elevation to royal status. The pinnacle would be a quasi-legendary sea creature, which upon parasitism could elevate to legendary status. As for experimental subjects with even higher potential, further observation is required before reaching a conclusion. Luo Yu suddenly comprehended. Indeed, a spirit beast would harbor not only its own essence but also the consciousness of the parasitic spiritual plant. Furthermore, it would gain insight into a series of racial abilities possessed by the parasitic plant, a fruit with independent cognitive capabilities. Truly a marvel. A culmination of the ancient wisdom tree's essence over the centuries. Wang Shi added, however, that this also entails risks. After consuming the parasitic fruit, the spirit beast's consciousness may potentially be completely obliterated. This entirely depends on the temperament of the parasitic fruit. Luo Yu paused, realizing this was the risk Wang Shi had previously been wary of. The wise voice of the sage forest resonated once more, assuring that there was no need for concern. From this plant, the white absolute, I have discerned a formidable capacity for absorption. Once the parasitic fruit integrates into the body, it will be immediately decomposed and analyzed by it to enhance itself. It will only learn the racial abilities of the parasitic fruit from its genomic structure and incorporate them into its own capability system. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu recalled how a Fey absorbed the genomic structure of the slippery radish to learn the strong acid resin and acquired the moonlight technique from the moonlit lily. This is remarkably akin to the analysis of the sage's forest. Very well, let us proceed with the parasitic fruit. Luo Yu resolved. As you command. The sage's forest acquiesced, promptly extending its vines to retrieve a vibrant fruit, brimming with vitality, from the core of the colossal tree, which it then presented to a Fey. A Fey immediately unfurled his form and devoured the fruit with great fervor, even taking a moment to commend its flavor, remarking that it was quite sweet. Indeed, the sage's forest felt a swell of pride, for one could say that this fruit was akin to my brain flower. How could it not be delectable? Initially, Luo Yu had contemplated sampling an ordinary wisdom fruit to replenish his knowledge for the impending final written examination. However, upon hearing the sage's forest comparison, his desire to consume it dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, within a Fey, the devouring system commenced the analysis of the parasitic fruit's genome. After a series of crunching sounds, a Fey system panel received an update. Name, Spiral White Absolute. Fey level, Elite Ninja, 2nd tier stamina, 4100 chakra, 6000 abilities, possession LV max, mastery of wood release LV, 2, Mayfly technique LV, max, strong acid resin LV, 3, moonlight technique LV, 1, disguise fruit LV, 3. Is that the sole racial technique? Luo Yu curiously opened the details of the new ability. Disguise fruit LV, 3, grows a 2-star spiritual plant chakra fruit, whose rich, sweet aroma may lead one to mistakenly believe it is a 5-star spiritual plant. In reality, it possesses parasitic capabilities. The fragrant spiritual resonance will attract targets, maximizing the aggregation effect. The spiritual fruit's parasitic nature allows it, once consumed, to inflict special effects under the control of the caster. The racial technique, at LV. 1 enables the parasitic spiritual plant to absorb the target's chakra, stamina, and life force. At LV. 2, the racial technique can detonate the parasitic spiritual plant, causing it to grow wildly into a complex network of branches within the host. At LV3, the caster can continuously expend chakra and exert mental energy to temporarily control the mind of the life form parasitized by the spiritual plant. Certain special beings, as well as targets whose power vastly exceeds that of the caster, may be immune to control or experience diminished effects. Upon finishing the lengthy description of abilities, Luo Yu exclaimed in admiration at Fei's prowess. Transforming from a small thousand hands directly to a little Yuri, he had even acquired mind control. This auxiliary ability is nothing short of perfect. Furthermore, the disguise fruit possesses a monster aggregation effect, making it an extraordinary skill for accumulating attribute points. In the future, when venturing into secret realms to grind for attribute points, I shall first allow Fei to consume a spirit fruit, then wait for the pack of exotic beasts to gather before unleashing a fiery onslaught. A multitude of equally ranked beasts shall fall effortlessly under the harmonious interplay of just two skills. The scene would be breathtaking. Next, Luo Yu turned his attention to the upgrade requirements of the disguise fruit. Similar to other skills acquired through the consumption of plants by Fei, it was necessary to continue taking the plants that would awaken his skills to facilitate the skill's advancement. Rubbing his hands together with a smile, he inquired, "Elder Tree, do you have any more of these parasitic fruits? Please provide me with another. I assure you, I shall exchange it for my credits." The sage forest swayed its branches in resignation, stating, "It is not so simple. It took me hundreds of years to bear just this one. If you are in need, it would be best to seek out otherwise ancient trees. Should they perceive your potential for future achievements, they would likely be willing to grant you one freely." With a soft sigh, Luo Yu conceded, "Very well, I suspected it would not be that straightforward." He then gazed at Fei, who was delivered by the vines, and commanded, "Utilize your new ability to create a parasitic spirit fruit. Since the skill has been acquired, we should first verify its efficacy." Following the genetic imprint within his memory, Fei concentrated intently to gather chakra, hastily initiating the blossoming of the cellular structures within his body. With ample nourishment from abundant solar chakra, the flower rapidly withered, yielding a chakra spirit fruit imbued with exquisite spiritual resonance. The sage forest, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? Your white absolute has actually learned to produce 5-star spirit fruits. The skill set of parasitic floreth does not include such a thing." Chapter 145. The eye collector sensing the rich spiritual energy of the chakra spirit fruit, Wang Shi was equally astonished. She was well aware of the rarity of 5-star spirit plants. Aside from the parasitic type of wisdom fruit, the sage forest could also potentially bear other 5-star fruits. Yet on average, it produced only one 5-star fruit per year. The rapid growth of such a precious resource from the plant white absolute was truly astonishing. Noticing their misunderstanding, Luo Yu chuckled gently. "It is not as remarkable as you think. In reality, this spirit fruit is merely a 2-star chakra spirit fruit, intentionally disguised as a 5-star fruit to mislead enemies. Once consumed, the fruit's parasitic cells will take root within the target's body." Upon hearing this, the sage forest was momentarily taken aback. "Is that true? Even I, a seasoned elder with vast experience, have been deceived?" She found it hard to believe. The trap fruit disguised as a high-star spirit was something she had encountered numerous times throughout her lengthy existence. However, achieving such a level of realism was indeed rare in this world. It appeared that the plant, Bai Siyu, had skillfully deconstructed the genome of the parasitic fruit, seamlessly integrating it with its own genetic material to create a new ability. At that moment, Luo Yu felt an immense sense of joy. For a trap fruit, the paramount requirement was to be sufficiently enticing, with a disguise that was exceptionally sophisticated. Otherwise, no matter how many functions the fruit possessed, if the target did not consume it, all would be in vain. Even the sagacious and well-informed sage had been deceived by the fruit's disguise, indicating that the quality of this trap fruit was indeed extraordinary. Wang Shi, hearing this, felt a lingering trepidation. She had nearly lost herself in the fragrant allure moments ago. Fortunately, she had restrained herself and refrained from seizing the spiritual fruit to consume it. Otherwise, she could only imagine the consequences that might have ensued. At that moment, a lark soared overhead, its attention instantly captivated by the alluring fragrance of the spiritual fruit. As if enchanted by the fruit's allure, the lark descended upon the chakra spiritual fruit, greedily pecking at the succulent flesh. The small creatures here are sheltered by the forest of the sage. Thus they exhibit no fear of the surrounding Luo Yu and Wang Shi. As the parasitic cells infiltrate the flesh, they take residence within the lark. Fei attempts to sense these parasitic cells, skillfully maneuvering the lark to soar and circle above. The vine-mimicking girl of the forest wears an expression of astonishment at such a display of manipulation. Although she too can communicate through nature, transcending verbal barriers to relay commands to the creatures, witnessing Fei's remote control of the lark is evidently a novel experience for her. It is akin to playing with a remote-controlled aircraft, delightfully entertaining. A Fei exclaims, reveling in the joy akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. Luo Yu chuckles, suggesting, enough play, let us see if you can detonate the parasitic cells and test their power. Can they really explode? Are parasitic cells truly so extraordinary? Both Wang Shi and the forest girl gaze in curiosity. A Fei nods confidently, leave it to me. He then guides the lark away from them, directing it towards another grove while transmitting the detonation command through chakra fluctuations. Just as Wang Shi and the forest girl consider voicing their discontent at the distance, wondering how they could see anything, the cells nestled within the lark are suddenly activated with vibrant life. Like a seed, they grow wildly, the plant's trunk surging forth, roots anchoring deep into the soil, branches and leaves extending until, in a heartbeat, a towering tree emerges. As for the lark, it could no longer withstand the chaos unleashed by its own body, shattering into countless pieces, leaving behind merely a few feathers. Wang Shi stands in stunned silence, realizing this is what they call an explosion, disassembling the enemy from within. Such a tactic would be effective against anyone. The forest girl cannot help but exclaim her admiration. The ability to manipulate parasitic cells to grow outward is formidable. Not only ordinary creatures, but even stronger foes would likely struggle to endure it. After all, every organism's interior is typically its most vulnerable point. Thus, the growth of parasitic cells undoubtedly inflicts genuine harm. Suddenly, she is filled with a desire to learn. A Fei shrugs, explaining that these parasitic cells derive their nutrients from the target's body. However, the target can also divert its focus to suppress the growth of the parasitic cells. Luo Yu nods in satisfaction, recognizing the advantage when engaging a skilled opponent. They must contend with the oppressive weight of the Byakugan while simultaneously attempting to stifle the parasitic cells. With such numerous adversarial buffs, their strength would surely be significantly reduced. Indeed, it seems that the righteous act of overwhelming one's foes will never go out of style. It's getting late. I must head home now. My sister is waiting for me, Luo Yu remarks, glancing at the time on her phone. This child, having come all this way, should return with some local specialties. Let me pick some wisdom fruits for you to take home. They will do wonders for your intellect. The girl of the forest waved enthusiastically, and several vines sprouted from the twisted trunk of the colossal tree, laden with succulent fruits. Luo Yu scratched his head, feeling rather embarrassed. After a moment, he joined the forest maiden in gathering the fruits, not out of a desire for gain, but rather to enhance his sister's diet. Were it not for his modesty, he would have directly utilized his divine space to draw all the fruits into it. What was there to feel awkward about? After all, few were inclined to exchange for the wisdom fruits. The students had their credits, opting instead for resources that would bolster their combat prowess. With so many wisdom fruits in my possession, they would inevitably spoil. The forest maiden remained unfazed. Hearing this, Wang Shi, a student of botany, could no longer contain herself. As long as the esteemed sage was willing to expend a modicum of chakra for preservation, the wisdom fruits could be kept indefinitely. How could they possibly spoil? Esteemed sage, with so many wisdom fruits, do you require my assistance in handling them? Wang Shi asked with eager anticipation. No need for that. It is sufficient for Luo Yu to bear this burden alone. The forest maiden waved her hand dismissively, showing no regard for Wang Shi's offer. What a jest! These fruits are indeed her offspring. If one is to give, it must be the most invaluable. After all, Luo Yu is the consort of their creator. Who are you? Wang Shi wore a face of yearning and despair. Sage, why not prophesy a bit? What if she happens to be the formidable wife of Luo Yu? In the dead of night, in the imperial capital, within a private villa belonging to Yi Lingbo, a small white serpent stealthily infiltrated the estate, slithering into Yi Lingbo's second-floor bedroom. At that moment, Yi Lingbo was clad in a technologically advanced bodysuit, adorned with a dark mask, having just returned from a mission. She was about to change into a different outfit and flirt with her little tool on WeChat when the small serpent suddenly lunged at her, sinking its fangs into her pristine neck. Trained and composed, Yi Lingbo did not panic in the face of this unexpected situation. She swiftly wrenched the serpent away. However, the bite mark on her neck morphed into the shape of a three-pronged jade. The curse of the heavens! Shortly thereafter, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. The small white serpent expanded, transforming into a colossal white python, which then swallowed Yi Lingbo whole. The left eye had been successfully collected. Now, it was time for the right eye. The white python reverted to its smaller form, leaving through the vent in the ceiling, thoroughly satisfied. Miss, what has transpired? The butler, Fu Shu sensed something amiss and opened the door, only to find the room utterly vacant. Chapter 146. The luncheon of the Great One. With the final examinations merely 2 months away, the atmosphere of learning among prestigious global institutions grew increasingly intense. This was particularly true for the esteemed Imperial Capital University, the foremost academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The university's alarmingly high dropout rate was no trivial matter. Historical records indicated that each year, 20% of students faced expulsion by the end of the first semester. Under such immense pressure, who could still find joy in life? The phenomenon of involution has begun to manifest involuntarily among everyone. Yet, Luo Yu remains unperturbed. The sage's forest has played a pivotal role in allowing him to bring back local specialties. After all, the wisdom fruit is a resource of the 3rd tier, and its consumption not only significantly enhances knowledge, but also yields a notable increase in physical strength and chakra. Currently, he is not only brimming with confidence for the written examination, but his fundamental attributes have also experienced a marked improvement without the need for attribute allocation. Physical strength, 5,400, 100, chakra, 3671, 200. In essence, both attributes have surpassed the threshold of 10,000, with chakra exceeding by a little over 1,000. This far exceeds the requirement of 7,000 for a 3rd-tier Jonin, yet there remains a considerable gap to the 15,000 threshold of the ninja clan, placing him at the pinnacle of Jonin status. He is affectionately dubbed Little Ninja Clan. The primary focus of the wisdom fruit lies in bridging the gaps in knowledge. The substantial enhancement of Luo Yu's prowess can be attributed mainly to the abundant supply. Not only Luo Yu, but Luo Qingyu, being his only kin and the embodiment of filial piety, as well as the absolute core of their team, frequently consumes the wisdom fruit as if it were mere candy. Even the legendary moon beast of Su Ying next door is envious to the point of tears, exclaiming about the extraordinary master of another household. If it could also indulge in 3rd-tier resources as if they were sweets, it would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a shadow in no time. On this day, Luo Yu, as per usual, cradled his little rabbit companion on his way to class. According to the teacher of the spirit communication course, maintaining a close bond with one's spirit beast is beneficial for both parties in cultivating their relationship. Luo Yu found corroboration in the vast ocean of knowledge provided by the wisdom fruit, with numerous cases substantiating this notion. The relationship between ninjas and their spirit beasts, when harmonious, significantly enhances their synergy in practical combat. Yet, some contrary examples revealed romantic entanglements between the two, leaving the innocent Luo Yu utterly speechless. At noon, as class concluded, while his classmates rushed to the cafeteria to secure their seats, Luo Yu calmly produced the wisdom fruit chicken cutlet lunch prepared by his sister. Another serving of wisdom fruit. Consuming it daily had left him feeling dizzy, his mind cluttered with trivial knowledge, and he seriously suspected a backlash on his intellect. Tears almost welled in his eyes as he empathized with his sister, who was forced to consume the same mundane dish day after day. He speculated that it was indeed his sister's vengeance that compelled him to eat the wisdom fruit incessantly. The little rabbit beside him offered comfort, stating that this was the last of the wisdom fruit, as their stock had been depleted. Any future cravings would require him to spend his academic credits. Luo Yu resolutely declared that after this meal, he would rather starve outside than take another bite of the wisdom fruit, even if it meant jumping from the window. 3 meals a day of the same dish was simply unbearable. He blamed the excessive enthusiasm of the sage's forest for his plight. His classmates cast him incredulous glances, filled with indignation. Here he was, oblivious to his fortune. If they had access to such an abundance of wisdom fruit, they would have been overjoyed. Truly, a prominent figure like him still found room for complaint. Luo, you aren't planning to use all your club battle credits to exchange for wisdom fruit, are you? Somehow, the class monitor couldn't help but inquire. The wisdom fruit was only somewhat useful for written examinations. Its cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to other resources that could directly enhance one's power. If Luo Yu were to trade for so many wisdom fruits, he would indeed need to bolster his intellect. Luo Yu was candid, revealing that the fruits were a gift from the school's senior spirit plant administrator. You mean the esteemed resident of the sage's forest? Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. You know her? Luo Yu responded, slightly surprised, having not anticipated that the reclusive girl held such renown. Sun Hao, who spent his days with teacher Ning in the laboratory, was well aware of her reputation. Yasu, also intrigued, chimed in, is she one of the oldest of the wisdom trees? I recall that our nation once contested her allegiance with the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that when she was discovered, she already possessed shadow-level strength. Why would she bestow upon you such a bounty of wisdom fruit? Is it merely because of your handsome appearance? Yasu's inquiry stemmed from a desire not to fall behind Luo Yu. He had enrolled in Teacher Ning's enhancement program and had been charming the shadow-level sisters for high-tier resources. This time, he reluctantly ascended to the second tier of a Jonin. As a result, Luo Yu indulged even more extravagantly, consuming 3 wisdom fruits a day. If the sage sister were also one to bestow resources based on appearances, then, as an adorable little boy, he would undoubtedly acquire a considerable amount of resources. It certainly had to do with attractiveness, Luo Yu shamelessly remarked. Upon hearing this, Yasu immediately dashed towards the botanical cultivation pavilion, charmingly pouting and seeking resources, a tactic he was all too familiar with. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. This lad, choosing not to dine in the cafeteria at mealtime, has he taken to grazing instead? The aroma of my sister's meal is simply delightful. As Luo Yu takes a bite of chicken steak, he notices that his classmates are not eating, but rather staring intently at him. Perplexed, he wonders why they are fixated on him. Do they not have a devoted sister of their own? What is going on here? Sun Hao chuckles. Luo Gu, do not take offense. The quality of your wisdom fruit is indeed exceptional. Just the fragrance alone fills us with knowledge. The other students chime in, indeed. Whether we pass this semester's written exam hinges entirely on the deliciousness of your meal. Luo Yu rolls his eyes at this peculiar bunch, truly a class of oddities. No one here is normal. Alarmed by the attention, he hastily shovels a few bites of rice into his mouth, eager to finish before being scrutinized any further. In the midst of this, Sun Hao, in a moment of boredom, poses a profound question. Your sister is quite diligent, making you lunch every day. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu beams with pride and casts an appreciative glance at Sun Hao, acknowledging his sweet words. The other girls in the class, harboring any romantic aspirations towards Luo Yu, perk up their ears, eager to discern whether he is single. You mustn't speak carelessly. This is all thanks to my dear sister, Luo Yu defends. A girlfriend? Nothing compares to the warmth of a sister's love. As those words leave his lips, the girls collectively exhale in relief, sensing an opportunity to win Luo Yu's affection. Having lived in close quarters for some time, they are well aware that Luo Yu's moon beast form is a reflection of his sister. A few students clutching moon beast eggs gaze expectantly at the smooth shells in their arms, their imaginations running wild. A moon beast can transform into a big sister and even cook. How delightful. Currently, the first batch of experimental moon beasts has hatched and entered the breeding facility. Moreover, advancements in technology have enabled the production of more moon beast eggs. As the head teacher of the special class, Teacher Ning has naturally secured a batch of moon beast eggs for the students. Due to Luo Qingyu's outstanding performance, expectations for the moon beast have soared, completely overshadowing the true capabilities of a certain legendary meatball. Qiu, look how capable the other moon beasts are. When will you learn to cook? Suing gazes with exasperation at the spherical moon beast napping at her feet. Qiu is indeed a fitting name for its form. Qiu, however, is resigned to its fate. All are moon beasts, yet must the Luo family's sister be so competitive? Why not simply enjoy life as it is? Eating and sleeping in bliss? Chapter 147, Approaching. After lunch, Luo Yu stepped out of the classroom, cradling Luo Qingyu in his arms. At last, he had returned to his cherished time of resting his head on her lap. However, the little bunny in his grasp had grown considerably due to its excessive indulgence, rendering it a perfect soft cushion. The plush, delicate white fur provided an exquisite comfort that rivaled even the smoothest of lap pillows. Yet, he feared his sister might disapprove. Contemplating this, Luo Yu leisurely approached the dormitory entrance. Just as he was about to open the door, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Principal Yu. What resources does he wish to bestow upon me this time? Luo Yu pondered. However, Principal Yu's tone was unusually grave. Luo Yu, come to my office at once. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Luo Yu's lips twitched in annoyance. If only he had known earlier. He had only just reached the dormitory. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Ever since he had unlocked his perfect divine skills, the world lay beneath his feet. Glancing around to ensure there were no onlookers, Luo Yu summoned his kaleidoscope, manifesting the three tomo, as his ocular power stirred into a spiraling ripple, drawing both himself and Luo Qingyu into the vortex. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the Imperial Capital University, Principal Yu sat in his chair, phone in hand. On the guest sofa lounged a high-ranking member of the Dark Organization, donned in a mask and a long black robe. He emanated an aura of chilling authority, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Even Principal Yu, who was a formidable figure at the shadow level, regarded him with a measure of respect. It was evident that this Dark Organization elite, earning the esteem of a shadow-level expert like Principal Yu, possessed strength that was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the shadow hierarchy. Behind him stood a row of Dark Organization members, standing in perfect formation. At that moment, a spiral ripple manifested within the principal's office. The handsome youth cradling a rabbit emerged from it. The members of the Dark Division immediately tensed, drawing their weapons and assuming combat stances. The girl in his arms, Luo Yu, was equally startled by the presence of so many formidable individuals. Is this Luo Yu? A high-ranking member of the Dark Division waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to sheath their weapons and resume their posts. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the young man before him through his mask. The kaleidoscope of space-time ninjutsu was indeed a luxurious means of transportation, and it appeared quite convenient as well. Upon noticing the presence of others, Luo Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment, having assumed that only Principal Yu would be in the office at this hour. He had been careless. However, upon realizing that the individual was from the Dark Division and exuding the aura of a high-ranking officer, he breathed a sigh of relief. Presumably, Yi Lingbo had already reported his remarkable prowess to the higher-ups of the Dark Division. Speaking of which, why hadn't his sister Yi come to this occasion? It had been half a month since he last saw her, and he found himself missing her. Principal Yu cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Luo Yu, introducing him to the man who was Aoyang's superior, codenamed Silver. He was a powerful ninja deserving of even greater respect than I. Silver waved his hand dismissively. Principal Yu, you flatter me. Luo Yu smiled slightly. Greetings, Senior Silver. Has the Dark Division summoned me for something of significance? A sense of foreboding echoed within him at the solemnity of Principal Yu's voice, a tone he had never encountered before. Silver nodded, then spoke directly. Luo Yu, you are a reserve member of our Dark Division, and a talent highly valued by the Ninja Association and the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. According to the treaties between nations and associations, should any situation arise that jeopardizes your safety, the Dark Division will intervene to ensure your protection. Danger? Luo Yu's expression turned quizzical. I have been residing in the Imperial Capital University. It is quite safe here. He hoped they were not planning to place him under house arrest. Fortunately, with his divine might, he could not be confined by any targeted measures. Silver's tone grew grave. We have received intel that the shadow-level cadre from the Ninja Research Association, Lord Orochi, has taken an interest in your abilities. They may soon make a move against you. Shadow-level ninja. He thought of the flight attendant, and his heart tightened as he recalled Yi Lingbo, whom he had not seen in so long. She had been abducted over half a month ago. Silver's tone held a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yi Lingbo was a vital guide in his life, and her fate was now uncertain. At the onset of her disappearance, we harbored some suspicions. However, we also dispatched numerous members of the Dark Division to covertly protect you. It was only just now that our undercover operative in the Ninja Research Association confirmed this matter. Luo Yu's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he had felt like he was being watched recently. He had thought it was simply due to his increased visibility. Do you require my cooperation in any way? Luo Yu inquired. During this period, you must reside on an unnamed island where they shall not find you. I will assign members from the Umbu to ensure your safety. The school's curriculum has reached a temporary conclusion. However, given your intellect, these courses hold little significance. Principal Yu expressed vehement opposition, asserting, the accumulation of knowledge plays a crucial role for the gifted. A look of concern crossed Luo Yu's face. Is Kong all right? Silver nodded. As far as we know, after her Sharingan was removed, she was not immediately destroyed, but rather subjected to various experiments. Fortunately, she still possesses experimental value for the ninjutsu department. However, we must act swiftly to rescue her and eliminate the orchestrator of it all, Orochimaru. Only then will you regain your freedom. With that, Silver stood up, preparing to lead Luo Yu away from the school. Principal Yu patted Luo Yu on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Should you require assistance, summon me directly with Shinjutsu. Kong was also a student of ours. I shall not stand idly by. Luo Yu nodded, perceiving a hint of Jiraiya's essence in the responsible Principal Yu. 3 days later, on a small island within the land of water. 3. I won't take it. Luo Yu, along with Luo Qingyu and a Fei, lounged on the beach, relishing the salty sea breeze while playing cards. Initially, he believed that living a life of luxury on the island would be quite delightful. However, the Umbu had surprisingly prohibited Luo Yu from using the internet, fearing he might inadvertently disclose their location online. Come on, am I that naive? With no alternatives, during the day, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu engaged in shamelessly frivolous activities to pass the time. At night, Luo Yu stealthily returned to the dormitory using Shinjutsu to go online and complete his daily mobile game tasks, while also downloading some delightful films to store on his phone. In a quaint wooden cabin on the island, the Umbu members found their work surprisingly leisurely. As newcomers, you have been assigned the simplest tasks. 5 Umbu members monitored Luo Yu and the others' every move across numerous screens. Despite the small number, one of them was a master of the Shadow Guard level. The other 2 men and 2 women had just passed the Umbu assessment, officially becoming Umbu members. Simultaneously, these 4 were all 4th-year students from prestigious universities around the world. Serving the Umbu was their internship assignment, highlighting that all 4 were the finest scholars in their respective schools. This mission to safeguard Luo Yu marks the inaugural task following their formal induction into the Shadow Division. 1 Shadow Guard accompanies 4 ninjas, a flawless arrangement of 4-to-1. This decision stems from the upper echelons of the Shadow Division deeming it unlikely that the Ninja Research Society would discover their location, thus refraining from deploying additional personnel for surveillance. After all, the world is vast, and there are undoubtedly other locales requiring the attention of the Shadow Division. Numerous prodigies, akin to Luo Yu, necessitate protection. Given the meticulous nature of the Shadow Division members, their resources are inherently limited. Chapter 148. The 8-headed technique. Remnant form within the wooden cabin. A young woman with a single ponytail languidly rested her legs on the table, stifling a yawn due to the tedium of the task. The individual requiring protection is a first-year high achiever at the Imperial Capital University. This raises eyebrows, considering that we, too, are the top students from our respective institutions, and such a display of force was unwarranted previously. She hails from Jingzhou University, a senior, and also serves as the vice-captain of the university team, Yuqin. Typically, the regulations of prestigious universities dictate that team members are selected from the senior and junior cohorts through competition. The captain and vice-captain are automatically assumed by the perennial top 2 students. Thus, it is evident that even within the entirety of Jingzhou University, Yuqin ranks among the elite as vice-captain. Given the long-standing rivalry between Imperial Capital University and Jingzhou University, she naturally harbors some misgivings regarding Luo Yu's treatment. Honestly, I was already capable of protecting myself well during my freshman year, she quipped. This new batch of freshmen is increasingly inept. A young man polishing his ninja tools chimed in. Indeed, he was Hu Tu, the captain of the university team from Yenzhou University, who had consistently maintained a significant lead in the school rankings, encountering no rivals. Consequently, he had developed a rather arrogant demeanor. Both the man and the woman possessed a certain pride. After several days without incident, they grew somewhat complacent, even removing their masks of secrecy. Another woman, who dutifully wore her mask, gently remarked, Captain Hu, it is the Ninja Research Association that has set their sights on Luo Yu. Were you able to handle them back in your freshman year? Of course, Hu Tu replied with an air of confidence. When I first enrolled, I ventured into the secret realm on weekends and encountered members of the Research Association who sought to attack me. At that moment, I had just advanced to the 2nd rank of Jonin. They did not anticipate this and were left in disarray by my prowess. Hu Tu, a native of Yenzhou, resided in one of the rare first-tier cities of the Dragon Nation. It was not uncommon for local prodigies to reach Jonin status before even entering university, a feat nearly impossible in 3rd-tier cities. However, in 2nd and 1st-tier cities, it was a natural occurrence. After all, as times evolve, developed cities are the first to reap the benefits of progress. This has resulted in an ever-widening chasm between the cities of remote areas and those of developed regions. The most gifted individuals hailing from first-tier cities are generally able to graduate from the Ninja Academy, although most of them are merely at the Academy's initial level. And the number of such prodigies from each first-tier city is quite limited each year. This nonetheless marks a historic breakthrough in human development. It is worth noting that several decades ago, even graduates from the Imperial University were a rarity in the Ninja Academy, with only a handful emerging over several years. Observing this group of novice Umbu members, an Umbu Shadow Guard quietly expressed his disdain. What a bunch of slackers. Even though they are all from the academy, their attitudes are far too casual. If Luo Yu were to realize that such privileged individuals are meant to protect him, he would likely flee back to school overnight. The research committee that has set its sights on him is probably only at the level of regional branches, incapable of handling even the upper ninjas. However, it is the renowned shadow-level officer from their headquarters, Lord Orochi, who has fixed his gaze on Luo Yu. There is simply no comparison, murmured the Umbu shadow guard. Upon hearing this, Hutu pouted. That slippery snake simply lacks discernment. He was well aware that there are indeed disparities among the research committees. His earlier remarks were merely an impulsive attempt to impress the female presence nearby. After all, every man wishes to be the most dazzling figure in the eyes of the woman he admires. The girl in question, Wang Yingying, was also a top student from Yinzhou University, possessing a sweet and charming appearance. As a vigorous young man, Hutu found it hard to suppress his urge to show off. Hutu, I believe you are no less capable than Luo Yu. Once Lord Orochi lays eyes on you, you will surely become a primary target, Wang Yingying said with an innocent expression, offering her support. In a way, this also serves to protect Luo Yu. Hutu nodded in agreement. It's a pity that Lord Orochi probably won't find us here. Otherwise, I could prove this to you. Meanwhile, a taciturn novice from Lingzhou University, who had been silently observing, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing such peculiar requests. Then, with a sinister smile, he remarked, "Very well, I shall fulfill your wishes." In the next moment, a torrent of white flesh erupted from the cursed seal hidden on his back, engulfing him instantly and shattering the small wooden hut. During this chaos, the 4 Umbu members, though astonished, quickly focused their chakra to perform body flicker technique and escape the building. Hutu and Yiqin didn't even have time to grab their masks. It's the remnants of Lord Orochi's 8-headed serpent technique, harnessing the power of the cursed seal to seize control of the host's body. The Umbu shadow guard murmured. So, that kid from Lingzhou University is actually an undercover agent. Yiqin managed to force out a strained voice. Being merely a novice in the Umbu, she found this scene overwhelmingly brutal. A comrade she had deemed trustworthy moments ago had suddenly morphed into an adversary. It's all your fault for jinxing us. Yiqin cast a fierce glare at Hutu's day. Just as the writhing mass of white flesh began to take shape as the great serpent lord, the shadowy figure of the Umbu operative wore a grave expression and commanded, "Quickly take Luo Yu to a safe location. I possess Lord Yin's flying thunder god mark. He will arrive shortly." The 3 novice Umbu operatives exchanged glances before vanishing from sight. As the great serpent took on its initial form, it flicked its forked tongue. If the intelligence is accurate, Yin should be on the other side of Blue Star, undertaking a mission in the Sky Country. At this distance, his chakra cannot sustain a teleportation here. No sooner had he spoken than a flash occurred behind the Umbu operative, revealing Yin's figure. Lord Yin. The Umbu operative breathed a sigh of relief. Yin turned his gaze toward the great serpent lord, his voice icy. That was merely a clone meant to bait you. I have been waiting at the edge of the limit all along. The great serpent lord was taken aback. Was this within your calculations? Yin responded solemnly. It was merely a necessary precaution. I too have my own measures of security. The great serpent lord sneered. Let me share a secret from the Ninja Research Society. There is not just one great serpent lord. Summoning technique. Upon uttering these words, 2 more colossal white serpents, reminiscent of dragons, were summoned, their eyes gleaming with malice. Hissing, they were equally formidable, at the 2nd tier of shadow-level strength. The white serpent on the left opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of venom. The Umbu operative and Yin deftly evaded the onslaught of poisonous waves. The serpent on the right let out a skyward howl, its chakra transforming the venom into countless tiny white snakes. Yin, with his agile prowess, skillfully dodged the serpentine tide. However, the Umbu operative, caught off guard, was bitten on the leg by one of the small white snakes, and the venom coursed through him, leaving his fate uncertain. Yin quickly placed his hand upon the operative's back, activating the flying thunder god technique and teleporting him to the Umbu base at the port for medical attention. Confronted by foes thrice his strength, Yin still exuded unwavering confidence. Let me show you the vast chasm that separates shadow levels. Chapter 149, The 4 Demons of Sound on the Beach. Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu played cards while enjoying the chakra fruits produced by a Fei. A Fei was capable of controlling the parasitic cells within, transforming them into harmless nutrients. This consequently leads to the chakra spirit fruits he produces being more efficacious than the ordinary chakra spirit fruits. Moreover, as a 2-star resource, the chakra spirit fruit significantly enhances Luo Qingyu's foundational attributes, its effects rivaling those of the wisdom fruit. Luo Yu can likewise utilize the chakra spirit fruit to elevate his basic values. However, the production of these spirit fruits by a Fey necessitates a substantial expenditure of his chakra. Luo Yu cannot help but muse that if a Fey were to master the wood dragon technique, it would be considerably easier for him to absorb the chakra of his adversaries. Thus, a Fey would be able to cultivate an abundance of chakra spirit fruits. However, the parasitic cells inherently possess the ability to absorb chakra. Although their efficacy pales in comparison to the wood dragon technique, they excel in their capacity for repeated sowing. By discreetly implanting these parasitic cells into numerous formidable beasts, a Fey would effectively create a veritable orchard. After contemplating this, Luo Yu eagerly shared his vision. Luo Qingyu expressed robust support, not merely due to her recent fondness for the fruits produced by a Fey, but also because, with the mass production of the precious chakra spirit fruits, they could be sold in the marketplace. If an automated process could indeed be established, she would surely emerge as a prosperous individual. Upon hearing Luo Yu's intentions, a Fey was finally alarmed. In the past, it was manageable, at most. He was regarded as a mere laborer. This time, he is treated as a mere factory. Perhaps that term is a little exaggerated. Luo Yu expressed that he still possesses a semblance of conscience. However, it is indeed necessary to implant more parasitic cells into the exotic beasts to absorb their chakra for utilization. This can be considered a form of sustainable development. There is no alternative. A few chakra fruits a day are simply insufficient. Moreover, a Fey has only reached the second tier of AJ Nin, with limited chakra. The very thought of living a life where resources of the second tier are readily available is quite delightful. A smile spread across Luo Yu's face. Observing this, Luo Qingyu felt somewhat helpless, recalling how he used to complain about the wisdom fruits they consumed daily. Is it merely a case of fickleness? All men are such bores. Just as Luo Yu was devising grand plans for mass-producing second-tier resources, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the surveillance room. What is happening? Has someone started a game of cards and resorted to cheating? A puzzled expression adorned Luo Yu's face. He had long perceived that these members of the Umbu were untrustworthy. On the first day upon arriving on the island, he was prohibited from using the internet. Though he harbored some dissatisfaction, he refrained from voicing it. Consequently, those Umbu members, much like him, lamented their inability to access the internet. It was evident that they were merely new recruits, for otherwise, the Umbu would not be so apprehensive about them. Restricting their internet usage, a Fei and Luo Qingyu promptly stowed away their playing cards and turned their serious gazes toward the source of the commotion. Perhaps an enemy has infiltrated, Luo Qingyu speculated. Luo Yu recalled that indeed, before Silver Senpai departed, he had assured him that it was absolutely impossible for anyone to find this place. Had he not been overpowered, he would have wanted to cover his mouth to prevent him from uttering such nonsense. He sighed softly. Since this place is no longer secure, let us retreat to the Kamui space. Thus far, the Kamui space remains the safest location in the world. Without the key of the Kamui Sharingan, others cannot gain entry. Speaking of which, Otsutsuki Kagaya also possesses her own little hideaway. When will my sister unlock one as well? At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and 3 members of the Umbu materialized before Luo Yu. The trio of men and women had transformed into 2 women and 1 man, with the most reliable leader among them, a shadow guard, conspicuously absent. One pair among them had even discarded their masks, appearing utterly disheveled. Violating the Umbu's mission protocols would certainly lead to punishment. What transpired? Where is your captain? Luo Yu inquired promptly. Yi Qin, visibly unsettled, replied. Our other companion is from the Research Association. He sacrificed himself using some arcane technique to summon Lord Orochi. The captain is currently engaged in a standoff with Lord Orochi. But Senior In should arrive shortly to provide assistance. It is said that his Flying Thunder God technique has reached a high level of mastery, and the battle should be resolved swiftly. Luo Yu quickly raised a hand to cover her soft, delicate lips, admonishing, do not jinx it. Senior In may not withstand your ominous words. Nevertheless, Luo Yu could not help but ponder. A highly advanced Flying Thunder God? It seems that Senior Yin's legacy is either from the legendary Minato Namikaze or the esteemed Tobarama Senju. Both of these are undoubtedly embodiments of the Orange Legacy. Surely, battling a shadow-level beast should not pose much difficulty. Just as this thought crossed my mind, 3 colossal white serpents, each towering 1,000 feet, surged towards the heavens. Furthermore, these serpents exuded a formidable shadow-level pressure. How unfortunate that my ominous prediction came to pass. Yuqin's expression shifted, casting a reproachful glance at Who Tuesday. With all of them possessing shadow-level prowess, could Senior Silver really triumph in a 3-on-1 scenario? Merely holding off the 3 serpents would be an impressive feat, let alone executing a counterattack. In this urgent situation, Luo Yu hesitated. Perhaps inviting them to the divine space for a respite would be prudent? Just then, as Silver unleashed an array of high-tier water techniques to engage the 3 serpent lords, one of the serpents noticed Luo Yu and the others from high above. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed 4 ominous eggs imbued with malevolent energy, hurling them towards the group. Silver, upon noticing, attempted to intervene, but was immediately ensnared in combat by 2 serpents, hindering his movements. In midair, the 4 sinister eggs shattered, revealing 4 aberrant creatures that emanated a first-tier ninja clan aura, slowly advancing upon the group. These are the organization's new experimental subjects. Do enjoy them. The serpent lord that had expelled the eggs cackled ominously. Golden-bodied spider demon, melody serpent woman, dual-bodied ghost general, and rock demon hedgehog. All are new generation products crafted based on Orochimaru's experimental records. It is said they possess royal-level potential. Hutu swallowed hard at the sight of these malevolent beings. Royal-level potential. That signifies high-tier aberrations that could evolve into shadow guardians in their growth phase. Among equals, at least 3 ninja clan members would be required to stand a chance. Their summoning beasts merely represented regional leaders at the ninja clan level. And even with their combined efforts, they could barely contend with 1. However, facing 6 against 4, their situation appeared dire. The expressions of the other 3 were equally grim. They had initially anticipated this mission to be mundane, merely a leisurely endeavor, but now they found themselves clashing with royal-level ninja clan beasts. And, to make matters worse, there were 4 of them. Sensing their trepidation, Luo Yu pondered whether it would be wiser to make a hasty retreat. After all, vanquishing these ninja clan aberrations would yield little reward, and they posed no threat to Silver, who was at the pinnacle of shadow level. With the divine space available, there was no need to engage in futile combat. At that moment, the serpent woman gazed at her own hands and, with a sinister smile, proclaimed, "Thanks to Lord Great Serpent, I have been reborn in a more perfect form." Her words immediately captured Luo Yu's attention. These extraordinary beasts possessed quite an intellect. Yuqin took a deep breath, realizing that they had all been transformed by the heirs of the 4 sound ninjas, retaining their wisdom and memories. Similar to electronic devices, the evolution of the 4S beasts occurred rapidly, with new, more powerful models developed almost every few years. A sudden inspiration struck Luo Yu. Could they not control them with parasitic cells and inquire about the whereabouts of Sister Yi? Chapter 150. The disdained top scholars. How about this? Each of us takes one. It's just right, Luo Yu smiled. He abandoned the idea of escaping into the divine might space. The 3 novice members of the Umbu cast skeptical glances at Luo Yu. As a freshman from the Imperial Capital University, do you truly comprehend the significance of a king-level ninja clan? These 4 sound ninjas are formidable foes, requiring even the utmost caution in their approach. At that moment, the serpent enchantress began to hum a hauntingly melodic tune. Yuqin was taken aback, recognizing it as a 2-star illusion technique, the enchanted flute, Dream Sound Lock. Remarkably, even from nearly 1,000 meters away, it was still effective. It seemed she had achieved a level of mastery beyond comprehension. Through extensive experimentation, the serpent enchantress had reached a point where she could invoke the entrancing melody without the flute, ensnaring her victims in an illusory realm. The onlookers felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet in their eyes, they were already trapped in a fantastical world, ensnared by serpents composed of musical notes that bound their movements. As the melody soared, their bodies began to dissolve into the enchanting abyss. They were acutely aware that the other 3 sound ninja beasts were surely approaching them. They attempted to utilize the techniques learned at their school to dispel the illusion, but the Dream Sound Lock was far too advanced for conventional methods to be effective. At that critical juncture, only Luo Qingyu, and the one who held her, Luo Yu, remained unaffected by the Dream Sound Lock. Once the Byakugan reaches a certain proficiency, it becomes immune to low-level illusions. After all, for the Otsutsuki clan, immunity to illusions is fundamental. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the Byakugan could disrupt the chakra fluctuations of the Dream Sound Lock in the air, allowing Luo Yu to narrowly escape calamity. "Sister, please help them break free from the illusion," Luo Yu urged, patting the moon beast nestled in her arms. "All right," Luo Qingyu replied with a soft hum, her white eyes brimming with profound ocular power, faint veins appearing on her delicate visage. Instantly, the oppressive force of her Byakugan enveloped everyone. The three inexperienced Umbu were abruptly yanked back to reality. The wavelength of the dream sound lock has been overridden? How is that possible? The serpent enchantress's eyes widened in disbelief as her prized dream sound lock, known for its complexity, was thought nearly impossible to counteract. Yet, the moon beast nestled in the target's arms had merely cast a glance, managing to nullify her spell. This left her somewhat embarrassed. The rock demon porcupine, composed of peculiar stone formations, impatiently remarked, "Your haphazard strategy is utterly futile. We should charge straight in and dispatch them all." "Silence," the serpent queen retorted sharply. In an instant, pulled back into reality, Yi Qin gazed in astonishment at Luo Qingyu. Is this the legendary quasi-divine beast? Has the pinnacle-level dream sound lock been so easily unraveled? Hu Tu and Wang Yingying were equally taken aback. They could distinctly feel the cool, purifying aura emanating from the moon beast nestled in Luo Yu's embrace. How extraordinary! They, as members of the Shinobi sect, had first-hand experience of how troublesome illusions could be. The moon beast's ability to counter such illusions alone made it an object of fervent desire among countless ninjas. After the mission concluded, they too would apply to acquire a moon beast. It would be worth exhausting all their resources. Summoning technique. The serpent queen pressed her hands against the ground, and a summoning array materialized. 3 distinct rage demons were conjured forth. They were colossal, towering like giants. One demon was entirely black, its long hair obscuring its face, wielding a massive club. Another was bald, its eyes covered by rags, with sharp bone claws bound to its arms. The third resembled a mummified giant, its body enveloped in bandages, having lost its arms and relying solely on sheer force to attack. Although these 3 rage demons possessed only quasi-leader potential and ranked as the weakest of the shinobi-level summoning beasts, their numbers were overwhelming. Upon witnessing the 3 rage demons join the fray, the novice members of the Umbu felt a pang of trepidation. Now, they no longer held the advantage in numbers. Hu Tu felt a sense of foreboding about the prospects ahead. Summoning technique. The 3 novice Umbu members also proceeded to summon their respective beasts. Yi Qin's summoning beast was a colossal relic statue, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient technology. Standing 6 meters tall, it resembled a small building. This is a creation of researchers who have amalgamated the knowledge inscribed in ancient relics with contemporary ninja technology to fabricate the mechanical spirit beast T-130 Colossus. Although it currently possesses only the potential of a regional leader, this mechanical spirit beast can readily enhance its capabilities with substantial investment and modifications. The spirit beast summoned by Hu Tu is an ice crystal puppet. Originally, it was a mere ordinary-level potential snow sprite, which gradually evolved into its current state of regional leader-level potential by absorbing numerous high-quality ice resources. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and remarkable recovery in frigid environments, it stands as a testament to resilience. Conversely, Wang Yingying has summoned the Thunder Bhikkhu, a Thunder-type flying spirit beast. With the ability to unleash Thunder-based ninjutsu from an elevated vantage point, it strikes with the ferocity reminiscent of a bomber aircraft. The potential of these spirit beasts is uniformly that of regional leaders at the first tier, while the Thunder Monk possesses merely the potential of a quasi-regional leader, capable of advancing only to the 3rd tier of the ninja sect. It is unlikely that they will ever attain the pinnacle of the ninja sect. This represents the utmost limit achievable by students at their current stage. Even the most gifted among them must conform to the bounds of their cognition, observing their comrades, each possessing their own formidable spirit beasts. Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. At last, his teammates were no longer mere score hunters. Overcome with emotion, he thought, "Excellent." He declared, "I shall confront the most formidable foe, the serpent woman, while you manage the other 3. With that, he swiftly maneuvered into the thicket. Ah Fei activated the ephemeral technique, stealthily following on the ground. Before departing, Luo Yu coldly admonished Luo Qingyu in his arms, "Do not hinder us any further." Since acquiring the power of the Moon Mother Goddess, she had become quite formidable, showing no courtesy to anyone except Luo Yu. Upon hearing her words, the 3 exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, they wished to dissuade Luo Yu from acting recklessly, as the Siren Serpent was indeed a worthy adversary, equivalent to the level of 4 ninja clan opponents. For Luo Yu and his team, their approach might as well be a mere offering. Instead, they found themselves looked down upon by the little rabbit. How awkward this is. Do they underestimate us? After all, we are the top 2 in our respective schools. Who has to say who will lag behind? Who too felt somewhat disgruntled. Throughout, he had always been the one to showcase his prowess, astonishing everyone with his remarkable skills. It was the first time he encountered someone who deemed his strength inadequate. A college student who had broken through the realm of ninjas is deemed weak? Clearly, he is exceptionally courageous. Although Little Rabbit possesses unique abilities, her combat prowess in conjunction with Luo Yu does not grant her the right to look down upon them. There was no choice but to place faith in him. Yi Qin sighed softly. Luo Yu had already ventured into the woods, audaciously confronting the 3 fury demons and the siren serpent. They had no option but to proceed as planned, coordinating with their respective summon beasts to besiege the other 3 demons. Offering themselves willingly? I shall accept your gaze. Coiling around the branches, the siren serpent began to sing once more. Demon flute, illusory dance melody. Under the influence of the sound waves, the 3 fury demons moved melodically, launching an assault towards Luo Yu. Luo Qingyu employed her previous tactic. Her white eyes darkened, exuding an imposing authority akin to Mount Tai. The rhythm of the song was once again overshadowed, rendering the 3 fury demons frozen in place. Even the siren serpent found herself immobilized. Her form bound by the power of the white eyes, her heart seemingly plunged into an abyss of ice. Why? She wore an expression of disbelief. How could she, a dignified royal-level ninja, be subdued by merely a superior ninja's gaze? When did the white eyes become so outrageous? Luo Qingyu's expression darkened. Her brother. Her physique surpasses Su Qiuyue by a considerable margin, and I estimate I can only control her for 6 to 5 seconds. The rest is up to you. Luo Yu nodded slightly. After all, given equal chakra and stamina, the side with higher potential can exert 150, while the side with lower potential can only manage 80, or even 50. Su Qiuyue, being a newcomer to the realm of ninjas, evidently falls into the latter category. Such a disparity is, of course, to be expected. However, this also speaks to the formidable strength of the siren serpent. One must recognize that Sister has made significant progress compared to when she defeated Su Qiuyue. The achievements of years of research by the Ninja Scientific Society should not be underestimated. Chapter 151. The Marvelous Use of Divine Might. Initially, Luo Yu intended to continue using the Uchiha Fire Flame Array to incinerate the Siren Serpent. Yet upon reflecting that his goal was to use the parasitic cells to control the serpent, thus tracing the clues to find the prison of Yilingbo, he swiftly activated Divine Might. His right eye erupted with overwhelming suction, distorting and absorbing her into the realm of Divine Might. In the mysterious space filled with black rectangular prisms, the Siren Serpent displayed a look of terror. That little brat-esque kaleidoscope Sharingan ability is indeed a troublesome space-time ninjutsu. Where exactly is this space? It seems to be a secluded sanctuary, detached from the world. The intelligence reports clearly indicate that he is merely a peak J-nin. Yet how could he wield the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan with such ease? Moreover, does she truly intend to remain imprisoned here forever? The thought sent a chill of dread through the serpent woman, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. She resolved to seek a way out. As the serpent woman surveyed her surroundings in search of an escape route, Luo Yu made an unreasonable request of Luo Qingyu. Sister, please pierce me with your Hell of Needles. Mastery of the Needle Earth allows one to unleash the Hell of Needles attack form, enabling strands of hair to detach from the body and transform into 1,000 needles aimed at a target. Luo Qingyu had attained great proficiency in Needle Earth, even capable of executing the Chaotic Lion's main technique to ensnare an opponent with her hair. Staring at her brother as he earnestly presented such an eccentric request, Luo Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression softened with concern. Brother, have you lost your senses? I've told you countless times that the power of the Manjiki cannot be overused, otherwise it will backfire on your body. Upon discovering that Luo Yu's Sharingan was of the Manjiki variety, she had diligently searched for educational videos online. Ever since learning that the use of the Manjiki could jeopardize one's health, she had been incessantly admonishing him. Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. That was not his intention. In a moment of desperation, Luo Qingyu transformed into her human form and embraced Luo Yu tightly. A soft and cozy pillow, he thought. How could he disregard his sister's warnings and risk damaging his mind? Luo Qingyu was heartbroken as she gently caressed Luo Yu's face. Not only was her brother's visage soft to the touch, but it also felt pleasing. Yet, Luo Yu resolutely stated, "I am doing this to transfer your hell of needles to the serpent woman who is trapped in the divine might space." Luo Qingyu suddenly understood. So that was the case. Then, she smiled and ruffled Luo Yu's hair. "My dear brother, how clever you are. It seems the use of the Manjiki will not impair your mind after all. Nonetheless, moderation is still essential." Luo Yu offered a resigned smile. "Sister, you truly are a nag." Despite appearing aloof in front of others, they maintained a distance of 10 meters to allow Luo Yu's divine might to respond. In an instant, Luo Qingyu's silky hair grew long and firm, enveloping her delicate curves like a curled-up hedgehog, concealing all but her sharp quills from view. This is the defensive posture. The needle earth. Should one attempt to launch a physical attack at this moment, their body would be pierced by her hair. It is peculiar that her hair remains black, as traditionally, those who wield hair ninjutsu possess a mane of white locks. Luo Yu pondered, stroking his chin, whether he should take the opportunity to dye his sister's hair. However, given her affinity for the natural state, it was likely that she would resort to the needle earth technique, encasing herself in protection to resist the dyeing. Luo Yu shook his head, deciding that this matter would require further deliberation. In the next moment, the emblem of divine might manifested in his right eye, and the power within stirred, causing nearby leaves to be swept into its vortex. Observing this, Luo Qingyu, in her needle earth form, unleashed strands of hair like steel needles, directed towards the spatial disturbance created by Luo Yu. As her hair drew nearer to the divine spiral, a torrential downpour of needles from the needle hell was swiftly engulfed within. Meanwhile, in the realm of divine might, the enchanting serpent woman continued to search for an escape route. At that moment, a swirling spatial rift opened before her. The serpent woman of enchanted melodies felt a surge of joy, ready to turn and escape this place. Yet, a tempestuous barrage of needles surged towards her, instantly rendering her defenseless and leaving her battered and bruised. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the realm of divine might. Before she could react, Luo Yu swiftly altered the gravitational pull of divine might, releasing the serpent woman of enchanted melodies. The surrounding environment transformed into a dense forest, and she found herself suspended in mid-air, paralyzed in this brief moment of rigidity, unable to act. In an instant, she was subjected once more to the torment of the needle hell. Even though Luo Qingyu was merely a high-ranking ninja, the profound mastery of needle hell, coupled with the latent potential of a quasi-divine beast, unleashed an assault of ninja-level intensity. Had it not been for the serpent woman's royal constitution, which endowed her with remarkable resilience, she might have struggled to draw breath at that moment. After enduring the relentless onslaught of needle hell, she was left on the brink of collapse, her once graceful visage contorted in a mask of terror. She had never fathomed that space-time ninjutsu could be wielded in such a manner. Truly, it was nothing short of miraculous. Are these two individuals truly merely Jonin? Compared to themselves, this pair resembles monsters. Luo Yu immediately exchanged a celebratory high-five with Luo Qingyu, their coordination impeccable. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. It is merely my brother's kaleidoscope that is adept. I was simply in sync," Luo Qingyu humbly replied. Subsequently, she donned an air of haughty superiority, activating her Byakugan to discern the acupoints of the enchanting serpent woman. Several hardened strands of hair pierced the acupoints, utterly sealing the opponent's chakra. The enchanting serpent woman, realizing her complete inability to resist, changed her complexion and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Luo Yu, unfazed by her query, addressed an empty space, a Fey. "It is your turn to take the stage." In the next moment, a Fey emerged partially from the ground, his right hand gathering chakra, blossoming with potential. Sensing the rich spiritual aura of the mystical fruit, a trickle of saliva dripped from the corner of the enchanting serpent woman's mouth. 5-star resources. When did a peculiar individual like Bai Siyu lie in ambush nearby, capable of sprouting 5-star resources at any moment? The individual possesses an astonishing array of peculiar spirit beasts. Luo Yu nodded, plucking the chakra spirit fruit and presenting it to the mouth of the enchanting serpent woman, his tone assertive. "Open your mouth and consume it all." The serpent woman appeared astonished, wondering if such a delightful treasure was truly meant for her. Though reduced to a captive, the pride of the ninja sect compelled her to turn away, attempting to resist. However, the intoxicating aroma of the 5-star spirit fruit proved too alluring to ignore. Even as Luo Qingyu reverted to her lunar beast form, the chilling gaze emanating from her was enough to send shivers down the serpent woman's spine. She could not fathom why she felt such dread towards a mere elite ninja rabbit. Is the divine beast truly that formidable? If I must eat, then so be it. The serpent woman, realizing her struggle was futile, opted to embrace the experience. She savored the fruit eagerly, exclaiming, "Delicious." In no time, the chakra spirit fruit was devoured with great relish. Observing from the side, Luo Yu felt a pang of envy, wishing her brother would feed her as well. Do not presume this will sway my loyalty. You simply wish to discover where that little girl is imprisoned. The serpent woman's delicate features reflected disdain. She was not foolish. Luo Yu's willingness to offer such an exquisite fruit could not possibly stem from a sudden infatuation. Even if you were to kill me, do not expect me to betray my organization. The serpent woman's expression hardened with determination. Chapter 152. The National Tournament. To attend or not confronted with the resolute attitude of the serpent woman, Luo Yu showed no inclination to engage with her. Turning instead to Ah Fei. What is the situation? After all, they were dealing with the ninja sect, and Ah Fei, being merely an elite ninja, had to contemplate the possibility of failure. As he gradually seized control over the target's body, he noted her formidable physique would necessitate half an hour for this process. Body control? The serpent woman gasped, alarmed. What do you intend to do? Ah Fei reassuringly responded, this is the plan. Upon his words, parasitic cells began to commandeer the serpent woman's expression. In the next moment, she lost her autonomy and gazed yearningly at Luo Yu, softly uttering, "Master." Hearing this, Luo Yu felt a rush of warmth. How delightful. Luo Yu, infuriated, puffed her cheeks in frustration. Ah Fei, cease your antics. I am the one who should be addressed with such familiarity, not this outsider. Apologies, I may have overstepped, Ah Fei chuckled sheepishly. For reasons unknown. He felt an innate trepidation towards Luo Yu, as if it were etched in his very DNA. Regaining a semblance of her senses, the serpent woman seethed with embarrassment. Why did I address this little brat with such a shameful title? Luo Yu replied earnestly, perhaps it is due to your attraction to my charismatic persona. Silence. It must be the 5-star fruit that is to blame. The serpent woman reflected, now understanding why consuming the 5-star spirit fruit had left her feeling nearly unaffected. Luo Yu smiled as he gently caressed her crimson locks, assuring her to remain calm while he attended to her companions. He then turned his gaze towards Ah Fei, entrusting him with the care of the woman. Bound by needles and severely injured, she would not be able to extricate herself for the time being. Ah Fei gave a thumbs up, reassuring him not to worry. Nodding in agreement, Luo Yu lifted the small rabbit and confidently made his way towards the main battlefield. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. He presumed the members of the Umbu would soon conclude their skirmish. With a flicker of hope, Luo Yu arrived at the edge of the woods. However, his expectations were dashed, as the situation was far from optimistic. Senior Yin displayed remarkable prowess, subduing 3 shadow-level serpents with apparent ease. Conversely, the Umbu newcomers found themselves at a disadvantage. Yi Qin's summoning beast, the T-130 Colossus, proved too cumbersome. Against the agile and coordinated dual-body specters, it struggled to mount an effective offense. Essentially, Yi Qin was engaged in a 1 versus 2 scenario, employing various defensive ninjutsu to buy time. This is essentially akin to a slow demise. Once the chakra is depleted or fatigue sets in, Yi Qin reveals vulnerabilities. She must also prevent her opponent from approaching her, utilizing the sinister art of the parasitic spirit to merge the right spirit within her being. As for Wang Yingying, the weakest among the 3, she is utterly ensnared within the earthbound prison of the rock demon, the earthen dungeon, where her chakra is gradually siphoned away. This technique was originally employed by the celestial deity, Jirobo, to subdue 5 adversaries, manifesting a formidable barrier. Moreover, the one ensnared within was merely a lower ninja of the hidden leaf village, which speaks volumes of its potency. Wang Yingying found herself trapped inside. And no matter the ninjutsu she attempted, she was unable to breach the barrier. Initially, her thunder monk, proficient in lightning techniques, should have posed a significant threat to the earth-using rock demon hedgehog. Furthermore, as the thunder monk soared into the skies with his wings, it seemed unlikely that the rock demon hedgehog could reach him. However, to her astonishment, the rocky exterior of the rock demon hedgehog transformed into minerals of the lightning attribute, rendering it immune to lightning techniques. At this juncture, neither the thunder monk nor the rock demon hedgehog can prevail over the other. The remaining Wang Yingying awaits her fate, to be thoroughly consumed. Among the trio, The formidable Hu stands out as a heavyweight, yet within the dense forest. He and the ice crystal are utterly incapable of locating the position of the golden-bodied spider demon. Instead, they find themselves exhausted from fending off the minuscule spiders it unleashes, while occasionally being pierced by golden arrows, forcing them to cower beneath the robust ice crystal puppet, barely clinging to life. It seems they are on the verge of succumbing to excessive blood loss, sinking into a pool of their own blood. However, the 6 eyes of the golden-bodied spider demon possess acute perception, swiftly identifying the weak points in the ice crystal puppet's defenses. Under the relentless barrage of its spider war bow, cracks have begun to appear in the ice armor, which gradually spread beneath the assault of the golden arrows. Yet, the golden-bodied spider demon is not faring well either, having previously underestimated the ice crystal puppet's ability to detect its position. It suffered a barrage of ice crystals that shattered its metallic skin. Nevertheless, having regained its vigilance, the spider demon stands ready to unleash its silk and flee at any moment, as Hu and his companions are now incapable of inflicting harm upon it. Luo Yu understands that if he does not act soon, their entire team shall be annihilated. He first activates his Sharingan, locating the tree where the golden-bodied spider demon is concealed. Subsequently, he manifests his divine might, instantly appearing beside it. At this moment, Luo Qingyu had already been concealed within the divine space, poised to assist him in launching an assault. Alas, when did the golden-bodied spider demon's expression shift? The adversary had managed to approach him unnoticed. How could this be possible? He had meticulously ensnared the surroundings with webs. Yet, upon realizing that the opponent was the objective this time, the golden spider demon swiftly regained its composure. What about that noisy woman? Luo Yu smiled faintly. I have dealt with her. The golden spider demon let out a cold snort. Indeed, she was at a disadvantage against your rabbit, and her intellect seems to be lacking. Your challenge to her was likely for this very reason. However, I am not so easily subdued. As it spoke, its massive mandibles began to extract chakra, unleashing countless resilient strands of silk towards Luo Yu. Yet, a flicker of sinister red light flashed in Luo Yu's right eye. His form appeared as an illusion. The silk passed through without any sign of resistance. Is this an illusion? The golden spider demon was astounded, attempting to analyze the situation before it, yet found no plausible explanation. It was utterly bewildered. Luo Yu smiled calmly. You shall never reach the point of touching my true self. As the words fell, intense spatial fluctuations rippled before him. It sufficed to leave only the siren snake alive. There was no need to hold back against the others. Luo Yu contemplated silently. Countless hardened strands, transformed into thousands of needles, surged forth from the spatial distortion, assailing the unsuspecting golden spider demon. Simultaneously, Luo Yu formed seals for the high-level Chidori sharp spear, condensing it into a lightning pillar that pierced through the cracks in its metallic skin. Coupled with the near-threshold strength of both Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu in their ninja arts, their combined high-level techniques rendered the elimination of a ninja sect trivial. Enduring the injuries inflicted by the thunder and the needle-like strands, the golden spider demon still could not believe it. Was it not stated that as long as those Umbu were dealt with, this little brat could be captured at will? Burdened with profound confusion, it descended beneath the trees, utterly devoid of vitality. Hiding behind the ice crystal puppet, Hutu's eyes widened, falling into silence, while tumultuous emotions churned within. Is this individual a freshman from the Imperial Capital University? Do they require protection? At this moment, Hutu felt as though he had encountered the greatest joke in history. What a jest! The fact that they could effortlessly eliminate a spider demon, one that even he could not defeat, was astonishing enough. However, the real enigma lay in the ninjutsu employed by Luo Yu, which he could not comprehend. Why had he suddenly teleported to this location? Why was it that the spider silk could not touch Luo Yu? How was Luo Yu able to induce spatial fluctuations, which subsequently propelled the Hell of Needles? Why was the power of the Hell of Needles and the thousand-bird sharp spear so outrageous? Moreover, how had the formidable siren of the magic sound been so easily vanquished by him? Although Hutu was astounded, he remained utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he arrived at a conclusion. It no longer mattered whether he participated in this year's national campus competition. It would be best to simply award the trophy to Luo Yu. Chapter 153. First and foremost, I am not a brother complex. Is this the target you wish to protect? Observing the lifeless golden body of the spider demon, the voice of the ice crystal puppet was filled with astonishment. The fearsome golden arachnid possesses unparalleled authority. Throughout its reign, it has seamlessly collaborated with Hu, dominating Yinzhou University. No student has proven to be their match. However, this arachnid is not only endowed with unpredictable abilities but also possesses a keen strategic mind, favoring cunning tactics. Before engaging in battle, it meticulously plots its escape routes. Consequently, the Ice Crystal Puppet and Hu, both first-tier ninjas, have been consistently subdued by it, with Hu teetering on the brink of death. Yet, upon Luo Yu's arrival, a series of incomprehensible yet ferocious maneuvers swiftly turned the tide, allowing him to decisively overpower the golden arachnid. This left him in a state of perplexity. Were they truly capable of protecting Luo Yu? It seemed rather implausible. Hu also felt quite awkward. It appeared that not only the newly formed trio from the Dark Division had underestimated Luo Yu, but even the higher echelons of the Dark Division had misjudged him. Given Luo Yu's formidable strength, only those at the pinnacle of the ninja sect, or even seasoned members at the Shadow Guard level, could be deemed suitable to offer him protection. Otherwise, they could only await his rescue. Reflecting on this, he quietly retrieved a medical kit to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already arrived at the battlefield where the doppelganger general and Yi Qin were engaged in combat. The two humanoid demons, clad in tightly fitted armor and adorned with horns, had evidently cornered Yi Qin into a dire predicament. The right demon general had even resorted to the parasitic technique, disassembling his own cells to merge with Yi Qin's body, gradually infiltrating her delicate form. His head was now connected to her neck, slowly seizing control over her physical being. In an instant, Luo Yu appeared beside Yi Qin with a simple wave of his hand. A ripple in space ensued, and both Yi Qin and the right demon general were transported into the divine realm, vanishing without a trace. The left demon general, skilled in combat, stood in bewilderment. He and the right demon general were two halves of a whole, capable of sensing one another despite great distances. Yet now, he could feel no connection. Two living beings had simply disappeared into thin air. With a smile, Luo Yu knew that separating them would make dealing with them a breeze. 8 gates of Duanjia. 5th gate. Open the door of death. The 5 chakra restraints on his body were released, amplifying his strength and speed to their zenith, easily surpassing the first tier of the ninja clan. His stamina surged exponentially, swiftly breaking through 20,000, nearing the 30,000 threshold of the second tier. At this moment, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, enveloped in vibrant green energy that symbolized youth. Sensing the tumultuous changes within Luo Yu, the left demon general's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The 8 gates of Duanjia and the door of death. Originally confident in his physical prowess to suppress Luo Yu, the situation had now shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yu appeared before the left demon general, engaging in combat. Upon activating his Sharingan, the left demon general found his speed and strength vastly inferior to Luo Yu's, every strike exposing flaws. In mere seconds of exchange, the left demon general had been struck hundreds of times, sent soaring through the air like a ball. Subsequently, with a masterful leaf village gale, Luo Yu pierced through his chest. "You!" The left demon general gasped, pointing at Luo Yu in shock as he drew his last breath. Collecting the fallen attribute points, Luo Yu confirmed the left demon general's demise. Within the divine realm, Luo Qinyu employed acupuncture techniques to seal Yi Qin's acupoints, simultaneously inflicting unbearable agony on the right demon general, preventing further invasion of her body. What is this cursed place? The right demon general anxiously surveyed his surroundings, his cells straining under the pressure. That woman's hair not only activated the needle hell, but also worked in tandem with the Byakugan to suppress my techniques. I am fated to be defeated. Moreover, wasn't he that lad under the care of the Serpent Lady? Could she truly be incapable of handling even a single jonin? Yi Qin shared the same confusion. She could not fathom why Luo Yu had suddenly appeared and waved his hand, transporting her to this enigmatic space. Furthermore, wasn't Luo Yu engaged in battle with the enchanting Serpent Lady? A master of illusions controlling the 3 wrathful demons. Had Luo Yu truly subdued her so swiftly? Yi Qin could hardly believe that Luo Yu could achieve such a level. However, considering the profound secrets that seemed to envelop the other party, coupled with the assistance of a quasi-divine beast, it was not entirely inconceivable. It is indeed difficult to articulate, Luo Qinyu remarked coldly. The snake woman and the golden spider have already been vanquished by my brother. Your companion will soon meet the same fate at his hands. That is impossible. They are both at the first tier of the royal ninja clan. Even these mere Umbu lackeys are no match for them. Yugue refused to believe her words. He distinctly recalled that Luo Yu's profile indicated a recent assessment showing only the level of a senior ninja. In terms of fundamental attributes, Luo Yu was leagues apart from Zhua. As they spoke, a ripple in space manifested, and Luo Yu appeared with poise, casually bringing along the corpse of Zhua Guijiang. Sister, how fare things on your side? Upon seeing the lifeless body of Zhua Guijiang, Yu Guijiang was rendered speechless, tears streaming down his cheeks. The brothers had triumphed over numerous formidable ninja clan adversaries, yet they had not anticipated being subdued by a mere senior ninja. Yuqin gazed in astonishment, pondering how Luo Yu had managed to defeat Zhua Guijiang, and noting that Zhua had barely lasted a few minutes. Thus, it appears that the little rabbit spirit did not deceive. Indeed, the serpent woman and the spider have been dealt with, although this notion seems somewhat absurd. The evidence is irrefutable. Contemplating this, Yuqin could not help but sigh inwardly. Previously, she had questioned whether Luo Yu was deserving of the protection from the Dark Division. Yet, now, it was Luo Yu who had come to her rescue. Suddenly, the right demon, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, detached from Yuqin's body. Determined to fight to the death, Luo Qingyu gracefully raised her delicate hand, unleashing a myriad of hardened hairpins that pierced him like a hedgehog. Luo Yu, channeling lightning chakra into his palm, unleashed Chidori, which instantaneously pierced through the demon's body. Attribute points 200. Yuqin, saved from peril, was left utterly astonished. Is your Chidori maxed out? The prowess of the ninjutsu wielded by these siblings seems rather implausible. One might excuse the little rabbit spirit, given its status as one of the rare quasi-divine beasts, which undoubtedly possesses latent potential deserving of some regard. However, while Luo Yu's Chidori is indeed highly refined, it is unreasonable to surmise that it could effortlessly pierce through the armor of the Ghost General. She is acutely aware of just how formidable that armor is. Having engaged in combat with it moments ago, many of her proud ninjutsu techniques merely left superficial marks upon its surface. Yet, under the onslaught of Luo Yu's Chidori, it appeared as fragile as paper. Is this reasonable? Observing Yuqin in a daze, Luo Yu offered a faint smile. Do you comprehend the profound significance of the doubled power of ninjutsu? Subsequently, with a concerned expression, he turned to Yuqin and asked, Did you twist your ankle? Would you like me to carry you out? Beside them, Luo Qingyu reacted with confusion. Firstly, she is definitely not a brother complex type. However, her younger brother, whom she has painstakingly raised, is now offering to carry another woman. Is this reasonable? No, my issue is not significant. Yuqin stubbornly shook her head. She could not allow the people from the Imperial University to underestimate her. Then, a look of confusion crossed her delicate features. Where's this? Luo Yu did not respond, merely stating, Wait, I shall take you outside. As his words fell, his crimson eyes unleashed a spiraling ripple, transporting the three of them back to the island. After all, this individual was also a member of the Shadow Department, and there was no need to conceal the matter regarding the kaleidoscope. Upon realizing they had returned to the island, Yuqin gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. So, it was the power of the kaleidoscope. Unfortunately, there was only one. Such an inexplicable spatial ability is no wonder that the Dark Division holds it in such high regard. Reflecting on her previous reluctance to accept Li Yu's treatment, Yuqin felt a wave of shame wash over her as she lowered her head. Chapter 154. Wang Yingying was perplexed. Only the rock demon hedgehog remained. Luo Yu murmured. Soon, the group arrived at the battlefield between the rock demon hedgehog and Wang Yingying. They observed the rock demon hedgehog maintaining an earth escape barrier, continuously siphoning Wang Yingying's chakra. The swirling, thunderous monk in the sky was powerless against his transformation into lightning release. Seeing this, Yuqin quickly commanded T-130 to engage. In an instant, the rock demon hedgehog and T-130 were locked in a fierce struggle. Both were colossal beings, and their battle caused the small island to tremble violently. The rock demon hedgehog temporarily abandoned its chakra consumption, allowing Wang Yingying, trapped within the earthen prison, to catch her breath for a moment. At this juncture, Hu Tu, having completed a rudimentary bandaging, arrived at the scene riding the ice crystal puppet. Subsequently, the ice crystal puppet joined the fray. Yuqin, have you managed to resolve your situation? Hu Tu inquired. You seem to be doing well, he added, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Qin beside Luo Yu. The dual spirit ghost generals were indeed two king-level ninja clans, working in seamless cooperation. Furthermore, with the parasitic ghost technique, which had undergone years of updates and iterations by the Ninja Research Association, the conditions for possession had become significantly simplified. As fellow ninja clans, facing 2 against 1 was nearly insurmountable. He had thought that Yi Qin would certainly be at a disadvantage. To his surprise, the fool was himself. "I lack such prowess," Yi Qin expressed, her face reflecting embarrassment as she gestured toward Luo Yu. "If it weren't for Luo Yu, I would have perished under the parasitic ghost technique." He also dealt with the dual spirit ghost generals. Upon hearing this, Hu Tu took a deep breath. "You two have Luo Yu supporting you." At this remark, Yi Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it true that you two are under his protection?" Hu Tu nodded. That golden-bodied spider demon was quite the brain teaser. "I was nearly cornered. Fortunately, Luo Yu arrived in time and resolved the situation with a few incomprehensible techniques." Yi Qin wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, without Luo Yu, the 3 of them would have stood no chance against the Sound Ninja 4 demons. A wave of frustration washed over her. As the top 2 students from their respective schools, it was disheartening to realize they could not even match a freshman from the Imperial Capital University. It was one thing to fall short, but to be outmatched by the Sound Ninja 4 demons, whom Luo Yu could easily defeat, was discouraging. This is somewhat difficult for people to accept. After all, both individuals have always been revered and admired in their respective circles, inevitably leading to a certain degree of arrogance. Under the subtle influence of their surroundings, they have developed a somewhat inflated sense of self-worth. However, with the emergence of Luo Yu, they suddenly lost their proud confidence. "It's merely good fortune," Luo Yu remarked with a nonchalant smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin and Hu Tu exchanged glances. Modesty. The more humble Luo Yu appeared, the more they felt ashamed of their previous hubris. "May I add you on WeChat? I would like to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance in the future," Yi Qin said, her eyes shyly glancing aside. She believed that someone as formidable yet humble as Luo Yu was worth engaging with on a deeper level. Only through friendly and warm interactions could she absorb and learn from his exemplary character. Luo Yu was taken aback, thinking it unnecessary as it was merely a small gesture. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin admired Luo Yu's modesty even more. "It is my honor to befriend someone of your character. I seek to learn from you and improve myself." Flattered by Luo Yu's humility, she quickly took out her phone to exchange contacts. "No, we shall learn from each other," she added, hinting at a slight sense of blind admiration. Observing the usually imposing vice captain of the Jingzhou University team now acting like a besotted fan, Hu Tu was left speechless. Jingzhou University is not on good terms with Daijing University. And if the president of Jingzhou were to discover that the second-in-command of his institution had become infatuated with a freshman from Daijing, it would indeed be amusing. "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Yi Qin inquired, her innocent eyes blinking. She had no ulterior motives, she merely wanted to know. As having a girlfriend would hinder her ability to deepen their connection.